Bardock felt as though he were a piece of scrap iron, repeatedly kneaded and battered. The agonizing cramps in his stomach were akin to a rusted screwdriver frantically stirring within him. Each contraction accompanied by a searing pain that felt as though it could tear him apart. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the cheap plastic tablecloth, leaving a small dark stain. Scattered across the table lay half a bag of uneaten skewers, with charred remnants of meat clinging to the sticks, and beside it, an empty beer bottle, its mouth still adorned with fine bubbles. This was his way of celebrating finally finding a job, although a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan barely sufficed to cover rent in this city. Damn, he muttered through clenched teeth, pressing his left hand firmly against his abdomen while attempting to rise with his right hand propped on the table. His vision blurred, perhaps from the pain or possibly from the aftereffects of the beer he had just consumed. The screen continued to play Dragon Ball, showcasing Bardock's desperate efforts to rally his comrades to confront the formidable Frieza. Yet, his companions believed Bardock had lost his mind. Before their home was destroyed, not a single one was willing to aid him. In helplessness, Bardock found himself facing Frieza's army alone, relying solely on this feeble energy blast to withstand Frieza's cataclysmic onslaught. Ultimately, he met his demise like a moth drawn to the flame, concluding his life's final act. Look, no matter how powerful the Scions are, they were still wiped out by that bastard Frieza. Bardock gazed at the screen, his lips twisting into a smile more sorrowful than a cry. He had adored Dragon Ball since childhood, watching it from the days of renting VHS tapes in elementary school to revisiting it on his phone in college, having seen it no fewer than 10 times. While other children envied Sun Wukong's invincibility and Vegeta's pride, he had always focused on Bardock, merely because the name bore a striking resemblance to his own, differing only in characters. The first time he learned of such a character in Dragon Ball, he felt a profound sense of astonishment. However, this was not the primary reason for his admiration. The foremost reason was that this character, scarcely remembered even by name in the canon, was merely an ant attempting to resist the overwhelming force of Frieza, yet transformed into a Super Saiyan in an alternate reality, striving to prevent destruction as a tragic father. Perhaps it was a sense of shared suffering. Like Bardock, he too was left behind. His name, Bardock, was given by his father, who ran a small eatery and named him in hopes of attracting more customers and ensuring prosperity for their business. His parents perished in a rain-soaked car accident when he was 8, the driver having fled the scene, leaving no compensation. Relatives avoided him like the plague, and ultimately, it was the street administration that sent him to an orphanage. Life in the orphanage was not unbearable, yet it was far from pleasant. From a young age, he understood that one had to seize what they desired and outsmart others to secure enough food. Thus, he learned to read situations and resolve problems with minimal effort, surviving on the orphanage's subsidies and various part-time jobs, distributing flyers, washing dishes, and hauling bricks at construction sites, until he graduated with a degree in economics, a field that sounded grand but offered little in practicality. Reality dealt him a harsh blow. AT job fairs, resumes from bachelor's degree holders piled high, discarded by HR with a mere glance, muttering that even graduate students are lined up outside. After submitting hundreds of applications, only one small company offered him a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan to perform administrative tasks unrelated to economics. Graduate students were abundant, while bachelor's degree holders were treated with disdain. The thought alone was disheartening. At least I have a place to stay. Bardock leaned on the table to stand, the pain in his stomach intensifying, forcing him to hunch over. His rented room was in an old district, a makeshift top-floor unit that felt like a steamer in summer and a freezer in winter, but it was affordable at 800 yuan per month. The nearest hospital required a 20 yuan taxi ride, and the registration fee was beyond his means. Thus, he habitually headed to the Wang Dafu Clinic at the corner, a small practice run by a retired doctor, adequate for treating colds and fevers, notably inexpensive, usually resolved for just a few dozen yuan. Shivering, he donned his faded coat, the keys jingling lightly in his hand. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, and the streetlights in the old district flickered, casting a patchy glow in the alley. Lacking the strength to walk, he pulled out his phone to open the bike-sharing app, the screen's brightness stinging his eyes. Come on, hurry. He gritted his teeth, his fingertips tracing the screen for what felt like an eternity before locating a small yellow bike parked at the alley's entrance. As he mounted the bike, another wave of sharp pain erupted in his stomach, nearly causing him to topple off, forcing him to hunch over and pedal slowly. The night breeze was cool against his sweat-drenched back, raising goosebumps. The road was nearly deserted, with only the occasional car passing by, its headlights slicing through the darkness like two ghostly flashes of lightning. Bardock's mind was a tumult of thoughts. What to wear for work tomorrow, whether Dr. Wong's clinic would still be open, and fleeting images from Dragon Ball. Bardock wounded by Dodoria. Collapsing in the ruins of Planet Vegeta, his consciousness fading as he glimpsed Frieza's spaceship. Boom. A deafening roar of an engine suddenly erupted, like some colossal beast breaking free from hell. Bardock instinctively looked up to see a red truck veering towards him, its headlights blindingly bright, as though they sought to consume his very soul. The truck sped at an alarming rate, its tires screeching against the pavement, sending a nearby garbage bin flying with a resounding crash. Shit! Bardock's heart leapt to his throat, his body reacting faster than his mind. He sharply twisted the handlebars to the left, losing balance and crashing onto the sidewalk. His elbow struck the concrete hard, pain momentarily clouding his vision, yet survival instinct compelled him to roll and scramble away. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his back soaked in cold sweat. The truck barely missed the spot where he had been, crashing into the wall ahead with a thunderous noise that dented its front end. Mother****. Are they insane? Bardock, still shaken, pushed himself up on his arms. He felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite the pain from his fall, he had at least escaped with his life. He had to work tomorrow. He couldn't die just yet. However, in the next moment, the relief on his face froze. The truck that had crashed into the wall slowly turned its front toward him, the blinding headlights resembling predatory eyes. No, you can't be serious. Bardock's mind blanked as he finally comprehended that this was no accident. The truck was intentional. Why? He couldn't fathom it. He was merely a poor student fresh out of university, having wronged no one, rarely even engaging in arguments. Why would someone pursue him with a truck? There was no time to ponder. The truck's engine roared again, like a beast poised to pounce, charging toward him. Bardock scrambled to escape, but the earlier fall had left his arms and knees weak. Moving slowly like a feeble old man, he felt the truck's shadow loom over him, smelled the pungent scent of diesel, heard the rumble of tires crushing the ground, growing ever closer. The last thing he saw was the massive bumper of the truck, like a black tombstone, descending upon him with lethal force, excruciating pain and indescribable agony. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered in an instant, as if he had been thrown into a meat grinder, his very soul shredded into fragments. He barely had time to scream before his consciousness was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. The final image in his vision was a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the blood he shed during his childhood in the orphanage, akin to the oil dripping from skewers, and akin to the blood splattered during the fierce battles of the Scions in Dragon Ball. How absurd, he mused. In the end, he met his demise in a manner strikingly similar to Bardock, so utterly disheveled. Chapter 2. Transcendence. Bardock. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Bardock's consciousness gradually emerged from the depths of oblivion. The sensation of pain had dissipated, replaced instead by a profound chill that penetrated to his very bones, as if he were submerged in icy water. A persistent buzzing filled the air around him, reminiscent of countless bees swirling about, yet it felt muffled, like sounds transmitted through a thick layer of water. Still alive, a hoarse voice echoed in his ear, akin to the grating of rusty metal. Who? Bardock attempted to speak, but found himself utterly voiceless. His throat felt as if it had been sanded down, painfully parched. Struggling, he endeavored to open his eyes, but his eyelids seemed as heavy as if glued shut. After numerous attempts, he managed to pry them apart just enough to glimpse not the sterile white ceiling of a hospital, nor the dilapidated roof of his rented room, but rather a bleak, overcast sky, the clouds hanging low as though they might descend upon him. A peculiar scent pervaded the air, reminiscent of rust mingled with burnt plastic, sharp enough to provoke a cough. He flexed his fingers, feeling the roughness of the ground beneath him, akin to some hard rock, covered by a thin layer of dust. As he turned his eyes, he beheld himself lying amidst ruins, surrounded by shattered metal pipes, twisted steel plates, and unfamiliar debris, with distant remnants billowing black smoke, suggesting the aftermath of an explosion. Where's this? Bardock's mind spiraled into confusion. Hadn't he been struck by a truck? Even if he had survived, he should be in a hospital. This place resembled a disaster site. Had some benevolent soul rescued him to this strange location? He attempted to sit up, but the moment he exerted himself, a searing pain shot through his body, a torment far surpassing the earlier discomfort in his stomach. He let out a muffled groan, crashing back down, his chest heaving violently, each breath laced with agony. Hissing, he inhaled sharply, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over his hand. That was not his hand. Barbdock's breath caught in his throat. His hands, though weathered from years of labor, were unmistakably those of a young man in his 20s, with long fingers and neatly trimmed nails. Yet the hand before him was larger, with pronounced knuckles and a healthy bronze hue, riddled with fine scars, and a thick callus at the base, evidently formed from gripping something for an extended period. This was not his hand. An absurd and horrifying thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, freezing the very blood in his veins. Trembling, he raised this unfamiliar hand before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely, even the patterns on the fingertips appearing entirely foreign. He suddenly lowered his gaze to his body. He was clad in a tattered combat suit, the deep green fabric torn in multiple places, exposing the same bronze skin beneath, marred by wounds, some scabbed over, others still oozing blood. The style of the combat suit seemed vaguely familiar. Bardock's heart raced as he struggled, mustering every ounce of strength to roll onto his side. Casting his gaze toward a metal panel half buried in the dirt. The surface of the panel retained a semblance of smoothness, barely reflecting a blurred image. Slowly, he leaned in closer. The reflection revealed a completely unfamiliar face. A sharply defined jawline, a prominent nose, and tightly pressed lips forming a determined arc. Most striking were the two intersecting scars on the face. One vertical line extended from the left brow to the cheek, as if carved by a sharp instrument. The hair was black, somewhat disheveled and sticking to the forehead, damp with an uncertain mixture of sweat and blood. This face, Bardock's pupils dilated suddenly. A thunderous realization crashing through his mind, leaving him dizzy. This face was not his own. Bardock? No, it couldn't be. Instinctively, he shook his head, his lips quivering. Yet no sound escaped. How could this be? Hadn't he been killed by a truck? How had he arrived here? Where was this place? Countless chaotic fragments of memories surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, unfamiliar images, sounds, and emotions colliding and intertwining within him. He saw himself, or rather, Bardock, standing inside a spaceship, gazing at a screen displaying Frieza's commands, his eyes filled with disdain. He witnessed himself battling on the battlefield. Energy waves obliterating one enemy ship after another. He recalled being knocked unconscious by a phantom punch, gaining the foresight of the future. He saw his team bringing him back to Planet Vegeta for treatment. He watched as his comrades set him down before heading to another planet for a mission. And upon awakening, he pursued them directly. He witnessed the brutal murder of his companion by Frieza's lieutenant, Dodoria, gasping his last breaths to warn him of Frieza's schemes. The Scions had served Frieza loyally, fighting for decades, only to face annihilation over a mere suspicion. He felt an unparalleled rage, even though these events had not been experienced by him, Bardock. Yet, as these memories surfaced, he was engulfed by an unprecedented fury, especially regarding his best friend, Duma, who, before his death, urged him to avenge them against Frieza. He had wiped the blood from Duma's body with a white towel, only for it to be stained crimson. He bound the bloodied towel tightly around his head, vowing to seek vengeance. Then he saw that purple, rotund figure, Dodoria, grinning as he unleashed an energy wave that struck him. In his wrath, he felt like a foolish jester nearly defeated by Dodoria's blow. He recalled plummeting from a great height, crashing into the ruins, his consciousness fading. Dodoria, Frieza, Bardock, he whispered hoarsely, his voice unrecognizable. These memories were strikingly vivid, laden with intense emotions, anger, vigilance, and a tinge of defiance. He understood. In the animated series he had watched countless times, in the tattered comic books he had devoured, in the myriad screenshots stored on his phone, that person belonged to the Scion warrior who rebelled against Frieza, ultimately perishing in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. He had transcended, entering the world of Dragon Ball, transforming into Bardock, whose name was phonetically similar yet distinct. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he had arrived precisely at the moment when Bardock was gravely injured by Dodoria, left among the ruins to await death. At this juncture, the memories of two lives converged, and he was no longer merely Bardock. He was also Bardock. Planet Vegeta was on the verge of destruction by Frieza. This realization poured over him like a bucket of ice water, instantly dispelling all confusion and fear, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. He did not wish to die. After enduring countless trials to graduate and secure employment on Earth, he had barely caught his breath before being struck down by a mysterious truck. He would not accept this fate. Now, having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, transformed into a scion with powers far exceeding those of ordinary humans, he was even less inclined to perish. Moreover, to die amidst the explosion of Planet Vegeta would be utterly humiliating. He must escape this place. Bardock gritted his teeth, using that unfamiliar hand to push against the ground, attempting once more to rise. Agonizing pain surged through him again, darkening his vision, but this time he did not falter. The remnants of his battle instincts sustained him. The tenacity and ferocity inherent to science began to merge with his consciousness. He surveyed his surroundings. The expanse of the ruins was vast, and in the distance, he could faintly discern the outlines of buildings and the silhouettes of patrolling soldiers, Frieza's subordinates. A spaceship was imperative. Bardock's mind raced. His own ship had been destroyed in the clash with Dodoria. He recalled the narrative of Longzhu, where the Scions possessed their own small reconnaissance spaceships. As the captain of his squad, Bardock undoubtedly had one as well. Furthermore, there should be a hangar on this planet for docking the ships, perhaps nearby. He leaned against a fragmented metal plate, gradually straightening his body. As far as his gaze extended, desolation and ruin prevailed, the sky darkening ominously, as if heralding the apocalypse. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by rude chatter. Had there been some commotion earlier? Could a scion have escaped? What did it matter? This wretched planet was on the verge of annihilation, and Lord Frieza's orders had been issued. Still, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate. If he captured a survivor, he might even earn a reward. Bardock's heart raced to his throat. It was Frieza's soldiers. Instinctively, he curled his body, hiding behind a massive rock, holding his breath. He sensed that the energy levels of the two soldiers were not particularly high, likely just a few thousand in combat power, easily dealt with by a fully recovered Bardock. However, in his current state, gravely injured and on the brink of death, he could barely stand, rendering him incapable of confronting them. The footsteps grew closer, and two soldiers clad in Frieza's army uniforms appeared at the spot where he had just lain, energy rifles in hand, scanning the surroundings cautiously. "No one here." "Did you hear wrong?" one soldier remarked, impatience lacing his voice. "Perhaps," the other soldier kicked at the rubble. "Let's leave. I want to go drink and wait for the show." They turned to depart. Just as Bardock's heart began to settle, he heard one soldier exclaim in surprise. "Wait, what's this?" That soldier crouched down, pointing at a pool of blood on the ground. Blood belonging to Bardock. "There's blood. A scion has been here." The other soldier immediately grew excited. "Quick, search around. He must be nearby." Their footsteps began to echo through the ruins, drawing nearer. Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, fragments of memory swirling in his mind, urging him to fight, to eliminate these two scoundrels. Yet reason cautioned him against impulsiveness. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He was no longer the Bardock who scavenged for food in an orphanage. He was Bardock, a scion warrior. He possessed the physique of a scion, with strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary beings. More importantly, he held knowledge from the future. He understood the rules of this world, Frieza's plans, and the means to survive. He noticed a broken metal pipe nearby, about the thickness of an arm, with sharp edges. Bardock's gaze gradually turned resolute. Survive. By any means necessary, he must endure. He stealthily shifted his body, attempting to summon the strength from within, acutely aware that his body had suffered grievous injuries. Dodoria's strike had nearly sent him to the afterlife. His ears keenly discerned the soldiers' footsteps, calculating their positions. When the two soldiers appeared on the other side of the rock, less than 5 meters away, Bardock sprang into action. He exerted all his strength, bursting forth from behind the rock, his fists slicing through the air, striking the nearest soldier's skull with ferocity. A dull thud echoed as the soldier fell without even a grunt, his energy rifle clattering to the ground. The other soldier stood momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting an ambush. Upon recognizing Bardock's face, particularly the distinctive scar on his forehead, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You're the scion killed by Lord Dodoria? You're alive." Instinctively, he reached for the energy rifle on the ground. But Bardock would not grant him that opportunity. His eyes sharpened, channeling his momentum. He delivered a fierce knee strike to the soldier's abdomen. The soldier emitted a pained gasp, his body curling like a shrimp. Bardock did not pause. He pressed down on the soldier's head with his left hand, his right fist coiling with the remnants of his strength, and struck his face with all his fury. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of the soldier's nasal bone shattering. The soldier's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Bardock panted heavily, gazing at the fallen soldiers, his chest heaving violently. The previous blows had nearly exhausted his strength, and his back wound began to bleed anew, causing him to sway unsteadily. Yet there was no time for rest. He quickly searched the soldiers' bodies, finding an energy rifle and a canister of energy, an item used by Frieza's soldiers for temporary energy replenishment. Although its effectiveness for science was limited, it was better than nothing. He twisted open the canister, a cool liquid flowing into his throat, transforming into a faint warmth that alleviated some of his fatigue and pain. However, it was far from sufficient. Chapter 3. Wife, Jine. This energy was merely enough to allow him to move. He was far from regaining combat readiness. Currently, he could muster at most 10% of his fighting power. Nevertheless, this meager strength was enough for him to act. There was no time to wait for a full recovery. Bardock's mind began to race. The first course of action was to seize a spaceship and return to Vegeta Star. Although he had sensed foreboding signs recently and had sent his son Kakarot away to Earth in advance, he could not forget that his beloved wife, Jine, remained on Vegeta Star. The thought of his kind and lovely wife warmed Bardock's heart. Before his journey through time, as he watched Longzhu on Earth, he felt that Jine was truly a unique scion. Unlike the bloodthirsty and brutal scions, she was not only breathtakingly beautiful and pure of heart, but also unable to bear the slaughter of the innocent. Initially, she worked as a spaceship mechanic, a position that was relatively easy. Later, the higher-ups assigned her to partake in invasion missions. Due to her unwillingness to harm innocent beings, she refrained from engaging during the tasks and was consequently punished by being assigned to distribute meat. In the original story, she perished alongside Vegeta Star, reduced to cosmic dust. This time, Bardock sought to save her. He must find a spaceship, Bardock repeated softly, his gaze scanning the ruins. According to his memories, their squad ships were typically docked near the periphery of the military base, where the guards were relatively lax, and it was not too far from here. He oriented himself, dragging his injured body to navigate through the rubble. Each step tugged at his wounds, causing sweat to bead on his forehead, yet he dared not pause. The destruction of Vegeta Star was imminent. Every moment was invaluable. He did his best to avoid open areas, moving along the shadows of shattered walls, his ears alert to the sounds around him. Frieza's soldiers continued their patrols, their laughter and banter occasionally reaching his ears, mostly about the impending spectacle, the annihilation of Vegeta Star. These voices pierced Bardock's heart like needles, intertwining with his original anger and his own unwillingness to accept defeat, tightening his grip on the rifle. Frieza, he muttered through gritted teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Whether as Bardock or Bardock, he harbored a profound hatred for that name. As the memories of two lives merged into one, Bardock had fully embraced the role of an ordinary low-ranking warrior on Vegeta Star. At this moment, he was no longer the orphan Bardock from his past life, nor was he the grassroots individual who struggled to survive for a meager salary of 3,000 yuan. He had fully transformed into a scion, embodying the essence of the scion warrior Bardock. To him now, Frieza represented the malevolent force that had obliterated his homeland and people, having not only dispatched his minions to slaughter his comrades, but also, in the original narrative, annihilated Planet Vegeta along with his wife, Jine, who vanished amidst the debris of the planet's explosion. Bardock vividly recalled the look in Frieza's eyes. To him, the destruction of Planet Vegeta was as trivial as squashing an ant. It was a gaze that seemed to convey, "I will obliterate you. What concern is it of mine?" Navigating through an area littered with discarded parts, he soon encountered towering metallic walls, their tops adorned with flickering energy barriers. Behind the walls, the silhouettes of parked spaceships became discernible. A surge of joy filled Bardock's heart, though it was quickly tempered by trepidation. Two soldiers stood guard at the entrance, energy rifles in hand, idly engaged in conversation. A direct confrontation was out of the question. In his current state, he might manage to deal with two ordinary soldiers. But should he alert those inside, his chance would vanish entirely. He concealed himself behind a heap of abandoned containers, keenly observing the soldiers' movements. Their vigilance was low. They occasionally turned to chat, their backs turned to the entrance for considerable stretches of time. Now was the moment. As one soldier turned to light a cigarette and the other glanced down at his energy gauge, Bardock sprang forth like a swift cheetah. Utilizing the shadows of the wall for cover, he swiftly approached, charging his ki blasts in both hands. With a sharp sound, 2 small ki blasts struck true, hitting the soldiers squarely in their backs. They fell lifelessly without a sound. Bardock quickly advanced, dragging their bodies behind the containers before hastily unlocking the small door of the wall, fortunate that the soldiers possessed a key card. Inside lay a broad landing pad, occupied by a dozen ships of varying sizes, predominantly small reconnaissance vessels typical of the Scion kind, alongside several patrol boats standard to Frieza's forces. Bardock's gaze swiftly scanned the area, quickly locking onto one ship that belonged to him. Its exterior and markings matched his memories precisely. He rushed over, using Bardock's clearance to open the ship's hatch, and swiftly entered. The interior of the ship was modest, featuring only a pilot's seat and a few rudimentary control panels. As he settled into the pilot's seat, a familiar sensation surged within him. The memories of the original Bardock endowed him with an intimate understanding of the ship's operations. He swiftly powered up the vessel, the engine emitting a deep rumble as it gradually ascended. Through the viewport, he observed the sky darkening, a dense throng of Frieza's army looming above Planet Vegeta. Hurry, faster! Bardock gripped the control stick tightly, cranking the engine's power to its maximum. The ship shot forth like a black bolt of lightning, breaching the energy barrier of the landing pad and soaring into the atmosphere. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. According to the foresight of the original Bardock, he had no more than 4 hours before Frieza's entire army would converge, at which point Frieza would effortlessly annihilate Planet Vegeta with a mere gesture. Only 4 hours? He pondered. Even if he returned to Planet Vegeta, escape was far from guaranteed. Yet, how could he call himself a man if he did not even attempt to save his wife? He was willing to gamble, to rescue her. If it meant death, so be it. After all, he should have perished long ago beneath the wheels of that large truck. Jine, in the past life of Bardock, was merely an object of admiration. Yet now, with the memories of 2 lifetimes intertwined, she had become an integral part of his existence. She had taught him the essence of emotion, transforming him from a mere instrument of slaughter into a being capable of feeling. The ship's engine roared under the strain, weaving frantically through the gaps in Frieza's warships. Bardock's eyes remained fixed on the crimson-brown planet, the outline of Planet Vegeta becoming increasingly distinct. The canyons and metallic structures intermittently emerged from the clouds, yet the once familiar atmosphere now reeked of impending death. 3 hours and 40 minutes remained. He fixated on the countdown displayed on the control panel, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. The ship's cloaking device had long since overloaded and failed. Energy beams grazed the hull, erupting in blinding explosions. With a sudden pull of the control stick, the ship plunged at a perilous angle, narrowly slipping into the shadow of a colossal warship to evade capture. However, it had sustained damage from the energy blasts, and it was unlikely to fly much further. He had to descend, cutting through the cargo routes. Bardock swiftly switched channels, calling up the low-altitude flight map of Planet Vegeta. In his memory, the cargo routes of the military port, due to the continuous transport of energy ore, were relatively chaotic in security, providing the only potential path to evade the main fleet. The moment the ship burst through the cloud cover, a fierce wind battered against the viewport, flinging sand and grit. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his sorrow. Every second of hesitation now was a betrayal of Jine. Clearly, Frieza's forces did not regard him as a threat. These soldiers knew that in less than 4 hours, all troops could be assembled. Once Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta, their army would then eliminate any remaining survivors, rendering them indifferent to the minor skirmishes below. With a resounding crash, the ship plummeted to the ground. Bardock had finally returned to Planet Vegeta. As he exited the hatch, he coughed up blood. He was already gravely injured, and the ship's damage had left him with little control during the landing, resulting in a violent impact that felt like a hammer striking his chest. This ship was no longer functional. It had sustained too much damage during the skirmish, and even repairs would be futile at this point. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Coughing, he muttered to himself, 2 hours and 20 minutes left. Hurry, I must get back. Chapter 4, Saving Jine, Part 1. Coughing, he reminded himself, 2 hours and 20 minutes left. Hurry, I must get back. Jine should be distributing food to the Scion warriors now. Bardock staggered forward, each step feeling as if he were treading on red-hot iron, the agonizing pain in his chest causing his vision to blur. The gravity of Planet Vegeta was already stronger than that of other planets, and at this moment, it felt as if he were shackled with a 1,000-pound weight. The air was thick with the familiar metallic scent, mingling with the distant roars from the training camps, where Scion children were undergoing brutal combat training, as always. Yet Bardock's heart felt gripped by a frigid hand. Those mundane aspects of life that he once took for granted now loomed as phantoms on the verge of being crushed. He stumbled across the ravaged wasteland, racing toward the warriors' living quarters. The chilling declaration from Frieza echoed in his mind, alongside the ticking numbers on the timer, 2 hours and 20 minutes, each second hastening its passage. This was the countdown to his death that he had imposed upon himself. He must escape Planet Vegeta before time ran out. Jine. He gritted his teeth, murmuring as the taste of blood filled his mouth. He recalled that Jine often wore that deep gray battle suit, with faint stitching left from the last time she mended it for him. She had always been this way, once a skilled ship mechanic. Yet she had refused to partake in the slaughtering tasks. Willing to accept punishment, she remained in the rear, diligently attending to the distribution of food, even discreetly reserving a portion of roasted meat for herself. As she rounded a ridge, the outline of the warriors' quarters finally came into view. Several low metallic structures were scattered haphazardly, and at the entrance of one, a number of warriors were gathered, where a slender figure was methodically distributing energy blocks and frozen meat. It was Jine. Jine's beauty exuded a paradoxical freshness. Her brows were not as sharply defined as those of the typical Scion women, tapering slightly downward like willow leaves kissed by morning dew. Yet her eyes concealed a spark of defiance, reminiscent of stars fallen into a clear spring. Her nose was gracefully uplifted but not harsh, with the tip tinted faintly pink, enhancing the softness of her lip line, which, despite being pressed into a stubborn straight line, still bore a faint red imprint left by her teeth. Clad in oil-stained work attire, her jawline tightened as she handled the meat, beads of sweat trickling down her neck and disappearing into her collar. Yet she appeared far from disheveled. The resilience hidden within her gentle demeanor was akin to fine steel wrapped in soft velvet, radiating an extraordinary vitality amidst the bloody atmosphere of the meat processing factory. Bardock's heart clenched suddenly. He exerted the last of his strength to rush forward, the rough ground tearing at his boots, and the blood seeping from his wounds was quickly concealed by the dust. Bardock? Jine was the first to notice him, her face registering surprise, soon replaced by concern. Why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be on a mission? Her words trailed off as she caught sight of the blood at the corner of his mouth and his faltering form, her complexion paling instantly. You're injured. The surrounding warriors turned to look, a few familiar faces about to make light of the situation, but they were silenced by the unprecedented urgency and fear in Bardock's eyes. There was no time to explain. Bardock grasped Jine's wrist, his hand burning with intensity, nearly crushing her bones. We must go. Planet Vegeta is doomed. Frieza is going to destroy this place. I witnessed Frieza's army amassing in the skies over Planet Vegeta. Jine shuddered, her pupils constricting. She understood Bardock. A man who always spoke of the warrior's honor would never jest about such matters. She observed his bleeding wounds, his face contorted in pain, and the undeniable resolve in his gaze, and she made her decision almost instantaneously. However, instinctively, she glanced at the surrounding warriors, those companions with whom they had grown up and fought alongside. There was no time. They would not believe us right away. If we do not run, we will perish. In his past life, he vividly remembered urging these so-called comrades that Planet Vegeta was on the brink of annihilation, calling upon them to fight alongside him to defend their mother planet. Yet, they all dismissed him as mad, mocking him coldly. He had to fight alone, perishing alongside Planet Vegeta in the explosion's aftermath. Bardock hissed urgently, his voice hoarse from rapid breaths. We have only 2 hours. We must leave now. Find a spaceship. Quickly. He tugged on Jine, turning to flee, disregarding the chaos and skepticism erupting behind them. The sky over Planet Vegeta remained a heavy orange-red, yet to Bardock, it had begun to fracture, the shadow of death descending with alarming speed. His sole thought was to escape this home, soon to be reduced to ashes. With Jine in tow, Jine was pulled along by Bardock, her gaze fixed on his bloodied back. The deep, bone-revealing wound continued to bleed, staining his gray combat uniform. And with each step he took, droplets of blood fell onto the scorching ground, evaporating into wisps of white smoke. Wait. Jine abruptly halted, gripping Bardock's arm. Without waiting for his question, she retrieved a silver-gray metallic tube from her work attire pocket, its surface etched with intricate patterns. Topped with a pale blue energy crystal that emitted a gentle glow in the dim light. Bardock was momentarily stunned. He recognized this as the highest-grade modified Type 2 energy recovery agent from Planet Vegeta, rumored to be scarce and difficult for even elite warriors to acquire. For a lower-ranking warrior like him, this was astonishing, akin to a girlfriend from his past life gifting a 5090 graphics card to a worker making a modest salary. Especially the OC version of the Wanli starship. Of course, in his previous life, this was mere fantasy, but for him now, it had become reality. Jine's cheeks flushed suddenly as she nervously rubbed the edges of the metal tube, her voice barely above a whisper. This is a gift for you. I've been saving for 2.5 years to get it for you, since I noticed you were always getting hurt. She pressed the tube into Bardock's hand, her gaze drifting elsewhere, her ears turning crimson. It can immediately restore 20% of your combat power, and it will gradually heal your wounds. You should use it first. Bardock held the cool metal tube, feeling the faint pulse of energy from the crystal. He understood how meager Jine's wages were. The compensation for distributing food barely sufficed for survival, and she likely hadn't indulged in a decent meal in 2.5 years. The searing pain in his chest seemed to diminish somewhat, replaced by a warm, bittersweet sensation. And, Jine added, noticing his stunned silence, hastily changing the subject. Her tone brightening slightly. I spent 6 months at the spaceship maintenance base before. There are a few maintenance passages that are blind spots for the patrols, leading directly to the landing pad. It's at least 10 minutes faster than going through the front door. She raised her hand, drawing a simple route in the air with her fingertips, the spark of defiance in her eyes shining anew. I remember the way. Bardock gazed at her, her work attire smeared with grease, beads of sweat still clinging to her neck. Yet in this moment, she laid bare all her courage and preparations before him. Like a carefully cradled, yet resolute flame. The despair of fighting alone in his past life and the warmth of the present moment intertwined, tightening his throat, rendering him speechless. He abruptly wrapped his arms around Jine, holding her close, the force strong yet tender, as if afraid of breaking something precious. He could smell the faint scent of grease on her, mingled with the warmth of sunlight, a fragrance of life that he was determined to protect. The word "thank you" barely escaped his lips, choked by emotion. He simply held her tightly, as if wanting to imprint this moment of rediscovery into his very being. Jine was momentarily stiffened by his sudden embrace, but soon relaxed, hesitantly, yet resolutely wrapping her arms around his back. Her palm pressed against his bleeding wound as she murmured, "It's okay, we will be all right." Bardock released her, his eyes slightly reddened, yet he nodded firmly. He uncapped the energy recovery agent and drank the pale blue liquid in one gulp. A warm wave surged through him, alleviating much of the pain in his chest, and he felt some strength returning. He gripped the empty tube tightly in his hand. "Lead the way," he said, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unprecedented determination. Jine turned, darting down another concealed path, with Bardock following closely behind, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure, as if he held the very light of the world in his grasp. Chapter 5. The Rescue of Jine. Part 2. The passage was narrower than anticipated, barely allowing one person to pass sideways. The metallic walls on either side were riddled with rust, and sparks occasionally erupted from exposed wiring, illuminating the dimness with brief flashes of white. Jine skillfully avoided a loose pipe, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The metal walls still held residual warmth. This was a place she had frequented daily, each worn groove etched with memories. This is it. She stopped in front of a half-open maintenance door and gently pushed it open. The door creaked softly on its hinges, sounding like an ancient sigh. Behind the door lay the back alley of the spaceship base, cluttered with discarded engine parts and damaged energy canisters. The air was thick with the mingled scents of machine oil and ozone, a familiar aroma that momentarily startled Jine. She glanced back at Bardock, and a soft glimmer appeared in her eyes. "Do you remember? Our first encounter was right at the number 3 maintenance platform." Bardock followed her gaze, and memories were abruptly yanked back several years. At that time, he had just concluded a brutal border mission, his spacecraft's left wing nearly obliterated, making an emergency landing amidst billowing black smoke. Clutching the few remaining energy blocks, he had circled the repair area thrice, only to be met with shaking heads or exorbitant fees that he could scarcely afford. It was then that he stumbled upon Jine, who was squatting beside the No. free maintenance platform. Dressed in a pristine white work uniform, she was adjusting an old engine with a wrench. Sunlight streaming through the high windows and casting a golden halo around her head. Upon hearing his inquiry, she merely glanced at his battered ship and his injuries, softly saying, "I'll help you with the repairs. If you can't pay, you can owe me." From that moment onward, his ship became a frequent visitor at the number 3 maintenance platform. No matter how severe the damage upon his return from missions, Jine always found a way to mend it, charging the lowest fees and often waving him off when he was unable to produce energy blocks, suggesting he could pay next time. He later learned that she often purchased discarded materials out of her own pocket to save parts for him, and had spent many sleepless nights at the maintenance platform to ensure his ship was ready before his next mission. Gradually, Bardock fell in love with this kind and gentle girl. A lump formed in his throat, guilt washing over him like a tide. He remembered hearing later that Jine had been reported by her peers for maliciously underbidding, resulting in a punishment of executing a slaughter mission, a customary reprimand for scions who defied orders. Yet she chose to abandon her familiar repair work for the exhausting and degrading task of distributing meat, refusing to aim her weapon at innocent lives. Ultimately, it was he who had burdened her. "I'm sorry, my beloved Jine, for enduring suffering alongside me, for my inability to provide a better life for her." Bardock wished to say more, but the words lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to utter a single syllable. Consumed by boundless guilt and affection, Jine seemed to perceive his thoughts, gently touching his arm. "Don't dwell on it. It's all in the past." She pushed open the door, urging him to hurry. The landing pad lay just beyond the corridor ahead. They walked softly through the hallway, the outlines of the spaceship hull gradually coming into focus. Dozens of silver-gray battleships were lined up in neat rows, their metallic exteriors reflecting cold light under the overhead lamps. In the far corner, a small reconnaissance ship sat, the backup vessel Jine had mentioned earlier. "That's the one," Jine whispered excitedly, pulling Bardock towards it. Bardock commanded, "Set the destination to Earth." "Earth? The planet where Kakarot was sent? We can go find Kakarot," Jine exclaimed suddenly, her face lighting up with joy. Bardock nodded in silence, his emotions complex. Just as they were about to reach the reconnaissance ship, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the side of the vessel, energy guns aimed directly at them. It was the base S-Guard scions. "Halt! What are you doing here?" The guard on the left barked, a cruel scar marring his brow, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "This is a military base. No unauthorized personnel allowed." The 2 figures had abruptly appeared from the side of the ship, energy guns trained on the couple. "Halt! This is a restricted area. Who are you?" The left guard demanded harshly, his scarred brow stark under the lights as he scrutinized Bardock's blood-stained combat uniform and Jine's oil-stained overalls, his eyes filled with suspicion. The other guard poised his finger over the communicator, stating coldly, "Unauthorized personnel detected. Prepare to call for backup." "Wait." Bardock stepped forward, slightly shielding Jine behind him. He had long been active on the border battlefield, recognized as the strongest lower-class warrior of Planet Vegeta, though lacking an official title. His accumulated strength and prestige from countless fierce battles earned him great respect among lower-class scions, and even some mid-tier warriors had heard of his name. He looked up at the 2 guards, his tone firm yet commanding. "I am Bardock, on a secret mission. This reconnaissance ship is designated for the task." The scarred guard hesitated for a moment. "Bardock? The one from the border battlefield?" He clearly recognized the name, his grip on the gun loosening slightly. For the title of the strongest lower-class warrior had circulated among the lower-tier guards. The other guard remained dubious, frowning. "A secret mission? Do you have any orders? And who is she?" He gestured to Jine, his skepticism not fully dissipating. A glint of coldness flashed in Bardock's eyes as he deliberately emphasized, "The mission's classification is confidential. Orders are directly connected to the upper echelon. She is an essential technical personnel for the mission. Divulging details could hinder our progress. Are you prepared to bear the responsibility?" In Scion culture, strength and orders were paramount. The name of a confidential mission from the higher-ups already carried significant weight, and coupled with Bardock's reputation, the 2 guards found themselves thoroughly hesitant. They exchanged glances, and the scarred guard lowered his energy gun, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Since this is a task from Lord Bardock, we dare not impede your progress." Bardock said nothing further, exchanging a glance with Jine as they hurried towards the reconnaissance ship. Only when the hatch slowly closed behind them did he exhale, realizing that had a confrontation occurred, with his current diminished strength, He could have dealt with the two guards, but would undoubtedly have drawn reinforcements. Thankfully, his reputation had quelled the situation. Jine settled into the pilot's seat, her fingers flying across the control panel as she whispered, "It's a good thing they recognized you. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble." "Just low-tier guards," Bardock replied, leaning against the wall of the cabin. The wound on his chest still throbbing as he initiated the ship's systems, eager to depart Planet Vegeta. With the deep rumble of the engine, the reconnaissance ship slowly glided from its docking position, soaring towards the atmosphere. Chapter 6, The Rescue of Jine, Part 3, Originally. Each flight pod could only accommodate one adult scion, but fortunately, Jine's petite frame allowed them to fit comfortably in the slightly larger reconnaissance ship they had hastily commandeered. Her embrace was tight, seemingly infused with warmth capable of dispelling all fears. Bardock reciprocated the hug, his nose brushing against her oil-smeared hair, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Hurry, launch." Jine suddenly recalled something, abruptly releasing him and dashing back to the pilot's seat. Her fingers pressed down heavily on the red launch button, and the reconnaissance ship jolted violently, shooting out from the launch pad like an arrow, racing towards the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. Liars, they are liars. The upper echelons have verified it. There is no such thing as a secret mission. They've escaped. They've stolen a ship and fled. Pursue them, hurry. The Scion forces, realizing what had transpired, were furious. In their eyes, Bardock and Jine had become traitors to the Scion race, and they must be eliminated without hesitation. As the reconnaissance ship broke through the clouds surrounding Planet Vegeta, Jine suddenly gasped, staring at the radar screen. "There's a tracking signal behind us. It's a patrol ship from the base." Bardock immediately leaned closer to the screen. Noticing 3 silver-gray ships accelerating in pursuit, the energy cannon's lock-on alerts flashing persistently across the display. Were the guards from earlier tipping them off? He frowned, realizing that the secret mission claim could only temporarily deceive the lower-tier guards. The upper echelon would soon see through the ruse. Yet he hadn't anticipated the guards would act so quickly. Just moments ago, they had revealed their true colors. "Their ships are superior to ours. If this continues, we will be caught," Jine exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she continuously adjusted the engine parameters in an attempt to increase speed. Bardock fixated on the rapidly approaching lights behind them, his expression darkening. Though he temporarily evaded ground conflicts through his esteemed reputation, he failed to anticipate that the base would directly dispatch patrol ships for interception. Through the porthole, Bardock observed the Scion guards hastily boarding the battleships parked nearby, followed closely by a dozen silver-gray vessels. The beams from energy cannons erupted behind them, igniting a cascade of orange-red sparks. They were closing in. Jine was frantically sweating, continually elevating the ship's altitude in an attempt to shake off their pursuers. However, those guards possessed superior ship performance, and the distance was gradually diminishing. Bardock struggled to rise, steadying himself against the wall as he glanced back. "Steady. Redirect all energy to the engines." Jine immediately complied, and the reconnaissance ship surged forward, momentarily widening the gap. Yet at that moment, an ominous shadow suddenly loomed outside the porthole. It was Frieza's fleet, densely hovering in orbit around Planet Vegeta, resembling a pack of lurking behemoths. The commotion from the reconnaissance ship and its pursuers evidently caught their attention. On the bridge of a colossal flagship, Frieza lounged lazily in his hovering chair, his crimson eyes peering through the porthole, intrigued by the frantic little reconnaissance ship and the relentless dozen of Scion vessels in pursuit. "Oh my, what are they up to?" His voice dripped with trademark mockery, his fingertips lightly tapping on the armrest. "Are they attempting to escape? These Scion monkeys are truly amusing." Standing behind him, Sabo bowed slightly. "Lord Frieza, it appears we have a straggler. A band of inferior warriors dares to flee under your very nose. It is a grave affront to your dignity. Allow me to lead a force to eradicate them and swiftly dispose of this refuse." A cruel smile crept across Frieza's lips, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his crimson eyes. "Dispose of refuse? No, do not rush." He extended his tongue to lick his lips. "Do you not find this entertaining? Like a cat playing with a mouse, we give them a glimmer of hope, watching them struggle desperately, only to ultimately crush that hope with our own hands." Once Bardock's ship had gained some distance, Frieza waved his hand nonchalantly. "Go on, but do not overindulge." As ordered. A spark of excitement gleamed in Sabo's eyes as he immediately turned toward the communications console. "First squad, move out." Engage immediately and destroy all Scion ships, leaving only that leading reconnaissance vessel. In the next moment, dozens of fearsome battleships erupted from Frieza's fleet, akin to a pack of ravenous sharks, lunging toward the Scion vessels in pursuit of Bardock. Sabo appeared eager. In a sense, he and Frieza were of the same ilk. He too wished to partake in a game of cat and mouse, to destroy the leading ship at the moment it believed it could escape, extinguishing that fleeting hope. He envisioned the Scions aboard that ship waiting helplessly for their demise. Upon this realization, Sabo could not help but chuckle sinisterly. Is that Frieza's army? Jine gazed at the suddenly appearing black fleet outside the porthole, her face paling instantly. She recognized the distinctive design of those ships. They belonged to Frieza's elite forces, whose combat capabilities far surpassed those of the guards on Planet Vegeta. Bardock's heart tightened abruptly. He had previously glimpsed Frieza's fleet from a distance on border missions. It was a force capable of instilling terror in any planet. Now, those monsters had mobilized, and their target was evidently him. Before they could react, a series of violent explosions erupted behind them. Turning back, they beheld the pursuing Scion ships disintegrating like paper under the onslaught of Frieza's forces. Brilliant flames exploding in the void of space, fleeting in their brilliance. In mere seconds, all pursuers were utterly annihilated, leaving not a single escape pod behind. The universe fell into an eerie silence, with only the hum of the reconnaissance ship's engine reverberating. Yet this silence was far more suffocating than the preceding bombardments. Frieza's fleet loomed like an invisible net, ensnaring them in its center, and the recent eradication of their pursuers resembled a cat clearing away irrelevant distractions before the hunt. What do they intend to do? Jine's voice trembled, her fingers gripping the control stick tightly, knuckles paling. Bardock fixed his gaze on the approaching black ships on the screen. An unprecedented fear seized him. It was a tremor originating from the depths of his soul, more profound than the despair of witnessing Planet Vegeta's explosion. He could distinctly sense that his adversaries did not regard them as opponents, but rather as toys that could be crushed at will. Sabo's voice suddenly cut through the public channel, brimming with unabashed arrogance. Pitiful Scions, surrender your resistance. Lord Frieza is merciful, granting you a few more minutes of life. The reconnaissance ship jolted violently as a massive rock on its starboard side was struck by an energy blast from Frieza's forces. Bardock and Jine looked helplessly at each other, the light in her eyes dimming. Bardock gripped her shoulder, his fingertips icy. He gazed at the encroaching black fleet outside the porthole, feeling the terrifying pressure that threatened to crush the ship. A metallic taste surged in his throat. He knew that this time, they might truly be unable to escape. On Sabo's ship's bridge, he watched the screen displaying the faltering reconnaissance vessel, delighting in a soft laugh. Run, keep running. Let me see how far you can go. In his crimson pupils, the struggling silver-gray ship reflected like a moth about to be crushed. Is it to perish? Chapter 7. The Death Chase, Part 1. Inside the cockpit of the reconnaissance ship, the alarms blared piercingly, as if to rupture eardrums. Jine clung tightly to Bardock's waist, her cheek pressed against his blood-soaked battle suit, feeling the frantic rhythm of his heart. Bardock's hands flew over the control stick, each sharp turn, elevation, and dive executed with instinctive precision, the silver-gray hull weaving deftly through the dense energy beams, akin to a fish navigating through a hail of gunfire. Left front, 3 o'clock. Jine suddenly shouted, her voice trembling with fear. A purple energy blast grazed the ship's tail, detonating into a blinding flash in the cosmos. The shockwave violently rocking the vessel, causing the control panel screen to flicker momentarily. Bardock's throat tightened as he abruptly pressed the control stick to the left. The reconnaissance ship narrowly flipped past another beam of energy, its metallic shell scorched by the residual energy waves. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the relentless black fleet on the screen, Sabo's flagship resembling a bloodthirsty beast, its cannon mouths pulsating with lethal light. Brace yourself, he bellowed, suddenly shutting down the ship's engine. With inertia propelling it forward, the reconnaissance ship glided like a kite with a severed string, narrowly avoiding a trio of incoming missiles. Sabo's fleet was unable to halt in time, several ships nearly colliding, their formation instantly thrown into disarray. Madman! Sabo's furious voice echoed through the communications channel. Bring them down. A bunch of useless fools cannot even stop a broken reconnaissance ship. Bardock paid no heed, his fingers swiftly tapping on the energy distribution panel. reallocating all remaining shield energy to the engines. The reconnaissance ship erupted with a deafening roar, its speed surging like a silver lightning bolt darting toward the asteroid belt. He understood that a head-on confrontation was futile. He could only maneuver using the terrain. Jine shut her eyes tightly, unable to watch, feeling her stomach churn violently. The ship slithered through the asteroid field, sometimes brushing past massive rocks, sometimes threading through narrow crevices. The explosions of energy blasts striking asteroids echoed around them, debris pelting the hull with a crackling noise. Several times, she felt the ship was on the verge of crashing into the rock face, yet each time, Bardock managed to steer it back onto course at the last possible moment. One must acknowledge that Bardock has displayed his lifetime of driving expertise to the fullest extent, exhibiting unparalleled skill as he deftly evaded wave after wave of attacks. They are still pursuing. Jine opened her eyes, gazing at the relentless red dot on the screen. Her voice trembling. Bardock, can we escape? Cold sweat trickled down Bardock's forehead, the pain from his wounds causing his vision to flicker. Yet his grip on the control stick remained as steady as a rock. Trust me, he rasped, yet resolute, as long as I draw breath. I will not allow them to harm you. At that moment, dozens of new red dots suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen. Rapidly approaching from the direction of Planet Vegeta, more Scion pursuers. The Scion headquarters had evidently received word of Bardock's theft of the spaceship, dispatching fleets in droves to ambush them. The swarm of ships descended like sharks sensing blood, converging on the reconnaissance vessel. Damn it! Bardock cursed under his breath, abruptly veering towards a nebula, where the magnetic field was chaotic, perhaps capable of disrupting the pursuers' targeting systems. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's flagship bridge, everything unfolded clearly on the large screen. Frieza watched with amusement as the tiny vessels emerged from Planet Vegeta, his crimson pupils sparkling with a childlike curiosity. Oh dear, so many little bugs have come, he remarked, extending a slender finger to lightly tap on the red dots on the screen. Mr. Dodoria, do they not resemble sesame seeds scattered on a plate? Dodoria, standing nearby, felt cold sweat trickling down his plump cheeks. He observed the faint purple glow coalescing at Frieza's fingertip, his heart racing at the seemingly innocuous energy, yet one that harbored the capacity for annihilation. Indeed, Lord Frieza speaks true, he replied with a forced smile, his voice wavering. These oblivious scions are merely courting their own demise. Frieza did not respond, instead bursting into a sinister chuckle. In the next instant, his finger flicked forward, and a slender beam shot from the flagship, precisely striking the foremost Scion ship. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The vessel disintegrated silently like a glass bead crushed by an unseen hand, dissolving into cosmic dust. Frieza murmured softly, raising his finger once more. Beam after beam was unleashed in succession, each flash heralding the obliteration of a ship. The Scions hardly had time to comprehend the calamity that befell them before vanishing into the void of space. Some ships attempted to evade, only to find that the beams seemed to possess a will of their own, and no matter how they fled, they could not escape. Others sought to retaliate, but their energy cannons were destroyed before they could fire. 2, 3. Oh my, this one runs quite fast. Frieza's tone was akin to that of a child playing a delightful game, the light from his fingertips never ceasing. He even began to alter his angle, deliberately allowing the beams to curve around asteroids before striking their targets with precision, as if showcasing his prowess. Dodoria felt a chill creep over him, instinctively shrinking back. Having served alongside Frieza for many years and witnessed countless slaughters, he had never felt such profound terror as at this moment. Though he too was a remorseless executioner, relishing in the act of killing, he was unnerved by Frieza's nonchalant demeanor. This seemingly fragile cosmic emperor concealed a cruelty and capriciousness that were truly terrifying. He was not merely destroying ships, but the very dignity of life itself, as if the fates of those scions were no different from crushing ants. 31, 32. Is that it? Frieza's finger halted in midair, observing the red dots that had completely vanished from the screen, a look of disappointment crossing his face. How dull. It ended so quickly. He languidly leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting to the still hovering orange-red sphere of Planet Vegeta. At this moment, the planet's surface was ablaze. Those once mighty Scion warriors now reduced to mere ants under the relentless advance of Frieza's forces. Enough, Frieza yawned, his tone indifferent, having played enough. Let this wretched planet become fireworks. He extended his right hand, a sphere of energy the size of a ping-pong ball gradually materializing in his palm. The sphere, pristine white and enveloped in a faint halo, appeared unremarkable, yet the air around it began to warp. With a flick of his fingertip, the energy sphere expanded at a visible pace, soon transforming into a massive orb several meters in diameter, the pressure emanating from it causing the entire bridge to tremble slightly. Dodoria held his breath, instinctively bowing his head. He knew that destruction was imminent. Frieza casually raised his hand, the orb brimming with terrifying energy drifting lazily towards Planet Vegeta. It pierced through the atmosphere, tracing a brilliant arc across the orange sky, reminiscent of a meteor plummeting to Earth. Mere seconds later, a blinding white light erupted from the surface of Planet Vegeta. The light expanded at an astonishing speed, swiftly engulfing half the planet, followed by the entire sphere fracturing like shattered glass. Lava gushed forth from the fissures, the ground crumbling violently, the once nurturing home of countless scions now facing a harrowing demise. Boom. Chapter 8, Death Chase, Part 2. With a sound that could make the universe tremble, Planet Vegeta exploded entirely. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the surrounding starry sky, surpassing any star in its radiance, as countless fragments and debris erupted in all directions, forming a breathtaking nebula. Frieza clapped his hands in excitement, like a child who had just received a new toy, beckoning to Dodoria. "Mr. Dodoria, come quickly. What splendid fireworks. This is far more entertaining than those little bugs." Dodoria hurriedly approached, a stiff smile plastered on his face. "Yes, yes. Lord Frieza is indeed wise and mighty. These scion monkeys were long overdue for eradication." Yet within, his heart raced with dread. What if one day he inadvertently displeased this formidable king, meeting a fate akin to that of Planet Vegeta? Meanwhile, on the distant edge of the nebula, Jine peered through the viewport of the reconnaissance ship, her eyes wide as she witnessed the familiar orange hue consumed by the blinding white light. Her pupils constricted, her lips trembled, yet no sound escaped her. That was where she had grown up. It was the repair base where she first learned to fix spaceships. It was the place where she had first encountered Bardock, where they held a humble little wedding. It was where they had welcomed their firstborn son, Raditz, and their second son, Kakarot, into the world. It was where she had secretly left grilled meat for Bardock at the distribution station. Every memory, every trace of their brief time together on this planet was obliterated in the wake of that cataclysmic explosion. "No," she finally managed to utter, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks, dripping onto Bardock's hand, scalding hot. She abruptly turned, clinging tightly to Bardock's neck, her body trembling violently as her stifled sobs echoed within the cockpit. "Bardock, our home is gone." Bardock's heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, a myriad of pain flooding through him. He raised his hand to tightly embrace Jine, his palm gently caressing her quaking back, unable to utter a single word. He had witnessed too much death and destruction, yet never had he felt such suffocating despair as in this moment. It was not merely the explosion of the planet, but the definitive end of their past. He looked down at Jine, whose head was buried in his chest, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He understood that, at this moment, any words of comfort would be futile. All he could do was hold her with all his might, letting her know she was not alone. He gently caressed Jine's back, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Frieza, one day I will make you pay in blood for your sins. Just wait. Unless I destroy you, I, Bardock, vow never to be human again," he silently swore in his heart. At that moment, a terrifying shockwave violently struck the reconnaissance ship. The overwhelming force generated by the explosion of Planet Vegeta surged like a tidal wave, tossing the ship like a fragile vessel amidst turbulent waters, causing it to flip in the air. The control panel's screen abruptly went dark, the alarm ceased, and chaos engulfed the entire cockpit. "Hold on," Bardock roared, shielding Jine with his body as the ship spiraled out of control due to the shockwave. He felt the hull collide with debris, emitting a piercing screech of metal grinding against metal, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Not only were they affected, in the distance, Sabo's fleet also suffered. The black ships were tossed wildly by the shockwave, some colliding with one another, while others were struck by debris, causing their formation to collapse instantly. Sabo bellowed in fury from the flagship, yet he could not control the ship, helplessly watching the reconnaissance ship's signal vanish amidst the chaos of debris. "Stabilize the ship. Pursue them, hurry," he shouted angrily. "Can any of you even pilot a ship?" He kicked the soldier at the controls aside, taking over the operation himself. However, it proved futile. At this moment, the master of maneuvering, Sabo, found himself utterly helpless. The shockwave persisted for a full half-minute before gradually subsiding. When the reconnaissance ship finally stabilized, the cockpit was in disarray, numerous parts having fallen from the ceiling, crashing onto the floor with dull thuds. Bardock lunged back to the control panel, his hands frantically pounding on the console. The screen flickered a few times before finally illuminating again, revealing their surroundings. They were amidst a dense field of debris. The dust from the explosion of Planet Vegeta swirling like a thick fog, providing a natural cover. Bardock's heart leaped with joy. This was a glimmer of hope in a deadlock. Their survival hinged on the next course of action. Now, a glimmer of determination flashed in Bardock's eyes as he immediately restarted the engine. The engine of the reconnaissance ship emitted a weak roar, although severely damaged. It managed to start. He navigated the ship cautiously through the debris, accelerating away from the epicenter of the explosion. The dust and rubble perfectly masked their signal, and the screen no longer displayed any trace of Sabo's fleet. Minutes later, Sabo's flagship finally stabilized. Its massive structure was their advantage, with defense and attack capabilities maximized. However, under the influence of the immense shockwave, its size became a liability, requiring more time to regain stability. Sabo slammed his fist on the control panel. Staring at the dust-covered area on the screen, his expression twisted in rage. Damn it. Where's that ship? Scan for it. Immediately. His subordinates hurriedly operated the equipment, but could only see chaotic energy interference. Report, Lord Sabo. The surrounding magnetic field is too chaotic to lock onto the target. Useless. Sabo roared, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Split up and search. Expand the search area. Even if we have to turn this star region upside down. We must find those two scions. If discovered, eliminate them on the spot. In Sabo's eyes, the small ship piloted by Bardock and Jine was merely a scurrying rat, easily crushed at any moment. He could not allow his prey to escape right under his nose. If they got away, how would he explain it to Lord Frieza? Dodoria would likely laugh at him for the rest of his life. The Black Fleet immediately scattered, resembling a pack of keen-scented hounds, beginning their search through the debris. Energy beams from cannons occasionally pierced the dust, illuminating the floating rocks, yet they could not locate the silver-gray reconnaissance ship. Meanwhile, Bardock and Jine had already piloted their battered vessel out from the edge of the debris field. Looking back, they could only see a starry sky shrouded in dust and the faint flickering of energy beams in the distance. Did we escape? Jine's voice trembled with disbelief. Her eyes still red. Bardock gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white. He gazed into the vast cosmos ahead, where there were no familiar orange-red planets. No artillery from pursuers, only an endless expanse of darkness. Yes, he softly replied, his voice hoarse, we have escaped. Yet he knew this was merely temporary. The shadow of Frieza loomed like a relentless specter. As long as they remained alive, the pursuit would never cease. He took a deep breath and reset the coordinates for the distant blue planet, Earth, where their son Kakarot awaited, representing their dwindling hope. Hold on tight. Bardock's gaze hardened. We are heading to a safe place. The reconnaissance ship changed course, slowly navigating into the depths of space. Behind them lay their home turned to dust, and before them, an uncertain path. At this moment, all they could do was hold each other's hands tightly, enduring in this cold universe. Chapter 9. Counterattack. The roar of the engine echoed painfully in the silent cosmos as Bardock gripped the control stick, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The reconnaissance ship maneuvered like a startled bird, skillfully weaving through the dense asteroid field, each turn precisely avoiding the massive rocks hurtling toward them. Jine clutched the armrest of her seat, her knuckles turning white from the strain, her gaze fixed on the asteroids racing past the viewport. Her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Brace yourself, Bardock growled, abruptly yanking the control stick as the ship ascended at a near-vertical angle, narrowly avoiding a boulder several hundred meters in diameter. The asteroid's surface was pockmarked, bearing the scars of time, as it whooshed past beneath the ship, the immense gravitational pull causing the vessel to jolt violently. Jine couldn't help but gasp, instinctively glancing at Bardock. His profile was taut, his gaze sharp as an eagle, completely focused on the path ahead. Despite the severe damage to the ship making it exceptionally difficult to control, every movement he made was filled with strength and resolve. Jine observed him, her fears slightly alleviated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Just then, two blinking red dots suddenly appeared on the radar screen, rapidly closing in on them. They are gaining on us. Jine's voice quivered, her face paling instantly. Bardock scanned the radar screen, his brow furrowed. Don't panic, he said in a low voice. There are only two of them. We still have a chance. His mind raced, contemplating ways to shake off their pursuers. Continuing to flee was not a sustainable strategy. The ship's energy was depleting, and the enemy's vessel was evidently superior to their reconnaissance ship. They needed a plan to turn the tables. Bardock, what are we going to do? Jine clutched his arm tightly, her body trembling violently from fear. Bardock gently patted her hand, trying to calm her. Trust me, Jine, his voice was deep and resolute. I will not let anything happen to you. He took a deep breath, suddenly yanking the steering wheel, and the ship veered sharply towards an even denser asteroid field. This asteroid belt was far more perilous than any they had previously navigated, with massive rocks leaving barely any gaps. A moment's carelessness could result in their obliteration. Bardock, are you insane? Jine shrieked in disbelief. This is our only chance, Bardock explained. Their ship is larger than ours. In this place, its maneuverability will be hindered, allowing us to use the terrain to shake them off. As the voice fell, an explosion from an energy cannon erupted behind them. A brilliant beam of light grazed the edge of the spacecraft, striking a massive asteroid. The asteroid was instantly obliterated, fragments scattering in all directions, one of which struck the ship, producing a piercing metallic screech as it violently shook. Hold on tight, Bardock roared, exerting every ounce of strength to control the vessel. His arms bulged with veins from the effort, sweat trickling down his cheeks, splattering onto the control panel. The ship maneuvered through the asteroid belt, darting left and right like a nimble fish. Thanks to years of combat experience and exceptional piloting skills, Bardock narrowly evaded danger time and again. Yet, the pursuers remained relentless. Energy cannon beams exploding around them, shattering the surrounding asteroids. They're getting closer, Jine cried in terror. Bardock's gaze suddenly fixed on a nearby small asteroid. This asteroid was modest in size, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of ice, encircled by a dense belt of asteroids. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Jine, brace yourself. We're about to execute a daring maneuver. A glimmer of determination flashed in Bardock's eyes. He abruptly pushed the control stick, directing the ship toward the small asteroid. As they neared it, he executed a sharp turn, flying closely along the asteroid's surface to leverage its gravitational pull for a change in trajectory. The two pursuers, evidently unprepared for such a maneuver, faltered momentarily, almost colliding with the asteroid. Damn it, this scion is quite cunning, one of the warriors shouted in frustration. Don't lose him, the other warrior replied coolly. He must be trying to use the terrain to shake us off. We need to be cautious. They carefully piloted their ship, following Bardock into the asteroid belt surrounding the small asteroid. Bardock's eyes were fixed on the radar screen, calculating the distance and angle from the pursuers. He understood that their success hinged on this moment. As the ship reached the edge of the asteroid belt, he suddenly yanked the steering wheel, causing the spacecraft to veer at an incredible angle, plunging into a denser cluster of asteroids. The two warriors immediately followed suit. However, just as they entered the asteroid cluster, Bardock suddenly decelerated the ship before accelerating sharply, emerging from behind a massive asteroid, appearing at the pursuer's flank. What? The two warriors gasped in shock, completely unprepared for Bardock's maneuver. Before they could react, Bardock pressed the attack button. Two dazzling energy beams shot from the ship's cannons, striking the pursuer's vessel with precision. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted, instantly obliterating the pursuer's ship, transforming it into two splendid bursts of flame, blooming amidst the asteroid belt. Observing this scene, Bardock let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally unwinding. He leaned back in his seat, breathing heavily, sweat soaking his hair. Jine remained dazed for a moment before regaining her composure. She looked at Bardock, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Bardock, did we really succeed? Bardock nodded, a fatigued yet content smile gracing his face. Yes, Jine, we have succeeded. He adjusted the ship's direction, setting course toward Earth. All right, we should head out to find our son Kakarot. Although Jine still felt a tinge of fear, Bardock's resolute gaze reassured her. She nodded and tightly grasped Bardock's hand. The spacecraft glided slowly through the silent cosmos, leaving behind the receding asteroid belt and the extinguished flames. Bardock and Jine understood that this was merely a minor episode in their journey of escape, with many more dangers and challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet, they also believed that as long as they relied on each other and worked together, they could overcome all adversities, find their son, and continue to thrive in this cold universe. A bunch of useless fools. Sabo smashed the control panel beside him, his crimson gaze sweeping over the communicator, incredulous that so many had failed to locate the ship. Relay my orders. All ships continue the search. Expand the radius, even if it means scouring nearby star systems. We must find that wretched vessel. The fleet dispersed like a net, laser beams streaking across the starlit sky, yet they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the reconnaissance ship. Even more infuriating for Sabo was the dreadful news from the asteroid belt. 2 patrol ships had gone missing. Their last transmission only a chaotic scene of tumbling asteroids and static. Fools. They must have crashed into the asteroid cluster. Sabo kicked the bulkhead in frustration, the metal reverberating with suppressed fury. He had dispatched dozens of massive ships, yet it felt as though they had lost a speck of dust. The reconnaissance ship had vanished without a trace, along with the lives of 2 subordinates, becoming a ridiculous footnote. 2.5 days later, predictably, Sabo's vast fleet had yielded nothing. As he stood, disheveled, in Frieza's grand hall, having just reported his lackluster results, the sound of Dodoria's laughter thundered like a clap of thunder. Not a chance, my friend. Ha 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 ha. Sabo. So many ships chasing a single reconnaissance vessel, and you managed to let it slip away? Your level of incompetence is truly astonishing. Ha ha ha. If this continues, you might as well resign as commander and go work at our new repair shop, honing your skills. The last remark about honing skills struck a nerve with Sabo, nearly causing him to explode with rage. His pupils constricted sharply, murderous intent almost materializing. Dodoria, you son of a... Frieza's languid voice carried an icy edge as his deep gaze casually flicked in Sabo's direction. A shiver ran down Sabo's spine, cold sweat instantly soaking through his uniform, his fury frozen in the wake of that gaze. Mr. Sabo, Frieza's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. You seem rather temperamental for someone who has failed in their duties. I acknowledge my mistakes. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Sabo fell to his knees, his forehead pressing against the cold floor. Please grant me another chance, my lord. Those 2 scions won't get far, and I will ensure they are obliterated. Frieza, however, waved his hand dismissively, his tone nonchalant. Just a fish that slipped through the net. It won't stir up any waves. However, his gaze shifted to Dodoria. I believe in rewarding and punishing fairly. Since you have been ineffective, you shall be demoted and serve as Dodoria's subordinate. Sabo's face turned pale in an instant. To be relegated to serving under Dodoria, who was far less competent than himself, that was more painful than death. Yet, when faced with Frieza's cold, unyielding gaze, the retort that rose to his lips was swallowed back down. I shall obey. Sabo's voice sounded as if it had been rasped through sandpaper, his nails digging deep into his palms. The laughter of Dodoria echoed menacingly in the grand hall, while Sabo's heart was ensnared by a vine of hatred for that reconnaissance ship and Bardock. At this moment, Kakarot, your mother and father are coming for you. Wait for us. Chapter 10. Arrival on Earth as the spacecraft pierced through Earth's atmosphere. The friction between its exterior and the air generated flames akin to a burning suit of armor, carving a searing trajectory through the clouds. As altitude diminished, the dazzling flames gradually faded, revealing the metal exterior pockmarked from asteroid impacts. When the ship finally broke through the last veil of mist, the scenery below became remarkably clear. Rolling green hills resembled a slumbering dragon, the dark green ridges glimmering with a gentle sheen in the sunlight. And nestled within the valleys were mirror-like lakes reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds, with the air seemingly infused with the fragrance of flora. The landing gear of the ship sank deeply into the soft earth, sending a spray of damp grass and soil into the air. The roar of the engine gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a faint sigh before plunging into complete silence. The warning lights within the cabin continued to flicker weakly, yet they no longer emitted their piercing cries, as if they too had been soothed by the tranquility of this serene realm. As Bardock unfastened his seatbelt and pushed open the cabin door, a rush of air infused with earthy aromas and wildflowers enveloped him. Standing at the threshold, he allowed his gaze to roam the surroundings. The distant mountains were shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, while the bamboo groves at mid-slope swayed gently in the breeze. producing a soft rustling sound. Nearby, a carpet of vibrant wildflowers adorned the grass, and a flock of vividly feathered birds, startled by the spacecraft's movements, took flight, tracing graceful arcs against the azure backdrop. Everything here was astonishingly vivid and tender, in stark contrast to the smoke-filled memories of Planet Vegeta, and even subtly different from the concrete jungle of Earth in his past life. The Earth of the Dragon Ball universe seemed to be gently cradled by time, with even the air imbued with an unrefined purity. Suddenly, he recalled the words of his dearest brother, Duma, before his demise. And the relentless pursuit by Frieza struck his heart like a gentle blow. Indeed, such a place existed, allowing one to temporarily forget the exhaustion of fleeing. The voice of Jine, his mate, emerged from behind him, laced with cautious curiosity. She leaned against the doorframe, her boots dampened by the dewy grass. Yet she could not resist bending down to lightly touch the soft leaves with her fingertips. Her gaze shifted from the lake to the forest, and then to the clouds on the horizon, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is this the planet where Kakarot lives? Bardock turned to face her, noticing the redness around her eyes. His throat subtly tightened. He had witnessed Jine's resilience on the battlefield and her fear when confronted by pursuers. But rarely had he seen her display such a tender expression. Yes, he replied, his voice lower than usual. This is Earth. It's truly beautiful, Jine sniffed, wiping her eyes, even more stunning than described in the records. Look at those trees, the lake, even the air is sweet. Suddenly, she turned to him, grasping his arm, her eyes sparkling. Kakarot must be so happy here, right? Is he chasing rabbits on some hillside? Or playing by the lake? According to the timeline, Bardock and Jine had sent Kakarot to Earth earlier than planned. Coupled with nearly a year of fleeing across the cosmos, Kakarot should have grown a bit by now. However, they were unaware of the current year according to Earth's calendar. It seemed they would need to seek out some Earthlings for answers. Observing her hopeful demeanor, Bardock felt the disorientation triggered by his past memories gradually fading. He reached up to tousle Jine's hair, his fingertips brushing against her soft strands. After all, he was a scion, and even in such a place, he could find his own enjoyment. Despite this, he could not shake the memory of that small boy adopted by old son Gohan. In the original narrative, Kakarot had lost his scion ferocity due to a head injury, becoming a kind-hearted and innocent youth. Perhaps this Earth was indeed more suitable for him than Planet Vegeta. The couple walked slowly along a narrow path forged by wild creatures. The dew on the grass soaking their pant legs, yet the cool sensation invigorated them. Cheerful birdsong occasionally pierced the air, and small animals darted past their feet, leaving a flurry of prints in their wake. Jine, like a child, squatted to examine a flower she had never seen before, then pointed to wild fruits on a tree, eagerly asking Bardock if they were edible, her fear and anxiety gradually replaced by curiosity and excitement. The mountains here are so high, she remarked, gazing up at the canopy that obscured the sun, much gentler than the Rocky Mountains of Vegeta. This truly feels like a fairy tale world. Reflecting on the harrowing experience of life and death they had recently endured, she still felt a twinge of unease. Darling, can we finally escape the days of violence and conflict? Do you think if we settle here, no one will discover us? Jine looked at Bardock with hopeful eyes. Not for now, Bardock replied, halting his steps as he surveyed the distant mountains. This remote wilderness should seldom see visitors. His gaze sharpened as he meticulously examined the terrain. A steep cliff to the left, a dense forest to the right, and not far ahead, a meandering stream that offered a natural barrier. Constructing a dwelling here would not only conceal their whereabouts, but also provide easy access to water, making it an excellent choice. Jine followed his gaze and suddenly recalled something, her smile fading slightly. So do we seek out Kakarot now? Her voice was tinged with urgency and a barely perceptible tension. Since sending their young son in the escape pod, she had been incessantly concerned for his safety, now that they had finally arrived on this planet. She longed to be by his side immediately. Bardock, however, shook his head, squatting to pick up a stone, his fingers tracing its surface. There's no rush. Why not? Jine immediately pressed, her brow furrowed tightly. We've finally arrived on Earth. What if he encounters danger? He is still so young, unable to fight. He is a scion. Bardock interrupted gently. Even in infancy, a scion's physique surpasses that of Earth's creatures. And have you forgotten? We equipped his escape pod with a locator. He paused, retrieving a dull metal piece from his pocket. After the explosion on Planet Vegeta, the locator had ceased functioning. Jine gazed at the lifeless device, her expression dimming. While she recognized Bardock's words as truth, her worries surged like a tidal wave. But without a detector, how do we find him? Earth is so vast. There will always be a way, Bardock reassured, returning the locator to his pocket and rising to pat her shoulder. But for now, the priority is to settle down. We need a secure shelter to understand this planet's conditions and to devise a method to sense ki. Sensing ki? Jine was momentarily taken aback. What is that? Chapter 11. The sensing of ki. Sensing ki? Jine paused, bewildered. What is that? It is the ability to perceive living energy, Bardock explained. His gaze fixed on the distant forest. Though Scions possess innate combat prowess, few dedicate themselves to honing this ability. If we can learn to sense ki, we could locate Kakarot from afar and even detect the presence of enemies beforehand. He recalled how, in the original narrative, Master Roshi and Piccolo had mastered the art of ki sensing, which often proved crucial in battle. Since they had arrived in this world ahead of others, they could not rely solely on brute strength like other Scions. They needed to master these more intricate skills. Indeed, if we learn to sense ki, we should be able to find Kakarot with ease. Jine, thinking along these lines, felt a surge of excitement, eager to begin. Perhaps we can practice utilizing ki while we build our house, Bardock suggested softly. Jine nodded, still somewhat anxious for their son. But she understood Bardock's considerations were more comprehensive. Looking at the unfamiliar mountains and forests before her, she bit her lip gently. So shall we begin constructing our house now? Indeed, Bardock smiled, pointing towards the nearby stream. Let us go over there and find some suitable materials. The two walked to the stream's edge, the crystal-clear water babbling beneath their feet, revealing the smooth pebbles below. Bardock bent down to scoop a handful of water. The cool flow slipped through his fingers, imbued with a refreshing sweetness. Rising, his gaze landed on a massive rock by the stream, towering at least 2 men high. Its surface smooth and sturdy, a perfect material for building a shelter. Let us use this. He pointed to the rock and said to Janae, let us attempt to cut it with chi. With chi? Janae exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. But we usually only use chi to condense energy blasts. You'll find out by trying, Bardock replied. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing the energy flowing within him. Scions inherently possessed powerful chi. Yet they were accustomed to releasing it with brute force, seldom attempting to control it with refinement. He recalled the skilled warriors from the original storyline manipulating chi, trying to guide the energy within him to flow from his arm to his fingertips, aiming to slice through the rock like an invisible blade. Huh, he uttered sharply, directing his fingertips toward the rock. A faint chi blade shot from his fingertips but dissipated half a meter away, merely stirring a gentle breeze that created ripples on the water's surface. Janae could not help but laugh. It seems rather ineffective. Unperturbed, Bardock scratched his head. Let us give it another go. He closed his eyes once more, this time with greater focus, meticulously feeling the trajectory of the chi flowing within him, striving to make it more condensed and concentrated. When he thrust his fingertips again, the chi blade was clearer than before, although it did not cleave the rock. It left a shallow white mark on its surface. It's working, Janae exclaimed excitedly. Thus, the duo began their repeated attempts. Initially, their chi blades were either weak or uncontrollably exploded, scattering small stones everywhere. On several occasions, Janae inadvertently struck the water with her chi blade, splashing water that dampened her hair, yet she remained undeterred, her determination shining through her resolute eyes. Bardock gradually grasped the technique. He discovered that rather than forcing the chi, it was more effective to mold it like clay, shaping it into a thin layer and controlling its form and direction with his mind. When he attempted for the third time, the chi blade finally struck the rock firmly, producing a crisp crack as the solid stone was genuinely cleaved, leaving a neat gap. Success! Janae cried out, seizing Bardock's arm and shaking it excitedly. Look, it really has been cut. Bardock gazed at the gap, a smile creeping onto his lips. He turned to Janae. Now it's your turn. Taking a deep breath, Janae emulated Bardock's actions to condense her chi. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, they were significantly steadier than Bardock's initial attempt. When her chi blade hit the rock, it left a mark slightly shallower than Bardock's, yet she cheered with delight. As time passed, the sun climbed to its zenith and then gradually tilted westward. Both of them were drenched in sweat, their clothes dampened by the creek water and dried by the sun, leaving rings of white salt stains, yet they felt no fatigue. With each practice, their control over chi became increasingly proficient, and the chi blades grew sharper. The once massive rock was sliced into flat slabs, neatly piled by the creek like blocks awaiting construction. That should suffice. Bardock wiped the sweat from his brow, surveying the small mountain of stone slabs. Let us begin building a house. They chose a sheltered hollow in the mountain, first erecting a framework with sturdy logs, then meticulously fitting the stone slabs together. Initially, they had to carefully adjust the slabs' positions, fearful of misalignment causing a collapse. However, eventually, they could even use chi to gently lift the slabs, guiding them as if by an invisible hand, precisely embedding them into the framework. As the sun set, a simple yet sturdy stone house finally took shape. The house was modest, consisting of a single room, with a roof made of thatch and branches, and walls constructed from smooth stone slabs, the gaps filled tightly with earth. Though it appeared unadorned, it exuded a sense of solidity. Janae stood in front of the house, hands on her hips, gazing at the dwelling built by their combined strength, her face radiating satisfaction. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her features, transforming her hair into a warm orange hue. Bardock, she turned to him, her eyes sparkling. Is this our new home? Bardock approached her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, his gaze shifting from the stone house to the sun slowly descending in the distance. Yes, this is our new home on Earth. He paused, looking deeply into Janae's eyes, his tone resolute. But this is merely temporary. Once we find Kakarot and establish our footing on this planet, I shall build you a grander house, even more splendid than King Vegeta's palace. Janae couldn't help but chuckle, playfully punching his arm. I don't care for any palace. She leaned against Bardock's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her voice softening. As long as I can be with you and Kakarot, I would gladly dwell in a cave. She hesitated, suddenly recalling something, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Once we find Kakarot, I'll teach him to speak, to recognize the flowers and grasses of Earth, and tell him he has a remarkable father. We must also find our eldest son, Raditz, and... Her voice trailed off, tinged with emotion. Bardock tightened his embrace, holding her a bit closer. He felt her shiver, a manifestation of longing, grievance, and hope for the future. We will find him, he murmured softly, resting his chin atop her head. It won't be long. A sunset glow rose in the hollow, filtering through the branches and casting a silver sheen upon the stone house. The distant creek babbled gently, as if humming a tender lullaby. Nightfall quietly descended, the darkness creeping up the treetops, stars flickering into existence one by one in the sky. Bardock and Janae entered the stone house, which, while simple, was tidy and clean. They laid down a thick layer of thatch on the ground as a makeshift bed. Janae rested her head on Bardock's shoulder, gazing at the stars outside, and sighed softly. I wonder if Kakarot is asleep now. Is he also looking at the stars? Bardock remained silent, simply tightening his grip on her hand. He understood that finding Kakarot was merely the first step, as many challenges awaited them. Frieza's threat, Earth's crises, and the innate warrior instincts of the Scion bloodline. Yet at this moment, looking at Janae beside him, gazing at their humble yet warm stone house, he suddenly felt that no matter how many storms lay ahead, as long as they were together, they could endure anything. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The evening breeze wafted through the bamboo grove, carrying a fragrant aroma. Inside the stone house, two weary yet content figures nestled together, gradually drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to them, a young boy named Kakarot, or Son Goku, lay in the embrace of an elder on another hillside, gazing at the same stars, a sweet smile adorning his lips. Their story was just beginning. Chapter 12. Bulma's family business on the brink of bankruptcy. As night deepened, the chirping of insects in the mountain forest grew denser, like nature's lullaby for the weary fugitives. When Bardock awoke from a light slumber, Janae was still resting against his shoulder, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly preoccupied even in her dreams. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead, his fingertips brushing against warm skin, a mix of her still damp sweat and the fresh scent of the forest. The moonlight outside had unexpectedly become particularly bright, filtering through the gaps in the stone walls and casting intricate patterns of light on the ground. Bardock quietly rose, walking to the door and pushing open the creaking wooden door. The night breeze, cool with dew, refreshed his muddled mind. He looked up at the sky, the Milky Way stretching across the deep blue canvas like a glowing ribbon, and the familiar stars appeared oddly unfamiliar. After all, this was not the Earth of his past memories, and the positions of the stars bore subtle discrepancies. What was he thinking? The voice of Janae drifted from behind, carrying the raspiness of someone just awakened. Bardock turned to see her standing at the door, clad in a makeshift coat fashioned from animal hides, gazing at him. "It's nothing," he replied with a smile. "I was merely admiring the stars." Janae approached him, following his gaze upwards, and suddenly pointed at an exceptionally bright star. "Look at that one. When we were on Vegeta, Mother said it was the star of the Guardian Warriors." Her voice softened as she pondered whether her mother and the others had survived. Bardock chose not to respond, well aware that Frieza's annihilation was total, leaving no survivors on Vegeta. He gently took Janae's hand, which felt icy, still holding the chill of the night. "Do not dwell on it," he reassured her. "We are here on Earth, alive, which means there is still hope." Janae nodded, burying her face in his chest, as if seeking warmth. After a considerable pause, she murmured, "Tomorrow, let us inquire with the locals. We can ask what year it is, and if they have seen a little boy resembling a small monkey." "All right," Bardock replied, "but we must proceed with caution. The inhabitants of Earth may harbor suspicions towards beings like us." He recalled that, in the original timeline, early Earthlings exhibited little aversion to the appearance of Psiots. Yet prudence was always wise. At dawn the following day, as the first light broke, they set out. They walked downstream along a creek, and Bardock donned a garment he had found aboard their spaceship, one he had purchased during a previous mission on another planet. To his surprise, it was suitable, resembling the style of Earth's aesthetic. Janae had braided her long hair into a twist, secured with a wooden pin, appearing less like a fierce Scion warrior and more gentle. After about 2 hours of walking, they finally encountered signs of civilization. Nestled at the foot of a mountain was a small village, with several thatched roof cottages scattered along the field's edge, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, and the aroma of rice porridge wafting through the air. A few villagers clad in coarse clothing paused their labors to curiously observe Bardock and Janae as they passed by. "Did you come from the mountains?" An elderly farmer with dark skin approached, leaning on his hoe and speaking in a thick local dialect of Earth's language. Bardock felt a wave of relief. The common tongue here was familiar to him. "Yes," he replied, striving to keep his tone calm. "We are travelers, lost, and wish to know what year it is." The old man hesitated, seemingly taken aback by their inquiry, but eventually replied honestly, "It is the year 740 in the Earth calendar." 740, Bardock silently calculated. In accordance with the original timeline, Raditz invasion of Earth would occur in 761, meaning there were still 21 years before that crisis. Kakarot would be around 2 years old now, nearing 3. He was likely enjoying carefree days with Sun Wukong. This time frame was more generous than he had anticipated, allowing ample opportunity for preparation. 740, Bardock mentally reaffirmed, unconsciously rubbing the edge of his garment. A buffer of 21 years exceeded his initial estimates. This indicated that Kakarot was merely a toddler, just beginning to walk unsteadily, while Sun Wukong was likely protecting him, teaching him to identify wild plants and berries in the valley. This fleeting image brought a slight easing to his taut nerves. Janae, clearly unaware of his momentary lapse, immediately asked upon hearing the year, "Old man, have you seen a little boy with a tail? About this tall, with dark hair and bright eyes?" She gestured, indicating a small height at her waist, her tone brimming with urgency. Although she had no clear image of Kakarot's current appearance, her maternal instincts guided her description. The old farmer squinted, pondering for a while before shaking his head. "I don't recall. There are only a few families in this village, and I know all the children. None of them have tails. Besides, a child with a tail is not human. Perhaps a monkey from the mountains?" He chuckled, revealing his smoke-stained teeth, infused with rustic humor. Janae's shoulders slumped, and the light in her eyes dimmed significantly. Bardock gently touched her arm, signaling her not to despair. "Old man, we come from far away. The child has fallen ill, and his tail has not fallen off," he half-lied, hoping to elicit more information. "He may have wandered nearby. Please, think again." The old man slowly shook his head once more. Bardock felt a shadow cross his gaze, his fingers unconsciously clenching the fabric of his clothing. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his disappointment and asked another question. "Have any unusual events occurred nearby recently? Strange noises, or the arrival of uncommon visitors?" The old man sat down on the edge of the field, pulled out a pipe, lit it, and leisurely remarked, "Well, there was something in the papers a few days ago, stating that the Universal Capsule Company might be going bankrupt." The Universal Capsule Company? Bardock recalled that name vaguely, associating it with the Dragon Balls. Indeed, the old man sighed. his face filled with regret. Their capsules were incredibly useful. You could fit furniture or a bicycle into one. So small it could be carried in your pocket, affordable and convenient. If they truly go bankrupt, shopping will become much more troublesome. After the old man walked away, Bardock and Janae stood by the field, gazing at the mist-laden rice paddies, momentarily at a loss for words. Dewdrops on the ears of grain rolled down the stalks, splashing into the earth and creating faint ripples, as if composing a mournful accompaniment to their despondency. "Looks like we must rely on ourselves to search," Janae said softly, her fingers nervously twisting the end of her braid. The once neatly woven braid now had a few loose strands falling over her eyes, concealing her disappointment. Bardock responded with a noncommittal sound, yet his gaze drifted toward the village's bulletin board. The mention of the Universal Capsule Company struck a chord in his memory. He distinctly recalled that in the original timeline, this company, founded by Dr. Briefs, had dominated the global portable storage market since its inception, relying on the universal capsule technology. The idea of bankruptcy or even financial difficulties seemed far-fetched. But now, in the year 740 of the Earth calendar, with a full 10 years until Bulma first encountered Sun Wukong, could it be that the company truly faced such a crisis during this decade? "Let us return to our dwelling," he suggested, patting Janae on the back, his fingers brushing against her thin fabric. "We shall think of a solution on the way back." The return journey was marked by a heavy silence. Janae kicked at stones along the roadside, occasionally sending a small rock skittering into the grass before she would cease. Meanwhile, Bardock's mind raced with thoughts. The core technology of the Universal Capsule Company was the universal capsule itself, which operated by compressing the molecules of an object into a miniature container, a feat requiring immense technical expertise. What could have led to a breakdown in their financial stability? Was it the exorbitant investment in new equipment? Or perhaps they faced malicious competition? "Bardock," Janae suddenly halted, looking up at him. "Isn't the capsule the kind that can fit houses and cars into pockets? I've seen them in the black market on Vegeta. They say they are made on Earth." "Yes." Bardock nodded. "Invented by Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs." He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something. "If this item truly offers exceptional quality at a reasonable price, it indicates a substantial market demand. Logically, they should not be short on funds unless they were developing more advanced technologies, such as spacecraft for cosmic travel." Chapter 13. A penny can stump even the greatest heroes. If that were the case, Bardock instinctively glanced at his busy wife beside him. Janae's original profession was that of a spacecraft mechanic, so she must possess foundational knowledge in spacecraft development and repair. Although their spacecraft had exhausted its energy, it could still be used if adequately re-energized. Perhaps with this expertise, it might indeed be possible to negotiate a deal with Bulma Company. There could be unexpected gains from such an arrangement, perhaps even shares in the Universal Capsule Company. If they truly acquired shares in this company, they would have access to advanced Earth technologies, such as the gravity chamber and dragon radar, allowing them to utilize these resources at will. It is worth noting that for scions like them, the quickest way to enhance combat power on Earth is through the hyperbolic time chamber. Unfortunately, visits to that location are limited. The second option is the gravity chamber at Bulma's, where Vegeta significantly increased his power level through training. Just as this thought emerged, he suppressed it. There was no point in pondering such matters now. The immediate priority was to understand their current situation. However, they could not even afford a newspaper, let alone access core information from a company. Bardock gazed into the crackling fire, the flames reflecting in his eyes, intensifying memories of the future. He recalled the Earth girl named Chi-Chi, who is, in fact, the daughter-in-law from the original story of Dragon Ball. He remembered her frowning as she recited the household expenses, her brow furrowed with worry. At that time, Kakarot exerted all his brute strength in the fields. His palms hardened not from battle, but from wielding a hoe. What troubled him further was Gohan, the child who could unleash Super Saiyan 2 brilliance in the Cell games. Gohan was the first Super Saiyan 2 in history, battling the formidable Cell directly, only to later appear with glasses, clutching books, and moving awkwardly as if he could hardly throw a punch. He had turned into a mirror image of Nobita Nobi. The root cause of all this lay in the pressures of daily life. Expenses for rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, tea, mortgage payments, and car loans. Chi-Chi had no choice but to demand that Goku toil in the fields to earn a living, and to push Gohan to study diligently, hoping to change their fate through knowledge. Ultimately, it boiled down to two words: lack of funds. Yet, The result was that the potential of two super warriors was stifled by their circumstances. Upon realizing this, Bardock suddenly let out a derisive scoff, tinged with a sense of frustration. Wearing thick glasses and holding books, Gohan could barely move a stone. Others called him Yamcha, mocking him as if he were a coward hiding behind a desk. He recalled the absurd plot from Dragon Ball Super, his chest feeling like it was constricted by boiling magma. Later, when Frieza returned with his remaining forces, Gohan struggled to transform into a Super Saiyan once more, only to find himself unable to defeat even Frieza's most basic form, beaten to the ground. And then there was Jinyu, who had once been easily defeated by Vegeta but returned in a new body, forcing Gohan into a desperate situation. Wasn't he laughable? The child who could pierce through Cell ended up unable to handle even the lowest-ranking minion. Of course, from Chi-Chi's perspective, there was nothing wrong. She was merely an ordinary Earth woman, not a wealthy heiress. Perhaps Chi-Chi had some savings initially. The Bull Demon King's castle possessed immense wealth, leaving her with gold and jewels, making her somewhat of a minor landowner at first. However, the terrifying appetites of two Scions consumed her meager savings entirely. The financial demands of Scions are astronomical, compounded by their expenses, leading to a relatively impoverished life after marriage. Thus, Chi-Chi also hoped to earn a significant income, compelling Kakarot to work the fields and Gohan to become a studious bookworm out of necessity. Chi-Chi's struggles were considerable. She was merely a representative of traditional Earth women, possessing many admirable qualities. After all, despite being super warriors, they could not resort to theft for income. As Earthlings, they must abide by Earth's rules. Yet, alas, a penny can stump even the greatest heroes. The blood of Scions is fiery, not meant to languish in a rice barrel. He murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his knee. When Gnei approached, she caught a glimpse of the fleeting intensity in his eyes. If they were to change this situation, it must begin with their generation. Bardock silently contemplated. If their generation became immensely wealthy, then his son Kakarot and his grandson Gohan would have better material conditions for training and cultivation, ultimately enhancing their combat power to confront formidable foes. The fire illuminated the contours of Bardock's jaw, radiating an undeniable resolve. Some forms of stability are like honey, while others are merely sugar-coated poison. He was all too aware of this reality. Upon returning to their stone house, the sun had risen high overhead. The wind in the valley carried the dampness of the stream, causing the thatched roof to rustle. Gnei pushed the door open and instinctively headed towards the storage box in the corner, where they kept the last few vials of nutrient solution salvaged from their spacecraft. Bardock sat on the stone slab at the door, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant bamboo grove. The idea of investing in Bulma's company had taken root in his mind like a seed. Legal identity, wealth, gravity chambers, cosmic travel technology, and Dragon Radar were all crucial for their foothold on Earth and for confronting future crises. But where would the funds come from? He rummaged through his pockets, finding only a few coins of unknown origin, likely from some distant planet, which would scarcely buy a loaf of bread on Earth. "Dear," Gnei's voice called from within, tinged with urgency, "we've run out of nutrient solution." Bardock snapped back to reality and entered the room to see Gnei holding up an empty metal tube. Her brow furrowed in concern. That was their last vial of high-concentration nutrient solution. They had only shared half of it the previous night to conserve it. "It's fine," he said, approaching her to take the empty tube and toss it into the corner with the waste. "Earth's ecosystem can sustain us. I will go hunting." "I'll go with you." Gnei stood upright immediately, reaching for the short knife in the corner, the weapon she had brought from the spacecraft, its blade still marked by meteorite impacts. "Stay here." Bardock pressed her hand down gently, his fingertip brushing over the calluses on her palm. "There is something more important for you to do." Gnei was taken aback. "What is it?" "You are a spacecraft mechanic, right?" Bardock's gaze fell on the pile of spacecraft parts in the corner, the scratched metal plates still bearing the insignia of the Scion Army. "Write down everything you know about the fundamental theories of spacecraft, detailed as possible. The principles of the warp engine, the structure of the energy circulation system, even the blueprints for basic life support devices." Gnei was even more confused. "Why write these? Our spacecraft is unusable, and do the Earthlings even need this?" In her mind, Earth's technology was still at the stage of using wheels for transport. They likely hadn't even heard of anti-gravity devices. "It will be useful." Bardock's tone left no room for doubt, yet there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. This is crucial for our strategy on Earth. Trust me, will you? He raised his hand, gently ruffling her hair, his fingertip running through her strands to touch her warm scalp. I looked into his resolute eyes. Her doubts gradually replaced by trust. From the training camp on Planet Vegeta to the reconnaissance ship during their escape, Bardock always found a way out of dire situations. This time, she was willing to believe in him once more. All right. She nodded slightly and turned to search for something to write with. Ultimately, she rummaged through the spaceship's first aid kit and found a fluorescent pen and a roll of disinfecting gauze. Is it acceptable if I write on the gauze? I simply cannot find any paper, she inquired. Of course, replied Bardock with a smile as he pushed open the door. I will return shortly. Watching his silhouette disappear into the bamboo forest, Jine settled onto the stone floor, unfurling the gauze. Her hand, gripping the fluorescent pen, hesitated to descend. The theoretical framework of the spacecraft was as natural to her as breathing. However, rendering those intricate formulas and structures in a manner comprehensible to Earthlings was no simple task. She bit her lip, suddenly recalling Bardock's earlier gaze. Taking a deep breath, she sketched the first energy cycle diagram onto the gauze. Bardock had not ventured far when he heard a deafening roar. The sound resembled a colossal hammer striking metal, causing the air to tremble. Following the noise through a dense thicket, he raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. A 10-meter-long Tyrannosaurus Rex was thumping its powerful hind legs against the ground, drool dripping from its gaping maw as it fixated on an overturned car ahead. The vehicle's door was deformed from the impact, and shards of glass littered the ground. A man clad in a suit was climbing out of the window, a long gash marking his pant leg, blood seeping from his calf. As he scrambled, he screamed, "Help! Someone please help me!" Clearly enraged by the man's cries, the Tyrannosaurus lowered its massive head, its sharp teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight, poised to strike. Initially, Bardock sought a more docile prey, such as the woolly mammoth he had previously encountered, yet this scenario spared him the effort. He flexed his wrist, the joints emitting a subtle crack, and the energy within him began to flow smoothly. His practice in sensing energy over the past few days had refined his control significantly. Dealing with such an unintelligent beast required no full exertion of power. Just as he prepared to unleash an energy blast to finish off the Tyrannosaurus, an unexpected event transpired. A thunderous sound erupted from the side, shaking the ground as if the earth itself had quaked. Bardock instinctively sidestepped, only to see a white figure streak overhead, accompanied by a rushing wind, crashing forcefully into the side of the Tyrannosaurus. It was a middle-aged man donned in a white robe, his hair styled into an eccentric bun, wielding a stone pillar taller than himself, seemingly ripped from some beam. With a long face, pale complexion, and slanted, piercing eyes reminiscent of a hawk, he exuded the ruthless demeanor of a cold-blooded killer. His lips were pressed into a straight line, evoking an impression of mercilessness. Across the back of his robe were flamboyant characters. Chapter 14, The Capture of Tao Bai Bai, Part 1. As Bardock was about to strike down the Tyrannosaurus, he caught a glimpse of the white figure darting by like a specter. The figure moved with such speed that its actions were nearly imperceptible. The sound of a dull thud echoed, resembling a heavy hammer striking cotton. The massive body of the Tyrannosaurus, unexpectedly lifted by an unseen force, arched awkwardly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, its head tilted to one side, eyes rolling back in defeat, having been knocked unconscious by a single blow. As dust clouded the air, the white-robed man walked forward at a leisurely pace. He held the towering stone pillar as if it were a mere feather, never pausing in his stride. In the next moment, his form blurred, and when he reappeared, he stood before the overturned car, moving not by walking but by a speed akin to teleportation. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, pressing it against the crumpled hood of the vehicle. The shrill sound of twisting metal ceased abruptly, and the car appeared as if it had been pinned to the ground, immovable. The suited man, still trapped in the window, was disoriented from the earlier collision. Upon seeing someone approach, he instinctively attempted to cry out for help, but the icy gaze of the white-robed man held him in place. The man retrieved a photograph from his pocket, comparing it with the man within the vehicle under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. A cruel smile slowly crept across his face, one devoid of warmth, embodying the thrill of impending slaughter. "I have found you," he murmured softly, his voice low yet reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, sending chills down the spine. Before his words faded, he aligned his index and middle fingers, a point of blinding white light coalescing at their tips. The suited man's pupils constricted sharply, a terrified whimper escaping his throat, yet he lacked the strength to struggle. With a piercing sound, a slender yet penetrating wave of light shot forth, seamlessly piercing the man's heart. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the shattered window crimson, his eyes bulging in terror as the last flicker of life extinguished from them. The white-robed man withdrew his hand, nonchalantly tearing the photograph into fragments. As the wind blew, the paper remnants floated skyward like white butterflies, intertwining bizarrely with the scent of blood in the air. Only then did he seem to notice something. Slowly turning to fix his gaze on Bardock, who leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, arms crossed over his chest, his expression devoid of panic, instead exuding a relaxed sense of amusement. He had witnessed the entire spectacle, from the Tyrannosaurus being subdued to the instantaneous immobilization of the car, and the final lethal wave of light. He had remained idle, as if the killing scene before him was nothing more than an inconsequential farce. Oh, the white-robed man raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise dancing in his narrowed eyes. You are not afraid of me? In his recollection, those who had witnessed his prowess either crumpled in terror or begged for mercy. This was the first time he encountered someone so composed. Bardock scoffed, standing upright and brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Why should I fear you? The white-robed man, known as Tao Bai Bai, leisurely dabbed at the bloodstains on his robe, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Well then, since you have witnessed everything, you must be silenced. However, before your demise, allow me to clarify your understanding. He paused, deliberately elongating his tone as if savoring the moment before the revelation. The reason for your calmness is that you are unaware of my identity. At this juncture, he straightened, lifting his chin slightly, his aura sharpening abruptly, freezing the surrounding air. Listen well, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley. Speak my name, and be awed. I am the brother of the founder of He Xianmen, He Xianren, the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. He surveyed Bardock with a sense of triumph, convinced that upon hearing his name, the latter would be paralyzed with fear. Rest assured, my status will ensure your death is swift and painless. However, the anticipated terror did not manifest. Bardock initially froze in surprise before erupting into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. His laughter began as a restrained chuckle, escalating to unabashed guffaws, ultimately transforming into uncontrollable mirth. He laughed while clapping his hands, repeatedly muttering, "Incredible! My dear brother, this aura, this spectacle, ha ha ha." Truth be told, since arriving in this Dragon Ball world, he had never encountered anyone who could amuse him so thoroughly. Wiping away tears of laughter, he regarded the bewildered Tao Bai Bai and teased. Frieza would not even come close to your level of pretense. When it comes to boasting, you would earn the title of Big Brother from him. The expression on Tao Bai Bai's face darkened instantly. His identity and strength had always been his greatest source of pride, and he had never before endured such ridicule, especially not from someone who had referenced Frieza, a name he had never heard, which made him feel as though his intimidation factor had been thoroughly trampled. You seek death. Tao Bai Bai seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His right hand shot up, fingers once again gathering the blinding white light. Die! The piercing wave shot towards Bardock's chest. With a force of 90%, he struck powerfully enough to reduce a Tyrannosaurus Rex to mere fragments. He could hardly believe that the audacious individual before him could still wear a smile. However, the next scene caused the pupils of Tao Bai Bai to contract sharply, his anger swiftly replaced by shock. As the piercing Dong Dong Bo approached, Bardock remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. Just as the light wave was about to make contact with his body, it appeared to collide with an invisible wall, dispersing into scattered white light 3 meters away, vanishing without a trace. How could this be possible? Tao Bai Bai exclaimed in disbelief. The Dong Dong Bois he had painstakingly honed over the years hadn't even grazed the hem of his opponent's garment before dissipating into thin air. Bardock's smile gradually faded as he observed the astonished Tao Bai Bai, his gaze sharpening slightly. In the next moment, a tremendous aura began to emanate from within him. This energy was not even a fraction of his full strength, yet to the martial artists of Earth, it was akin to a natural disaster. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire valley in an instant. Leaves on the ground were swept into a frenzied dance, and even the distant Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared to sense the threat, emitting a low, mournful groan. Tao Bai Bai was the first to succumb, feeling as if an unseen mountain pressed upon him, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. His knees struck the hard rock with a dull thud. Yet he felt no pain, for the fear emanating from the depths of his soul overshadowed everything else. He trembled violently, cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a string of pearls, soaking his robe. In the presence of this aura, he felt like a mere ant, while his opponent loomed like a primal beast surveying the world. He even imagined that, even compared to his own brother, this man's aura was infinitely greater. Predecessor, spare my life. Tao Bai finally could no longer maintain his composure. The arrogance he had just displayed evaporated, and he prostrated on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head, the sound echoing clearly in the valley. Predecessor, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer you vast riches if you spare my life. Whatever it takes. Bardock, watching Tao Bai's subservient demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, though his laughter carried a hint of coldness. If I kill you, all your wealth will simply become mine. These words doused Tao Bai's last flicker of hope like a bucket of ice water. In a panic, he crawled a few steps forward, attempting to grasp Bardock's leg, only to be halted half a meter away by the invisible pressure. No, predecessor, I am still of use. I can serve you. I can help you kill. Just say the word, and I could take the head of even the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Tao Bai pleaded incoherently, fear rendering him incapable of rational thought. Please, predecessor, grant me this one mercy. Bardock reined in some of his aura, the suffocating pressure lightening slightly. Tao Bai felt a measure of relief, but dared not rise, remaining prostrate, awaiting his fate. I offer you two choices. Bardock's voice turned grave, each word striking Tao Bai's heart like a hammer. The first, death. I choose the second. I choose the second. Tao Bai screamed without hesitation, his head striking the ground even harder. Predecessor, I choose the second. Please tell me what the second choice is. Bardock regarded him with satisfaction and nodded. The second choice is to submit to me and serve as my subordinate. What I demand is absolute obedience, do you understand? Tao Bai hesitated momentarily, as the world's top assassin, yielding to an unknown individual was a blow to his pride. Yet, recalling the cataclysmic aura from earlier, the very real fear of obliteration gripped him. In his current station, he cherished his life dearly. Gritting his teeth, he nodded vigorously. I am willing to submit to you. Living is everything. Bardock suddenly felt a surge of impatience and reached out, lightly patting Tao Bai's shoulder. At the moment of contact, a pure energy flowed from his fingertips into Tao Bai's body. Initially gentle, the energy quickly grew violent, wreaking havoc within his limbs and organs. Tao Bai let out a chilling scream, his body curling up like a boiled lobster, trembling violently as veins bulged on his forehead, his face contorted with agony. The energy seemed intent on shattering his very insides, and he felt his consciousness blurring. Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. He cried out hoarsely, expending his last ounce of strength. Bardock watched until it seemed sufficient, then snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the violent energy within Tao Bai vanished without a trace. The excruciating pain receded, leaving him slumped on the ground, gasping for air, his cold sweat soaking his robe, resembling someone pulled from water. Bardock nodded in satisfaction, realizing his control over energy had significantly improved. Remember this feeling, he said, his voice icy. Now, surrender all your wealth to me. I mean all of it. He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If you dare to be deceitful, I will not hesitate to make you relive that agony, or worse, to the point of wishing for death. He squatted down, gazing at the terrified Tao Bai, adding, to be frank, I have already sealed a portion of my aura within you. With just a thought, that aura can explode, leaving not even a trace of you behind. Moreover, you should be able to sense my strength. On this earth, no one can undo my seal upon you. Tao Bai was utterly panicked. He had no doubt about Bardock's words. The earlier torment was still fresh in his memory, and he had no doubt that this enigmatic figure possessed the power to end his life in a most gruesome manner. He hastily pulled a silver capsule from his robe, cradling it with both hands as he presented it to Bardock, a grimace on his face resembling a cry more than a smile. Master, this contains all my wealth. Bardock took the capsule, glancing at it before pressing the top button. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and a small mountain of glimmering gold coins appeared on the previously empty ground, accompanied by scattered jewels and ornaments, the diamonds glistening dazzlingly under the sunlight, along with neatly stacked boxes of currency bearing the symbols of various nations. Bardock raised an eyebrow, surprised by Tao Bai Bai's considerable wealth. No wonder it was said that during the early to mid-stages of the first Dragon Ball series, Tao Bai Bai's fortune rivaled that of Bulma's company. It was indeed no exaggeration. He smiled with satisfaction, storing the capsule away. Not bad. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Tao Bai Bai, seeing this, felt a slight relaxation in his heart, thinking this ordeal might be over. Today, I shall spare you. Bardock stood up, towering over him. But remember, from now on, you are my subordinate. You must obey my commands absolutely, or with a mere thought, I can obliterate you. Yes, I understand, master. Tao Bai Bai hurriedly bowed his head, shouting, I, Tao Bai Bai, am willing to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Bardock patted his shoulder once more, this time lightly, yet it made Tao Bai Bai shiver. Your assassin missions may continue. Bardock spoke slowly, but before proceeding, it was imperative to meticulously verify the identity of the other party. No virtuous person should be harmed. Only those who are utterly wicked may be dealt with. If I discover that you have slain an innocent, his gaze, already imbued with an icy intensity, left no room for further explanation. Tao Bai Bai nodded fervently, as if pounding garlic. I shall remember. I will never harm the good, if you obey me well. Bardock's tone shifted slightly, laced with a hint of temptation. I would not mind bestowing upon you some power. Tao Bai Bai's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. If he could receive guidance from this formidable entity and acquire greater strength, he would not only submit, but would gladly toil like a beast. In due course, becoming the world's foremost assassin, or even dominating the earth would seem entirely feasible. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. His voice trembled with excitement. I will certainly obey your commands, entirely at your service. Bardock waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Yes, my lord. Tao Bai Bai bowed once more before scrambling to his feet, seizing a nearby stone pillar and hurling it skyward. At the moment the pillar was about to descend, he leapt into the air, landing deftly upon it. The stone pillar, with him upon it, shot forth like an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Observing Tao Bai Bai's hasty retreat, Bardock couldn't help but chuckle. He had never anticipated that his outing for a hunt would yield such unexpected gains. Not only had he plundered the world's top assassin, but he had also gained him as a subordinate. With Tao Bai Bai as an aide, many future plans would become easier to execute. Tasks that were inconvenient for him to undertake personally could be delegated to Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, Tao Bai Bai's prowess was among the finest on earth. He might even serve as an excellent sparring partner for Kakarot, sharpening his skills and facilitating his growth. With this thought, Bardock's spirits soared. He approached the unconscious Tyrannosaurus, effortlessly hoisting the massive beast onto his shoulder, and turned towards the stone house. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows upon him. Though the weight of the Tyrannosaurus was considerable, it did not impede his stride. His mind began to formulate plans. With this newfound wealth, investing in Bulma's company could soon be on the agenda. At that juncture, the gravity chamber and Dragon Ball radar would no longer pose challenges. He was determined to alter the future, ensuring that the Scion blood would forever run hot, never allowing them to be confined by mundane concerns and squander their intrinsic potential. It seemed that today marked a promising beginning for all of this. Chapter 16. Journey to Shidu. As the breeze rustled the foliage, Bardock, carrying the Tyrannosaurus, approached the vicinity of the stone house. The setting sun cast intricate shadows across his chiseled profile, the muscles of his shoulders rippling. The several-ton beast resting on his shoulder felt as light as a feather. The grayish-green scales glimmered coldly, their serrated edges brushing against the grass. Traces left when Tao Bai Bai had felled it with the stone pillar. Several dozen meters away, wisps of smoke curled upward from a chimney. Janae often remarked that the evening breeze easily dissipated the scent of cooking, hence she had constructed the chimney higher than the eaves. At this moment, the pale gray plumes swayed gently in the wind, resembling a silken ribbon tethering them to home. Thud! The beast landed with a thump, stirring a cloud of dust and startling the lizards perched on the wooden fence into a panicked retreat. Janae, who had been sorting herbs by the stone stove, turned sharply. Her wooden spatula clattered into a ceramic jar, and her lavender skirt brushed against the moss, sending a cascade of tiny droplets into the air. She hurried forward, her fingertips brushing against the rough skin of the Tyrannosaurus, the icy hardness prompting a sharp intake of breath. This creature must weigh several tons. Bardock removed his grass-stained gloves, revealing clean, well-defined fingers, devoid of any signs of battle. He nonchalantly tossed the gloves onto a wooden rack, the metallic clasps clattering and startling a sparrow beneath the eaves. I found it on the road. Someone knocked it out with a stone pillar, saving me the trouble. Seeing his battle attire pristine as new, Janae's previously taut nerves relaxed. Her earlier concerns for her husband's safety seemed unwarranted. With a playful glare, she turned to retrieve a black obsidian chopping board. It had been hewn from the valley last month, so hard it could cut through metal. Now warmed by the setting sun, I will fetch the bone knife. You help me flip it over. Her voice carried an unmistakable lightness as she returned from the corner of the house, wielding a long knife fashioned from a giant python's vertebra, the blade gleaming with a cold sheen in the light. Bardock bent down, grasping the creature's hind leg. His arm muscles bulged, veins rising beneath his bronzed skin like serpents. With a low growl, he managed to flip the several-ton Tyrannosaurus, its underbelly gleaming with a nacreous sheen in the sunset. Janae swung the knife down, the sound of the bone knife slicing through flesh echoing like a ceremonial act. She skillfully carved along the spine, avoiding the internal organs, and extracted the most succulent tenderloin. This piece will be saved for jerky, she declared, placing the rosy meat into a ceramic jar, sprinkling it with dried thistle powder, her fingertips gliding over the meat's surface as if caressing silk. Bardock paused in his task of sectioning off the forelegs, a smile playing on his lips. That should last us several days. Be frugal. It will last longer, Janae laughed, playfully punching him. The bone knife spun in her palm, deftly removing the sinews. The wild vegetables from the back mountain had just begun to sprout, perfect to accompany the roasted meat. And this piece, I shall save for Kakarot. Bardock suddenly chuckled softly. By the time we find Kakarot, this meat will have spoiled. Then I command you to hurry and find my Kakarot, Janae said, hands on her hips, with a touch of pride. At that moment, Bardock could not suppress the smile that graced his lips. Janae appeared both mischievous and endearing, prompting him to pull her tightly into an embrace. The blood of the dragon flowed into rivulets on the obsidian chopping board, seeping into the cracks of the stone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dappled shadows danced across the couple, the air fragrant with the mingling scents of blood and fresh foliage. As the last rays of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, a bonfire blazed in the courtyard. Janae skewered half a dinosaur's meat onto a sharpened sandalwood stick, rotating it over the flames, with oil dripping and sparks flying, the rich aroma of meat mingling with the scent of pine resin wafting through the air. Bardock added a sturdy pine log to the fire, the sparks rising with the smoke, merging with the evening glow in the sky. Done. Janae sliced off a large piece of perfectly roasted meat, its crispy exterior enveloping succulent, juicy flesh, the steam shimmering with an enticing luster. Bardock took a generous bite. The hot meat juice exploded on his tongue, the savory flavor perfectly balanced. Janae always remarked that he had a heavy taste, adding an extra spoon of rock salt to the meat each time it was roasted. Eat slowly. Janae offered him a ceramic jar of water, and she too took a small piece, biting into it with her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The firelight danced upon her face, casting warm golden hues upon the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, marks of years of hard work that appeared softer than any star. The two sat side by side on a wooden stump, the firewood gradually transforming into glowing embers, the crackling sounds stretching their shadows long against the stone wall, resembling flickering silhouettes. Janae suddenly rose, dragging out a heavy wooden box, the brass lock catching the firelight. Look. Inside the box lay neatly arranged several pieces of fine gauze, each inscribed with fundamental knowledge regarding spacecraft. The topmost piece was tied with a red string, adorned with 2 small stones. The text was extensive, and the highlighter had run out. I gathered some fluorescent minerals, ground them into powder, and mixed them with glue to write on the gauze so we could see it even at night. She unfurled the gauze tied with the red string, and by the flickering firelight, the intricate lettering, written in various colors of fluorescent powder, became visible. Blue marked the spacecraft's spatial layout. Red outlined the energy flow pathways of the engine compartment, and in the corner, a simplistic drawing depicted a stick figure seated in a chair, shaded in yellow. This encapsulates the key points of spacecraft spatial technology, based on the textbooks from Vegeta Planet. Janae's fingertips brushed against the yellow figure, a gentle warmth flickering in her gaze. Furthermore, this is the energy matrix that enables the spaceship to travel at light speed. When energy levels are insufficient, it must be handled this way. Bardock took the bandage, his fingers gliding over the cool fabric, the fluorescent powder softly glowing in the darkness. Faintly infused with the scent of dried mugwort, which GNEI had soaked in herbal water to prevent insect damage. The attention to detail was evident. His voice was slightly hoarse as he reached out to ruffle her hair, the strands soft as dried dandelion fluff, quivering gently in his palm. As GNEI chuckled, her shoulders trembling with laughter, Bardock suddenly spoke. Today, I encountered someone named Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai. GNEI's eyes were filled with confusion. Who is that? The so-called #1 assassin on Earth, Bardock replied, chewing on roasted meat, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. It is said he never misses his mark and has quite a number of victims. His strength is average among Earthlings, but for us, he is akin to a larger ant. Seeing her still bewildered, Bardock added, he is merely a mediocre assassin who revels in pretense. Realization dawned on GNEI. Oh, an assassin. Did you fight him? Not really, Bardock scoffed. He ambushed me, but I pinned him to the ground with a mere breath. That fellow wielded a stone pillar as a weapon. His speed was barely acceptable, but his strength was lacking. I let out a little energy, and he was terrified, begging for mercy on his knees. GNEI nearly dropped the meat in her hand. He begged you on his knees? In her mind, Bardock's intimidation was usually evident in the heat of battle, making such a display of dominance rare. Yes, Bardock nodded, a calculating smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What is your current battle power, dear? At that moment, GNEI curiously inquired, sensing that her husband seemed significantly stronger than before. Last time, he almost killed you. Recovering from that near-death experience must have increased my battle power considerably. It should exceed 14,000. At full capacity, I estimate it could reach 20,000. Bardock stated casually. GNEI exclaimed in delight. Over 20,000 battle power? Does that mean you're on par with Dodoria? Bardock nodded slightly. I believe I could surpass Dodoria now. As for Tao Bai Bai, I offered him 2 choices, death or submission. He chose the latter. He elaborated for GNEI's curious gaze. Thus, he became my subordinate. I sealed some energy within him. With a mere thought, I could obliterate him completely, preventing any tricks. Is that possible? GNEI's eyes sparkled like stars, akin to a child discovering a new toy. Is that energy the same as what you use in battle? No, Bardock clarified. The energy we use in combat is explosive, while what I sealed within him is compressed energy that remains dormant until unleashed, capable of toppling half a mountain. Suddenly, Bardock produced a silver capsule from his pocket, shaking it slightly. Oh, and he is quite wealthy. Pressing the capsule's top, a soft pop resonated, and a mountain of gold coins glimmered in the moonlight, alongside jewels and diamonds reflecting the campfire's glow, as well as several boxes of banknotes adorned with Earth's regional designs. GNEI gasped in astonishment. So much. What does Earth's currency even mean? She fathomed that such an amount must represent considerable wealth. Enough to accomplish many things, Bardock remarked nonchalantly as he pocketed the capsule. Tao Bai Bai is a top-tier individual on Earth and could prove useful in the future. GNEI gazed at him, suddenly perceiving a depth in the man before her that she had never noticed before. He always concealed meticulous calculations behind his seemingly spontaneous actions. You even thought of this. Her voice quivered slightly as she leaned into his embrace, her forehead resting against his collarbone. Unbeknownst to her, Bardock had been planning so much to ensure a better living environment for their family on Earth. The mingling scents of grass and roasted meat from Bardock brought her immense comfort. You are truly remarkable, Bardock. This straightforward praise resonated with him more than any flowery words could. Bardock wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his thumb tenderly stroking her hair. This is nothing. As the campfire dimmed, leaving only the dark red embers emitting residual warmth, Bardock stirred the coals lightly, sparks cascading down. Let us pack our things. We need to move. GNEI abruptly lifted her head, moisture still glistening in her eyes. Move. She surveyed the stone walls she had painstakingly constructed, each stone smoothed to perfection. In the garden corner, wild vegetables were sprouting, and the wooden fence was entwined with the vines she had woven, designed to shield against the morning dew. We have only been here for a little over 10 days, GNEI said with a hint of grievance. This place is too remote, Bardock replied, brushing off the dust as the moonlight filtered through the leaves of the parasol tree, casting dappled shadows on his face. We are heading to Shidu. GNEI blinked in surprise. Is it a place with many tall buildings? Yes, Bardock confirmed. There is the Bulma Corporation, which produces unique items like radar systems for navigation. various precision instruments, and even gravity chambers that can enhance our combat abilities, greatly aiding us in facing adversaries. With this wealth, we can invest and make future endeavors much easier. Gnei absent-mindedly picked at the cracks in the wooden stump, her voice trailing off. But here, the stream is clear, and there are herbs in the back mountain. I just planted purple star flowers on the windowsill yesterday, and they might bloom next month. Bardock bent down, grasping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. His eyes, devoid of their usual sharpness, resembled molten iron, exuding a rare tenderness. Silly girl. He wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, the warmth causing her to shiver. She has hot springs, warmer than the stream. The herbs can be transplanted, and the purple star flowers. He suddenly smiled. When we arrive at our new home, we can plant a row, and in a month or so, they will be in bloom. Just as Gnei was about to speak, Bardock's voice, sweet as honey, interrupted from above. Once we settle in Shidu, the journey will be much smoother. These words blew away all her discontent like a gentle breeze. She sprang to her feet, her once dull eyes now sparkling like stars, her hands grasping his arm tightly, her knuckles turning white. Really? Is it more convenient there? Seeing her eager expression, Bardock couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair gently, like soothing a startled fawn. Yes, much more convenient. He held Gnei's hand and shook it lightly. These bandages will also be useful there, and once we settle down, we can go find our son, Kakarot. Gnei suddenly leaped up, her joy unmistakable. The light purple skirt flowed gracefully as she dashed into the house, her wooden shoes clattering on the stone floor. I'll pack up right away. The bandages need to be wrapped in moisture-proof animal hides. This Tyrannosaurus skin is perfect for making a cloak for Kakarot. Bardock leaned against the doorframe, watching her reach for the wooden box on tiptoe, her skirt blowing against her calves, revealing her delicate ankles. She carefully placed the fluorescent bandages in the bottom of the box, wrapped the jerky in greaseproof paper, and gently cradled the newly sprouted purple star flowers. Wrapping the pot in cloth. Bardock, where's your gravity wristband? An anxious voice called from inside. Where did you put it? In the iron box under the bed, he replied, stepping into the room to find Gnei crouched on the floor, searching. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow on her hair. She moved with the grace of a swallow, her cheeks still glistening with unshed tears, yet her smile was radiant. Bardock suddenly embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her neck. The scent of grass and smoke enveloped him like a warm blanket. Once we reach Shidu, he said, his voice harboring a softness he was unaware of, we will first find a decent courtyard, and you can continue organizing your knowledge while I gather some intel. Gnei's body stiffened slightly before relaxing, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face buried in his back, her voice muffled. In the new house. I still want to build a swing, just like we did on Vegeta. All right. His voice echoed in the quiet room like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. As night deepened, warm light spilled from the windows of the stone house. Gnei stood at the door with the last bundle, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her smile brightening her eyes. Everything is packed. Are we leaving at dawn? Yes, at dawn, Bardock affirmed. Bardock gazed at the 5 large packages at the entrance, containing dried meat, water bags, herbs, and the meticulously prepared fluorescent gauze by Gnei. All the luggage was effortlessly stored in the capsule, resting lightly in his palm, which relieved both of them. As he watched her skip away, an unexpected sense of completeness filled the void within him. The scion was born for battle. Yet at this moment, he felt that protecting those close to him and embarking on the unknown path ahead held more significance than winning any war. The moonlight outside grew increasingly bright, filtering through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting fragmented silver spots. Leaning against the doorframe, he listened to the melody Gnei hummed. A tune often sung on Planet Vegeta, slightly off-key, yet more delightful than any sound in the world. He raised his gaze to the west. The capital city, Shidu, must be ablaze with lights at this hour. There lay the resources he needed, the extensive roads, and an environment that could provide a stable life for his family. At dawn, they would set out toward that place, toward a brand new future. Chapter 17. A new chapter in Shidu as the morning light pierced through the clouds. Bardock and Gnei stood at the entrance of Shidu. The dew from the previous night still clung to Gnei's skirt, carrying the fresh scent of the stone house's flora. Stepping into this steel forest felt akin to a drop of ink falling into boiling water, instantly engulfed by the surging clamor. Hovering vehicles whizzed past on magnetic tracks 3 meters above the ground, their glimmering advertisements reflected in Janae's astonished eyes, refracting into a mosaic of colors. She tilted her head upwards, where skyscrapers shot up like bamboo shoots after rain, their glass facades reflecting the morning sun and casting the sky in a flowing golden-red hue. Atop the tallest building, a massive electronic screen displayed a promotional video for interstellar travel, showcasing spaceships gliding through nebulas, harmoniously complementing the holographic shopping robots on the streets. The air was infused with the aroma of coffee, the scent of toasted bread, and a faint hint of energy engine exhaust, merging into the unique essence of Shido. This place was livelier than the most bustling city on Planet Vegeta. Janae instinctively tightened her grip on Bardock's hand, her fingertips brushing against the calluses on his palm, momentarily calming her nerves. Her light purple skirt, washed to a pale hue and splattered with mud, stood in stark contrast to the exquisite garments worn by the passers-by. Some wore shoes embedded with fine diamonds, gliding effortlessly on bursts of air. Others donned coats that changed color with the temperature, shifting from light gray to misty blue. And a child clutched a self-cleaning mechanical pet, its metallic ears brushing against Janae's pant leg, emitting a delicate buzzing sound. A sense of inferiority welled up within Janae. She felt out of place, as though this life was not meant for her. Bardock's gaze swept over the holographic map at the street corner, where a red arrow blinked, directing them toward the city center. He raised his hand to smooth the wind-tousled strands of Janae's hair, his fingertip brushing against her temple. First, let us change clothes, and then find a place to settle. His combat suit bore scars from battles with beasts, and the energy emblem at the collar had long since worn away. Walking on the immaculate pavement felt akin to a rugged hunter inadvertently stepping into a lavish banquet. They strolled down the pedestrian street, flanked by dazzling shop windows. A jewelry store projected the brilliance of diamonds into the air, forming a flowing waterfall of light. Next door, a pastry shop wafted the sweet aroma of caramel pudding, where a robot at the entrance held out a tasting tray, its mechanical arm deftly offering small spoons. Janae was captivated by a strawberry cake in the window, her pace slowing slightly. Bardock followed her gaze, silently noting the landmarks. The Royal Bespoke Shop's gilded sign shimmered under the sunlight, and the welcoming robot at the revolving door bowed in greeting. This was the most renowned clothing store in all of Shido. However, when the electronic eye scanned the couple, it paused for half a second, the mechanical voice tinged with barely perceptible hesitation. "Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation?" The moment they stepped inside, a rush of cool air mixed with the scent of perfume greeted them. The crystal chandeliers inside reflected countless shards of light, falling onto the thick cashmere carpet, absorbing even the sound of their footsteps. Several attendants in black uniforms surrounded a woman adorned in opulent attire, holding a feathered evening gown, their smiles as syrupy as honey. "Oh, where did these country bumpkins come from?" One attendant with silver-gray short hair was the first to notice them, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Her voice just loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Daring to enter a Royal Bespoke shop dressed like that? Do you know how high the threshold is here?" Another attendant wearing pearl earrings covered her mouth in laughter. "They must be here to broaden their horizons. Hurry and leave. Don't dirty the carpet. Can you afford it?" Similar to some individuals from Earth in a past life, these women relished in belittling others, presuming that Bardock and his wife were mere rustic villagers. Janae's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively shrank back, twisting the hem of her skirt. Just as she was about to explain, Bardock stepped forward with an impassive demeanor, shielding her behind him. He did not glance at the attendants, merely retrieving a large leather pouch from within his garments, tossing it casually onto a nearby display table. With a clatter, several stacks of crisp new bills tumbled out, the red notes emblazoned with the emblem of the Earth Alliance, their golden edges gleaming under the lights. Each bill crisp and freshly withdrawn from the bank. The air fell silent in an instant. The smile on the silver-haired attendant's face froze into a mask. The hand of the pearl earring attendant halted midair, and even the lady trying on the gown turned her head, curiously scrutinizing the unexpected guests. The silver-haired attendant gulped, her gaze darting between the money and Bardock, her attitude shifting as if a reversal button had been pressed, her face instantly adorned with a flattering smile. "Oh, you must be a valued customer. We were blind not to recognize your stature. Please forgive our rudeness." She hurried forward, eager to collect the money. But Bardock's piercing gaze pinned her in place. "Select a few respectable outfits for her. Bardock's voice was steady, yet softened as he glanced at Janae. Get her the best you have. Yes, yes. The silver-haired attendant promptly complied, calling out, Amy, bring out those Italian starry silk dresses. And the batch of genuine silk suits that arrived last month. Quickly. The named attendant fumbled to pull open the clothing rack, and Janae was surrounded. Ushered in front of a mirror, her gaze lost among the luxurious garments. A water blue gown adorned with delicate artificial star diamonds shimmered like a galaxy under the lights. A cream-colored suit with intricate embroidery at the collar, the stitches so fine they appeared machine-made, and a lotus-pink dress, layered and blooming, resembling a fully opened water lily. This one is beautiful. Janae picked up the lotus-pink dress, her fingers brushing against the lace trim, hesitation flickering in her eyes, but Bardock's voice came from behind. Wrap them all up. He approached the clothing rack, casually selecting additional moon-white shawls, a sapphire blue gown, and a short jacket with subtle sparkles, adding them to the collection. Bardock, this is too much. Janae tugged at his sleeve, whispering. Not too much. Bardock looked down at her, the lights reflected in his eyes. You will look splendid in these. The attendant's eyes sparkled, their movements swift as they began to pack the clothes. Their flattery pouring forth like a tidal wave. This gentleman is truly kind to his lady. Your taste is impeccable. These are all limited editions. She will surely look like an interstellar princess in them. Bardock ignored their empty compliments, turning instead to select a few deep gray suits for himself. The fabric was crisp and cool to the touch, and the tailored lines accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, enhancing his imposing stature. He also selected several white shirts, their collars adorned with matte metallic buttons, understated yet exuding a sense of quality. Such luxurious attire, which he had never donned in his previous life, was now available for him to choose from as casually as one would select a cabbage. Inwardly, Bardock couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. How delightful it is to be wealthy. Chapter 18. Investing in Bulma Corporation, Part 1. As the fitting room door closed, Jine took a deep breath before the mirror. The waistline of the lotus-pink dress was perfectly tailored, accentuating her slender figure, while the hem brushed her ankles, creating the illusion of petals blooming at her feet with each step. She raised her hand to touch the lace at the neckline and suddenly recalled that on Planet Vegeta, only noble women could afford such exquisite garments, causing her eyes to well up with emotion. Are you ready? Bardock's voice resonated from outside the door. Jine opened the door and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Bardock in a suit. The dark fabric enveloped his well-defined muscles, honed from years of battle, and his tie was impeccably knotted. The sharpness of his brows was softened by the white shirt, yet he still emanated an aura that discouraged approach. The watch peeking from his cuff was the latest model recommended by the staff, its metallic band glinting coldly under the lights, creating a striking contrast with the faint scars on his wrist. Jine's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively averted her gaze, feeling as though she had transformed into someone else. Is that so? Bardock raised an eyebrow, and as his gaze fell upon her, a subtle smile graced his lips. You as well. The staff gathered around, dramatically exclaiming, Sir, this outfit is simply tailored for you. The aura is overwhelming. Ma'am, this ensemble suits you perfectly. Your skin is as radiant as moonstone. Together, you resemble cover stars from a fashion magazine. Bardock raised his hand impatiently to interrupt them. Let's settle the bill. Also, I have a question. The silver-haired attendant nodded eagerly. Please ask away. There is nothing about Shidu that we do not know. Where is Bulma Corporation? Bulma Corporation? The attendant immediately pointed out the window. Just at the end of the next 3 streets. The largest silver hemisphere building is it. The sign for the Universal Capsule is on top, so it can be seen from afar, towering over the nearby television station. Bardock followed his gesture and indeed spotted the massive hemisphere nestled between the skyscrapers, resembling a pearl cradled in the city's palm. Thank you. He grasped Jine's hand and departed. As they exited the clothing store, the passers-by no longer cast odd glances, but instead revealed hints of envy. The adage that clothes make the man held true. Jine, in the high heels gifted by the staff, stumbled slightly at first, but Bardock slowed his pace, never releasing her hand. Upon passing a dessert shop, Bardock suddenly halted. Wait for me. 2 minutes later, he returned with a small strawberry cake, topped with a vibrant red strawberry. Here, hold this. We can eat it on the way. Jine took a bite, the sweet cream melting on her tongue, mingling with the strawberry's slight tartness, causing her eyes to curve into crescent moons. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the skyscrapers, illuminating her face and dusting the cream at the corner of her mouth with golden edges, resembling a child who had stolen candy. In that moment, Jine was no longer the grease-stained food distributor or the weary spaceship mechanic. She transformed into a beautiful princess, or perhaps the most exquisite fairy, seemingly deserving of all the wonders the world could offer. The entrance to Bulma Corporation was more grandiose than anticipated. Before the silver hemisphere stood 3 metal statues, the central figure clad in a white lab coat. Holding a universal capsule was Dr. Brief, the chairman of Bulma Corporation. To the left stood a little girl with azure ponytails, her face alight with innocent joy, representing Bulma. And to the right, a young girl with twin ponytails and golden hair cascading to her waist was Bulma's sister. The pedestal of the statues bore an inscription, "Let the distances of the universe be condensed into the capsule in your palm." The security guard at the entrance, dressed in a crisp uniform with an energy rifle at his waist, glanced at Bardock and Jine with a hint of wariness. However, upon seeing their appropriate attire, he courteously stopped them. "Hello, please present your appointment confirmation." "We have no appointment," Bardock stated directly. "Let Dr. Brief come out to see me." The guard hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. "Sir, Dr. Brief's schedule is arranged 3 months in advance. It is not something that can be bypassed at will." Before he could finish, a faint aura suddenly emanated from Bardock. It was not violent, yet it felt like an invisible gravitational field, instantly rendering the guard breathless. The smile vanished from the guard's face, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, forehead pressed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. As his energy weapon clattered to the ground, others in the hall sensed the disturbance. Customers in the midst of transactions screamed and recoiled, while the front desk staff turned pale, their fingers trembling as they fumbled with the communicator. The hum of the air conditioning seemed to shift, and the air thickened with fear. "I will say this once more." Bardock's voice was low, yet it resonated throughout the hall with an undeniable authority. "Call Dr. Brief out. It will be too late for you to bear the consequences." The young woman at the front desk finally managed to connect the internal line, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Dr. Brief, there is a distinguished guest downstairs. Please come quickly." The security guard has been frightened into submission. Shortly thereafter, the elevator dinged open, and a middle-aged man with light blue hair stepped out briskly. Clad in a lab coat adorned with capsule patterns, he was slender. His round gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and he walked with a slight sway, resembling a kindly neighbor. However, his eyes were strikingly bright, narrowing as they swept over the kneeling guard and the imposing Bardock, instantly grasping the situation. "Oh dear, a distinguished guest. I must apologize for my inadequate hospitality." Dr. Brief hurried forward, bowing deeply to Bardock and Jine, his face beaming with warmth, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening with his smile. "Please come in. Let's discuss matters in the VIP room." He led them into a private elevator, pressing a hidden button on the control panel. The elevator ascended smoothly, and through the glass walls, they could see a panoramic view of Shidu, countless skyscrapers stacked like building blocks, while traffic flowed in golden rivers below. In the distance, several enormous starships docked at the spaceport, their silver hulls reflecting the sunlight. "Do you enjoy studying these machines?" Jine asked, unable to resist inquiring as she gazed at the flying vehicles passing by the window. Dr. Brief chuckled heartily, revealing 2 rows of neatly aligned teeth. "You have a keen eye, young lady. I have but 2 passions in life: dismantling and assembling machines, and perusing beauty magazines," he said, playfully winking and pulling out a magazine featuring a bikini model from his lab coat pocket, shaking it slightly. "Just finished researching the curvature engine. I thought I'd take a break." Bardock raised an eyebrow. This old man appeared casual, yet he possessed a scientist's innate sharpness. During the bow, he had clearly observed their demeanor. The VIP room was tastefully decorated, adorned with several photographs of cosmic nebulae, reportedly taken by Dr. Brief himself. The coffee table was a single slab of obsidian, upon which rested a silver tea set, steam wafting from the teapot. Dr. Brief personally poured them tea, the pale green liquid infused with a few tea leaves, exuding a gentle fragrance. "You both seem unfamiliar. You are not from Shidu, are you?" Dr. Brief inquired, lifting his teacup to take a sip. "We come from the east." Bardock cut straight to the point, introducing himself. "I am Bardock, and this is my wife, Jine. We are here to discuss a business proposition with you." Chapter 19, Investing in Bulma Corporation, Part 2. "I am Bardock, and this is my wife, Jine. We are here to discuss a business proposition with you." Dr. Brief set down his teacup, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. Oh, what sort of business? I am not lacking in ordinary orders. However, the sudden shift in his tone suggested that the presence of someone like Mr. Bardock was not for trivial business. From a multifunctional capsule, Bardock retrieved a wooden box, which upon opening revealed neatly arranged pieces of fine gauze. The gauze, infused with the scent of mugwort, bore a subtle herbal aroma, with the topmost piece tied with a red string and adorned with 2 small stones. He handed this piece of gauze to Dr. Brief, saying, "Please take a look at this." Dr. Brief, initially puzzled, took the gauze and examined it with casual indifference. But his expression changed dramatically as he focused on the writing. His eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily removed his glasses, wiped the lenses with his sleeve, and donned them again, leaning in closely to the gauze, his breathing quickening. The blueprint of a spacecraft, rendered in blue luminescent powder, was extraordinarily precise, detailing everything from the energy conduits to the layout of the curvature engine, even marking the safety thresholds of the antimatter container. The energy matrix formula sketched in red luminescent powder addressed the spatial rift dilemma that had plagued him for years. A simplistic figure drawn in yellow luminescent powder in the corner was accompanied by an emergency energy diversion plan. Dr. Brief's voice trembled as he traced his fingers over the inscriptions, as if caressing a rare treasure. "This is the core technology for interstellar spacecraft transition? How did you crack this energy matrix? Our research team has been stuck on this for 5 years. Bardock observed his astonishment and replied nonchalantly, "These are the technologies we possess. I heard that Bulma Company has been working on this recently." Dr. Brief managed a wry smile, setting down the gauze, his previous amiability replaced by fatigue. "To be frank, the company has invested nearly all its liquid assets into this project. Now that research has hit a bottleneck, our funding chain is nearing collapse, and rumors of our impending bankruptcy are circulating." He sighed, "If we cannot produce results by next month, I will have to cut this project and recover the funds. I can offer you these technologies," Bardock declared, his words detonating like a bomb in the quiet VIP room. Dr. Brief's heart raced. "But I have conditions." Bardock sipped his tea, stating it matter-of-factly. "What conditions?" Dr. Brief's heart raced. He understood the immense value of such technology. Just that energy matrix formula alone could reduce the cost of interstellar travel by 50%, representing a revolutionary advancement. Although he had grown indifferent to worldly wealth, this colossal opportunity stirred him deeply. "I require 49 equity in Bulma Company." Dr. Brief's head snapped up, his shock evident. 49? That is nearly half the empire. "Mr. Bardock, is your appetite too big?" To speak candidly, since the founding of Bulma Company, Dr. Brief had navigated a steady course. He had always maintained 100 ownership and had never faced adversity, thus never needing to sell equity for financing. However, times had changed, and Bulma Company found itself in genuine peril. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish any ownership, feeling a sense of defeat. Despite the groundbreaking spacecraft technology presented by Bardock, he prided himself on Bulma Company's technological reserves, convinced that within a decade, they would surmount these challenges without ceding nearly half of their equity. "You may refuse," Bardock stated flatly, as if discussing something trivial. "But I believe your company cannot withstand a decade." Dr. Brief's expression shifted. Bardock was correct. Given the current state of affairs, the company might not endure even a year. The firm had reached a critical juncture, with its liquidity chain completely severed. Cutting the spacecraft development project might not yield much in terms of recovered funds. The ability to sustain the company was uncertain. In the original timeline, Bulma Company abandoned the spacecraft project and, through years of diligent effort, gradually pulled itself back from the brink of bankruptcy, eventually evolving into the world's leading company. Yet, no one possessed the ability to foresee the future except for Bardock. Dr. Brief remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, the tea leaves in his cup swirling. While he hesitated, Bardock suddenly activated the multifunctional capsule in his hand. With a soft pop, a pile of gleaming gold coins materialized in the center of the VIP room, accompanied by several boxes of jewels and paper currency. Diamonds reflected blinding light, rubies resembled congealed blood, and the Earth Alliance emblem on the paper bills was neatly arranged, exuding a sense of overwhelming wealth. Dr. Brief gasped. This was undeniably a mountain of gold. He estimated that this wealth represented at least 90% of Bulma Company's current total assets. enough to advance its research projects for an additional 8 years and establish 5 new interstellar laboratories. Moreover, this was liquid capital, not tied to fixed assets. Dr. Brief swallowed hard, his fingers trembling slightly. This can also be considered an investment, Bardock asserted, observing Dr. Brief with a keen gaze. Technology and capital in exchange for 49 equity. With this, you can not only preserve the project, but also expedite your company's spacecraft development by a decade. Dr. Brief's gaze shifted between the wealth and the technological advancements on the gauze, his mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice insisted on maintaining control over the company, while another urged him to seize this singular opportunity to escape crisis. Hesitation gripped him, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a prolonged silence of 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Finally, as if reaching a resolution, he slapped his thigh decisively. "All right, I accept your terms." He rose, extending his hand to Bardock, the fatigue vanishing from his face, replaced by the shrewdness of a businessman and the excitement of a scientist. "Pleasure to collaborate, Mr. Bardock. No, from now on, I shall call you Director Bardock." Bardock grasped his hand, feeling the warmth of the elder's palm. "Pleasure to collaborate." That afternoon, Bulma Company's legal team swiftly drafted the contract. As Bardock signed, the sound of the pen gliding across the paper was strikingly clear. Janae, sitting beside him, watched her husband inscribe his name, suddenly perceiving everything around her as a dream. Transitioning from a stone house to Shidu, from rural villagers to corporate shareholders, the gears of fate turning with astonishing speed. Chapter 20. Respect on Earth. After signing the contract, Dr. Brief looked at Bardock and suddenly smiled. "Director Bardock, you have just arrived in Shidu and have yet to find suitable accommodation, I presume?" Bardock nodded. "I plan to find a place close to the company. Perhaps purchase a house for convenience in handling affairs." Dr. Brief's eyes twinkled as he quickly calculated in his mind. Now that Bardock held 49 equity, he was effectively the second largest shareholder, akin to half the ownership of the company. Not only had he brought forth technologies capable of resurrecting the company, but he had also injected funds exceeding the value of that 49 equity. Frankly speaking, this money was sufficient to buy out Bulma Company as it stood. At present, Bulma Company was unworthy of such investment. This favor must be remembered. What a coincidence. Dr. Brief clapped his hands, a warm smile spreading across his face. A new villa has just been completed at Bulma Manor, complete with a private garden and helipad, only a 10-minute walk from the company. It was initially intended as a birthday gift for Bulma, but she is still too young, and won't need it for a while. He shifted his tone, sincerity evident. "If Director Bardock does not mind, please accept it as an apology for my earlier negligence." Bardock raised an eyebrow. He could discern that the old man was genuinely extending goodwill, and he had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. He needed a stable refuge, a place conducive for the subsequent search for Kakaroto, and more importantly, a sanctuary where Jine could live in peace. Thus, he expressed his gratitude. "Oh, no need for formality." Dr. Brief chuckled with greater delight, promptly instructing his assistant to fetch the key to Villa Number 3 and to send a few capable maids to manage the day-to-day affairs. He turned to Bardock to explain that the villa was equipped with the latest smart home technology, and with the maids present, they would save themselves considerable trouble. Upon hearing the word garden, Jine's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is there a place to plant zixing flowers?" "Certainly," Dr. Brief replied with a smile. "There is a dedicated flower bed in the backyard with exceptionally fertile soil. Not only zixing flowers, but even interstellar roses can thrive there." As night fell, the hover car carried Bardock and Jine towards the Bulma Manor. Outside the car windows, the neon lights of Shidu illuminated one after another, resembling an overturned jewelry box, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the night sky. The manor was nestled on a hillside at the city's edge, and the wrought iron gate slowly opened to reveal a meticulously trimmed lawn and a winding stone path. Villa Number 3 was a 2-story structure of a milky white hue, its roof adorned with deep blue ceramic tiles, glistening under the moonlight like a layer of shattered silver. The butler, already waiting at the entrance with 4 maids, swiftly approached to open the car door. "Mr. Bardock, Mrs. Jine, please come inside." The butler, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a dignified demeanor, informed them that the villa's facilities had been prepared, with the bedrooms located on the 2nd floor, the master suite featuring a private terrace offering a view of Shidu's nightscape. Upon entering the living room, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows welcomed the moonlight into the interior, illuminating the celestial map adorning the wall. The smart home system automatically sensed their presence, and soft lights gradually brightened while a virtual flame ignited in the fireplace, radiating a perfect warmth. Jine approached the terrace, pushed open the glass door, and was greeted by the evening breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers, while the distant Shidu nightscape resembled a sprawling river of stars, dazzlingly captivating. "Do you like it?" Bardock gently embraced her from behind. Jine nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "I love it." She turned and tiptoed to kiss his cheek. "I truly adore our new home." Bardock gazed down at her, the moonlight casting a delicate shadow on her lashes, the moisture in her eyes reminiscent of crushed starlight. "Yes, home." A maid brought in hot tea, softly inquiring, "Mr. and Mrs. Dinner is ready, prepared as per the nutritionist's low-fat recommendations. Shall we serve it now?" "No need." Bardock shook his head. "We would like to be alone for a while." The maids retreated in response, restoring tranquility to the living room. Jine moved to the window, contemplating where to buy zixing flower seeds the following day. Bardock sat on the sofa, his fingertips tracing over the equity certificate he had just received. The words Bulma Company embossed in gold on the cover, a reminder of his current status. Suddenly, Jine began to hum a tune, the same one she often sang on Vegeta, albeit slightly off-key, yet it gently grazed Bardock's heart like a feather. He looked up to see the moonlight illuminating her newly changed cream-colored nightgown, casting a soft silver outline around her figure. The hem swaying gently in the evening breeze like a blooming flower. "Let's buy a swing set tomorrow," Jine suddenly suggested, to be placed under the terrace. "Just like on Vegeta." "All right," Bardock agreed, rising to stand beside her as they both gazed out at the night view. In the distance, at the spaceport, a starship ascended slowly, trailing an orange-red flame that vanished into the night. Bardock understood that from this night onward, he and Jine were no longer wandering strangers. They had obtained legal identities, a home of their own, and a reason to put down roots on this planet. The lights of Shidu remained brilliant, like countless eyes watching over them. Bardock held Jine's hand tightly, the warmth of their palms dispelling all unease. The morning after the contract signing, the atmosphere in the top-floor conference room of Bulma Company was markedly solemn. The long conference table gleamed, reflecting the halo of the diamond-shaped chandelier above. Over 20 executives clad in dark suits were already seated according to rank, their tablet screens scrolling with the latest quarterly financial reports. Yet none truly absorbed the information as they speculated about the sudden arrival of the mysterious shareholder and the potential impact on the venerable tech giant. At 8:59, the heavy alloy door of the conference room slid open silently. Dr. Brief was the first to enter, donned in a crisp white suit. His usually casually draped curls meticulously styled, though he still wore the vintage round glasses that hinted at his scientist's nonchalance. Following closely was Bardock, attired in a tailored deep gray suit that emphasized his naturally tall stature. The silver watch peeking from his cuff was a style chosen by Jine the previous night. Jine herself was dressed in a cream-colored suit, her long hair loosely tied back, revealing her slender neck. And the leather handbag she carried was adorned with a small zixing flower brooch, freshly picked from the villa's flower bed that morning. "Please hold on, Doctor." Brief gestured for Bardock and Jine to take their seats beside him. "I have gathered you all today to formally introduce an important partner." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "I believe you have all heard that Bulma Company completed a significant round of investment yesterday. And standing beside me is Mr. Bardock, the individual injecting new vitality into our company. From today onward, he will join us as our second-largest shareholder." As soon as the words left his lips, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Although rumors had circulated, the official confirmation of Bardock's status as the second-largest shareholder left many astonished. They scrutinized Bardock, attempting to glean insights from his composed demeanor. Was he a capital tycoon with profound connections, or a hidden magnate wielding core technology? "I know you must have many questions." Dr. Brief raised his hand to quell the atmosphere, his tone suddenly serious. "But before introducing Mr. Bardock, I would like to present a calculation." He activated the projection, and a series of astonishing figures appeared on the screen. Over the past 3 years, the company has invested more than $300 billion in research and development for spaceship propulsion systems, yet we have been unable to overcome the stability bottleneck of interstellar jumps, directly leading to a stagnation in our deep space exploration projects and the erosion of nearly 15% of our market share by competitors. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. This was Bulma Company's most significant pain point in nearly a decade, a topic that always evoked regret during board meetings. But just yesterday, Dr. Brief's tone shifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Bardock not only brings funding capable of covering our R&D needs for the next 5 years, an amount exceeding the current total market value of the company, but more importantly, he has brought a complete set of technology solutions for interstellar navigation. What? Someone could not suppress an exclamation. This solution includes design blueprints for a new type of antimatter engine, algorithms for intergalactic navigation, and formulas for hull materials resistant to dark matter radiation. Dr. Brief's voice trembled with excitement. Our chief engineering team verified it overnight and confirmed that this technology is at least 20 years ahead of the current industry standards. With it, we can not only restart our deep space exploration projects, but also launch a commercial starship capable of carrying hundreds of passengers within 3 months. What that means, I believe I need not elaborate. The conference room erupted in a frenzy. Executives whispered among themselves, their faces alight with disbelief and elation. The commercial starship market was a trillion-dollar pie that Bulma Company had coveted for years but had never been able to touch. Now, this chasm had been bridged overnight by the enigmatic Mr. Bardock. Dr. Brief cleared his throat, directing his gaze towards Bardock, and unexpectedly bowed deeply. Here, on behalf of the board of directors and all employees of Bulma Corporation, I extend the most sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Bardock. It is you who has restored hope to this company, teetering on the brink of despair, allowing it to soar across the cosmos once more. His waist bent low, with wisps of silver curls cascading over his forehead. His posture radiated genuine respect. The executives in the conference room were momentarily stunned, then promptly rose, bowing in unison to pay their respects to Bardock. 20 figures leaned forward simultaneously, bending at the waist, the rustle of fabric signifying their acknowledgement and appreciation for this new shareholder. Observing this scene, Bardock's brow twitched imperceptibly. On Planet Vegeta, he was accustomed to earning respect through strength. Such solemn etiquette left him somewhat uncomfortable, yet he distinctly sensed his roots on this planet solidifying with that bow. Chapter 21. Business Plans and Gravity Chambers. Bardock observed this scene, his brow twitching slightly. On Planet Vegeta, he was accustomed to earning respect through strength. The gravity of such formalities made him uneasy, yet he clearly recognized that his foundation on this planet was slowly being established with that bow. He raised his hand lightly in a gesture of modesty. Dr. Brief is too generous. As partners, we must naturally weather the storms together. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable calm that instantly quieted the bustling conference room. Dr. Brief straightened up, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Mr. Bardock, please take a seat. Let us discuss the company's future plans. The meeting officially commenced. The chief strategy officer began by reporting on the timeline for the commercial interstellar passenger spacecraft. When the establishment of a transit base on Mars was mentioned, Bardock interjected, "The defense system of the Mars base requires an upgrade." All eyes turned to him. The chief strategy officer paused momentarily. What does Mr. Bardock mean? The unknown risks of outer space are numerous, including asteroid belts, interstellar pirates, and even potential encounters with extraterrestrial civilizations. Bardock's fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone steady yet clear. The defense system must not only be capable of avoiding asteroids, it should also possess energy shields and rapid counterattack capabilities. This approach is not merely for increasing safety, but is also advantageous for transforming Mars into a crucial trading hub for our company's interstellar operations. The importance of Mars is pivotal to our interstellar trade, and I need not elaborate further. As for the budget, I can allocate additional funds. His words plunged the conference room into a brief silence. No one anticipated that this new shareholder not only understood technology, but also possessed such keen insights into interstellar safety. A flicker of admiration crossed Dr. Brief's eyes. Mr. Bardock is correct. Safety must always come first. The proposal for upgrading the defense system should be submitted by the Security Department this afternoon. The ensuing discussions encompassed supply chain integration, market pricing strategies, and even negotiations with the Interstellar Alliance. Bardock found himself somewhat distracted. Although he could grasp concepts such as cost control and marginal benefits due to his background in economics, he could not help but furrow his brow when the chief financial officer began analyzing the fluctuations in the interstellar currency against local currencies of various planets. Therefore, we need to establish a settlement center in the Andromeda Galaxy to hedge against exchange rate risks. The chief financial officer adjusted his glasses, awaiting responses from the others. Doctor. Brief glanced at Bardock. What are your thoughts, Mr. Bardock? Bardock returned to focus, pondering for a moment. The location of the settlement center must consider the local political stability. He recalled the trade agreements that became void overnight due to regime changes during his campaigns in the South Galaxy, rather than seeking exchange rate advantages. It would be wiser to prioritize neutral planets. This perspective momentarily stunned the chief financial officer, who then nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. We indeed overlooked geopolitical risks. The meeting continued at this rhythm. Bardock occasionally contributed, mostly offering suggestions from a practical standpoint, which, while sounding somewhat divergent from traditional business logic, invariably addressed key issues. At that moment, Bardock silently mused that knowledge is power, grateful that he had chosen economics as his major during his past academic pursuits. He was able to provide insights on common issues, and for those that eluded him, he deferred to Dr. Brief, demonstrating respect for the chairman while also avoiding awkwardness over questions he genuinely could not answer. The executives gradually shed their initial dismissiveness, now viewing him with a newfound seriousness. Jine sat quietly beside him, occasionally offering a glass of warm water when Bardock furrowed his brow, more often simply smiling as she listened to the discussions. While she did not comprehend the intricate business terminologies, she could read his composure through his expressions. The once combat-focused Scion warrior was now learning to safeguard their lives through new means. As the meeting adjourned, midday had passed. Dr. Brief invited Bardock and his wife to dine at the top-floor restaurant, but Bardock politely declined. There is one more matter I wish to discuss, Doctor. Please, go ahead, Doctor. Brief responded earnestly. I require a gravity chamber. Bardock stated plainly, preferably one that can adjust the gravity multiplier to at least 30 times. This request left Dr. Brief momentarily speechless. The technology for gravity chambers had long been established on Earth. Bulma Corporation possessed several in their laboratories, primarily for testing spacecraft performance under extreme gravitational conditions. However, he could not fathom why this newly invested shareholder, having just contributed $100 billion, would need a gravity chamber. Is Mr. Bardock conducting research? He tentatively inquired. Bardock refrained from elaborating. It is merely for personal use. If there are technical difficulties, no difficulties. Dr. Brief immediately waved his hand. 30 times gravity is not an issue. Our latest laboratory can adjust to 50 times. Are you planning to install it in your villa? I will have someone survey the site this afternoon and ensure completion within 3 days. While curious, he understood that everyone has their privacy. Since it was the request of the second largest shareholder, it was to be complied with. Thank you very much. Bardock nodded slightly, a glimmer of unnoticeable light flickering in his eyes. As they departed the company, the hover car glided under the midday sun. Jine gazed at the skyscrapers zipping by outside and suddenly remarked, the way you conducted yourself in the meeting just now, you truly resembled Mr. Bardock. Bardock took her hand, the warmth of his palm resonating through her skin. I simply did not wish to disappoint you. I have never been disappointed. Jine leaned against his shoulder, her voice softening. But do you intend to continue training with that gravity chamber? Yes, Bardock nodded, his gaze directed towards the distant spaceport, before finding Kakarot. I must grow stronger. This world may appear peaceful, yet the laws of the universe remain unchanged. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one protect those they wish to safeguard. Jine did not press further, merely tightening her grip on his hand. She understood that Bardock remained taut with an unyielding vigilance, a trait etched into the very essence of the Scion, as well as the profound responsibility of a father and husband. The hovercar slowly entered Bulma Manor, and on the terrace of Villa Number 3, the butler had already cleared a patch of ground along the flower bed, as per Jine's instructions. Sunlight spilled onto the damp soil, glistening faintly, as if awaiting the arrival of the Xinhua seeds. Bardock surveyed that empty space, recalling Dr. Brief's promise regarding the gravity chamber, and a subtle smile finally graced his lips. The training plan could now be put into action. Their new chapter was not only about having a secure home, but also about possessing the strength to protect that home. And all of this was just the beginning. Chapter 22. The Fate of Kakarot. At 8 a.m., the lawn of Bulma Manor was still dewy, and the lights in Villa Number 3 were already aglow. Jine was on tiptoe, fastening a tie around Bardock's neck, the cream-colored silk tie wrapped around him twice. And she suddenly recalled the first time she had tied his battlesuit belt on Planet Vegeta, her fingertips pained by the old scar on his waist. During today's morning meeting, The atmosphere was not overly serious. Janae loosened her tie slightly, her fingertips brushing against the delicate bluish veins at her throat. Last night, she had practiced in the gravity chamber until the early hours, pushing herself hard. Bardock clasped her hand in his thumb gently caressing the new callus at the base of her thumb, a result of tilling the Zixinghua flower bed yesterday. He leaned down to kiss the crown of her head, inhaling the lavender scent entwined in her hair. After the meeting, I'll return. You need not accompany me to the company. However, Janae shook her head, retrieving her off-white blazer from the hanger. I wish to see the simulation of the energy shield. Dr. Brief mentioned he would present the 3D model this morning. In truth, she longed to sit in the conference room, observing him manage the intricate reports and data, reminiscent of her days on Vegeta, where she would sit beside the command console, watching him strategize operational routes against the star map. In the conference room, a holographic projection of the Martian base hovered, just as Bardock reached his seat beside the main podium. The chief defense officer nervously adjusted the projection's angle. Mr. Bardock, here are the latest parameters for the energy shield. After 3 iterations, it can now withstand meteor impacts of up to 50 meters in diameter. Bardock's fingers tapped on the virtual model, selecting the defense blind spot at the northwestern corner of the base. The energy output here needs to be increased by 15. Intergalactic pirates often favor attacking such acute angles. He unexpectedly turned to Janae. What do you think? The attendees were momentarily stunned, well aware that Mrs. Bardock typically refrained from engaging in business matters. Yet, Bardock's tone held a natural inquiry, akin to that of a longtime comrade. Janae leaned closer, pointing at the energy conduction band along the edge of the model. If we alter this loop to a double helix structure, wouldn't that reduce energy loss? This revelation sparked a glimmer in the chief defense officer's eyes. Indeed, how did we overlook the stronger interference resistance of the double helix structure? Dr. Brief chuckled from the side. Mrs. Janae, have you applied the principles of plant growth to machinery? Truly, cross-disciplinary thinking is the most powerful. Bardock's lips curved in a barely perceptible smile. He recognized Janae's understanding of the spiral structure of plant gene chains, but had not anticipated her ability to make such connections. As the morning meeting concluded, the CEO pursued Janae to discuss the details of the energy circuit, and she spoke eloquently. Bardock sipped his coffee, listening intently, seemingly absorbing knowledge himself. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue upon Janae's earnest profile. Upon returning to the villa, the butler was directing robots to finalize the sealing of the gravity chamber's hatch. The newly constructed silver pod, completed just 3 days prior, was nestled within the basement. As the hatch slid open, it revealed a coldly luminous metallic floor within. While Bardock changed into training attire, Janae suddenly pulled out a black bodysuit from the wardrobe. I want to give it a try. Bardock frowned. 30 times gravity would be too much for you. I can start with 15 times, Janae replied, tying her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. You always say that sensing energy must be practiced in extreme environments. I want to learn to capture distant energy fluctuations. In case of danger in the future, I can at least provide an early warning. Her tone was light, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Bardock gazed at the Zixinghua bracelet on her wrist, made from freshly pressed petals, the edges still holding their newly formed creases. It reminded him of Janae's determination before the destruction of Vegeta. When she burst into his training room with a data pad, I've learned to decode the Frieza Force's encrypted signals. When you undertake missions, I can help you disrupt their communications. As the hatch of the gravity chamber slowly closed, Janae's knees buckled slightly under the weight of 15 times gravity, prompting Bardock to reach out to steady her, but she pressed his hand away. Don't move. I can stand firm by myself. She took a deep breath, akin to sensing the soil's moisture in the flower bed, attempting to capture the flowing energy in the air. Initially, the energy felt like scattered dandelion seeds, but under the pressure of gravity, it gradually coalesced, warming against her skin. Bardock stood in the adjacent training area, feeling his muscles tense under 30 times gravity. Rather than hastily throwing punches, he closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his dantian. For days, he had been honing his sensing abilities, striving to distinguish the qualities of different energies amid the gravitational pull. The energy of Earthlings felt like warm water, while that of Scions resembled fierce flames. The energy he sought should feel akin to a stream enveloped by Mars, infused with the temperature of his own bloodline. By midday, Janae emerged, supporting herself against the chamber wall, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. She had persevered in training under 15 times gravity for half an hour. Finally able to touch the contours of energy, reminiscent of a tender sprout breaking through the soil of Xinhua seeds. Bardock handed her a towel. His own training attire soaked to the point of wringing out water, droplets sliding down his spine and pooling at his waistline. "I think I can sense your energy," Janae remarked as she tilted her head back to drink, the curve of her throat captivating, akin to a swirling fireball, much clearer than yesterday. Bardock's heart raced suddenly. He had intentionally controlled the fluctuations of his energy over the past few days to allow Janae to gradually adapt to sensing, never expecting her progress to be so swift. During the afternoon training, he deliberately released varying intensities of energy under 15 times gravity, watching as Janae, with her eyes closed, accurately pinpointed each burst of his energy, as if engaged in an unspoken game. As evening approached, the butler, Fu Bo, delivered dinner but was stopped by Janae at the entrance of the gravity chamber. "We can heat it ourselves later," she observed Bardock practicing instantaneous movement under 30 times gravity, each disappearance and reappearance sending ripples through the ground. When he executed his 27th high-speed movement beside the hatch, Janae suddenly spoke. "Your energy contracts into a point before moving, like a seed gathering strength before breaking ground." Bardock was taken aback. After years of training in high-speed movement, this was the first time someone had likened the energy's transformation to a seed gathering strength. He switched off the gravity control, and the oppressive sensation within the chamber vanished abruptly, causing Janae to stumble slightly, and he instinctively caught her in his arms. Her hair brushed against his chin, carrying a faint scent of sweat and shampoo. "Are you tired?" "Not too much," Bardock replied, kissing her earlobe, his voice husky. "Your sensing ability is stronger than I anticipated." As night fell, they reclined in the rattan chairs on the terrace. Janae rested her feet on Bardock's knees while he gently massaged her ankles, swollen from standing too long under 15 times gravity. In the distance, a starship launched from the spaceport, its orange-red tail flame trailing a long streak of light across the night sky, resembling a spilled palette of colors. Dr. Brief had mentioned earlier that the exploration team discovered a planet with liquid water at the edge of the galaxy. Janae suddenly exclaimed that in the photos she sent back, there were purple flowers resembling Xinhua. Bardock's fingers paused. "Once we find Kakarot, we shall take him to see it." Janae turned to sit upright, her fingertip lightly tracing the scar on his collarbone. "Do you think Kakarot is also training to sense energy, like us?" "Certainly," Bardock replied, holding her hand against his chest, allowing her to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In the late-night bedroom, moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains. Janae curled up in Bardock's embrace, his hand gliding down her spine, his fingertips grazing the reddened skin on her back from training. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid as she reached to unfasten the buttons of his sleep shirt, only to have him restrain her wrist. "Don't be mischievous." Bardock's voice was warm against her ear. "You've exhausted yourself today." "But I won't stop," Janae replied, tilting her head to kiss his throat, her tongue teasingly brushing against his pulsing pulse. "You said that nighttime belongs solely to us." Bardock chuckled softly, pressing her beneath him. After their tender moments, Janae had fallen into a deep slumber, her eyelashes still glistening with moisture. However, Bardock found no inclination to sleep. He leaned against the headboard, closing his eyes and continuing to practice sensing. In recent days, the gravity training has remarkably doubled his perceptual range, enabling him to distinctly discern the energies surrounding the villa. The energy within the butler's quarters emanates tranquility, akin to a cup of warm tea. The energy from the distant stable is tumultuous, suggesting the pure white interstellar horse has yet to slumber. And further to the east, a force akin to a flickering flame dances, resilient yet imbued with an awkward gentleness, stronger than an ordinary earthling. Initially, he dismissed it, assuming it to be some earth martial artist. However, as he extended his perception 3 inches further, his heart suddenly tightened. For within that energy lay a faint trace of scion ferocity, akin to a tender bud emerging from the harsh winter, subtle yet persistent. Bardock abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils shining luminously in the dark. Could this be? Chapter 23. Kakarot and Old Sun Wufan. He quietly rose and stepped onto the terrace. The night breeze, carrying the fragrance of purple star flowers, brushed past him, while the distant city lights twinkled like scattered stars. He once more concentrated to capture that energy, which became clearer this time. It resided near a wooden cabin at the foot of a mountain, fluctuating in strength, reminiscent of someone practicing punches. Each burst of energy filled with childlike awkwardness. Could it be old Wufan, the Earth Elder who adopted Kakarot? Has Kakarot finally been located? As Bardock returned to the bedroom, Jine turned in her sleep, murmuring, Kakarot. The soft morning light, akin to melted honey, filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm yellow hue across the carpet. Jine remained cocooned in her soft bedding, her long hair cascading over the pillow like a pool of ink. Her breathing was even and prolonged, the gentle rise and fall of her chest accompanied by a few strands of hair brushing against her cheek, stirred by her breath. Most enchanting was the subtle curve of her lips, as if she dreamt of something sweet, a hint of satisfaction nestled in the shadow beneath her eyelids, softening the heart of anyone who beheld her. The moonstone earrings glimmered in the morning light, entwined with the strands of hair cascading down her neck, painting a picture of serene slumber. Seated on the couch beside the bed, Bardock had been there for quite some time, leaning against the armrest. His legs crossed and hands resting on his knees, he kept his eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, as if intently focusing on something. Since dawn, he had not closed his eyes, his consciousness wholly immersed in the energy imbued with Scion characteristics, a beacon in the darkness, flickering on the eastern horizon. He repeatedly confirmed and eliminated numerous distractions until, as the morning light pierced through the clouds, the position of that energy became strikingly clear. Like a nail embedded in his mind, the frequency of its fluctuations distinctly discernible. He found it, mentally repeating, and suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with uncontainable excitement. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up, and he sprang to his feet, too hastily. His high-end leather shoe inadvertently struck the nearby mahogany tea table, producing a sharp clatter, causing the glass on the table to wobble and splash a few drops of cold water onto the carpet. Jine's eyelashes fluttered, like startled butterfly wings. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, sleepily gazing at Bardock, her long hair tousled against her cheek, her voice still thick with slumber. "You're up so early?" She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, the hands just past 5 o'clock. "We still have 3 hours until the morning meeting. Are you heading to the gravity chamber for training again, dear?" Bardock turned, his silhouette backlit by the morning light, adorned with a golden edge. He struggled to keep his tone steady, yet the last note trembled uncontrollably. "It's not training." Jine blinked, tilting her head in confusion, her hand instinctively adjusting the neckline of her slipping nightgown. "I may have found our child's location." These words struck the bedroom like a thunderclap. The sleepiness vanished from Jine's face in an instant, her eyes widening in shock, her previously rubbing hand frozen in midair. In the next moment, she sprang from the bed like a coiled spring, her nightgown swirling. "What did you say?" "Kakarot?" Her voice, tinged with tears yet astonishingly bright, rushed towards Bardock, grasping his arm tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. "Are you sure? Is it true?" Bardock met her reddened eyes and nodded vigorously, his voice steadier yet still unable to conceal his excitement. "I'm certain. The energy's position is unmistakably clear, right in the mountains to the east." Tears cascaded down Jine's cheeks, splashing onto Bardock's hand, hot and fervent. Yet, she paid no mind to wiping them away, tugging Bardock towards the door. "Hurry. Let us go now." "Wait." Bardock halted her, pointing to the communicator. "We need to inform the company." Jine then realized, hastily moving to the nightstand to grab the communicator, her fingers trembling with excitement as she dialed the butler's number. "Fubo." Her voice trembled with tears, yet she strove to maintain composure. "We want to be attending today's morning meeting. Please inform Dr. Brief. He can make all decisions regarding the company. Both Bardock and I support him." Without waiting for the butler's response, she swiftly hung up, turning to throw on her coat. "Let us go." Bardock had already donned his suit, stepping to the window, pushing open the glass door, allowing the morning breeze, laden with the scent of dew, to rush in. He glanced back at Jine, who was already tying her shoelaces, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, they both recognized the same urgency and anticipation mirrored in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, they leapt into the air, transforming into 2 streaks of light, soaring towards the eastern mountains. At the foot of the mountain, a heartwarming and amusing scene unfolded before the wooden cabin. Old Sun Wufan, clad in a coarse cloth vest, wielding a stick taller than himself, bent over, demonstrating punches to the small child on the ground. "Goku, pay attention, your punches need to be quick, like swatting mosquitoes." Before he could finish, A tiny figure darted forth like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby tree trunk and sliding down it, landing on the ground in a fit of giggles. That was none other than the 2-year-old Sun Wukong, dressed in a red belly band, his chubby arms and legs exposed, his black hair resembling a burst hedgehog, and with large, round eyes. He was currently raising his tiny fists, adorably mimicking the punches. Though only a little over 2 years old, his strength was considerable. That collision had made the tree tremble, shedding a few leaves. Ouch, my little ancestor, old Sun Wufan hurried over, lifting him up and brushing off the dirt from his bottom. How many times have I told you? Punching is not about crashing into trees. It requires strength, not just brute force. Sun Wukong blinked his big eyes, reaching out his chubby hand to grab his grandfather's beard, speaking in a babyish voice. Grandpa, it tickles. Old Sun Wufan grimaced, but refrained from moving, gently ruffling his grandson's hair with his rough palm. When you're a bit older, Grandpa will teach you how to harness your energy. That is how you'll truly excel in fighting. Sun Wukong nodded, seemingly understanding, then suddenly slipped from his grandfather's embrace, stumbling over to an open area nearby, picking up a small stone and hurling it with all his might. The stone soared far away, landing in the bamboo grove, startling a flock of birds. He clapped his hands in delight. Fly, fly. Old Sun Wufan watched the lively child, the wrinkles on his face unfolding with joy. This child had been found by him 1.5 years ago, nestled within a peculiar metallic box, looking adorable as he gazed up at the sky. Initially, he thought the child belonged to someone who had lost him. However, as he raised him, he discovered that this child was anything but ordinary. When he found him, he was nearly 1 year old, already capable of carrying firewood and possessing an insatiable appetite, devouring 2 large buns in one sitting. He named the child Wukong, hoping he would embody the cleverness of the legendary monkey, and to his surprise, he was not mistaken. The little one was exceptionally bright, learning everything quickly, albeit with a wild spirit, constantly climbing trees and raiding bird nests, brimming with energy like a small beast. Wukong, come over for some water. Lao Sun Wugahin approached with a coarse porcelain bowl filled with cool boiled water. Sun Wukong scampered over, tilting his head back in anticipation of being fed by his grandfather. Suddenly, he halted, his small nose twitching as he looked skyward, where 2 streaks of light were hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, Lao Sun Wugahin sensed the anomaly, instinctively shielding Sun Wukong behind him. His gaze fixed on the heavens, his grip tightening around the training stick in his hand. Chapter 24. Reunion. The luminous figures descended before the wooden cottage, transforming into a man and a woman. The man donned a deep gray suit, his stature commanding, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. The woman wore a beige overcoat, her eyes red-rimmed and scanning the surroundings with urgency. It was Bardock and Jine. Jine's gaze immediately fell upon the little one behind Lao Sun Wugahin. His round figure, sparkling eyes, and the faint aura he exuded bore an uncanny resemblance to the infant etched in her memories. Her heart clenched as tears cascaded down her face, and she stumbled forward, enveloping Sun Wukong in her arms before he could even register what was happening. Cockorote, my cockorote. She buried her face in the child's soft hair, her voice choked with emotion. Mama has searched for you for so long. Startled by the sudden embrace, Sun Wukong's small body stiffened, instinctively wanting to struggle. Yet the faint floral scent and the tremor of the woman's arms soothed him inexplicably. He blinked his large eyes, gazing at the beautiful figure holding him, not yet discerning gender, and emitted soft whimpering sounds. Bardock stood nearby, observing the tender reunion, his eyes also moistening. He stepped closer, reaching out to gently stroke Sun Wukong's head. The hair was soft, radiating warmth from the sun, precisely as he had imagined. Who are you? Lao Sun Wugahin snapped back to reality, mistaking them for child traffickers, and rushed forward, brandishing the stick. Release my grandson. Bardock swiftly intervened, his tone urgent yet restrained. Elder, please do not misunderstand. We are the child's biological parents. Biological parents? Lao Sun Wugahin was taken aback, glancing at Bardock, who seemed somewhat intimidating despite his gentlemanly demeanor. He then looked at Wukong cradled in Jine's arms. Impossible. Wukong is my adopted son. You cannot deceive me. He attempted to lunge forward again. Elder, please take a closer look. Bardock stepped aside, revealing his face and pointing to Sun Wukong. Do we not share a resemblance? Only then did Lao Sun Wugahin scrutinize them. Indeed, the brows, the nose, Even the manner of frowning appeared to be cast from the same mold. The stick clattered to the ground as disbelief washed over his face. Jine quickly elaborated, her voice still tinged with tears. Elder, this child is truly our son. His name is Kakarot. He went missing during an interstellar journey 3 years ago, and we have searched for him tirelessly. She briefly recounted how Bardock had sensed his energy and determined his location. Although some details eluded Lao Sun Wugahan, the sincerity in her eyes and the sight of mother and child embracing had already convinced him to believe most of it. Sun Wukong, feeling quite comfortable in Jine's embrace, reached out his chubby little hand to touch her cheek, babbling softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." Jine, overwhelmed by his innocent gesture, nodded with a smile, "Mama won't cry. Mama has found you and will not cry anymore." Bardock squatted down, gazing at Sun Wukong, and softly declared, "Child, I am your father." Sun Wukong blinked, looking from Bardock to Jine, and suddenly reached out, grasping Bardock's finger. The finger was rough yet warm, creating a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Standing to the side, Lao Sun Wugahan felt a tumult of emotions within him. He knew this day would eventually come, yet when the child's biological parents finally appeared, a part of him was reluctant to let go. Nevertheless, he understood that the child would be better off with his true parents than with an old man like himself. "Come inside and talk," Lao Sun Wugahan sighed, turning to walk into the wooden cottage. Bardock and Jine exchanged a glance, both relieved by the mutual understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Jine, still cradling Sun Wukong, followed Bardock into the cottage. Though the cottage was small, it was tidy and well kept. Lao Sun Wugahan poured them a cup of hot tea and began recounting the story of how he found Sun Wukong 2.5 years ago on a winter's day in a valley to the west, where he discovered him lying in a metal capsule, wrapped in a red cloth, unbothered by the cold. Bardock and Jine listened intently, occasionally exchanging glances. It turned out that the escape pod had deviated from its intended trajectory and crash-landed in this forest. Kakarot had been adopted by this kind-hearted elder, who had given him a new name, and he had lived a healthy and vibrant life over the years. The weight on their hearts, which had lingered for 3 years, gradually began to lift. "Thank you, Mr. Wugahan." Bardock sincerely bowed to Lao Sun Wugahan. "If it weren't for you, we would have remained oblivious. Let us not dwell on such matters." Lao Sun Wugahan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze softening as he watched Sun Wukong playing with his fingers in Jine's embrace. "This child is fated to be with me. I have raised him for 2 years and have come to love him as my own grandson. If you wish to take him, I have no objections, but I hope you will treat him well and return to visit often. Rest assured, we will safeguard him with our lives," Jine affirmed, holding Sun Wukong tightly, her tone resolute. Sun Wukong seemed to grasp the significance of the moment. He peered from Jine's embrace toward Lao Sun Wugahan, extending his chubby hand. "Grandpa." Lao Sun Wugahan felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle. He stepped closer, gently stroking Sun Wukong's head. "Wukong, go home with your mommy and daddy. They will take good care of you." Sun Wukong blinked, glancing between his grandpa and Bardock and Jine, finally nodding, his small voice soft, "Home." Bardock retrieved a small communicator from his pocket and handed it to Lao Sun Wugahan. "This is my contact information. If you miss the child, feel free to reach out to us. We will bring him to see you." Lao Sun Wugahan took the communicator, clutching it tightly in his hand as though it represented his last thread of hope. Just as they were about to leave, Sun Wukong suddenly slipped from Jine's arms, rushing to Lao Sun Wugahan, standing on tiptoe to hug his leg. "Grandpa, goodbye." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Lao Sun Wugahan's tears flowed freely as he squatted down to embrace the little one who had accompanied him for 2 years. "Wukong, be a good boy and come back to see Grandpa often." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Bardock lifted Sun Wukong into his arms, while Jine joined him, both bowing in gratitude to Lao Sun Wugahan before turning and leaping into the air, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they soared towards the direction of Shidu. Sun Wukong nestled against Bardock's shoulder, glancing back at the diminishing wooden cottage, watching the figure at the door waving goodbye, calling out, "Grandpa." Lao Sun Wugahan remained rooted in place until the 2 streaks of light vanished into the horizon, slowly lowering his tear-stained hand. He touched the communicator in his pocket and surveyed the empty courtyard, feeling a sense of emptiness mixed with a hint of solace. The child had found his biological parents, which was undoubtedly a good thing. He turned and re-entered the wooden cottage. Noticing the untouched bowl of cool boiled water on the table, and the small stone Sun Wukong had discarded on the floor. With a sigh, he began to tidy up. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on the floor, as if he could still hear the echoes of the joyous laughter from moments before. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Bardock and Jine looked down at the child nestled in their arms. Perhaps taking Kakaroto away earlier is a fortuitous turn of events. In the original narrative, when Kakaroto was 4 years old, he gazed upon the moon, which ignited the primal beast within the scion, transforming him into a colossal figure that inadvertently crushed his adoptive grandfather, Sun Wufan. Now, by whisking him away at the tender age of 3, a more favorable conclusion has been achieved. It may even be fitting to bestow upon Kakaroto a new name, perhaps Sun Wukong, as a gesture of gratitude towards the old Sun Wufan for his years of nurturing. The name Sun Wukong may indeed be more befitting for Kakaroto on this earth. Sun Wukong has shed his shyness, curiously tugging at Bardock's hair and reaching out to touch Jine's ear studs, babbling in a language that no one can comprehend. "We are going home," Bardock softly tells Sun Wukong, his tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Jine leans against Bardock's shoulder, gazing at their son in her arms, her lips finally curling into a long-awaited, reassuring smile. Sunlight cascades upon them, adorning them in a golden armor of warmth. At this moment, their story has reached a beautifully complete turning point. Chapter 25. The two-star Dragon Ball. The villa of Bulma's estate is nestled within the verdant outskirts of West City. Its creamy white walls adorned with blooming bougainvillea in shades of pink and purple. 2 robotic sentinels stand at attention by the intricately wrought iron gate, bowing automatically. When Bardock pushes open the grand door framed with colored glass, Sun Wukong's eyes widen in astonishment, the crystal chandelier in the living room towering over him. Thousands of prisms refract the sunlight into a dazzling shower of golden specks, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Wow! He wriggles free from Bardock's embrace, his shoes slipping on the polished marble floor as he nearly tumbles over. Fortunately, Jine's quick reflexes catch him. Yet he is already too enamored to stabilize himself, pointing at a painting on the wall, larger than the wooden cabin itself, exclaiming, "Mom, look, the sea, and flying fish, just like in Grandpa's fairy tales." Jine chuckles as she straightens his crooked collar, and when her fingers brush against his fluffy tail, he instinctively recoils into her embrace. "This is not a fairy tale. Oh, Kakaroto." She bends down to plant a kiss on his cheek, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "This is our new home. From now on, darling, you will live here." New home. Sun Wukong blinks his big eyes, his small hands still clutching the smooth stone he brought from his grandfather's house. He surveys the surroundings. The sofas are plush enough to swallow half a person, the coffee table laden with an array of colorful fruits, and even the corner cleaning robot appears fresher than his grandfather's axe. Yet, what brings him the most comfort is the faint floral fragrance emanating from Jine and the gentle gaze Bardock casts upon him from the window. Yes, a new home. Bardock approaches, ruffling Sun Wukong's hair, the warmth of his palm reminiscent of his grandfather's large hands by the fire. "Do you like it, Kakaroto?" "I like it." Sun Wukong nods vigorously, then suddenly tilts his face upward, his little brow furrowed like a serious little monkey. "But I'm not Kakaroto. I am Sun Wukong. Grandpa's name sounds better than Kakaroto." Jine pauses for a moment, then glances at Bardock. A faint smile curves Bardock's lips as he swallows hard. "All right, from now on, he shall be called Sun Wukong." "Hooray!" Sun Wukong leaps in delight, his tail whipping about like a small whip, nearly knocking over a nearby antique vase. The butler, Fubo, swiftly steadies the vase, his tuxedo sleeves brushing against the table, producing a soft rustle. "Sir, madam," the butler adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses, momentarily pausing to glance at Sun Wukong's tail before quickly averting his gaze. "This is my son, Sun Wukong." Bardock's voice, though low, commands the attention of the maids who were polishing the vase. They have been with Bardock and Jine for some time, but had never heard of their having a child, let alone one with a fluffy tail. Both Bardock and Jine possessed tails as well, but they had kept them wrapped around their waists, concealed within their garments to avoid drawing attention. "Congratulations, sir." "Congratulations, madam." Fubo immediately bows, his silver hair shimmering under the light. "Welcome home, young Master Wukong." "Hello, young Master Wukong." Several maids follow suit, bowing. One young maid with twin ponytails shyly produces a piece of orange candy from her apron pocket, her cheeks flushed. "Would you like to try, young master? It's sweet." Sun Wukong looks to Jine, and upon receiving her nod, he extends his small hand to accept it, the candy wrapper crinkling in his palm. "Thank you, sister," he says in a babyish tone, eliciting laughter from the maids. Bardock instructs Fubo, "Prepare the room on the east side of the second floor, set up a low bed, and add plenty of soft cushions. Also, get some fresh fruit, washed and cut into small pieces, and lay down a carpet. Don't let him run around barefoot." "Yes, sir," the butler replies, bowing as he departs. Casting one last glance at Sun Wukong, who is reaching for grapes on the coffee table, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Just as Sun Wukong manages to grasp a grape, the doorbell outside rings, followed by the robotic guard's announcement. Dr. Brief and Miss Bulma have arrived. Jine smiles as she ruffles Sun Wukong's hair. "It's Uncle Brief and Sister Bulma. Shall we greet them?" With a grape in his mouth, Sun Wukong mumbles an agreement, and Jine leads him toward the door. As they turn the corner, they spot a plump old man with disheveled white hair. Holding a steaming thermos and looking around, it is none other than Dr. Brief, the chairman of Capsule Corporation. Beside him stands a little girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a pink dress adorned with bear patterns, none other than the 6-year-old Bulma. "Mr. Bardock, Mrs. Jine," Dr. Brief exclaims upon spotting them, raising his thermos in a wave, causing the tea leaves inside to sway. "When I called this morning to say you wouldn't be at the morning meeting, I feared something had happened." His gaze suddenly fixes on Sun Wukong, his eyes widening in surprise. "Where did this little one come from? And with a tail?" "Doctor, this is our son, Sun Wukong," Jine explains with a smile, gently nudging Sun Wukong forward from her side. "We just found him yesterday." "Son." Dr. Brief's thermos clatters to the ground. Fortunately, the lid was tightly sealed, spilling little liquid. As he bends to retrieve it, his glasses slide to the tip of his nose, revealing his round eyes. "When did you two have a son?" "I had no idea. He had a bit of an accident at birth and was lost for 3 years. Bardock offers a brief explanation, stepping aside to usher them into the living room. "Please, come in and have a seat." Bulma has been eyeing Sun Wukong with fascination. He is quite adorable, especially with that tail, resembling a little monkey. Seizing the moment while the adults converse, Bulma stealthily approaches him, holding a small silver box. "Hello, I'm Bulma." She opens the box, revealing a palm-sized robot that begins to walk forward with its tiny legs. "Here, this is for you. It can walk." Sun Wukong's eyes light up instantly, nearly choking on the grape in his mouth. "It moves," he exclaims, reaching out to take the robot, poking its head with his finger. The robot spins around with a click, causing him to burst into giggles. The group settles onto the sofa, and the maids quickly serve tea. Dr. Brief takes a sip, his gaze still fixed on Sun Wukong as he plays with Bulma on the carpet, the little tail occasionally brushing against Bulma's hand, eliciting peals of laughter from her. After a while, Sun Wukong wanders over, and Bardock beckons him to greet Dr. Brief. "Hello, Uncle Brief," little Wukong says in his babyish voice, and at 2 years old, he truly is quite charming. "This child is named Sun Wukong?" Dr. Brief muses, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. "Oh, our initial meeting. I haven't given you a gift yet." He rummages through his pockets for a moment before producing a bead the size of an apple, its surface glowing with a soft red hue and 2 sparkling stars nestled within. "What is this?" Sun Wukong lifted his head from the robot, his curiosity fixated upon the orb. "I found this a few years ago in the desert," Dr. Brief remarked as he handed the orb over, his fingertip brushing against Sun Wukong's palm. "It resembled a stone yet emitted peculiar signals. Despite my 6 months of research, I remain baffled. Consider it a gift." At that moment, Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment. A 2-star Dragon Ball. Chapter 26. 2 methods to defeat Frieza. Just as Sun Wukong was about to reach for it, Bardock suddenly interjected, "Doctor, where did you find this?" His voice carried a subtle seriousness as his gaze remained fixed on the orb. "Just in the western Gobi Desert." "Why?" Dr. Brief was momentarily taken aback. "Is it something special?" "Special? It is beyond mere special." Bardock gently tapped the armrest of the sofa. "This is a Dragon Ball. Legend has it that gathering all 7 will summon the Eternal Dragon, granting any wish." Summon the Eternal Dragon. Dr. Brief's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly propelling him off the sofa. "Is that true? I suspected it was sending signals, but now it makes sense." "Indeed, Bardock, you are quite knowledgeable." Bulma chimed in, her little head nestled beside Dr. Brief. "Daddy, can we go find the others? I want a flying skateboard." "Patience," Dr. Brief said, patting her head. He then called out to the robot behind him, "Bring me the silver box from my study." Before long, The robot presented a palm-sized silver box. Doctor. Brief opened it to reveal a small device, its screen flickering with a faint green light. This is a radar I developed based on the Dragon Ball signals, he explained, handing it to Bardock. It can detect the location of Dragon Balls, though its range is limited. I've never found a use for it. If you're interested, take it. Bardock accepted the radar, his fingertips gliding across the cool screen, the green light shimmering with his movement. Thank you, Doctor. To speak candidly, Doctor. Brief's gifts of both the Dragon Ball and the radar left Bardock feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a small black device from his pocket. About half the size of his palm, adorned with a display screen. Consider this a token of gratitude. What is this? Dr. Brief took it, examining it closely, noticing some signs of wear on its edges. A scouter, Bardock explained. It measures a being's combat power. I often used it during interstellar travels. It might be useful for our Capsule Corporation's interstellar operations, though it is slightly damaged. With your skills, you should be able to repair it. A scouter. Doctor. Brief's eyes widened in amazement, cradling the device as if it were a treasure. This is a remarkable item. I will study it immediately. Thank you, Bardock. As the sun began to set, Dr. Brief rose to leave, but Bulma suddenly clung to Sun Wukong's arm, exclaiming, Daddy, I'm not leaving. I want to play with Wukong. Child, don't cause trouble, Dr. Brief admonished sternly, though he was intercepted by Jine. Let Bulma stay, Jine suggested with a smile. It's a perfect opportunity for her to bond with Wukong. Bardock can take her back later. That would be quite a bother for you, Dr. Brief replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. After offering Bulma a few final reminders, he departed with the robot. After bidding farewell to Dr. Brief, Bardock turned to see Bulma tugging Sun Wukong towards the stairs, their laughter echoing like silver bells throughout the living room. Sun Wukong's tail swayed playfully, brushing against Bulma's wrist, who attempted to catch it, her little shoes clattering on the steps. Jine leaned against Bardock's shoulder, watching the two children frolic in the yard, her smile tender as flowing water. How delightful, she murmured. He seems utterly unafraid. After all, he is a scion child, Bardock replied, wrapping his arm around her waist. His gaze drifting towards the evening sky, which was painted in hues of orange reminiscent of the sunset on Planet Vegeta. What do you think Raditz is up to now? Jine suddenly asked, her voice softening. He is still under Frieza's command. I worry. Bardock tightened his grip, his fingers brushing Jine's hair. Do not fret. You will be fine. He gazed at the last remnants of the sunset, his expression growing somber. And he will come to Earth. We merely need to wait some time. Moreover, shortly after Raditz arrives, we will face Frieza's forces. How much longer must we wait? Jine looked up at him, concern etched in her eyes. Bardock pondered briefly. This year is 741 AD. The invasion by Raditz should occur in 761 AD. His voice was calm, yet undeniably resolute. We have 20 years. 20 years. Jine echoed, her gaze drifting towards the stairway where Sun Wukong and Bulma had disappeared, the faint sounds of their laughter still lingering. Can we truly defeat Frieza? Bardock fell into contemplation. There are two methods to defeat Frieza. The first involves exploiting his tendency to conceal his power, as he fears losing control over his ultimate form. Thus, he often suppresses his strength to his first form, which is a mere 530,000 combat power. If we could amass a significant amount of combat power and launch a surprise attack before he transforms, it is indeed possible to obliterate him entirely. He recalled a comic he had seen in a past life titled Dragon Ball, Super Dimension Chaos. In that story, Bardock from a parallel universe employed the same strategy. By transforming into a great ape, his power increased tenfold, and alongside the scions from the entire planet, they executed a surprise attack on Frieza, successfully eliminating him. However, this method always carries high risk. Should Frieza achieve his final transformation, his terrifying combat power of 1.2 billion would leave no one able to contend with him. The second method involves dedicating 20 years to training, raising the scion's base combat power to 3 million, which is the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a combat power of 3 million, Extreme Rage can trigger the transformation into a Super Saiyan. This ability is an inherent trait within the Saiyan bloodline. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of combat power, an intense emotional rage can unlock this state. A Super Saiyan's power is equivalent to 50 times their base power. In the original storyline, during the battle on Namek, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan upon witnessing Krillin's brutal murder at Frieza's hands, his combat power soaring to 1.5 billion. Although there are instances where Scions with base powers below 3 million can still transform into Super Scions, this narrative opts for a more rigorous adherence to power levels. Using Sun Wukong's initial transformation at a base power of 3 million as a standard. Once transformed into a Super Scion, even if Frieza were to achieve his complete form, he could be easily defeated. Yet, Bardock was uncertain of his ability to ensure this transformation. Whether he could reach a combat power of 3 million in 20 years was a daunting question, as he believed his potential did not match that of protagonists like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Furthermore, whether he could achieve Super Saiyan status within that time frame remained a significant challenge. In any case, he decided to adopt the second method as a preparatory strategy, laying the groundwork for 20 years. If, after 20 years, the preparations were still insufficient, they would have no choice but to resort to the first method. Though fraught with risk, it was a necessary course of action. Bardock recalled that in Dragon Ball Super, Frieza's wish upon gathering the Dragon Balls was to grow 5 centimeters taller, but Bardock knew this was utterly absurd. Did the Cosmic Emperor truly care about such trivial height? He vividly remembered Frieza's first wish upon collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek, which was to attain immortality. If Frieza were to gather the Dragon Balls on Namek and realize that wish, the entire universe would fall under his tyrannical reign. The pristine land of Earth will ultimately fall victim to the invasion of the Frieza force. After all the effort to find a beautiful home, it would be reduced to ashes. No, it cannot be allowed. It is absolutely unacceptable. Hence, Bardock must rise to the occasion and begin preparing for the battle on planet Namek that will transpire 20 years hence. Bardock gazed down at her, the golden rays of the setting sun casting a halo upon her lashes, as if they were gilded. Yes, this is sufficient, he declared, tightening his embrace. The crystal chandelier in the living room continued to refract light, the grapes on the coffee table still glistening with droplets of water. From the distance, a cry of oops echoed from the staircase, likely the sound of Sun Wukong's tail being inadvertently caught. Everything felt as if it had just been immersed in warm water, enveloped in a cozy, sweet ambience. Chapter 27. The Third Daughter, Ba Ling Heir, Balloon Flower. The 5 years from 741 to 746 in the era of Ailey seemed to stretch gently, each day steeped in a mundane yet solid happiness, while quietly nurturing the seeds of change. The lives of Bardock and Jine appeared to be meticulously divided into 2 halves. During the day, the morning meeting at the Universal Capsule Corporation was an unyielding starting point. They sat side by side in the conference room, listening to reports from various departments, occasionally exchanging glances that conveyed their thoughts. Bardock's composed decisiveness, coupled with Jine's meticulous thoroughness, ensured that the company's decisions were both efficient and reliable. As soon as the morning meeting concluded at 10, they would seamlessly head to the gravity room, a space that Bardock had specially commissioned Dr. Brief to transform. The gravity multiplier could be precisely adjusted, adequately meeting the rigorous training needs of the Scions. Additionally, they had set up several small flying devices capable of movement while firing lasers, aiding in the enhancement of their reflexes and speed. With advancements in technology, the upper limit of the gravity chamber had gradually increased, now reaching 100 times its standard gravity. Pushing open the door, the heavy atmospheric pressure hit them immediately. Bardock shed his suit jacket, donning only a fitted training uniform, and his aura instantly sharpened. He never slacked off during training, throwing punches and executing kicks, each movement accompanied by a whistling sound as he cut through the air. Sweat cascaded down the defined contours of his muscles, splattering against the floor and creating dark stains. Jine was equally impressive, her movements exhibiting agility and speed akin to a fleeting shadow. Each dodge and counterattack was executed with perfect timing. Occasionally, they would engage in sparring, the sound of their fists and feet colliding resonating with a powerful yet harmonious rhythm, never truly injuring one another. They both understood that this relentless toil of sweat was for the impending life-and-death struggle 20 years later. Each increment of combat strength would enhance their odds against Frieza. Nightfall, however, belonged to their tender moments together. The fatigue from the gravity room was washed away by warm water, and they exchanged their training garb for comfortable loungewear. The living room lights exuding a warm and soft glow. They would lean against the sofa, sharing amusing anecdotes from work, recounting the mischief of their 2 children, or simply enjoying the tranquil silence as they listened to the wind outside. Little Sun Wukong was placed in the adjacent room, often straining his ears before sleep. curiously absorbing the whispers and occasional laughter emanating from his parents' room. His little mind brimmed with questions, yet he understood that it was a warm secret belonging to the adults. In 742, which marked the second year since Bardock and Jine brought son Wukong home, spring heralded the arrival of a new life, infusing their household with even greater joy. Jine successfully gave birth to a daughter, whom Bardock named Ba Ling Er. The name was derived from the Sion tradition of using vegetable and plant names in English phonetics for naming. Ba Ling Er corresponds phonetically to balloon flower, a type of bellflower, and due to her being their daughter, Bardock playfully added a diminutive suffix, hence the name Ba Ling Er. The little one, upon her birth, opened her large, round eyes, her cheeks resembling Bardock's oval face, while her ears were perfectly crafted like a mold. However, her delicate features were a perfect inheritance from Jine. Exquisitely sculpted, resembling a tiny angel descended from the heavens. Of course, she also possessed a slender, furry scion tail, curled up in her swaddling, adorably inviting touch. When son Wukong first laid eyes on his sister, he was so nervous that he fumbled, extending his hand only to retract it, fearful of harming the tiny being. Bulma also leaned in nearby, her eyes sparkling as she quietly exclaimed, "She's so small. I'll teach her how to conduct experiments." From that moment on, the two older children became Ba Ling Er's guardians. Son Wukong would offer his favorite snacks to his sister, while Bulma would purchase lovely little dresses for her with her pocket money. The sound of Ba Ling Er's giggles became the most delightful background music in their home. As Ba Ling Er began to babble, she gravitated towards Bulma the most. While Bulma sprawled on the carpet assembling a robot model, Ba Ling Er would waddle over, mistaking the parts for candy and stuffing them into her mouth. Bulma would hurriedly snatch them away, pinching her little face and admonishing her that these were screws, not sweets. Yet, Ba Ling Er would blink her big, round eyes and tug at Bulma's ponytail, prompting a mixture of annoyance and amusement from Bulma, who would then scoop her up onto her lap and teach her the colors of the parts. At 2 years old, Ba Ling Er accompanied son Wukong to pick wild fruits. Spotting Bulma sketching on her easel, she scampered over with her tiny legs, dipping her hands in paint and leaving pink handprints on Bulma's canvas, which depicted the sky. Bulma feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips. But Ba Ling Er promptly dove into her embrace, rubbing her furry tail against Bulma's arm and calling out "Mama" in her sweet voice, instantly melting Bulma's heart like cotton candy, leading her to transform Ba Ling Er's handprints into clouds. During her 4th birthday celebration, she insisted on wearing Bulma's pearl hairpin, which was too large and slid down to her nose, eliciting laughter from everyone. Son Wukong attempted to remove it, but she turned and hid behind Bulma, raising her tiny hand and declaring that it looked good on her sister. Bulma, helplessly, assisted her in securing the hairpin atop her head, and Ba Ling Er immediately puffed out her little chest and twirled around, her tail proudly raised, resembling a peacock in full display. As for son Wukong's childhood, it was even more joyful than Bardock had envisioned. He was entrusted to the care of Dr. Brief and his wife, practically becoming the little tyrant of the Capsule Corporation. Every morning, he would arrive punctually at Bulma's doorstep, shouting for her to get ready for school, his voice clear enough to awaken the entire estate. Bulma would always dawdle, only to be pulled along by him as they dashed off, his backpack bobbing wildly behind him. Little son Wukong was quite intelligent. However, the introductory courses for human toddlers were easily grasped at a glance. After a few examinations, he directly advanced from 1st grade to 4th grade. Currently, he was in the same class as Bulma, both studying in the same classroom. During lessons, son Wukong often found it difficult to sit still, his gaze frequently drifting towards the window, while Bulma would discreetly nudge him with her elbow, slipping him a note with the answers. After school, the two were inseparable, rolling on the grass at the company, visiting the laboratory to observe Dr. Brief's new inventions, or exploring the mountains and forests in the countryside. Son Wukong's tail was ever restless, swinging from branches like a swing, and sometimes inadvertently brushing Bulma's cheek, provoking her playful scolding. Dr. Brief and his wife had long regarded son Wukong as their own grandchild. Seeing him and Bulma together, sometimes bickering and at other times getting along like one person, brought smiles to their faces, especially Mrs. Brief, who loved to hold son Wukong's little hand and shower him with treats, exclaiming how tall he had grown. In such an environment, son Wukong's character was gently tempered, becoming cheerful and innocent, with his world revolving around play and Bulma. As for Bulma, She gradually grew accustomed to this mischievous little monkey by her side, even standing up to protect him when he was bullied by other children. Innocent sentiments, akin to creeping vines, quietly flourish between the hearts of two children, unnoticed by themselves. Chapter 28. The betrothal time slips away silently amidst the children's playful antics and the adults' bustling activities, akin to the fine grains of sand in an hourglass, unceasing yet unnoticed. And before long, it is the year 746 of the era of Ailey. 5 years of diligent training have not been in vain. Every drop of sweat has transformed into tangible strength. Standing in the center of the gravity chamber, Bardock slowly stretches his limbs, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. While the energy surrounding him pulsates as if it were a physical entity, he raises his hand and strikes the measuring device with a punch. Even before the wind of his blow reaches it, the screen flashes red, ultimately stabilizing at the staggering figure of 800,000. The crimson glow reflects in his eyes, a blend of composure and sharpness. In the adjacent training area, Jine stands firm, beads of sweat glistening along her jawline, her power measurement halting at 700,000. Though slightly lesser than Bardock's, it still places her among the rare elite on Earth. The metallic walls of the gravity chamber are marked with varying depths of fist and foot imprints, trophies of countless extreme breakthroughs achieved over the years. This figure denotes absolute invincibility on Earth. Even in the vastness of the universe, it would instill fear in the hearts of intergalactic pirates and the subordinate factions of Frieza. Within the gravity chamber, as he feels the surging power within him akin to a mighty river, a flicker of determination flashes in Bardock's eyes. Although there remains a considerable distance to the threshold of 3 million required for Super Saiyan transformation, he possesses confidence that through relentless daily refinement over the next 15 years, he may indeed achieve the astonishing goal that would shake the very fabric of the universe. Simultaneously, Bulma's Capsule Corporation has reached unprecedented heights of glory. The headquarters has expanded threefold compared to 5 years ago, constructed entirely from transparent alloys that refract a dreamlike aura under the sunlight, resembling a crystal palace suspended above the city. With the blueprints of the superluminal engines extracted from the Scion's ancient spacecraft and an influx of funds sufficient to purchase half of Earth, the company not only navigated through the crisis caused by previous research stagnation, but also achieved groundbreaking advancements in spacecraft propulsion technology. On the day the first capsule explorer ascended into the sky, the live broadcast captured Dr. Brief nearly tearing his tie in excitement. While Bardock stood to the side of the observation platform, watching the blue flames erupting from the ship's tail cut through the sky, reminiscent of the sunset on Planet Vegeta, causing his eyes to well with warmth. Today, silver-gray spacecraft emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo frequently venture into the depths of the cosmos. Returning with rare ores from the Alpha Galaxy, high-yield seeds from Planet Zell, and even establishing trade relations with 3 alien worlds. The company's revenue has skyrocketed, the figures on financial statements breaking records each quarter. Within a mere 5 years, their wealth has more than tripled compared to the original timeline. The growth curve next to the stock code steep as a cliff. Dr. Brief has become the undisputed wealthiest individual in the world, surrounded by reporters and business partners wherever he goes, his iconic fluffy hair often speckled with metallic debris from the laboratory. Yet it does not diminish his commanding presence on the covers of financial magazines. As the second-largest shareholder of the company, Bardock's wealth is equally staggering, naturally rising to the second position on the wealth list. When financial news channels report on the global rich list, the hosts invariably exclaim in astonishment, following Dr. Brief is the enigmatic Mr. Bardock, the investor who holds the core of interstellar technology, as discreet as a legend. To celebrate the monumental achievements of the past 5 years, the Capsule Corporation hosted a grand banquet in the open square atop their headquarters. The square is enveloped by a colossal dome, beneath which a splendid starry sky sparkles. While the interior is ablaze with light, hundreds of crystal chandeliers resembling falling rivers of stars illuminating the venue as if it were broad daylight. Amidst the elegant attire, business magnates don custom-tailored suits, holding aloft their high-stemmed glasses filled with extraterrestrial champagne, the droplets of condensation on the glass reflecting their joyous expressions. Regional dignitaries gather in corners, engaging in hushed discussions about the latest aerospace plans of the Capsule Corporation. Even several alien ambassadors with tentacles, clad in modified suits, curiously touch the holographic menus floating in midair. Dr. Brief, adorned in a crisp white suit and a ship-shaped brooch pinned to his chest, beams with vitality as he accepts congratulations from the crowd, occasionally sharing a knowing smile with Bardock beside him. When someone mentions the breakthrough in superluminal engine technology, he invariably pats Bardock on the shoulder, proclaiming, "This is all thanks to Bardock. Without his inspiration, we would still be fumbling in the dark for another decade." Jine, draped in a delicate lavender gown embroidered with intricate star patterns designed specifically for her by Bulma, engages gently with the guests, nodding slightly in response to compliments, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction over their current life. When a duchess from Europe inquires about her beauty secrets, she smiles and glances towards the children. Perhaps it is simply the endless amusing antics at home. Son Goku and Bulma have also donned formal attire. 9-year-old Son Goku wears a deep blue suit, his bow tie askew, revealing a white shirt underneath. He has matured into a young lad, shedding much of his childishness while gaining a touch of heroism, yet his eyes remain bright and clear, sparkling like a lake holding stars as he gazes at the cake table. His height is not particularly notable, for Scions maintain a child's stature until they reach adulthood. 13-year-old Bulma is clad in a pink dress, its hem puffed like a blossoming bud, her hair styled in a side ponytail tied with a ribbon of the same hue. Occasionally, she sneaks glances at the curious Son Goku beside her, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue than her dress. 4-year-old Bra is also adorned in a white little dress, its hem adorned with glimmering rhinestones, flitting through the crowd like a small butterfly. Her tail is tied into a bow with a ribbon by her mother, swaying as she runs, often darting to her older siblings, tugging at Son Goku's suit pants or pulling at Bulma's ribbon, her voice sweetly calling, "Brother, sister, take me to get strawberry cake." As the drinks flow and the atmosphere grows increasingly vibrant, the band shifts to a lively dance tune. Couples stepping into the center of the dance floor, their twirling skirts resembling blooming flowers. Dr. Brief, holding a glass of amber liquid that sways gently, approaches Bardock and Jine, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betraying his scheming nature. "Bardock, Mrs. Jine," he clears his throat, purposefully raising his voice to capture the attention of those nearby, the previously bustling corner descending into silence, even the band's rhythm slowing slightly. "Today is such a joyous occasion. I have an idea I would like to discuss with you." Bardock raises an eyebrow, taking a sip from his glass, the liquid warming his throat with a slight spiciness. "Please, go ahead, Doctor." Dr. Brief glances over at Son Goku and Bulma, who are sneakily grabbing macarons. Son Goku shoving a pink macaron into Bulma's hand as she playfully swats it away, yet still popping the sweet treat into her mouth. The old doctor proclaims loudly, "Look at this child, Son Goku. We have watched him grow from crawling around in the lab. And he is so close with our Bulma that he seems just like my own grandson. Moreover, you and I are the two major shareholders of the company. Our bond is so strong that it is not an exaggeration to say we are family." He pauses for effect, letting all eyes focus on him before shifting his tone. Anticipation barely contained in his voice. "I propose we arrange a betrothal between Goku and Bulma, strengthening our ties even further. What do you think?" At this revelation, the surroundings fall abruptly silent, the sound of crystal chandeliers refracting the light distinctly audible before a wave of murmured discussions erupts. The mixture of gasps and restrained laughter signaling the audience's intrigue in this unfolding spectacle. Whispers circulated discreetly. Dr. Buli Fu's strategy was indeed astute, as he not only forged an alliance with Ba Dong, but also secured the company's future firmly within his grasp. The calculations behind Dr. Buli Fu's moves were not particularly difficult to decipher. Sun Wukong, whom he had watched grow, embodied purity of spirit alongside formidable combat prowess, making him an undeniably reliable asset for the future. Furthermore, the bond between Sun Wukong and Bulma, having been forged in their childhood, was stronger than steel. Most significantly, Bardock held half of the company's shares, and should a union between their families occur, the offspring of Sun Wukong and Bulma would inherit the equity, effectively placing control of the company in the hands of his own grandchildren. This maneuver was akin to a clever sleight of hand, ensuring that shares circled back to familiar hands, with the abacus beads nearly soaring into the heavens. Bardock paused momentarily, then smiled, the warmth of mirth spreading to the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Gnei, who was also watching him with a gentle smile in her eyes. She nodded lightly and reached out to touch his arm, as if to say she approved. Truth be told, he harbored no aversion to this proposition. The two families were indeed well acquainted, their friendship having transcended mere commercial partnership since their exchange of Dragon Balls and detectors 5 years prior. Sun Wukong and Bulma had climbed trees, stirred up mischief, and shared snacks together since childhood, their affection for one another evident on their faces. A union between them would undoubtedly be a beautiful affair. Additionally, he quietly mused that this might alleviate many of the regrets harbored by Dragon Ball fans. As the debates on forums regarding why Sun Wukong and Bulma had not ended up together could likely diminish by half, I find Dr. Bully Fu's suggestion quite feasible. Bardock's voice resonated steadily, akin to a hammer striking steel, clearly echoing through the quiet corners of the room. However, we must inquire about the children's feelings. All eyes turned towards Sun Wukong and Bulma, as if spotlights had illuminated the center of a stage. The two youngsters, taken aback by the sudden attention, felt somewhat bashful. Sun Wukong still clutched half a macaron, while Bulma hurriedly wiped the frosting from the corner of her mouth. They approached slowly, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another, causing them to shyly recoil as if jolted by electricity. Dr. Bully Fu crouched down, striving to adopt a gentle tone. Wukong, do you like Bulma? Would you like to be with her always, sharing strawberry cakes every day and playing in the hills? Though Sun Wukong did not quite comprehend the concept of engagement, upon hearing the words like Bulma, along with mentions of strawberry cakes and playing in the hills, his eyes sparkled instantly. He nodded vigorously, his voice booming like thunder. I like Bulma. She helps me with my homework and plays with me. I want to play with Bulma forever, every day. Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe cherry. She shot Sun Wukong an exasperated glare, playfully swatting his arm, retorting, Who wants to be with you all the time, little monkey? Last time, you filled my experiment notes with turtles. Yet, the shyness and uncontainable joy in her eyes blossomed forth like tender sprouts in spring. After a brief pause, she murmured softly, her voice as sweet as cotton candy, but since you are so sincere, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. As her words faded, a wave of good-natured laughter and thunderous applause erupted around them. Bardock and Dr. Bully Fu exchanged knowing smiles, their hands clasping together, the warmth of their palms conveying an unspoken understanding, solidifying this union. Though Ba Ling Er did not fully grasp the adult discussions, seeing everyone laugh prompted her to join in, her little hands clapping enthusiastically. She dashed to Sun Wukong and Bulma, grasping one hand of each, looking up with her innocent face and asking, Does this mean we can always play together, big brother and sister? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, while Bulma affectionately ruffled her hair. The three children soon became lost in joyful play, their laughter ringing out like chimes in the wind. The atmosphere of the banquet grew even more vibrant with this joyous occasion. The band struck up a cheerful waltz, as Dr. Bully Fu took his wife's hand to dance, while Bardock and Gnei stood to the side, watching the swaying skirts of the couple with smiles on their faces. Guests approached with raised glasses to offer congratulations, and he responded to each with warmth, though his gaze frequently drifted toward the children. Outside, the night deepened, and the stars above seemed to draw closer, their brilliance illuminating the moment with blessings of happiness. Bardock surveyed the scene before him, feeling a profound warmth within. He understood that tranquil days would not last forever. The shadows of 20 years hence lingered. Yet, as long as family, friends, and a resolute spirit of protection remained by his side, he felt confident in facing whatever the future held. The joy of this moment was genuine, and this authenticity would become the strength guiding them through the long years ahead. In the spring of 749 AL, the gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms from the outskirts, wafting through the wrought iron gates of Bulma's estate. The vintage swing in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, its knots polished smooth by the countless times Sun Wukong and Bulma had swung upon it during their childhood. Time flowed quietly amidst the daily rituals and the changing seasons. 3 years had passed since the grand engagement banquet, and the children had sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain, visibly growing at an astonishing pace. 12-year-old Sun Wukong had shed the roundness of childhood, now resembling a slender young poplar. He donned a new cream-colored short robe crafted by Bulma, the collar hanging loosely, revealing his sturdy collarbones, a style he favored for its practicality while climbing trees and rummaging for bird nests. His limbs, still retaining the delicate form of youth, exuded a spry energy. He ran like a gust of wind, and could leap high enough to grasp the wind chimes hanging from the eaves. With the baby fat having faded from his cheeks, his features became increasingly defined, his bright, curious eyes reflecting an eagerness to explore the world. A tuft of black hair stubbornly stuck up at the front, refusing to be tamed by Geni's efforts, mirroring his wild spirit. However, his stature was not particularly tall. He was a head shorter than Bulma, as scions remain at a child's height until they reach maturity. He had not engaged in the systematic gravity training that Bardock practiced. Instead, his strength was honed through chasing rabbits and wrestling with wild boars in the hills, resulting in a raw yet potent vigor. At 16, Bulma had blossomed into a young woman, far removed from the girl who once sported a side ponytail. She wore a light pink dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her calves clad in white socks and delicate little shoes. Her long hair was loosely gathered in a bun, with a few stray strands framing her face, enhancing her delicate features. The youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a straightened nose and soft lip lines, her speech imbued with a polite warmth. She had inherited her father's intellect, often seen with a tablet-like device in hand, occasionally jotting down notes. Upon encountering elders, she would nod slightly, addressing Bardock as uncle and Geni as auntie with a crisp voice that conveyed just the right amount of respect. 7-year-old Ba Ling Er resembled a finely crafted porcelain doll, adorned in a pale yellow princess dress embellished with sparkling sequins, flitting about like a butterfly in flight. Her hair, styled into 2 playful pigtails by Geni, was tied with pink ribbons that swayed with her movements. The little girl's eyes mirrored Geni's, round and slightly upturned at the corners, revealing 2 tiny fangs when she smiled. Her fluffy tail danced behind her, rising high when she was happy, currently clutching a cookie and sneakily nibbling on it. The evening's family banquet was set in the estate's outdoor dining area, where automatic awnings gradually adjusted with the sun's descent, casting dappled shadows on the white tablecloth. As the robotic butler served the steaming stew, the metallic tray collided with the table, producing a crisp sound. Bardock had just concluded his gravity training for the day, the black training suit still imbued with the scent of perspiration. He filled half a glass with ice water from the table, the movement of his Adam's apple revealing the strength cultivated through years of rigorous training. Janae sat beside him, delicately using a napkin to wipe the sauce from Baliner's mouth. The light purple loungewear accentuated her fair complexion, while the fine lines at the corners of her eyes concealed the tenderness accumulated over the years. "Uncle Bardock, did you go to the gravity room again today?" Bulma inquired politely, setting down her spoon. "Dad said you adjusted the gravity to 120 times. That's impressive." Bardock smiled softly. "Just take your time to adapt. You children need not concern yourselves with this." He turned his gaze towards son Wukong, who was engaged in a tussle with a roasted chicken leg. "Wukong, come sit properly." Son Wukong immediately straightened up, the chicken leg still in his mouth, mumbling an indistinct response. Bardock's attention shifted to his son, scrutinizing him earnestly. The 12-year-old was nearly at Janae's shoulder, with long limbs and clear eyes. The innate wildness he possessed was something neither Bardock nor Janae had. Over the years, he refrained from pushing Wukong into gravity training, allowing him to frolic freely in the mountains, wishing to preserve a bit of childish innocence. After all, as scions, they had too few carefree days in their lives. "Son, you are already 12 years old," Bardock's voice lowered slightly, acknowledging his growth into a young man. Son Wukong nodded vigorously, discarding the chicken bone onto the plate. "I've grown up long ago. I even scared off a black bear in the mountains last time." Bulma chuckled lightly beside him. "That was because the black bear happened to be stung by a bee, and you took advantage of the situation." "That is not true," son Wukong retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. Bardock waved his hand to silence them, retrieving a velvet box from his pocket. "I have a task for you. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" Son Wukong immediately puffed out his chest, responding loudly, "Yes. Whatever it is, I can definitely do it." Baliner clapped her tiny hands, her tail perked up with excitement. "Is Big Brother going to do something grand? Take me with you." Janae smiled, pulling her little daughter into her embrace. "First, let your father speak." Bardock opened the box, and a soft red glow shimmered in the twilight. Inside lay a pearl-sized orb, its surface adorned with spiral patterns, with a red star embedded in the center, resembling solidified flames. "Do you remember this?" Son Wukong's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to examine the box. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "This is the 2-star Dragon Ball." It was a gift from Uncle Brief when I first arrived. I even thought about taking a bite out of it, and Bulma laughed for a long time. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "Back then, you always mistook shiny things for candy." "Indeed," Bardock replied, lifting the Dragon Ball, feeling its warm texture against his fingertips. "There are 7 Dragon Balls on Earth, and this is one of them. Your father wants you to retrieve the remaining 6. Find the Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Are they really that important?" "Extremely important." Bardock's tone turned serious. "They hold significance for me, your mother, and even for the entire Earth." He refrained from mentioning the malevolence he occasionally sensed emanating from the cosmos over the past 3 years, as Frieza's forces were expanding toward the edge of the galaxy. And the Dragon Balls might serve as a crucial trump card in the future. Such heavy matters should not burden the children prematurely. "I will go." Sun Wukong abruptly stood up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. "I promise to bring them all back." Bulma suddenly put down her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bardock, her tone infused with hope, yet remaining polite. "Uncle Bardock, can I go with Wukong? I've just made a Dragon Ball radar that can cover the entire Earth, far more effective than my dad's old model. Plus, I know the way and can guide Wukong." Bardock regarded her, then glanced at Sun Wukong, who was playfully winking at Bulma, his tail wagging joyfully behind him. Unable to suppress a smile, he replied, "Of course, with you along, I feel more at ease." However, Janae furrowed her brow, gripping the tablecloth tightly. "Is it too dangerous to let them go? There are many undocumented wild beasts on Earth. What if?" "Janae," Bardock interlaced his fingers with hers, the warmth of his palm offering her a steadying comfort. "Children must grow up. Let this journey be a form of adventure. If they encounter any insurmountable issues, they can contact us using the radar. Wukong is strong, and Bulma is clever. They complement each other perfectly. I want to go too." Baliner suddenly leapt out of Janae's arms, rushing to Bardock, tugging at his pants with a pout. "Big brother and sister can go, so I can go too. I can carry my own backpack now," she exclaimed, puffing out her tiny chest like a little hen trying to assert herself. Bardock bent down to scoop up his daughter, nuzzling her forehead with his nose. "You are still too small. Wait until you grow as tall as Sister Bulma, and then I will take you to explore farther places." "All right." He secretly mused that the journey of his son and daughter-in-law should not be disrupted by this little light bulb. The emergency communication from Planet Vegeta had interrupted his and Janae's honeymoon, and he still felt a pang of regret when he thought back on it. "Really?" Baliner's eyes sparkled with excitement as her little hands grasped Bardock's collar. "Pinky promise. Pinky promise." Bardock extended his pinky, intertwining it with his daughter's delicate finger, his heart melting entirely. Janae watched the father-daughter duo, a helpless smile adorning her lips. She stood up and walked into the house, returning shortly with a backpack. "Wukong, inside are spare clothes and compressed biscuits, along with this." She handed over a small capsule, an emergency medical kit. "If you get hurt, just throw it on the ground." "Thank you, Mom." Sun Wukong accepted the backpack, strapping it onto his back and testing its weight. "It's so light." Bulma dashed back to her lab, and 10 minutes later emerged, pushing a pink suitcase adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. "Uncle Bardock, Aunt Janae, I brought a portable tent and spare batteries, and this." She held up a palm-sized device, a language translator. "So we won't be afraid if we encounter someone we can't understand." Bardock nodded approvingly. "Be cautious on the road, and remember to check in daily." "Got it, Uncle Bardock." Bulma chirped, winking at Sun Wukong. "Shall we set off early tomorrow morning?" Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As night deepened, the lights of the manor flickered on, resembling scattered stars on the ground. Bardock stood on the second-floor terrace, watching the 3 children frolicking in the yard. Sun Wukong was spinning around with Baliner on his back, while Bulma laughed nearby, her bell-like laughter echoing through the courtyard. Janae approached him, gently leaning against his shoulder. "Are you really not worried?" "Not at all." Bardock gazed into the distant starry sky, his voice steady. "They are stronger than we imagine." He understood that this seemingly simple Dragon Ball journey would mark the beginning of the children's growth, just as he had learned responsibility and guardianship through countless adventures while drifting through the stars in his youth. The following morning, at dawn's first light, Sun Wukong and Bulma stood at the door with their packs slung over their shoulders. The flying car was fully charged, parked in the driveway, its silver-gray body glimmering in the morning light. "Dad, Mom, we're off." Sun Wukong waved excitedly, unable to contain his joy. "Uncle Bardock, Aunt Janae, we'll take good care of ourselves." Bulma chimed in, smiling and waving, the ribbons in her braids fluttering in the breeze. Bardock and Janae stood at the door, watching as the flying car slowly ascended, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Ballinger clung to the railing, her little face filled with envy. Big brother and sister, you have to come back soon. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a glow on the Manor's lawn, where dewdrops refracted a spectrum of colors. A new journey had begun, and awaiting them were adventures as vast and wondrous as the ocean of stars. Chapter 30, The Dragon Ball Journey, Part 1. The Dragon Ball Adventure begins. This book has long been signed, with a word count reaching 80,000. I kindly ask the esteemed readers to support me, Xiaozhou, by adding this book to your shelves, paying attention, and leaving some reviews. I sincerely thank you. The morning mist enveloped the treetops of the small hills like a damp layer of cotton, heavy and pressing. Sun Wukong, barefoot, trod upon the dew-kissed grassy slope. His toes filled with cool blades of grass, oblivious to it all. He brandished a freshly broken willow branch, chasing after a brightly colored mountain sparrow in a mad dash. The two-star Dragon Ball at his waist lightly clinked against his hip with each leap, the red cord, woven from the durable fibers of a Scion starship mixed with cotton threads, felt coarse yet remarkably sturdy. This was a special strap his mother had crafted anew for him on his 7th birthday. After the previous one had broken while he pursued wild boars on the back mountain. Wukong, stop running. Bulma's voice came from beside the flying car, tinged with playful reproach. Clad in a light pink dress, the hem fluttered in the morning breeze, revealing her ankle clad in white socks. As she held up a sandwich wrapped in paper featuring the Capsule Corporation logo. If you don't eat breakfast soon, the sandwich will get cold. Sun Wukong abruptly halted. Turning to her with a broad grin, the stubborn tuft of black hair on his forehead glued to his skin by sweat, resembling a dark ink stain. Coming. He bounded to the side of the car, snatching the sandwich and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Bulma, can your flying car go any faster? We've been on the road for days. Bulma shook her head helplessly, retrieving a carton of milk from the cooler and handing it to him. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. The maximum speed of the flying car was 300 kilometers per hour, but there were too many trees in the Black Forest to drive that fast. She glanced at her wrist-mounted Dragon Ball radar. Its screen crafted from a new flexible material that could adhere to skin. Among the 7 green dots, besides the two-star ball at Sun Wukong's waist, a red dot in the northwest blinked increasingly urgently. The first Dragon Ball is located deep within a cave in the Black Forest, approximately 25 kilometers away. The radar indicates that the energy readings there are stable, suggesting it hasn't been disturbed. A cave? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, milk dripping down his chin, which he absent-mindedly wiped with his sleeve. Is it like Grandpa said, filled with ancient stones that have withstood the test of time? Perhaps, Bulma replied, smiling as she wiped the milk from his cheek, her fingertips grazing his warm skin, causing her heart to skip a beat. But Dad warned that there are man-eating vines and moving stalagmites in the Black Forest caves, so we must be cautious. The flying car ascended slowly, resembling a silver-gray swift, weaving through the mist-laden woods. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals were lifted by the breeze, cascading onto the windshield like delicate snowflakes. Sun Wukong pressed his face against the glass, his nose squished flat, repeatedly urging, faster, faster, drawing exasperated glances from Bulma. As they entered the heart of the Black Forest, the fog gradually dissipated, sunlight filtering through the layered branches, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the hum of the flying car's engine and the occasional chirp of birds. Suddenly, Bulma slammed on the brakes, causing the car to jolt violently, nearly sending Sun Wukong tumbling from his seat. What happened? He murmured, rubbing his forehead where it had bumped against the roof, peering ahead to see the road blocked by a rushing river. The water was a deep green, resembling a massive emerald, with frothy white waves crashing against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar. This river isn't on the map, Bulma frowned, zooming in on the car's navigation system. It appeared to be a temporary waterway formed by last night's torrential rain. She turned to Sun Wukong, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Can that staff of yours be of any use? Sun Wukong's spirits soared as he drew out the Rui Jingu Bang from behind him. Initially no longer than a pair of chopsticks, he shouted, long. The golden staff instantly elongated, spanning across the river like a streak of light, securely resting upon the rocks on either side. He leapt from the car and ran to the staff, testing it with his foot, which remained firm, emitting a faint hum. No problem. He called to Bulma. Come on up. It's steadier than a bridge. Bulma cautiously stepped onto the Rui Jingu Bang, feeling the metallic surface warm beneath her feet, vibrating slightly as if alive. She grasped Sun Wukong's arm, inching her way across to the opposite shore. Just as she sighed in relief, a sudden crack echoed behind her. The staff had inexplicably shrunk, darting back into the bag on Sun Wukong's back like a golden serpent. It can move on its own? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yes, Sun Wukong scratched his head. The Rui Jingu Bang was given to me by Grandpa. It's quite formidable. He pointed toward the vine-covered cliff ahead, where the radar indicated the Dragon Ball lay hidden, presumably within a cave. The vines on the cliff were as thick as an arm, adorned with heart-shaped leaves that shimmered with a faint purple hue. Bulma pulled a spray can from her backpack, lightly misting the vines. Where the white mist settled, the resilient vines recoiled as if scorched, revealing a dark opening behind them. This is my newly formulated plant dissolvent. Made from the juice of extraterrestrial konjac, it's particularly effective against vines. She proudly shook the can and boldly stepped into the cave. Inside, the cave was significantly darker than outside, the air damp and cold, carrying a subtle earthy scent. Bulma switched on her flashlight, the beam illuminating the stalactites hanging from above, each uniquely shaped, some resembling inverted ice cones, others like cascading curtains. Water droplets dripped from the tips of the stalactites into puddles on the ground, creating a rhythmic ticking sound that echoed throughout the cavern. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was located on a stone platform ahead. Bulma pointed toward a glimmering light in the distance, where a faint glow flickered. The two ventured forward, stepping cautiously over the uneven ground, strewn with sharp stalagmites that threatened to trip them at any moment. Suddenly, Sun Wukong halted, lowering his voice. There is a sound. Bulma immediately switched off the flashlight, plunging them into darkness. They held their breaths, listening intently to a rustling noise, as if something was crawling nearby. After a moment, Sun Wukong whispered, to the left. Many of them. Just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound erupted from the left wall, green lights flickering in the darkness like ghostly flames. Ah! Bulma instinctively shrieked, her innate fear of insects heightened by the sight of a swarm. She hastily donned her night vision goggles, revealing a dozen insects emerging from the crevices of the rock wall, equipped with scythe-like foreclaws, their dark green shells glistening with a metallic sheen, and blood-red eyes fixated upon them. Stone scythe worms. Bulma gasped, her voice trembling with evident fright. Dad said they are prehistoric creatures. Their claws can slice through steel. Sun Wukong, however, was exhilarated, rubbing his hands together as he brandished the Rui Jingu Bang. Just the right opportunity to stretch my legs. Without waiting for the worms to approach, he charged forward, the staff spinning in his hands like a golden top. Watch this. The stone scythe worms reacted swiftly, their foreclaws slicing through the air toward Sun Wukong, but he deftly evaded them. He leaped high, delivering a powerful kick to the back of the foremost worm. Hearing a sharp crack as its hard shell shattered, green ichor oozing forth with a pungent odor. The remaining worms emitted a cacophony of terrifying shrieks, creating a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. Seeing this, the other worms lunged at him frantically, only to be repelled one by Sun Wukong's staff. Some losing their claws, others toppled over, struggling to rise. All sorted, Sun Wukong clapped his hands and turned to Bulma with a grin. These worms aren't so tough after all. Bulma removed her night vision goggles, gazing at the writhing swarm of insects below. Still feeling a sense of dread, do not let your guard down. There may be greater dangers ahead. Navigating through the area teeming with insects. A circular stone platform emerged in the distance, its surrounding ground a deep green, resembling a vast jelly that continued to quiver slightly. In the center of the platform, nestled within a groove, lay a luminous blue orb, its surface adorned with spiral patterns, with a blue star embedded in its center. Indeed, it was the Sanqing Longzhu. It is the Sanqing Zhu. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to leap onto the platform, only to be restrained by Bulma. Do not approach, she warned, pointing at the green ground beneath them. That is a moving swamp. It can suck a person in. Last year, 2 members of my father's expedition fell in and never returned. She retrieved a coil of high-strength rope from her backpack, tying one end to a nearby stone pillar and handing the other to Sun Wukong. Hold onto the rope and jump across to grab the Dragon Ball. But whatever you do, do not step on the swamp. Taking the rope, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and leapt into the air. His body traced an arc in the sky, landing firmly on the stone platform as he grasped the Sanqing Longzhu. The orb felt warm in his hand, slightly larger than the Ershing Zhu at his waist, with specks of dirt clinging to its surface. "I got it," he cheered, raising the Dragon Ball in triumph. But as he turned to jump back, the stone platform began to tremble beneath his feet. The entire platform started to slowly sink, while the surrounding swamp churned like boiling water, bubbling ominously and releasing a foul odor. "Come back quickly," Bulma shouted urgently, pulling hard on the rope. Sun Wukong leaped again, grasping the rope and swinging back to safety, landing beside Bulma, just as the platform completely submerged, leaving only a ring of bubbling green slime behind. "That was close," Bulma said, patting her chest as she smiled at the Sanqing Longzhu in Sun Wukong's hand. "Let us seek the next one. The radar indicates it is near Baozishan to the east." "Baozishan." Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his eyes brightening instantly. "Isn't that where Grandpa lives? I haven't seen him in such a long time." At the foot of Baozishan, dozens of wooden houses with blue tiles dotted the banks of a small river. At the village entrance, an old locust tree bore a brass bell, serving as the village's gathering signal. When the wind blew, the bell would chime sweetly, resonating with a distant tranquility. As the flying car came to a stop at the village entrance, several children dressed in coarse cloth garments gathered around, curiously inspecting the silver-gray vehicle, chattering excitedly among themselves. "It's Brother Wukong." A little girl with her hair in horn braids recognized him and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Brother Wukong is back." In recent years, Sun Wukong often returned to Baozishan to visit his grandfather, Sun Wufan, and naturally grew close with these children. He jumped out of the vehicle, greeting them with a smile. "Xiaohua, Erju, look how tall you've grown." He pulled out candies made by Bulma's mother from the flying car and distributed them to the children. "These are fruit candies. They are quite sweet." The children gleefully unwrapped the candies and popped them into their mouths. A spirited little boy pointed at Bulma and asked, "Brother Wukong, who is this sister?" "She is very pretty." Sun Wukong's face flushed crimson as he scratched his head, murmuring, "This is Bulma. She is my fiancée." Bulma's cheeks also reddened as she quickly produced several small robot toys from her bag to share with the children. "I am Bulma. It is a pleasure to meet you all." "What is a fiancée?" Xiaohua blinked her curious eyes. "It means she will be the person who marries Brother Wukong in the future," Erju interjected, causing a ripple of laughter among the children. Sun Wukong's face turned even redder as he grabbed Bulma's hand and dashed deeper into the village. "Do not listen to their nonsense. Let us hurry to see Grandpa." Sun Wufan's home was at the far end of the village, where a ginkgo tree stood in the yard, so large that it required 3 people to encircle it. Its robust trunk and lush foliage resembled a giant umbrella. A swing hung from the tree, fashioned from branches of the old locust tree. Its ropes worn smooth, a place where Sun Wukong had loved to play as a child. "Grandpa, I'm back," Sun Wukong called out as he pushed open the slightly ajar gate and rushed inside. A cough echoed from within, and an elderly man clad in a coarse short coat emerged, leaning on a cane. His hair was gray and tied up in a bun, secured with a wooden pin. His face was lined with wrinkles, akin to the bark of an ancient tree, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, glimmering with a loving light. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the old man first froze for a moment, then a joyful smile broke across his face. "Wukong, is it really you, young lad?" "Grandpa." Sun Wukong rushed over and enveloped Sun Wufan in a tight embrace, nearly knocking him over. "I missed you so much." Sun Wufan chuckled, patting his back before coughing a few times and finally gasping. "You rascal, how long has it been since you visited Grandpa? Let me see how tall you've grown." He scrutinized Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with pride. "You've grown over a head taller since the last time I saw you, and your arms are quite sturdy. You are truly a young man now." His gaze shifted to Bulma behind Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity. Sun Wukong quickly introduced her. "Grandpa, this is Bulma, my fiancée, the one I mentioned to you before. She is incredibly talented and has created many amazing things, including our flying car." Bulma promptly bowed, her voice bright. "Hello, Grandpa. I am Bulma. I often hear Wukong speak of you. This is a gift for you." She presented a fruit basket filled with apples, bananas, and some exotic fruits she had carefully selected, suitable for an elder. "Good, good." Sun Wufan beamed, his smile wide, his wrinkles creasing joyfully. Come in, come in. I will brew some herbal tea for you to refresh yourselves." The interior was simply furnished, with an old wooden table, for long benches, and a bamboo cabinet in the corner, which held several coarse porcelain bowls. A hunting bow hung on the wall, its frame slightly cracked, a remnant of Sun Wufan's youthful hunting days, accompanied by a faded tiger skin. As Sun Wufan poured herbal tea for them, a few green leaves floated in the liquid, releasing a bitter aroma. "This is mint I grew myself. It can refresh your mind. You must be tired from your journey. This will do you good." He sat beside Sun Wukong, holding his hand and incessantly inquiring about his well-being. "How are your parents?" "They are both well," Sun Wukong replied, taking a sip of the herbal tea, grimacing at its bitterness. "Dad practices in the gravity chamber every day, and Mom says he is getting stronger. This year, Mom's vegetable garden has many alien vegetables, including glowing tomatoes and star-shaped cucumbers. They are delicious." Bulma could not help but chuckle. "Those are new varieties cultivated by my father, called Xingguang Fanxia and Xingmang Huanghua. They yield abundantly." "You young people are truly capable," Sun Wufan remarked with admiration, his gaze toward Bulma growing increasingly approving. "How did you meet Wukong?" Although he had already heard about their engagement, he wished to ask again, as older individuals often enjoy conversing more. "We have known each other since childhood," Bulma replied with a smile. "My family lives close to Uncle Bardock's home. I used to play at Uncle Bardock's house every day, and we met when Wukong was brought back by Uncle Bardock." "Fate, indeed," Sun Wufan nodded, suddenly recalling something. He stood and walked to the cabinet, retrieving a cloth pouch from the bottom drawer, carefully opening it to reveal a shimmering red orb embedded with 4 golden stars. Indeed, it was the Sixing Longzhu. "Grandpa, this is..." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is the Sixing Longzhu." Sun Wufan caressed the orb, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "In my youth, I stumbled upon this treasure in the mountains and found it so captivating that I decided to keep it. A few days ago, I heard from the villagers that you were searching for the Dragon Balls, so I anticipated your arrival and saved it for you." He extended the Dragon Ball towards Sun Wukong, saying, "Take it. Since you need it, it should be put to good use." Sun Wukong accepted the Dragon Ball, feeling its weight in his hands. The patterns on its surface resembled those of his 2-star and 3-star balls, albeit with a deeper hue. As he glanced at Sun Wufan, memories of his childhood flooded back, days when his grandfather taught him to hunt and read, causing his eyes to glisten with moisture. "Thank you, Grandpa." "Silly child. There's no need for such formality with your grandfather," Sun Wufan replied with a smile, patting his head. "Since you rarely visit, why not stay at Grandpa's house for a few days? I'll prepare a delicious meal for you, perhaps roast a chicken and pick some fresh vegetables from the garden." "That's splendid." Sun Wukong cheered. "I absolutely adore Grandpa's roast chicken." In the ensuing days, Sun Wukong and Bulma made themselves comfortable at Sun Wufan's home. Each morning, Sun Wukong accompanied Sun Wufan into the mountains to gather firewood and herbs, listening to his grandfather recount tales from his youth. Meanwhile, Bulma assisted Sun Wufan in tidying up the house, making small improvements to the old furniture, installing a self-cleaning mechanism on the wooden table and setting up mosquito nets on the windows, which left Sun Wufan in awe of modern technology. In the evenings, the trio would gather around the stone table beneath the ginkgo tree to dine. Sun Wufan's roast chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The compressed biscuits and cans brought by Bulma also opened the old man's eyes to new delights. Sun Wukong would showcase his newly learned martial arts skills, such as splitting distant stones with his golden staff or leaping to snatch fruits from trees, much to Sun Wufan's delight, who praised him for his accomplishments. Bulma entertained Sun Wufan with amusing anecdotes from Capsule Corporation, sharing her sister's adventures on alien planets and tales of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, which captivated Sun Wufan, who remarked that he had never encountered such wonders in his lifetime. On the 4th morning, Sun Wukong and Bulma prepared to embark on their journey. Sun Wufan rose early, packing them a bounty of provisions, cured meats, dried wild fruits, and vegetables from his own garden. "Be careful on the road," he said, holding Sun Wukong's hand with reluctance in his eyes. "Once you find the Dragon Balls, return home promptly to avoid worrying your parents." "Understood, Grandpa," Sun Wukong replied, embracing Sun Wufan. "We will visit you once we gather all the Dragon Balls." Bulma also gifted Sun Wufan a new communication device, saying, "Grandpa, hold on to this. If you miss us, just press this button, and you can speak with us. It even supports video calls, allowing you to see us." Sun Wufan nodded, carefully placing the device in his pocket. He watched as they boarded their flying vehicle, remaining until it shrank into a distant speck on the horizon. He then leaned on his cane and slowly returned to the yard, sitting beneath the ginkgo tree and gazing at the empty swing, a contented smile gracing his face. Inside the flying vehicle, Sun Wukong admired the 3 Dragon Balls in his hands, warmth blossoming in his heart. Bulma leaned against him, her gaze fixed on the fleeting scenery outside, softly remarking, "Your grandfather is truly a kind-hearted man." "Indeed," Sun Wukong nodded. "Grandpa is the best." As they departed from Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong tied the 4-star Dragon Ball around his neck with a red string, resting it close to his heart. "This way, I can always feel Grandpa's presence," he declared, causing Bulma's eyes to glisten with emotion as she discreetly tucked 2 extra packets of tissues into the vehicle's storage compartment. Sensing that this journey would bring about many poignant moments, the flying vehicle traveled along the coastline, the sound of its wheels rolling over the sandy beach reminiscent of crumpled paper. Fine grains of sand spilled from the tire tracks, soon smoothed over by the sea breeze. Sun Wukong leaned against the window, marveling at the silver spray when dolphins leaped from the water, suddenly shouting, "Bulma, look, that turtle is crying." Following his gaze, Bulma beheld a turtle as large as a round table perched on the rocks, extending its neck and shedding teardrop-like liquid while emitting a sorrowful moan. She halted the vehicle by the shore, and before she could unbuckle her seatbelt, Sun Wukong had already dashed back, drenched in seawater. "It said it misses home," Sun Wukong explained, pressing his ear against the turtle's shell. "Its home is in the deep-sea coral reef, 3,000 miles away, and it can't move." Bulma knelt down, stroking the algae on the turtle's shell. "I'll help you get back. My flying vehicle can travel on water." The turtle, however, waved its flipper dismissively, speaking in a frail voice, "No need, no need. I know a sage who lives on a nearby island. He will surely have a solution. But alas, my old bones cannot carry you." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong offered his back to the turtle, and with a light spring, he dashed toward the deep sea. As the water reached his knees, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Bulma, shouting, "You drive to the nearby island and wait for me. I'll be there soon." Bulma watched his figure, carrying the turtle through the waves, and felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it in her father's collection of ancient paintings, some young hero carrying a giant turtle, destined to become a guardian of the land. She started the vehicle and gazed at the small island floating on the sea, the red dot on the radar blinking steadily like a beating heart. The island was livelier than she had imagined. Colorful wind chimes adorned the coconut palms, ringing like countless tiny bells in the breeze. Patterns made of shells dotted the sandy beach, depicting stars, moons, and even a crooked smiley face. Just as Bulma parked the vehicle, she spotted an elderly man, wearing sunglasses and carrying a turtle shell, reclining in a hammock, fanning himself with a palm frond. Nearby, a charcoal fire crackled as it roasted a fish, the oil sizzling as it dripped onto the coals. "Young lady, care for a skewer of grilled fish?" The old man removed his sunglasses, revealing squinty eyes, with grains of sand caught in the wrinkles at the corners. "I just caught this fish from the sea. It's incredibly fresh." As Bulma prepared to express her gratitude, Sun Wukong appeared, panting and soaked, carrying the turtle on his back. "Grandpa, this turtle wants to go home." The turtle sage sat up from his hammock, patting the turtle's shell. "Old friend, what brings you here? I thought a shark had carried you away." He pulled a shell whistle from his pocket, blowing a long note that stirred the sea, causing a humpback whale to surface and bellow towards the island. "Let the great whale take you home." The turtle sage instructed the turtle. "It's heading to the deep sea and can give you a lift." The turtle bowed its head in gratitude towards the turtle sage, then looked at Sun Wukong with appreciation before slowly making its way into the ocean, supported by the whale's fin, gradually disappearing into the horizon. "Thank you, old man." Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, fixated on the fish sizzling over the coals. The turtle sage chuckled heartily, handing him the grilled fish. "Here, take it and enjoy. I can see how much you want it. By the way, what brings you to the island?" "We are searching for the Dragon Balls," Sun Wukong replied, his mouth full of fish. "The radar indicated that there's one here." Bulma quickly produced the radar, revealing a red dot pointing to a grass basket at the turtle sage's feet. "Grandpa, have you seen such a ball? The one with stars on it." The turtle sage's eyes lit up as he rummaged through the basket, producing a gleaming orb studded with 4 golden stars. Indeed, the 4-star Dragon Ball. "Wait, Sun Wukong already has a 4-star ball around his neck," Bulma noted, leaning in closer to examine it. She soon realized that this orb's stars were brighter, and the patterns clearer. It was, in fact, the six-star Dragon Ball. I have kept this ball for many years, the turtle sage remarked, toying with the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, he winked at Bulma, saying, "Do you want it?" There's a condition. Just as Sun Wukong was about to nod, he noticed the turtle sage eyeing Bulma's skirt with a mischievous glint. "Little girl, if you lift your skirt for me, I'll give you the Dragon Ball." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bulma's face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger, her fingers gripping the hem of her garment until they turned white. Although Sun Wukong did not fully comprehend the implications of lifting a skirt, he could discern the grievance reflected in Bulma's eyes. Without hesitation, he shoved a piece of grilled fish into his mouth, grasped his golden staff, and charged forward. "Do not bully Bulma." His fist whistled through the air, aimed directly at the venerable Geng, yet the old man effortlessly pinched it between two fingers. Sun Wukong struggled with all his might, but his arms felt as though they were locked in an iron vice, unable to move an inch. Frustrated, he lifted a foot to kick, only to be ensnared by Geng's ankle, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the sand with a thud, his face splattered with granules. Despite his considerable strength, he lacked finesse. Gui Shinran fanned himself, observing Zihong rise defiantly, sand clinging to his lips, resembling a petulant little monkey. "Come at me again." He seemed to challenge. Sun Wukong wiped his face, raised his golden staff once more, and charged again. This time, he employed a more strategic approach, darting behind the cover of a coconut tree, evading and weaving, and seizing the moment when Gishin turned, he leapt up to deliver a sweeping strike. However, just as the staff reached its apex, it was deflected by Gwen's fan with a crisp sound, sent flying and embedding itself in the distant sand. "What do you truly want?" Sun Wukong gasped, his chest heaving. He recognized he was no match for the old man. Yet witnessing Bulma's reddened eyes made it impossible for him to swallow his pride. Suddenly, Gui Shanren sighed and tossed the six-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong. "Enough, enough. I was merely toying with you. Bullying the weak will tarnish my reputation." He gestured at the staff embedded in the sand. "Isn't that Sun Wukong's? I know him. He once trained under me. You know my grandfather?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting his earlier vexation. "My grandfather's name is Wufan. He lives on Baljisan." "Indeed, indeed." Gui Shanren chuckled, stroking his beard. "Your grandfather was quite a formidable figure, having slain a bear with his bare hands. The techniques he imparted to you are rather unorthodox and appear impressive, yet are riddled with flaws." He patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. "Would you like to learn true skills? I could take you as my disciple." Sun Wukong was taken aback, recalling the sensation of being easily subdued, and remembering his father's words about true strength requiring wisdom and retreat. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. Can you teach me skills greater than my father's?" "That depends on your willingness to work hard," Gui Shanren replied, dragging a box from beneath his hammock. "This is the weighted clothing I used during my youth to train. First, you must wear it and run around the island 100 times. Can you manage that?" The garments within the box appeared dark and heavy. Just as Sun Wukong reached for them, Bulma intervened. "We still need to find the Dragon Balls. Can we come back to learn afterward?" She feared the old man might devise further tricks. "Very well," Gui Shanren conceded, stuffing the garments back into the box. "I shall await your return on the island. By the way, there are bandits in the desert ahead, led by one named who possesses remarkable marksmanship. Be cautious." As they bid farewell to Gui Shanren, the setting sun painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson. Sun Wukong carefully placed the six-star Dragon Ball into a box, suddenly recalling something. He turned back to call out to Gui. "Old man, wait for my return to learn martial arts. You must not go back on your word." Gui Shanren waved his fan, the hammock swaying gently in the evening breeze, resembling a moving silhouette. They had already secured 4 Dragon Balls. Despite the winding journey, Zheng and Bulma were filled with joy. As their flying car entered the desert, the air felt ignited, scorching and suffocating. The distant sand dunes warped in the heat, resembling surging waves. Sun Wukong cracked the window open, letting the hot wind rush in, causing his dark hair to cling to his face like a damp rag. The radar indicated the Dragon Balls were within the ancient castle. Bulma pointed towards the crumbling ruins. The castle's spire leaned awkwardly, resembling a giant donning a crooked hat. However, something appeared to block their path. As they drew nearer, they discovered the castle entrance was surrounded by a ring of barbed wire, adorned with a rusty sign painted in red, declaring no entry. Behind the wire stood a young man with yellow hair, clad in a tattered leather jacket, his jeans frayed at the knees, and holding a rifle, watching them with vigilance. "Stop," he commanded, leveling the gun at them, his voice hoarse. "This is my territory. You want to pass? Pay the toll." His gaze shifted to Bulma, a glimmer of greed igniting within him. "And look, there's a pretty girl. You can stay here with me." Yarmuchab's eyes began to gleam with avarice, reminiscent of a certain youth with golden hair riding a motorcycle. Beside him, a small purple cat barked, baring its teeth, yet lacking any intimidation. Sun Wukong flung open the car door and jumped out. "We are here for the Dragon Balls. Step aside, or you will regret it." "Dragon Balls?" Yarmuchab's eyes brightened. The rifle aimed at Sun Wukong. "I advise you not to covet them. I discovered them first." Bulma promptly exited the vehicle, raising her hands. "We are not here to steal. We merely wish to take a look." Before she could finish her sentence, Yamcha had already pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed towards Sun Wukong, yet he deflected it with his arm, sending it ricocheting off and sparking against the sand. "You dare to shoot?" Sun Wukong seethed, clenching his fists, ready to charge. Just then, a shadow descended from the castle spire, swift as lightning. Before Itaj could react, an unseen force pinned him to the ground, his face buried in the scorching sand, his rifle clattering to the earth. "Tal bye-bye," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening. Tal bye-bye, clad in a black trench coat, stood behind Ta, his shoes leaving no footprints on the sand. Indeed, since Tal bye-bye had been recruited by Bardock, he resided in Ma's estate, assigned to a modest house not far from Bardock's residence. Thus, Tal bye-bye became Bardock's personal bodyguard, assisting him with various tasks he preferred not to undertake, occasionally accepting assassination contracts. However, he only targeted the most heinous criminals, thus serving justice. Having diligently performed his duties, Bardock imparted some of the Scion combat techniques to Tal bye-bye, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. 3 months prior, Tal bye-bye received a directive from Bardock to covertly protect Sun and Bulma, while also dealing with any troublesome individuals along the way. In this region, Yamcha was particularly unruly, prompting Tal bye-bye to intervene and discipline him. Yarmucha was now terrified of this world-renowned assassin, feeling as if Tal bye-bye could crush him with a single hand. Tal bye-bye gazed down at Yarmucha, buried in the sand, his voice icy. "Yarmucha, I warned you 3 months ago to cease your mischief in this area. You dare to lay a hand on my young master and mistress? Have you a death wish?" Yarmucha's voice emerged muffled from the sand, laced with a whimper. "Tal bye-bye Tharen. I was wrong. I didn't know they were your people. They are the children of my master." Bardock. Tal bye-bye's polished shoe lightly pressed down on Yarmucha's head. Yarmucha grimaced in pain. "You just aimed a gun at them. Are you seeking death? It seems you had ill intentions toward my lady. Today, you shall not be spared." "I dare not. I truly do not dare. Please, do not kill me." Yarmucha scrambled from the sand, desperately bowing. His face was smeared with both sand and tears. "I will give them the Dragon Balls. No, I will take them to retrieve them." Seeing the change in Yarmucha, Tal bye-bye relaxed his stance. He scurried to the side of the castle, pushing aside a loose stone slab. "The Dragon Balls are in a stone box inside. I discovered them during my last expedition, but have not dared to touch them." Sun Wukong followed him into the tunnel, which was shrouded in darkness and reeked of mildew. Yarmucha held a torch, his hand trembling. "There is a stone cabinet just ahead." The cabinet was locked, but Sun Wukong pried it open with his golden staff. Inside the stone box lay a Dragon Ball radiating golden light, adorned with 5 shining stars, the 5-star Dragon Ball. "Thank you." Sun Wukong placed the Dragon Ball into the box, finding that the thief was not as malevolent as he had initially thought. Yamcha quickly waved his hands in denial, saying it was nothing, just his duty. He stole a glance at Tal bye-bye, and seeing the latter's silence, he mustered the courage to ask, "Tao Darren, may I accompany them? I wish to abandon the darkness and assist them in their quest for the Dragon Balls." Tal bye-bye glanced at Sun Wukong, and, noticing his lack of opposition, replied coolly, "You may, but should you dare to play tricks?" He pointed toward a nearby stone pillar, which suddenly cracked open, resembling a gaping maw. Yamcha, frightened, shrank back and quickly nodded, "I promise to behave." As they departed the ancient castle, Yamcha and his purple cat, Poir, squeezed into the back seat, scarcely daring to breathe. Sun Wukong gazed out at the swiftly passing sand dunes and suddenly recalled Master Roshi's words, unable to resist asking, "Yamcha, why did you choose to become a thief?" Yamcha's voice grew soft. "I grew up in the desert, without parents, surviving by robbery." He paused, I have thought about finding a legitimate job, but no one wants me. Sun Wukong reached into the box and handed him a wild fruit, saying, "Stop being a thief. Join us in seeking the Dragon Balls. Once we find them, you can come with me to my grandfather's house. He will teach you how to farm." Yamcha froze, staring at the wild fruit, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Puar licked his hand, as if to comfort him. As the flying car approached the edge of the desert, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and large raindrops began to fall, creating small pits in the sandy ground. Bulma activated the windshield wipers and suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, an oasis." The oasis was modest in size, featuring a crescent-shaped lake with emerald waters, surrounded by a few palm trees. Just as they parked the car under the trees, a large pink frog leaped from the lake, wearing a tiny vest and holding a lotus leaf as an umbrella. "Ribbit, who are you?" The frog croaked, its voice high-pitched. "We are searching for the Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong leaned out and asked, "Have you seen them?" The frog's eyes lit up. "Ribbit, I know. There's a shiny ball in the ice mountain to the north, adorned with 7 stars. But beware, there is a fearsome snow monster there." "Thank you, Mr. Frog." Sun Wukong waved. "We shall head to the ice mountain now." The rain intensified, drumming on the car's roof. Yamcha, gazing through the rain-soaked window, whispered, "I know a shortcut to the ice mountain. It could save us 2 days." Bulma glanced at the radar and nodded, "Then please lead the way." In the back seat, Puar curled up on Yamcha's lap and fell asleep. As Yamcha stroked the little cat's head, he observed the laughing Sun Wukong and Bulma in the front seat. And a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was time to put an end to his days as a thief. Through the curtain of rain, the flying car's headlights pierced the darkness, steering toward the ice mountain. Sun Wukong hummed an off-key tune, playing with the 6-star Dragon Ball he had just found. While Bulma occasionally corrected his pitch, their laughter mingling with the sound of the rain, resonating softly within the cabin. Tao Bai stood at a distance on a dune, watching the flying car vanish into the rain, his black trench coat soaked yet remaining resolute. He retrieved a communicator and reported to Bardock. "Young Master and the others are proceeding smoothly. Yamcha has been subdued and poses no immediate danger." Bardock's calm voice came through the communicator, "Keep a close watch and intervene at a crucial moment. However, if there is no significant danger, allow the young man a chance to grow." "Understood." Tao Bai tucked away the communicator, his figure flickering before vanishing into the rain, leaving behind a trail of footprints gradually filled by the falling rain. The silhouette of the ice mountain loomed in the mist, resembling a slumbering giant. Sun Wukong placed the 6-star Dragon Ball into the box and suddenly patted Bulma on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, no matter what monsters appear, I will protect you." Bulma gazed at his earnest profile, feeling a warmth spread in her heart. She understood that the journey ahead might hold more challenges. But with this foolish young man by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yamcha, watching from the back, felt a pang of envy, pondering when he would find his own true love. The rain continued to fall, while the flying car's lights cut through the curtain of water, advancing deeper into the ice mountain. The antenna on the roof swayed gently in the wind and rain, like a stubborn blade of grass, unwilling to bow to the storm. When the rain ceased, the flying car was traversing the canyon at the foot of the ice mountain. Icicles hung from the rock walls, resembling countless suspended crystal swords, as sunlight refracted through them, casting colorful patterns on the ground. Sun Wukong leaned against the car window, his breath forming mist on the glass. He drew a small dinosaur with his finger and suddenly shouted, "Bulma, look! There's something white moving on that mountain." Bulma followed his gaze and saw a massive white figure slowly moving along the steep slope of the snow-capped mountain. It resembled a bear, but was 3 times larger, covered in thick white fur that shimmered in the sunlight. "It must be the snow monster Mr. Frog mentioned," she thought, adjusting the radar, which showed a red dot closely tracking the creature. The Dragon Ball seemed to be on it. Yamcha huddled in the back seat, clutching Puar and trembling. "I heard that snow monsters eat people. Their claws can turn rocks to dust." "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Sun Wukong assured him, thumping his chest and tucking the 6-star Dragon Ball into his embrace. He tightened his grip on the golden staff. "Let us go ask it if we can have the Dragon Ball." As the flying car reached the foot of the snow mountain and came to a halt, the snow monster took notice of them. It turned around, revealing a face covered in wrinkles, with murky yellow eyes resembling aged amber. Upon seeing Sun Wukong exit the car, it let out a deep growl, causing the surrounding icicles to tremble and fall. "We mean no harm." Bulma opened the car door, holding up the radar, and called out, "We only wish to acquire the Dragon Ball you possess." The snow monster seemed to comprehend, but its anger only escalated as it rushed forward, swinging its massive paw. The speed of the snow monster was astonishing, the cold wind it generated slicing against their faces like a blade. Sun Wukong remained vigilant, dodging its claw, and twirled his golden staff, extending it to over 10 meters, sweeping across. With a thud, the staff struck the snow monster's back, yet it merely shook, its thick white fur unperturbed. "So tough," Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, but before he could react, the snow monster's tail struck him, sending him flying against a rock wall, causing him to grimace in pain. "Wukong!" Bulma shouted in distress, pulling a metal sphere from her backpack and tossing it to the ground. With a bang, the sphere transformed into a small mech, equipped with a laser cannon. She climbed into the mech, aimed at the snow monster's legs, and pressed the launch button. The red laser beam shot toward the snow monster, but was easily deflected by its claw, leaving only a burn mark on the icy ground. The snow monster was thoroughly enraged, turning to pounce on the mech, its enormous claws scraping against the metallic exterior with a piercing sound. "This isn't working," Yamcha exclaimed, shedding beads of sweat. "It doesn't seem to fear our attacks." Sun Wukong stood up, rubbing his sore back, and suddenly noticed something hanging from the snow monster's neck, a glimmering object partially obscured by its fur, revealing embedded stars. "The Dragon Ball is around its neck," he shouted, dashing forward. Taking advantage of the mech's distraction, he leaped onto the snow monster's shoulder. The creature felt the weight on its back and began to thrash violently, attempting to shake him off. Sun Wukong tightly grasped the long fur around its neck with one hand while reaching for the rope securing the Dragon Ball with the other. However, the rope was made of some animal sinew, thick and tough, proving impossible to untie. "Bulma, use the laser to cut the rope," Sun Wukong yelled. Bulma swiftly adjusted the mech's cannon, carefully taking aim at the rope. The laser beam sliced through, severing the rope with precision. Sun Wukong seized the fallen Dragon Ball, leaping off the back of the snowman creature and landing gracefully on the ground. The Dragon Ball shimmered with a vibrant orange hue, its surface adorned with 7 stars, embodying the very 7-star Dragon Ball they had been desperately seeking. With the loss of the Dragon Ball, the snowman creature fell silent, ceasing its attacks, and merely stared at the Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's hand, a hint of sorrow glimmering in its yellow eyes. It let out a soft whimper, slowly turning away to crawl back into the depths of the snow-capped mountains, its massive silhouette gradually vanishing amidst the swirling snow. It seemed reluctant to part with the Dragon Ball. Bulma stepped out of the mech, gazing in the direction of the snowman creature's disappearance, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps this Dragon Ball held great significance for it. Sun Wukong placed the 7-star Dragon Ball into a box, letting out a gentle sigh, suggesting they would return it once they had finished using it. Yamcha approached, his eyes gleaming like stars as he looked at the 6 Dragon Balls in the box. "We did it. We have collected the Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong and Bulma joined in the laughter, as aside from the solitary 1-star Dragon Ball, all the others were accounted for. Now, they merely needed to locate the 1-star Dragon Ball to complete their mission. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A thick cloud drifted in without warning, obscuring the sun, and the faint sound of machinery whirring could be heard from within the clouds. Sun Wukong glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, astonished to discover that the location of the final Dragon Ball was drawing closer. Just then, 3 peculiar flying machines emerged from the cloud cover, landing before them. The hatches swung open, revealing 3 individuals clad in black uniforms. At the forefront was a short man whose head resembled a purple eggplant, with a pointed nose and a tuft of goat-like beard, none other than Pilaf. Following him were a man and a woman. The man had pointed ears and donned a tight red suit, named Axio, while the woman sported short green hair and a black skirt, called Xiaowu. "At long last, we've found you," Pilaf exclaimed, brandishing a golden scepter crowned with a red gem, laughing triumphantly. "We have been keeping an eye on you the entire way. You have all 6 Dragon Balls, don't you? Hand them over, or I won't be so polite." "Not a chance." Sun Wukong recognized them from their previous encounter while gathering the 3-star Dragon Ball. This group had been stealthily following them until he had scared them off. "These are the Dragon Balls we found. Why should we give them to you?" Because of this, Pilaf pressed a button on his scepter, and suddenly, a cannon extended from the top of the flying machine, its dark muzzle aimed directly at them. "My Pilaf super cannon can flatten mountains. If you don't hand over the Dragon Balls, prepare to become ice blocks." Yamcha, frightened, hid behind Sun Wukong, whispering, "They stole food from the desert tribe last time. They're really bad news." However, Bulma remained composed. She patted Sun Wukong's arm and whispered, "Don't confront them head on. I have a plan." Approaching Pilaf, she pretended to be terrified, saying, "We'll hand them over. But the Dragon Balls are in the box. I need to retrieve them for you." Pilaf squinted his eyes with satisfaction. "Good decision. Hurry up." He laughed heartily, realizing that with one Dragon Ball in their possession and Sun Wukong's 6, he could finally gather all 7 and fulfill his dream of world domination. Bulma turned toward the flying vehicle, feigning a walk to retrieve the box, while discreetly pressing a button on the door handle. The trunk of the vehicle suddenly popped open, and a compressed air canister exploded with a loud bang, releasing a cloud of white mist that obscured everyone's vision. "Run!" Bulma tugged at Sun Wukong, and in the ensuing chaos, they dashed deeper into the canyon. Yamcha, clutching Puar, hurried closely behind them. "Damn it! They're trying to escape." Pilaf's voice echoed through the mist, filled with fury. "Axiu, Xiaowu, go after them." The three raced desperately through the canyon, the roar of the flying machines echoing behind them. The canyon walls closed in, leaving only a narrow crevice through which one could pass. "This way." Sun Wukong pointed toward the gap and was the first to squeeze through. Inside, it was pitch black. Only the sounds of their breathing and footsteps could be heard. Bulma switched on her flashlight, the beam illuminating the end of the passage, revealing a vast ice cave. The cave resembled a natural palace, with enormous icicles hanging from the ceiling and a thick layer of ice covering the ground, reflecting their shadows. "This seems like a dead end," Yamcha observed despondently as they gazed toward the cave's end. The sound of the flying machines grew closer, and Pilaf's laughter echoed from the entrance. "Let us see where you can run." Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up, pointing to a prominent outcropping in the center of the ice cave. "Let us hide there." As the three took cover behind the outcropping, Pilaf, Axiu, and Xiaowu entered in pursuit. "Hand over the Dragon Balls." Pilaf brandished his scepter, advancing menacingly. "Otherwise, I will blow this ice cave apart, burying you here forever." Just as Sun Wukong intended to confront them, Bulma held him back. She gestured toward the icicles above and then pointed to the ice beneath Pilaf's feet, making a pushing motion. Understanding her plan, Sun Wukong quietly raised his golden cudgel, aiming for the thickest icicle at the cave's top. "We truly don't have the Dragon Balls," Bulma shouted loudly. Drawing Pilaf's attention, the snowman creature took them away. "You must be lying." Pilaf fell for the ruse. Glancing up towards the cave entrance, "I clearly saw you with them." "Now," Sun Wukong internally urged, thrusting the cudgel upward with force. The massive icicle shattered with a crack, crashing down toward Pilaf with a roaring wind. Pilaf, terrified, turned to flee but slipped on the ice, tumbling to the ground in a heap. The icicle crashed down with a thunderous boom, shaking the entire ice cave. The surrounding ice cracked open, sending Axiu and Xiaowu screaming as they scrambled for the exit. With Pilaf scrambling to follow, the sound of the flying machines fading into the distance. As the tremors of the ice cave subsided, the spot where the icicle had fallen cracked open like a spider's web, cold air seeping from the depths. Sun Wukong peered out toward the cave entrance, seeing only the tail flames of the flying machines vanish into the storm, scratching his head in confusion. Did they get away? Bulma let out a long sigh. Leaning against the icy wall, breathing heavily, "We finally shook them off, but that guy won't give up easily." She activated the Dragon Ball radar. On the screen, 6 green dots were tightly clustered together, while the remaining one was moving swiftly toward the northwest. "Look, they're fleeing with the last Dragon Ball." Yamcha emerged from behind the outcropping, his face pale, holding Puar. "What should we do? That flying machine was so fast. Our vehicle might not catch up." Sun Wukong hoisted the golden cudgel onto his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with determination. "We will catch up. We definitely can." Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out the box containing the Dragon Balls, opening it to reveal 6 Dragon Balls glowing softly in the dim light. "As long as we acquire the last one, we will have completed our mission." Bulma focused on the radar screen, her eyes brightening. "It seems they are slowing down. Do they intend to regroup?" She hurried deeper into the ice cave, the flashlight beams sweeping across a frozen lake surface. "There's an exit here." The three navigated through the narrow ice crevice, emerging into a valley blanketed in snow and ice. Bulma's flying vehicle sat in the snow not far away, a thin layer of snow covering it. As they settled into the cockpit, the green dot on the radar suddenly came to a halt. They are at the abandoned base at the end of the valley. Bulma slammed the accelerator, and the flying vehicle soared into the air, its engine roaring as it broke through the clouds. At the rusted metal gate of the abandoned base, Pilaf stood before the monitor screen, trembling with rage. On the screen, the flying vehicle of Suin Wukong and his companions was rapidly approaching the base. How infuriating! This group of individuals was as persistent as flies. Pilaf thrust his staff into the ground and commanded, Axiu, activate the base's defense system. Xiao Wu, securely hide the Yixing Dragon Ball. We cannot allow them to seize it. In a flurry, Axiu pressed the buttons on the control panel, and suddenly, several energy barriers rose around the base, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Xiao Wu, clutching the box containing the Dragon Ball, hurried into the depths of the base's storage room, stuffing the box into a cabinet overflowing with discarded parts. Don't worry, boss, they will never find it, she declared, brushing off the dust from her hands. Just as she turned to leave, a soft click sounded behind her. She whipped around to see Suin Wukong leaping down from the ventilation duct, his golden staff momentarily resting on the ground. Found you, he exclaimed. Startled, Xiao Wu let out a scream and turned to flee. Suin Wukong leaped in front of her path, grinning, hand over the Dragon Ball, or I won't hold back. No way, Xiao Wu retorted, pulling a smoke bomb from her pocket and tossing it to the ground, causing white smoke to billow forth. When the smoke cleared, she had vanished without a trace. Suin Wukong sniffed the air, following the faint scent of her perfume. Outside the storage room was a long corridor lined with rooms brimming with rusty machine parts. Just as he rounded a corner, an iron barrel came crashing down onto his head. Ouch! Suin Wukong rubbed his head and spotted Axiu hiding behind a door, clutching a steel pipe. You again, pointy ears. Axiu trembled, his legs buckling. Don't come any closer. I'm really tough. Suin Wukong, uninterested in banter, swung his staff, instantly reducing the pipe to 2 segments. Axiu let out a wail and turned to flee, only to trip over some wires on the ground, landing face first in a most ungraceful manner. Where's the Dragon Ball hidden? Suin Wukong pinned him to the floor. With a woeful expression, Axiu mumbled, in storage room number 3. Just as Suin Wukong was about to relent, Pilaf's shout echoed from the end of the corridor, Axiu, don't tell him. Pilaf was seen charging towards them. Wielding his staff as the ruby atop, it emitted a laser beam. Suin Wukong pulled Axiu aside just in time, as the laser struck the wall, leaving a charred hole. Your opponent is me, came Bulma's voice from the other end of the corridor. She activated a capsule, releasing a mechanized suit, driving the mech forward. She aimed its laser cannon at Pilaf. The red beam shot forth, forcing Pilaf to scramble behind a machine, where the laser struck, sending sparks flying. Xiao Wu, quickly activate the backup defense system, Pilaf shouted, pressing buttons on his remote control. Suddenly, rows of machine guns emerged from the corridor walls, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour upon Bulma's mech. Skillfully maneuvering her vehicle, Bulma pressed another button, causing the mech's arm to launch a net that ensnared Pilaf. Let me go, you scoundrels. Pilaf struggled within the net, his staff tumbling to the ground. Suin Wukong picked up the staff, curiously toying with it. This is rather amusing. He suddenly noticed the ruby at the top twinkling, as if sensing something. It seems to be searching for something. Bulma approached, pointing at the ruby. That must be a Dragon Ball locator. Pilaf undoubtedly used it to track us down. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, what about Xiao Wu? No sooner had she spoken than Yamcha's voice echoed from the direction of the storage room. Come quick. I found the Dragon Ball. Suin Wukong and Bulma rushed over to find Yamcha triumphantly holding the Yixing Dragon Ball, while Xiao Wu sat on the floor, tears streaming down her face. I hid the Dragon Ball among the parts, and he found it, Yamcha boasted, shaking the Dragon Ball in his hand. Suin Wukong poured the 6 Dragon Balls from the box into his hands as Yamcha placed the Yixing Dragon Ball into the collection. Together, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a blinding radiance, causing the entire base to tremble. Chapter 37, The Journey of the Dragon Balls, Part 8, finally gathered them all. Bulma sighed with relief, gazing at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls on the floor, her eyes filled with gratitude. We can finally return home. Suin Wukong carefully stowed the Dragon Balls, and together they boarded the flying vehicle, retracing their route. The cabin was enveloped in a serene silence. Suin Wukong placed the 7 Dragon Balls gently upon his lap, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, marveling at their lustrous surface. A profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. Yamcha leaned against the back seat, cradling Pu'er, asleep, with a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, perhaps dreaming of pleasant things. Bulma held the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at Suin Wukong, her eyes sparkling with warmth akin to melted honey. As they passed by Huayin Shan, they intentionally took a detour to pay a visit to Niumal Wang. The story must begin 2 months prior. During their quest for the Dragon Balls, 2 months ago, they passed by Huayin Shan, where the flames raged fiercely, leaving the locals in despair as many succumbed to the extreme heat. As the local ruler, Niumal Wang was also suffering greatly. When Suin Wukong and his companions arrived, they intended to assist Niumal Wang in resolving the crisis. However, the fiery inferno was abruptly extinguished by the sudden appearance of Tao Bai Bai. He informed Niumal Wang that he had quashed the flames and urged him to take good care of Suin Wukong and Bulma, for which Niumal Wang expressed deep gratitude. They had been troubled by the scorching temperatures for far too long, and he readily agreed to help. Niumal Wang had indeed been a significant ally to Suin Wukong and Bulma, providing them with valuable information and hospitality. Since they were passing through, a visit was in order. Yet upon arriving at the castle gates, they found it desolate, guarded only by 2 sentinels. The guards explained that Niumal Wang had left 3 days prior on a family trip, and before departing, he instructed them to give this to Suin Wukong and Bulma upon their arrival. The guards handed over a wooden box, and upon opening it, they discovered a red jade pendant engraved with a cow symbol. The Lord said this pendant is his token for Mr. Suin Wukong and Miss Wulama. One of the guards explained. He also mentioned that if you ever need assistance, you can present this token to seek his help. Mr. Tao Bai Bai has previously rendered the Lord great service, and he will come to express his gratitude in the future. Suin Wukong carefully tucked the pendant away, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Niumal Wang is truly a good person. He gazed into the distance, realizing that at this moment, Uncle Tao Bai Bai was likely watching over him, understanding the silent love and care his father had arranged through him. In that instant, he comprehended that a father's love is often unspoken. Departing from Huayin Shan, the flying vehicle journeyed eastward, finally catching sight of the outline of Shidu as the sun began to set. The evening sky was painted in shades of orange and red, and lights began to twinkle in the distant estate, resembling warm stars. As the flying vehicle approached, the estate gates opened slowly, revealing Bardock and Janae standing at the entrance, accompanied by Dr. Bulif and Mrs. Bulif, along with the lively Bailinger. "Daddy, Mommy," Suin Wukong exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle, holding the box containing the Dragon Balls high above his head. "We're back. We found them all." Bardock stepped forward, receiving the box and opening it to reveal the 7 Dragon Balls glowing softly in the sunset, casting a spectrum of colors. He ruffled Suin Wukong's hair, a rare smile gracing his usually stern face. "Well done, my son." Janae took Bulma's hand, tenderly brushing the dust from her face. "You must have had a tough journey, my dear child." Dr. Bulif leaned in, examining the Dragon Balls through a magnifying glass, muttering, "Incredible. The energy fluctuations are simply astonishing." Dr. Laita, Bulif's assistant, also produced a device, scanning the Dragon Balls as the data on the screen fluctuated incessantly. Bailinger broke free from the maid's embrace and stumbled over to Sun Wukong, clinging to his leg and gazing up with wide eyes. "Brother, can the Dragon Balls really grant wishes? I want a fluffy little puppy. In the future, I will help you make a wish," Sun Wukong replied with a smile, lifting his sister into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Bailinger looked at Bulma, her eyes sparkling with envy. "Sister Bulma, you must have encountered many exciting adventures on your journey, right? Please tell me all about it." Yes, do share." Dr. Brief also chimed in, his face alight with anticipation. Thus, on the terrace of the estate, Sun Wukong and Bulma exchanged stories of their adventures, recounting tales of the moving marshes in the Black Forest, the kind-hearted elder in Baozi Mountain, the turtle hermit by the seaside, and Yamcha in the desert, as well as the snowman in the snowy mountains. Yamcha, sitting nearby, would occasionally interject with comments, and when the stories turned thrilling, everyone held their breath. And when they became amusing, laughter echoed around them. Bardock sat quietly in a corner, listening intently, his fingers toying with the 7-star Dragon Ball. He understood that these 7 orbs would be pivotal in the grand scheme ahead. The shadow of Frieza still loomed over the universe, and Earth would inevitably face peril. Perhaps these Dragon Balls were the last hope for safeguarding their home. "For now, I shall keep these Dragon Balls safe," Bardock thought, securing the box and gazing at Sun Wukong and Bulma. In a few days, I will study them in detail and then summon the eternal dragon. I understand, father. Son Wukong nodded, comprehending his father's intent. At the evening celebration banquet, Dr. Brief had prepared a sumptuous feast featuring golden roasted alien beast meat, luminescent vegetable salad, and juice brewed from cosmic spring water. Everyone gathered around the long table, raising their glasses in celebration, laughter and joy filling the estate. Yamcha, having consumed a bit of juice, gathered his courage to speak to Bardock. Mr. Bardock, I wish to stay by your side and learn from you. I no longer want to be a bandit. I aspire to become someone like Wukong. Bardock regarded him silently for a moment before shaking his head. Let us discuss this matter later. I need to consider it. In the original text, how did Yamcha express himself? His character was lacking, and his martial arts skills were subpar. Initially, he was Bulma's first boyfriend, yet he was a notorious flirt, and eventually, Bulma could no longer tolerate him and ended their relationship. Constantly seeking romantic escapades, he never took martial arts seriously, indulging in a playful attitude, practicing only occasionally, which led to Krillin surpassing him in combat prowess. Among the main cast, he was the least significant, even less memorable than the dumplings. Yamcha felt quite disheartened. Yet he recognized that Bardock might be the strongest person on Earth. He bowed deeply. Please grant me a chance, Bardock. After the feast, Son Wukong and Bulma sat on the terrace, gazing at the stars above. The 7 Dragon Balls had been locked away by Bardock in a specially designed safe, placed within the estate's underground laboratory, equipped with the most advanced security systems to ensure their safety. What do you think the Eternal Dragon looks like? Bulma asked softly as she leaned against Son Wukong's shoulder. I don't know, he replied, his eyes sparkling as he stared into the starry sky. Perhaps like the dragon my grandfather spoke of, with long horns and large wings. When we grow up, shall we collect the 7 Dragon Balls together and summon the Eternal Dragon? Bulma's voice carried a hint of longing. I want to make a wish to turn all the bad people into good ones. Sure, Son Wukong nodded with a smile. I wish to become stronger so that I can protect everyone and safeguard the earth. The night breeze gently swept through, carrying the sweet scent of cherry blossoms. From afar, the sound of insects chirping echoed through the mountain forest as the lights in the estate extinguished one by one, leaving only the terrace light illuminating the smiles on the faces of the 2 young ones. They knew that their quest for the Dragon Balls had concluded, yet their own story was only just beginning. The turtle hermit awaited Son Wukong on the island to teach him martial arts. Dr. Brief's new invention was still in the laboratory being developed, and Yamcha knelt at Bardock's doorstep, praying for the opportunity to be taken as a disciple. Balinger also yearned to grow up quickly so she could embark on adventures with her brother and sister. Meanwhile, the 7 Dragon Balls rested quietly in Bardock's safe. Like 7 slumbering stars, they awaited the day they would be awakened to use their power to protect the peace and hope of this land. The beautiful moonlight softly cast its glow upon everyone, illuminating the secret-laden underground laboratory, as if whispering a promise that no matter how many storms the future may bring, as long as there is light in the heart, one can always find the path forward. Chapter 38, The Tyrant's Laser Strike. A few days later, on a morning when the training grounds behind Bulma's estate were still shrouded in mist, Bardock stood on the central rocky platform. He had just concluded his morning meeting, his dark battle suit speckled with droplets of morning dew, and the air around him rippled rhythmically with his breath as he focused his gaze on the nearby low peak, his fingers subtly adjusting the flow of energy within him. In the next moment, Bardock raised his hand, bringing his right index and middle fingers together against his forehead. A sharp blue light flickered at his fingertips, and then a torrent of energy surged forth, coalescing into a translucent orb of energy that sent ripples through the surrounding mist. The immense energy condensed almost instantaneously. If one were to compare this with the original Dragon Ball, they would find it astonishingly similar to Piccolo's Makanka Sappo initiation gesture. His left palm faced forward, and a denser surge of energy formed a pale blue orb. As it continued to gather, the orb shrank from the size of a basketball to that of a fist, the energy fluctuations on its surface intensifying, causing the rocky platform beneath him to tremble slightly. Loose stones cascading down and making soft sounds as they struck the grass below. This resembled the method of condensing Kamehameha energy. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Yamcha gripped a branch so tightly his knuckles turned white. A few days prior, he had practiced basic energy techniques with Tao Pai Pai and barely managed to sense the existence of energy. Yet at this moment, The energy emanating from Bardock felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel breathless. His palms were damp with sweat. Yet his gaze remained glued to the blue orb. He had never imagined energy could be condensed to such a terrifying extent that merely observing it made his heart race. Beside him, Tao Pai Pai's white martial arts uniform collar had already begun to dampen with perspiration. Having trained under Bardock for several years, he had progressed significantly from being initially overwhelmed by Bardock's energy to now holding his own. Recently, under the new combat power detector developed by Bulma's company, he had just stabilized his combat power at 2,000 points. Though Tao Pai Pai had witnessed many powerful techniques, every time he saw Bardock condensing energy, he could not help but tense up. He sensed that the two energy forms were fundamentally different. One was sharp as a blade, while the other was heavy as a hammer. Yet Bardock controlled them with impeccable precision, exhibiting no signs of disorder. At this moment, Bardock lowered his hand from his forehead, accurately clasping it around his left wrist. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar. The blue orb trembled violently, its surface visibly shifting from light blue to a deep purple, reminiscent of dark cosmic nebulae swirling in the depths of the universe. Fine arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the purple orb, crackling and sizzling, as the surrounding air warped under the heat, causing distant leaves to bend backward in the heat wave, and the grass at their feet to wilt against the ground, afraid to move. This, Yamcha's voice trembled, instinctively taking a half-step back until his back collided with a tree trunk, which helped him steady himself. He could clearly perceive that the space surrounding the purple sphere seemed to have been scorched, leaving an imperceptible trace. Even the stones on the distant low peaks began to tremble and fall apart, as if they would collapse at any moment. Tao Bai Bai's breath grew heavy, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He finally discerned that Bardock had condensed two types of energy, one possessing an extraordinary penetrating ability, seemingly able to penetrate all matter in the universe, and the other exhibiting immense impact force, appearing capable of obliterating anything that dared to withstand its tsunami-like assault. Remarkably, these two distinct energies had been flawlessly merged by Bardock. He understood well that if faced with such energy, there would be no opportunity for evasion. He could only brace himself, and the consequence of that would inevitably be catastrophic. Violent tyrant laser, Bardock exclaimed in a low voice, his words unassuming yet imbued with the power to pierce through the morning mist. He released his left hand, and the deep purple sphere instantaneously transformed into a wave of light, shooting forth with the force of a cannonball, accompanied by a cataclysmic aura, roaring towards a nearby hill. Boom! The resounding blast echoed through the rear mountains, louder than thunder. As the light wave grazed the summit of the hill, the hard rock layers shattered as if crushed by an unseen giant hand, with debris flying like a torrential downpour, vanishing into the void in an instant. Dust surged skyward, forming a gray column nearly 1,000 meters tall, visible even within the manor. Yet the light wave did not relent, continuing its relentless advance. Upon colliding with the second low peak, the mountain split cleanly in half, the fracture smooth as if sliced by a sharp blade, and the shrubs atop were shredded into fragments. The third low peak fared even worse, obliterated into a cloud of rubble upon receiving a direct hit from the light sphere, with its foundation sinking half a meter deep, exposing the dark rock layers beneath, leaving scorched traces on the ground. Ultimately, this wave of light altered its trajectory, soaring into the sky and heading straight for the cosmos. Bardock feared that this attack might obliterate the earth. The tremors reverberated through his feet, and Yamcha, unable to maintain his balance, stumbled and fell onto the grass, the branch in his hand snapping in two. He gazed at the three flattened peaks in the distance, his mouth agape as if it could fit a fist, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. What manner of power is this? Beyond that of humanity? It felt akin to the legendary strikes of deities. He had previously believed that Goku's combat strength was formidable, but compared to Bardock's attack, it was utterly insignificant, like that of an ant. Tao Bai Bai also stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his spine, soaking the hem of his martial arts uniform. He had once thought that his combat power of 2,000 was not weak, capable of dominating on Earth, and even holding his own among the small powers of the universe. Yet now, faced with Bardock's violent tyrant laser, he comprehended what true strength entailed. The might of this strike was akin to that of a divine being. It seemed that any opponent struck directly would surely meet their end. In the manner, Bulma had just brought a glass of juice towards the laboratory when she was nearly jostled into spilling it by the tremors. She rushed to the window, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the dust cloud rising from the rear mountains. Goodness, did Uncle Bardock just blow up the mountain? Dr. Brief, peering through a magnifying glass at the latest energy detection device, also hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Adjusting his glasses, he fixed his gaze towards the mountains, observing the energy readings on the screen fluctuating wildly. It's Bardock's energy. He has managed to compress energy to this density and merge two different types of power. This is simply astounding. On the training ground, Bardock retracted his hand, flexing his wrist, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The previous strike had consumed 30% of his energy, yet the effect exceeded his expectations. This violent tyrant laser was a culmination of 5 years of research. Years ago, while watching Dragon Ball, he had witnessed Piccolo's Mekanka Sappo piercing Raditz with its penetrating force, and later the impact of the Kamehameha left him in awe, thus igniting the idea to merge these two techniques. The principle of Piccolo's Mekanka Sappo was rather simple: channeling energy into the thumb, index, and middle fingers at the forehead, then concentrating all energy into the fingers before unleashing it. The Kamehameha was even more straightforward, condensing energy between both hands into a beam and unleashing it, a technique that even Yamcha and Krillin could master in just a few days of practice. Understanding the principles, both techniques were relatively simple, and Bardock easily grasped both in just a few days. However, merging them into a single attack proved exceptionally challenging. Over the 5 years, he had adjusted the proportions of energy countless times, attempting to harmonize the two forces. Initially, the energies repelled one another, causing his techniques to go awry, shattering training equipment at best and inflicting painful backlash at worst, leaving him with chest pains for days. It wasn't until half a year ago that he finally achieved balance, combining the penetrating and impact forces in a 3:7 ratio, preserving the defensive breach capability of the Mekanka Sappo while also acquiring the area of effect destruction of the Kamehameha, all while enhancing the power through energy compression. Now, after years of training, Bardock's combat power reached 1.5 million, and this violent tyrant laser possessed the capability to engage foes of even higher power levels, even against an opponent with a combat power of 2 million. Taking a direct hit from this attack would surely lead to their demise. Just as the dust had yet to settle, a faint golden ripple appeared in the space above the training ground, and a figure clad in a white robe with a solemn countenance materialized out of thin air, the guardian deity of Earth. At that moment, beads of cold sweat still clung to his forehead, and the corners of his robe fluttered slightly from the haste of his instant teleportation. Upon sensing the cataclysmic energy in the temple, he nearly lost grip of the crystal ball in his hand. The power far exceeded the limits of Earth's current capabilities, sending shivers down his spine, as if confronting a disaster surging forth from the depths of the universe. The deity slowly descended beside Bardock, his divine aura instinctively taut. His gaze locked onto Bardock. This formidable warrior. Who are you? Why do you unleash such terrifying power on Earth? In fact, the deity had sensed Bardock's arrival on Earth many years prior. Though Bardock had not fully unleashed his psion energy at that time, he already emanated a unique oppressive force characteristic of cosmic warriors. The reason the deity had not approached Bardock was twofold. Firstly, he recognized that he was no match for him, and to appear recklessly would only lead to disgrace. Secondly, he harbored a glimmer of hope that this enigmatic warrior would depart soon, sparing Earth from potential calamity. However, he never anticipated that Bardock would remain for over a decade, not only staying, but gradually integrating into human society, forging connections with Bulma's family and Tao Bai Bai among others. Now, with the violent tyrant laser having leveled the peaks, the deity could no longer remain passive. If he did not discern Bardock's intentions, Earth might soon face utter annihilation. Bardock turned his gaze to the deity. Having already sensed his arrival and understood his identity, Bardock recognized the deity's purpose and, after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew the residual energy surrounding him and spoke in a calm tone. I am Bardock, a scion. Our home planet, Vegeta, was destroyed by the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Frieza? The deity's brow furrowed. While unfamiliar with the name, he sensed an overwhelming malice from the description of a cosmic tyrant capable of obliterating planets. He ruled over many planets through violence, and Vegeta was merely one of the many he had destroyed on a whim. Bardock continued, his gaze sweeping over the distant shattered peaks. I fled to Earth not to cause destruction. On the contrary, I have grown fond of this planet. It offers a peaceful life and people worth protecting. My earlier display was merely a test of my new technique, and I deliberately sent the light wave towards the cosmos to prevent it from affecting Earth. The deity's tense form relaxed slightly, yet upon hearing of Frieza's atrocities, his expression darkened once more. Then why reveal such power? To combat Frieza, Bardock asserted firmly, Earth possesses the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Such a treasure will inevitably attract Frieza's attention. Once he notices, Earth will share the same fate as Vegeta, becoming a victim of his ambitions. We train now to become stronger before his arrival, to defend this place. The deity's pupils constricted, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. He straightened his back, his tone solemn. Protecting Earth is indeed my mission. Should the confrontation with Frieza require assistance, whether it be manpower or the resources of the Divine Temple, do not hesitate to ask. I will not stand idly by. Bardock nodded slightly, briefly discussing the techniques of ki control during training and the possibility of utilizing the temple's grounds for future cultivation. The deity acknowledged each point and cautioned to avoid revealing powerful moves in densely populated areas before once again harnessing divine power, transforming into a beam of golden light, and instantaneously returning to the temple. After the deity's departure, Bardock lifted his gaze to the edge where Yamcha and Tao Bai stood. He said little, turning to check the training equipment, only to be halted by an urgent voice. Mr. Bardock, please wait. Yamcha suddenly sprang up from the ground, ignoring the dirt and grass clinging to him, rushing forward. He reached Bardock, taking several deep breaths to suppress his excitement. He knelt with a thud, his forehead nearly touching the ground, his voice trembling yet resolute. Please accept me as your disciple. I wish to grow stronger. I no longer want to be like before, fleeing in the face of danger, only a coward who fears the strong. I want to become powerful, to change my fate. I refuse to remain just a bandit. Chapter 39. Apprenticeship. Mr. Bardock, please take me as your disciple. Yamcha fervently bowed, recalling his disgrace as a bandit in the desert, scurrying away after being bested by Goku. Remembering the trembling cowardice he displayed while hiding behind Sun Wukong and Bulma when confronted by the Yeti in the snowy mountains, and now, witnessing the tyrant's laser power, he realized that his previous claims of martial prowess were merely self-deception. He yearned for change, to stand forth as a protector rather than remain a coward in the shadows. Bardock gazed down at Yamcha, who knelt before him, remaining silent for several seconds. He could see in Yamcha's eyes a mix of unwillingness and desire, reminiscent of himself years ago, yearning to break through his own limits amidst life and death struggles. In the original work, Yamcha indeed appeared to be weak, often the first to fall in significant battles. He had some plot lines in Dragon Ball, but in Dragon Ball Z, he merely played a supporting role, even being outmatched by the Cybermen. He slowly waved his hand, shifting his gaze to Tao Bai, who had followed closely. If you wish to become my disciple, you must first pass through him. Tao Bai stepped forward, his energy radiating outward, creating an invisible pressure. He bowed to Bardock. Yes, master. Over the years of following Bardock, Tao Bai had not only experienced tremendous growth in power, but had also come to understand that true strength is not about reckless use of power, but rather about using it to protect those one wishes to safeguard. He turned to Yamcha, his voice cold yet fair. I will set 3 trials. Only by enduring all of them will you be deemed worthy to remain by Mr. Bardock's side and learn his skills. Yamcha nodded vigorously, his hands clenched until his knuckles turned white. Please, give me the challenges. Even if it costs me my life, I will succeed. For the first trial, Tao Bai raised his right hand, palm facing downward, releasing energy that pressed the surrounding grass flat to the ground. You must endure my energy for half an hour without retreating or collapsing. If you cannot hold on, speak now, no one will mock you. As his words fell, Tao Bai's energy surged sharply, the invisible blade of air slicing towards Yamcha. Yamcha immediately stabilized his stance, arms crossed protectively over his chest, gritting his teeth as the energy gusted against his face like sandpaper. The stinging pain coursed through his arms, yet he did not budge. His mind resolutely focused. I cannot retreat. Tao Bai showed no mercy, maintaining the intensity of his energy at Yamcha's limit, neither causing an immediate collapse nor allowing him to escape the pressure. He understood that this trial tested not only physical endurance, but also Yamcha's basic willpower. Anyone who could not withstand half an hour of this energy was unfit for the path of a warrior. As time passed, sweat trickled down Yamucha's forehead and dripped from his cheeks, his shirt soaked through and clinging to his body, his legs trembling increasingly, his knees threatening to give way. Several times, darkness encroached upon his vision, and all he could hear was his own heavy breathing. Yet, thoughts of the tyrant's laser and the suffering of his past life fueled his resolve. Perhaps this was his only chance to alter his destiny. With such determination, Yamucha gritted his teeth and persevered. Bardock, standing not far off, observed Yamucha's struggle, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. He had endured even harsher trials during his own cosmic training. The path of a warrior has no shortcuts. Only those who can withstand pressure take the first step. Finally, half an hour elapsed. Tao Bai withdrew his energy. Looking at the drenched yet still upright Yamucha, he spoke 2 words. First trial, passed. Yamucha exhaled, staggering to support himself against a rock. His arms bore small cuts from the energy, stinging painfully, yet a smile broke across his face. This was the first time he had relied on his own perseverance to overcome what had seemed like an impossible challenge. After a 10-minute rest, Tao Bai announced, "For the second trial, you must withstand one of my Dakobo waves head-on. I will reduce my fighting power to 1/50th, equating to 40 points. However, be aware that a 40-point Dakobo can pierce through rock. If you cannot endure, you will truly perish." Yamucha's complexion shifted slightly. He had witnessed Tao Bai pierce through tree trunks with the Dakobo, and the sharp energy instilled fear within him. But it was quickly replaced by determination. "I am ready." Tao Bai's fingertips glimmered with cold light as energy coalesced into a small blue beam. Aimed at Yamucha's chest. "Use your internal ki to cushion the blow. It will reduce the damage." Yamucha closed his eyes, striving to concentrate his feeble energy at his chest. In the next moment, Tao Bai shouted, and the yellow beam shot forth. With a thud, Yamucha felt a piercing pain in his chest, as if a heated needle had pierced through him. The force sent him flying, and he coughed up blood heavily. His consciousness seemed to teeter on the brink of oblivion. Tao Bai, thinking he might have dealt a fatal blow, sighed in resignation, admitting to himself that he had developed a degree of admiration for Yamucha. To his surprise, Yamucha seemed to remember something, and his body twitched. Yamucha's awareness began to return. Through tears, he gathered all his strength, desperately propping himself up with trembling hands. Slowly rising to his feet. "Will you give up?" Tao Bai inquired. Yamucha looked up, wiping the blood from his face, standing tall. "I will not give up. This pain is nothing." Tao Bai fell silent for a few moments, nodding. Second trial, passed. At this point, Yamucha was nearly at his limit. The pain in his chest made each breath cautious. Yet, he knew there was one final trial remaining. After a half-hour break, Tao Bai declared, "For the third trial, it is perseverance. I will unleash energy of the same intensity as before, creating an oppressive force that you must endure for 1 hour. Should your will falter, you may be crushed, and this time, you may truly perish. Do you wish to continue? You may still withdraw now." "I will continue. I must continue," Yamucha exclaimed vehemently. As his words concluded, Tao Bai unleashed his energy, the immense pressure enveloping Yamucha like a tangible force. Yamucha's vision darkened, the overwhelming weight forcing him to bend at the waist, his knees buckling uncontrollably as his fingers dug into the earth. The lethal aura made him want to flee, to retreat to his previous comforts. "No, I cannot run." Yamucha gritted his teeth, forehead against the ground, sweat mingling with dirt flowing into his eyes. "I must grow stronger. I must become Mr. Bardock's disciple. I will no longer be a bandit." The oppressive force intensified. Yamucha's consciousness began to blur. Visions of being defeated by Goku and chased by the Yeti flickering before him. "No, I refuse to be this way," he roared, lifting his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "I will change my destiny. I shall no longer be weak. I will become strong." The roar pierced through the oppressive atmosphere, reaching Bardock's ears. He lifted his gaze, admiration flickering in his eyes. Strength may be cultivated, but it is will that forms the essence of a true warrior. This young man has grasped the crux of the matter. It seems that Yamcha possesses a certain talent after all. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, Yamcha had never encountered circumstances that compelled him to exert himself rigorously in training. However, today he has indeed perceived an opportunity to defy fate. "Ah, young lad, I underestimated you," Bardock thought, casting an appreciative glance at Yamcha. An hour later, Tao Pai retracted his oppressive aura. Yamcha collapsed onto the ground. His consciousness hazy, yet he could hear Tao Pai Pai's voice. You have passed all 3 trials. With the tension in his body dissipating, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Bardock declare, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Bardock regarded the unconscious Yamcha and instructed Tao Pai Pai. Take him to meet Dr. Brief to tend to his injuries. Once he awakens, begin his training with the foundational physical exercises I have imparted to you, solidifying his base. Yes, Master, Tao Pai Pai replied, bowing, as he carefully assisted Yamcha to his feet and made his way toward the estate. Bardock remained in the training ground, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the tyrant's laser, his expression contemplative. Yamcha's apprenticeship marks a new beginning. The technique he has developed is not solely for his self-improvement, but also to safeguard those around him and to cultivate more allies who can stand by his side. Now that Yamcha has passed the trials, the forthcoming training will truly enlighten this young man regarding the arduous efforts required to become a formidable warrior. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the training grounds and casting light upon Bardock's figure, the mark left by the tyrant's laser stood as a testament to the commencement of Yamcha's path to strength, foreshadowing the emergence of another warrior who would fight to protect. Chapter 40, Summoning the Dragon. In the open courtyard of the Bulma estate, the intelligent irrigation system was misting the air, nurturing the lawn to a vibrant green. Bardock stood on the training mat in the center of the courtyard, clad in a black combat suit that accentuated his toned physique. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow after finishing a session of gravity training, the residual warmth of energy still lingering in his palms. Not far away, Jine was accompanying Bra as they chased butterflies across the lawn. The little one, dressed in a pink dress, giggled like a silver bell. Dr. Brief sat beneath a sunshade, engrossed in his tablet as he calibrated a newly developed energy detector. Bulma knelt beside him, handing him tools while occasionally glancing at Goku, who was effortlessly performing squats with a massive log, each descent causing subtle tremors in the ground. Bulma's sister, Ties, had also concluded her interstellar voyage and was now residing at the Bulma estate, amusing Bra while regaling Goku with tales of wondrous cosmic adventures, which captivated him immensely. Unlike her sister Bulma's passion for invention, Ties was more focused on literary creation, opting for interstellar travel to gather writing material. Partnering with cosmic patrolman Gak, she traversed the vastness of space in search of inspiration. In recent years, Ties had amassed a wealth of material, intending to complete a literary work on Earth, while also entertaining young Goku and Bra. This heartwarming scene was abruptly shattered by Bardock's next words. Everyone, please pause. I have something important to announce. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable gravity, prompting all actions to cease as everyone gathered around, even Bra, with a puzzled expression, ran to Jine's side, clutching her mother's garment. Bardock took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the group before he spoke slowly. First, I must reveal a truth. Both Goku and I are not of this earth. We are Science. Science, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't that the cosmic race you mentioned before, one that survives through battle? Indeed, Bardock affirmed, his tone growing heavier. Scions are born with immense combat prowess, thriving on the conquest of planets to sell to other factions, and our entire race was once under the command of a single individual, Frieza. At the mention of Frieza, Jine's body trembled involuntarily. She instinctively tightened her embrace around Bra, fear flashing in her eyes. She would never forget the harrowing scene from years ago when Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. The sky was engulfed in flames as countless scions were reduced to ashes by energy blasts. While she and Bardock had narrowly escaped, the thunderous explosions of their home planet echoing in their memories, a nightmare etched into their very bones. Who exactly is Frieza? Dr. Brief inquired, adjusting his glasses, his tone laced with gravity. To evoke such terror in Jine, this Frieza is certainly no benevolent character. He is the emperor of the cosmos, a demon who thrives on destruction and plunder. Bardock's fists clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. Frieza's combat power far exceeds imagination. In his standard form, he possesses a battle power of 530,000, and in his final form, it surpasses 120 million. He governs nearly a third of the planets in the universe, and should any planet refuse to submit, he orders its complete annihilation, sparing not even the innocent. He paused, recalling his time in Frieza's army, his voice thick with suppressed rage. I have witnessed him destroy a planet with a population of billions, merely because its leader refused to surrender rare minerals. I watched as the planet exploded under energy blasts, his face adorned with a smile. To him, life and dust are indistinguishable. Goku set down the log he had been holding, furrowing his brow tightly. Dad, is he really that powerful? Can we defeat him? He had known from a young age that he was not an Earthling, as his parents had explained his lineage to him. Yet he had not anticipated such a dark history for his race, nor the existence of such a terrifying foe. Currently, our chances are slim, exceedingly slim. Bardock shook his head, his tone growing more somber. What is more perilous is that Frieza has been relentlessly searching for the Dragon Balls throughout the universe. Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls of Namek? That planet is the original source of the Dragon Balls. When gathered, its Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Unlike those on Earth, which possess significant limitations, the Namekian Dragon Balls can fulfill nearly any wish, even granting the wisher's immortality. Not only do they allow for more wishes, but their restrictions are drastically different. Should Frieza gather the Dragon Balls from Namek and attain immortality, he will no longer fear any opposition, recklessly expanding his dominion, turning the entire universe into his hunting ground, with no planet able to escape his grasp. What about Earth? Bulma inquired anxiously, unable to fathom the destruction Bardock described that could befall her home. Earth is in even greater peril. Bardock's gaze shifted toward the storage room in the courtyard. Frieza's intelligence network spans the cosmos. He will inevitably discover that Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, and that they can grant wishes. Once he learns of this, he will undoubtedly rush here with his army. To him, Earth is not only a place with Dragon Balls, but also a refuge for me, Goku, and Jine, 3 scions who have slipped through his fingers. He will not allow this place to remain unscathed. Silence enveloped the courtyard, only broken by the soft murmurs of Bra. Jine gently patted her daughter's back, looking up at Bardock. What should we do? We cannot allow Earth to suffer the same fate as Planet Vegeta. We cannot let Bra and Goku endure another loss of their home. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, contemplating before speaking. I can expedite the development of the gravity training pod and energy weapons to enhance everyone's combat capabilities. The 300-fold gravity training pod I recently designed, if put to use, might rapidly elevate your and Goku's strength. Not enough. Bardock shook his head. Frieza's pace is too swift. We lack the luxury of time for gradual training. Moreover, even if the gravity pod increases combat power, it may not suffice to match his intensity. He gazed towards the storage room, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. I have a solution, one that involves the Dragon Balls of Earth. I have already instructed Wukong and Bulma to gather all 7 Dragon Balls in advance. Now, we need to summon Shenlong and make a wish that will grant us a fighting chance in this impending war. The group no longer hesitated and followed Bardock to the storage room. The mansion's storage area was constructed from a specially designed alloy, capable of isolating any energy fluctuations. Upon opening the metal door, the 7 Dragon Balls were revealed, arranged neatly in a transparent, temperature-regulated container on the shelves. The light emitted by the Dragon Balls intertwined, casting a soft yet powerful halo. Dr. Brief inspected the container and nodded. The energy of the Dragon Balls is stable. We can summon Shenlong directly. Bardock opened the container and carefully took out the 7 Dragon Balls, placing them on a circular platform in the courtyard that he had specifically requested Dr. Brief to construct. The patterns carved beneath the platform were designed to stabilize energy, preventing fluctuations from damaging the mansion during the summoning. As the final Dragon Ball was placed on the platform, the sky darkened abruptly, and dark clouds gathered as if pulled by an unseen force. A fierce wind whipped up petals and leaves from the lawn, while the distant lake surged with towering waves. The mansion's intelligent robots began to emit alarm signals, their mechanical arms pointing towards the sky, as if warning of the impending phenomenon. It is coming. Bulma tightened her grip on Jine's hand, her eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Bardock fixed his gaze on the 7 Dragon Balls, watching as their brilliance intensified until they broke free from the platform, hovering in the air. 7 beams of light shot up into the heavens, bursting into a dazzling white light amidst the dark clouds. Immediately, the ground trembled violently, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. The patterns beneath the platform glowed with a golden light, and cracks formed in the stone path of the courtyard. Wukong instinctively shielded Bailing, while Jine clutched the railing beside her. A colossal shadow began to materialize from the beams of light. First, 2 curved golden dragon horns, sharp enough to pierce the clouds. Then, a massive dragon head, its golden scales reflecting a cold sheen in the white light, long whiskers trailing down to the ground. Each as thick as an arm. Shenlong's neck elongated slowly, revealing a robust body covered in dense scales, its immense form nearly obscuring the entire sky above the mansion. Finally, a thick tail with razor-sharp scales glimmered ominously. Shenlong's red vertical pupils slowly opened, scanning the few figures below before settling on Bardock. Its voice rumbled like ancient thunder, resonating painfully in the ears. Who has summoned me? According to the laws of the universe, I can grant you one wish, anything within my power. Bailing flinched at Shenlong's voice, retreating into Wukong's embrace and quietly calling for her mother. Jine quickly approached, gently patting her back to soothe her. Bardock gazed up at Shenlong, his tone calm yet resolute. Shenlong, I am Bardock, a Scion warrior. My first wish is to significantly enhance my combat power, ideally to the level of 1.5 billion. A flicker of surprise passed through Shenlong's vertical pupils, its massive head shaking slightly, the golden scales rustling. I cannot fulfill that. Your current combat power stands at 1 million, far exceeding the limits of an ordinary warrior, comparable to some deities. My power derives from the Dragon Balls, which have an energy limit. I cannot forcibly elevate your strength to 1.5 billion, as this is beyond my control. Bardock felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that matters were not as simple as he had hoped. Enhancing combat power was evidently beyond Shenlong's capabilities. Furrowing his brow, Bardock remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Then I will change my wish. I desire to obtain the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Still not possible. Shenlong shook its head once more, its tone more troubled. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan is a special power from the dawn of the universe, involving the fundamental transformation of life and touching upon the laws of the cosmos. While I can grant wishes, I must operate within existing rules. Such a request to alter the essence of life exceeds my capabilities. After being repeatedly denied, Bardock's expression darkened. This was not acceptable, nor was that. You, Shenlong, are proving to be quite unhelpful. He raised his hand, condensing a pale blue energy sphere, the energy in his palm compressing with a sizzling sound, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet. Even Shenlong instinctively retracted its wings, a flicker of fear in its vertical pupils. You should retract the energy. Let us discuss this calmly. Give me another chance. This time, you must do your utmost. Bardock's tone grew colder, the energy sphere at his fingertips still flickering ominously. Very well. Speak. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly assist you. Shenlong hastily acquiesced, fearing that the Scion before it might truly unleash his power. Bardock gazed into the distance, where lay his destroyed homeland, Beta Star. Since the Dragon of Earth could not provide them with the strength they needed, he would have to settle for restoring what had once been. Bardock returned his gaze to the distant sky, his voice imbued with unprecedented solemnity. I wish that, after we defeat Frieza, all the planets destroyed by him and his army, and all the innocent lives lost, be resurrected. Those vile evildoers need not be revived. Shenlong was about to refuse when it caught sight of the energy sphere in Bardock's palm glowing brighter, and promptly changed its tune. That wish can be fulfilled. Although reviving multiple individuals and restoring several planets is at the limit of my capabilities, I will do my utmost. The resurrection will be set for after you defeat Frieza. How does that sound? Bardock confirmed that Shenlong was not lying before slowly retracting the energy sphere. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in radiant light, and Shenlong's form gradually became transparent, merging into the Dragon Balls. The 7 orbs circled in the air before shooting off in different directions, the dark clouds dissipating as the sun re-emerged with a smile. It seems that hoping for Shenlong to directly provide us with combat strength was indeed too simplistic. Now that the wish has been made, the next step is to enhance our strength and await the final battle. Bardock looked at his companions, his eyes filled with resolve. Jine, Dr. Brief, Bulma, and Wukong all nodded, each face alight with determination. To protect the Earth and safeguard the peace of the universe, they must grow stronger. Chapter 41. 2 years. The timeline began to accelerate. Within 3 days, it would transition to the 3rd volume, namely the Scion invasion and Frieza arc time. Like sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In the training grounds of Bulma's mansion, before the morning dew had dissipated, 2 figures could be seen darting through the light of the gravity chamber, Bardock and Jine. Over the span of 2 years, Their lives had revolved around morning meetings, the gravity chamber, and their bedroom, with only the intensity of their training steadily increasing day by day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the mansion's intelligence system activated on cue. Bardock stood before the gravity chamber door, pressing the button for 200 times Earth's gravity on the control panel. The metal door slowly closed, and gravity pressed down on him instantly. Yet he merely bent slightly and assumed a combat stance, each punch carrying the sound of slicing air. 2 years ago, his combat power had just broken through 1.5 million. Now, he stood firmly at the threshold of 1.8 million. However, after each power assessment, he would stare silently at the data panel. For him, this increase of 300,000 seemed painfully slow, insufficient to face the imminent threat of Frieza's army. Little did he realize, such a rate of improvement had already exceeded the limits of the vast majority of warriors in the universe. Even among the elite scions, few could match his progress. In the adjacent gravity chamber, Jine's figure stood equally resolute. She donned a black combat uniform reminiscent of Bardock's, beads of sweat trickling down her jawline. Yet she maintained a relentless rhythm of high kicks. 2 years prior, her combat power barely exceeded 1 million. Now, it had surged to 1.3 million. Each increment in gravity, each breakthrough in strength, concealed the fruits of her tireless dedication. During rare moments of respite, she would stand before the observation window of the gravity chamber, gazing at the playful Linger frolicking on the lawn. A flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. She must grow stronger to protect her husband, her daughter, and this planet. In stark contrast to her parents' austere training regimen, Wukong's 2 years were imbued with a sense of liveliness. 2 years ago, upon hearing Bardock mention the name of Master Roshi, and recalling his father's tales of Earth's mightiest martial artist, he was resolute in seeking apprenticeship. Bardock, after some contemplation, acquiesced, believing it might not be detrimental for Wukong to traverse the original storyline of Dragon Ball. To add to Bardock's exasperation, Ling, clinging to his leg and playfully demanding to accompany her brother to learn skills to protect their parents, eventually wore him down after weeks of persuasion. Thus, Wukong brought Linger to Master Roshi's abode. On their very first day, Linger affectionately clung to Master Roshi's arm, calling him Grandpa, prompting the old master to readily accept her as his disciple. Before long, Krillin arrived with his meager belongings, and the trio embarked on their training journey under the tutelage of Master Roshi. In time, the shape-shifting pig Oolong, who had met Wukong during his quest for the Dragon Balls, joined their burgeoning family, settling on the Turtle Island. Master Roshi's training was notoriously rigorous and peculiar, rising before dawn to collect seashells by the seaside to build endurance, dodging wasps under the blazing noon sun to enhance reflexes, and in the evening, running uphill with a turtle shell heavier than one's own weight to hone physical stamina. Though Linger was a girl, she never lagged behind, often outpacing Krillin in shell collecting, nimbly evading wasp attacks, and even continuing to run despite scraping her knees while carrying the turtle shell, prompting Master Roshi to frequently muse to Bardock that she resembled a scion even more than Wukong. During this period, the dual-personality Lanchi also took residence in Master Roshi's home. The blue-haired Lanchi was gentle and nurturing, preparing delightful meals for everyone daily, while the golden-haired Lanchi had a fiery temper, often brandishing a machine gun to discipline the slacking Wukong and Krillin, yet she showed exceptional kindness to Linger, frequently sharing her candies. As for Bulma's sister Tais, she completed her creative work, and her new book gained immense popularity, solidifying her resolve to pursue a path of cosmic exploration, consistently gathering material as she trudged along the Writer's road. These days were filled with both toil and joy. Wukong's techniques became increasingly proficient. Krillin's sensitivity to energy heightened, and Linger progressed from merely executing basic punches and kicks to being able to exchange blows with Wukong. 8 months of grueling training flew by, and the invitation to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament arrived as anticipated. Wukong, Ling, and Krillin packed light and followed Master Roshi to the arena. Standing amidst the cacophony of the martial arts hall, Linger clutched Wukong's clothing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Krillin rubbed his fists together, determined to secure a commendable ranking. Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness, yearning to step onto the stage immediately. In the preliminary rounds, the trio triumphed over numerous adversaries. Wukong effortlessly bested an opponent skilled in toxins, Krillin evaded the onslaught of a hulking foe with his agility, and Linger, utilizing the fundamental Saiyan techniques learned from her parents, overcame a warrior towering over her by half a head. As they progressed to the finals, they faced even mightier opponents. Krillin struggled against the brute force of Jiren, but, through cleverness, managed to evade attacks and ultimately defeated him with a ki blast. Nama's air cannon was formidable. Yet Wukong deftly dodged it, eliminating him with a final Kamehameha wave. In the semifinals, Linger confronted Wukong. Despite her best efforts, she could not match her brother's strength. When she smiled and conceded, there was no hint of disappointment in her eyes, only anticipation for the future. On the grand stage of the finals, Wukong faced an opponent wearing sunglasses who introduced himself as Jackie Chan. From the outset, Jackie showcased astonishing prowess, his speed and strength far surpassing Wukong's, pushing him to the edge of the arena multiple times. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Wukong became, awakening the latent Saiyan blood within him. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the moon hung high in the night sky, triggering his primal instincts. His body swelled, hair erupting in a wild frenzy, transforming him into a colossal ape, his power skyrocketing. Linger gasped in shock from the sidelines, but upon noticing the moon, she too transformed into a giant gorilla. Master Roshi's expression shifted, and he immediately unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the moon. With a thunderous explosion, the moon was obliterated. Wukong, deprived of the energy source for his giant ape form, gradually returned to his original state, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion on the arena floor. Linger had also reverted to normal. Though she still possessed a trace of strength, she felt slightly disoriented. When the referee announced Jackie Chan as the victor, he removed his sunglasses, revealing Master Roshi's face. Lying on the ground, Wukong gazed at his master, not a hint of disappointment gracing his features, only a smile. Master, you are incredible. I will definitely surpass you in the future. After the martial arts tournament concluded, Wukong returned to Bulma's estate with Linger. Upon entering, they found Yamcha training in the gravity chamber. Over the past 2 years, he had trained rigorously under Bardock, mastering Saiyan combat techniques and barely acclimating to 5 times the gravity, his combat power soaring from a mere few points to 400. Seeing Wukong and Linger return, he wiped his sweat and grinned. Wukong, I heard you turned into a giant monkey at the tournament. Next time, let's spar. Wukong nodded eagerly, sure, but don't lose. Laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Bardock stood by the window on the 2nd floor, watching the children, a flicker of warmth in his eyes. Over the span of 2 years, everyone had grown, yet he understood that it was not enough. The shadow of Frieza still loomed ominously over the universe. They must continue to strengthen themselves until they could completely dispel that darkness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the estate and illuminated each individual, igniting the fire of determination in their eyes and shining a light of hope for the future. Chapter 42, Karen Tower and the Super Divine Water. The wheels of time turn quietly in the sweat of practitioners. 3 years have flown by since the conclusion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The morning mist at Bulma's estate had yet to dissipate when the metallic door to the 300x gravity chamber slid open with a hum, revealing Bardock standing tall within the pale blue gravitational field. Sweat dripped from his chiseled muscles, pooling on the ground, as the combat power detector displayed a glowing figure of 2.3 million, a remarkable increase of 500,000 from 3 years ago. Still, it was too slow. Bardock wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed out the window. In the courtyard, Janae practiced her punches in her black combat attire, each kick producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air. The detector indicated her combat power had reached 1.8 million. Over the past 3 years, their lives revolved around a cycle of morning meetings, the gravity chamber, and their bedroom. Bardock occasionally dissected the combat data of the Frieza force, while Janae learned spaceship maintenance from Dr. Briefs, hoping to bolster her confidence for future crises. Bardock, Wukong's communicator has received a message. Janae hastily approached, clutching a terminal, the screen displaying Wukong's beaming face against a backdrop of dense jungle, with a colossal bear slung over his shoulder, towering above him. Father, I just defeated the Ice Plains wolf in the Arctic, and I met a friend named Yakaluabai. We heard about a sacred training site called Kalinta, and we plan to head there next. Wukong's voice brimmed with youthful exuberance, omitting any mention of the dangers he faced over the past 3 years, battling ferocious beasts at volcanic craters, dueling giant bears in the Arctic, and evading thunderstorms in rain-soaked canyons. Each harrowing escape had sharpened his mastery of energy. Bardock gazed at the screen, feeling a flicker of warmth at the sight of his sun-kissed son. Yet his expression remained stern. Be cautious. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, contact me at any time. He refrained from mentioning that Tabeabai had already disguised himself as a traveler. Trailing Wukong, once the world's foremost assassin, now clad in ordinary garb, concealing inconspicuous weaponry at his waist. Each time he witnessed Wukong recklessly charging into danger, he couldn't help but internally scoff at how much more reckless the young master had become compared to his rookie days. Upon ending the communication, Janae sighed. This boy, Wukong, doesn't even return for Bulma's birthday. When Bulma was mentioned, Bardock's lips turned upwards slightly. 3 years prior, Dr. Briff had confined Bulma to the laboratory, insisting that as an interstellar scientist, she must solidify her foundation, compelling her to slog through tomes such as Introduction to Cosmic Energy and Principles of Superluminal Engines. During their last video call, Bulma, sporting dark circles under her eyes, showcased her newly developed portable combat power detector. Her tone laced with complaints, but her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. At this moment, Wukong traversed a narrow path in the southern jungle, having just vanquished a band of marauding thieves who plagued the villagers. From them, he learned of the Red Satin Brigade, a nefarious organization lurking in the shadows of Earth, wielding weapons far superior to official forces, plundering resources, enslaving innocents, and even slaughtering entire villages in search of Dragon Balls. How could there be such vile individuals? Wukong clenched his golden staff, fury igniting in his golden eyes, and immediately altered his course toward the brigade's base. Hiding among the treetops, Tabeabai observed the scene unfold, the energy sphere at his fingertips coalescing quietly before dissipating again. He recalled his earlier entanglement with the Red Satin Brigade. Years ago, their leader had attempted to hire him for 1 billion berries to assassinate a rival faction's chief. After completing the transaction, he happened upon Bardock and subsequently became his subordinate, severing ties with the brigade. In truth, Tabeabai held these individuals in contempt, a bunch of weapon-dependent fools, unworthy of my intervention, merely a group of slightly larger bandits. Watching Wukong charge toward the base, he smirked coldly. Perfect, this will eliminate these pesky ants. The brigade's base nestled deep within a valley, surrounded by electrified fences and surveillance systems. As Wukong approached, patrolling soldiers detected him and opened fire. With the captain's command, dozens of machine guns unleashed a barrage, bullets raining down like hail. Wukong, however, remained unfazed, darting effortlessly into the midst of the soldiers. Utilizing only his physical prowess, without employing any energy, he dispatched the soldiers with ease. 3 years of training had exponentially increased his reaction speed, rendering ordinary bullets incapable of grazing his garments. Damn it! Release android number 8. Captain Zijuan, exasperated, slammed the button as he watched Wukong on the monitor. The metallic doors of the laboratory creaked open, revealing a humanoid figure of several meters in height. Its skin a shade of gray, with distinct stitching across its face, yet possessing surprisingly gentle eyes. Android No. 8 was a secret weapon sold to the Red Satin Brigade by Dr. Gailoa, reputedly possessing formidable strength. 8. Go kill that monkey. Zijuan threatened, brandishing a remote control. If you disobey, I will detonate the bomb inside you. Yet android number 8 slowly shook its head, voice deep and resolute. I do not wish to harm anyone. I dislike doing bad things. Infuriated, Zijuan prepared to press the detonation button, but Wukong suddenly lunged forward, swiping the remote from his grasp, followed by a powerful knee strike that sent Zijuan sprawling to the ground. Hello there, my name is Suin Wukong. Wukong grinned, extending his hand. Thank you for not heeding his orders. The warmth in android number 8's eyes shimmered as it regarded Wukong's sincerity. You are a good person, I am number 8. With number 8's assistance, Wukong learned of the base's layout. The core control room of the Red Satin Brigade lay 3 floors below ground, housing their plundered Dragon Balls and weapon schematics. Together, they advanced, with number 8 shielding Wukong from laser traps while he dispatched the mechanized soldiers that sought to obstruct them. Upon reaching the control room, they found the brigade's leader, Bardock, manipulating a computer to initiate a doomsday missile launch. Don't come any closer. Bardock brandished a pistol at Wukong. If you approach, I will detonate the entire base. Unfazed, Wukong swiftly closed the distance, snatching the gun from Bardock's hand. You have committed numerous heinous acts. It is time you face the consequences. Realizing the peril, Bardock attempted to escape in a shuttle, only to be struck by a hidden energy needle released by Tabayabai, causing the ship's engine to fail and plummet into the valley, thus marking the end of the Red Satin Brigade. 8. Where do you plan to go next? Wukong inquired after vanquishing Bardock. Number 8 gazed into the distance, softly replying, I wish to travel and see the world beyond. Wukong waved cheerfully. Then I wish you safe travels. Should you encounter danger, use this to contact me. He handed number 8 a small communication device, a spare provided by Bulma. After bidding farewell to number 8, Wukong continued on his journey and soon encountered Yakalua, who was grilling fish in a bamboo grove. In a moment of distraction, Wukong devoured Yakalua fish, prompting a scuffle between the two. Yet, through this playful conflict, they forged a friendship and embarked on their travels together. Along the way, they heard a rumor. Want to grow stronger? Head to Kalinta. It is the sacred training ground of Earth, where a cat sage resides at the summit, capable of bestowing extraordinary powers. Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement at this revelation. The following day, he bid farewell to Yakalua and set off towards Kalinta, towering into the clouds. The tower's surface gleamed like a mirror, impossible for ordinary individuals to climb. However, Wukong, leveraging his scion physique, grasped the crevices of the tower as he ascended. Fierce winds threatened to hurl him down, and lightning struck his shoulder, leaving a charred mark, yet he pressed onward without faltering. After 3 days and nights of relentless climbing, Wukong finally reached the summit, where he encountered the cat sage seated on a mat, wielding a cane. Little one, you possess a fair amount of perseverance. For the next 3 months, Wukong underwent rigorous training at Kalinta. The cat sage had Wukong engage in combat on a narrow platform, evading cane strikes through speed. He instructed him to mimic his energy during movement and rest. He had him lift boulders 10 times his weight to strengthen his physique, and even taught him how to sense others' energy, discerning their virtues and vices. Afterward, Wukong requested the super sacred water from the sage. The cat sage squinted and tossed him a gourd. This contains the super sacred water. Drink it, and your strength will surge. Trusting the sage, Wukong tilted the gourd and took a generous gulp, only to find it tasted no different from ordinary spring water. Ha ha ha, you were tricked. The cat sage chuckled, his whiskers curling with delight. This so-called super sacred water is merely plain spring water. True strength is never derived from external forces. Wukong paused, then grasped the sage's intent. It was to help him transcend his psychological reliance on outside power. Subsequently, after Sun Wukong's departure, Tao Bai also graced the Karen Tower, under the command of Bardock, to retrieve the Senza beans. Naturally, this was sanctioned by the cat sage, who allowed the removal of the large jars of accumulated Senza beans, as he had no further use for them, and at that time, the beans had not yet fallen prey to the machinations of Yakalop. The Senza beans were a pivotal component in Bardock's scheme concerning the Dragon Balls, and thus, he had issued a strict directive to Tao Bai. Consequently, she successfully transported the Senza beans back to Bulma's estate. Upon returning to West Capital, Wukong fortuitously received an invitation to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. He eagerly sought out Yamcha, only to find him packing his belongings. Over the past 3 years, under Bardock's tutelage, Yamcha had not only mastered the combat techniques of the Scions, but had also trained effortlessly under tenfold gravity, his battle power soaring to an impressive 800 points. My master has instructed me to venture into the deep sea in search of treasure. It is my assigned task, Yamcha remarked, patting Wukong on the shoulder with an air of disdain. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Merely trivial skirmishes, lacking the thrill of deep-sea adventures. Currently, Yamcha possessed the confidence to make such statements, as his battle power allowed him to look down upon all Earthlings. Although Wukong felt a tinge of regret, he comprehended Yamcha's choice. He ventured alone to the tournament arena, and upon entering, he heard a familiar voice calling out, Wukong, over here. Balanair, clad in a pink combat suit, waved excitedly as she dashed towards him, followed by the Turtle Sage and Krillin. Over the past 3 years, Balanair had trained with Jine, her battle power having significantly increased. Though she was not participating in the competition, she became Wukong's dedicated cheerleader. Thus, among the participants in this tournament, Wukong recognized only Krillin. Thus, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. In the semifinals, Krillin faced off against the disciple of the Crane School, Jiaozi. Despite Jiaozi's psychic abilities momentarily immobilizing Krillin, he cleverly countered, ultimately securing victory with a Kamehameha wave. Unfortunately, Krillin met his match in Wukong during the finals and was subsequently eliminated. On the day of the finals, the arena was filled to capacity. Wukong's opponent was none other than Tien Shinhan, the foremost disciple of the Crane School. Tien, tall and imposing, with a third eye radiating a chilling light, entered the arena and instantly commanded attention with his formidable aura. "Son Wukong, I have heard tales of your prowess," Tien declared arrogantly. "Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a formidable warrior." The match commenced with Tien launching the first attack. His Crane School energy waves were astonishingly powerful, creating enormous craters in the ground. Wukong adeptly evaded, occasionally retaliating with Kamehameha waves. An intense aerial battle unfolded, with Tien's solar flare temporarily blinding Wukong. Yet he utilized the afterimage technique to confound his adversary, resulting in a stalemate. The audience was electrified, and the turtle sage could not help but exclaim, "This child, Wukong, has grown so rapidly." Ballinair clenched her fists, anxiously watching the match. "Go, brother." Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, Tien ascended into the sky. Wukong, not to be outdone, summoned his Nimbus cloud to engage Tien in a duel above. Both warriors concentrated their energies, unleashing their most potent attacks, the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb. Ultimately, they both plummeted to the ground, with Tien fortuitously landing on the stage. However, at that moment, a runaway truck careened in, colliding with Wukong with a thunderous crash. Though such an impact could not injure Wukong, it sent him sprawling out of the ring. The referee rushed over to assess the situation, and upon seeing Wukong's fall, declared Tien the victor. Yet, Tien approached Wukong, offering him half of the prize money. "You are quite strong. You deserve this," he said. Wukong shook his head and smiled. "No need. You won fairly, and besides, I don't lack for money. My father has already filled my account." He spoke truthfully, for to him, the joy of competition far outweighed the monetary reward. After the tournament concluded, before anyone could celebrate, devastating news arrived. Krillin had been slain by a mysterious creature on his way back to the Turtle Sage's abode. When Wukong arrived, he found only Krillin's lifeless body, his rage nearly breaking through the heavens. Through the Turtle Sage's account, they learned that the culprit was Dambalin, a minion of the Demon King Piccolo, who had awoken after centuries of being sealed away. The Demon King Piccolo, an evil manifestation of the Namekian people, had been imprisoned by Master Matedo using the Mafuba technique. Now, with the seal weakened, he had returned to seek vengeance against humanity, dispatching his minions to wreak havoc, slaying kings who attempted to thwart him, and declaring his intention to rule the earth. Fueled by fury, Wukong sought revenge against Dambalin. Yet having just endured the tournament's grueling battles, he had not fully regained his strength. Dambalin's speed was blistering, and the magical energy blasts he wielded were devastating. After a few exchanges, Wukong was struck in the chest and fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. The Turtle Sage, witnessing Wukong's plight, understood that only the Mafuba could contend with the Demon King Piccolo. He retrieved the long-sealed Mafuba scroll and rushed to the Demon King's castle under the cover of night. In the vast castle, the Turtle Sage confronted the Demon King Piccolo. "Demon King Piccolo, your end is nigh," he proclaimed, reciting the incantation and forming seals with his hands, sending a golden sealing wave towards Piccolo. However, Piccolo had long been aware of the Mafuba's existence through ancient texts and sidestepped the sealing wave, sneering, "You old fool. Do you think this technique can still bind me?" Yet, in the next instant, the Demon King Piccolo was ensnared by the Mafuba, forcibly drawn into a rice cooker. However, due to the wind sealing the cooker's lid, Piccolo was not completely trapped, and thus the sealing failed. This attempt at the Mafuba had drained the Turtle Sage of his life force entirely. Collapsing to the ground, his breath fading, he urged, "Wukong, you must stop him." In an unexpected turn of events, the Demon King Piccolo commanded his subordinates to swiftly gather the Dragon Balls and wished to restore himself to his peak form from his youth. Soon after, in a moment of disregard for his previous self, the rejuvenated Piccolo effortlessly dispatched Shenron, scattering its essence. Far away in West Capital, Bardock learned of these events through Tao by Bai's report. Standing before the observation window of the gravity chamber, watching Giant Train, he spoke calmly, "Let Wukong resolve this himself." For 3 years, he had restrained his impulse to intervene in the unfolding narrative. Wukong needed to grow and face adversity to truly become the protector of Earth. He had already decreed that should any of Piccolo's soldiers set foot in West Capital, Tao Bai Bai would be tasked with their elimination. Tao Bai Bai relished this, viewing these soldiers as mere ants, dispatching them with swift precision, targeting their vital points, ensuring their silent disappearance. West Capital remained tranquil, oblivious to the former assassin safeguarding it from the shadows. Upon awakening, Wukong was devastated to learn of the turtle sage's sacrifice. Recalling the cat sage's mention of the ultra-divine water atop Karen Tower, he resolved to return there. This time, the cat sage did not withhold the truth. The ultra-divine water was highly toxic, and only those capable of withstanding its venom could attain true power. Without hesitation, Wukong accepted the gourd and drank deeply. Intense pain surged through him, his skin turning purple as his consciousness began to fade. Yet, the images of Krillin and the turtle sage flashed in his mind, urging him on. I cannot fail. Wukong gritted his teeth, channeling his energy to combat the poison. After 3 days and nights, Wukong finally opened his eyes, unleashing a power greater than ever before. The cat sage smiled with satisfaction. You have succeeded. You are now equipped to confront the demon King Piccolo. Wukong immediately descended the mountain, soaring towards the palace of Baek Damawang. At that moment, Baek Damawang was coercing the king to abdicate. Upon seeing Wukong approach, he sneered, Little monkey, are you here to seek your demise? I have come to avenge Kuririn and my master. Wukong roared, his form flickering as he charged before Baek Damawang. The demon unleashed a dark energy blast. Yet Wukong deftly evaded it. Following swiftly, Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Baek Damawang's chest. The demon was taken aback by the rapid increase in Wukong's strength. Momentarily caught off guard, an earth-shattering battle erupted in the skies. The palace's glazed tiles were swept away by shockwaves, and the ground fissured like a spider's web. Realizing that brute force was insufficient, Baek Damawang tilted his head back and emitted a piercing howl, dark energy surging forth from the creases on his forehead. Taste my explosive demon wave. The pitch-black energy sphere, infused with a sense of annihilation, hurtled towards Wukong, scorching the air in its wake. Wukong's pupils constricted, and with swift hand movements, he formed a seal. Kamehameha. A blue energy wave erupted from his palms, colliding midair with the black demon wave. In that moment of stalemate, surrounding structures crumbled, dust swirling as Wukong gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into the Kamehameha, unleashing the full potential bestowed by the super divine water. The blue light suddenly overpowered the black energy, pushing it back along its trajectory. Impossible. For the first time, terror flickered across Baek Damawang's face. He attempted to evade, but Wukong's energy locked onto him with unyielding precision. The blue energy wave struck his chest with tremendous force, sending him flying like a severed kite. Baek Damawang suffered unprecedented damage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wukong then surged forward, gathering all his strength to deliver a devastating punch that pierced through Baek Damawang's chest. The demon writhed in anguish, purple blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the approaching Wukong, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Little monkey, do you think this is the end? Baek Damawang suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his body trembling violently, emitting strange gurgles from his throat. In the next instant, he opened his mouth wide, and a fist-sized egg, adorned with dark patterns, shot forth towards the distant sky. That is my offspring, the embodiment of my evil. When it hatches, it shall take vengeance for me and obliterate all that you hold dear. Following this, Baek Damawang attempted self-destruction. Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, condensing energy, delivering a fierce blow to the top of Baek Damawang's head. The demon's body stiffened, the aura of self-destruction dissipating in an instant as he looked at Wukong in disbelief, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his form gradually turning to ash. With Baek Damawang vanquished, Wukong had no time to concern himself with the flying demon egg. Remembering that Kuririn and his master awaited resurrection, he suppressed his doubts and turned towards the direction indicated by the dragon radar. Previously, Baek Damawang had summoned the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish of regaining youth and subsequently destroyed the Eternal Dragon. However, upon encountering the Divine Realm atop the Carrying Tower and learning that the Divine Being had created the Dragon Balls, Wukong requested the Divine Being to restore the 7 Dragon Balls. In no time, Wukong gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. In an open field, a golden eternal dragon spiraled out from the Dragon Balls, its colossal form casting shadows that bent the surrounding trees. Speak your wish, mortal, and I shall grant you any one desire. The voice of the eternal dragon resonated like thunder. Eternal dragon, please revive all those slain by Baek Wong. Wukong raised his hand, his tone resolute. A golden light flickered in the eternal dragon's eyes, as you wish. As its words echoed in the distance at the Kame house, the turtle sage suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling, bewildered as he rubbed his head. Beside Kuririn's lifeless body, a flash of light occurred, and he abruptly sat up, still murmuring about the formidable subordinates of Baek Wong. Even the villagers and the king, who had perished at the hands of Dambalin, were revived in their respective places, gazing around in confusion. After fulfilling the wish, the eternal dragon transformed into specks of light. The 7 Dragon Balls reverted to ordinary stones, scattering across the world. Wukong watched this scene, exhaling deeply, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Upon returning home, Baelinger, the turtle sage, and Kuririn hurried towards him. Seeing Wukong safe and sound, Baelinger immediately leaped into his arms, her voice quivering. Brother, I was so worried about you. The turtle sage patted Wukong's shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Wukong, you have finally grown into a formidable warrior capable of standing on your own. Kuririn also smiled, saying, Wukong, we owe this to you. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Wukong scratched his head, smiling bashfully. It's all thanks to my master's teachings and the assistance of the super divine water. Far away in the West capital, at Bulma's estate, Bardock was watching everything unfold through the images transmitted by Tao Bai Bai. John approached him, softly stating, Wukong has done it. He has truly protected Earth. Bardock nodded, his gaze resting on Wukong's smile in the image. A rare faint curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. He will only grow stronger. After all, the threats in the universe extend beyond Baek Wong alone. Meanwhile, in an uncharted forest, the egg left behind by Baek Wong lay quietly amidst the grass, its shell occasionally flashing a faint red glow, as if harboring new malevolence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the egg. No one knew what tempest this egg would unleash in the future. Nor did anyone foresee the fateful bond that would form between Wukong and the egg's master, transcending the realms of good and evil. Chapter 44. The Fated Battle, Part 1. The wind swept through the vast mountains, stirring up a few withered leaves that settled upon the shoulders of a young man carrying a satchel. The youth paused, raising his hand to brush away the leaves, revealing a chiseled face framed by sleek black hair. Beneath the tousled strands, his once innocent eyes now bore a tranquil depth, harboring a warmth acquired from witnessing the myriad facets of life. This was the seasoned Wukong, who had journeyed for 3 years, now standing before a dilapidated mountain village. Gazing at the long-dead locust tree at the village entrance, he sighed softly. 3 years ago, after Baek Wong was defeated, Wukong chose not to linger at the Kame house in comfort. Instead, he set forth with his satchel, embarking on a journey of exploration. He yearned to witness the true world his master spoke of, to understand the lives of the people he vowed to protect on this land. During these 3 years, he first visited the divine realm atop the Caring Tower, training for a time under Mr. Popo, where the celestial beings on Earth took an interest and casually offered guidance to Wukong. Subsequently, Wukong traversed bustling cities and traversed barren wilderness. He witnessed the extravagance of nobility and observed the struggles of the impoverished. In the southern flood-stricken areas, he once lifted boulders blocking a river with his bare hands, watching as villagers knelt in gratitude, clutching life-saving provisions. In the arid western lands, he utilized Kamehameha to cleave mountains and unearth underground water, hearing children chant his name as a great hero. Yet, on a certain fateful night in a town, he encountered corrupt officials colluding with tyrants to oppress merchants. The despair in the eyes of an elderly merchant made him realize for the first time that true strength meant not only defeating monsters, but also safeguarding the peace of those around him. Mr. Wukong, are you leaving? A small boy in patched clothing dashed over, clutching a warm sweet potato, which he pressed into Wukong's hands. My mother baked this. Please take it with you on your journey. Wukong accepted the sweet potato, the warmth radiating from it filling his heart with warmth. He affectionately ruffled the little boy's hair and nodded with a smile, proclaiming, Yes, I'm off to participate in the martial arts tournament. I will practice punches with you again when the opportunity arises. The little boy nodded vigorously, watching as Wukong's figure gradually vanished at the end of the mountain path before reluctantly returning home. Taking a bite of the sweet potato, Its sweetness and aroma blossomed in his mouth. Over the course of these 3 years, his strength had indeed improved. He deliberately trained his arm strength to move giant boulders, honed his speed to traverse swiftly through torrential rains, and occasionally familiarized himself with new techniques during encounters with fierce beasts in the mountains. However, more than the growth in power, he benefited immensely from a tranquil heart. The impatience he once felt when facing formidable foes and the eagerness for quick success gradually settled during these travels. Now, even when confronted with unexpected situations, he could maintain his composure and seek the most prudent solutions. Just like the last time he encountered an avalanche in the valley, he did not recklessly unleash a kikaho to blast away the snow. Instead, he observed the terrain and adeptly evaded the flow of snow, even rescuing a trapped little fox along the way. The world-renowned martial arts tournament was finally about to commence. Wukong glanced at the multifunctional capsule watch on his wrist, a gift from Bulma, which displayed the date of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Clenching his fist, he lightly propelled himself forward, darting towards the venue like an arrow. The venue for the tournament was already teeming with people. Red lanterns adorned the surroundings, and a massive arena constructed from sturdy alloys gleamed coldly under the sun. The audience surrounding the arena erupted in cheers, while vendors pushed their carts through the crowd, creating a festive atmosphere. Clint, over here. Baelinger, dressed in a pink dress, waved towards the entrance from the front row of the audience. Beside her, Bulma, clad in a sharply tailored blue casual outfit with elegantly styled curls, held the latest capsule camera. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the entrance, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the camera's exterior, her heartbeat quickening. Over these 3 years, she and Wukong had only communicated a few times through capsule phones. Each time he assured her he was busy but well. Yet, she couldn't help but worry. Was he eating properly? Would he encounter an unbeatable adversary? Now that she was finally going to see him, she felt a wave of nervousness, even adjusting her collars several times, fearing she might not look good enough. Bulma, what are you looking at? Baelinger teased, tugging at Bulma's sleeve. Bulma snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed, quickly raising the camera towards Klin, pretending to adjust the settings. Oh, nothing, just checking how many people are here. At that moment, the little pig Oolong chuckled. I think you're lying. Klin, donned in an orange martial arts uniform and carrying a small backpack, approached briskly. His hair, well, still absent, shone brightly on his bald head. His youthful face had matured, showing a hint of maturity. Linger, Bulma, it's been a while. Klin smiled as he sat beside Baelinger, pulling out a bag of senzu beans from his backpack. These are senzu beans Wukong sent me, obtained from Master Roshi. He said they could be used in case someone gets injured. As he spoke, he glanced at Bulma and noticed her gaze drifting back to the entrance. Unable to suppress a chuckle. Bulma, are you waiting for Wukong? Bulma's face turned crimson instantly as she playfully swatted Klin's arm. Don't make wild guesses. I'm just seeing if the contestants have arrived. However, her eyes betrayed her, frequently darting towards the entrance. Even when a vendor pushed a snack cart by and asked if she wanted candied hawthorn, she instinctively shook her head, her mind occupied with thoughts of the figure she hadn't seen in 3 years. Don't be shy, Bulma. Baelinger leaned close to Bulma's ear, whispering, before my brother left. He specifically asked me what flavor of chocolate you liked, saying he would bring you a gift. Bulma's heart skipped a beat, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her face as she quickly turned away, pretending to gaze at the distant arena, yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Just then, a stir arose at the entrance of the venue. Bardock and Jine walked in tandem. Bardock now held the second rank on the wealth list, becoming quite a well-known figure. He was still dressed in his black suit, but a silver badge adorned his collar, an honorary consultant badge bestowed upon him by the West City Guard. He had not intended to wear it, but Jine insisted that with so many people present, he should not appear too casual. Jine, in a flowing light purple gown, exuded grace as she approached Bulma, smiling. My dear Bulma, you have become even more beautiful. Bulma quickly stood up, feeling somewhat bashful, and replied, Aunt Jine, you are looking exceptionally lovely as well. Her gaze fell on Bardock, unable to resist asking, Uncle Bardock, what brings you here today? Didn't you say the tournament was uninteresting? Bardock leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his gaze scanning the venue as he replied casually, just came to take a look. Only Jine knew that he had specifically checked Wukong's old martial arts uniform the night before and had sent Tian Cha to scout the area around the venue in advance. He had already learned through intelligence that the second-generation Piccolo would be attending, and he was here to ascertain whether Wukong could withstand this fateful battle. Just then, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu approached. Tien Shinhan wore a white crane school martial arts uniform, his posture even more upright than 3 years ago. The third eye on his forehead remained sharp, yet his arrogance had diminished, replaced by a newfound composure. Kaiatsu followed closely behind, jotting something down in a notebook. Upon seeing Klin, he lifted his head, a smile breaking across his face. Klin, it's been a while. Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu. Klin exclaimed, rising to wave. How have you two been training over the past 3 years? Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow, a glint of battle intent sparking in his eyes. Not bad. I was actually hoping to spar with you and Wukong. He glanced towards the entrance. Is Wukong not here yet? Bulma's heart raced again. Just as she was about to suggest waiting a little longer, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience, louder than any before. The son of Bardock is coming. Son Wukong is on his way. Such shouts echoed through the crowd. She quickly lifted her head to look at the entrance, her heart skipping a beat. At the entrance, a young man clad in a martial arts uniform was approaching. He carried an old knapsack on his shoulder, his black hair gently swayed by the wind. He had grown significantly taller since 3 years ago, now standing at least 185 meters. His broad shoulders and the muscular lines of his arms subtly visible beneath the martial arts uniform, no longer the slightly frail boy of yesteryear. His youthful features had matured, a distinct jawline and a high nose bridge, and as he stepped into the sunlight, a familiar smile graced his lips, revealing 2 shallow dimples. It was son Wukong. Bulma's camera slipped from her hands and fell onto her lap, but she was completely oblivious. Over these 3 years, she had envisioned Wukong's grown-up appearance countless times. Yet witnessing him in reality still left her in awe. He was no longer the little boy who would hug her capsule box and ask what it was. He had transformed into a young man capable of stirring one's heart at first glance. Her cheeks flushed, her fingers tightly grasped her clothes, and her breath quickened. Her thoughts in a whirl. He seemed a tad darker. Had he been out in the sun too long? His martial arts uniform appeared somewhat worn. She would have to make him a new one when he returned. Brother. Baelinger was the first to rush over, diving into Wukong's embrace. Wukong laughed as he held her, ruffling her hair. Linger, I'm back. You've grown taller. Wukong. Klin also dashed over, patting Wukong's shoulder. You, finally back. Where have you been all these 3 years? Wukong laughed heartily. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Bulma standing not far away. His gaze fell upon Beulah, softening as he approached her. Beulah. It has been a long time. Beulah felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. She hurriedly picked up the camera that had slipped onto her lap. Pretending to tidy it up, her voice trembling slightly. Why you've finally returned? You hardly called me in these 3 years. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, fearing they sounded whiny and overly sentimental. However, Wukong seemed oblivious to her anxiety, scratching his head and smiling shyly. I'm sorry. Sometimes I was in the mountains without signal and forgot to call you. As he spoke, he pulled out a small wooden carving from his bag and handed it to Beulah. I carved this in the southern mountains. I even sought guidance from a sculptor to learn how to do it. Knowing you love photography, I sculpted a little figure holding a camera. What do you think? The wooden carving wasn't particularly exquisite and bore a rough quality, but it was evident that he had put great care into it. The figure sported curly hair and held a tiny camera, bearing a resemblance to Beulah. As Beulah accepted the carving, she felt the warmth of the wood against her fingertips, and her eyes immediately glistened with tears. In these 3 years, she had worried about him and missed him, but upon seeing this carving, all her grievances and concerns dissipated. She clutched the carving tightly and whispered, I love it. Thank you, Wukong. As long as you like it, Wukong replied, his smile growing wider, completely unaware of the redness in Beulah's eyes. Nearby, Klin and Baelinger exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter at the two of them, both clearly interested in each other, yet too shy to admit it. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached. Ever since Wukong's first Dragon Ball adventure, Neomo Wang had brought his daughter Chi-Chi to visit Bardock several times, and they had become friends. During the days Wukong stayed at home instead of training, Chi-Chi had naturally seen him, though only briefly. Clad in a red martial arts uniform with 2 pigtails, she smiled politely at Wukong. Wukong Gij, long time no see. Wukong nodded. Chi-Chi, are you here for the tournament as well? Yes. Chi-Chi replied vigorously, her gaze briefly scanning Wukong before shifting to the arena. She was here to earn a ranking and had no intention of focusing on anything else. After a brief greeting, She headed to the competitor's resting area. Watching Chi-Chi leave, Beulah secretly sighed with relief, feeling a bit embarrassed for having subconsciously viewed Chi-Chi as a rival. How childish of her. She quickly placed the wooden carving into her universal capsule pocket and turned her attention back to Wukong. Did you encounter any danger in these 3 years? No. Everything has been quite well, Wukong said, sharing a few anecdotes from his travels, such as rescuing a trapped little fox and helping villagers repair a dam. Easily dealing with the mountain bandits, bullying them. Beulah listened intently, occasionally asking, what happened next? You weren't hurt, were you? Her eyes brimmed with concern. Bardock, sitting a short distance away, observed this scene, a rare smile gracing his lips. He had long seen Beulah's feelings for Wukong. And although Wukong was somewhat slow in matters of the heart, he hadn't kept Beulah waiting too long. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The host announced, holding a microphone as his voice echoed throughout the venue. I hereby declare the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Following intense preliminary rounds, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Chi-Chi, and Piccolo, along with the disguised Earth deity, successfully advanced past the qualifiers. With the preliminary rounds concluded, 16 contestants now entered the main event. Next, we will conduct the draw for the round of 16. Contestants approached the draw box beside the arena, drawing their opponents in turn. Jiaozi drew number 7, facing Clin. Chi-Chi drew number 15, facing the competitor with number 3. The second-generation Piccolo drew number 1, facing the competitor with number 16, and Wukong drew number 8, facing an opponent resembling Satan. The competition officially began. The first match was Chi-Chi against an unfamiliar opponent. Having received the true teachings from Mo Wang, Chi-Chi performed remarkably. Her techniques agile and swift. Although her strength was inferior to her opponent's, her clever positioning and skillful maneuvers soon sent her opponent tumbling off the stage, successfully advancing to the top 8. Next was Jiaozi against Clin, both of whom were seasoned rivals. It was evident that Jiaozi held the upper hand. But Clin's endurance proved formidable, allowing him to withstand Jiaozi's extraordinary abilities and narrowly secure victory, advancing to the top 8. Following that was the match between the second-generation Piccolo and the number 16 competitor, who was the Earth deity. In the original story, the Earth deity was supposed to battle Yamcha, but since Yamcha did not participate this time, the Earth deity faced Piccolo directly. This match held little suspense. The second-generation Piccolo donned a white cloak, his posture tall, and his red eyes radiated coldness. They moved simultaneously, like shadows, fiercely attacking each other's weak points. However, in terms of speed, strength, and endurance, the Earth deity fell slightly short, as he was quite old. With a powerful punch, the Earth deity was sent flying. The audience gasped, murmuring, "Who is this green-skinned fighter? He's incredibly strong. He looks a bit like the Piccolo Daimao from 3 years ago. Is that for real? Don't scare me." Hearing the audience's comments, Beulah grew increasingly anxious. She knew that the second-generation Piccolo was the child of Piccolo Daimao and had come seeking revenge against Wukong. She glanced at Wukong, only to find him staring intently at the second-generation Piccolo, his expression turning serious. The fourth match, the final one in the round of 16, featured Wukong against an opponent resembling Satan. The outcome was indisputable, as Wukong effortlessly defeated his adversary, the wind generated from his palm, sending the opponent flying. Thus, the round of 16 concluded, and the top 8 were established: Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Clin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and 3 unknown competitors, one of whom was the disguised Earth deity. Now, I declare the semifinals officially underway, with the 8 contestants set to select 4 successful qualifiers. The host exclaimed, observing Wukong's transformation from a small participant in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to a handsome young man. How swiftly time passes. With the draw results, Wukong faced Chi-Chi, Clin battled Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan confronted an unknown opponent. The second match featured Wukong against Chi-Chi, dressed in her red martial arts uniform. Chi-Chi stood firm on the arena, her eyes resolute. "Wukong Gij, I won't hold back." Wukong smiled and nodded. "All right, Chi-Chi, you give it your all." As the match commenced, Chi-Chi launched the first attack, her speed remarkable, her movements akin to a butterfly fluttering across the arena as she struck toward Wukong's chest. Wukong did not evade. Instead, he gently sidestepped and seized her wrist. Chi-Chi attempted to break free, only to discover Wukong's strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to move. "Let go of me." Chi-Chi exclaimed anxiously, as her other fist swung toward Wukong's face. Wukong effortlessly evaded the attack, simultaneously releasing Chi-Chi's wrist. Chi-Chi, your techniques are quite agile, but your strength remains insufficient. He then gently ushered her off the stage with a light gust of his palm. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, yet she felt no anger, only surprise at the extent of Sun Wukong's prowess. Rubbing the back of his head, Wukong remarked, "You fought rather well. If the opportunity arises, let us compete again." This was merely a consolation. He feared that a sudden outburst of tears from a girl would ensue. As he had experienced such moments during his training, memories vividly etched in his mind. From a distance, Piccolo observed with keen interest, pondering to himself how this technique resembled that of his demon kin. Bulma watched Chi-Chi's retreating figure, feeling an unexpected tranquility. She understood that Chi-Chi's admiration for Wukong was merely sibling-like, devoid of ulterior motives, which alleviated her earlier anxiety. When she glanced at Wukong, their eyes met, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in the audience below. The second match commenced, featuring Krillin against Piccolo. Krillin employed all his might, using the solar flare and Kamehameha, but with a mere wave of Piccolo's hand, all of Krillin's attacks seemed to vanish. In a swift motion, Piccolo sent Krillin tumbling off the stage, thus advancing to the next round, while Krillin's journey halted at the quarterfinals. Krillin spat blood, gazing at Piccolo with a hint of terror, sensing that this second-generation Piccolo was even more formidable than the Demon King he faced 3 years prior. Following this, Tianjin Fan also successfully eliminated his opponent, progressing to the semifinals. As the semifinals began, the announcer boisterously declared the official start, leading to the draw for matchups. Sun Wukong drew Tianjin Fan, while Piccolo faced an unknown contestant. The unknown contestant, unable to even lay a finger on Piccolo, was instantly overwhelmed and sent flying, indicating that Krillin had fared slightly better. The final match of the semifinals began, with Sun Wukong facing Tianjin Fan. "Wukong, are you ready? I won't hold back," Tianjin Fan declared, preparing himself on the stage as his energy gradually intensified. "I won't hold back either, Tianjin Fan," Wukong replied, his demeanor calm and collected. Unlike Tianjin Fan's outward display, Wukong exuded a steady strength, a testament to his 3 years of journeying and mastery of restraint. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Tianjin Fan launched the first attack, his speed noticeably enhanced since 3 years prior. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a straight punch aimed at Wukong's chest. Anticipating this, Wukong leaned back to evade the blow while countering with a strike aimed at Tianjin Fan's abdomen. Tianjin Fan sidestepped, and their fists brushed past each other, creating a gust of wind. "Not bad," Tianjin Fan exclaimed with a grin, following up with a kick aimed at Wukong's leg. Wukong leapt gracefully, evading the kick and twisting midair to deliver a kick toward Tianjin Fan's back. Tianjin Fan reacted quickly, turning to block with his arm. The impact caused both combatants to stagger back a few steps. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Bulma clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixated on the stage. She noted the ferocity of Tianjin Fan's attacks, yet Wukong consistently evaded them with ease, even managing to counterattack. Her anxiety gradually diminished, replaced by anticipation. It seemed mere speed would not suffice. Taking a deep breath, Tianjin Fan formed a stance with his hands before his chest. "Behold my four-way fist." As he spoke, his body split into 4 identical copies, each launching an assault on Wukong, some aimed at his head, others at his abdomen and legs, while one prepared a ki blast from the side. "Is this Tianjin Fan's new technique?" Krillin marveled, astonished by the 4 clones that made it impossible to discern the real one. Bulma's heart raced again as she saw Wukong surrounded with no apparent escape route. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Wukong, be careful." Yet Wukong remained calm, closing his eyes to rely on his ki sensing. He discerned that all 4 were indeed projections. A mysterious technique, but their power was evenly distributed among them. Just as the 4 clones were about to strike, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, darting forward to deliver 3 rapid punches, obliterating 3 of the Tianjin Fans. "What?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, stunned that Wukong could dispatch 3 so swiftly. Wukong seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch at Tianjin Fan's chest. Tianjin Fan promptly raised his arm to block, yet he was still pushed back several steps, blood trickling from his mouth. "How are you so fast?" Tianjin Fan questioned, wiping his mouth in curiosity. It seems my 3 years of training have indeed borne fruit, Wukong replied with a smile. Tianjin Fan, realizing this, felt a twinge of disbelief. I must have underestimated you. Let us see how you fare against this. He raised his hands above his head, gathering golden energy in his palms. Solar flare. The blinding light illuminated the entire arena, compelling the audience to shield their eyes. Bulma quickly covered her eyes, anxious, knowing that the solar flare could temporarily blind opponents, and Wukong would surely be affected. At that moment, Wukong closed his eyes and unleashed the afterimage technique. His body left behind a series of phantoms as he moved rapidly across the stage. When the effects of Tianjin Fan's solar flare faded, he was confronted with numerous afterimages of Wukong, unable to discern which was the real one. Found you. Wukong's voice suddenly resonated from behind Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan turned swiftly, but it was too late. Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Tianjin Fan's back, causing him to stumble forward, nearly falling off the stage. Tianjin Fan, are you alright? Wukong inquired. Halting his advance, Tianjin Fan shook his head, standing upright with a smile. I'm fine, this is merely a scratch. Yet the fire of determination burned brighter in his eyes. It seems I must unleash my true abilities. He took a deep breath, his energy surging dramatically, a white aura swirling around him, causing the ground beneath the stage to tremble slightly. The audience gasped at the intensity of his ki, and Krillin clenched his fists in astonishment. Tianjin Fan has truly made incredible progress over these 3 years. Wukong, prepare to experience my upgraded Ki Blast, a technique crafted specifically for you. Tianjin Fan stated calmly, framing a triangle with his hands. Bulma's heart raced again, noticing the significant increase in Tianjin Fan's energy, while Wukong remained still, his energy steady, leaving her uncertain if he was still holding back. Subconsciously, she tightened her grip on the wooden sculpture in her pocket, silently praying for Wukong's victory. Chapter 47, The Fateful Battle, End, Ki Blast. Tianjin Fan completed the formation with his hands. Wukong suddenly smiled. Tianjin Fan, you truly are formidable, but I have yet to reveal my full strength. As soon as he spoke, he reached for the black weighted bands around his wrists and ankles. Gifts from Master Roshi before his departure, each weighing 50 kilograms. He had worn them for 3 years, having grown accustomed to their burden. When the weights hit the ground with a heavy thud, it resonated in the hearts of all present. The audience was left in shock, with Krillin wide-eyed. Wukong has been fighting while wearing weights all this time. As Wukong shed the weights, his energy transformed, the previously steady aura surging dramatically, now several times stronger. The white ki enveloping him, even surpassing Tianjin Fan's energy. Tianjin Fan immediately cast his spell, feeling somewhat flustered, as he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would conceal such formidable strength. He quickly unleashed his full power, firing the most potent Kikaho straight at Wukong. The golden Kikaho erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Wukong. Even if you have hidden your strength, this attack is something even extraterrestrial beings would hesitate to confront head-on. You will still be defeated by my onslaught, Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong barely gathered any energy, instantly releasing the Kamehameha wave, which collided head-on with the Kikaho. The golden Kikaho was effortlessly crushed, akin to thin paper, as Wukong, at a critical moment, restrained part of his power. Tianjin Fan was knocked off the stage, though his injuries were not severe. Stumbling to his feet, he sighed. Wukong, I accept my defeat in this battle. As the announcer declared Sun Wukong the victor, the venue erupted into cheers once more. The true fateful battle was about to commence. The day of the final match arrived swiftly, with the venue buzzing with even greater excitement than before. Spectators had arrived early, claiming the best seats, eager to witness this thrilling championship. Some had remarked that the green contender bore a striking resemblance to the formidable Piccolo Daimao from 3 years prior, startling those present. Although they were aware of Piccolo Daimao's demise, the lingering dread remained buried in the hearts of the ordinary people, all hoping for Sun Wukong's triumph. A resounding chorus of support reverberated through the crowd, urging Wukong to vanquish the little green foe. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with envy, exclaiming, "Ahihi." Bardock and Jine occupied the front row, with Bardock's gaze more serious than usual. He sensed the power fluctuations emanating from the second generation of Piccolo, stronger than he had anticipated. Jine grasped Bardock's hand, whispering, "Do not worry, Wukong will prevail." Bardock nodded. his attention fixed on the stage where Wukong and the second generation of Piccolo had taken their positions. Son Wukong, 3 years ago you defeated my father, and today I shall avenge him. The voice of the second generation of Piccolo was icy, his red eyes filled with murderous intent, the white cloak billowing slightly in the wind, enhancing his imposing presence. Wukong regarded the second generation of Piccolo calmly, stating, Piccolo, I understand your desire for vengeance. But your father once posed a threat to humanity, and I had no choice but to thwart him. If you insist on fighting, I will oblige. But I do not wish to kill you. Enough of your prattle. The second generation of Piccolo roared, his body suddenly erupting with immense energy. White waves of power swirling around him, causing the entire stage to tremble. The spectators felt this surge of energy, their expressions filled with astonishment. Sensing an overwhelming pressure from within, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the final match. The second generation of Piccolo launched the first attack. His speed astonishing, appearing before Wukong in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Wukong's head. Wukong had anticipated this, swiftly retreating to evade the strike. Without pause, the second generation of Piccolo followed up with a kick directed at Wukong's abdomen. Wukong sidestepped, raising his hand to strike at Piccolo's chest. Their fists and arms collided with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Your speed is indeed impressive, but not sufficient. The second generation of Piccolo sneered, forming a seal with his hands before unleashing a magical flash. A purple glow coalesced in his palms, manifesting as a massive energy wave hurtling towards Wukong. Wukong's pupils constricted. He sensed the formidable power of the magical flash and did not dare be careless, hastily forming his own seal. Kamehameha, a blue energy wave erupted from his palms, clashing with the second generation of Piccolo's magical flash midair. The two forces locked in a stalemate, the stage beneath them shattered, creating a vast crater. Debris and dust scattering in all directions. The audience was electrified, Krillin unable to contain himself, shouting, Wukong, go for it. Bulma clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, her eyes fixated on the stage with a singular thought. Wukong, you must win. I never anticipated your Kamehameha would possess such power. A hint of surprise flickered across the second generation of Piccolo's face, quickly replaced by coldness. But do you truly believe this will grant you victory? He intensified his energy output. The purple light of the magical flash grew increasingly radiant, gradually overpowering Wukong's Kamehameha. Sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead, his arms trembling slightly. Yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth and pouring his energy into the Kamehameha. I will not lose. Piccolo, your father's mistakes should not be borne by you. You have the choice to forge a different path. Silence. The second generation of Piccolo bellowed, amplifying the force of the magical flash. In that moment, Wukong recalled the faces of those he had saved during his travels, the villagers who had looked to him for protection, and the friends beside him, Bulma, Krillin, Ling Er. His gaze hardened, and within him, a surge of energy erupted. The blue radiance of the Kamehameha swiftly overwhelming the magical flash and thrusting it back towards the second generation of Piccolo. What? The second generation of Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Wukong's sudden increase in power. Attempting to evade, it was too late. The Kamehameha struck him squarely, sending Piccolo soaring through the air, crashing heavily onto the stage. Struggling to rise, the second generation of Piccolo coughed up purple blood, his white cloak shredded by the force of the impact. He glared at Wukong, his eyes filled with defiance. I have not yet lost. Piccolo took a deep breath, shedding all his burdens, his energy surging to its zenith. White waves of power amplifying around him. He, like son Wukong, was ready to fight without restraint. Witnessing this, Wukong too shed his own burdens. And as both of their weights crashed onto the stage, a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the arena. All present were awestruck by their terrifying might. Battling fiercely while bearing such heavy weights. Were they truly human? This is my ultimate power. Today, either you perish, or I shall, Piccolo proclaimed, pushing his energy to the absolute limit, muscles rippling with intensity. Wukong prepared for battle, his energy likewise reaching its peak, a powerful aura enveloping him, starkly contrasting with Piccolo's. They charged at one another, engaging in a final, fierce confrontation on the stage. Their fists and kicks collided, each impact resonating with a thunderous sound. The stage beneath them reduced to rubble, even the sky above painted in vibrant hues by their energies. The audience watched in a daze, Bulma's heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She fixated on Wukong's figure, fearing for his safety, several times nearly rushing onto the stage, only to be held back by the perceptive Krillin. Kamehameha. Wukong suddenly halted, forming the seal with his hands, sending a blue energy wave towards the second generation of Piccolo. Magical flash. The second generation of Piccolo simultaneously unleashed his most powerful technique, the clash of the green energy wave with the blue Kamehameha, creating an explosion of unprecedented magnitude. The entire stage ripped apart by the force, debris and dust filling the air, obscuring all vision. The audience held their breath. Bulma, in particular, closed her eyes in anxiety, her hands clasped in prayer. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, the explosion of energy was nothing short of cataclysmic, the stage utterly destroyed, leaving a vast crater in its wake. Piccolo crashed heavily onto a distant patch of ground, creating a deep pit, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly devoid of the strength to continue. At that moment, while Wukong was also battered and bruised, he astonishingly floated in the air. Indeed, employing the Bukujutsu, Wukong soared above the ground. Strictly speaking, Sun Wukong had not yet exited the match. The referee rushed over to assess the situation of the second-generation Bic and then announced loudly, Sun Wukong is victorious. He is the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Bulma dashed onto the stage and threw herself into Wukong's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Wukong, you did it. You're amazing. Wukong held Bulma close, smiling as he reassured her, don't cry, I'm fine. He gently patted her back, his gaze tender. Not far away, Chi-Chi watched Wukong's triumph, genuinely happy for him. However, upon witnessing the closeness between Wukong and Bulma, she sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Chapter 48. The Wedding, Part 1. Finally. This young man's son Wukong is about to get married. 2.5 days later, as the smoke from the martial arts tournament gradually dissipated, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the courtyard of Bulma's estate. The setting sun bathed the entire manor in an orange hue, while Krillin tended to a roasting pig on the stone grill, sizzling with grease that dripped onto the coals, sending up tiny sparks. Just as Wukong placed the trophy from the tournament on the table, Krillin clapped him on the shoulder. Wukong, when you were battling Bic, I thought you were going to lose. I never expected you to unleash such tremendous power in the end. Well, I didn't expect it either. Wukong scratched his head, dust still clinging to the cuffs of his martial arts uniform, yet it did not diminish the brightness in his eyes. Bic was formidable, and fighting him was exhilarating. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly recalled something and frowned. By the way, how is Bic doing now? He is innocent in this matter, at the very least. His father's sins do not belong to him. We cannot make things difficult for him. I gave him a senza bean, Krillin responded, his smile fading slightly, but still imbued with hope. He didn't say much after eating it. He just walked away. Wukong sighed in relief, a smile returning to his face. That's good. In the future, I wish to have a conversation with him. Perhaps he will understand that vengeance is not the only path. The others nodded in agreement, trusting Wukong's words. After all, he always had the ability to touch others with his sincerity. Wukong, are your injuries all right? You took quite a beating in that fight with Bic, Krillin asked with concern. Son Wukong smiled and waved his shoulder dismissively. It's nothing. Don't forget I have senza beans too. After the battle, I ate one. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Bardock, donned in the traditional battle attire of Planet Vegeta, with scratches on his shoulder armor, clearly had just emerged from the gravity chamber. However, this time, he surprisingly set aside his usual seriousness, walking up to Wukong and patting his shoulder. Wukong, you did very well this time. As his words fell, a hush swept through the courtyard. Jine followed closely behind Bardock, her pale pink skirt brushing the threshold as she smiled and nodded at everyone, her eyes filled with warmth. Wukong was taken aback. Bardock had never been so openly complimentary towards him. His ears turned slightly red, and he instinctively clutched his clothing. Thank you, father. Bulma, seated nearby in a wicker chair with a chilled fruit drink in hand, couldn't help but smile at Wukong's somewhat awkward demeanor. Today, she wore a light blue dress, her blue hair tied back in a ponytail, with the ends still dusted with fine sand from the beach. On the day of the finals, she nearly rushed onto the stage, worried for Wukong's safety, only to be stopped by Krillin. Wukong, Bulma, Bardock's gaze shifted to Bulma, his tone becoming more solemn. You are both now adults. I have discussed this with Dr. Briefs and hope you will marry soon. This statement landed like a stone thrown into a serene lake, causing waves of astonished murmurs to ripple through the courtyard. Krillin's mouth dropped open, the skewer of roasted meat slipping from his grasp. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, nearly breaking the straw in his drink. Baelinger dashed out from the house, still clutching a freshly woven garland, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Brother is going to marry Sister Bulma? Wukong was utterly stunned. He looked at Bardock, then turned to Bulma, his mind a blank slate. Bulma's cheeks flushed instantly, even her ears turning pink. She set down her drink, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if stars were twinkling within them. Wukong, you. Wukong gazed into her eyes and suddenly recalled many memories of their childhood adventures searching for Dragon Balls. Bulma caring for him like a mother. During the fierce battle with Bick, she had been so eager to rush to the ring, her eyes reddened with worry. 3 years ago, when he left Bulma's estate to train, Bulma had stood atop the company building, waving at him, her reluctance unmistakable. These images flashed through his mind like scenes from a film, and his heart warmed, enveloped by a radiant glow. All right, Bulma, I am willing to marry you. Wukong smiled, his laughter carefree yet imbued with sincerity. Bulma's tears flowed freely as she stood up from her chair and hurried to Wukong, disregarding the gaze of the crowd as she embraced him tightly. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her voice choked but soft, only audible to Wukong. Wukong, I have waited so long for this moment. Wukong stiffened for a moment, then gently returned the embrace, placing his hands cautiously on her back, as if afraid to break something precious. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Wukong, you finally came to your senses. Krillin rushed over, patting Wukong on the back, grinning widely. I thought you would take 100 years to confess. Baelinger placed the garland on Bulma's head, the daisies still glistening with dew. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Bulma's ear, Sister Bulma, congratulations. You will be my sister-in-law. Wukong released Bulma, nodding earnestly. I understand, father. I will protect the earth and those around me. Jine looked at the embracing couple, a smile of contentment gracing her features. She tugged at Bardock's sleeve, whispering, Look how happy Wukong is. Bardock's lips curled into a slight smile, yet his gaze remained resolute. Wukong, you are now the guardian of Earth. But there are many powerful foes in the universe. You must not relent, especially against our greatest adversary, Frieza. Therefore, you must continue to strive for strength. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the courtyard, stretching everyone's shadows long. Wukong and Bulma sat hand in hand on the rocks by the sea, gentle waves lapping against the stones, sending up frothy white splashes. Bulma leaned against Wukong's shoulder, her fingers subconsciously tracing his arm. Wukong, during the 3 years you were away, I truly missed you. Sometimes at night, when I saw the stars, I wondered if you were gazing at the same sky. Wukong held her hand tightly. Her touch was soft and slightly cool. He tucked her hand into his pocket, whispering, I'm sorry for worrying you. I want to leave you again. I will always be by your side. Bulma looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, I believe you. The road ahead was long, but Wukong was prepared. He not only aimed to grow stronger as a protector, but also aspired to be a good husband and father, safeguarding his family and friends. Chapter 49. The Wedding, Part 2. A month later, Bulma's estate was adorned with festive decorations. The wrought iron gate of the manor is entwined with delicate silk flowers in shades of pink and white, complemented by golden ribbons. A massive lantern emblazoned with the character sheet hangs above, while below it, three-dimensional letters crafted from luminous material proclaim the names of the groom, son Wukong, and the bride, Bulma. When sunlight strikes these letters, they emanate a gentle glow, a thoughtful customization by Dr. Brief, blending technological sophistication with the warmth of a wedding celebration. The stone path leading from the gate to the main residence is carpeted with pristine rose petals, their edges glistening with morning dew. Each step leaves a faint moist trace, accompanied by a captivating fragrance. The lawn in front of the main house has been transformed into a wedding venue, featuring a white stage with 3 tiers, set against a backdrop of expansive glass. Adorning the glass are intricate vine patterns made from small diamonds, through which one can glimpse the artificial lake behind the manor, its surface dotted with dozens of transparent balloons, each housing a small light. When illuminated at dusk, it appears as if stars have scattered across the water. On either side of the stage, The guest seating consists of deep brown wooden chairs, each adorned with a sky blue ribbon tied around the backrest. Attached to the ribbons are charming capsule-shaped ornaments, featuring designs inspired by Wukong's flying Nimbus and Bulma's capsule gun, serving as thoughtful favors designed by Dr. Brief himself. At 6 in the morning, Jackalope arrives at the temporary kitchen of the manor, carrying half a roasted wild boar. This kitchen, situated on the terrace to the west of the lawn, houses a stainless steel grill that has been preheated. He places the boar on the grill, drawing his katana with a swift motion, the blade catching the morning sun as it deftly avoids the crispy skin. Nearby, Sun Wukong's grandfather is busy unloading fresh vegetables from the car, basket after basket, all grown in the fields of Baozi Mountain, knowing that his grandson, Wukong, has a fondness for them. Today, as Wukong celebrates his joyous occasion, his grandfather is equally delighted. Keep a close watch on that roast. Jackalope calls out to the robot assisting him as he turns the grill. Wukong is quite particular about his barbecue. If it's overcooked, he'll certainly frown and ask for it to be more tender. I want to know how to explain that to him. The robot's eyes flicker, emitting an electronic voice. Current temperature of the roast is 180 degrees, humidity at 60, meeting optimal cooking standards. Please rest assured, Mr. Jackalope. Pleased, Jackalope pats the robot's shoulder. Good, I can count on you. Once the wedding is over, I'll reward you with the largest piece of meat. Not far away, at the entrance of the main residence, Dr. Brief is directing a team of robots to adjust the audio equipment. Clad in a custom silver-gray suit, he sports a lapel pin embedded with a sapphire, fashioned in the likeness of a miniature capsule core, his pride and joy. Mrs. Brief, dressed in a cream silk dress and holding a pearl fan, occasionally helps her daughter, Ties, adjust her gown. Bulma's sister, Ties, is attired in a bright blue sundress, her hair styled into a high ponytail with silver highlights. She holds a camera, capturing every detail of the lawn's decorations. Bulma always complained about the hassle of weddings. Yet here she is, hosting such a lively celebration. I must document this for when she reminisces with her children. I'll have the perfect opportunity to tease her. Suddenly, she turns the camera towards Dr. Brief, capturing a moment as he adjusts the equipment, the lapel pin glinting in the light. Dad, you look so much more handsome today. Mom must have had quite the influence on your outfit. Mrs. Brief chuckles, playfully nudging her. You're quite the charmer. Go check on your sister and ensure she isn't causing any trouble. Bulma's room is on the 3rd floor of the main house, with curtains drawn open, allowing sunlight to spill onto the carpet, creating warm patches of light. Lanchi is curling Bulma's hair with a curling iron, transforming it into soft shades of light blue. Your hair is incredibly smooth today. These curls are even more exquisite than those on magazine models, she remarks, spraying hairspray onto each curl. She then delicately tucks a white rose into Bulma's hair. See, this makes you look even more like a bride. Wukong will be utterly mesmerized when he sees you. Seated before the vanity mirror, Bulma gazes at her reflection in the wedding gown, and her eyes suddenly well up with emotion. The skirt is layered with gossamer fabric, each layer adorned with tiny crystals that shimmer like stars when kissed by sunlight. The neckline features exquisite lace trim, with tiny pearls sewn into it, while the back boasts a hollow butterfly knot, centered with a blue gemstone rumored to bring good fortune. Mom, do you think this is too extravagant? Bulma touches the hem of her gown, feeling the slight chill of the crystals beneath her fingertips, her voice tinged with anxiety. Wukong is so accustomed to his martial arts uniform. Will he find my intricate wedding dress strange? Mrs. Brief approaches, picking up a pair of earrings from the vanity. She gently fastens them onto Bulma. These diamond earrings, with platinum chains, will catch the light beautifully, enhancing your elegance. You are not overly dressed at all. My daughter deserves nothing but the best. Besides, although Wukong may seem rugged, he cares deeply for you. He will undoubtedly find you breathtaking today. Just then, a series of knocks resound at the door. Pulling in a bouquet of flowers, Pure bursts in, donned in an adorable little white suit with a red bow tie. Bulma, look at this bouquet that Clearin, Baliner, and I chose together. Pure presents the bouquet, filled with white roses and blue hydrangeas, tied with a silver ribbon adorned with a small flying nimbus pendant. Clearin said the white roses represent you, pure and gentle, while the blue hydrangeas are Wukong's favorite color, making them a perfect match. Baliner added that this nimbus pendant will bless your travels, ensuring you always return safely. Bulma takes the bouquet, inhaling its fresh fragrance, mingled with the sweet scent of the ribbon, instantly easing her nerves. As she gazes into the mirror, she recalls that evening a month ago at Kame House when Wukong declared his desire to marry her, the sincerity in his eyes shining brightly. Now, she is finally about to wed the one she has long awaited. With this thought, a smile graces her lips, and the tears in her eyes taste sweet. Chapter 50, The Grand Wedding, Part 3. While Bulma is meticulously preparing herself, on the other side of the manor, Wukong sits on the sofa in the guest room, allowing Bardock to adjust his suit and tie. Dressed in a custom black suit that fits him perfectly, enhancing his already tall stature, Wukong feels somewhat uncomfortable in the attire. He occasionally tugs at the collar. "Dad, this suit is too tight. It's far more uncomfortable than my martial arts uniform. If a fight breaks out later, it'll be quite inconvenient." Bardock rolls his eyes, deftly tying the tie into a perfect Windsor knot. "Today is your wedding, not a martial arts tournament. There will be no fighting." Beside him, the elderly Wu Fan grandfather wore a continuous smile. Although he had only raised the young Wukong for 2 years, the bond they shared transcended that of a typical grandparent-grandchild relationship. As Wukong prepared to marry, Wu Fan's heart swelled with joy, reflected in the smile that graced his face. Bardock gazed at Wukong, his eyes shimmering with rare tenderness. "You, my boy, once seemed perpetually childish. Now, you are about to establish your own family. From this moment forward, you must approach life with a newfound gravitas. No more impulsive brawls at the slightest provocation. Bulma is a wonderful girl. You must cherish and protect her." Wukong nodded vigorously in agreement. Wu Fan interjected, "Our Wukong is indeed a stalwart man. I have unwavering faith in your ability to care for Bulma." Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Sitting nearby, Jine held a delicate white handkerchief, gently brushing away the dust from Wukong's suit. Dressed in a soft pink dress, her hair arranged in an elegant bun, she radiated grace and poise. "Wukong, you look splendid today. Bulma will surely be delighted to see you," she remarked. After a moment, she produced a small red silk pouch from her pocket and handed it to Wukong. "This is a talisman crafted from cosmic cotton, containing soil sourced from Planet Vegeta. Carry it with you, and no matter what dangers you face, you shall return safely." Receiving the pouch, Wukong clasped it in his hand. Feeling the warmth of Jine's touch, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mom. I will keep it safe. From now on, I shall not only protect the Earth, but also ensure that Bulma never faces any hardships." A voice called from outside, breaking the moment. "Wukong, are you ready? The guests have nearly arrived. We await only you." Krillin, dressed in a light gray suit and holding a wedding itinerary, entered the room. Upon seeing Wukong in formal attire, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Wukong, you actually look quite dapper in that suit. I'm so used to seeing you in your martial arts uniform that I hardly recognize you now." Following Krillin was Bailing, donned in a light purple dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, clutching a small bouquet as part of her role as a flower girl. "Brother, you look so handsome today. When you see Sister Bulma later, remember to keep that charming demeanor." Wukong nodded, placing the pouch into his suit pocket and taking a deep breath. "Understood. I will do my utmost." The guests in the garden were already seated, filling the rows. Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi occupied the front row, with Tianjin Fan wearing a black Zhongshan suit and Jiao Zi in a white shirt adorned with a red bow tie, diligently taking notes in a small notebook. "Do you think Wukong might challenge someone to a duel at the wedding?" Jiao Zi inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. Tianjin Fan shook his head in mild exasperation. "Today is a wedding. Wukong is unlikely to act so thoughtlessly. Still, I must admit, it's quite surprising to see him settling down. I always thought he was solely focused on training and fighting." Yamcha sat in the second row, dressed in a deep blue suit, a glass of champagne in hand, smiling faintly as he observed the dimensional letters on the stage. Beside him, Por scurried over, offering him a small cake. "Yamcha, try this. It's homemade by Mrs. Briefs, and it's absolutely delicious." Yamcha took a bite, savoring the sweet cream melting in his mouth. "Indeed, it is delightful. Bulma has truly found a reliable partner in Wukong. This is a happy conclusion." Not far off, the Ox King, in a red tang suit, fanned himself with a folding fan while conversing with Master Roshi, who sported a floral shirt beneath a white blazer, appearing somewhat comical yet remarkably spirited. "Ah, how time flies. I remember when Wukong first sought the Dragon Balls as an innocent child, and now he is about to marry Bulma," Master Roshi mused, fanning himself vigorously. The Ox King nodded with a smile. "Indeed, he has grown. It's quite fortunate that Bulma is such a good match for him. Perhaps now he will have someone to keep him out of trouble. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a corner of the guest area. Chi-Chi stood there, adorned in a light pink dress, tightly clutching a small bag. Her hair was neatly styled, and her face bore a light application of makeup, yet her eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions. Standing in the shadow of a column, the gentle breeze lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her delicate, fair ankles. Naturally charming, she had braided her long hair into a loose twist, adorned with a small white daisy, while hints of pink peeked from behind her ears. Passers-by couldn't help but admire her allure, whispering praises about her enchanting presence. Yet, she remained oblivious, her gaze fixed on the side door of the stage where Wukong would soon appear. In truth, her encounters with Wukong were few and far between, having only crossed paths a handful of times during her father's visits to Bulma's estate. Their initial meeting occurred in the training grounds, where he donned his orange martial arts uniform, practicing punches against a wooden post, sweat dripping down his chin. Despite the exertion, he appeared invigorated, and upon noticing her, he flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 small canine teeth, endearingly naive yet captivating. However, it was their match during the martial arts tournament that lingered in her memory. Approaching the stage with a sense of adventure, she expected an easy victory over this seemingly carefree youth. To her surprise, Wukong's movements were both fluid and pure, his strikes imbued with a tenacity that was both reckless and controlled, always easing off at the last moment to avoid hurting her. As they descended the stage, he scratched his head and remarked, "You did quite well. We should compete again sometime." His cheerful voice resonated in her heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. Since that day, Chi-Chi's heart felt like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples that refused to settle. During strolls in the garden, the sight of anything orange would evoke memories of his martial attire. The sound of laughter would cause her to instinctively turn her head. Even when her father mentioned Wukong, she found herself straining to listen. She could not articulate the reason for her growing attachment. Perhaps it was Wukong's untamed spirit, the earnestness reflected in his eyes during their match. Or maybe it was his casual promise of a rematch that kindled an unspoken hope within her. At this moment, surrounded by the guests' congratulatory cheers and witnessing her father and Master Roshi enjoying light banter, Chi-Chi felt a bittersweet ache within her. She understood that she should be happy for Wukong, yet the thought of him alongside Bulma, with no chance for future contests, tangled her emotions like creeping vines, rendering her breathless. Why, despite having met so few times, did she feel this way? Chi-Chi was bewildered, truly perplexed. She tightened her grip on her bag, her fingertips turning pale, realizing that perhaps her heart had fluttered, even if only briefly. This feeling had taken root within her, yet it would never bloom into anything more. Chapter 51. The Wedding. And, as the door to the guest room swung open, Wukong instinctively adjusted the collar of his suit, his fingers brushing against the talisman in his interior pocket, bringing him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Krillin led the way, the itinerary in his hand crumpled from nervous grip. Muttering, "Just remember to stay calm when you get on stage. Answer the host's questions directly, and avoid mentioning training or fighting." Wukong nodded, his gaze drifting toward the banquet hall, where he could almost hear Bulma's laughter echoing in his ears. As they turned the corner, a chorus of lively cheers erupted. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Lan Shi, Beilinger, and Taisai had gathered early, the 3 young ladies adorned in vibrant dresses. Each held either a confetti cannon or a card filled with challenging questions. Even Poole, donned in a miniature suit and clutching a small bell, was there to act as a gatekeeper. "To take Bulma away, you'll have to pass our test first." Taisai stepped forward, feigning a stern expression, though the mirth in her eyes betrayed her. Clad in a bright blue dress, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, the silver highlights shimmering under the lights. "Wukong, let me ask you, what did Bulma complain about the most during your first quest for the Dragon Balls?" Wukong paused, scratching his head as he pondered. When suddenly he recalled Bulma from years ago, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Can you please stop getting your martial arts uniform so filthy?" Unable to contain his laughter, he remarked, "She said I was messy. She complained that I always rolled in the mud, and my clothes were impossible to clean." "Correct." Beilinger cheered, bouncing with delight, the hem of her light purple dress dancing like a blooming flower. She leaned closer to Wukong, shaking the card in her hand. "Now it's my turn. Brother, do you remember what Bulma's favorite dessert is?" This question posed no challenge for Wukong. He recalled how she would always hide strawberry cake in the drawer of her desk at Capsule Corporation, sometimes sharing a piece with him, sweet enough to make him forget the fatigue of training. It's strawberry cake. She always says that the store-bought ones can't compare to her homemade ones. And she even taught me to bake once, but I ended up burning the cake. As he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. Lanchi covered her mouth, unintentionally pressing the confetti cannon, showering Wukong with colorful paper bits, resembling a sprinkle of stars. Today, her hair was a soft blue, and she wore a cream-colored dress, exuding a gentle charm. Last question. How do you plan to treat Bulma well in the future? This time, Wukong did not scratch his head. His demeanor grew serious. He recalled Bardock's advice to be steady, the protective charm given to him by Janae, and most vividly, the image of Bulma in the Kame house, holding him and saying she had been waiting for a long time. His voice was clear and resolute. I will protect her and ensure she faces no hardships. Whether fighting villains or training, I will always bring her something she loves. If she is tired from her inventions, I will massage her back. If she wants to go out, I will take her anywhere on my Nimbus. In short, I will make her happy always. The young ladies fell silent. The teasing ceased. Taisai was the first to regain her composure, smiling as she aimed the confetti cannon at Wukong, showering him with colorful ribbons. You pass. Go on in. Bulma is waiting eagerly. As the door to the banquet hall swung open, a warm glow and joyous cheers flooded out. Wukong looked up to see Bulma standing on the steps beside the stage, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, the crystals on her skirt sparkling like scattered stars in the light. Upon spotting Wukong, her eyes brightened instantly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and she tightened her grip on the bouquet in her hands. Wukong hurried over, stopping before her, unable to resist exclaiming, Bulma, you look stunning today. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she playfully nudged his arm, whispering, you look handsome too, but you have some confetti in your hair. As she reached out to remove the ribbons from his hair, her fingertips brushed against his ear, causing both to freeze momentarily before breaking into shared laughter. The master of ceremonies was Yamcha, who proved to be quite adept in his role. He stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, his warm voice resonating throughout the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to the wedding of Mr. Sun Wukong and Ms. Bulma. Today, we gather in this enchanting estate to witness the joyful moment of this lovely couple. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, Krillin and Balinger clapping enthusiastically, while even Jiaozi stood, waving his little notebook. The Ox King wiped his eyes with a smile, and Master Roshi waved his fan, muttering about how wonderful it all was. Yamcha raised a glass of champagne, giving Wukong a thumbs up. Old Gohan's eyes glistened with tears of joy, and Tianjin Han offered a rare smile, nodding gently. Kiki sat beside the Ox King, watching the couple on stage, applauding softly, her complex emotions slightly easing. Now, let us give the warmest applause to welcome the newlyweds to the stage. As Yamcha's words echoed, lively music began to play. Wukong extended his hand, and Bulma gently placed hers in his, the two ascending the stage together. Wukong's palm was warm, his grip firm yet tender. As if he feared he might hurt her, Bulma leaned against him, inhaling the faint scent of sunshine emanating from him, feeling a sense of security. In the center of the stage, they stood facing one another. Yamcha regarded them with a gentle smile. Mr. Sun Wukong, do you take Ms. Bulma as your lawful wife? Regardless of whether the future brings clear skies or storms, whether she remains youthful or faces the passage of time, whether she is healthy and joyful or occasionally faces setbacks, do you pledge to love, protect, respect, and accompany her for all your days, without forsaking her? Wukong gazed into Bulma's eyes, seeing his own reflection filled with love. He remembered the day his father brought him back to Bulma's estate, how they had grown together, caring for each other despite the distance. The memories flashing through his mind like a film. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, I do. The applause intensified, more fervent than before. Bardock and Janae exchanged smiles, Janae discreetly wiping her eyes. Dr. Brief held Mrs. Brief's hand, his eyes brimming with pride. Taisai snapped photos, determined not to miss a single moment. Ms. Bulma, do you take Mr. Sun Wukong as your lawful husband? Yamcha turned to Bulma, his tone still gentle. Regardless of whether he is busy with training or occasionally foolish, whether he triumphs or needs companionship, whether life is calm or filled with challenges, do you vow to love, support, understand, and accompany him for all your days? Without forsaking him, tears welled in Bulma's eyes, yet she smiled and nodded. She looked at Wukong, The one who often made her anxious but also surprised her. The one who might not understand romance but held her preferences close to his heart. The one willing to pause for her and promise eternal companionship. Her voice, choked yet clear, echoed, "I do. Now, let us have the newlyweds exchange rings." Baelinger hurried onto the stage, carefully opening the ring box. Inside lay 2 silver rings, each engraved with their initials on the inside, adorned with tiny Dragon Ball designs on the outside, symbols of the bond that began from their first meeting. Wukong picked up the woman's ring, gently sliding it onto Bulma's ring finger. The fit was perfect. As Bulma gazed at the ring, her tears flowed more freely, yet her smile grew brighter. Next, she took the man's ring, slipping it onto Wukong's finger, her fingers brushing against his skin, conveying all her emotions. "I hereby declare Mr. Sun Wukong and Ms. Bulma officially husband and wife." Yamcha raised their hands high, his voice filled with joy. "Now, the groom may kiss the bride." Wukong was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for this part. He glanced at Bulma, then at the cheering crowd, his cheeks flushing slightly. Bulma smiled, tiptoeing to plant a soft kiss on his cheek, the gentle sensation causing Wukong's ears to turn crimson. The cheers from the audience nearly lifted the roof off. Yakalobi brandished a skewer of grilled meat and shouted with delight, almost flinging it from his grasp. Pu'er and Wulong hopped around, sweetly calling for hugs. Taisai and Baelinger were even more ecstatic, embracing each other, with Dumpling clapping along. At that moment, Wukong suddenly bent down, his hands sliding beneath Bulma's knees and back, lifting her in a classic princess carry. Bulma gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his chest, where she could hear the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. She looked up at Wukong, her eyes sparkling with joy, and softly exclaimed, "What are you doing? So many people are watching." Wukong grinned, revealing his little tiger teeth, carefree as ever, yet filled with sincerity. "I want everyone to know that you are my wife, and I intend to hold you well." As he spoke, he twirled Bulma around the stage. The hem of her wedding gown spread out like a blooming white flower, the crystals shimmering under the lights, creating a sight too beautiful to look away from. The guests below erupted into laughter, their applause and cheers echoing continuously. Master Roshi waved his folding fan, chuckling. "This kid has finally woken up." Ox King nodded, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "Now that someone is looking after this boy, I can rest easy." Sunlight streamed through the banquet hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the newlyweds in a warm, radiant glow. Bulma nestled in Wukong's embrace, listening to his powerful heartbeat and inhaling his familiar scent, her heart brimming with happiness. She understood that the future may hold dangers and challenges, but as long as she was with Wukong, there was nothing to fear. Wukong, cradling Bulma and savoring the warmth in his arms, gazed at the smiling faces below and suddenly felt that wearing a suit wasn't so uncomfortable after all. He recalled the safety charm from Jain, the words of advice from Bardock, and Bulma's radiant smile, silently vowing, from now on, he would not only be the guardian of Earth but also Bulma's protector, ensuring she would never suffer and always remain this joyful. The laughter and cheers continued to fill the hall, the air infused with the sweet aroma of cake and a sense of happiness. On this day, the sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and all those who loved them were present. The story of Sun Wukong and Bulma had finally turned to its sweetest chapter. Chi-Chi looked at the couple on stage, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps this was the best ending. If only the one being held was me, how wonderful that would be. Bulma, how I envy you. Wukong stepped into the wedding chamber, where moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting delicate silver patterns on the champagne-colored carpet. The room had been lovingly arranged by Bulma's sister, Taisai. Crystal chandeliers dangled from the ceiling, and the walls displayed photos of the couple during their Dragon Ball quests, one of Wukong perched on his nimbus, munching on a Senza bean, and another of Bulma beaming with a Dragon Ball cradled in her hands. He gently laid her on the velvet-covered wedding bed, the cool touch of the crystals from her gown still lingering on his fingertips, while a flicker of nervous heat spread across his cheeks, causing him to grip the sheets subconsciously. This sensation was entirely different from facing Scion warriors or even the formidable Piccolo. There was no adrenaline rush of battle, only the fluttering of his heart as if it were a restless fawn, and his breath had become soft and measured. Bulma reached for his tie, pulling him closer. The pearls adorning her gown swayed with the movement, brushing against the back of his hand. "You must be exhausted today," she said with a smile, playfully ruffling his tousled black hair, her fingers grazing his reddened ear. Weren't you worried about tearing your suit while spinning me around on stage? Wukong scratched his head, revealing his characteristic little tiger teeth, his hand instinctively covering hers. Not at all. You're quite light. As soon as he spoke, he felt it was inappropriate and quickly added, I didn't mean to say you're light in a casual way. I want to hold you like I protect the 4-star Dragon Ball. Bulma giggled at his earnestness, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her cheek against the spot where the safety charm from Jine was tucked inside his suit. Wukong, her voice was gentle like moonlight. You don't always have to bear everything alone. We can face it together. While you train, I'll help you develop the gravity training machine. When you go fight the bad guys, I'll prepare the best equipment and battle suits for you. Wukong paused, looking down at her. The moonlight illuminated her blue hair, giving it a golden sheen, and in her blue eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, he saw his reflection. The moonlight that night was particularly tender, the crystal light in the wedding chamber casting a warm glow, while the champagne glasses on the table still held fine bubbles. There were no earth-shattering vows, only the warmth of their fingertips grazing each other and the unspoken understanding in their smiles, along with the heartfelt sentiment of how wonderful it is to have you. It was a beautiful night. Time seemed to fly by like nimbus, and before long, a year had passed. In the Capsule Corporation's nursery, the soft yellow light gently illuminated the crib. Bulma cradled her newborn, her eyes slightly red, carefully supporting the baby's head as if afraid to harm him. The little one had his eyes closed, long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, his small fists tightly clenched, breathing softly like a newly born kitten, his cries delicate and gentle. Wukong leaned in, his body stiff with anticipation, cautiously extending his finger to touch the baby's soft cheek. The sensation was like touching cotton candy, causing him to hold his breath. This was their child, the fruit of their love, more precious than any Dragon Ball. Have you decided on a name? Mrs. Brief inquired, gently stroking the baby's hair. The little one's hair was unique, not purely black nor purely blue, but a blend of both, the black reminiscent of Wukong's color, embodying the Scion's resilience, while the blue mirrored Bulma's hair under the sun, exuding softness. Wukong scratched his head, glancing at old Gohan, his tone tinged with nervousness. Grandpa, I'd like to name him Sun Wufan. Is that all right? I wish to share a name with you. Old Gohan paused momentarily, then smiled, his eyes glistening with tears as he gently touched the baby's tiny hand. Yes, that's wonderful. Sharing a name with me means this child is blessed. Wukong, you must teach him well, just as I taught you, to be a kind person. Absolutely. Wukong nodded vigorously, his gaze resting on the baby's face, filled with tenderness. As little Wufan began to grow, his features became increasingly distinct. By the age of 1, he was already able to waddle while holding onto the railing. His hair still a mix of black and blue, with bangs falling over his forehead, resembling Wukong's hairstyle as a child, yet also carrying Bulma's exquisite charm. At the tender age of 2, his features had begun to take shape. His eyes and nose bore a striking resemblance to Wukong. The corners of his eyes subtly tilted upwards, exuding a cleverness, especially when he smiled, causing his eyes to curve into crescent moons, identical to Wukong. However, his mouth had inherited the delicate fullness of Bulma, revealing 2 tiny dimples when he smiled, with the same upward curve at the corners as Bulma. Each time Bardock and Jine would visit little Gohan, they couldn't resist pinching his cheeks. This child exhibited considerable potential for combat. Holding little Gohan in his arms, Bardock could feel the faint energy pulsations within him. He gently poked the child's belly, noting that he was significantly stronger than Wukong had been at the same age. Indeed, he was the offspring of a Scion and a brilliant Earth scientist. Jine, meanwhile, smiled as she fed Gohan strawberry cake, watching as he smeared cream across his cheeks like a little kitten, promptly using a tissue to clean him up. There was no rush for him to train. It was more important for him to grow up happily. Just look how adorable he is now. Deciding whether to train can wait until he is older. Yet, little Gohan seemed innately drawn to excitement. Every time he spotted Wukong and Bailing practicing in the gravity chamber, he would toddle over, clinging to the glass door, babbling, Daddy, Auntie, train. I want to train too. Wukong would always pause his training, lifting Gohan onto his shoulders, where the little one would gleefully tug at his hair, laughing with a delightful sound that echoed through the glass door, warming the otherwise serious training room. As 3 years slipped by quietly, 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, everyone was fervently training, not out of fear, But because Bardock could sense a lurking threat emanating from the depths of the universe, he knew that one day, formidable enemies would come knocking, and they must grow stronger to protect Earth and those they loved. Bardock was the first to immerse himself in intensive training. He constructed a gravity chamber in the Capsule Corporation's underground training facility, starting with 200 times Earth's gravity, gradually increasing it. Each time he emerged from the gravity chamber, his battle suit would be soaked in sweat, clinging tightly to his body, even his hair dripping with water, yet he never once complained of fatigue. Finally, in the spring of the 4th year, he successfully adapted to 350 times gravity, with his combat power soaring like a rocket, ultimately surpassing the 3 million mark. 3 million. He could attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan now. That day, as he exited the gravity chamber, he merely nodded to Jine, a hint of barely perceptible relief flickering in his eyes. He had grown stronger and could better protect his family. Jine understood that a great battle was inevitable, so she trained alongside Bardock. Her speed was slightly slower than his, yet she never slacked off. Rising before dawn each day, she would jog and practice punches with Bardock, gradually increasing the gravity levels. Sometimes, after exhausting training sessions, she would be too fatigued to lift her arms at night, and Bardock would massage her shoulders. But she would laugh and insist that she was fine and could still train. Thus, by the summer of the 4th year, Jine's combat power also surpassed 5 million. Her fighting skills becoming increasingly refined, with her speed and strength rivaling that of the universe's elite warriors. Wukong, having a solid foundation in training, progressed even more rapidly under Bardock's careful guidance. Starting with 10 times gravity, he would spend entire days adapting to each increase in gravity. Initially, when he adjusted to 15 times gravity, he was often left sore and weak, unable to hold chopsticks properly during meals. Bulma would help massage his legs, concerned for him, but he would smile and reply that he needed to grow stronger to protect her and go on. After 4 years, he could easily adapt to 30 times gravity, achieving a combat power of 30,000, placing him among the top tier of Earth warriors, 100 times stronger than when he first participated in the martial arts tournament. Bailing, not one to lag behind, learned Saiyan combat techniques from her parents, never shirking from gravity training. Whenever Wukong practiced in the gravity chamber, she would train alongside him, occasionally sparring to see who could punch faster or unleash energy waves more accurately. Bailing's talent was exceptional, and with her diligent efforts, her combat power ultimately reached 24,000, surpassing that of Tao Pai Pai. Under Bardock's guidance, Tao Pai Pai and Yamcha also made significant progress. With a solid martial arts foundation and the Saiyan training methods, Tao Pai Pai's combat power broke through to 23,000, nearly catching up to Bailing. He was no longer as brooding as before, often taking the initiative to guide Yamcha during training and occasionally playing with little Gohan. Yamcha, too, achieved remarkable results, raising his combat power to 15,000 within 4 years. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo trained in their respective locales. Krillin returned to Kame House, honing his basics under Master Roshi, rising early each day to run and practice stances. He occasionally sparred with Wukong at Capsule Corporation, his Kamehameha becoming stronger and swifter. Tien built a training ground in the mountains, practicing energy waves against rocks, his third eye's perception growing sharper, allowing him to sense energies within 100 miles. Piccolo trained near the lookout, blending Namekian combat techniques with Earth's martial arts, rapidly enhancing his combat power. Little Gohan's growth was even more astonishing. At 2, he learned techniques from Tao Pai Pai and astonishingly mimicked the energy wave during a demonstration, managing to produce a small energy wave that, while lacking in power, bent a sapling in the yard, startling Tao Pai Pai into dropping his staff. By 3, when Wukong inadvertently taught him the Kamehameha, the little one memorized the movements and directed it at a large tree in the yard, creating a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves, much to Wukong and Bulma's delight. This child was born for battle. Bardock held little Gohan in his arms, watching him wave his tiny fists with pride. There was no need to pressure him. He could choose his own path as he grew. Their dedicated training was aimed at providing him with a bright future, allowing him to pursue what he loved, whether it be fighting or studying, as long as he was happy. However, it seemed little Gohan had already made his choice. Each time he saw everyone training, he clamored to practice punches, even brandishing a toy sword, imitating Wukong's movements. With no choice but to accommodate, Tao Pai Pai crafted a mini training outfit for him, which brought a smile of satisfaction to Sun Wukong. At that moment, everyone sensed an ominous and malevolent energy descending upon Earth. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, it was clear that this presence heralded ill intentions. A smile crept onto Bardock's lips. Tao Pai Pai, go take a look and bring it back. Understood, Master. Chapter 52, Side Story, Tai Si and Vegeta. To be updated in Volume 3. The colorful ribbons from Gohan's first birthday celebration still bore the scent of cream as Tai Si playfully squished her nephew's chubby cheeks. Wukong, your son has eyelashes longer than Bulma's false ones, she exclaimed, snapping pictures as Gohan giggled, tugging at her golden hair, the sunlight streaming through Capsule Corporation's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her hair with a honeyed glow. Sister, if you keep teasing him like that, he'll drool all over your notebook, Bulma remarked, approaching with a cake. Watching her sister, a best-selling author drawing inspiration from cosmic adventures, set aside her creative pursuits whenever she saw Gohan. Tai Si, however, put away her camera and lightly tapped the route map in her notebook. This time, they were truly departing. Jiaka mentioned that there was an undocumented planet in the fringe star system where they might unearth new stories. 3 days later, Tai Si sat in Jiaka's patrol spaceship, gazing in a daze at the passing nebula outside the porthole. Jiaka, with an energy bar in his mouth, was calibrating the instruments. The planet was called Galuashing. Its magnetic field was peculiar, but the signals from the inhabitants were stable, suggesting it was a peaceful world. However, upon landing, the scene before them made both frown. On the parched land, soldiers clad in uniform gray were wielding electric batons to drive away ragged indigenous people, while a flag embroidered with a blood-red skull fluttered from a distant tower. Something was amiss. The intelligence report had not mentioned an armed regime. Jiaka reached for the gun at his waist, while Tai Si hastily sketched in her notebook gray uniforms, electric weapons, and the weak resistance of the residents. This material was explosive. As they approached a slum, a sudden metallic clang echoed behind them. Over 20 soldiers encircled them, led by a burly man brandishing a laser gun, a scar running from his brow to his chin. Trespassing in the restricted area of Galuashing seized them. Jiaka instantly sidestepped to dodge the first shot of laser, his energy gun spinning in his palm. Tai Si hide. Yet, the sheer number of soldiers was overwhelming, the laser beams enveloping them like a dense web. Jiaka managed to deflect a few shots, but still received a blow from an electric baton, collapsing to the ground convulsing. Tai Si, just about to grab a stone from the ground, felt a sharp blow to her neck, and before darkness took her, she caught a glimpse of Jiaka being dragged away. When she opened her eyes again, icy chains bound her wrists, the rough stone pavement painfully jabbing her knees. Ahead stood a palace constructed from black rock, its entrance flanked by grotesque stone statues. Hurry! A soldier shoved her forward, and she stumbled into the grand hall, colliding with the gaze of the king seated upon the throne. He was a short, rotund man, barely 1.50 meters tall, his head resembling a decaying pumpkin, skin wrinkled and sagging around his neck, with beady green eyes squinting beneath swollen eyelids, a nose that was merely a hole, and lips as thick as sausages, oozing a pale yellow mucus as he spoke. Who are they? The king's voice resembled a rusted bellows, his green eyes scanning Tai Si and the restrained Jiaka. The captain of the soldiers promptly bowed. Your Majesty, this one with duck-like eyes is a cosmic patrol officer, and the woman is from Earth, holding a strange notebook. Indeed, Jiaka's eyes resembled 2 reddened duck eggs, and Tai Si instinctively concealed her notebook behind her. The king's fingers stroked the armrest of his throne, a sinister grin spreading across his wrinkled face. A cosmic patrol officer, how troublesome. He suddenly slammed his hand on the throne, splattering mucus onto the ground. Kill them. Dispose of their spaceship in the asteroid belt, and label it as a navigation accident. The soldiers echoed in unison, and as Jiaka struggled to resist, he was forcefully subdued. When Jiaka attempted to fight back, a soldier struck him unconscious with his weapon. At that moment, the king's gaze fell upon Tai Si. Sunlight streamed through the high windows of the palace, illuminating her golden hair. Her hair was beautiful and sleek, not particularly long, with natural curls at the ends, glistening like silk in the light. Her features were striking, high cheekbones, and her eyes slightly upturned in anger, wide open like an agitated golden peacock. Her adventurous coat, though dusty, could not conceal her straight back, a testament to her years of traversing the universe, infused with an aura of nonchalance mixed with a writer's sharpness. The king emitted a nauseating sound from his throat, his beady eyes fixated on Tai Si's face. This Earth woman is quite attractive, her skin as white as cream, and her hair shining like stars. He descended from his throne, his rotund body causing the ground to tremble with each step. Don't kill her, make her my concubine. To drink with me every day. Tai Si's stomach churned violently, and she abruptly kicked towards the king's face, only to be restrained by the soldiers. The king, leering, reached out to touch her hair, but Tai Si gritted her teeth and spat at him. You ugly monster, in your dreams. You've gone too far. Furious, the king raised his hand to slap her when suddenly a soldier announced from outside the hall, Your Majesty, we have captured 2 suspicious individuals. The king, impatient, turned. Who? Kill them too. The doors swung open, and 2 men clad in combat suits were brought in. The man at the forefront was not particularly tall, even shorter than the nearby soldiers. His black hair spiked like steel needles, and beneath the fringe were piercing crimson eyes. His high nose and sharp lip line were accentuated by the blue-white combat suit that sculpted his muscular frame, with stardust clinging to the armor at the collar. The man behind him was tall and robust, with deep brown skin, a bald head, and a scar running from his forehead to his chin. His shoulders broad like a small mountain, and an energy sword glinting ominously in his hand. This was none other than Vegeta and Naba. The king glanced at them, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Another pair of outsiders? They look ridiculous. Kill them, they are an eyesore. The detector on Vegeta's face emitted a faint beeping sound, a pale blue screen flashing before his eyes. Galuashing's highest combat power is 800. Average resident combat power is 50. Average soldier combat power is 300. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, disdain filling his crimson gaze. A lowly planet. Naba grumbled in agreement. Prince Vegeta, this place lacks even decent combat power, and the environment is harsh. It is unworthy of being a colony. Did you hear that? Do you dare call us an eyesore? A soldier aimed his laser gun at Vegeta's forehead, barking, behave or die. Vegeta slowly raised his eyes, the data from the detector still fluctuating. Ignoring the soldier's gun, he calmly stated, a planet with a harsh environment, scarce resources, and low combat power is not worth existing. No sooner had he finished speaking than the people in the palace reacted. The iron chains on Vegeta and Naba's wrists suddenly snapping with a crack. The soldiers were taken aback, lasers firing simultaneously. Vegeta's figure flickered, appearing behind a soldier, elbow crashing into his back, causing the soldier to grunt and collapse. Naba seized 2 soldiers, hurling them into the crowd like refuse. Chaos erupting in the palace. The king was terrified, scrambling back to his throne. Kill them. Kill them quickly. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him, energy coalescing at his fingertips. Silence, he commanded softly, and the energy wave shot forth. The king barely had time to scream before being obliterated into a cloud of debris. His throne reduced to ashes. The hall fell into instant silence, save for the sound of dust settling. Tai Si stared in astonishment, rubbing her eyes as she scrutinized the dark-haired man. He was indeed not tall, perhaps around 1.65 meters, similar to her height, yet standing there. He resembled a star ready to explode, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Beneath his black hair, his crimson eyes were as cold as ice. Yet his nose and lip line were strikingly refined, the bloodstains on his combat suit adding a wild charm rather than repulsion. How handsome! Tai Si's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, his fury and power exuded a lethal allure. She scrambled to her feet and rushed to Vegeta, her golden hair flying as she moved. Handsome. Thank you for saving us. We were also captured by that king. He still wants to. Vegeta glanced down at her, his crimson eyes pausing on her golden hair for half a second. Her hair shone like the golden or on Vegeta's planet. Her eyes sparkled, unlike those of the women from lowly planets, who were filled only with fear. But he quickly averted his gaze, his tone laced with impatience. Get lost. A single word, crisp and decisive. The woman's beauty was the only reason he had not acted sooner to commit murder. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback, then laughed at the absurdity of him telling her to leave. Surely, he was concerned about being implicated. Despite his harsh tone, his gaze was not as fierce. Perhaps he had intentionally avoided her during the explosion of the king. This man was truly a contradiction. Her heart raced as she watched Vegeta turn to deal with the remaining guards, and she discreetly pulled out her notebook to jot down. Update on material. Mysterious handsome man. Battle power off the charts. Aloof yet meticulous, perfectly fitting the archetype of a cold exterior with a warm heart in a male lead. A roar from Nappa echoed outside the palace. Prince Vegeta, the guard base has been cleared. Vegeta acknowledged with a nod, energy coalescing in his palm, and in an instant, a massive hole was blasted into the palace wall. Tai-Si quickly turned back to drag the unconscious Gak, whose drool had pooled on the stone floor. She yanked him by the collar, pulling him along like a sack, stepping over the bodies of guards and debris. Gak's head bumped against the steps, and he finally awoke with a startled cry. What on earth happened? Gak rubbed his head, sitting up to behold the devastation and the combatants, his eyes widening. Tai-Si, what is going on? Where's the king? The king has been obliterated. No time for explanations, run. Tai-Si insisted, pulling him along as he stumbled behind her, muttering. Who caused this? It's so intense. The two stumbled toward the docking point of the spaceship, relieved that Gak's patrol ship remained intact. Tai-Si pushed Gak into the pilot's seat and took her place beside him, glancing back toward the palace where Vegeta stood atop the ruins. His black hair and crimson eyes bathed in the sunset, resembling a striking oil painting. She bit her lip, silently urging, "Wait for me, handsome." As the spaceship ascended slowly, Gak fumbled with the navigation controls. Tai-Si, where are we headed? Back to Earth? Tai-Si ignored him, fixated on the view outside, where Vegeta and Nappa's ship also powered up, the black vessel resembling a night hawk as it followed them out of the atmosphere of Gloshing. Just as they exited the gravitational pull, Vegeta abruptly opened the spaceship hatch. He stood at the entrance, hands clasped at his side, a purple aura surging around him. This was his most powerful attack from earlier days, the final flash. Boom. The purple beam shot forth towards Gloshing, causing the surface to glow red before erupting like a punctured balloon. A magnificent explosion transformed into a nebula in the cosmos, debris scattering like a meteor shower, breathtakingly beautiful. Tai-Si pressed her face against the viewport, mesmerized by the spectacle. Gak was nearly thrown off balance, exclaiming, He just destroyed a planet. Is he insane? But Tai-Si only smiled, her lips stretching from ear to ear. He must have done it to avenge her. The king had bullied her so. And Vegeta had witnessed it all. He must have deliberately waited for her ship to leave before destroying the planet to avoid harming her. How considerate and attentive he was. This man was truly fascinating. Tai-Si retrieved her notebook, her pen dancing rapidly across the page. What is his name? His bald companion mentioned Vegeta, right? Yes, Vegeta, aloof, powerful. A contradiction, and willing to destroy planets for me. He is undoubtedly the male lead of my new book. Vegeta's spaceship redirected through the nebula, venturing deeper into the universe. Tai-Si gazed at the diminishing black, her resolve firm. Gak, we're not returning to Earth just yet. Help me investigate the name Vegeta and gather all his information. Gak looked bewildered. Huh, what are you planning? Tai-Si set her notebook down, gazing out at the starry sea, a sweet smile gracing her lips. I will wait for him. One day, we will meet again. I believe it will happen. The meteor shower in the cosmos continued to twinkle, as if bestowing the most romantic punctuation to this unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, the page in Tai-Si's notebook concerning Vegeta had just begun to unfold. Chapter 53, The Slapped Raditz. How the young master found himself on the ground. The thunderous crash shattered the tranquility of the outskirts of Earth, raising a mushroom cloud of yellow-brown dust, shaking even the crooked scarecrows in the distant fields. A spherical Scion battle spaceship lay half-embedded in the cracked Earth, its exterior still emitting gray smoke. The edges marked by asteroid scratches from interstellar travel, like an injured beast lying on the ground. The hatch slid open with a metallic hiss, revealing Raditz. A tall figure clad in a dark green battlesuit spattered with dark red blood from an unknown planet. The energy detector on his neck activated, flashing cold data on its screen. He rubbed his stiff shoulder, sore from a punch he had received while clearing rebels at the galaxy's edge. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, and he barely wrinkled his brow. Endless green fields rolled with the terrain, punctuated by a few small houses with red roofs and white walls in the distance. Smoke from chimneys twisted into fine ribbons in the breeze, and the air carried the scent of earth mingled with wheat. This planet was far too soft, akin to the crushed moss on Planet Vegeta. It was a decent candidate for colonization. Raditz smacked his lips, lightly tapping the detector on his face. Oxygen levels, 21, gravity, 0, 9 times. Moderate resource reserves. Selling this planet to Frieza's army could yield at least 50,000 star coins. A haughty smile crept onto his lips. The scion instinct made him acutely aware of the value of trading planets. However, first, he needed to locate Kakarot, his useless brother, who hadn't contacted him in 20 years. He hoped he hadn't ruined himself on this lowly planet. Just as he finished speaking, a distant engine noise approached. An old pickup truck, its paint peeling, bounced along, its wheels crunching over stones on the field's edge, kicking up dust that clung to the fertilizer bags in the truck bed. The farmer at the wheel, with a half-burned cigarette clenched between his teeth, furrowed his brow, startled by the previous explosion that had sent his hoe flying. If a meteor had damaged the wheat field, this year's harvest would be ruined. The pickup came to a stop several meters from the spaceship. The farmer jumped out, clutching an old hunting rifle. The countryside was unpredictable. He needed the gun to defend against wild boars or thieving drifters. Squinting, he peered toward the spaceship, locking eyes with Raditz, whose gaze was chilling. What kind of eyes were those? Like a hungry wolf stalking its prey, crimson, cold, devoid of warmth. Raditz, nearly 2 meters tall, towered, his broad shoulders blocking much of the sunlight, the muscle contours beneath his battle suit hard as iron, and his upright black hair exuding an air of danger. The farmer's heart raced, his grip on the rifle tightening. This was neither a fugitive nor a drifter. He resembled an alien from a movie. Who are you? What are you doing here? The farmer's voice trembled, the gun unconsciously aimed at Raditz. He had never seen anyone so intimidating. Even the mere gaze made his legs quiver. Raditz scoffed, the detector on his face automatically targeting the farmer. A flashing number appeared on the screen, accompanied by a faint beeping. Battle power, 5. Huh. A lowly creature with a battle power of only 5. Raditz's voice was deep, laced with the scion disdain for the weak. He stepped forward, his heavy military boots sinking into the yellow earth, leaving deep footprints. Is this the extent of the capabilities of the inhabitants of this planet? The farmer, stung by the insult, felt a surge of fear and anger. Though timid, he was the master of this wheat field and could not tolerate such arrogance from an outsider. He raised the shotgun with both hands, his fingers trembling on the trigger, his voice quaking even more. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. Raditz halted in his tracks, a look of disdain deepening on his face. He couldn't even be bothered to assume a fighting stance, standing there rigidly, observing the farmer as one would a jester. In his eyes, this earthling with a power level of merely 5 was not even worthy of his attention. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the vast fields, the bullet slicing through the air towards Raditz's chest. The farmer squeezed his eyes shut. He truly had no intention of harming anyone. But this strange being was just too terrifying. In the next moment, he heard a crisp clang and opened his eyes to find himself frozen in shock. Raditz's right hand was delicately pinching the brass bullet, its tip still radiating warmth and emitting wisps of white smoke. He hadn't even glanced at the bullet's trajectory, catching it with the ease of snatching a falling bean. Is that all the strength you have? Raditz raised an eyebrow and flicked his finger. The bullet instantly changed direction, shooting back towards the farmer at nearly 3 times its original speed. The farmer barely registered the bullet's path before he felt a searing pain in his chest. His body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the wheat field several meters away, his shotgun clattering beside him, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Raditz cast a fleeting glance at the motionless farmer on the ground, lacking any interest to look again. He raised his wrist, and suddenly a new light appeared on the scouter screen, the power level stabilizing at 322. Oh, finally, something noteworthy. Raditz's eyes sparkled with excitement. 322 must be Kakarot, right? After spending 2 decades on this wretched planet, this was all he could muster? What a disgrace to the Scion race. With a gentle push against the ground, his body soared into the air, leaving behind a faint trail of energy unique to Scions. The wind roared past his ears as the fields and small houses below receded swiftly. Raditz chuckled, muttering, "My foolish brother, Big Brother is coming. When our father sent you to this planet, it was to destroy it, not for you to cower like a turtle. Once I find you, just wait and see how I deal with you." But scarcely had he flown for 10 minutes when the scouter on his face emitted a rapid beeping alarm, the screen flashing an alarming red. To the west, a cluster of new light points suddenly appeared, and their power levels were skyrocketing. Raditz abruptly halted in midair, staring down at the scouter, his pupils constricting. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. The final number settled at 150,000, piercing his eyes like a heated needle. His heart raced, cold sweat soaking his battle suit. 150,000? How could this be possible? His own power level was merely 1,500. Even if a scion transformed into a great ape, multiplying their strength tenfold to reach 150000, he had no means to create an artificial moon. Without it, he couldn't even transform into a great ape. How could such a powerful being exist on this primitive planet? Raditz's voice trembled as he instinctively thought to flee. A power level of 150,000 could crush him with a mere fingertip. Elite warriors in Frieza's army only had power levels slightly over 10,000. But before he could turn, the scouter's alarm grew sharper, as if it might burst from some unseen force. A new power level flashed onto the screen, soaring to 230,000. Even more terrifying was that this 230,000 power level warrior was rapidly approaching his position. Oh no, 230,000. Raditz was utterly panicked, his body shaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Prince Vegeta's power level was merely 18,000. What kind of place was this planet? He dared not ponder further and turned to flee towards his spaceship. He must leave Earth immediately and report the situation to Vegeta. But just as he was about to accelerate, the scouter on his face suddenly buzzed. The screen showing a power level in the west that began to soar uncontrollably, no longer fluctuating steadily, but skyrocketing like a rocket. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 10000, 150000. No, this is impossible. Raditz stared at the scouter, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, with a thunderous explosion, the scouter detonated on his wrist, shrapnel showering his face with blood, searing him with pain. This was the latest model he had requested, capable of detecting power levels up to 180,000. Unbelievable. Raditz's legs went weak with fear, and he plummeted to the ground with a thud, collapsing onto the grass, his body feeling as if it might break apart. He lay there, gasping for breath, his mind blank. Just moments ago, the scouter had displayed a power level exceeding 150000, and it was still rising. This was beyond any human capability. How could such a monster exist on Earth? Is Earth truly that terrifying? Young master, why are you lying on the ground? A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared silently beside Raditz, startling him into a jump. Who are you? Raditz exclaimed in shock. The man in white smiled gently. Don't be alarmed. I am here to take you to a certain place, young master. Raditz quickly shook his head, creating distance. Go to hell. He then unleashed 2 energy blasts directed at Tao Pai Pai. These 2 energy waves represented his most potent strike. He sought not to kill, but merely to buy some time. Raditz sensed something oddly sinister about Earth. The power levels were exceedingly outrageous, and he planned to hastily retreat in his spaceship. At that moment, the white figure suddenly appeared directly in front of Raditz, leaving him dumbfounded. How could you be unscathed? You are the one with a power level of 23,000? Raditz recalled the figure with a power level soaring to 23,000 charging towards him. Tao Pai Pai brushed off the dust from his clothes, smiling. Young master, you are quite lively, but perhaps you should go speak with the master. No sooner had he spoken than Tao Pai Pai vanished in a ghostly manner, reappearing behind Raditz in an instant, faster than Raditz could perceive. A heavy chop struck down, and Raditz fell unconscious. Tao Pai Pai seized Raditz by the collar and flew westward without hesitation. Chapter 54, Taming Raditz's Dad? Raditz's voice quivered, hardly able to believe his eyes. Why, you're alive. When the news of Planet Vegeta's destruction reached them, he and Vegeta, along with Nappa, had thought Bardock had perished in the explosion. All these years, though Raditz never spoke of it, he often thought of his loving father and mother during his moments of solitude. Unlike other scions, he had truly experienced parental love in his youth. Despite accompanying Vegeta on campaigns from a young age, each time he returned home on leave, he would feel warmth from his father's serious, yet caring inquiries and his mother's tender care. Jine eagerly embraced Raditz, tears streaming down her face after years of separation. Raditz, my poor child, how I have missed you. Raditz remained frozen, unable to comprehend. Was this an illusion? His mother was alive? His father too? Bardock observed his astonished expression. Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, his tone unwavering. I am not dead. Raditz, look at you. How foolish you are. Did you think I was dead? Raditz quickly shook his head. And no, Dad, I didn't think so. Really. He opened his mouth, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. The father is not dead, and on Earth there exists a creature with a combat power exceeding 150,000, along with that middle-aged man in a white robe who can effortlessly defeat him. All of this feels like an absurd dream. Could it be that the monster with a combat power exceeding 150,000 is my father? He gazed at Bardock's scarred face and suddenly recalled memories from his childhood when his father was still part of the Frieza force. Each time he returned from a mission, he would lift him up and rub his stubble against his face. I have come to take Kakarot with me. Raditz' voice lowered, losing the earlier arrogance. Prince Vegeta has commanded us to destroy a planet. Father, how can you be on Earth? Should you not have perished on Planet Vegeta? Bardock interrupted him with a hint of mockery in his tone. Frieza deceived everyone. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by an asteroid. It was obliterated by him. Raditz had snapped up, his eyes wide with shock. Father, what are you saying? Frieza? At that moment, the little Gohan in the cradle suddenly whimpered, prompting Jine to hurry over and gently pat his back. Bardock looked at the little one in the cradle, his gaze softening slightly as he told Raditz, "Get up first. The ground is cold. If there's something to discuss, sit down." Raditz hesitated, slowly rising from the floor. He looked at Bardock before him and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. This man, clad in a suit and exuding an air of authority, seemed like two different individuals compared to the father he remembered in battle attire, covered in wounds. Yet that scar and those eyes unmistakably belonged to the same person. He moved to the nearby sofa and sat down, placing his hands on his knees like a child who had misbehaved. The hall was silent, with only Jine's soft murmurs soothing Gohan and the occasional chime of the crystal chandelier. Raditz opened his mouth, wanting to ask so many questions but unsure where to begin. Bardock observed his awkward demeanor and sighed inwardly. Regardless of everything, he was still his son. He spoke, his tone softened slightly. "Why don't you tell me what you and Vegeta, and that Ba, have been up to all these years?" Raditz lifted his gaze to meet Bardock's eyes and began slowly. "We have been serving the Frieza force, destroying planets, and then selling them to the colonization department." His voice gradually dwindled, unable to meet Bardock's eyes. He knew his father might disapprove of these actions. Although most Scions were engaged in conquering planets, Bardock had always looked down upon his association with Vegeta, viewing them as unsavory characters. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with silence once more. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated Bardock's face, highlighting his scar with striking clarity. He remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, each sound resonating like a heartbeat in Raditz's chest. Raditz realized that his journey to Earth had deviated from its original course. He had come to find Kakarot, but instead encountered a father who was not dead and a power far beyond his imagination. He began to question whether Prince Vegeta's directive to come to Earth for Kakarot was indeed the right decision. Just then, Tao Pai Pai entered, holding a glass of water and offering it to Raditz. "Young master, have some water. The master isn't that frightening, so don't be nervous." Raditz took the glass, and as his fingers brushed against it, he realized they were still trembling. He drank a sip of the icy water, which slightly eased his tension. He looked at Tao Pai Pai and then at Bardock, suddenly feeling that this planet might be far more complex than he had anticipated. Little did he know, his arrival was merely the prologue to the Scion invasion of Earth. "Father, my scouter has detected a being on Earth with combat powers exceeding 150,000. Raditz spoke cautiously. "That is I. My combat power is not 150,000, but rather 3,000,000. Bardock replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. Raditz broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. What does a combat power of 3,000,000 signify? Surely, that exceeds even King Frieza. The thought made Raditz tremble. The most powerful force he had ever encountered was Frieza at 530,000, and now he faced someone even more terrifying, his own father. While Raditz was lost in his thoughts, Bardock spoke with indifference. "You little brat. Instead of being a proper scion, you choose to be a dog for Vegeta. Don't you know what they are? If I weren't your father, I would seriously consider putting you in your place." "Father, I was wrong." Raditz felt the atmosphere shift unnervingly. Although he could not sense energy, his father's terrifying presence was suffocating. Unsure of what to say, he decided to kneel first. "One question, do you follow my orders or not?" Bardock finished his cigarette and coldly tossed it into the ashtray. Raditz was so intimidated by the pressure that he collapsed to the ground, his forehead hitting the floor. I will listen to whatever you say, father." Jine, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, "Bardock, look at how frightened you've made the child," and quickly helped Raditz up, brushing off the dust from him. Bardock continued, "I want you to stop associating with Vegeta, help me fight against Frieza, and avenge all Scions. Tell me, Do you dare or not? Raditz hastily replied, I dare, father, I dare. It was no joke. Had he answered otherwise, Bardock might have killed him on the spot. Frieza is nothing. Does he possess a combat power of 3,000,000? I'll just follow my father and watch him destroy Frieza, playing the role of a lazy fish. Raditz thought to himself, good, you truly are my son, Bardock said with satisfaction as he stood up, patting Raditz on the shoulder. You will be the vanguard when we confront Frieza. What? Not me. Chapter 55. Bardock's Plan, Part 1. Bardock observed Raditz's stunned expression, and a faint smile, rarely seen by Raditz throughout his life, crept onto his lips, tinged with mockery, yet containing a hint of unnoticeable warmth. I was just joking with you. Bardock extinguished the still smoldering cigarette, but in the ashtray, sparks flying before they extinguished. With your meager combat power, you are even weaker than your third sister. You think you can be the vanguard? Raditz abruptly looked up, cold sweat still clinging to his face, unable to comprehend for a moment. Was the vanguard a joke? But the oppressive aura of that 3,000,000 combat power was very real, as was his father's cold demeanor. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when Bardock gestured towards the corner of the living room. There, meet him. Bardock's voice had lost its earlier harshness, now more casual. This is your second brother, Sun Wukong. Previously known as Kakarot when he was on Planet Vegeta, he is the Kakarot you were searching for. Raditz followed his gaze and saw a young boy in an orange martial arts uniform, arms crossed, smiling broadly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. His black hair was slightly tousled, and his gaze sparkled like the sun. This is Kakarot, the lowly warrior sent to Earth? Raditz's pupils constricted. He recalled that when his father had sent this newborn brother away, the scouter had displayed a combat power of only 2, not even qualifying among the Scions. How could he possess that now? Bardock then pointed to the young girl beside the boy. The girl appeared to be just over 18, sporting twin ponytails, her pink martial arts uniform accentuating her fair skin, clutching a strawberry-flavored candy. Upon noticing Raditz's gaze, she sweetly winked. This is your third sister, Bulma. She was born on Earth when your mother and I fled here. Hello, big brother. Bulma greeted first, her voice soft and gentle, entirely unlike the usual roughness of Scions. Sun Wukong also waved. Hello, big brother. You seem to be a bit taller than me. La-di-do, rooted to the spot, felt a buzz in his ears. He could not afford to ponder for long, as his mind was consumed by Bardock's subsequent words. Your younger brother's combat power has now surpassed 30,000. Bardock spoke nonchalantly, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather, stating that Xiao Linger was slightly inferior to him, yet still possessed a power level of 24,000. A thunderous shock surged through Leitai's mind. 30,000. 24,000. Surely, he had not misheard. Prince Vegeta's combat power was barely around 18,000, while Nappa's was only between 4,000 and 8,000. How could the young girl Ba Linger, raised on Earth, possess a combat power greater than that of Vegeta? And Kakarot, that once useless waste with a power level of merely 2, now capable of surpassing 30,000? How could this planet, deemed primitive by the Scions, have enabled such an enhancement in their combat abilities? Was there a secret about Earth that even the Frieza Force was unaware of? Leitai gazed at Sun Wukong and Ba Linger, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, completely unresponsive to their greetings, standing in a daze like a stone statue. With a sharp clap, Bardock's hand struck Leitai's forehead. What are you dawdling for? Are you daft? Bardock's voice carried a hint of impatience. Your brother and sister are greeting you. Did you not hear? Leitai winced in pain, snapping back to reality, rubbing his sore forehead. He looked at the smiling Sun Wukong and Ba Linger, his cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment for having spaced out in front of his younger siblings, especially being chastised publicly by his father. Ah, hello? Little brother, little sister, Leitai stammered in response, his voice slightly unsteady. He endeavored to project the demeanor of an elder brother, but the thought of his meager combat power deflated his confidence considerably. Sun Wukong, however, seemed unfazed by his awkwardness, cheerfully approaching to pat his shoulder. Big brother, you came to Earth to find me, right? I heard from Dad that a Scion was looking for me, and I thought it was an enemy, but it turned out to be you. Ba Linger also stepped closer, curiously appraising Leitai. Big brother, your battle suit looks just like what Dad used to wear. Have you been fighting in the universe all these years? Surrounded by his younger siblings' inquisitive queries, Leitai's taut nerves began to relax slightly. Just as he was about to articulate a response, Bardock's voice interrupted. Enough of this idle chatter. Bardock settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Leitais to take a seat opposite him. Tell me about Vegeta and Nappa. At the mention of Vegeta and Nappa, Leitais' expression grew somber. He sat down on the sofa, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Dad, my scouter was searching for Kakarot. Oh, I mean Wukong. While on the way to find Wukong, it detected your combat power and was instantly shattered. Bardock nodded, remaining silent. The scouters employed by the Frieza force, even the latest models, could not detect powers exceeding 200,000, while the scouters on Earth, modified by Bulma, could already sense combat powers up to 10 million. The scouter is broken. So Vegeta and Nappa will undoubtedly not receive my message. Leitais' voice lowered. According to the protocols of our team, if I do not make contact by the end of the mission, they will assume I have perished. Given Prince Vegeta's temperament, he would certainly come to Earth, both to ascertain my fate and possibly to destroy Earth or convert it into a colony for sale. Bardock nodded, noting the alignment with the original plot. A year. Bardock suddenly stated. Leitais paused, perplexed. Huh, Dad, what do you mean? If Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth, the earliest they could arrive is in a year. Bardock's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, mirroring the rhythm he used when questioning Leitais earlier, yet devoid of the earlier pressure. I am well aware of the speed of the Scion ships. It will take approximately a year to travel from their current planet to Earth. This detail aligned perfectly with Bardock's recollection of the original narrative. In the original Dragon Ball, when Kakarot first encountered Leitais, the scouter was destroyed, and Vegeta and Nappa indeed arrived on Earth a year later. It was surprising that his presence had not deviated the plot's timeline. A year was ample time for them to prepare. Vegeta and Nappa were not formidable foes, easily dispatched. But the true challenge lay with the tyrant seated in his infant carriage. Bardock's gaze shifted towards the three in the living room. Leitais, son Wukong, and Ba Linger. These three children, all of Scion lineage, bore the hope of resisting Frieza. He took a deep breath, his tone turning serious. In that case, I shall devise a training regimen for you. Everyone held their breath. Even Jine, who was cradling little Gohan, paused in her attempts to soothe the child. Turning her attention towards them, Leitais, Bardock began, looking at his eldest son. For the first half of the year, you will train with me in the gravity chamber. I will teach you my combat techniques, which are not merely brute force typical of the Scions, but a blend of earth martial arts and the techniques I have developed over the years. With the gravity chamber's training, your combat power will at least multiply several times. Leitais' eyes widened with disbelief. Multiply several times? His current combat power was 1/500. Could it truly increase so dramatically? Although still inferior to Wukong and Linger, he could at least shed the label of being a burden. He nodded vigorously. Dad, I will train diligently. Seeing Leitais' earnestness, Bardock nodded in satisfaction before turning to son Wukong. Wukong, you have a task as well. Tomorrow, go to Karen Tower and fetch me some super divine water. Super divine water? Son Wukong was taken aback. Isn't that the stuff that supposedly can kill you? I asked Master Roshi about it before, and he said only those with exceptionally strong willpower can drink it. I nearly died when I attempted to drink it. I am aware. Bardock's expression grew solemn. However, super divine water can unlock one's latent potential. My current combat power stands at 3 million, yet it is still insufficient to face Frieza, whose ultimate form boasts a combat power of 1.2 billion. I must enhance my capabilities swiftly. 1.2 billion? The room gasped in disbelief. Leitais nearly slipped off the sofa. The tyrant Frieza's power was that immense. His father's 3 million was hardly enough to withstand even a single digit of Frieza's strength. Bardock disregarded their astonishment and continued speaking to son Wukong. Once you have obtained the super divine water, contact Baba the fortune teller. Have her take us through the afterlife to King Kai's planet in 6 months. King Kai's planet? Son Wukong's eyes lit up. Isn't that where North Kai resides? I heard Master Roshi mention that there are formidable martial arts on King Kai's planet. Indeed, Bardock affirmed. The techniques of King Kai's Kaioken and Spirit Bomb can significantly enhance combat power. For the first half of the year, we will train in the gravity chamber on Earth. And for the latter half, we will journey to King Kai's planet. We have a year to elevate everyone's combat power. He paused, surveying the three children, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta and slaughtered all the Scions. We must settle this score. A year from now, when Vegeta and Nappa arrive, we shall first deal with the troubles on Earth, and then confront Frieza in a final showdown. Final showdown with Frieza. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Though raised on Earth, the warrior spirit coursed through his scion blood, especially for the sake of all those slain by Frieza. Ballinger nodded vigorously. Father, I want to go too. I want to help you. Latizi observed the determination of his younger siblings, and memories of the comrades and kin from Planet Vegeta flooded his mind, gradually replacing his trepidation with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he stood tall. Father, I will join you. Although my fighting power is currently low, I will train diligently and surely assist you in defeating Frieza. Bardock gazed at his 3 children, a smile gracing his face for the second time that day. This smile bore no mockery, only satisfaction. He rose and patted each child on the shoulder. Very well. Since you all agree, we will commence training officially starting tomorrow. Is that understood? Understood. The voices of the 3 scions resounded in the living room, firm and clear. The light from the crystal chandelier bathed them, elongating their shadows. Outside, the night deepened. The gentle breeze of Earth whispered by, and unbeknownst to all, this planet once deemed backward by the scions was on the verge of becoming the bastion against the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Latizi looked at his siblings, and then at his father's imposing silhouette, suddenly realizing that perhaps his arrival on Earth was not a deviation from his path, but rather a discovery of his true direction. He felt the broken scouter in his pocket, silently contemplating. Prince Vegeta, when you and Naba arrive on Earth a year from now, I will not be the same as I am today. In the corner of the living room, the infant Wufan seemed to sense the aspirations in the air, waving his tiny fists and exclaiming, I want to go too. Jinei gently patted his back and whispered, Wufan, when you grow up, you must protect Earth alongside Daddy and Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Bardock turned to little Suen Wufan, his gaze softening. Wufan, do you truly wish to join Grandpa and Daddy in the battle against Frieza? It is perilous. Bardock patted Wufan's head. I want to go. I must go. I want to fight alongside you. Please, Grandpa, let me. Suen Wufan pleaded, clinging to Bardock's leg. Bardock sighed, realizing that Suen Wufan's character had diverged significantly from the original narrative. In the original tale, he was portrayed as a diligent student aspiring to be a scholar. However, it appeared that Wufan had been deeply influenced by himself, Jinei, Suen Wukong, and Ballinger, growing up immersed in training which instilled in him a natural passion for combat. Bardock nodded in agreement. He then turned to Suen Wukong, suggesting, have Bika train Wufan. We each have our training tasks and cannot attend to him for now. Bika is rather free. Go speak to him. Wukong. Suen Wukong looked surprised. Are you serious, father? Let Wufan train with Bika? He initially thought Bardock was jesting, but upon seeing his father's serious expression, he dismissed that notion. All right, I will find Bika after I finish eating, Suen Wukong replied, not saying much more. Bardock waved his hand, signaling the housekeeper to prepare the meal. He understood that this battle was not solely for the scions, but also for all the inhabitants of this planet, including his grandson, Jinei, and everyone he wished to protect. Time was of the essence. Bardock glanced at the clock on the wall. Latizi, you just returned. Go rest in your room. I will have the housekeeper escort you. Wukong, Ballinger, you should also return early. Training begins at dawn. Okay. Suen Wukong and Ballinger responded, bidding farewell to Latizi before departing. After the family shared a hearty meal, Latizi followed the housekeeper to his room. Before leaving, he glanced back at Bardock, who stood in the center of the living room, gazing out at the night sky, a cigarette unlit between his fingers. At that moment, Latizi felt his father's figure appeared much more imposing than he remembered. In the room, Jinei knocked and entered, bringing Latizi a set of clean clothes and a cup of warm milk. Latizi, your father may be tough on the outside, but he cares for you deeply. Jinei sat by the bed, gently stroking Latizi's hair. All these years, he has worried about you in the universe. Every time he sees a scion around your age, he thinks of you. Holding the warm milk, Latizi's eyes turned slightly red. He nodded, Mother, I know. I will listen to father and train diligently. I will no longer fool around with Vegeta. That's right. Jinei smiled. Finish your milk and rest. You have to rise early for training tomorrow. After Jinei left, Latizi drank his milk and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He recalled the times when his father would rub his stubble against his face. The fiery explosion when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, Suen Wukong and Ballinger from today, and Bardock's words about Frieza's combat power of 1.2 billion. So many thoughts flooded his mind, yet there was no chaos. Rather, everything felt remarkably clear. He understood that starting tomorrow, his life would undergo a profound transformation. Meanwhile, in the living room, Bardock lit the cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he retrieved a small scouter, the latest model modified by Burma, capable of detecting battle powers up to 10 million. He pressed a button, and the screen displayed a line of data. Historical data. Bardock 3 million, Gene 2. 4 million, Tao by 23, 000, Yamucha 15, 000, Latizi 1, 500. Bardock stared at the data on the screen, his brow furrowing. The gap between 3 million and 2 billion was still too vast. Unless they executed a surprise attack on Frieza, they might eliminate the first form of Frieza in one fell swoop. But the risk remained. Who could predict if Frieza would transform early? Would the super god water unlock their potential? Could the Kaioken enable Sun Wukong and the others to enhance their abilities rapidly? Would 1 year truly suffice? After numerous attempts, Bardock still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Was anger the key? Did he need to feel sufficient rage to succeed? He did not know. But what he did know was that he could not retreat. For the Saiyans, for his family, for Earth, he must prevail. Bardock extinguished the cigarette and turned toward the gravity chamber. Tomorrow marks a new beginning. As the night deepened, every corner of Earth operated quietly. No one knew that a training session, pivotal to the fate of the universe, was about to commence on this blue planet. And Lati Z, Sun Wukong, and Ba Ling these 3 Saiyan siblings who met on Earth, would embark on a thorny yet resolute path of vengeance under Bardock's guidance. A year from now, Earth, Chaos, and everything related to Frieza's army would be inexorably shaped by this training, leading towards the destined climactic confrontation. Chapter 57. The Sun Family Nanny Bika. Sun Wukong held Sun Wufan as they stood before the rocky training ground of Bika, the sun just cresting the eastern mountains. Morning dew still clinging to Wufan's little cloth shoes. The little one clutched a half-eaten rice ball in his arms. Tightly wrapping his small arms around Sun Wukong's neck, his round eyes curiously fixated on Bika, who sat cross-legged a short distance away. The green skin, the antennae atop his head, and the cold, hard aura he emanated intrigued him, but also instilled a hint of fear, prompting him to softly inquire, "Daddy, is that Uncle Bika?" "Yes, from now on, you will train with him," Sun Wukong replied, setting Wufan down. The little one immediately grasped his father's clothing, shrinking his head behind him. Just then, Bika opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over and pausing on Wufan before he frowned, his tone dripping with impatience. "Sun Wukong, what are you doing here so early? Bringing a little brat with you. Do you find it too quiet here? Let him train with you." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, smiling with a carefree expression, as if entrusting his son to a former adversary was the most ordinary of acts. Piccolo suddenly stood up, his green cloak sweeping over the scattered stones, producing a rustling sound. "Are you out of your mind? We are sworn enemies. Aren't you afraid I'll toss him to the monsters on the mountain?" "Not at all," replied Sun Wukong without a hint of hesitation, gently patting Gohan on the head. "First, I know you wouldn't do such a thing. At the last martial arts tournament, you only targeted me and didn't indiscriminately slaughter innocent lives, which shows you are not a villain. Second, this is my father Bardock's wish." "Bardock?" The name struck Piccolo like a stone, tightening his fists until his knuckles turned white. His memories of Bardock were rooted in a few years ago at the martial arts tournament, when he had gone to watch Sun Wukong's match and caught a glimpse of the man in the black suit in the last row of the audience. Bardock leaned against the railing, smoking, and did not look at anyone, yet the aura he exuded felt like an invisible net, suffocating everyone in the arena. Piccolo instinctively tried to resist, but that force shattered like bubbles upon meeting Bardock's overwhelming presence. He still recalled that suffocating feeling, as if a mere flick of Bardock's finger could reduce him to nothing more than a crushed insect. Thinking of this, Piccolo felt a surge of green light flush across his face. Was Sun Wukong using his father as a support to suppress him? He was filled with frustration, but the thought of Bardock's unfathomable power left him too intimidated to retort. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, his face turning an even deeper shade of green. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth and uttered, "Fine, but if he cries even once, I'll send him back." Gohan seemed to understand, peeking out from behind Sun Wukong and softly saying, "Uncle Piccolo, I want to cry. I will train hard." As he spoke, he offered half of the rice ball he was holding, saying, "Here, you can have this. It's sweet." Piccolo stared at the half-eaten rice ball, his brow furrowing even deeper, yet he did not take it. Instead, he turned and walked toward his cave, saying, "Keep up, don't dawdle." Sun Wukong watched Gohan happily follow Piccolo, feeling relieved. Bardock had specifically told him yesterday that although Piccolo appeared cold on the surface, he had a sense of propriety, and that Gohan would learn something unique under Piccolo's guidance. Just as he was about to turn and head back to the estate, he was called back by Piccolo, who asked, "Sun Wukong, what exactly do you want him to train with me? Surely, you can't have him picking up stones every day." "Oh right," Sun Wukong exclaimed, quickly catching up and recounting everything about Frieza and his evil army, which dominated the universe and viewed all life as expendable, committing atrocities without a second thought. He also spoke of how Frieza had destroyed Planet Vegeta, treating planets as mere toys, buying and annihilating them at will. Furthermore, he revealed that Frieza's next target was Namek, the home of the Dragon Balls. Piccolo leaned against the entrance of his cave, listening with a smirk curling on his lips. "What does Namek have to do with me? I was born on Earth and have never heard of that place. But that is the home planet of you and the Supreme Kai." Sun Wukong's tone suddenly turned serious. "My father investigated. Namekians have green skin, can regenerate, and can create Dragon Balls. Look at you and the Supreme Kai. Aren't you both the same?" He spoke earnestly, assuring Piccolo there was no need to deceive him. Piccolo's body stiffened. He recalled that when he was first born, all he could think about was killing Sun Wukong, until the Supreme Kai found him and said they were one and the same. At that time, he had dismissed the Supreme Kai as hypocritical, but now, Sun Wukong's words connected the dots. The Supreme Kai's green skin, his own ability to heal quickly, and even his innate affinity for plants. Could it be that he was indeed a Namekian? Piccolo stood frozen, his mind swirling. The wind in the cave rustled his cloak. Yet he was too preoccupied to notice. Moreover, it wasn't just Namek. Sun Wukong added urgently, "Earth also has Dragon Balls. Frieza treats them as strategic resources. Once Namek is finished, he will undoubtedly come for Earth next. If something happens to Earth, the Supreme Kai, as its deity, will certainly take the lead. But if the Supreme Kai dies..." The unspoken words hung in the air, but Piccolo understood instantly. He and the Supreme Kai were one. If the Supreme Kai perished, he too would not survive. This realization struck him like lightning, dispelling the indifference he had previously felt, replaced by genuine alarm. He was not afraid of death, but he did not wish to die pointlessly at the hands of a stranger like Frieza. Clenching his fists, his voice strained, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" "My father said that for this year, you will train Gohan and simultaneously enhance your own combat abilities," Sun Wukong replied quickly. "In the first half of the year, you can take Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber, where time moves slower and the training effects are better. In the second half, we will all train together on King Kai's planet. My father said this is the only way we have a chance." Piccolo glanced at Gohan, who was obediently standing beside him, wide-eyed and still clutching the half-rice ball. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. If you're deceiving me, I won't spare you." Sun Wukong smiled, his eyes squinting with joy. "Rest assured, what I said is genuine." The next morning, Piccolo slapped the sleeping Gohan awake. Without uttering a word, he pushed open the door, revealing a golden desert filled with swirling yellow sand. Gohan stumbled slightly, nearly falling. This was Piccolo's dwelling. Piccolo offered him a steadying hand, his tone remaining stern. "First, run 50 laps around this desert. No rest until you're done." Gohan gritted his teeth and began to run with his short legs. The sand barely reached his ankles, yet each step felt immensely laborious. After not even 20 laps, his face turned crimson, sweat streaming down his forehead and soaking his back. However, he did not complain or stop. He remembered his father's words. Only by growing stronger could he protect the Earth and safeguard his grandfather and parents. Piccolo observed Gohan's back as he ran, then turned to a massive rock and began his own training. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and felt the energy around him. He attempted to concentrate his energy at his fingertips, slowly forming a pale purple energy sphere. This was a new technique he was developing, more powerful than the Demon Flash. He tentatively named it the Demon Piercing Light Cannon. The energy sphere grew larger, and the surrounding sand was lifted by the force, creating a spectacular scene. Suddenly, the sphere erupted violently, sending shockwaves that carved a large crater in the rock, debris scattering in all directions. Piccolo opened his eyes, frowning. It was still insufficient. If he were to heed Sun Wukong's words, this amount of power would even be enough to deal with Frieza's minions. In the ensuing 6 months, Piccolo first trained Gohan on Earth for 2 months. For the next 4 months, they went to the Supreme Kai's temple for training, during which they visited the hyperbolic time chamber twice. Piccolo took Gohan deep into the temple, where the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber lay. The Supreme Kai warned them. Inside, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, and the temperature is high. You must endure. Gohan tugged at Piccolo's sleeve, saying, Uncle Piccolo, I'm not afraid of the heat. Wu Fan learned swiftly. Upon successfully unleashing the magic flash for the first time, he joyfully leaped up and clung to Bic's leg, exclaiming, Uncle Bic, I did it. Bic, arms crossed, remained silent, a rare faint smile gracing his lips. This lad is even more astute than Sun Wukong was in his youth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, the training in the gravity chamber was equally intense. Bardock stood before the control panel, adjusting the screen's numbers from 30 times gravity to 40 times. He took a deep breath, shed his shirt, revealing a chest scarred from battles fought in the cosmos. He grasped the bottle of super divine water from the table, its deep green liquid emanating a subtle bitter scent. The cat sage had previously warned that this water could awaken one's latent potential, but also bore lethal risks. A moment's negligence could lead to explosive death or even trigger viral heart disease. Dad, are you really going to drink it? Sun Wukong stood at the door, worry etched on his face. Bardock glanced back at him, his tone steady. I must drink it. Frieza's final form possesses a combat power of 1.2 billion, while I only have 3 million. Without awakening my potential, I stand no chance against him. Just as Sun Wukong was about to voice another concern, Bardock had already twisted off the cap and downed the super divine water in one gulp. Immediately, a searing power surged from his stomach, coursing through his veins. Bardock let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, his hands braced against the floor, knuckles whitening from exertion. That power felt like countless needles piercing through his meridians and muscles, causing his vision to darken and cold sweat to soak his hair. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand and approached the training pillar, delivering a punch. Bang! The training pillar resounded with a loud crash, a deep fist imprint appearing upon its surface. Bardock's body trembled, yet he did not relent, striking with increasing ferocity, each punch heavier than the last. He understood that only by enduring this pain could he digest the potency of the super divine water and unlock his potential. For the next 3 months, Bardock immersed himself in the gravity chamber, harnessing the super divine water to awaken his potential. His combat power gradually increased from 3 million to 3.2 million, then to 3.5 million. When the numbers on the detector stabilized at 3.5 million, he finally ceased his training, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. This increase of 500,000 was equivalent to the arduous training he had endured over the past 3 years. He stored away the bottle of super divine water, fully aware that he could not allow Jine and the children to drink it, should he and Wukong trigger viral heart disease. They would need others to seek the Dragon Balls for salvation, and he could not take that risk. Jine's training also progressed. Under 30 times gravity, she honed her speed. Moving like a fleeting shadow within the gravity chamber, her energy blade slicing through the training pillar, effortlessly cleaving it in two. When the detector registered 2.6 million, she wiped her brow and glanced in Bardock's direction, pride illuminating her eyes. Her husband had always been the strongest. The sparring between Sun Wukong and Raditz was the most lively within the gravity chamber. When Raditz first arrived, his combat power was a mere 1.500, unable to withstand even a single move from Sun Wukong, often leaving him bruised and battered. However, he did not give up. Every day he arrived an hour earlier than Sun Wukong, practicing punches against the training pillar. After 6 months, his combat power had risen to 5,000. Although he still could not defeat Sun Wukong, he was now able to withstand a few of his strikes. Again, Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and assumed a fighting stance. Sun Wukong grinned, charging forward. All right, this time I won't use my full strength. Baliner, meanwhile, practiced her energy waves nearby. Her combat power had surged to 35,000, and the energy wave she unleashed shattered a massive boulder. Watching her brother and elder brother spar, her eyes sparkled with determination. She too yearned to grow stronger and not be a burden to her family. In another gravity chamber, Tao Bai and Yamcha were training. Tao Bai focused on assassination techniques, his movements swift and lethal, his energy needles accurately striking distant targets, his combat power reaching 30,000. Yamcha practiced the Wolf Fang Fist, his punches creating a howling wind that could tear through the air, pushing his combat power to 22,000. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi trained by the seaside. Krillin practiced holding his breath and speed in the water, able to remain submerged for 2 hours and swim faster than a shark. Tianjin Fan trained on the beach, executing his four-way fist with four clones simultaneously, the flurry of punches sending sand flying. Jiaozi sat atop a rock, telekinetically lifting a boulder larger than himself, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he persevered, determined to protect Tianjin Fan and the Earth. 6 months flew by in an instant. As everyone paused their training to observe the numbers on the detector, smiles adorned their faces. Although these figures paled in comparison to Frieza's 1.2 billion, they were all growing stronger. Meanwhile, deep in the cosmos, an evil aura traversed the void. Dale sat within his spaceship, watching the planets zip by outside, his fingers tapping on the control panel. Clad in a black battle suit, with dark red hair and a long scar across his face from a previous skirmish with rival factions, he held a black seed in his hand. This seed, discovered in the ruins of a certain planet, was said to be a seed of the spirit tree. If planted on a suitable planet, it would sprout into a spirit tree, its fruit capable of absorbing the energy of an entire planet, leading to a significant surge in combat power upon consumption. Commander, the planet known as Taotai has the perfect soil pH and lacks advanced civilization, making it ideal for planting the spirit tree. A subordinate's voice crackled through the intercom. Dale's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up. Excellent, let us proceed there. The spacecraft descended upon the planet Taotai. Dale stepped out, his feet crunching on the parched soil, bending to scoop up a handful to examine. Not bad, sufficiently fertile. He tossed the spirit tree seed into the ground, and the moment it touched the earth, it immediately burrowed into the soil. Before long, a vibrant green shoot burst forth, growing at a visible rate, its trunk thickening, and leaves multiplying until it rapidly transformed into a towering tree. Dales licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Just wait, you damn bastards. Once I consume the fruit of the spirit tree, the entire universe will belong to me. He turned to his subordinate. Guard this tree closely. Do not allow anyone to approach. The subordinate bowed in compliance. Dales looked towards Earth, a cold smile curling at his lips, marking it as his next target. Once the spirit tree bore fruit, he could assess whether this planet called Earth held any value for colonization, or perhaps even plant spirit tree seeds there, potentially reaping unexpected rewards. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bardock stood atop the gravity chamber's roof, gazing at the distant sunset. Jine approached his side, offering him a bottle of water. What are you thinking about? Contemplating Frieza, Bardock replied, taking the water and sipping it. It's been 6 months, and our combat power has increased significantly, but it is still insufficient. However, we still have 6 months to learn the Kaioken on King Kai's planet. Jine leaned against his shoulder. And we have Bick, Krillin, and the others. We are not fighting alone. Bardock met Jine's gaze and nodded. He understood that for the sake of his family, for Earth, and for all those harmed by Frieza, he must prevail. In the distance, within the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong and Raditz continued their sparring, with Balliner's laughter ringing out. On Kame House, the shouts of Krillin and the others could also be faintly heard. The rays of the setting sun cascade upon the earth. In Chapter 59, Lord Kai, please start a class. We wish to learn Kaioken and Genkidama, as the sounds of the flying machine's engine gradually faded. The final figure gracefully descended onto the meticulously manicured lawn of the Bulma Manor. Piccolo, burdened with the slumbering Gohan on his back, carried traces of dust from the room of spirit and time on his cape. After half a year of companionship, he had come to regard Gohan as an endearing junior. Although he maintained an exterior of coldness and seriousness, internally, he had fully acknowledged Son Gohan. He surveyed the gathering on the lawn, his gaze resting finally on Bardock, to whom he offered a slight nod, a tacit understanding shared among warriors, requiring no further words. The lawn was now bustling with people. Bardock donned a newly changed dark blue battle suit, the scar on his chest concealed beneath fabric, revealing only the taut contours of his arms. Jine stood beside him, clutching the capsule bags prepared for everyone. Son Goku and Raditz had their arms slung over each other's shoulders. The former bore a bruise on his forehead from training, while the latter had a freshly scabbed cut at the corner of his mouth. Yet, both wore carefree smiles. Balin was engaged in a lively conversation with Krillin, chattering animatedly about her newly mastered ki techniques. Tenshinhan and Chaozu stood side by side in the shade of a tree, with Chaozu's telekinesis unconsciously making a nearby cup float and spin. Yamucha leaned against the trunk, twirling a capsule in his hand, occasionally exchanging a few words with Tao Bai, who remained stoic, her energy needle spinning rapidly at her fingertips. Is everyone here? Bardock's voice, though not loud, immediately hushed the bustling lawn. Scanning the crowd, from Bardock to Piccolo, there were precisely 12 figures, each exuding a presence far more substantial than 6 months prior, a transformation etched into their very beings through relentless training. Suddenly, Son Goku clapped his hands and turned towards the main house, shouting, "Bulma, we're leaving." The door swung open with a crash as Bulma emerged, arms laden with various items, followed closely by Dr. Briefs. She thrust a hefty backpack into Son Goku's hands and handed several compact devices to Bardock. This is the upgraded detector. It can withstand impacts of up to 100 times gravity and share combat power data in real time. It can detect power levels of up to 100 million. Also, inside are compressed food and emergency spray. Please don't eat recklessly like last time. Son Goku scratched his head, grinning as he accepted the backpack. Got it. Thank you, Bulma. Once we defeat Frieza, I'll bring you back some cosmic specialties. At that moment, Gohan stirred awake, rubbing his eyes as he slid down from Piccolo's back and approached Bulma with a serious expression. Mom, I will protect Dad and Uncle Piccolo. Bulma crouched down, pinching his cheek with slightly reddened eyes. Gohan, you're so good. You must return safely. She then turned to Piccolo with a rare earnestness. Piccolo, I'm entrusting Gohan to you. Piccolo nodded, pulling Gohan closer to him, silently accepting the responsibility. Doctor. Briefs adjusted his glasses, smiling as he added, the gravity chamber at the manor is always available for you. If you get tired from training, just come back and rest. After bidding farewell to Bulma and her father, Bardock was about to outline their next plan when Son Goku suddenly slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. The fortune teller has been waiting for us. He whistled into the air, and a pale purple glow swiftly approached from afar. As the light dissipated, the fortune teller, leaning on a cane, leisurely descended onto the lawn. Oh, so many people. The fortune teller surveyed the assembly, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Bardock and Piccolo, clearly sensing their extraordinary auras. Goku, did you summon me to lead these little ones to the other world? Exactly. Son Goku nodded vigorously. We're heading to Kaio's planet to learn Kaioken and Genkidama, and we need your guidance. The fortune teller raised an eyebrow, but asked no further questions. She turned and pointed to the void, and a dark fissure slowly opened, a faint chill emanating from within. Let us go, don't dawdle. King Enma has been in a foul mood lately, and being late means you'll have to endure his endless lecturing. Exchanging glances, the group promptly followed the fortune teller's lead. As they stepped through the rift, the temperature plummeted, transforming the sunny manor into the gray streets of the other world. In the distance, the Naiha Bridge was crowded with spirits awaiting their turn, while the black and white guardians meticulously checked their records, maintaining an orderly scene. Ah, you've arrived. King Enma, seated upon a lofty throne, spotted the fortune teller from afar. Just as he was about to greet her, his gaze swept across the 12 living beings behind her, momentarily stunned. Are these living people? Why have you brought so many of them down here? They wish to learn on Kaio's planet to deal with Frieza, the fortune teller succinctly stated, handing him a prepared document. All the paperwork is in order. Please stamp it promptly to avoid delays. King Enma examined the document, his expression growing serious. Frieza's infamous reputation resonated even in the other world, with countless souls lost to him over the years. He looked up at Bardock and the others, particularly sensing the heavy, blood-stained aura emanating from Bardock, which caused him to shudder. This scion must harbor a deep-seated grudge against Frieza. Very well, the paperwork is in order. King Enma quickly stamped the document and returned it to the fortune teller. The road to Kaio's planet is treacherous. Be cautious on your journey. After expressing their gratitude, the group followed the fortune teller to the exit of the other world. It was the gateway to the Serpent Road leading to Kaio's planet, a narrow path woven from clouds stretching endlessly toward the heavens. Just keep walking straight, and you'll reach Kaio's planet, the fortune teller instructed, gesturing towards the Serpent Road. I'll take you this far. The rest is up to you. Bardock nodded in appreciation and stepped onto the Serpent Road first. The clouds felt soft underfoot, yet remarkably stable. He glanced back at the others. Keep up. We must reach Kaio's planet swiftly. With those words, 12 figures simultaneously soared into the air. The The Scion's remarkable flying abilities, enhanced by 6 months of gravity training, allowed them to move with astonishing speed. Though Krillin and Yamcha were Earthlings, their flight speed was equally impressive due to their intense training. Piccolo, carrying Gohan, maintained a steady pace. Tenshinhan activated his third eye, ever vigilant of their surroundings, and Chaozu's telekinesis enveloped himself and Tenshinhan, occasionally aiding Krillin with his direction. The winds on the Serpent Road were fierce, mingling with cosmic dust, stinging their faces. Yet, none slowed down. All were propelled toward the same destination. Balin flew alongside Son Goku, occasionally exclaiming excitedly, "Brother, don't the clouds ahead look like cotton candy?" Son Goku laughed in response, reaching out to grab the nearby clouds, only to find his hand grasping nothing, which elicited a round of laughter from the group. What would normally take days to traverse was covered in mere half a day due to their united efforts. In the distance, a small planet floated in the cosmos, its surface adorned with lush greenery, and a modest house stood proudly at its center, flanked by several fruit trees. That was Ko's planet. Weavy arrived. Son Goku was the first to dash forward, landing on the grass of Ko's planet, exuberantly shouting towards the house, "Lord Ko, we've come to learn from you." The door creaked open, revealing a short, stout alien wearing sunglasses and sporting an explosive hairdo. It was indeed Ko. As he stepped out, he sensed the 12 distinct auras, particularly Bardock's, which was so powerful it caused him to frown involuntarily. Well, what an unusual day. So many guests have arrived. The king removed his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before eventually resting on Bardock's face. "Are you the leader? Those 2 scars on your face are rather striking. Your combat prowess seems commendable as well. What brings you to my humble planet?" Bardock stepped forward, his tone earnest. "Your Majesty, we have come to seek your guidance. We wish to confront Frieza. We would like to learn the Kaioken and Genkidama from you. Please, will you hold a class for us?" Chapter 60. Kaioken and Genkidama. The king, lost in thought, raised an eyebrow as he recalled Frieza. His smile faded slightly. That fellow is indeed a scourge, wreaking havoc across the universe for many years. After appraising Bardock closely, he remarked, "Your combat power nearly matches mine. Why do you still seek my tutelage? Is it because my reputation has reached even Earth?" As he spoke, the king proudly flicked his bald head, which sported only 2 antennae, letting out a series of chuckles. Bardock's lips twitched in disbelief at the king's demeanor. He patiently elaborated, "We have heard of your mastery over the Kaioken and Genkidama, which are crucial for defeating Frieza. All 12 of us wish to learn from you." "Ah, so it is the Kaioken and Genkidama you seek," the king exclaimed, clapping his hands together, before adopting a haughty demeanor. "However, these skills are not taught lightly. To learn my techniques, one must demonstrate sincerity." "Sincerity?" Raditz frowned. "We can assist you with tasks or bring you Earth specialties." The king waved dismissively. "Labor is tiresome, and I lack for special goods. Instead, entertain me with jokes. If you can make me laugh, I shall teach you." The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the king's seemingly simple yet absurd request. Bardock glanced at Son Goku and Pan, the 2 who often delighted in humor, and signaled them. "Goku, Pan, why don't you give it a try?" Son Goku, suddenly invigorated, pulled Pan to stand before the king. "Your Majesty, listen closely. I shall tell you a Scion joke. Once, while Pan was training, she suddenly felt more powerful and came to ask me. Pan asked if her combat power was now greater than mine. Guess what I said?" Intrigued, the king prompted, "What did you say?" I said, "You've grown stronger? I hadn't noticed. Am I blind?" Pan became furious, training for 3 days and nights, only to gain a mere 100 points. As Goku imitated Pan's furious demeanor, laughter erupted among the others. "Son Goku, I'll make you pay?" Pan retaliated. The king paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, clutching his belly. "Ha! This Pan is simply delightful. Do share another." Pan stepped forward, clearing her throat. "Your Majesty, allow me to share an Earth joke. Once, Krillin went to buy light bulbs. The shopkeeper asked how many he needed, and Krillin said 10. The shopkeeper gave him 9. When Krillin inquired why one was missing, can you guess what the shopkeeper said? What did he say? The king inquired, captivated. The shopkeeper replied, "Perfectly fine. Isn't your bald head one of them?" Pan chuckled, playfully patting Krillin's bald head. Krillin turned beet red, wanting to retort, but Yamcha held him back, and they both joined in laughter. The king laughed even harder, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Ha ha, that shopkeeper is brilliant. I am quite pleased with your jokes. From this day forth, I shall teach you the Kaioken and Genkidama." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their faces alight with smiles. The king led them to an open area beside the house and cleared his throat. First, we shall learn the Kaioken. The principle is quite simple. By compressing the energy within, one can enhance combat power in a short span. However, he suddenly grew serious. The Kaioken carries great risks. The higher the multiplier, the greater the strain on the body. If your body cannot withstand it, the consequences could be dire, injury at best, and death at worst. With that, the king assumed a combat stance and inhaled deeply. The onlookers witnessed his energy rapidly compressing. His once plump physique tightened noticeably, and the numbers on the combat power detector began to soar. Instantly, the king's energy tripled. Behold, this is the threefold Kaioken. His voice, though strained, remained steady. You will begin with the single fold, gradually acclimating yourselves. Do not rush. He proceeded to explain the specifics of compressing energy while the group nodded attentively. Soon, they spread out to find their own space and began attempting to compress their energy. Bardock was the first to enter the zone. His robust energy made it relatively easy to compress. In no time, he felt a shift, and the detector read 3.5 million. He had successfully achieved the double Kaioken. Kind followed closely behind, her energy more refined. Although her compression speed was slower, she too managed to successfully execute the double Kaioken. Son Goku, endowed with remarkable talent and the Saiyan blood coursing through him, effortlessly grasped the double Kaioken and couldn't resist trying for the triple. However, his unstable energy caused him to cough, earning a stern glare from the king, compelling him to focus on the double. Raditz and Pan were slightly slower, but with Goku's guidance, they quickly mastered the technique. The Earth Warriors found the process more arduous. Krillin's energy was somewhat scattered, making compression challenging, and he failed several attempts. Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist emphasized explosive power, making the transition to Kaioken difficult. Tien, after closing his 3 eyes and concentrating, finally succeeded in compressing his energy 2 hours later. Jiaozi had weaker energy but, thanks to Tien's assistance, gradually found his rhythm. Surprisingly, Tao Pai Pai achieved the one-fold Kaioken quite smoothly. Piccolo, carrying Gohan on his back, simultaneously guided Gohan through basic movements while practicing the Kaioken himself. His Namekian physiology allowed for rapid recovery and superior energy control, and he swiftly mastered the double Kaioken, even experimenting with combining it with his own special beam cannon. Though unsuccessful, he discovered a new direction. The atmosphere on King Kai's planet buzzed with activity. Chapter 61. Pre-battle training. By the way, I seek the thoughts of my esteemed readers. Regarding Bardock, should he be eliminated or subdued? Let the readers decide. Press 1 for elimination, press 2 for subjugation, and I shall tally the votes. After the king's explanation, the 12 warriors dispersed to commence their practice. The once tranquil grassland now echoed with the sounds of compressed energy, the king's instructional voice, and the occasional groans of frustration from failed attempts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, except for Krillin and Yamcha, who were still grappling with the double Kaioken, everyone else had already become proficient in executing it. All right, that will do for today. The king clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. Tomorrow, we shall begin learning the Genkidama. That technique is significantly more challenging, so ensure you rest well tonight to rejuvenate your spirits. The crowd unanimously agreed and began to rest on the spot. Kellen sat on the grass, still pondering the technique of compressing his energy. Yamcha approached and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fret. We simply have yet to discover the key. Tomorrow, we shall practice together." Kellen nodded, a warm current swelling in his heart. He understood that he was not alone in this battle, with so many companions by his side. What difficulty could not be overcome? Bardock stood at the edge of the King Kai's planet, gazing into the vast cosmos. Jin approached and offered him a bottle of water. Inquiring, "What are you pondering?" "I am contemplating Frieza," he replied. "Frieza? Achu, can I also sneeze?" At that moment, Frieza's fleet was traversing an unknown star system. Nearby, Dodoria was engaging in sycophancy, proclaiming that no one would dare insult the illustrious and formidable Frieza. "My lord, you worry too much." Dodoria was adept at flattery. If there were a competition for the best sycophant, he would certainly garner my vote. Sabo, Dodoria's subordinate, mused silently to himself. Subsequently, Dodoria relayed a new piece of information to Frieza, claiming that on Namek, there existed Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. This piqued Frieza's interest. "Oh ho 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 ho, Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish," Excellent. Let us sell off our current planets and make haste to Namek. Frieza envisioned himself making a wish to the eternal dragon for immortality, a scene where he would reign supreme throughout eternity. However, he must not be allowed to succeed in obtaining immortality. Bardock took the water, took a sip, and contemplated that Frieza would undoubtedly seek the Dragon Balls on Namek next. Based on the timeline, it would be at most a year and a half. Yet, they were not without hope. The power of the Kaioken was stronger than he had anticipated. Mastering it at 30 or even 40 times would provide them with a better chance against Frieza. We can do this. Jin leaned against his shoulder. Look how quickly Goku and the others are learning. Along with Piccolo and Kellen, everyone is putting in great effort. Bardock glanced down at Jin, a rare smile gracing his lips. Indeed, they were not alone. In the distance, Son Goku and Raditz began their sparring once more. With Bailing's laughter ringing bright and clear, Piccolo was instructing Gohan on how to stabilize his energy. Tianjinhan and Chaos sat on the grass, sharing the food they had brought. Kellen and Yamcha huddled together, studying the technique of the Kaioken. Tao Pai Pai leaned against a tree, eyes closed in meditation, yet his fingers unconsciously twirled the energy needle, silently digesting the knowledge he had acquired that day. The night on King Kai's planet was exceptionally bright, with 12 figures scattered across the grass. Each face adorned with hopes for the future and determination for victory. They knew that the training ahead would be even more arduous. But as long as they fought side by side, there was no obstacle they could not surmount. In the original narrative, there was actually no distinction between day and night on King Kai's planet. However, to accommodate the living habits of these individuals, King Kai heeded Bardock's suggestion and conjured a miniature sun and moon, thus introducing the cycles of day and night to the small planet. The following morning, as the first light began to dawn, the group had already gathered in the open field. King Kai stood in the center with a model of a planet. Commencing his explanation of the Spirit Bomb's principles, the Spirit Bomb is formed by gathering the energy of all living beings around you, creating a massive energy sphere, which is then hurled at your adversary. The power of this technique depends on how much energy you can gather, and there is a crucial point. The user must possess a heart of justice and harbor no evil thoughts. Otherwise, they will be unable to control the Spirit Bomb and may even be harmed by it. As he spoke, King Kai extended his hand and waved it toward the sky. The crowd could clearly see countless tiny specks of light converging in his palm, quickly coalescing into a basketball-sized energy sphere that radiated a soft glow. Do you see? This is the most fundamental Spirit Bomb. King Kai threw the energy sphere into the air, where it exploded into numerous sparkling points. Start by gathering the energy around you. Take your time. Do not rush for greatness. The group began to experiment. Son Goku was the first to extend his hand, closing his eyes to concentrate on the energy surrounding him. Soon, a few tiny specks of light appeared in his palm, but they were unstable and quickly dissipated. He furrowed his brow and tried again. This time, there were more specks, yet he still could not form them into a sphere. Bardock also extended his hand. His mental strength surpassed that of Son Goku, and he quickly gathered a cluster of light points. He attempted to compress them, but exerted too much force, causing the points to explode and leaving his palm tingling. Do not rush. Be gentle. King Kai's voice interjected at the right moment. Energy is like water. The harder you grip it, the faster it escapes. You must guide it as if cradling water. Understanding dawned on Bardock, and he tried once more. This time, he relaxed his grip and gently guided the light points. Before long, a ping-pong ball-sized energy sphere materialized in his palm. Though small, it was remarkably stable. Yes, just like that. King Kai nodded in satisfaction. Now, try to expand the range and gather more energy. Jin learned swiftly. Her energy was inherently delicate, allowing her to guide the energy with ease. In no time, she formed an energy sphere larger than Bardock's. Piccolo, with his formidable mental strength and the Namekian affinity for nature, gathered energy at an astonishing rate, quickly surpassing Jin. Tianjinhan, with his 3 eyes, concentrated intensely and also formed a stable energy sphere. Chaos utilized his telekinesis to assist in guiding the energy, making steady progress as well. The Earth Warriors, however, continued to struggle. Kellen attempted several times, managing to gather only a few specks of light. Yamcha was too hasty, causing his energy to dissipate due to excessive force. Tao Pai Pai, burdened by heavy murderous intent, found that his light points scattered the moment they formed, nearly causing him to crush his energy needle in frustration. Tao Pai Pai, You must rein in your murderous thoughts. King Kai approached him with a serious tone. The spirit bomb relies on gathering, not on killing. As long as you harbor that fierce intent, you will never master it. Yes, Lord Kai, Tao Pai Pai quickly replied, though he clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. He was torn. Having lived most of his life relying on his ruthless nature as an assassin, suppressing such thoughts was more difficult than severing his own hand. Yet seeing others steadily progress, particularly that bald-headed Kellen who could already form a thumb-sized spirit bomb, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and tried once more. This time, he consciously suppressed his murderous intent, focusing solely on the thought of gathering energy, and his light points indeed stabilized somewhat, albeit still weakly, without dissipating immediately. Days on King Kai's planet passed in a monotonous yet intense training regimen. As the first rays of morning light touched the grass, 12 figures could be seen practicing the Kaioken, the compressed energy waves causing the surrounding blades of grass to bend. At noon, under the blazing sun, the group gathered around King Kai, listening to him explain the techniques of the spirit bomb, occasionally bursting into laughter when someone's spirit bomb exploded and showered them with grass clippings. In the evening, they would split into pairs to practice, integrating the techniques learned that day into combat, with Bardock and Jine generating the most ferocious energy waves during their sparring, even causing distant fruit trees to sway. By nightfall, King Kai would bring out his treasured cosmic wine, and the group would sit together, drinking and discussing matters of Earth, the history of the Scions, and plans for defeating Frieza, their laughter echoing to the farthest reaches of Snake Way. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, 6 months had passed. Chapter 62. The conclusion of 6 months of training and the invasion of Vegeta. On a clear morning, a blinding red light erupted on the grounds of Jia Wangxing, the shockwave radiating outward like a powerful blast, causing stones to tumble far away. Bardock knelt on the ground, hands resting on his knees, sweat trickling down his cheeks. His deep blue battle suit soaked through and clinging to his muscular torso. Although his breath was somewhat erratic, it was undeniably tenfold stronger than it had been 6 months prior. The numbers on the detector fluctuated wildly, and he emanated an astonishing aura. Enveloped in a crimson energy wave, Janae activated the detector and was astonished to find Bardock's combat power had reached an incredible value of 70 million. Achieving a 20-fold Jiawang fist, Bardock gasped for air, a sharp smile gracing his lips. Over the past 6 months, he had diligently studied the Jiawang fist and the Genkidama, finally breaking through to the 20-fold Jiawang fist. Combined with his base power of 3.5 million, he could unleash a terrifying level of 70 million. During this half-year, he had started from a single fold, continuously pushing his physical limits. At 3-fold, he fractured a rib. At 5-fold, he nearly fainted from reversed energy flow, and at 10-fold, he almost lost his life. Yet each breakthrough brought him closer to Frieza. Now, with the 20-fold Jiawang fist in hand, even if Frieza possessed a combat power of 1,200,000,000, Bardock had gained the ability to fight back. Well done, Bardock, came the voice of the Jiawang, who stood nearby, munching on an apple while nodding in approval. The 20-fold Jiawang fist is the highest multiplier among my students. Bardock stood up, stretching his shoulders, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. Thanks to the guidance of Lord Jiawang. Just then, another energy surged unexpectedly. Janae, standing a short distance away, emitted a gentle light blue aura, her energy compression process so smooth it was almost imperceptible. The detector finally registered 39 million, representing a 15-fold Jiawang fist. Her base combat power was 260,000, and she could unleash a maximum of 39 million with the 15-fold Jiawang fist. She retracted her energy and walked over to Bardock, wiping the sweat from his brow. Congratulations, dear, you've broken through to 20-fold. You are impressive as well. 15-fold exceeds my expectations, Bardock replied, taking her hand with gratitude in his eyes. Not far away, Son Goku and Ba Ling Er were simultaneously unleashing the Jiawang fist. Son Goku's aura was a dazzling gold, embodying the Scion's characteristic exuberance. When he activated the 10-fold Jiawang fist, the surrounding grass was shredded into fragments. With the detector displaying 400,000, Ba Ling Er's aura was a refreshing green, lively like her personality. Although her 10-fold Jiawang fist was less ferocious than Son Goku's, it was remarkably stable, reaching a value of 350,000, nearly matching Goku. Brother, look, I was faster than you by 0. 1 second. Ba Ling Air exclaimed, her excitement evident as she jumped beside Son Goku, shaking her wrist-mounted detector. Son Goku scratched his head with a grin. Next time, I'll be faster. On another training ground, Raditz was engaged in a spar with Tianjin Fan. Raditz's movements had become significantly more agile compared to 6 months ago, his fists whooshing through the air, each strike employing the eightfold Jia Wang fist. With the detector reading 64,000, his base combat power had increased from 5,000 to 8,000, and with the eightfold Jia Wang fist, it had multiplied eightfold. Tianjin Fan's third eye glimmered as he unleashed the eightfold Jia Wang fist with 4 clones simultaneously. The barrage of punches surged toward Raditz, and the two grappled fiercely, their energy waves creating small craters in the ground, yet Raditz clearly held the upper hand. Piccolo carried Gohan on his back, instructing him on the usage of the Genkidama. Although Gohan was young, he was a genuine genius, mastering the eightfold Jia Wang fist with expertise and producing a Genkidama the size of a basketball. His pure-hearted nature made his Genkidama more stable than that of an adult. Remember, when gathering energy, think of the grass, trees, and everyone's aura around you. Treat them as friends, not tools. Piccolo's voice was unusually gentle as he observed Gohan's serious profile. Recalling how this little fellow had clung to his leg and called him Uncle Piccolo 6 months ago, stirring an inexplicable sense of responsibility within him. Krillin and Yamcha were competing to see who could create the larger Genkidama. Krillin's had already reached the size of a football, slightly larger than Yamcha's. As they teased one another while gathering energy, occasionally, one would fail to control their Genkidama, resulting in a playful explosion of energy that covered the other in gray dust. Dumpling sat on a nearby stone, cradling a volleyball-sized Genkidama, his psychic energy tightly enveloping the energy sphere. Though his base combat power was only 2,000, the eightfold Jia Wang fist combined with his refined psychic energy made him formidable in battle. Tao Pai Pai stood alone in the shade of a tree, his energy from the eightfold Jia Wang fist restrained. Although the Genkidama in his palm was small, it was exceptionally dense, reflecting the fact that he had repressed most of his murderous intent. He still wore a cold expression, but was no longer as filled with hostility as before. As evening fell, everyone gathered in front of the Jia Wang's house, each holding a detector, their faces illuminated with smiles. Although they still fell short compared to Frieza's 1,200,000,000, their current strength was sufficient to contend with him. Bardock surveyed everyone, his tone resolute. Tomorrow we depart Jia Wangxing and return to Earth to prepare for battle. Nods of agreement filled the air, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. The hardships of the past 6 months had not been in vain. Each had undergone a transformation. They were no longer the warriors who barely improved through the super divine water and gravity training, but had mastered the Jia Wang fist and Genkidama, forming a team capable of truly contending with the cosmic overlord. The Jia Wang looked at the 12 individuals before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He had taught many students, yet none had been like this group, hailing from different races and backgrounds, yet fighting side by side like a family, striving for a common goal. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to the entrance of Snake Way, the Jia Wang said, patting Bardock's shoulder. Remember, the power of the Genkidama lies not only in the amount of energy gathered, but also in the belief you hold in your hearts. As long as you believe in your victory, you can unleash even greater strength. That night, everyone retired early to recuperate, preparing for their return to Earth the following day. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, 2 silver oval-shaped spacecraft were rapidly approaching Earth. Inside the cockpit, 2 scions focused intently on their screens, displaying planetary coordinates, their faces adorned with haughty smiles. On the left spacecraft, Vegeta, clad in battle armor, his black hair standing upright, glared with a sharp gaze. His fingers tapped the control panel, and the screen displayed Earth's basic information. He then activated the microphone, addressing Nappa. Nappa, ahead lies Earth, correct? In the other spacecraft. Nappa scrutinized the data. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. That fool Raditz went missing on Earth. He is probably dead there. What a waste. Let us see if this Earth can serve as a colony to sell. Ah, a lowly planet is indeed a lowly planet. He scoffed, tapping the screen with his knuckles, lamenting the absence of even a respectable beast. The failure of La DZ to perish in such a place is a disgrace to the Scion lineage. The raspy laughter of Naba echoed from the spaceship's communicator, accompanied by the crackle of static. The prince speaks truth. Such a feeble combat power barely suffices to fill our gaps. Soon, I shall dismantle that gleaming city below and see if I can coax out a few intriguing individuals. After all, even La DZ, despite his incompetence, should not have succumbed to a band of level 3 beings. Vegeta remained silent, merely adjusting the spaceship's position. 2 silver points of light dove toward a coastal metropolis on the Dongya continent, the roar of engines erupting in the skies, startling the crowds below, who craned their necks skyward, their phones aimed at the heavens, mistaking it for a rare aerial exhibition. As the spacecraft hovered 100 meters above ground, Vegeta and Naba simultaneously pressed the hatch release. Compressed air surged forth as they leaped down, their black combat boots landing on the edge of a school rooftop. The sound of metal striking concrete resonated sharply against the bustling city backdrop. They then leapt from the rooftop directly onto the school playground. Naba flexed his neck, the bones cracking audibly, and raised his wrist-mounted scanner, the screen sweeping over the dense throng below, revealing uniform readings of 24. Unable to suppress a grin, he revealed his sharp canines. How dreadfully dull, Prince. Shall I blow up this school? Perhaps it will elicit some response from these ants. After a year of traversing the cosmos, it is high time for some amusement. On this splendid autumn afternoon, the sun bathed Sheng-Ing Private University's paths in golden-red maple leaves. Chi-Chi, cradling a hefty textbook on mechanical engineering principles, emerged briskly from the lecture hall. Dressed in a beige knitted sweater paired with a khaki skirt, her long hair tied back in a neat ponytail, the ends swaying gently with her movements. She would appear to anyone as just another affluent young lady, if not for the unmistakable air of confidence that adorned her features. Unbeknownst to many, this student of the most prestigious private university, with the privilege to requisition lab equipment at will, was Chi-Chi, the only daughter of the Bull Demon King from Huayinshan. Years ago, when Tao Bai extinguished the long-standing blaze plaguing Huayinshan, the Bull Demon King's enterprises not only regained vitality, but multiplied through new energy projects, allowing Chi-Chi to shed the title of the local tyrant and pursue her studies in the city in peace. Chi-Chi, would you like to join us for the newly opened Shabu Shabu tonight? A fellow student from her major called out, catching up with a cheerful pat on her shoulder. Chi-Chi was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly furrowed her brow, instinctively halting her steps and gazing skyward. The air felt different. Not merely the coolness of autumn or the fragrance of osmanthus in the campus. It bore a heavy, oppressive essence, cold and sharp, like 2 blades suspended above, rapidly approaching. This sensation was not a figment of her imagination. Since she first grasped her father's finger at the age of 5 and pressed her palm against his dantian, this ability had followed her. At that time, the Bull Demon King had just taught her how to stand in a horse stance. His sweaty palm pressing down on hers. Do not simply grit your teeth and exert force. Try to tap into that lively energy within your abdomen. It can travel through your arms to your fingertips, allowing you to discern friend from foe. Initially, she assumed it was merely her father's playful encouragement for her martial practice, until one day, while watching him chop wood, she suddenly detected a different current in the air, not the usual hot winds of Huayinshan, but a powerful energy swirling around her father's swinging axe, causing the wood to splinter more evenly than usual. As she continued her own training, she discovered that her palms would warm when she struck quickly, and a surge of energy would support her when running. Over time, she learned to distinguish between ordinary winds and those imbued with martial essence. Eventually, she even harnessed this energy, unleashing gusts of offensive force. As she grew older and encountered more people, her perception sharpened. When Tao Bai came to extinguish the fire at Huayinshan, she could sense the icy aura surrounding him, tightening her skin. During the climactic battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo at the world's martial arts tournament, she could feel the warmth of righteousness swirling in the air, lively and vibrant. These energies became her yardstick. The aura of an ordinary person is diffuse and soft, akin to clouds overhead. That of a martial artist is concentrated and solid, like stones clenched in hand, whereas malicious energy is distinctly different, heavy and oppressive, like storm clouds looming before a deluge, causing her chest to constrict, making it hard to breathe. Now, the 2 energies enveloping her were of the heaviest kind. What's wrong? A classmate noticed her change in demeanor, following her gaze skyward. Is there something up there? Chi-Chi remained silent, tightening her grip on her textbook as her heart raced uncontrollably. The oppressive energy drew closer, thickening to the point where her fingertips began to chill. She could differentiate between two entirely distinct auras. One was coarse and tumultuous, like a red-hot iron ball crashing to the ground. The other was frigid as the depths of space, harboring destructive intentions. Just then, two silver streaks pierced through the clouds, accompanied by the deafening roar of engines, and moments later, two figures emerged from the silver lights, landing directly on the rooftop near the playground. The crowd erupted in gasps, some pulling out their phones to capture the moment, others mistaking it for a new military aircraft. It wasn't until the two figures clad in battle attire leaped down from the rooftop onto the playground, creating a deep crater upon impact, that the realization dawned upon them. This was beyond the realm of human capability. Naba was the first to notice Chi-Chi below. He raised his wrist-mounted scanner, the green beam sweeping towards her direction, revealing an immediate reading of 130. With a chuckle, he could not help but laugh, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Prince Vegeta? Look over there at that girl. Her combat power is 130, marginally stronger than those level 3 ants. She could be considered a slightly larger ant. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if observing a speck of dust. Do not waste time on such trash. Our objective is to ascertain how La DZ met his demise. We shall also treat this planet as our colony. Naba, however, implored, Prince Vegeta, let me have some fun. After all, we have been traversing the cosmos for a year, and my body is nearly rusting. Vegeta pondered for a moment, nodded, and remained silent. Yet, Naba, intrigued by this rare larger ant, stood in the center of the playground and whistled at Chi-Chi, his tone laced with mockery. Hey, little ant. Yes, I'm talking about you. Chi-Chi instantly became alert, fixing her gaze intently on Vegeta and Naba. Naba scrutinized her closely, unable to suppress a wide grin. You possess some charm. Perhaps you could become my personal maid, and I might consider sparing your life. On the Scion homeworld, Planet Vegeta, not all inhabitants were solely focused on combat. A significant portion understood the pleasures of intimacy. In the original narrative, when Bardock returned gravely injured to Planet Vegeta, he hoped to summon his comrades to confront Frieza, only to find some indulging in the company of beautiful women. The surrounding students had long since scattered in terror, while Chi-Chi stood her ground, her face flushed with indignation. Her female classmates had fled in sheer panic. Outrageous. Chi-Chi hurled her textbook to the ground. Her fists clenched, a faint white aura emanating from her palms, a testament to the years of training alongside her father. Although her combat power was modest, it was sufficient to embolden her. Do you dare wreak havoc here without fear of repercussions? Her voice, though not loud, reached Naba and Vegeta's ears with unmistakable clarity. Naba paused for a moment, then erupted into a more raucous laughter. You think you can take us on? Ha ha ha, you truly amuse me. Vegeta, displaying his impatience, frowned and said, Naba, stop wasting time with her. Quickly finish this and investigate what Caleritas is up to. Understood. Prince, Naba replied, leaping into action and landing heavily in the vacant space before Chi-Chi, creating a shallow crater upon impact. He gazed down at Chi-Chi from his elevated position, as though she were a mere insect ready to be crushed. Little girl, since you are so ungrateful, I shall demonstrate my strength by crushing you, setting an example for these earthlings. With gritted teeth, Chi-Chi charged at Naba. Despite her relatively low combat power, she had trained in basic martial arts under her father, learning to target an opponent's weak points. She had even reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament and considered herself a martial arts adept. Aiming for Naba's knee to impair his mobility, she lunged forward, only to be casually swatted aside by Naba. A tremendous force slammed into her chest, sending her flying like a rag doll, crashing into the playground wall behind her. With a loud crack, the wall split open, and Chi-Chi slid down to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she felt a piercing pain in her chest that made breathing laborious. Is this all you've got? Naba taunted, advancing towards her with a cruel smile plastered across his face. I'll allow you to endure a bit longer. I've only exerted 30 of my strength. He raised his hand, gathering a pale blue energy sphere that swelled larger by the second, radiating intense heat. All right, the game is over. In your next life, remember not to provoke those you cannot afford to challenge. Lying on the ground, Chi-Chi gazed at the approaching sphere, her consciousness beginning to fade. She recalled the warmth of her father's hand when he taught her to sense energy, the vibrant heat radiating from Wukong. in the moment when Turtle Sage had visited Fire Mountain, tousling her hair and assuring her that she would surpass her father one day. If only they were here now. Just as the energy sphere was about to reach her, a shadow suddenly dashed in from an angle, accompanied by a rushing wind, and raised a hand to shield her. Boom! The pale blue energy sphere collided with the figure's palm, exploding instantly and sending shockwaves that snapped nearby maple trees in half. Chi-Chi squinted her eyes, recognizing the tall, muscular silhouette clad in dark blue battle attire, with disheveled black hair and a familiar smirk. Who is this? Frieza retracted his hand, glancing at Chi-Chi on the ground before turning to Vegeta and Naba, his tone tinged with exasperation. How did you two regress so much? Now you've started bullying women? Chi-Chi opened her mouth to speak, but could only manage a weak sound as tears streamed down her face, not from pain, but from the relief of surviving. Though she did not know Frieza, she sensed his benevolence. His energy was not malevolent, but rather wholesome. Naba stared at the suddenly appearing Frieza, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes widened, and the scouter emitted a series of beeps. The reading freezing at 8,000. Frieza? Aren't you supposed to be dead? The Frieza force listed you among the deceased. Frieza ignored him and approached, bending down to lift Chi-Chi and gently placing her behind a nearby flower bed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a senza bean, one he had received from Wukong on planet King Kai, meant for emergencies. Frieza placed the senza bean in Chi-Chi's mouth. Swallow this. It will help you feel better. Stay here and don't come out. Frieza's presence here was prompted by Bardock's warning that Vegeta and Naba might invade Earth. Frieza volunteered to confront them, eager to test the fruits of his training after enduring too much under Vegeta's command. Bardock assessed Frieza's combat power and deemed that, combined with the Kaioken technique, he would manage fine on his own while the others rested at Bulma's estate. As Chi-Chi chewed on the senza bean, a warm sensation coursed through her body, swiftly alleviating the pain in her chest. She nodded, watching Frieza's retreating figure, feeling both astonished and delighted at his towering stature. He appeared incredibly formidable, and judging by his energy, he was not evil, but rather remarkably wholesome. Frieza smirked. You two imbeciles are still alive, so how could I possibly perish before you? Chapter 64. The Great Battle. Frieza versus Naba, Vegeta. Frieza turned to face Naba, his smile unwavering, but his gaze now held a chill. Moreover, if I were to die, who would deal with scum like you that bullies young girls? Vegeta, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, sensed the shift in energy and slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes fixed intently on Frieza, the scouter displaying the same reading of 8,000. His fingers curled slightly, his tone laced with icy disdain. Frieza, hiding on this lowly planet, you've been absent from the squad for a year. Are you truly so cowardly to avoid returning? Do you believe I won't snap your neck and take your corpse back for a report? Frieza raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Vegeta. Vegeta, do you also deem me worthless? Vegeta snorted dismissively, his eyes brimming with contempt. Hiding on a backwater planet, barely surviving. Is that not the very definition of worthless? Your combat power at 8,000 is slightly enhanced, yet you remain garbage in my presence. He turned to Naba, gesturing with his chin. Naba, deal with him. Don't waste time. We need to uncover what Frieza has been up to this past year. Naba's usual combat power stood at 4,000, but when he unleashed his full strength, he could match Frieza's 8,000. With a rush of excitement, Naba could no longer contain himself and exploded with energy. Pale blue energy waves erupted from him, cracking the ground beneath like a spider's web, shattering the windows of nearby buildings, the shards raining down. His combat power rapidly soared on the scouter, quickly matching Frieza's reading of 8,000. Frieza, I advise you not to resist. Your level of power is something I can handle in just a few moves. Naba clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Frieza, arms crossed, observed Naba's theatrics, his smile unwavering. Oh? Then by all means, do try. Seeking death. Naba roared, inhaling sharply, his chest swelling before he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a blinding white beam, his signature move. The beam, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged toward Frieza, scorching the air and carving a deep trench into the ground. Vegeta stood by, arms crossed, his expression indifferent. To him, this attack was sufficient to obliterate Frieza. With 8,000 combat power, he could not withstand Naba's full-force assault and would likely suffer severe injury. However, as the smoke cleared, Vegeta's brow slightly furrowed. Amidst the swirling smoke, Latizi stood resolutely in place, his hair untouched by disarray. He brushed away non-existent dust from his shoulders, his tone laced with mockery. Naba, your tricks remain as predictable as ever. Aside from your loud voice, they are utterly ineffectual. Naba's eyes reddened with fury. He had clearly witnessed the beam strike its target. How could Latizi emerge unscathed? Impossible. You must have employed some sort of trick. He bellowed, rushing forward, his fists slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed at Latizi's face. Latizi deftly sidestepped, his wrist twisting to firmly grasp Naba's arm. Their limbs collided, a shock wave erupting, causing the ground beneath them to sink several centimeters under their combined force. Naba's other fist followed suit, but Latizi released his grip and leapt back, evading the blow. With a nimble push off the ground, he circled behind Naba, driving his elbow forcefully into Naba's back. Naba grunted in pain, turning to retaliate with another punch. The two engaged in a fierce struggle in the open space, the sound of flesh meeting flesh ringing ceaselessly, as the shockwaves sent nearby flower beds tumbling and scattered debris everywhere. Hiding behind a flower bed, Chi-Chi watched in terror, sensing Latizi's movements becoming increasingly swift and agile, while Naba gradually fell to the disadvantage, his arrogance giving way to anxiety. Vegeta's expression shifted. Initially believing this to be a one-sided massacre, he soon realized something was amiss. Latizi's aura remained remarkably stable, unaffected by the intensity of the battle. He consistently evaded Naba's attacks, and even found openings to counter. A display of prowess far beyond the expected 8,000 battle power. This fellow. Vegeta's fingers twitched, his scouter steadfastly aimed at the two, the numbers still reading 8,000. Yet Latizi's exhibited strength clearly surpassed this figure. After a prolonged struggle, Naba had yet to land a single hit on Latizi, and instead, he found himself panting heavily. Realizing he was outmatched, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly leaped back, rapidly forming a series of hand signs. Die! Naba roared, his palms gathering a pale blue energy wave, one after another, unleashing dozens of energy blasts towards Latizi. The waves spiraled momentarily in the air before descending upon Latizi like a torrential storm. This was a technique he had learned from Vegeta. Though not as refined as Vegeta's execution, its sheer volume and wide coverage left little room for evasion. Finally resorting to genuine power, Latizi observed the approaching energy waves, his earlier mockery tempered by a newfound composure. He stood firm, neither dodging nor gathering energy for defense, simply closing his eyes slowly. The energy waves enveloped him in an instant, a colossal explosion resonating across the open ground, debris soaring into the sky as the entire building trembled. As if on the brink of collapse, Naba gasped for breath, supporting himself on his knees, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Humph, a waste is still a waste. Even with a boost in power, you cannot escape this move. Before his words could fully escape, a calm voice emerged from the dissipating smoke. Naba, you're rather pathetic. Looking so imposing, yet turning out to be a coward. Naba's smile froze upon his face. As the smoke gradually cleared, Latizi reappeared, now enveloped in a faint red mist that seemed to flow around him with a life of its own. His gaze sharpened, his previously relaxed posture straightened, and his entire demeanor transformed. Kaioken. Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock, his fists clenched tightly, accompanied by a faint click from the scouter. The previously stagnant reading of 8,000 was now wildly fluctuating, finally stabilizing at 16,000. A twofold increase in battle power? He rasped out a few words, the depths of his dark eyes stirring for the first time. Scions possess a far more acute perception of battle power than any scouter. He could distinctly sense that Latizi's aura was not merely a surge, but a compression and doubling of energy through some technique. The power shrouded in red mist far more substantial than the displayed figure. Naba's earlier confidence was swiftly replaced by panic as he staggered back, his voice trembling. 16,000? How is this possible when you only had 8,000? What trickery is this? Latizi offered no reply, merely rolling his shoulders, the red mist rippling with his movement. The rubble beneath his feet gently shifting. He halted 3 steps before Naba, his eyes icy as he remarked, weren't you quite bold when bullying women? Why the trembling now? You're talking nonsense. Naba shouted defiantly, gathering energy once more, the pale blue sphere flickering uncertainly in his palms. Don't get too cocky. It's merely 16,000 battle power. I am a warrior seasoned by countless battles alongside Prince Vegeta. How could I fear you? Before he could finish his boast, Latizi's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Naba barely registered a blur before a searing hand clasped around his throat. The heat emanating from the red mist penetrated his battle suit, scorching his skin, sending waves of numbness coursing through him. The energy sphere in Naba's hand disintegrated instantly, and he was lifted off the ground, his feet flailing futilely as he emitted only gasping sounds. Seasoned by countless battles? Latizi's voice whispered mockingly in his ear, devoid of any jest, only coldness. Your so-called battles consist of preying on those weaker than you, resorting to violence against women? With a sudden increase of pressure, a sharp crack resounded as Naba's battle suit crumpled under Latizi's grip, pain radiating through his chest. Latizi hurled him to the ground, Naba crashing like a discarded sack onto the concrete, stirring a cloud of dust. Before Naba could rise, Latizi's knee pressed heavily against his back, pinning him down. The red mist seeped into Naba's body, disrupting his attempt to gather energy. Did you not wish to snap my neck? Latizi leaned closer, his voice devoid of mockery, filled only with frost. Here's your chance. Rise and try. Naba's body ached as if disassembled, each breath pulling at his ribs with excruciating pain. He struggled to turn, but the weight of Latizi's knee held him steadfast, immovable. He could sense that Latizi was not exerting full strength. Rather, he toyed with him, like a cat with a mouse, methodically crushing Naba's arrogance. As Latizi intensified his grip, Naba finally sensed the chilling breath of death encroaching, his consciousness beginning to fade as his injuries worsened. From behind the flower bed, Chi-Chi clutched her clothing tightly, her heart racing as she witnessed the scene unfold. Devoid of any sense of vindication, only fear, she realized how much leeway Latizi had afforded her when he shielded her. Had he chosen to act against her in the same manner as Naba, she might not have survived even with the Senzu-beans. Such strength, such charisma. Chi-Chi was utterly captivated by Latizi's commanding prowess. Vegeta remained still, arms crossed, yet a burning battle spirit ignited within his dark eyes. He focused intently on the red mist enveloping Latizi, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his arm. This technique of doubling battle power was entirely unfamiliar to him. What had Latizi encountered over the past year? Latizi, Vegeta suddenly interjected, his voice shattering the tense standoff. Do not waste time on him. Latizi raised his gaze to Vegeta, the red mist swirling around him. What? Are you concerned for your subordinate? You were not so considerate when I was in your service. He is unworthy. Vegeta let out a cold snort and took 2 steps forward, a pale purple aura beginning to coalesce around him, denser and heavier than that of Naba. The cracks in the ground widened under the force of this energy. I am more intrigued by your methods. What is the name of the technique that doubles your battle power? Raditz shifted his knee off Naba's back, standing up and forcefully kicking Naba onto the nearby lawn. Naba, clearly on the brink of collapse, lacked the strength to speak and stared intently at Raditz. While the crimson mist surrounding Raditz receded somewhat, it still lingered around him. He observed the intensifying aura emanating from Vegeta, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Wanna know? Defeat me first. Suddenly, Vegeta's aura erupted, enveloping half the playground in a burst of pale purple light, causing the glass of the surrounding school buildings to shatter violently. And even the distant trees bent under the pressure of the energy wave. The readings on the scouter skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 12,000, continuing to climb. Defeat you? Vegeta's gaze was sharp as a blade. Even if you possess a battle power of 16,000, it is insufficient before me. Raditz ceased to speak, the crimson mist thickening once more as he spread his feet apart and assumed a combat stance. His energy sank deep, the red aura coursing through his limbs, each breath making the air around them heavier. Kiki, hiding behind a flower bed, instinctively covered her mouth. She could sense that the combined energy of these 2 individuals was more terrifying than anything she had ever encountered, akin to 2 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, capable of overturning the entire school with a mere clash. On a distant hill, Bardock furrowed his brow tighter. Vegeta is serious now. His base battle power is at least 18,000, and when unleashed, it could reach 20,000. It was evident that Bardock and the others were quietly observing the situation unfold, as Vegeta was the first minor boss in the original Dragon Ball Z. Bardock genuinely worried that Raditz might falter. My brother's Kaioken doubles to 16,000. That should suffice, right? Son Goku clenched his fists, his tone tinged with concern. Jin shook her head gently. Vegeta will not be that simple. He is the prince of the Scions and surely has hidden cards. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, focusing on the distant purple energy wave. Moreover, Vegeta's aura is stable, unlike Nappa's, which was erratic. If Raditz wishes to win, he may need to employ an even higher multiplier of Kaioken. On the open ground, Vegeta took the initiative. His pale purple form dashed towards Raditz like a bolt of lightning, his fist slicing through the air with a deafening roar aimed directly at Raditz's face. His speed was more than double that of Nappa, and the energy encasing his fist was as sharp as a blade, cleaving through the surrounding crimson mist. Raditz sidestepped the attack while raising his hand to block Vegeta's subsequent strikes. Their fists collided in midair with a thunderous sound, the shockwave radiating outward, causing the ground to tremble violently and split open. Raditz felt a tingling in his arm. Vegeta's strength exceeded his expectations. His battle power of 18,000 was far more solid than the scouter indicated. Interesting. Vegeta grinned, exposing his sharp canines as his offensive intensified. The pale purple figure danced around Raditz, delivering punches, knee strikes, and elbow blows with deadly precision. Each attack was swift and lethal, and soon both combatants had exchanged hundreds of blows. Raditz did not dare to underestimate his opponent, enveloping himself in crimson mist and relying on the speed and power granted by Kaioken to barely keep pace with Vegeta. Their figures moved rapidly across the open space, the sound of their energies clashing resonating continuously, while the surrounding structures were battered by the energy waves, walls crumbling and raising clouds of dust. Kiki, hidden behind the flower bed, watched with bated breath, her eyes fixed on the entangled figures, silently praying for Raditz's victory. She understood that Raditz was not only fighting for himself, but for all of humanity. If Vegeta triumphed, many would face danger as she had just moments ago. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. He had anticipated that his battle power of 18,000 would easily overpower Raditz. However, after dozens of exchanges, Raditz remained unyielding. The opponent's movements were exceptionally agile, consistently evading his strikes at critical moments, and his aura remained unwavering, undisturbed by the intensity of the battle. "What kind of technique are you using?" Vegeta roared, his hands swiftly forming a seal in front of his chest as a pale purple energy wave began to gather in his palms. "Taste this." Dozens of energy waves surged towards Raditz, covering all his escape routes. This was Vegeta's version of the prince's technique, more accurate, denser, and more powerful than Nappa's. "Die." Raditz's expression hardened, no longer evading. He took a deep breath, the crimson mist around him thickening once again as his battle power surged. The readings on Vegeta's scouter leapt past 16,000, climbing towards 18,000 and 20,000. "Triple Kaioken," Raditz roared, channeling red energy into his hands and unleashing a massive energy wave that collided with Vegeta's multitude of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook with the immense explosions, plumes of dust rising into the sky, forming numerous small mushroom clouds. Surrounding buildings were instantly flattened, and even the distant hills could feel the tremors. As the dust began to settle, the two figures re-emerged on the open ground. Raditz appeared relatively unscathed, the crimson mist around him somewhat diminished. Although he could push his Kaioken to 8 times its normal power, it was clear that even triple Kaioken was taxing on his body. Vegeta's condition, however, was far worse. His battle suit was torn in several places, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. "You can actually triple your battle power? 24,000 points. How is that possible?" Raditz gasped for breath, wiping sweat from his brow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not just triple, Vegeta. The battle power you take pride in is nothing but trivial in my eyes." Vegeta stared at the red digits on the scouter indicating 24,000. His knuckles whitening as the fabric of his battle suit wrinkled under pressure. He had never imagined that this waste, previously beneath his notice, could amplify his battle power to 24,000, surpassing his own limits. If this continued, he would truly find himself defeated on this inferior planet. "Damn it," Vegeta cursed under his breath, leaping back 5 meters to create a safe distance from Raditz. No longer concealing his intent, he raised his right arm slightly, palm facing the sky, as pale purple energy began to pulsate in his hand. This was the unique fluctuation of the Bur's energy wave, carrying a strange frequency that could stimulate the Scion genes. Raditz keenly sensed the anomaly in this energy. the crimson mist tightening around him once more as he clenched his fists. The Burr's energy wave? Are you trying to create an artificial moon? As a fellow scion, he was well aware that the key to transforming into a great ape lay in the formation of a bull's wave that mimicked the moon's reflection in the sky. Even in the absence of a true moon, this phenomenon could trigger the transformation. However, he had yet to master this ability, as it was reserved for elite warriors. A cold smile crept across Vegeta's lips as the energy in his palm surged dramatically. Only now do you realize? It is too late. As his words fell, a blinding beam of pale violet light shot from his hand, piercing the heavens. Raditz attempted to intervene, for Vegeta's base power was 18,000. If he unleashed the artificial moon and transformed into a giant ape, his power would multiply tenfold, reaching 180,000, rendering Raditz powerless against him. Just as Raditz positioned himself in front of Vegeta, the beam pierced through the clouds, exploding into a violet orb of light with a diameter of 100 meters. The surface of the orb rippled, resembling a miniature moon, casting an eerie glow that bathed the entire battlefield in shades of violet. At that moment, Vegeta cast a swift glance at the artificial moon. Far in the distance, Bardock suddenly stood up, his expression shifting dramatically. He was not concerned about Vegeta's power multiplying tenfold. Rather, he feared that if he transformed into a giant ape himself, he might lose control of his senses. Raditz was acutely aware of his own tail, 3 years prior. In an attempt to escape capture, he had severed it with a dagger, rendering him unable to transform into a great ape, and now he could only withstand Vegeta's transformation. Meanwhile, Bardock and his companions, being farther away, absorbed the bull's wave at a lower frequency and did not transform into giant apes. On the battlefield, Vegeta had already begun his transformation. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as his muscles inflated like balloons, black fur sprouting from his neck and spreading across his body. In an instant, he towered over 10 meters, morphing into a broad-shouldered giant ape. His crimson eyes fixated on Raditz, his mouth twisted into a grin that revealed rows of sharp fangs, and a low growl emanated from his throat, each breath exuding a scorching heat. Raditz's scouter emitted frantic beeping, the reading skyrocketing to a terrifying figure, 180,000. Gasping, Raditz felt cold sweat break out on his back. Instinctively, he touched the small scar on his lower back, a remnant of a time years ago when he had been beaten senseless by grunts in Frieza's training camp. Aware that his tail was a weakness, he had severed it during his training on King Kai's planet. Yet now, having relinquished that vulnerability, he found himself in a dire situation. The great ape Vegeta lifted his foot and brought it crashing down upon Raditz. The ground was crushed into a deep pit several meters wide. Debris scattering as shockwaves sent the surrounding ruins flying. Raditz rolled to the side with all his might, narrowly avoiding the foot, but the shockwave struck his back, sending him tumbling over 10 meters, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground as his battle suit tore apart, seeping crimson. Coughing, Raditz propped himself up, blood trickling from his mouth, and his vision began to blur. He knew he could not wait any longer. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a surge of red mist, exponentially more potent than before, distorting the air around him as debris floated in the raging winds. 180,000, is it? I never imagined Raditz, would face such power. He realized he could no longer hide his strength. He had to go all out, or he might perish here. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock and the others were watching from a distance, while all his focus remained on Vegeta, leaving him oblivious to the energy radiating from afar. As Raditz felt the intensity of his energy multiply, fourfold, fivefold, sixfold, his teeth ground together, muscles bulging. With every increase in his Kaioken, it felt as though a hammer was striking his body, causing his insides to tremble. Sevenfold, eightfold Kaioken. As he shouted the last two words, the red mist transformed into tangible flames that enveloped him, even his hair standing on end from the force of the energy. The scouter's readings soared, ultimately stopping at 64,000, his current limit. Any further increase would rupture his veins under the strain of the Kaioken. Die. Raditz clasped his hands together and thrust them forward, unleashing a red energy wave as thick as a barrel, roaring through the air toward the great ape Vegeta's chest. This strike embodied the full force of his eightfold Kaioken, carving a deep trench in the ground as it passed, and snapping trees in half. Yet, the great ape Vegeta merely waved a paw dismissively. A pale violet wave erupted from his palm, effortlessly dispersing Raditz' red energy wave as if swatting a fly. The residual force swept across the ground, leaving an even deeper scar, while the fur on the giant ape remained undisturbed, and his disdainful gaze showed no signs of diminishing. What? Raditz's pupils constricted, his heart sinking. Before he could react, the giant ape's fist struck with the sound of a gale. Boom! The fist slammed into Raditz's chest, and he could distinctly hear the cracking of his ribs. In the next moment, his body flew like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing through two dilapidated buildings before landing heavily in a patch of grass, sending up a cloud of debris and dirt. A spray of blood stained the grass, turning a large swath of green-crimson. Lying there, Raditz felt as though his insides had been displaced, devoid of the strength to raise his hand, merely watching as the shadow of the giant ape loomed closer. The great ape Vegeta strode toward the grass, each step shaking the ground and flattening the grass beneath him. His crimson eyes glinted with malice as his growl grew ever louder, clearly intent on annihilation. Is this it? Raditz's mind buzzed, darkness encroaching on his vision. He could hear the giant ape's footsteps drawing nearer and catch the scent of a beastly musk. In the distance, Chi-Chi was horrified by the scene. Oh my god! How did that terrifying figure suddenly transform into a giant ape? This towering figure seems to be on the verge of defeat. What should I do? What should I do? Chi-Chi stomped her feet in agitation, desperate to rush in, yet knowing that such an action would mean certain death, leaving her only to fret in place. Raditz clenched his fists. No, I cannot die like this. He had yet to witness Frieza's defeat, had not seen Linger marry, had not experienced the pride of fatherhood, had not cared for his mother properly, and had not had a fair match with his younger brother, Sun Wukong. Just then, Bardock's voice echoed from afar. This is bad. We must help Raditz. With that, Bardock prepared to charge forward, unwilling to watch his eldest son suffer grievously. However, Raditz thought, Father is watching me. No, I must fight back. I cannot be defeated like this. This is my first battle on Earth. I cannot afford to embarrass myself. I must stand my ground. I am the elder brother. I cannot be looked down upon by Wukong and Linger. With gritted teeth, Raditz's fingers searched the ground until they found a sharp shard of rock. He plunged it into his thigh, the pain jolting him back to clarity. His mind raced as he scanned the sky, where the artificial moon still glowed, formed by the bull's wave. If he could destroy it, Vegeta would revert to his normal state. As Bardock and the others were halfway to him, Raditz activated his scouter and spoke remotely. Dad, you don't need to come. I have a plan to deal with him. You need not worry about me. Bardock halted in his tracks, his expression one of surprise, and the others followed suit. Could this boy truly manage? Bardock truly hesitated. He was genuinely concerned about his eldest son. At that moment, Late Eyes, with a sudden thought igniting within his mind, immediately sprang into action. He suppressed the excruciating pain, quietly positioning his hands at his sides, palms facing outward in different directions. The crimson energy gathered in his palms without emitting a single ray of light. He compressed the energy to its utmost limit, ensuring that even the surrounding blades of grass remained undisturbed, all in an effort to avoid attracting Vegeta's attention. The great ape loomed ever closer, its shadow casting over the entire patch of grass, and Late Eyes could even feel the tremors from its massive feet striking the ground. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Now? Late Eyes abruptly rolled over, launching both hands forward. Two slender, yet concentrated waves of red energy shot from his palms, one aimed at the great ape's eyes. Not to inflict harm, but merely to divert its attention, the other surged skyward at a greater speed, targeting the artificial moon created by the Buertzi light waves. The great ape sensed the threat at its knee and impatiently kicked the energy wave aside, the gust from its foot causing Late Eyes to stagger. Yet, that half-second delay allowed the other energy wave to collide with the artificial moon. Boom. The violet orb shattered like glass, dispersing into countless specks of light in the air. With the stimulation from the Buertzi light waves disrupted, the great ape's body began to visibly shrink, its black fur receding, muscles atrophying, and swollen bones cracking back into place. Soon reverting to Vegeta's normal form, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Vegeta lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face as pale as a sheet. The transformation into the great ape had already drained most of his strength, and with the artificial moon forcibly destroyed, the backlash of energy left his veins throbbing in pain. He lacked even the strength to lift a finger. forced to watch helplessly as a figure staggered toward him from the grass. Late Eyes propped himself up against a nearby tree, trembling from the aftereffects of the eightfold Kaioken technique. Each breath tugged painfully at his chest, the broken ribs feeling as though knives were stabbing him. Yet he dared not pause. Gathering the last remnants of energy in his right hand, his fist enveloped in a faint red glow, he struck fiercely at Vegeta's abdomen. At that moment, Late Eyes possessed a power of 6,000, while Vegeta, suffering from the energy backlash, could muster only 4,000. Thud! His fist landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered internal organs. His body curled up like a shrimp, the pride and ferocity in his eyes swiftly replaced by agony. As he gasped for breath, emitting a wheezing sound, Late Eyes did not relent. He followed up with a kick to Vegeta's back, pinning him firmly to the ground. Vegeta's aura weakened significantly, the readings on the scouter plummeting to 1,000, lower than that of a standard Frieza Force soldier. Late Eyes withdrew his foot and took a step back, gathering energy in both hands once more. The red energy wave grew brighter in his palms, illuminating his cold gaze. He looked down at the barely conscious Vegeta, recalling how, during their time in the Frieza Force, Vegeta had trampled on his training achievements, deriding him as worthless in front of everyone. He remembered the cruelty of Vegeta's transformation into the Great Ape, the countless humiliations he had endured like a dog. Late Eyes let out a gentle sigh. His voice bore no warmth, the energy wave in his palms shining intensely. Vegeta, in your next life, strive to be a better person. Farewell, Prince. Late Eyes' right palm brimmed with a red energy wave, glowing like a searing iron, the brightness spilling through his fingers, causing the air around it to warp slightly from the heat. Vegeta lay on the ground, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth, the wound on his back continuing to bleed, mingling with dirt to form a dark red scab. On Late Eyes' scouter screen, Vegeta's power level of 1,000 flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind. Farewell, Prince. I have triumphed. Late Eyes' voice dripped with coldness as he advanced his arms slightly forward, the energy wave grazing Vegeta's neck hair. In that instant, a shadow darted through the air, so swift it left an afterimage. The next moment, a calloused hand firmly clasped his shoulder. Cease your actions, my son. The familiar voice caused Late Eyes to freeze, the energy wave in his palm fading like a punctured balloon. He turned to see Bardock standing beside him. His iconic battle attire still dusted with remnants from their earlier skirmish, his gaze devoid of the usual harshness found during training. Instead softened in a way Late Eyes had never witnessed before. Bardock gently patted Late Eyes on the shoulder. You did well, truly worthy of being my son. Late Eyes' throat tightened. Indeed, since arriving on Earth, he had grown accustomed to hearing his father say he must work harder than Wugo. You are the eldest, yet your strength is the weakest among the three siblings. Do not disgrace the Science. Yet Late Eyes had never heard a single word of praise. Well done, my son. These words struck his heart, more poignant than defeating Vegeta, causing his eyes to sting. His hand, still charged with energy, slowly fell, the last flicker of red light dissipating in the wind. However, he could not help but glance back at Vegeta, who had always treated him as worthless during their time in the Frieza Force and had just attempted to kill him. Leaving him alive was a potential threat. Bardock raised his hand, patting Late Eyes' arm, pointing to a nearby stone bench still bearing the remnants of their battle. You have just endured the backlash of the eightfold Kaioken. With 2 broken ribs, go rest for a while. I shall handle this situation. His tone held no fluctuation, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. Late Eyes had no choice but to endure the dull pain in his chest and, step by step, move to sit on the stone bench. His eyes never leaving the center of the arena, eager to witness how his father would deal with these 2 ruffians. Bardock turned, his gaze fixed upon Vegeta and Naba. Before the 2 could recover from their shock, he raised his right hand slightly, and 2 transparent energy tendrils suddenly wrapped around their necks, as if gripped by invisible hands, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Naba panicked, flailing his limbs and shouting, Bardock, you are alive. Bardock, release us. We are all Science. You cannot treat us this way. Vegeta remained somewhat composed, but as the energy tightened around his neck, his face gradually flushed, fear reflected in his eyes for the first time. He recognized Bardock. During their time on Vegeta's star, this lower-class warrior's father exuded an unmatched ferocity. Yet he could hardly believe that this man had not only survived, but had become so formidable. You are alive. Vegeta's voice trembled, not from fear, but disbelief. When the Vegeta star exploded, he had been on Vegeta, had he not? Bardock's lips curled into a cold smirk, loosening the energy grip just enough to allow them to breathe freely. Not only did I survive, but I am flourishing far better than you. Moreover, my power level has soared to heights you could scarcely imagine. He paused, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, before slowly revealing the staggering number. To be frank, my power level is 3. 5 million. 5 million. Nabea's scream nearly shattered eardrums. As he crashed to the ground, he broke his scouter. Yet his mind remained clear. Frieza's base power level was only 530,000. What did a power level of 5 million signify? That was a legendary tier. His jaw dropped, eyes wide, forgetting to struggle. Vegeta's mind buzzed, as if struck by a hammer. He had always aspired to surpass Frieza, yet the number 5 million obliterated his ambitions. He showed no concern for whether Vegeta's star was destroyed by Frieza or for the grievances of the Science. He only recognized strength, believing that the powerful were worthy of allegiance. The 5 million power level of Bardock was evidently more valuable than that of Frieza. The destruction of Vegeta's star, he recalled, was not due to a meteor impact. Bardock's voice turned cold, laced with a hint of teeth-gritting hatred. It was Frieza's doing. He feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, so he took advantage of their unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack and obliterated Vegeta's star. I was ambushed by his subordinate, Dodoria, and gravely injured, barely escaping with my life to Earth. For the past 20 years, I have trained relentlessly, pushing myself to the brink of death, all for the day I could return and rend him to pieces. That Na was trembling, filled with both anger and shame, his face shifting from pale to flushed. That bastard Frieza. We have been serving the enemy who slaughtered our kin for so many years. Vegeta remained silent, fixated on Bardock, rapidly calculating in his mind. By submitting to Bardock, he could not only survive but also learn stronger techniques. Waiting for the opportunity to surpass Bardock once he had vanquished Frieza, reclaiming his rightful place as the strongest in the universe. This was indeed a feasible plan. Now, I present you with two choices. Bardock's voice pulled the two from their thoughts. He raised his wrist as if counting down time. First, submit to me, become my subordinate. And together we shall return to the Frieza army to annihilate Frieza and his minions. Second, death. His gaze swept over them, tinged with mockery. I grant you 10 seconds to deliberate. Do not be the pathetic fools who, with their parents slain by the enemy, still grovel at the feet of their oppressors. The countdown echoed like a hammer, striking at Na's heart. He glanced at Bardock's icy gaze, and then at the calculating Vegeta beside him, gritting his teeth. Death meant losing everything. Following Bardock at least offered the chance for revenge. Vegeta, however, spoke first, his voice tinged with reluctant submission, lacking the pride he once held. I am willing to submit. Upon hearing Vegeta acquiesce, Na hurriedly followed suit. I too am willing. I submit to you, Bardock. A slight smile tugged at Bardock's lips as he relaxed his energy. The two fell to the ground, their knees hitting the gravel painfully, grimacing yet daring not to utter a word of complaint, merely gasping for breath. But before they could recover, Bardock suddenly waved his hand, and two pale blue energy waves shot from his palm, like small serpents, piercing into the backs of Na and Vegeta. Before they could react, Bardock snapped his fingers. Ah! Na screamed in agony, his body convulsing on the ground as if countless red-hot needles were stabbing into his insides, tears and snot streaming down his face. Vegeta fared little better, his face ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth to suppress a scream, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging on the back of his hands. What are you doing? Na howled in pain. Bardock, we have submitted. Bardock strolled leisurely to his front, looking down at him from a height, his eyes devoid of warmth. I am pleased that you submit to me. However, I am not fond of the tone in which you speak to me. His gaze swept over the two. Now what should you call me? Na, his vision darkening from the pain, dared not defy him. After 2 seconds, he couldn't help but shout, Master, Master, we were wrong, we truly were. Vegeta, too, could no longer hold out. His throat moved, his voice hoarse like sandpaper against wood. Master. Bardock snapped his fingers once more. Instantly, the excruciating pain dissipated. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their backs soaked with cold sweat, their faces even worse than after being struck by ray ties, as though they had just returned from the gates of death. I have implanted my energy within you. Bardock crouched down, observing their ashen faces. His tone was calm, yet menacing. This energy lies dormant within your veins. With but a thought, it can explode, reducing you to mere pulp. He paused, adding, "You may sever it if your battle power exceeds mine by twofold. Unlike Frieza, I train relentlessly to enhance my strength. With your current state, you will likely never surpass me." Na and Vegeta hung their heads, rendered speechless. They understood that from this moment forth, they were mere puppets of Bardock, with no avenue for rebellion. How cursed this fate! Meanwhile, Raytais leaned against a stone bench, just about to rub his aching chest when he heard hurried footsteps. He looked up to see Chi-Chi, hastily approaching, her white dress speckled with mud, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" Chi-Chi knelt beside him, cautiously inspecting his chest, then glancing at the blood at the corner of his mouth. Her eyes filled with worry. "I nearly died when I saw you being thrown by that big gorilla. Who are you? How could you possibly fight such a monster?" Raytais was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they were strangers to each other. "Ah well, it is true that I have only recently arrived on Earth and have not met many besides my father and a few acquaintances." Unable to resist, he chuckled, his signature crooked smile appearing as he wiped the blood from his mouth. "I am Raytais. This injury is nothing. We Scions can endure quite a bit." "Scion." Chi-Chi blinked, puzzled, before recalling something and pointing towards Bardock in the distance. "By the way, how do you know that Uncle Bardock?" "I have seen him a few times at Bulma's estate. He seems to be the second largest shareholder of Capsule Corporation." She regarded Raytais with curiosity. "Uncle Bardock is said to be the second wealthiest man on the fortune list, and he's the father of Sun Wukong. Do you know him? The champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament." Chi-Chi chattered like a lark. Raytais raised an eyebrow, grinning to reveal a hint of white teeth. "He is my father." "What?" Chi-Chi's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if an apple could fit inside, forgetting to twist the hem of her dress. "Uncle Bardock is your father? So you are Sun Wukong's brother?" Raytais nodded, finding her astonishment amusing. "Yes, Wukong is my second brother. Do you know him? Are you close friends?" "What a coincidence." Chi-Chi's expression suddenly darkened, like the moon obscured by clouds. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting her dress, her voice softening, tinged with an imperceptible sadness. "Well, I know Sun Wukong. We have met a few times, but we are not very close. We are friends." After a pause, she took a deep breath before continuing. "But it's all right. You don't have to let him come see me. Sun Wukong is already married. It would be inconvenient for me to meet with him." Raytais was taken aback, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, I see. I should have asked more clearly. My apologies." "It's fine." Chi-Chi shook her head, lifting her gaze, her eyes regaining their usual brightness. Looking at Raytais, she offered a grateful smile. "And I must thank you. When that bald giant named Na attacked me, I had no means to defend myself. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I truly would have perished at his hands." Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment before saying, "May I have your contact information? I would like to express my gratitude to you someday." Raditz did not refuse. Instead, he retrieved a small black device from his pocket, a state-of-the-art Earth communicator gifted to him by Bardock a few days prior. It was notably thinner than a regular phone and shock-resistant. He unlocked the screen and displayed a QR code, saying, "Sure, go ahead and scan it." Eagerly, Chi-Chi took out her phone, scanned the code, added him as a friend, and whimsically renamed the contact to Raditz's big brother. After adding him, she glanced at the wound on Raditz's chest, frowning slightly. "By the way, with such a serious injury, shouldn't you go to the hospital? I can accompany you, and I'll cover the medical expenses." Raditz waved her off and produced a vibrant green bean from another pocket, its surface gleaming slightly. "No need for a hospital. This will suffice," he stated, popping the magical bean into his mouth, chewing it a couple of times before swallowing. Within mere seconds of ingesting it, his wounds began to heal at a visible pace. The dull pain in his chest dissipated, and even the previously fractured ribs felt normal again, his body brimming with vitality. He flexed his arms and leaped about, feeling perfectly fine. Chi-Chi watched in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she could fit 2 eggs inside. "Wow, what is this? It's so miraculous. You had such severe injuries just now, and they healed instantly." Suddenly, she recalled her own experience of being severely injured by that bald giant, and how she too had recovered immediately after consuming the same bean he had given her. "This is a Xiando, a treasure from our land that can heal all wounds and restore energy," Raditz explained briefly, opting not to elaborate further, as it was best kept secret. Chi-Chi nodded, half understanding, and smiled at Raditz, saying, "Regardless, you saved me and shielded me from danger. I must properly thank you. How about I treat you to a meal? There's a barbecue place nearby that serves exceptionally delicious food. I frequent it often." Raditz pondered for a moment, realizing he had no pressing matters at the moment. Vegeta and Nappa were under their father's watchful eye and could not escape. He nodded. "All right, then I shall trouble you." Just then, Bardock approached, followed closely by a dejected Nappa and Vegeta, who appeared utterly dispirited. "Dad, Chi-Chi and I are going out to grab a bite. We'll be back later," Raditz informed Bardock. Bardock glanced at Chi-Chi, then at Raditz, contemplating. "Hey, my eldest son seems unexpectedly capable. I was just thinking about whether to arrange a marriage for this boy." After a moment of thought, Bardock nodded. "Be careful and don't cause any trouble. I'll take these two home for now, and when you return, we'll discuss how to deal with Frieza." "Understood," Raditz replied, turning to follow Chi-Chi toward the street. As they walked, Chi-Chi animatedly told Raditz, "The beef tongue at that barbecue place is incredibly delicious, and they have pork belly grilled to perfection. Just dip it in some sauce, and it's divine. By the way, can you handle spicy food? Their spicy sauce is quite authentic." Listening to her chattering voice, Raditz couldn't help but smile. The sun cast long shadows over them, while in the distance, the remnants of the battlefield stood, the scent of blood gradually being carried away by the wind. Raditz realized that from this day forward, his days on Earth would no longer be monotonous. He had a vengeful Frieza to confront, people to protect, and a newly acquainted, somewhat charming friend. Chapter 70, Raditz's Date, Part 2. As Chi-Chi pushed open the glass door of the barbecue restaurant, the sizzling aroma of oil mixed with the scent of charred meat enveloped them, refreshing Raditz's perception of food. He had never encountered such a vibrant array of skewered meats glistening on a metal platter. Although he had lived at Bulma's mansion for 6 months, he had never visited such a local eatery. Although he had eaten barbecue before, it was markedly different from what he was experiencing now, as it was always served to him by the butler. Sit here, sit here." Chi-Chi pulled him toward a window-side booth. Her white dress slightly speckled with grass remnants from their earlier tussle, yet it did not diminish the sparkle in her eyes. This seat offered a view of the grill, where the chef's deft movements were impressive. As soon as Raditz sat down, a waiter arrived with a metal platter containing evenly sliced beef tongue, diaphragm with connective tissue, and cubed pork belly. Chi-Chi picked up a pair of tongs and poked at the beef tongue, beaming at him. "We should grill this first. The edges need to curl up, and it tastes best dipped in sea salt." Watching her skillfully handle the skewers, Raditz noticed oil splattering onto her hand, prompting her to retract it with a yelp, yet her gaze remained fixated on the meat. Suddenly, he was reminded of his childhood days in the training camp on Planet Vegeta, where he and his companions would sneakily grill wild fruits, always too eager to eat, resulting in painful burns. The sky back then was gray, and even the wind carried a metallic tang. How different it was now, with sunlight streaming through the glass, illuminating Chi-Chi's hair and the sauce on her fingertips, which glimmered warmly. "Why are you dawdling?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, placing the grilled beef tongue into his bowl. "Eat quickly. It'll taste bad if it cools down." Raditz took a bite, the tender meat bursting with flavor, the savory sea salt mingling with the smoky essence of the grill, easing the weight of the earlier battle from his mind. He remained silent, grabbing another piece, only to be playfully chastised by Chi-Chi. "Slow down. There's still plenty left. The diaphragm needs to be wrapped in garlic slices, and the pork belly must be paired with lettuce. Trust me, you won't regret it." For the next half hour, Raditz became Chi-Chi's culinary experiment. She stuffed him with spicy pork belly, watching him grimace from the heat while laughing with crescent-shaped eyes. She then offered him sesame-coated rice balls, declaring them her favorite carbohydrate bomb. As he ate, he listened to her recount the story of the restaurant. The owner had once been a martial arts coach who opened this barbecue place after losing a match, pouring all his skills into perfecting the art of grilling, leading to it becoming the most popular spot in the southern city. By the way, Chi-Chi suddenly set down her tongs and pulled out her phone, shaking it excitedly. "I just booked movie tickets. How about we catch a film after dinner? There's a new romantic movie that has received rave reviews." Raditz nodded, chewing on a rice ball. He had no idea what a romantic movie entailed, but Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes made it impossible to refuse, even more so than winning a battle. As the lights dimmed in the cinema, Raditz stared blankly at the bucket of popcorn in his hands. It was crunchy, excessively sweet, and entirely unlike the compressed biscuits he was accustomed to. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi savored every bite, occasionally feeding him a piece, and whenever her fingers brushed against his lips, he felt his ears heat up. The film began. The protagonists on screen started with cheerful laughter, but soon found themselves embroiled in arguments and tears. Raditz was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend why two people, who clearly cherished each other, would take such convoluted paths. Nor could he understand why the audience around him wept when the female lead shed tears. In the world of science, sorrow was resolved through combat. Victory rendered all troubles moot, unlike this incessant emotional turmoil. It was not until the male lead was struck down by a car while saving the female lead, and she collapsed on him, crying out his name, that Raditz noticed Chi-Chi beside him sniffle. Turning to her, he could see the glimmer of tears in the dim light. Her tissue nearly crumpled in her grip. "Hey, are you all right?" Raditz gently nudged her arm, his voice barely above a whisper. Chi-Chi remained silent, merely shaking her head. Yet her tears flowed more profusely. Suddenly, the female protagonist on the screen, overwhelmed by emotion, nearly stumbled down the staircase. In that fleeting moment, Chi-Chi grasped Rithi's hand tightly. Rithi froze, feeling the warmth of her small hand, which carried a hint of popcorn sweetness, gripping him as if it were a lifeline. His heart raced faster than during his battles with Vegeta, his mind a whirlwind of confusion as he pondered whether to withdraw his hand or allow her to hold on. Stealing a glance at Chi-Chi, he noticed her eyes were glued to the screen, tears streaming down her cheeks, oblivious to her grip on him. Rithi swallowed hard and gradually relaxed his fingers, even daring to reciprocate her hold for a brief moment, akin to touching molten lava, before hastily retracting his hand, fearing she might notice. As the film concluded, Chi-Chi's eyes remained red. Rubbing them, she complained to Rithi, "That male lead is so foolish. He could have clarified things earlier instead of regretting it only after the disaster." Rithi nodded, though he barely recalled the plot. His thoughts consumed by the sensation of her hand in his and the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Following Chi-Chi outside, he heard her continue to ramble. "But at least they ended up together, which is a happy ending, right? Rithi, what did you think of the movie?" "Huh." Rithi snapped back to reality, scratching his head. "It was quite good, except there were too many tearful moments. I found it somewhat difficult to comprehend." Chi-Chi paused, then burst into laughter, twirling her spoon. "You truly are an alien. Is it more challenging for you to understand delicate emotional scenes than to engage in combat?" Rithi chuckled as well, genuinely amused. For the first time, he realized there were complexities beyond battle, such as human emotions, the sparkle of tears in Chi-Chi's eyes, and the overwhelming warmth he felt when she grasped his hand. At the entrance of the cinema stood an ice cream shop with a dazzling pink sign. Chi-Chi tugged him inside, pointing to the menu and asking, "Which flavor do you want? Strawberry, chocolate, or matcha?" Rithi surveyed the colorful names on the menu, unable to decipher any of them, and replied, "Something like what you would choose." Chi-Chi ordered 2 strawberry sundaes, adding chocolate sprinkles and colorful candy. When the server presented the sundae, Rithi hesitated for a moment, staring at the frosty pink concoction, before finally scooping a bite into his mouth. The icy sweetness exploded in his mouth, combining a hint of strawberry's tartness with the bitterness of chocolate sprinkles, a peculiar flavor that irresistibly beckoned another bite. Frowning, he took another scoop, only to wince from the cold sensation on his teeth. Chi-Chi laughed heartily, spinning her spoon in her hand. "Take your time. No one is going to snatch it from you. Ice cream is best savored slowly." Rithi nodded, mimicking her approach, taking small bites. He watched Chi-Chi as she enjoyed her ice cream, a bit of pink cream adorning the corner of her mouth, resembling a kitten that had stolen jam. Occasionally licking her tongue, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. In that moment, Rithi was reminded of the female scions on Vegeta, who were strong and had short hair. Their voices booming, fighting harder than men, never shedding tears over a movie or laughing joyously over ice cream like Chi-Chi did. She was utterly different from them, fragile, unable to withstand even a single slap from a ba, prone to tears that reddened her eyes during films, and endlessly chatty. Her voice never ceasing from the Barbie Q restaurant to the cinema. Yet, Rithi found this version of Chi-Chi far more endearing than any powerful female scion. "What are you looking at?" Chi-Chi noticed his gaze and blushed, quickly lowering her head to poke at the strawberries in her sundae. "Is there something on my face?" "No, not at all." Rithi hastily averted his gaze, his heart racing again, merely feeling that the ice cream was quite delightful. Chi-Chi lifted her head, smiling at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Next time, I will bring you to try other flavors, like mango or durian," They are all delicious. Sure, Rithi nodded, his heart warming. For the first time, he began to anticipate future encounters, looking forward to sharing barbecues, watching films, and indulging in various ice cream flavors with Chi-Chi. After finishing their ice cream, the night had fallen. The streetlights illuminated, casting a warm yellow glow that elongated their shadows. Chi-Chi walked ahead, clutching a small rabbit-shaped balloon gifted by the ice cream shop, bouncing along like a child. Rithi followed behind, watching her silhouette, suddenly feeling a sense of peace. The fatigue from his afternoon battle with Vegeta, the anxiety about the impending confrontation with Frieza, and the unpleasant memories from Vegeta seemed to dissolve in the evening breeze, leaving only the lingering sweetness of ice cream and an indescribable flutter in his heart. Rithi, Chi-Chi suddenly halted, turning to face him, the streetlight casting a soft light on her slightly flushed cheeks. "Thank you for accompanying me today. I haven't felt this happy in a long time." Rithi was momentarily taken aback before smiling, his signature crooked grin surfacing. "I should be the one thanking you. The barbecue was delicious, the movie was quite interesting, and the ice cream was delightful." Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, twisting the balloon string between her fingers, her voice soft. "Will we be able to meet often in the future? I want to take you to try many delicious things, like the dorayaki at the corner or the oden in the alley. They are so tasty." "Of course," Rithi replied with certainty, feeling a bit lightheaded at that moment. However, he couldn't quite grasp why he felt this way. He even took a step closer to Chi-Chi, wanting to assure her that as long as she wished, he would be there anytime. Chi-Chi raised her head, her eyes sparkling brightly like stars in the sky. "Really? Then it's settled. Next Saturday morning, I'll take you for dorayaki. The red bean paste is homemade by the owner, sweet but not cloying." "All right, it's a deal." Rithi nodded, unable to suppress his laughter at her joyful expression. The evening breeze gently swept by, carrying the scent of summer. The small rabbit balloon in Chi-Chi's hand swayed in the wind, and as Rithi gazed at her profile, he suddenly felt that Earth was no longer just a temporary refuge, but a place that could provide him warmth. He recalled his father Bardock's words about confronting Frieza and avenging the Scions. During his training on King Kai's planet, he believed this was his sole mission, but now, he had developed a new desire to protect this fragile Earth woman. This leisurely life seemed quite appealing. The evening drew to a close, with Rithi's declaration of feelings and the commotion caused by Dolly. At dusk, within Bulma's estate, as Rithi's boots crunched over the gravel path, he could faintly hear laughter emanating from the main hall, a far cry from the somber atmosphere of a war readiness meeting, resembling a gathering eager to witness his embarrassment. Upon pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, Bulma's lively voice struck him first. "Look who's back, our Scion dating expert. Didn't Chi-Chi invite you to stay for dinner?" Before he could respond, Yamcha chimed in. I noticed Rithi's ears turning red. He must have heard some sweet nothings from Chi-Chi. Even the usually taciturn Tianjin fan nodded along, clutching a tin toy he had just acquired from the Earth Market. Lado's face instantly flushed with warmth, his right hand instinctively scratching the back of his head, the distinctive hard hair of the Scion becoming disheveled. "Stop making a fuss," he protested. His neck stiffened as he defended himself, explaining that he was merely escorting Chi-Chi back to school and had purchased a dessert called sundae that she adored. The more he spoke, the less conviction he felt, especially upon catching sight of Bulma, whose shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter, making him wish he could vanish into the ground. "All right, enough teasing him." Bardock's voice finally broke through, leaning against the wooden chair in the main seat, his fingers pinching a piece of intelligence from the Frieza force. His gaze darkening. "Vegeta, let us discuss serious matters. What updates do we have from Frieza's side?" The clamor abruptly ceased. Vegeta straightened from the corner sofa. The collar of his purple battle suit still dusted from training, he rubbed his brow with a hand, his tone laced with barely concealed irritation. Clearing his throat, he composed himself and replied, "Master, according to the informant I placed in Frieza's logistics department, he intends to finalize the contracts for 6 planets he has for sale before heading to Namek for the Dragon Balls. Based on the trading cycle, we have approximately 6 months of leeway." Bardock tapped his fingers on the intelligence paper, his fingertips tracing the characters for Namek, precisely recalling the narrative in his mind. Frieza, that fellow, always calculating profits above all else, even prioritizing business before seeking the Dragon Balls. He glanced around at the others. 6 months may seem lengthy, but it is quite tight. We must act before him. We must depart within 3 months. 3 months? Krillin gasped. Uncle Bardock, that's incredibly rushed. Not to mention finding the coordinates for Namek. Just constructing a ship capable of interstellar travel will be a monumental task for Dr. Brief. Rushed is precisely the point. Bardock rose, moving to the star map hung on the wall, his fingertip resting on a vague nebula region. Frieza's detectors are more advanced than ours, and their ships are undoubtedly faster. If we wait for him to locate Namek first, we will be walking into a trap. Bulma, can you and your father finalize the coordinates and the ship within 3 months? Bulma immediately nodded, her tablet already displaying the ship's design. Absolutely, the coordinates are no issue. My dad has modified the Cosmic Observatory to capture Namek's unique energy waves. We can use the previously idle warship as a base, adding gravity training pods and supply rooms. We will definitely be ready in 3 months. Good, Bardock affirmed. For the next 3 months, everyone must prepare to the best of your abilities. Raditz, you need to enhance your key sensitivity. Do not let it come to a point where you cannot even defeat Frieza's elite guards. Krillin, Yamcha, you must practice the Kamehameha until you can unleash it fluidly. Goku, Linger, you too must intensify your efforts. Once the battle commences, it will not be a mere game. Vegeta, you are responsible for compiling the combat intelligence of the Frieza force. We need to understand our opponent's trump cards. I will also teach you some training techniques to enhance your combat prowess. Everyone solemnly acknowledged, but Raditz's thoughts drifted. Recalling his promise to Chi-Chi to watch a movie called Interstellar Adventure at the town cinema this Saturday. Chi-Chi had remarked that the aliens in it looked even stranger than Ultraman, and she had promised to treat him to delicious food. From that day forward, every Saturday and Sunday, Raditz would faithfully meet Chi-Chi, who introduced him to the university campus, took him to amusement parks and libraries, engaged in escape room games, and drifted on the sea, indulging in snacks he had never tasted before. For Raditz, these moments seemed to be the true source of his joy. In the following days, the training intensity at the estate reached an all-time high. Before dawn, Bardock's whistle would pierce the air, and Raditz followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber, where the 50-fold gravity made his bones creak. Each time he felt he could no longer endure and considered giving up, the fruity candies Chi-Chi had tucked into his pocket became his source of motivation, their sweetness overpowering the bitterness of training. Only on Saturdays and Sundays could Raditz momentarily shed his training uniform, donning the light blue shirt and khaki pants that Chi-Chi had chosen for him, far more comfortable than his battle attire. Each time Chi-Chi came to the estate's entrance to fetch him, she would chuckle while squeezing his arm, saying, "Raditz, your muscles are becoming even more solid. You look stronger than those gym instructors." Raditz always felt that time spent with Chi-Chi passed quicker than during training. On one occasion at the cinema, Raditz frowned intently at the dark screen until a spaceship soared across the image, quietly leaning toward Chi-Chi and asking, "Is this real? Can Earthlings really build such magnificent ships?" Chi-Chi laughed, playfully swatting his hand. "Silly, it's just acting. But my dad says our ships will surely be even better in the future." Yet another Sunday, Chi-Chi took him to the amusement park again. While riding the roller coaster, Raditz, being a scion, was unafraid, but he tightly gripped Chi-Chi's hand, not out of fear, but because it made him feel closer to her. Entering the haunted house, when a staff member dressed as a ghost lunged at them, Chi-Chi, frightened, hid behind him, prompting Raditz to swiftly pull off the ghost's headpiece, causing the person to run away in tears, while Chi-Chi laughed so hard she could hardly stand. The most unforgettable day for Raditz was when they went to the escape room. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the flickering flashlight, Chi-Chi squatted on the ground, clutching a clue book with a furrowed brow. "How do we solve this password lock?" "The hint is the alien's homeland." Raditz stared at the numbers on the lock, suddenly recalling the coordinates of Planet Vegeta that Bardock had mentioned, reaching out to press the 3 digits 738, and with a click, the lock opened. Chi-Chi jumped up in delight, hugging his arm and exclaiming, "Raditz, you're amazing. How did you know that?" He scratched his head, feeling too shy to admit that it was the coordinates of his homeland, merely mumbling, "I happen to remember." Yet, gazing into Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes, his heart swelled with a fullness that surpassed even the joy of winning a battle. However, within that happiness lingered an inexplicable unease. That night, lying on the training room mat, Raditz tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with images of Chi-Chi, her smile revealing 2 little tiger teeth, her pouting when upset, and the sparkle in her eyes when she spoke of her favorite candied hawthorns. When he was completely exhausted from training, simply recalling those moments revitalized him. He could not comprehend this feeling, so he sought out Bardock during the late-night smoke break. Bardock was squatting in the courtyard, the glow of his cigarette standing out in the darkness. Hearing Raditz' stammering description, he suddenly chuckled. Silly boy, what is there to be troubled about? You've developed feelings for that girl. Feelings? Raditz was taken aback. He had encountered this term in Earth's dramas, which seemed to signify a relationship closer than mere friendship. He just wanted to see her every day, to save the best food for her, to protect her. And even during fights, he feared she might get hurt. Bardock set down his cigarette and patted his shoulder. A scion only acknowledges one person in their lifetime. You are fortunate to have met her. Chi-Chi is a wonderful girl. Next time you see her, tell her you like her and ask her to be your girlfriend. Don't dawdle. What is a girlfriend? Raditz inquired. He had a vague understanding of it, having heard the term during movies. But he was still unclear about its exact meaning. It means that when we go to Namek to fight, she will be waiting for you at home. When you are exhausted from training, she will bring you fruity candies. If you want to see fireworks, she will be there to watch with you. Bardock's voice was soft, indicating a person with whom one is meant to spend a lifetime. Just like me and your mother. Raditz etched this into his heart, pondering it repeatedly for an entire week. On Saturday morning, he intentionally arrived 10 minutes early at the estate's entrance, clutching the candied hawthorns that Chi-Chi loved, which he had painstakingly found after visiting 4 night markets the previous night. 3 skewers of candied hawthorns coated in thick sugar. As Chi-Chi approached on her pink bicycle, her eyes sparkled upon seeing the Tonghulu. Late Eyes, how did you know I wanted this? She exclaimed as she took the Tonghulu and bit into it, the sugary coating sticking to the corner of her mouth. Late Eyes instinctively reached out to wipe it away, but abruptly withdrew, his ears turning crimson. They spent the entire day at the amusement park, from the carousel to the Ferris wheel, with Chi-Chi's laughter ringing out continuously. When they reached the apex of the Ferris wheel, Chi-Chi pointed at the distant evening glow. Late Eyes, look. Doesn't it resemble a sunset from a movie? Late Eyes followed her gaze. The sky was painted in shades of orange and red, reminiscent of the skies of his homeland. Yet now, beside him was someone he wished to hold on to tightly. As dusk fell, while escorting Chi-Chi back to her university, they had just arrived at the entrance when a sudden explosion echoed in the sky. Golden fireworks burst forth, quickly followed by pink, blue, and purple sparks, as if stars were scattered across the heavens. Chi-Chi halted, gazing upward in rapture, oblivious to her scarf slipping down. Standing beside her, Late Eyes did not watch the fireworks, but instead fixated on her profile, the light from the fireworks glinting off her eyelashes like a gilded edge. Her smile outshone the fireworks, sweet remnants of the Tonghulu still lingering at the corner of her mouth. In that moment, she appeared even more beautiful than the legendary goddess. Late Eyes found himself entranced. Suddenly, Bardock's words echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice resonating louder than any battle cry. Chi-Chi. She turned to him, her eyes reflecting the fireworks like 2 flickering flames. Late Eyes clenched his fists, pouring out the feelings he had contained for a week. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? As the words left his lips, the surrounding noise seemed to freeze. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to bite into the last Tonghulu in her hand. Late Eyes' heart raced. Had he spoken out of turn? He was about to add that his father had said it was the kind of bond meant to last a lifetime, when suddenly, a spaceship descended nearby with a thunderous crash. The first to emerge was a scion who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, his dark skin and piercing gaze emanating an aura of malevolence that sent chills down one's spine. Following him, several subordinates disembarked from the spacecraft. Indeed, this individual was Dailies. Dailies inhaled deeply, savoring the air of Earth. Ah, so this is Earth. It seems quite suitable for the growth of the spirit tree. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze fell upon Late Eyes and Chi-Chi. Oh, if it isn't Late Eyes. What brings you, you worthless fool? Late Eyes turned to face Dailies, his teeth clenching involuntarily. You should be the one to die. Chapter 72. Late Eyes versus Dailies. The echoes of the fireworks still lingered in the night sky. Golden sparks resembling scattered sugar crystals landing on the skewer of Tonghulu, clutched tightly by Chi-Chi. She stared at the abruptly descending spaceship, its silver-gray metal exterior still dusted with interstellar grime. As the hatch opened, a cloud of white mist accompanied by a strange, metallic scent enveloped her, causing her to instinctively draw closer to Late Eyes, tightening her scarf around her neck. Ah, Late Eyes, you worthless fool. How did you end up on Earth? Dailies grinned, his expression rife with contempt and disdain, as if regarding refuse. He had encountered Late Eyes before on Vegeta, recalling him as a mere weakling with a battle power barely exceeding 1,000. Late Eyes, what is that? Chi-Chi's voice, still imbued with the joy from watching the fireworks, nudged him gently. Is that a new spaceship that Bulma mentioned? And that person looks just like Sun Wukong, but his skin is so dark. Is he your friend? Late Eyes did not respond. His throat tightened as he felt the familiar scent of blood and decay mixed with the sweetness of the spirit tree wafting from Dailies. He was all too familiar with this presence. During his time in Frieza's army, he had gathered intelligence on this fellow scion, who drained planets of their nutrients, treating the native inhabitants as mere fodder, fleeing when faced with stronger opponents and annihilating the weak. Friend? Late Eyes finally spoke, his voice as frigid as if he had emerged from an icy chamber. He stepped forward, positioning himself entirely in front of Chi-Chi. He is unworthy. Dailies had just inhaled the earthy air of Earth, grimacing at its unpleasantness, but acknowledging that the spirit tree was indeed commendable. Hearing Late Eye's words, he slowly turned, his dark skin glistening under the fireworks' glow. The malice in his eyes flared like an uncontainable blaze. Bardock's eldest son? How fortunate. I thought you two had long since descended into hell. His subordinates erupted into laughter, their derision piercing through the air. Late Eyes glanced at Chi-Chi's small hand clutching his sleeve, still warm from the sweetness of the Tonghulu. Suddenly, he felt no need to engage in futile banter with these lowly beings. I have no desire to converse. You are unworthy of my words. As soon as he finished speaking, Late Eye's form blurred, creating an afterimage in the air. The past month had not been spent in vain. He had risen each day before dawn to train in the gravity chamber, pushing himself from 30 times normal gravity to 50, enduring the excruciating pressure. To prove he was not worthless, he had clenched his teeth and added another 5 times, under Sun Wukong's guidance. He had practiced condensing his energy into his fists until his knuckles bled. He also trained with Bardock at night, memorizing the latest combat data from the scouter. His battle power had long surpassed the 8,000 he had when battling Vegeta. The relentless training had been akin to a purgatory. The display on the scouter now read 9,000, a testament to the power he had forged with each punch. He gathered every ounce of strength into a single blow. The force imbued with the scent of sweat from his training aimed directly at Daily's abdomen. He had calculated the angle precisely, targeting the scion's relatively weak spot. But upon impact, Daily's merely raised an eyebrow, as if swatted by a mosquito. Daily's glanced down at his abdomen, then back up at Late Eye's taut expression, his grin widening to reveal bloodstained teeth. Is that all you've got? 9,000 battle power. Late Eyes tapped the scouter on his eye, observing Daily's reading, 27,000. The glaring number on the display stung his eyes. Daily's chuckled mockingly. Even with a slight increase in power, you are still a waste. Did Bardock never teach you? If your power is insufficient, do not aspire to be a hero. Late Eyes remained silent, gradually closing his eyes. He recalled the sensation of using the Kaioken against Vegeta, every vein in his body feeling ready to burst, every bone aching. But Bardock had said that a scion's potential is born from pain. Taking a deep breath, he reopened his eyes, his resolve crystallizing. Triple Kaioken. With a commanding shout, a soft crimson aura surged around Late Eyes. The energy enveloped his limbs, climbing up to encase his neck, ultimately engulfing his entire form. The aura intensified, lifting debris from the ground, while Chi-Chi stood behind, observing the prominent veins in Late Eye's arms, resembling serpents coiling around him. Daily's smile faltered instantaneously, his scouter beeping incessantly as the numbers skyrocketed from 900 to 15,000, 20,000, and finally stabilizing at a figure equal to his own. The instant doubling of battle power was beyond comprehension. Dalido narrowed his eyes, his tone losing the earlier disdain and gaining a hint of surprise. Interesting, you certainly have concealed quite a bit of skill. However, he flexed his wrist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Even if our combat prowess is equal, your battle strength, reliant on sudden bursts, cannot surpass mine. Without further ado, Ladidu lunged forward once more, this time doubling his speed. His fist, infused with the energy of the Zhuangqin, aimed directly at Da's face. Daliu raised his hand to block, and in that instant of impact, a tremendous force traveled up his arm. Ladidu felt a tingling in his palm, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his knee towards Daliu's ribs. Daliu sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Ladiu's back. Anticipating this, Ladidu propelled himself forward, rolling to evade the strike while delivering a fierce elbow to his knee. With a muffled grunt, Dalu staggered back, his astonishment morphing into anger. Thus, the two began to exchange blows. The wind from their fists swept through the surrounding sycamore trees, causing branches to snap amidst the cacophony of fireworks, creating an unsettling sound in the night sky. Each punch from Lulu was delivered with ferocity, fueled by memories of his arduous training. The sweetness of the orange candies given by Chichi, and the words of Bunker about protecting those he cared for, igniting a fire within him. Meanwhile, Dalu was relentless. His moves far more vicious, targeting vital points. His survival depended on his ruthlessness, and his combat experience far surpassed that of as he nearly landed several blows to Lana's chest. Fortunately, Dalu evaded them thanks to the dodging techniques taught by Wukong. Just as their fight reached a stalemate, several of Dalu's subordinates suddenly moved. They glanced at their leader and then at Jake, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. One tall, thin figure licked his lips and stealthily crept behind Jake, gathering a small ball of energy in his hands. They knew they could not overpower Li, but capturing a human woman as a hostage seemed feasible. Out of the corner of his eye, La Diju caught this unfolding scene. In that instant, blood surged to his head, and the energy he had been steadily channeling erupted like a volcano. He abruptly withdrew his fist, disregarding Da's incoming punch, and charged towards Chichi. "How dare you touch her?" His voice roared, and the energy surrounding him shifted from a pale red to a blinding, deep crimson. Seeing Ladidu attempt to disengage from the battle, Daliju rushed to intercept him. The veins in La's muscles bulged, and even his hair stood on end from the energy. The numbers on Dalu's scouter began to fluctuate wildly. 27,000, 36,000, 54,000, 72,000. Finally, it settled at 72,000. It was 8 times the Jade Wangshan. What? 72,000 battle power. Dalidu was stunned. Before he could react, La Dinu's fist struck his chest with a force several times greater than before. It felt as if a meteor had collided with him, sending him uncontrollably flying into a nearby pond, splashing water that drenched the ground around them. Having dispatched Dinu, La Diu did not hesitate, turning towards the henchman closing in on Chichi, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy. A blinding white light flashed, and the henchman did not even have time to scream before being vaporized, leaving only wisps of black smoke in the air. Gasping for breath, La Diu rushed to Chichi's side. His chest heaved violently, sweat trickled down his face, dripping onto her scarf, clearly indicating the toll taken by the 8-fold Jia Wangshan. He grasped her arms, examining her anxiously. "Are you all right? Did they hurt you? Where does it hurt?" Chi-Chi shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. She gently wiped the sweat from La's face, whispering, "I'm fine, don't worry. You were just frightening back there." After scrutinizing her closely and confirming she was unharmed, Liu exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to comfort her, a loud crash rang out behind him. He turned sharply to see the surface of the pond bubbling, followed by a vibrant green sapling bursting forth, growing at an astonishing rate, its branches unfurling like tentacles. The trunk thickened, damp moss still clinging to it, and in mere seconds, it transformed into a towering tree that blotted out the sky. It was the Jingsensu. Was that punch insufficient to finish Donghu? A jolt of alarm shot through Donghu. He understood the formidable nature of this tree. Consuming its fruit could restore injuries and even enhance battle power, a veritable upgrade of the Shanduk. Just as he prepared to charge forward, he saw Donghu emerge from the pond, drenched. Bruises still marred his chest, blood dripped from his lips, yet his eyes glinted with madness. Indeed, that punch, which had reached 72,000 points of battle power, had nearly brought Donghu to death's door. In the brief moment Donghu spent confirming Chi-Chi's condition, Donghu, clinging to life, hastily planted the seeds of the Jingshinsu in the pond. The seeds, upon contact with the soil, grew rapidly, transforming almost instantaneously into a sizable tree, reaching higher and higher. Then, in a staggering manner, Bang ascended the trunk of the Jingshinsu. His movements were clumsy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet he gritted his teeth and plucked 2 orange-red fruits, stuffing them into his mouth. The juice dribbled down his chin, imbued with an oddly sweet aroma. What followed was miraculous. The bruises on Da's chest visibly faded, the blood at his lips ceased, and the energy around him surged uncontrollably. La Dingu sensed the previously weak energy from Dalugu rapidly escalating. The beeping of his scouter echoed, the digits climbing from 27,000 to 35,000. 48,000, 54,000. It ultimately settled at 54,000. This was the Scion's near-death recovery capability. Coupled with the enhancement from the Jingsensu's fruit, Bao's battle power had doubled. This is bad. A wave of anxiety washed over Dodoria as he sprinted towards the Jingsensu. He understood that he could not afford to give any more time. Allowing him to consume more fruits would yield catastrophic consequences. However, Bao was prepared. He raised his hand towards Lai, instantly conjuring dozens of energy waves. These energy waves descended like a torrential rain, imbued with the strength of 54,000, forming an impenetrable wall that momentarily held Lu in place. Even with the eightfold Jiwangqin enhancing his 72,000 battle power, Lu found himself momentarily stalled. You think you can get through? Not so easily. The triumphant tone in Lu's voice resonated. And as Lu was hindered by the energy wall, he seized the opportunity to snatch several more fruits, shoving them into his mouth. This time, he consumed them faster, swallowing even the seeds without hesitation. The fruits of the Jingsensu regenerate every hour, and Lu devoured all the fruits produced from its first yield. The energy of dailies continued to ascend relentlessly. Leitais could only watch, eyes wide, as the numbers on the detector surged once more. 54,000, 62,000, 75,000, 80,000. Ultimately, it stabilized firmly at the position of 80,000. Meanwhile, the fruits of the spirit tree had been completely devoured by dailies, leaving only bare branches. The next round of fruit generation would take another hour. Leitais stared blankly at his hands, clenched his fists tightly, and could not suppress the ecstatic joy that spread across his face. He never anticipated that the soil of this earth would be so conducive to the growth of the spirit tree, elevating his combat power to such heights. Unable to contain himself, dailies stretched his limbs. Damn it! Leitais gritted his teeth and suddenly unleashed his strength, delivering a powerful punch against the energy barrier. The barrier trembled, a crack appearing. Following that, he threw several more punches, the fissure widening until, with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. The entire process transpired with remarkable speed, but dailies consumed the fruits of the spirit tree even faster. Before the smoke had dissipated, Leitais charged forward. His eightfold Kaioken was still in effect, the deep crimson aura surrounding him nearly solidifying. He aimed a fierce punch directly at Daly's chest, channeling all his strength into it. Feeling every bone in his body contribute to the force, he believed that with this blow, even if Daly's possessed a combat power of 80,000, he would be brought to his knees. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Daly's chest, Daly suddenly raised his hand, firmly grasping Leitais' wrist. Leitais was taken aback. He could distinctly feel the power within Daly's palm, a strength far exceeding what it had been moments ago, gripping his wrist like a vice, causing him pain. Daly's grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his eyes filled with derision. Now, it is my turn. No sooner had he spoken than Daly's other fist slammed into Leitais' abdomen. Leitais let out a muffled groan, feeling his insides shift, a metallic taste surging up his throat. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit, yet his body involuntarily recoiled 2 steps. Daly's wasted no time, swiftly raising his knee to strike at Leitais' chest. Leitais attempted to evade, but his speed could not keep up, and Daly's knee collided solidly with his chest, causing him to feel as though his ribs might shatter, sending him flying like a broken kite. Before he could hit the ground, Daly's rushed over, seizing his collar and slamming him down hard. With a thunderous crash, the ground was dented, dust flying everywhere. Leitais lay in the crater, every inch of him in agony, especially his abdomen and chest, as if engulfed in flames. He wished to rise, but his arms felt too weak to muster any strength. The energy expenditure of the Kaioken was immense. The eightfold Kaioken was draining his body, and the previous strikes had nearly exhausted his stamina. His vision began to blur, and all he could hear was Daly's laughter and Chi-Chi's screams. Leitais. Chi-Chi rushed over like a madwoman, kneeling at the edge of the crater, reaching out to help him. When her hand touched Leitais' arm, she felt his body trembling. Sweat mingled with blood matting his hair. Ouch! Daly strolled over leisurely, looking down at Leitais in the crater, then glancing at Chi-Chi, who stood protectively in front of him. He suddenly burst out laughing. You truly are a waste, Leitais. Reduced to hiding behind a woman for protection? If your father knew you were in this state, he would return from the afterlife just to beat you senseless. At this moment, Daly's mistakenly believed that Bardock had long since perished. Chi-Chi turned around. arms outstretched to shield Leitais. Her body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet her voice remained unwavering. You will not speak of him, and you will not harm him. Dailies raised an eyebrow, watching Chi-Chi with keen interest. Just you? A mere Earthwoman. What right do you have to demand that I refrain from striking? However, his gaze became vicious. Since you protect him so fervently, I shall first kill you, allowing Leitais, this worthless fool, to witness the sensation of losing the one he wishes to protect. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of energy that swelled larger and larger. Carrying the oppressive weight of 80,000 combat power, aimed directly at Chi-Chi's chest. Leitais, lying in the crater, watched the approaching energy sphere, observing Chi-Chi's trembling yet resolute form. His eyes nearly bursting with fury. His rage threatened to consume him entirely. He recalled the sky of the KO planet, the moments when Bardock taught him to fight, and the time during their date when Chi-Chi had playfully slipped him orange candies. Those images flickered through his mind like a lantern show, finally fixing on Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes. Why am I so weak? Why, despite being the eldest brother, am I the weakest among the 3 siblings? Why can I not protect those I wish to shield? Why? Do not touch her. Leitais roared fiercely, struggling to rise from the crater. The energy waves around him surging once more. This time, the aura was no longer pale blue or deep crimson, but bore a hint of golden radiance. His hair began to rise slightly, the black strands standing erect. His pupils gradually dilated. This was the latent potential of a scion forced to the brink of despair. The red aura had completely transformed into gold, a massive golden energy blazing like an inferno. The ascended Super Scion. Dailies felt the surge of energy, his expression shifting instantly. How is this possible? Your stamina should have been depleted. Leitais said nothing, stepping towards Dailies, each stride causing the ground to tremble. His gaze was solely fixed on Chi-Chi's figure, his determination to protect her unwavering. How dare that wretched Dailies consider harming Chi-Chi? Leitais could not retreat, for behind him was the person he wished to protect for a lifetime. Dailies, Leitais' voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. You are finished. Chapter 74, The Loyal Subordinate. The Ascended Super Scion. The golden aura enveloped Leitais, like an unquenchable flame clinging to him. His upright black hair stood stiffly, the tips dusted with debris stirred up by the energy waves, yet it did not diminish the intimidating presence he exuded. In his dilated pupils, only a cold white light remained, even the whites of his eyes tinged with a faint golden hue, the power coursing through him unchecked, surging through every muscle fiber. The veins beneath his skin faintly glowing gold, as if countless tiny golden serpents writhed within. The detector of dailies continued to emit chaotic beeping sounds, the numbers on the screen fluctuating faster than his heartbeat. 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. The red digits on the screen coalesced into a blur of light, culminating in a deafening explosion as it shattered into fragments, metallic debris splattering across his face, prompting him to snap back to reality. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dailies could not help but roar. Fragments of the detector embedded themselves in his skin, yet he felt no pain, his eyes fixed intently on Leitais' dazzling golden light. His throat emitting a hoarse sound as if choked. Absolutely impossible. You were nothing more than a waste, inferior even to a dog. Just moments ago, I had you beaten like a dead dog. How could you suddenly possess such formidable combat power? Terror seized him instantly, shattering his confidence in his 80,000 combat power. Dailies even dared not glance back at the golden flame, turning instead to flee towards the ship, cold sweat mingling with the blood that had been forced from his body, forming a thin scab in the wind, cracking into tiny fissures as the breeze blew. However, he had no intention of raising his hand even to wipe his brow. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to flee, to run as far away from this monster as possible. Lottie Z offered him no opportunity to escape. He did not even glance in the direction where Delai Z was fleeing. Instead, he raised his hand to aim at the spirit tree behind him, which had been stripped bare of its fruit just an hour ago by Delai Z. The branches were stark and bare, yet now, a few silvery fruits had begun to emerge, indicating that the second round of the spirit tree's fruits was in the process of formation. Golden energy coalesced in Lottie Z's palm, forming a sphere of light the size of a basketball, its surface continuously exuding golden sparks. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of energy shot forth. Crack! Boom! The trunk was severed at the waist, its cross-section immediately charred black by the energy. The entire tree then collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The newly formed spirit fruits rolled into the dust, scattered about like wayward ping-pong balls. Only then did Lottie Z retract his gaze, as a golden whirlwind formed beneath his feet, propelling his body forward with a speed surpassing that attained with the eightfold Kaioken, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. Lottie Z had barely flown 200 meters when a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his back, as though a red-hot iron rod had plunged into him, causing darkness to cloud his vision as he almost plummeted. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his back, golden energy penetrating his body and sending his insides into turmoil. With a violent cough, blood spewed forth, tracing a dark red arc through the air. The force of the blow felt as though it would tear his soul from his body. Lottie Z plummeted to the ground like a dislodged cannonball, creating a half-meter deep crater, with shards of rock and dust spraying up to head height. He lay in the pit, gasping for breath, each inhale bringing agonizing pain. Blood frothing from his mouth, mingled with shattered teeth. Am I to die here? Struggling to raise his head, his blurred vision caught sight of Lottie Z approaching him. Golden energy rippling in waves beneath his feet, each step causing the ground to shudder as if a colossal beast were drawing near. Lottie Z's gaze swept towards the spaceship, now merely 10 meters away. So close, truly so close. The silvery hull gleamed in the sunlight, representing his only chance of survival. No, I cannot die. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pushed himself up, hands pressing into the ground, knuckles whitening from effort, dirt and blood caked beneath his nails. He began to crawl forward. With each movement, his chest wound opened further, blood streaming down his abdomen and leaving a long trail behind. I am a scion destined to become the ruler of the universe. How could I perish in such a place? Lottie Z paused behind him, the golden energy still roaring, gazing down at Lottie Z, who was writhing like a worm. His voice bore no warmth. Die, Lottie Z. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised one hand, golden energy coalescing in his palm once more. This sphere of light was twice the size of the one that had struck the spirit tree, its sparks now more densely packed, the surrounding air growing unbearably hot. Hearing the voice, Lottie Z quickened his movements, less than 5 meters from the spaceship now, even able to see the green-lit button of the hatch. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly burst forth from the nearby woods. Lottie Z's remaining 5 subordinates, all bearing injuries. Some with arms cradled against their chests, others limping, clearly having been affected by the aftermath of the recent battle. They had hidden in the woods to avoid being caught in the crossfire, but now they dashed forward with reckless abandon towards Lottie Z. Lord Lottie Z, run! The leading scion shouted, throwing himself around Lottie Z's leg, while the other 4 quickly surrounded him, some clutching his arms, others his waist, binding him tightly. The energy wave in Lottie Z's hands ceased to coalesce as he regarded them in confusion. Did they truly seek their demise? It was you who saved us from the universe. We were meant to die. This life was granted by you, and today we return it. One of Lottie Z's subordinates cried out. Lottie Z furrowed his brow, attempting to break free. With his current power, it would have been effortless. Yet he was astonished to see the bodies of these 5 subordinates beginning to glow. This was a sign of them condensing all their energy in preparation for self-destruction. Lord Lottie Z, in our next lives, we wish to serve you again. Boom, boom, boom. 5 explosions erupted in rapid succession, creating a massive cloud of dust that enveloped Lottie Z entirely. Lottie Z turned to glance at the cloud, for the first time experiencing a flicker of complexity in his eyes, surprise, emotion, and a hint of guilt. However, he hesitated only for a moment before crawling faster, his nails carving deep grooves into the ground until he finally reached the spaceship's hatch. He trembled as he extended his hand and pressed the door button, which opened with a hiss, a rush of cold air escaping from within. With his last ounce of strength, he crawled inside, collapsing into the pilot's seat and immediately pressing the ignition button. The spaceship's engine roared to life, blue flames erupting from beneath as it slowly ascended, heading towards the cosmos. As the dust from the 5 self-explosions gradually cleared, Lottie Z remained standing, his golden aura undiminished. The recent detonations had barely ruffled his attire, perhaps just leaving some dust upon it. Lottie Z gently brushed off the dust, gazing at the ascending spaceship, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did you truly believe you could escape, Lottie Z? He raised his hand towards the direction of the departing spaceship. Energy gathering in his palms, the golden sphere growing larger between them, nearly as tall as half his body, the surrounding air beginning to warp. The final strike shall send you on your way. Farewell, Dalai Z, ha 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 ha. Just as Lottie Z's energy sphere was on the verge of completion, ready to be unleashed, darkness suddenly clouded his vision. In an instant, the world spun around him. Intense pain surged, as if his very organs were being torn asunder. All his strength seemed to vanish in an instant, the golden aura dissipating at a visible rate, his once upright black hair now falling limp, returning to its usual state. He let out a muffled groan, his body swaying before he crashed heavily to the ground, the energy sphere in his hand vanishing. The power of the hypothetical Super Saiyan was far beyond what Lottie Z could currently endure. The earlier surge had completely drained his body, and he had sustained serious injuries during the prior battle. Muscle fibers were torn in multiple places, and his organs had been severely impacted by the energy shock. Now, all the fatigue and pain surged forth. Lottie Z could hold on no longer. In the distance, Chi-Chi, who had been fixated on the cloud of dust, panicked upon seeing Lottie Z fall. She paid no mind to the dust on her clothes and sprinted towards him, even leaving her shoes behind. Her feet pressing against the sharp stones, causing her pain, yet she felt no concern. Lottie Z, are you all right? She lunged beside Lottie Z, crouching down, trembling as she reached out her hand to first check for his breath. There was no airflow, not a trace of breath. How could this be? Chi-Chi's heart sank instantly. She extended her hand again to feel for Lottie Z's breath, her fingertips meeting an icy chill, devoid of any sign of life. How could this happen? Her voice began to tremble, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, falling onto Lottie Z's face, mingling with the blood and dust that marred his features. Chi-Chi carefully tried to sense Lottie Z's life force again. Nothing. Lottie Z, please don't scare me. Wake up. I beg you, didn't you confess to me? Didn't you promise to be with me every Saturday and Sunday? How can you go back on your word? She lay across Lottie Z's body, her arms tightly wrapped around him as she wailed, her cries echoing across the desolate battlefield, a haunting lament. Lottie Z, please do not die. I promise. I am willing to be your girlfriend. I Haven T even made you the buns you love, and I Haven T told you that I have liked you for so long. Please wake up. Chi-Chi cried for what felt like an eternity until her voice was hoarse, slowly lifting her head to wipe her tears with her sleeve. Suddenly, she remembered something. Earlier, when Lottie Z fought against that villain who bore a striking resemblance to Suin Wukong but had dark skin, Lottie Z had the upper hand and almost defeated him. However, it seemed that the villain had consumed some strange fruit, allowing his injuries to heal instantaneously and his power to surge. The fruit. Yes, the fruit. Although that peculiar tree had been destroyed by Lottie Z, it appeared that some fruit had fallen just moments ago. Chi-Chi abruptly pushed herself up, her tear-streaked face suddenly illuminating with hope as she staggered through the rubble of the battlefield, oblivious to the sharp stones that cut her fingers. Where's the fruit? Where could it be? She muttered incessantly, her gaze fixed on the area surrounding where Lottie Z had fallen. Suddenly, a flash of orange-red caught her eye amidst the gray rubble. It was the fruit, spiraled and distinct, dislodged by the shockwave of their battle, now lying half a meter away in a dirt ditch. Chi-Chi rushed over, grasping the fruit tightly. Its cold skin sent a shiver through her. It was caked with dirt, but she didn't care, hastily wiping it on her clothing. Chi-Chi stumbled back to Lottie Z, her hands trembling as she attempted to force the fruit into his mouth, but his jaw was clenched tight, his lips already devoid of color. You can't open your mouth, you can't eat it now. Her voice cracked with urgency. She tried to tear off a small piece of the fruit flesh and place it in Lottie Z's mouth. Chi-Chi's fingertips, still stained with the fruit's orange juice and mingled with the blood from the stones, left a faint red mark along Lottie Z's cold jawline. She had tried 3 times, using all her strength to pry open his tightly sealed lips, but they were as unyielding as rusted metal embedded in the battlefield. And the fruit flesh crumbled, falling onto his blood-stained collar. The wind whipped the debris against her face, and only then did she realize she was barefoot. The abrasion on her right ankle was caked with mud, and each touch sent sharp pain coursing through her. Yet Lottie Z's breath remained as faint as a thread ready to snap, and when she touched his wrist, the faint pulse beneath her fingertips was nearly drowned out by the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air. What should I do? She squatted beside him, tears threatening to spill again. yet she bit down on her lower lip to suppress them. Crying was futile when she had just sobbed loudly. Ladizi hadn't even fluttered his eyelashes. Clutching the spirit tree fruit, her fingertips traced the spiral pattern. And suddenly she recalled a film she had watched with Ladizi last week. The female lead knelt at the male lead's bedside, anxiously pacing, before finally lowering her head to deliver the medicine drop by drop into his mouth. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her ears tinged with heat. She dared to glance at Ladizi's face. His eyes were closed, his brows furrowed, as if even in his unconscious state he was enduring pain. Chi-Chi clenched her teeth, bringing the fruit to her lips, her sharp teeth gently breaking a small piece of the skin. The sweet yet tangy flesh melting on her tongue, carrying a hint of the fresh, grassy scent entirely different from the millet porridge she usually cooked. She straightened up on her knees, one hand cautiously cradling Ladizi's neck, her fingertips brushing through his blood-stained short hair, while the other hand pressed against his chin, attempting once more to pry open his lips. This time, whether it was due to her increased determination or Ladizi's jaw loosening slightly, she managed to create a narrow opening. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, she bent down. The girl's lips were soft, like a fragrant little cake, still bearing traces of unshed tears. When she first touched Ladizi's icy lips, she shivered. Her fingertips tightened their grip, her nails digging into her palm as she slowly and gently pushed the fruit flesh from her tongue into his mouth, fearful of hurting the corners of his cracked lips. The sweet, tangy essence mingled with her own saliva slipped between their lips. Chi-Chi's heart raced as if it would burst from her chest, her eyes squeezed shut. Unable to bear looking at Ladizi's face, relying solely on her instincts to push every morsel of fruit into him. Only when the last trace of flavor faded from her lips did she abruptly sit up, her hand wiping her mouth in a flurry, her breath coming in rapid succession, her chest rising and falling. At that moment, she felt a faint tremor in the hand resting on Ladizi's neck. It was his finger, Ladizi's fingers, which hung limply at his side, curled slightly at the joints, like blades of grass stirred by the wind. Chi-Chi's breath caught in her throat, her gaze fixed on that hand, forgetting her tears. Then, his eyelashes fluttered, and the mist that had clouded his dark eyes slowly dissipated, first revealing a murky black, which gradually focused until his gaze fully settled on her face, so close it was almost tangible. In that instant of their eyes meeting, Chi-Chi instinctively recoiled, as if scalded, yet Ladizi's gaze remained glued to her face, bearing a hint of confusion from just awakening, mixed with an intensity she could not decipher. Only then did she realize that in their hasty parting moments ago, her hair had brushed against his cheek, and remnants of fruit juice from his lips had smeared onto the corner of her mouth. Chi-Chi. Ladizi's voice was hoarse, as if rasped by sandpaper, each word laced with pain, striking directly at Chi-Chi's heart. She hurriedly leaned back in, her palm pressed against his chest, feeling the once stilled heartbeat now gradually growing stronger and more forceful. "I'm here. I'm right here." Her voice trembled again, but this time it was filled with overwhelming joy. "You finally woke up. How do you feel? Does it hurt? Did that fruit really work?" She rambled, hastily trying to wipe the blood off his face, but Ladizi remained silent, merely gazing at her. The sensation of her soft warmth lingered on Ladizi's lips. It felt wonderful. As his consciousness emerged from the haze, the first clarity he experienced was not the warmth flowing through his body, soothing his aching insides like a warm cloth gently applied. Instead, it was the soft touch on his lips, carrying the saltiness of tears and the sweetness of fruit. Reminiscent of the red bean paste buns Chi-Chi had secretly tucked in her backpack, both sweet and soft, warmth penetrating to his very bones. He gazed at the flushed tip of Chi-Chi's nose, the tears still clinging to her lashes, and her fingers, white-knuckled from nervousness. Suddenly, he recalled the words he had vaguely heard while unconscious, not the sounds of explosions on the battlefield or the pain of his bones cracking. It was Chi-Chi crying atop him, saying, "I promise, I am willing to be your girlfriend," and that she hadn't told him that she had liked him for so long. Those words felt like shards of broken glass, piercing through his consciousness, and he had been too afraid to confirm them, fearing they were merely a hallucination born of excruciating pain. As he gazed at Chi-Chi's face, which was so close, and noticed her ears gradually turning crimson under his scrutiny, a sudden impulse compelled him to voice a question. Chi-Chi's voice, still hoarse, was clearer than before as he moved his lips, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to wince slightly. Nevertheless, He persevered and continued to inquire. When I was unconscious earlier, I vaguely heard you agree to my confession, consenting to be my girlfriend. Is that true? This inquiry struck Chi-Chi like a bolt of lightning, rendering her momentarily frozen. The hand she had been using to adjust his collar halted midair, her face flushing a deep shade of red. Warmth radiating from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, even her ears tinged with pink. She hastily lowered her head, fixating on her bare feet, curling her toes to brush off the pebbles that clung to them, utterly speechless. The air was thick with the remnants of battle, punctuated only by the sound of Rithy's slightly hurried breaths. Observing Chi-Chi's bowed head, a wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing he might have misremembered. Just as he was about to reassure her that it was all right, and that he might have misheard, he noticed Chi-Chi slowly lifting her head. Her eyes were still red but wide open, gazing intently into his, serious for several seconds, before she gently nodded. The slight movement, though minimal, was resolute, as if she feared he might not have seen it, prompting her to affirm it once more. Her voice, barely above a whisper, yet clear enough to reach Rithy's ears, declared, "Yes, it's true. Rithy, I agree to be your girlfriend." After uttering this, she quickly lowered her head again, her fingers twisting the hem of her muddy garment. Her neck now flushed as well. However, Rithy's smile diverged from his usual playful demeanor. It was soft and light, imbued with warmth. He attempted to raise his hand to touch her head, but the motion tugged at his back injury, drawing a sharp hiss of pain from him. "Don't move." Upon hearing his discomfort, Chi-Chi immediately looked up, her hand pressing against his arm as she anxiously inquired if he had strained his wound. "Let me see," she insisted, reaching to lift his shirt to examine the injury on his back, only to have her wrist gently grasped by Rithy. His hand, though cool, held her firmly, pressing her palm against his chest, allowing her to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "It's nothing," he replied, his gaze softening considerably as he looked at her flushed face. "It just hurts a bit, but it's all right." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Chi-Chi, I'm glad I didn't mishear." Chi-Chi felt shy under his gaze, wanting to look down again, but Rithy gently pinched her chin, urging her to meet his eyes. His touch was tender, mindful of her discomfort, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mirth. "Also, is it true that you said you liked me for a long time?" This question ignited another blush on Chi-Chi's cheeks, and though she shot him a glare, she didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, she muttered softly, "Yes, and so what? Who told you not to confess earlier? You always act foolish, unable to say a word for ages. It's infuriating." Rithy was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Had it not been for his father's guidance, he would still be at a loss for words with Chi-Chi. Reflecting on it now, he realized his own folly. "Next time, I won't be foolish," he stated earnestly. "From now on, every Saturday and Sunday, I will spend time with you, play with you, and take you to the town for sweets. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you." Tears brimmed in Chi-Chi's eyes again, but this time they flowed with joy. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and firmly grasped Rithy's hand, affirming, "All right, a promise is a promise." Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly offered him the half fruit she held, bringing it close to his mouth. "Here, eat some more of the remaining fruit. It will help you recover faster. I only fed you a bit earlier." Rithy glanced at the fruit she offered and then at her flushed lips, breaking into a smile. "No need for you to feed me. I can manage myself." He attempted to take the fruit with his other hand. Although still weak, he managed to grasp it. Taking a bite, the sweet and slightly tangy flavor spread across his palate, less astringent than when Chi-Chi had fed him. As Chi-Chi watched him eat, she suddenly became aware of her bare feet and instinctively shrank back, but Rithy noticed. His gaze fell upon her scraped ankle, furrowing his brow in concern. "What happened to your foot?" "It's nothing," she quickly replied. "I just ran too fast earlier, lost my shoes, and scraped it on the pebbles." Rithy, however, remained unconvinced. He attempted to stand but lacked the strength, instead looking at her and saying, "Once I'm better, I will carry you back." Chi-Chi's face flushed again, but she did not refuse. She simply nodded, then assisted Rithy, gently helping him adjust his position to lean against a relatively flat stone. The warmth within Rithy flowed steadily, and his injuries were gradually mending. He knew it wouldn't be long before he could stand, carry Chi-Chi home, and accompany her to buy sweets, fulfilling all his promises to her. The wind continued to blow, the smoke of battle dissipating slowly, while the sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the earth. Rithy smiled, feeling that the toll of his injuries was not in vain. For he had not only survived, but had also gained something far more precious than strength. He had acquired his most cherished treasure, and from now on, he must strive harder to protect her. Chapter 78. The promised Rithi soared through the sky with Chi-Chi on his back, leaving a faint blue trail amidst the clouds. Yet, Chi-Chi's gaze remained fixed on the remnants of deep brown scars on Rithi's arm. The battle with Dolly had just concluded, and the terrifying wounds were vividly etched in her mind. Does it still hurt? She reached out to touch the edges of the scars, but her fingertips were swiftly captured by Rithi's hand. Rithi shook his head. The warmth emanating from his palm was even greater than in the morning. After consuming the fruit from the spirit tree, he could distinctly feel the changes within his body. The previously nagging pain in his ribs had vanished, and the energy within him surged like boiling water, coursing through his veins to invigorate his limbs. Even the muscles that had previously trembled under the strain of transformation now felt relaxed and brimming with strength. He tried to clench his fist, the joints emitting a soft crack, energy seeping through the gaps in his fingers, leaving a faint white mark on the cabin wall. The spirit tree's fruit was indeed more potent than he had imagined. Rithi glanced down at his palm, the suffocating sensation of near death still lingering in his memory. Now, having recovered from that state, he felt capable of effortlessly shattering a meteorite with a single punch. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of his newfound strength. Chi-Chi remained silent, resting her face against his uninjured shoulder. As the aircraft passed through a thin layer of clouds, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the old scar on Rithi's neck, a remnant of a childhood mission when an enemy had struck him. He had cried for Jine, only to be lifted by Bardock, who told him that a scion's scars should be left with dignity. Time had passed, and as one of the last scions, he now bore the weight of resisting Frieza. As Rithi descended onto the lawn of Bulma's estate, Goku's voice reached him first. Just as he opened the cabin door, a golden figure lunged at him, nearly squeezing the breath from his lungs. "Brother, you finally returned. I've been practicing the Tyrant Ray with Linger for 3 days. I feel like Dad's move is truly incredible." Chi-Chi was also present, and Goku was somewhat surprised to see her. He greeted her, to which she merely nodded in response. Balinger trailed behind, clutching half a carrot she had just been using to feed the rabbits on the estate. Hearing the commotion, she hurried over, her ears drooping at the sight of the scars on Rithi's body. "Brother, why do you have so many scars? Did someone bully you? I'll help you fight back." Just as Rithi was about to respond, Jine's voice came from the entrance of the villa. She was still wearing an apron, evidently having been cooking, intending to prepare a grand meal for Goku and Linger. As Janae caught sight of Raditz, she rushed over without even removing her apron. She first touched his arm, then moved around to his back, her fingertips grazing over the bruises that had yet to fade completely. Her voice trembled slightly as she inquired, "How did you sustain such injuries? Did you injure your internal organs? I'll fetch the medical kit." "Oh wait, let us use the senzu beans. They work best." "Mom, I'm fine." Raditz held her hand down, chuckling as he shook his arm. "You should know the scion recovery ability by now. Besides, after consuming good food, I'm even sturdier than before." At that moment, Bardock descended the steps of the villa, dressed not in his usual battle attire, but in a gray shirt, with a black scouter on his face. Unlike Janae, he did not rush over but stood 3 paces away, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the injuries on Raditz. Finally fixing his gaze on his eyes, "Explain clearly, what exactly happened?" The wind on the lawn suddenly stilled, and Goku and Balinger ceased their antics, gathering nearby to listen. Leaning against the hatch of the spacecraft, Raditz began to recount the events of that day. He had initially accompanied Chi-Chi to a town near the university when he fortuitously encountered Dorizu. The fellow bore a striking resemblance to his younger brother. As Raditz recalled Dorizu's appearance, his fingers instinctively tightened as he glanced at Sun Wukong. Dorizu had dark skin and aimed to transform Earth into nourishment for the Tree of Might, wishing to annihilate the planet while also intending to harm Chi-Chi. Bardock's brow furrowed even deeper, his hands clenching involuntarily as a vague figure of Dorizu flashed through his mind. In the original tale, when Planet Vegeta still existed, he had been a lower-ranking soldier in Frieza's army, later rumored to have defected. It was surprising to find he had come to Earth to cultivate the Tree of Might. During the movie when Dorizu invaded Earth, it had been shortly after Sun Wukong's fierce battle with Vegeta. And then, Janae pressed, gripping her apron tighter. "Then we fought." Raditz's tone grew somber. "I only had a battle power of 27,000, and with the Kaioken, I nearly killed him. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was able to plant the seeds of the Tree of Might. Later, after consuming the fruit, his power surged to 80,000, and I found myself unable to defeat him. He paused, his throat tightening. At that moment, I felt an inferno rising within me, a buzzing in my ears. And everything before me was bathed in golden light, energy erupting from my body, and with one punch, I nearly pulverized him. This revelation hung in the air for 2 seconds, the lawn enveloped in silence. Goku's mouth fell agape, the training manual for the Kamehameha slipping from his grasp. Mimetic Super Saiyan? Is that what Dad referred to? The state just one step away from true Super Saiyan? What happened next? Baelinger inquired. The villain who dared to harm Chi-Chi must be dealt with, she shouted. Raditz sighed, recounting how his 5 subordinates self-destructed, buying him just a little time, allowing him to escape. It was unfortunate. I was so close. I had yet to familiarize myself with the mimetic Super Saiyan state, and simply passed out. Bardock remained silent, approaching to activate his scouter, directing it at Raditz. The screen illuminated, the numbers flickering before finally settling on a red numeral. 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. Goku's voice rose an octave, hastily retrieving his own scouter, which confirmed the same reading. Big brother, you are incredible. It took me ages to reach 30,000. You went out once and achieved that. Baelinger leaned in to peer at Raditz's scouter, her eyes widening in astonishment. Brother, your power level skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Janae smiled with relief, finding amusement in Goku and Baelinger's reactions, gently patting Raditz's back. It's all right. It's all right. Tonight, Mom will prepare your favorite roasted meat. Bardock retrieved the scouter, a faint smile playing on his lips. Recovering from near death and the fruit of the tree of might is indeed a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the intertwined hands of Raditz and Chi-Chi. An eyebrow raised. What is this? Raditz's ears flushed crimson as he scratched his head, pulling Chi-Chi closer to him. His voice even more apprehensive than when he spoke of the mimetic Super Saiyan. Chi-Chi is now my girlfriend. Girlfriend? The exclamations from Goku and Baelinger nearly toppled the sunshade on the lawn. Goku circled the two, his eyes wide in disbelief. When did you make your move? So quick. Baelinger nodded vigorously, momentarily forgetting the carrot in her hand. Exactly. Just a while ago. You were like a wooden puppet. How did it suddenly become? Chi-Chi's face flushed, retreating behind Raditz to reveal only half her face, whispering, Don't say that. Baelinger, please don't. Bardock observed the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle as he patted Raditz on the shoulder. This kid is just like me. Back in the day when I pursued your mother, I shamelessly sought her out to repair the spaceship. Bardock. Janae shot him a glare, although a smile graced her face. That was years ago. Why bring it up now? Bardock chuckled sheepishly. Best not to mention it. The atmosphere on the lawn lightened considerably as Baelinger tugged on Chi-Chi's arm, repeatedly calling her sister-in-law, inquiring if she could cook roasted meat like her mother. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong eagerly pressed Raditz to teach him the secrets of the mimetic Super Saiyan. Bulma rushed out of the laboratory, clutching a new scouter, exclaiming that she had just detected a power level of 30,000, initially fearing it signified another enemy. Upon seeing Chi-Chi and Raditz together, she quickly understood, whistling appreciatively. Well done, Raditz. You've grasped this much faster than Goku. The commotion continued until evening, with Janae heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Goku and Baelinger clamored around Bulma to see her latest invention. Bardock led Raditz to the balcony on the second floor of the villa. The sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and red, distant city lights flickering to life, and rabbits frolicked across the lawn. In a month and a half, Bardock leaned against the railing, his voice turning serious. According to the intel from Vegeta's network, Frieza's army has completed the sale of the planets ahead of schedule. Their next destination is Namek. Raditz nodded, aware that Bardock had already briefed them on Namek. It was the location of the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes. More importantly, Frieza sought the Dragon Balls for immortality, and they needed to secure them before Frieza did, all while avenging Planet Vegeta. During this time, I'll cherish every moment with Chi-Chi. Bardock's gaze softened as he observed Chi-Chi feeding rabbits with Baelinger below. Namek is not Earth. Frieza's power far exceeds our own at present, and we cannot guarantee victory. Raditz clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. I understand, Dad. This time, I won't be a burden. A power level of 30,000 is merely the beginning. I will train harder to break through to true Super Saiyan. Bardock patted his shoulder, saying nothing more, merely gazing into the distant starry sky. The images of Planet Vegeta's destruction from 20 years ago lingered in his mind. Frieza's ship hovering above the planet. With energy blasts turning cities into infernos, the anguished cries of scions echoing in the air. He had fought desperately to escape with Janae, later finding Goku and bailing her. For the past 20 years, he had trained relentlessly in anticipation of this day. After dinner, Raditz took Chi-Chi to the small creek behind the estate. The creek, which Bulma had excavated last year, flowed with mountain spring water, flanked by cherry blossom trees. Although it was not the flowering season, the leaves shimmered brilliantly green, and the water was crystal clear, revealing tiny fish swimming about. The two sat on stones by the creek, Chi-Chi dipping her feet into the cool water, sighing contentedly. She glanced at Raditz beside her, who was staring into the distant woods with a furrowed brow, his earlier laughter replaced by a serious demeanor. "What's wrong?" Chi-Chi gently nudged his arm. "Uncle Bardock mentioned we would be departing in a month and a half. Where are we going? On vacation?" Leitais turned his head to gaze into Chi-Chi's eyes, which shone brightly, reminiscent of the stars he had observed in his childhood on Vegeta's star. He inhaled deeply, his voice considerably more solemn than before. "It is not for leisure, but for vengeance." Chi-Chi's smile froze, and she looked at Leitais, waiting for him to continue. "We are bound for Namek, to seek out a being named Frieza." Leitais' voice tightened slightly. "He is the cosmic tyrant, commanding a legion that dominates much of the universe. Merciless in his killings. Our home planet, Vegeta's star, was obliterated by him." He paused, swallowing hard. "Apart from my father and mother who managed to escape, all our kin. Our people perished. My grandfather, my uncle, and companions who executed missions with me in my youth, all gone." The sound of the stream seemed to amplify suddenly, and Chi-Chi looked into Leitais' eyes, which harbored a fury and sorrow she had never witnessed before. She reached out and clasped his hand, which felt cold and trembled slightly. "Frieza's intent in visiting Namek is to acquire the Dragon Balls, seeking immortality." Leitais gripped Chi-Chi's hand tightly. "We must thwart him and avenge the people of Vegeta's star. This is our mission as scions, and it is my personal mission." Chi-Chi remained silent, merely leaning closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. Small fish darted through the stream, splashing water that landed on their feet. "Will you return?" Chi-Chi's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with emotion. Leitais looked down. Kissing her hair, his voice resolute. "I will. I promise you, I will return. When I do, I shall marry you. This is my vow." Chi-Chi nodded. Burying her face in his shoulder, no further words exchanged. Leitais gazed at the distant starry sky, silently promising, "I will undoubtedly return alive." On the balcony of the second floor, Bardock observed the two by the stream, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. He retrieved an old scouter from his pocket. A relic from Vegeta's star, damaged upon their arrival on Earth 2 decades prior, yet repaired by Dr. Brief. The screen still displayed the blurred imagery of Vegeta's star from years ago, when Leitais had been merely 3, chasing butterflies in the yard while Jine called him for dinner. He clutched the scouter tightly, energy gathering in his palm as he gazed fixedly at the starry expanse. "Frieza." Bardock's voice was soft, yet carried the weight of 1,000 forces. "After 20 years of training, can you withstand this?" Chapter 79. Journey to Namek. Time slipped away quietly, and soon the day of departure arrived. The metallic surface of the landing pad at Bulma's estate still glistened with morning dew, while the silvery spacecraft stood still like a slumbering giant, its sleek lines glimmering with a faint blue sheen, the rear engine compartment just sealed by Dr. Brief. He brushed off the dust from his hands and signaled to the crowd with an OK gesture. "The power core and life support systems are fully operational. Coordinates locked on Namek, with an error margin of no more than 5 meters." Bulma approached with her tablet, data scrolling rapidly across the screen. "Dad has installed anti-detection coatings. Frieza's scouters will not detect us. Additionally, the gravity chamber has been expanded to accommodate 5 individuals for training, with the highest setting adjusted to 500 times gravity. So be cautious in your usage." Standing in the front row, Bardock nodded, still clad in his gray shirt, now with an alloy dagger strapped to his waist. An old artifact from Vegeta's star, its sheath adorned with a worn scion emblem. He scanned the 14 individuals behind him, his voice deep as gravel. "Vegeta, please reiterate the intelligence to everyone." Vegeta stepped forward, the collar of his black battle suit open, revealing faint scars on his neck. He held a compact communicator, the screen displaying encrypted information transmitted from his scouts. Frieza's legion completed the final planetary handover 3 days ago, and they are scheduled to depart from their home planet in 1 month. Their flagship travels at 12 times our speed, but Namek lies further from their route. Calculating the distance, they will take half a month to arrive, meaning their arrival time is set for a month and a half from now. He paused, swiping his finger across the communicator, pulling up a star map. If we depart now, we can reach our destination in just 1 month, arriving 2 weeks ahead of them. In that fortnight, we not only need to locate the Dragon Balls, but also familiarize ourselves with Namek's terrain, ideally establishing contact with the locals, unlike those ruffians Frieza commands, who charge in with violence. The last remark was clearly directed at Vegeta's companion, Nappa. At that moment, Son Goku squatted on the ground, poking at the spaceship's landing gear. Instantly jumping up at the mention, still clutching an unfinished meat bun. Linger, when we arrive, let us inquire with the Namekians whether the Dragon Balls can truly grant any wish. Baelinger stood beside Goku, her hair styled in a high ponytail, secured with a carrot-shaped hairpin. She nodded vigorously, pulling out a small notebook filled with haphazardly drawn combat techniques. We also need to find a place to practice the new fighting skills I learned. Dad mentioned I held my fists too tightly during my last training, preventing me from unleashing my full strength. Their chatter lightened the atmosphere, yet Bardock remained unyielding. He leaned against the spaceship's wall, his green skin glinting coldly in the morning light, the veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. Frieza's power should not be underestimated. Many of his subordinates are formidable. Upon landing, it would be prudent to split into 2 groups, one to search for the Dragon Balls and the other to scout for enemy activity. We have only 12 days to locate the Dragon Balls. In the final 3 days, we must prepare an ambush on Namek and seek the guidance of their elder to enhance our potential. Tianjinhan stood beside Piccolo, their gazes locking in mutual seriousness. He pressed a hand to his temple, the third eye on his forehead slowly opening. I will team up with Chaos. My Ki Blast can scout from a distance, while Chaos' psychic abilities can cloak our presence, making us difficult to detect. Chaos floated in midair, his short legs swinging. Yes, I can also bring food for everyone. The compressed biscuits Bulma gave me yesterday taste much better than the previous ones. Krillin and Yamcha sat on the nearby steps, repeatedly adjusting their scouters. Krillin scratched his bald head, smiling. I will pair with Yamcha to search for the Dragon Balls, as we are familiar with Earth's Dragon Balls. And the Namekian ones should not differ significantly. Gohan, you will accompany us. Remember not to wander off, as the flora on Namek might be aggressive. Son Gohan sat on Krillin's lap, clutching a dinosaur toy, blinking his large eyes. I understand, Uncle Krillin. I will be good and help you watch for any villains approaching. My Ki sensing is now quite proficient. I can detect small insects from 10 meters away. Nappa stood behind Vegeta, arms crossed, his expression neutral, occasionally glancing at the spaceship's engine compartment. My combat power is increasing slowly. I will guard the ship on Namek to prevent ambushes by Frieza's advance team. Vegeta shot him a sidelong glance. At least you have some utility. Just ensure you can handle even a mere insect when the time comes. On the fringes of the crowd, Tao Pai Pai remained in his signature white attire, gripping his staff, silently standing in the shadows. He seldom spoke, having trailed behind the group since Bardock's previous defeat, appearing as a mere spectator, yet was the first to rush into the gravity chamber during each training session. Ultimately, all eyes settled upon Leitais and Chi-Chi in the corner. Leitais, clad in a black battle suit, bore faded scars on his arms, now merely shallow imprints. During this time, the bond between Leitais and Chi-Chi had swiftly intensified, their relationship flourishing with fervent passion. He raised his hand to brush aside the stray strands of hair blown by the wind from Chi-Chi's cheek, his fingertips still warm from the gravity chamber. While I am away, remember to eat on time and do not stay up late. Chi-Chi nodded, her eyes slightly reddened, yet she held back her tears. She took out a red safety knot from her pocket, delicately embroidered with the character law, and carefully tied it around his wrist. I stitched this yesterday for your safety. You promised me that when you return, we will hold a wedding, and there shall be no turning back. No turning back, Raditz replied, pulling her into his embrace. Resting his chin atop her head, his voice soft yet resolute. When I return, I will marry you. We will have the wedding at the manor, with the second brother and others as groomsmen, the third sister as the bridesmaid, and mother preparing a grand feast of roasted meat, even more fragrant than last time. Chi-Chi nestled against him and gently patted his back. Hurry now, don't keep everyone waiting too long. Remember, you must return alive. I am looking forward to cooking for you. Raditz released her, casting one last glance before turning toward the spaceship. Chi-Chi stood still, watching his silhouette disappear behind the hatch until the spaceship's engines roared to life. Slowly, she raised her hand and waved. The hatch closed, shutting out the morning light. Inside, the spacecraft was more spacious than imagined. In addition to the cockpit and gravity chamber, there were 4 lounges, each furnished with 2 beds and a storage cabinet. Bardock headed straight for the cockpit and pressed the start button. The star map illuminated instantly, with the coordinates of Planet Namek flashing in red at the center. Everyone, pay attention. We will enter space in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves in the gravity chamber. This training has no time limit. Adjust the gravity to your maximum capacity. Those who can endure more may increase it further. No one is allowed to slack off until we reach Planet Namek. Chapter 80. Small breakthroughs during the voyage. The group entered the spaceship's interior, which had been set to autopilot by Bulma, eliminating any concerns about navigation. For the return journey, one merely needed to press a designated button. Should any issues arise, a supply of repair materials was available for Jine to handle necessary fixes. Goku was the first to dash into the gravity chamber, excitedly pressing the button for 200 times gravity. Last time, I could only withstand 150 times. This time, I will endure 200. Balin followed closely, pressing the button for 180 times. I want to surpass the second brother. The eldest said if I work a bit harder, I might reach the threshold of the hypothetical Super Saiyan. As Raditz entered the gravity chamber, Vegeta had already set the gravity to 100 times. Gritting his teeth as he stood inside, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Raditz said nothing, merely pressing the button for 110 times gravity. The weight surged instantly, causing his knees to bend slightly before he straightened his back, commencing basic martial arts training. Bardock and Jine entered last, exchanging a glance before simultaneously pressing the buttons for 400 times and 300 times gravity. Bardock stood firm, energy enveloping him like a gossamer veil, each punch producing the sound of air being sliced. Jine closed her eyes, regulating her breathing, evenly distributing her energy throughout her limbs. Her movement slow yet steady as a mountain. The spaceship ascended gradually, piercing through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. The scenery outside transformed from blue to black, countless stars twinkling like scattered diamonds upon the celestial tapestry, with the occasional meteor streaking by, leaving behind a fleeting trail of light. Training in the gravity chamber was monotonous and brutal. In the initial days, nearly everyone struggled to cope. Krillin fainted under 80 times gravity, rescued by Dumpling, who fed him a senzu bean. Yamcha suffered from leg cramps during training and required a full day's rest to recover. Young Son Gohan could only perform simple movements under 50 times gravity, yet he persevered, training for 4 hours each day. However, no one gave up. Bardock made significant progress over the month, his combat power reaching 3.7 million, while Jine attained a peak of 3 million. Goku spent a full 8 hours in the gravity chamber daily, even when exhausted to the point of collapsing on the floor. As soon as he caught his breath, he would rise again to continue his training. Bardock also imparted the essentials of his signature move, the Tyrant Ray, to Goku and his siblings. This month of extreme training elevated Goku's base combat power to 200,000. Balin's hands were swollen from the gravitational strain, yet she diligently practiced the Tyrant Ray, the ultimate technique Bardock had taught her. Her combat power reached 150,000. Vegeta became obsessed, spending nearly all his time in the gravity chamber aside from eating and sleeping. Each time he emerged, he resembled someone pulled from water, yet his gaze remained sharp, unwilling to concede to anyone. Clearly, the prince possessed remarkable talent, swiftly boosting his combat power to 120,000. Raditz also progressed rapidly. His initial base combat power was 30,000, and under the pressure of 110 times gravity, he felt his energy surging daily. During one training session, he suddenly sensed energy condensing in his dantian, coursing through his veins to his limbs. And when he swung his fist, it radiated a faint golden glow. Bardock observed, but said little, merely patting his shoulder after one training session. Do not rush. The hypothetical Super Saiyan is merely a transition. Becoming a true Super Saiyan requires not only strength, but also a refined mindset. Jine was more concerned about his health. After each training session, she would hand him a cup of warm water, reminding him not to overexert himself. Your body is the foundation of your revolution. If you wear yourself down, how will you seek revenge or return to marry Chi-Chi? Time quietly passed amidst the grueling training. A month may seem neither long nor short, but when the cockpit's intercom announced their imminent arrival at Planet Namek, expected to land in 10 minutes, everyone halted their training and rushed to the windows. Outside, a verdant planet gradually loomed larger, its surface cloaked in layers of green vegetation, resembling an emerald set against a backdrop of black velvet. The clouds were thin as gossamer, swirling above the planet, occasionally revealing white glimmers, the oceans of Namek. Raditz stood by the window, unconsciously rubbing the safety knot on his wrist, recalling Chi-Chi's smile before his departure, a smile that involuntarily curved his lips. He retrieved his scouter, pressed the switch, and the screen displayed his latest combat power of 120,000, a fourfold increase from a month prior, validating his relentless efforts to surpass his gravitational limits, often aided by Senza beans. Bardock approached him, gazing at the verdant planet. His voice grew somber. Prepare yourself. The next half-month will be the true test. Raditz nodded, clenching his fists. He could sense the energy within him boiling, like a volcano ready to erupt. He understood that this battle was not only for the people of Planet Vegeta, for revenge, but also for Chi-Chi, for the wedding they had promised each other. The spaceship began to decelerate, gradually approaching the surface of Planet Namek. Through the window, they could see bizarrely shaped plants towering several meters high. Enormous mushroom-like structures scattered throughout the forest, with green-skinned Namekians passing by, baskets in hand, seemingly gathering something. Prepare for landing. Bardock's voice echoed. The spaceship's landing gear descended slowly, the roar of the engines subsiding. With a gentle thud, the spaceship landed steadily on a vast expanse of grass. The hatch opened slowly, fresh air flooding in, carrying a faint scent of grass and wood. The 14 of them disembarked one by one, standing on the soil of Planet Namek. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, warming them. Son Goku took a deep breath, excitedly waving his fist. We finally made it. We have arrived at Planet Namek. Let us embark on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. Ba Linger nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We should also inquire with the Namekians about any delectable fruits available here. Tianjin Fan, however, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, as his third eye slowly opened. We must not rush. First, we need to ascertain whether Frieza's vanguard troops are present. Allow me to use my clones to investigate the area. With a swift gesture, Tianjin Fan conjured 3 clones, each heading in a different direction, releasing their energy to detect any potential threats. Raditz lingered at the back of the group, gazing at the unfamiliar planet before him, silently whispering, Chi-Chi, wait for me. I will return alive. He lifted his gaze to the distant sky, where the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of hope. This battle was merely the beginning. Chapter 81. The Namekian Operation, Part 1. As Tianjin Fan's clones swept through the third mushroom forest to the east, it suddenly sensed an ominous presence, akin to a rusty nail piercing through the atmosphere. The aura was not the gentle fluctuation typical of Namekians. Rather, it resembled the stench of kerosene spilled on dry grass, mingled with the scent of blood and malice, wafting through the dense, vine-covered forest. The clone paused atop a towering umbrella-shaped plant, its 3 thick leaves cradling its feet, while the third eye narrowed in concentration. The aura was dispersed, at least 5 or 6 life signals intermingling with a palpable animosity. The strongest presence barely caused a tremor at the tips of his fingers, indicating it was far from a threat. The moment his consciousness synchronized back with his original body, Tianjin Fan's eyes flew open, and the energy sphere he had been gathering dissipated. He turned to the group gathered around the spacecraft's landing gear, his voice imbued with certainty. 30 miles to the east, there exists a sinister energy, not that of the Namekians. The energy signatures are mixed, each with a power level around 3,000. It is likely a small troop. Bardock crouched beside the spacecraft, his fingers brushing against the stardust that had clung to its exterior from traversing the asteroid belt, now glimmering with a pale blue hue under Namek's sun. Upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze, his brow unfurling as he pressed 2 buttons on his scanner. Red detection beams shot forth like arrows toward the east. The screen soon displayed fluctuating green values, 3,200, 2,900, 1,800 scattered throughout the designated fern forest grid, with the highest value not exceeding Gohan's warm-up intensity during training. Frieza's vanguard squad. Bardock stowed the scanner, tapping the screen with his knuckles. We need not mobilize the entire force for mere scouts. His gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on Krillin and Son Gohan. Krillin had just adjusted himself to peak condition, while Gohan clenched his small fists, his face a mixture of eagerness and feigned composure. Krillin, take Gohan to handle this swiftly. Avoid alerting distant enemies. Rest assured. Krillin straightened up, patting Gohan's shoulder. Let us circle to the back of the forest and assess their positions, ideally. We can take them out in one sweep. Gohan nodded vigorously, though his ears turned slightly red. This was his first solo mission with Krillin, and he had practiced a serious expression in front of the mirror several times the night before. A faint white aura radiated beneath their feet as their figures swiftly vanished into the eastern thicket, the rustling leaves echoing Krillin's reminders to refrain from using powerful techniques to avoid incinerating the entire forest. Bardock watched their silhouettes disappear beyond the treetops before turning to the remaining members, calmly delineating tasks. The first group, Goku, Linger, Yamcha, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Raditz, was assigned to seek the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek are scattered across various tribes. Remember to communicate with the locals rather than relying solely on power levels. Son Goku seemed quite excited, eagerly rubbing his fists together, grinning as he chimed in, "Great. Once we find the Dragon Balls, let me wish for my father to be invincible. Then we can defeat Frieza." Vegeta, leaning against the spacecraft's engine cover while polishing his battle suit, raised an eyebrow at this. Is such a large group truly necessary for seeking the Dragon Balls, Bardock? Though he spoke dismissively, he continued forward with the others. Vegeta understood well the significance of gathering the Dragon Balls. If he could seize the opportunity to make a wish, perhaps his power could increase dramatically, potentially transforming him into the legendary Super Saiyan. Even if it meant running errands with these lower-class warriors, he would endure. Ba Linger could hardly contain her excitement, clutching a sweet fruit she had taken from the spacecraft's storage compartment, juice dripping from her fingers. Let us find the Dragon Balls. And delicious food. I saw a grove of pink fruits to the west that were larger than earth peaches when we descended. Raditz stood nearby, absent-mindedly rubbing the safety talisman on his wrist that Chi-Chi had woven for him before his departure, a strand of her hair intertwined in the red string. Warm against his skin, he remained silent, quietly switching his scanner to Dragon Ball detection mode, contemplating that if he could gather them quickly, he would soon return to see Chi-Chi. The second group, Tao Pai Pai, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, caught Bardock's attention. You three will remain within a 10-mile radius of the spacecraft, using your energy perception to monitor. Should you detect any enemies with power levels exceeding 10,000 or Frieza's main forces, report immediately via telepathy. Tao Pai Pai crossed his arms, his white cloak brushing against the grass in the wind. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly, aware of the importance of holding the rear. Tianjin Fan acknowledged the instructions, already formulating his clone scouting routes in his mind, while Jiaozi floated in midair, clutching Tianjin Fan's clothing, softly adding, "I'll keep track of all sensed energies and prioritize them by intensity. I won't miss anything." Finally, Bardock looked at Naba, a loyal subordinate of Prince Vegeta, who stood at the spacecraft's entrance like an iron tower, his muscular arms bearing scars from his previous battle with Raditz. "Naba, you will guard the spacecraft. Inspect the landing gear's weight limits, and check the repair materials in the storage compartment. If any foolish minions intrude, deal with them decisively. Do not allow them to touch any buttons." "Yes, Bardock," Naba replied in a deep voice, standing even taller. He understood that the spacecraft was their only escape route. After the destruction of Planet Vegeta, they had no other home. This spacecraft must not encounter any mishaps. Once everyone had received their assignments, Bardock turned to the ever-present Jine. She held a leather notepad, on which she had written each person's assigned area with charcoal. Upon noticing his gaze, she smiled and handed him a bottle of warm water. "All set. Let us remain here and keep watch. If Krillin and Gohan encounter any trouble, or if issues arise from other directions, we can provide immediate support." Bardock accepted the water, their fingers brushing briefly, warm against each other. He nodded, his voice softer than before. "Yes, we will coordinate the overall strategy. If the Dragon Ball Seekers face tribal conflicts, or if Tao Pai Pai senses formidable foes, we must respond promptly. Frieza's forces will not send merely this small vanguard. The main army is likely already on its way." Chapter 82. The Namekian Operation, Part 2. Once everyone began executing their respective tasks, they ventured off in different directions. Bardock sat cross-legged in contemplation. Jine rolled up the notepad and tucked it into her pocket, then retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit from her bag, offering it to him. Eat something to tide you over. When Krillin returns, we can prepare dinner together. The wild vegetables on Namek appear quite fresh. I picked some near the spacecraft earlier, and they should make a good soup. Bardock received the biscuit and took a bite, savoring the familiar taste of Earth, reminiscent of the ones Bulma had given them last time, suggesting they were preferable to nutritional supplements in emergencies. The next step, he thought, should be to seek out the Elder to enhance their potential. He glanced at Jine, who was squatting on a stone nearby, sorting through the wild vegetables, the dewdrops clinging to the vibrant green leaves. In that moment, he found solace in the tranquility. If only it could remain like this, devoid of Frieza and war. Perhaps they could lead a peaceful life on Earth. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals searching for the Dragon Balls had divided into 3 teams. Goku and Balinger formed one group, relying on their keen senses to traverse the densely vegetated areas. Vegeta and Piccolo comprised another, with Vegeta utilizing a detector while Piccolo, guided by his Namekian lineage, occasionally sensed hidden tribal entrances beneath the ground. Yamcha and Raditz took the central route, remaining alert to their surroundings while attempting to communicate with any encountered Namekians. As Goku and Balinger entered the bamboo grove to the west, they heard faint footsteps ahead, not the sound of beastly hooves, but the soft tread of feet in straw sandals, gently rustling the bamboo leaves. Instinctively, they held their breath and concealed themselves behind a sturdy bamboo stalk, so thick that 2 people would struggle to encircle it. Through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, they spotted 3 green-skinned Namekians squatting on the ground, foraging for blue mushrooms in their woven baskets. They were shorter than humans, the tallest barely reaching Goku's chest, their antennae gently swaying like sensitive antennas. Their presence radiating a warm aura akin to a mountain stream, devoid of malice. Balinger's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to leap forward, Goku restrained her. He gestured for her to be quiet, then stepped out from behind the bamboo stalk, arms outstretched and a broad smile adorning his face, striving to appear non-threatening. Hello, we come from Earth, and we mean no harm. The 3 Namekians startled, springing to their feet, their antennae standing rigid like 3 upright needles. One of the older Namekians, marked by a faint scar on his forehead likely earned in battle, studied Goku for a moment before speaking. His voice tinged with a strange intonation, as if blending 2 syllables together. Your aura is pure, devoid of malice. What brings you to Namek? It turned out that the Namekians possessed a heightened sensitivity to aura, easily distinguishing between good and evil, just as humans discern sweetness from bitterness. At that moment, Balinger approached, holding the uneaten sweet fruit aloft, offering it to the elder Namekian. We are here to help you. A villain named Frieza intends to invade your planet. Seize your Dragon Balls and destroy your home. We seek to gather the Dragon Balls to grow stronger and defeat him. The elder Namekian paused, his antennae gradually drooping as he gently touched the sweet fruit Balinger had presented. The fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. Frieza came many years ago and took many of our tribesmen, never to return. Can you truly defeat him? Indeed, Goku affirmed, nodding vigorously, his fists clenched tightly to the point of turning white. We are not ordinary individuals. Our strength surpasses the highest combat power on this planet. Balinger nodded in agreement, pressing the sweet fruit into the elder's hands. You must try this. It's delicious. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, we can wish for your tribesmen to return and ensure Frieza never dares to come back. The elder Namekian took the sweet fruit, taking a small bite, the juice bursting forth in his mouth, his eyes gradually brightening. He glanced at Goku's aura of pure righteousness, and then at the sincerity in Balinger's eyes. Suddenly breaking into a smile, the wrinkles on his face folding like a blossoming old mushroom. I am Mocha, the guardian of this tribe. Follow me, and I shall take you to the elder, who safeguards a Dragon Ball. The elder will believe you, for you carry the scent of protectors. As they followed Mocha toward the tribe, Balinger realized that the bamboo grove was far larger than it appeared. The path beneath their feet was paved with bamboo slices, and lanterns crafted from vines hung nearby, containing luminous insects that would surely light the way at night. Mocha spoke as they walked, explaining that each tribe on Namek had an elder who kept a Dragon Ball, and only those who earned the trust of the entire tribe could claim it. Their elder's name was Nailu. In the past, other extraterrestrial beings had attempted to seize the Dragon Balls, but their auras were too tainted, and they were swiftly driven away by Elder Nailu upon approaching the tribe. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, Goku and Balinger discovered that the tribe was concealed beneath enormous ferns, their leaves larger than a spaceship's hatch, the undersides a deep purple, resembling opened umbrellas, providing complete coverage over the tribe. The houses within the tribe were made of clay and plant fibers, their rounded tops resembling small mushrooms, with wind chimes strung from shells at the entrances that jingled softly in the breeze. Elder Nailu was unexpectedly young, diligently grinding stones in the central square, presumably for tool-making. Elder Nailu was surprisingly tall, with skin as deep green as Piccolo's. Goku and Balinger silently activated their detectors, revealing Elder Nailu's combat power to be an impressive 42,000. This strength was indeed formidable, though comparisons were necessary. Nailu's antennae were thicker, and upon noticing Mocha escorting Goku and Bailing, he set down the stone he was holding and rose leisurely. Mocha said, "You have come to help us fight Frieza?" "Yes." Goku stepped forward, articulating their purpose for coming to Namek while demonstrating his control over his aura. A faint white energy enveloped him, causing no harm to the surrounding flora. Even the nearby wind chimes remained still. Elder Nailu's eyes sparkled as he reached out to touch the energy surrounding Goku, nodding thoughtfully. "Your aura is stable. You are not merely a destructive warrior. Judging by the intensity of your aura, your strength likely surpasses mine. Impressive. I am the strongest on Namek, and you indeed possess significant power. Follow me. The Dragon Ball is in the sacred cave of the tribe." The sacred cave was situated on the mountain face behind the tribe, its entrance concealed by vines. Upon parting the vines and stepping inside, darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the glowing gemstones embedded in the walls. After traversing approximately 50 steps, the cave opened up to reveal a stone platform upon which rested a wooden box. Opening the box revealed a basketball-sized orange Dragon Ball, its star-patterned surface shimmering gently in the light. "This is our tribe's Dragon Ball," the elder said, handing the box to Goku. "Take it, and may you fulfill your promise to protect Namek." Goku carefully cradled the box, as if it were a priceless treasure. "Thank you. We will certainly defeat Frieza." Balinger followed suit, bowing. "When we win, we will return to bring you more delicious sweet fruits." As they exited the sacred cave, the Namekians of the tribe gathered around, offering them fruits and woven mats made from plant fibers, inviting them to sit along the way. Mocha took the time to draw them a map, pointing to the red dots marked on it, stating, "These are all the nearby tribes. And this large red circle indicates the largest tribe, whose elder is named Ilu. He guards 2 Dragon Balls, and you may seek him first." Wukong and Bailing, clutching the map and the Dragon Balls, felt a warmth in their hearts. Bailing, munching on the fruit given by the Namekian, mumbled, "They are truly kind. Far more approachable than Vegeta." Wukong chuckled, "It's because they know we are here to assist them." Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo were searching for the Dragon Balls in the rocky northern region. The dragon radar in Vegeta's hand beeped, displaying a faint signal from a Dragon Ball just 5 kilometers ahead. He moved swiftly, his black battle suit gliding over the rocks, leaving a faint trace behind. Piccolo followed closely, occasionally stopping to touch the nearby stones, as the Namekian rocks concealed a special energy that helped him sense the life signals around him. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was within a cave ahead. Vegeta halted before a massive rock, pointing to the cave entrance below, where 3 life signals were detected. All possessing power levels below 500, they were likely the Namekians guarding the Dragon Ball. Piccolo furrowed his brow. "Do not use force. I will speak with them." He stepped forward and called out to the cave entrance. "We have come seeking the Dragon Balls to defeat the imminent invasion of Frieza upon Namek. We mean no harm, only to protect this planet." There was silence from within the cave for a moment. Then 3 Namekians emerged, armed with stone spears, watching Vegeta and Piccolo with suspicion. One of the leading Namekians scrutinized Piccolo for a moment before speaking. "Are you also a Namekian? Why does your aura carry the scent of Earth?" Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, then realized that he had been born on Earth, naturally possessing both Namekian and earthly essence. He chose his words carefully. "I was raised on Earth, but my ancestors hail from Namek. You have surely heard of Frieza. He is about to invade Namek, and in his wake, he will bring destruction, just as he has done to other planets. We require the power of the Dragon Balls to stop him." Meanwhile, Raditz and Yamcha were passing through a Namekian village. A small Namekian, peeking from the rooftop, accidentally slipped and fell into a nearby pond. Raditz dashed forward, scooping the small Namekian from the water. The little one, trembling with fright, clutched a wooden box resembling a basketball, from which the glimmer of a Dragon Ball was faintly visible. "Do not be afraid. We are here to help you," Raditz said softly, wiping the mud from the child's face with his sleeve. At that moment, the water suddenly erupted with a loud splash as a giant swamp creature with 3 eyes lunged out. Its body was as large as a hippopotamus. Its slick skin adorned with dark green patterns, and water plants hung from its tusks. The battle power detector on Raditz's wrist beeped, indicating a power level of 5,200. "Yamcha, protect him." Raditz thrust the small Namekian into Yamcha's arms and turned to confront the swamp beast. He did not unleash his full strength, merely sidestepping the creature's claws, delivering a gentle yet forceful palm strike to its side. The swamp creature howled in pain, its massive body swaying but not falling. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed forth a stream of black venom. Yamcha retreated several meters, holding the small Namekian, who reminded Raditz loudly, "Be careful. The swamp creature's venom is highly toxic." Raditz nodded and, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself like an arrow to the top of the swamp creature, concentrating his power into a powerful fist aimed at its central eye. With a thunderous bang, the creature's eye erupted in a spray of blood, writhing in agony before crashing through several reeds and finally sinking into the swamp, becoming still. The small Namekian dared to peek from Yamcha's embrace. His eyes filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "You are amazing. My name is Dondi, and this is our tribe's Dragon Ball. The elder of our tribe instructed me to hide it, as he sensed an imminent invasion by someone named Frieza." Raditz knelt down and ruffled Dandy's hair. "We will take you to your grandfather, all right? We need the other Dragon Balls to defeat the villains who bully you." Dondi nodded vigorously, grasping Raditz's hand and leading him toward a cave by the swamp. Inside, it was dry, and a dozen Namekians were anxiously circling around an elderly Namekian, who was Dondi's grandfather and the tribe elder, preparing to search for Dondi in the swamp due to his worry. Upon seeing Dondi return safely with 2 strangers, the elder was initially taken aback, but sensing the righteous aura emanating from Raditz and Yamcha, he relaxed his tense expression. "Thank you for saving Dondi," the elder said, shaking Raditz's hand, which was rough and calloused. Delighted by the elder's amiability, Yamcha quickly recounted their purpose for coming to Namek, to defeat Frieza and protect the planet. The elder nodded in understanding, clearly able to discern the truth in their words. "This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. I hope you can protect Namek." Raditz accepted the wooden box, opening it to reveal the Dragon Ball inside, its orange glow illuminating his face. "Rest assured, we will." As they exited the cave, Dondi rushed out, handing Raditz a small basket woven from vines. "Inside is sweet root. It is delicious. Please eat it on your journey." Raditz accepted the basket, feeling warmth in his heart as memories of Chi-Chi packing his lunch, always including his favorite snacks, flooded back. Yamcha chuckled teasingly. "Who would have thought you were so popular with children?" Raditz scratched his head, remaining silent, only clutching the basket tighter. The first day of their search was relatively smooth. Wukong and Bailing obtained 1 Dragon Ball, while Vegeta and Piccolo secured another. And Yamcha and Raditz acquired 1 as well. Upon returning to the spaceship that evening, Krillin and Gohan had been waiting for them. Dealing with the Vanguard squad had been effortless. The minions were no match for Gohan's full-powered punch. They had even found a route map of Frieza's main forces from their detector, indicating they would arrive at Namek in about 10 days. "It seems we must hasten our efforts." Bardock gazed at the route map, his brow furrowing. "Tomorrow, you will split into 3 groups, striving to find more Dragon Balls." Jain brought over bowls of vegetable soup, distributing 1 to everyone. "First, let us eat. Everyone is tired today, and we will need our strength to search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow." Chapter 84. The Namekian Operation. At last, the operation concludes successfully, soon. With the Dragon Balls of Namek, wishes shall be granted, and we shall confront Frieza. Early the next morning, everyone set off according to the plan. Wukong and Bailing followed the map drawn by Nelu to find the elder named Ilu, who was said to possess 2 Dragon Balls. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the large tribe marked on the map, which was significantly larger than the one they encountered the previous day. The houses were constructed from enormous mushroom stems, some towering up to 3 stories high, and at the center of the tribe stood a circular plaza bustling with Namekians, seemingly engaged in some sort of ceremony. As Wukong and Bailing approached the entrance of the plaza, they were intercepted by 2 guards. "Who are you?" What brings you here? Bailing promptly produced the map given by Nelu the day before. We are here on the introduction of Elder Nelu, seeking Elder Ilu. We need to gather the Dragon Balls to defeat Frieza. The guard exchanged a glance before turning to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, a tall Namekian emerged, noticeably taller than his fellow Namekians, with long and thick antennae atop his head, clad in a robe woven from leaves. This must be Elder Iru. Naru has already communicated with me, Elder Iru remarked, his keen gaze fixed upon Wukong and Baliner. Do you truly possess the capability to defeat Frieza? Wukong nodded vigorously, indeed. We are exceptionally powerful, and my father's battle power has reached 3.7 million. He demonstrated his strength, a white aura enveloping him, causing the leaves in the square to dance in the wind. Elder Iru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He could sense the immense and pure energy emanating from Wukong, devoid of any malice. Follow me, he instructed, turning to lead them deeper into the village. They entered a vast mushroom chamber where 2 stone boxes lay. Elder Iru opened them, revealing 2 Dragon Balls, one yellow and one green. These Dragon Balls are entrusted to you, Elder Iru said, but remember, their power is for protection, not for selfish desires. Wukong accepted the stone box, cradling it carefully. Thank you. We will surely use the power of the Dragon Balls to protect Namek. Baliner bowed in agreement. Once we defeat Frieza, we will return to celebrate with you. As they departed from the main village, Elder Iru dispatched 2 Namekians to accompany them, Tam and Karu, who were familiar with the geography of Namek and could assist Wukong and Baliner in locating other villages. Elated, Wukong and Baliner felt that with Tam and Karu's help, their quest for the Dragon Balls would proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo encountered a bit of trouble. They followed the signal from their detector to a village, only to find the Namekians there on high alert. Despite Piccolo's explanations, they refused to produce the Dragon Balls, citing previous encounters with aliens who had attempted to steal them. They do not trust us, Piccolo frowned at Vegeta. Vegeta, growing impatient, scoffed, why waste words with them? Let us just blow up the village, and the Dragon Balls will reveal themselves. As he prepared to gather his energy, Piccolo swiftly intervened, do not act rashly. This will only breed more distrust. At that moment, commotion erupted within the village. A Namekian rushed out, urgently declaring, the Elder is ill. He cannot hold on much longer. Who can save him? Piccolo's eyes brightened. He dashed forward. I can save him. Following the Namekian, Piccolo entered a mushroom house where an elderly Namekian lay, pale and barely breathing, clearly gravely ill. Piccolo knelt beside him, placing his hand upon the elder's forehead, slowly channeling his energy into the ailing Namekian. Although Piccolo had grown up on Earth, he had inherited the healing abilities intrinsic to the Namekian race. This elder was in dire need of significant strength to be healed. And currently, only Elder Naru could perform such a feat. However, he was not available at the moment. It was then that Piccolo made his timely appearance. After about 10 minutes, the elder's complexion gradually regained its color, and his breathing steadied. Opening his eyes, he looked at Piccolo and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Piccolo smiled. No need for thanks. We are here to help you. We need the Dragon Balls to defeat Frieza. He then elaborated on Frieza's malevolence and the imminent threat he posed to Namek. The elder nodded, turning to the nearby Namekian, bring forth the Dragon Balls. They are good people. Soon, a Namekian emerged carrying a large stone box, within which lay a purple Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. I hope you can uphold your promise, said the elder. Vegeta stood nearby, watching Piccolo effortlessly acquire the Dragon Ball, feeling slightly vexed but refraining from comment. Recognizing that Piccolo's method was indeed more effective than his own, Yamcha and Raditz, meanwhile, discovered the 4th Dragon Ball on the 3rd day. Following the signal from their detector, they arrived at a desert with red sand under a blazing sun. After a short walk, they were drenched in sweat. How could there be a village in this cursed place? Yamcha complained, wiping his brow. Raditz checked the detector, which indicated the Dragon Ball was not far ahead. As he stepped forward, he noticed movement beneath the sand. A small Namekian head poked out, eyeing them warily. Who are you? What brings you here? The Namekian inquired. Yamcha quickly explained, we seek the Dragon Balls to defeat the impending invasion of Frieza. We mean no harm. The Namekian hesitated before responding, follow me, the elder is inside. He then dove back into the sand, signaling for Yamcha and Raditz to follow. They ventured through the sand for several meters until they emerged into an underground village bustling with Namekians, their homes constructed from stone, pleasantly cool within. The elder sat upon a stone chair, acknowledging Yamcha and Raditz with a nod. I am aware of your intentions. Mocha has already informed me. As the elder summoned the Dragon Ball, a blue orb was presented. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you, he remarked. Frieza is formidable, so you must exercise caution. Yamcha accepted the Dragon Ball gratefully. Thank you. We will certainly defeat Frieza. Over the next 3 days, the group accelerated their quest for the Dragon Balls. With the assistance of the Namekians, they quickly located the remaining 3 orbs. On the evening of the 6th day, as Vegeta and Piccolo returned to their ship with the final Dragon Ball, Yukong placed the orb on the ground, joining it with the other 6. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a gentle golden glow, seemingly drawn together by an unseen force. It's done. Finally complete, Baliner exclaimed, jumping with excitement and reaching for the Dragon Balls, only to be stopped by Piccolo. Do not touch them. The Dragon Balls will react as they come together. We must wait for them to stabilize. The surrounding Namekians gathered, having accompanied Yukong and his companions over the past few days. Many villagers had willingly offered their assistance. Some guided the way while others prepared food. Now, witnessing the Dragon Balls united, they displayed expressions of joy. Mocha gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls, reflecting, I never imagined the Dragon Balls of Namek would be gathered by aliens, and all for our protection. Thank you. Bardock crouched beside the Dragon Balls, meticulously inspecting each one for its luster. Confirming their integrity, he rose and addressed the group. The Dragon Balls are now collected. We shall make our wish, which could significantly enhance our battle power. In the coming days, we must thoroughly survey the terrain to select an appropriate ambush location for Frieza. Meanwhile, not far from Namek, a massive spaceship slowly approached through the starry expanse, emblazoned with a menacing insignia, the emblem of Frieza's army. A fierce battle was on the horizon. Chapter 85, Shenlong Balinga. The evenings on Namek exude a tender grandeur. The setting sun blends the pale purple sky with hues of orange and red, resembling an artist's palette tipped by divine hands, casting a warm golden edge upon the towering mushroom stems that reach 3 stories high. On the vacant land beside the spacecraft, 7 Dragon Balls of Namek lay still upon the gravel, their surfaces gradually emitting a soft golden light, resembling 7 gentle ribbons of illumination that entwined and tugged at one another before softly resting together, producing a faint hum that made the surrounding grains of sand quiver slightly. Is the summoning of Shenlong finally at hand? Baliner clutched her skirt, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at the Dragon Balls. The impulse to reach out and touch them still lingering in her fingertips, which yearned for that warm glow. The Namekians, Tam and Dandy, leaned closer, their antennae quivering. Though they had grown up hearing tales of the Dragon Balls, they had never witnessed Shenlong's manifestation, and at this moment, they even held their breath in anticipation. Elder Mocha, leaning on his cane, approached the Dragon Balls, his aged hand hovering just an inch away, sensing the pure life energy emanating from them. His eyes moistening slightly. It had been nearly 200 years since the last elder had awakened Shenlong. Little did he expect that today. It would be their extraterrestrial friends who would use it to protect Namek. Bardock crouched down, his fingertip tracing the shadow of the Dragon Balls on the sand. His tone calm, yet tinged with solemnity. Do not worry, Elder Mocha. We shall use it for the right purpose. He turned to Dandy, entrusting him with the next task. Only a Namekian could recite the summoning incantation, and Barenga's wish had to be articulated in the Namekian language. The translation would also depend on him. Having read the original text, he knew that only by using the Namekian tongue could the wish be successfully granted. Frieza had failed to make his wish when he attempted to do so. Dandy nodded vigorously, his small face filled with determination. He stepped directly in front of the 7 Dragon Balls, inhaled deeply, and formed a peculiar hand gesture in front of his chest. A summoning sign passed down through millennia among the Namekians, with every bend of his fingers echoing an ancient rhythm. The surrounding individuals fell silent. Even the most exuberant Goku held his breath, with only the occasional chirping of insects from the distant mushroom forest intertwining with the increasingly bright radiance of the Dragon Balls. Guardian of Namek, heed my call. Dandy's voice, though not loud, carried a penetrating power. The unique syllables of the Namekian language flowed forth like a clear spring, each word causing the light of the Dragon Balls to intensify. The once soft golden glow gradually transformed into a dazzling brilliance, burrowing through the crevices in the gravel towards the earth below. Soon, the ground beneath began to tremble slightly, as if something colossal were awakening from beneath. Buzz! In an instant, Dark clouds gathered. A deafening rumble erupted from the core of the earth, and all 7 Dragon Balls exploded with blinding light, compelling observers to squint. Goku instinctively shielded Baliner, but through the brilliance, a massive green figure began to rise, towering even above the spacecraft. The form of Shenlong was extraordinarily robust, its skin glimmering with an emerald sheen, its powerful arms adorned with golden patterns, and its long, straight antennae resembling 2 sturdy jade columns. Most astonishing were its eyes, golden orbs devoid of pupils, seemingly capable of perceiving all desires and prayers of the world. Borna, the guardian dragon of Namek, has finally made its appearance. The surrounding Namekians all knelt, hands clasped, murmuring ancient prayers. Baliner watched in awe, forgetting to hold her skirt, whispering to Goku, "Wow, it's so much larger than the dragon on Earth. It looks incredible." Goku scratched his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed. It's far more majestic than the dragon my father summoned back in the day. I wonder if it can grant super impressive wishes." Barenga's golden gaze slowly swept over the assembly, finally resting on Dandy, its deep voice resonating like rolling thunder, yet imbued with an unusual gentleness. "O summoner, speak your wish. I can grant you 3, regardless of their nature, as long as they lie within the realm of my divine power." Dandy immediately turned around, gesturing to Bardock and the others, quickly translating in the universal tongue. "The dragon says we may state our wishes. He can grant 3. Bardock stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Barenga's colossal form, having already devised his first wish in his mind. In recent days, he had repeatedly recalled Broly from the original text, the legendary Super Saiyan whose might grew with every battle, blood coursing with infinite potential. If the Scions present could inherit such a bloodline, they would be more than equipped to confront Frieza. He inhaled deeply and said to Dandy, "Tell the dragon that for my first wish, I desire all Scions present to possess the fabled Super Saiyan bloodline, one that constantly grows stronger with limitless potential." Dandy swiftly turned, conveying the wish fluently in Namekian to Borna. Barenga's golden eyes flickered slightly. Its massive form remained silent for a moment. Then it slowly shook its head, its antennae gently swaying. "This wish I cannot fulfill." Dandy's expression shifted slightly, quickly translating. "The dragon says he cannot grant it." He stated that the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline involves a fundamental enhancement of life levels, which exceeds his divine capabilities. Only the primordial Super Dragon Balls in the universe could effect such a transformation. So it truly cannot be done. Bardock sighed softly, having anticipated this outcome, yet still feeling a pang of disappointment. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed not so easily attained. Beside him, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth as he muttered under his breath, "Humph, I knew such an ethereal thing was unreliable. Rather than relying on some bloodline, it is far more practical to directly enhance our combat power." Bardock glanced at Vegeta, refraining from rebutting him. Although Vegeta's words were harsh, they struck a chord. The most urgent matter at hand was indeed to bolster their strength. He promptly addressed Dandy. "For the second wish, let the dragon assist us in rapidly increasing our combat power. Ideally, we want every person present to reach a combat power of 150 million or more." Upon the utterance of this wish, all present held their breath. 150 million combat power. What an astonishing concept. Bardock's current power was merely 3,700,000, while Kain's was around 3 million. If they could suddenly surge to 150 million, they would be more than capable of contending with Frieza. Yamcha could not restrain himself from rubbing his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 150 million. If that were possible, I could even take down Frieza if he showed up right now. Bardock immediately articulated his wish. Dandy hurriedly conveyed it to Borna. This time, Barenga's silence stretched longer, a flicker of difficulty passing through its golden eyes. Then it once again slowly shook its head. "This wish, too, lies beyond my abilities." "What?" Yamcha's hopes instantly plummeted, and Raditz furrowed his brow. Subsequently, Borna uttered some peculiar language. Dandy continued to translate. "The dragon states that he can at most elevate one individual's combat power to 4 million, and can only enhance one person at a time. His divine power is insufficient to simultaneously elevate so many, much less reach a level of 100 million. For million." Bardock frowned, quickly calculating in his mind. He currently stood at 3,700,000. An increase to 4 million would only be an additional 300,000. However, If Goku and the others were elevated to 4 million combat power, their strength would multiply significantly. Yet, faced with Frieza's 12 million combat power, such an increase was merely a drop in the bucket. Vegeta spat in disdain. 4 million? That's like giving a beggar a tip. Such an enhancement is less efficient than my own years of training. Beaker approached Bardock and whispered, Frieza's strength is formidable. Merely enhancing our combat power may not suffice. Perhaps we should consider an alternative, such as the ability to survive. As long as we endure, we can discover a way to defeat him. Bardock's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, survival is paramount. Although Frieza's attacks are potent, as long as we remain unscathed, we can persist against him and even uncover his vulnerabilities. He immediately turned to Dandy and declared, for our third wish, let the Shenlong grant each of us the gift of immortality. To oppose Frieza, even the slightest misstep could lead to our demise. Only with immortality can we fight without fear. Dandy hastily conveyed the wish to Palunga. Palunga's antennae quivered gently, and circles of light shimmered in his golden eyes, seemingly assessing the difficulty of this wish. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Immortality is a power that even the laws of the universe must regard with caution. I cannot bestow that upon you. However, I can grant a form of quasi-immortality. As long as you possess a single cell, you can swiftly regenerate to your complete form. Moreover, the speed of this recovery correlates with your own strength. As your power increases, so too will your recovery rate. Quasi-immortality. Dandy was momentarily taken aback, then quickly translated for the others. The Shenlong states he cannot grant us true immortality, but he can provide quasi-immortality. This means as long as a single cell remains, one can instantly restore their body, and the recovery rate will enhance with strength. What? Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with the words Majin Buu. He had encountered references to Majin Buu in the original story. That creature could regenerate instantly as long as a single cell remained. In the narrative, Sun Wukong had mentioned that even a Super Saiyan 3 required a full minute to gather energy to eliminate Majin Buu. Vegeta's peak Super Saiyan 2 self-destruction had failed to annihilate Majin Buu. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong's spirit bomb that completely obliterated every one of Majin Buu's cells, ensuring his defeat. The quasi-immortality granted by the Shenlong was akin to Majin Buu's ability, was it not? Bardock's heart raced with exhilaration. His current combat power stood at 7 million, and with a 20-fold Kaioken, he could reach 74 million, although this still paled in comparison to Frieza's 2 billion. With quasi-immortality, even if Frieza shattered him to pieces, as long as a single cell remained, he could restore himself instantly. No matter how powerful Frieza was, it was improbable for him to obliterate every cell in an instant. This was splendid. It was a capability tailored for confronting Frieza. Wukong was the first to react, leaping with excitement. Dad, with this ability, even if Frieza obliterates us, we can instantly recover and continue fighting. Ba Ling also eagerly grasped Bardock's arm. Father, we must make this wish. With quasi-immortality, we will no longer fear Frieza. Baika nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting with approval. This wish is far more practical than merely enhancing combat power. As long as we can survive, we have infinite opportunities. Yamcha, Raditz, and the surrounding Namekians all nodded in consent. The faces of everyone radiated with hopeful smiles, as if they could already envision their victory over Frieza. Bardock took a deep breath, about to inform Dandy to proceed with the wish, when Palunga's grave voice interrupted, carrying a note of seriousness. Wait. Dandy quickly perked up his ears, and upon hearing, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to the others and said, the Shenlong states that the wish for quasi-immortality requires an incalculable amount of divine power. Should you wish for this, he must expend all his energy to fulfill it. This means you can only make this single wish, and it can only bestow the ability of quasi-immortality upon one of you. What? This statement doused everyone's excitement like a bucket of cold water. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent, as those who had just rejoiced now found themselves enveloped in a heavy stillness. Only one person? Ba Ling's smile froze, while Wukong retracted his excitement, scratching his head in uncertainty. Yamcha opened his mouth, wishing to suggest it for the master, but felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, who wouldn't he want such a precious gift? Yet he understood that among those present, only Bardock possessed the capability to confront Frieza. Granting this ability to Bardock was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Vegeta clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. He was filled with resentment. He had always sought to surpass Bardock Q, to become the strongest scion. If this quasi-immortality were granted to him, perhaps he could leverage this ability to transcend his limits in the battle against Frieza, transforming into a super scion. However, he also recognized that Bardock Q's current strength far surpassed his own, and his experience was invaluable. Only if Bardock Q received this ability would they stand the greatest chance of victory. Q, observing the expressions of the others, spoke first. Mr. Bardock Q, this ability must be granted to you. You are the strongest among us, capable of enduring Frieza's onslaught. And only you can utilize this power to find a way to defeat him. Elder Mocha also approached, leaning on his cane, his tone sincere. Mr. Bardock Q, the hope of Namek rests upon your shoulders. Bestowing this ability upon you is the optimal choice. Dad, you should take it. Wukong stepped beside Bardock Q, gazing up at him with unwavering trust. With you here, we will surely defeat Frieza? Yes, father. Ba Ling Er chimed in hastily. You are our leader. Only you can wield this ability effectively. We all believe in you. Raditz echoed, absolutely, Dad. Among us, only you can harness this power to triumph over Frieza. Jine remained silent, but her supportive gaze conveyed everything. Yamucha nodded as well. Master, there is no need for hesitation. Granting this ability to you is what will give us peace of mind. All eyes converged upon Bardock Q. There was trust, anticipation, and encouragement, with not a trace of jealousy or discontent, except for Vegeta. Bardock Q looked at the people beside him, warmth swelling within his heart. He paused in silence for a moment, then sighed softly and nodded. He understood that this choice was not solely for himself, but for everyone, for the fate of Namek. All right. Bardock Q's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction. Dandy, inform the Shenlong that I choose to wish for quasi-immortality to be bestowed upon me. Dandy nodded earnestly, turning to convey the wish to Palunga with utmost seriousness. Palunga's golden eyes glimmered slightly, and his massive form slowly raised one hand, palm facing Bardock Q. A gentle green light emanated from his palm, flowing like a soft river towards Bardock Q. The moment the light enveloped Bardock Q, he felt a wondrous power penetrate his being. This power was neither wild like energy nor warm like healing abilities. Instead, it possessed a sense of reconstruction, coursing through his veins and penetrating every cell within him. He could distinctly sense the qualitative transformation occurring within his cells. The ordinary Scion cells were now infused with renewed vitality, becoming more resilient and active, as if endowed with infinite regenerative capabilities. He could even visualize that if his entire body were shattered, the cells at the fracture points would immediately begin to divide wildly, swiftly regenerating into a complete form. If he were reduced to ashes, the cells within those fragments would attract one another, rapidly coalescing to restore their original state. Chapter 87. Unleashing Frieza's energy. As the resources of Namek had been exhausted, the excitement among the group had yet to dissipate. Goku approached Bardock, asking Dad, Frieza's spaceship is nearly here. What is our plan moving forward? Bardock, deep in thought, recalled an earlier mention in the original narrative. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the ability to awaken the latent potential within individuals. Relying solely on training is a slow process. It would be prudent to seek the Grand Elder's assistance. If he could help unleash everyone's potential, they would stand a better chance against Frieza. Bardock shared his thoughts with the group. Can he really awaken our potential? Goku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting his fatigue. Let's hurry. I might even become stronger than you, Dad. Vegeta paused at Goku's words, his lips curling in disdain, yet he could not suppress his interest. After all, he did not wish to miss an opportunity to grow stronger rapidly. Bardock quickly gathered everyone, and upon announcing the decision to seek the Grand Elder, they all expressed their agreement. Krillin rubbed his hands together, excitedly exclaiming, if we can enhance our potential, we can be of greater assistance. Piccolo nodded in agreement. I've heard about the Grand Elder's abilities from the Namekians just a few days ago. It is worth a try. Dandy, eager to lead the way to the Grand Elder, exclaimed, I know the way. His palace is located in the Crystal Valley to the east, which is somewhat distant. Follow me. The group set off with Dandy, the cool morning breeze of Namek accompanying them, as the crystal fields shimmered with a soft purple hue under the rising sun. Namek was much larger than Earth, and the Grand Elder's location was evidently quite far, but for their flight speed, it was not too daunting. Dandy and others exclaimed that they had never flown so fast before. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, They arrived at towering crystal cliffs, where luminous vines intertwined. Hidden behind the cliffs was a palace constructed of enormous star stones, guarded by 2 tall Namekian sentinels. Their green skin shimmered, and the raised patterns on their foreheads signaled Dandy's arrival. They slowly stepped aside, stating, "The Grand Elder is aware of your coming. Please enter." Upon entering the palace, a gentle aura enveloped them, as walls adorned with glowing fireflies illuminated the hall. At the center, seated upon a stone throne, was a large Namekian, his stature towering compared to ordinary Namekians. His murky eyes were half open, yet radiated a wisdom that seemed to see through the world. He was the Grand Elder of Namek. Dandy. He rushed forward, kneeling before the stone throne and recounting Frieza's terrifying deeds in detail, then turned to Bardock and the others, declaring, "They are good people. Mr. Bardock is here to help us resist Frieza, and Goku and Linger have been assisting with the crystal fields. They are here to protect Namek." Bardock stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Great Elder, I am Bardock, a scion. Frieza's power is overwhelming, and our current strength is insufficient to confront him. We earnestly request your help to awaken our potential. We are willing to pay any price to defeat him." Jine stepped forward as well, her voice soft yet resolute. "We do not wish for Namek to become a second Vegeta. We implore you to assist us." The Grand Elder slowly blinked, a flicker of clarity crossing his murky gaze. He raised his hand, and an invisible force swept over the group, as if reading their hearts. After a moment, the Grand Elder smiled gently. "There is no need for further words. I have perceived your intentions through divine insight. Bardock, I have witnessed everything you have done on Namek. Your noble spirit convinces me that you come to resist Frieza." He paused, scanning the group. "The longevity of Namek relies on guardianship, not mere strength. Since you are willing to protect this place, I shall gladly assist you." With that, the Grand Elder rose from his throne, slowly approaching the group. With each step he took, a faint green light radiated from the ground. He first approached Bardock, raising his right hand to gently rest upon Bardock's forehead. Bardock felt a warm energy flowing from the Elder's palm, akin to a hot spring coursing through his veins. His previously dormant cells awakened, and energy surged within him, wildly spiraling in his dantian, skyrocketing his power from 3.7 million to 4 million, then to 4.5 million, finally stabilizing at 4.8 million, a remarkable increase of 1 million. Bardock clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, muscles in his arms bulging, an unprecedented sense of strength enveloping him. Even his perception of energy expanded several-fold. He stared wide-eyed, his voice filled with astonishment. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and moved on to Jine. Jine closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as green energy enveloped her like a delicate veil. Her power surged from 3.1 million to 4.2 million, her aura transforming into a gentle yet formidable force. When she opened her eyes, a soft glow shimmered within. What a warm power. Next, the Grand Elder turned to the trio of Goku. Goku rushed forward, rubbing his hands with excitement. "Great Elder, I am ready." As soon as the Elder's palm touched his chest, Goku exclaimed, "This feels amazing. It's like having countless little suns spinning within me." His body radiated a golden light, and his power surged dramatically from 170,000 to 500,000, then to 1 million, 3 million, finally resting at 3.5 million, an astounding increase of over 20 times. Goku leaped into the air, delivering a punch that unleashed an energy wave, causing a loud explosion in the clearing, dust swirling around. Incredible. I feel like I could take down dozens of my former self. Baelinger, hiding behind Raditz, was gently nudged forward by her brother. The moment the Elder's palm touched her head, a look of joy spread across her face. So warm. Her power surged from tens of thousands to 3.2 million. More than a 20-fold increase. She raised her small hand, her fingertips glowing with a soft golden hue, joyfully wagging her tail. "Brother, I've become stronger." When Raditz stepped forward, disbelief clouded his mind. He had always thought his potential paled in comparison to his father and brother. The moment the energy surged within him, his power skyrocketed from 120,000 to 3 million, nearly a 30-fold increase. Raditz clenched his fists, striking a stone pillar of the palace, causing it to resonate with a low hum. Wide-eyed, he trembled. Is this really my strength? Vegeta was the last to approach, arms crossed, yet unable to mask the tension in his eyes. As the warm energy flooded into him, he stiffened, his power rising from 120,000 to 3 million, also nearing a 30-fold increase. Vegeta's eyes flew open, blue energy bursting forth around him, sending flecks of luminous dust swirling in the air as he glared at Raditz. Humph. You were merely fortunate. Though he spoke defiantly, he quietly embraced this newfound strength, feeling more powerful than ever. Finally, it was Gohan's turn. The young boy hid behind Jine, his blue-black hair falling over his forehead, until Goku encouraged him with a gentle push. The Grand Elder regarded him with a glimmer of surprise, raising his hand to lightly press against Gohan's head. A surge of energy, far more concentrated than that received by the others, flowed into him, wrapping him in golden energy waves. His power surged from 20,000 to 1 million, an astonishing 50-fold increase. The Elder withdrew his hand, his gaze filled with admiration. Even I could not fully awaken his potential. His capabilities run deeper than the oceans of Namek. Wufan, overwhelmed by the praise, lowered his head and scratched the back of his neck with his small hand, his blue-black hair concealing his flushed ears. Elder, I just want to protect my parents. Bike. Tianjin Fan and Kellen subsequently underwent potential development. Bike's green energy grew increasingly robust, the lines on his forehead faintly glowing. Tianjin Fan's third eye opened, allowing him to perceive movements from miles away. Kellen's energy became more refined, his instantaneous movement speed multiplying several times. Yamucha's wolf fang fist echoed with a sharp sound of breaking air. Jiaozi floated in the air, demonstrating enhanced control over his energy, while Tabeabai maintained a stern expression, the energy at her fingertips sharper than ever before. Their combat power surged over tenfold, each person feeling the torrent of strength surging within them. Bardock approached the Elder, his voice trembling with astonishment. Elder, your power is truly formidable. To awaken so many people's potential at once and boost their combat prowess so dramatically, he recalled witnessing the Elder enhance Kellen and Wufan's potential in the original narrative. It had not seemed so terrifying back then. What has changed now? The Elder slowly returned to his stone seat, and Dondi hurriedly offered a cup of Zilla juice. After taking a sip, he chuckled, "This is not my ability. It is a gift from the dragon Shenlong Palangia. Over 200 years ago, Namek was frequently besieged by cosmic pirates. At that time, Nilu's combat power was merely 1,000 points, barely sufficient to defend the palace. I wished upon Palangia to enhance my capacity to develop potential. After that wish, Nilu's combat power soared to 30,000, a 30-fold increase." He glanced at Wufan, admiration deepening in his eyes. "However, this little fellow is exceptionally unique, a 50-fold enhancement, even I did not anticipate. His potential would astonish even the dragon Shenlong Palangia." Wufan blushed further under the scrutiny, hastily retreating behind Janae, revealing only his sparkling eyes. Amidst the joy of their newfound strength, Wukong circled Wufan, exclaiming excitedly, "Wufan is amazing. He will surely surpass me in the future." At that moment, the wind outside the palace abruptly ceased. The luminous Xingshi powder suspended in the air suddenly solidified, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. An extremely chilling, terrifying aura descended like dark clouds from the horizon, enveloping the entire palace with an overwhelming sense of destruction. The aura was so frigid it sent shivers down their spines, so potent it left them breathless. Wukong's expression turned grave, his pupils constricting. "This energy is terrifying." Vegeta trembled uncontrollably, his face as pale as paper. This aura, he would never forget in his lifetime. It is him, that accursed demon. Frieza's energy. Chapter 88. The final battle against Frieza, Part 1. The suspended Xingshi powder within the palace remained frozen in place as Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as if they might embed themselves into his palms. Based on his and Janae's calculations regarding the speed of Frieza's forces, Frieza's flagship would not breach the atmosphere of Namek for at least another week. Yet, the chilling energy weighing upon them could not be mistaken. It belonged to the cosmic Emperor Frieza, saturated with the essence of annihilation. The ambush plan was entirely ruined. Bardock's voice chilled the air as each word struck the hearts of those present. "Frieza has arrived early. The Namekians in the main village area are in danger. Everyone, sprint with all your might, hurry," he shouted as he soared toward the exit. Before his words finished, Wukong transformed into a golden streak, bursting through the palace doors. The newly amplified energy of 3.5 million erupted around him, a white tail of light trailing behind, tearing through the morning's delicate purple mist. Reitais followed closely, his white energy waves more frantic than Wukong's, fully aware of Frieza's cruelty. To Frieza, the unarmed Namekians were no different from ants. Wufan, hidden behind Janae's legs, was equally filled with combat fervor. Beneath his blue-black hair, his eyes were filled with tension but devoid of fear. Janae grasped Wufan and bailing her fingertips glowing with gentle energy, shielding her daughter and grandson. Though their combat power was already commendable, Janae still wished to protect them as much as possible. Kellen and Yamcha followed closely behind, their flight speed multiplied several times by their newly enhanced strength. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and others wasted no time, as dozens of white energy columns shot into the sky, racing toward the main village area. The crystal fields of Nameik swiftly receded beneath their feet. The pale purple morning dew whipped up by the energy waves, coalescing into sparkling motes in the air. What had initially been a 10-minute journey was now expedited, as everyone maximized the potential just awakened within them. Their energy swirled furiously in their dantian. The only sounds accompanying them were the howling winds and their own rapid heartbeats. They could only hope to travel faster, even if it meant saving just one more Namekian. Meanwhile, the main village area of Nameik had already descended into a hellscape. Frieza's flagship loomed like a colossal black mountain in the sky, its cannons glinting ominously, while countless soldiers hovered above, their laser guns sweeping across every inch of land. Frieza floated at the center of the village's crystal plaza, his purple cloak billowing in the wind, red pupils narrowing into slits, his tone deceptively gentle, as if coaxing a disobedient child. My lovely little insects, tell me where the Dragon Balls are hidden. If you do, I shall allow you to live peacefully. The Namekians huddled together, their green skin trembling with fear. Yet none dared to speak. They had seen the Elder-S depictions of Frieza and heard Dondi's terrifying tales of this cosmic demon's annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Not a single one wished to converse with Frieza. Frieza's patience endured only 3 seconds. He raised a fingertip, and without warning, a pale purple beam shot forth, silently piercing the chests of the 3 foremost Namekians like a serpent's fang. Their green blood splattered upon the smooth crystal ground, sizzling and quickly congealing into dark patches. No! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the crowd, belonging to a small Namekian barely half a meter tall. He gazed at his fallen companions, forgetting his fear, brandishing a crystal mineral and charging at Frieza. With the first act of defiance came the second. The remaining Namekians clenched their fists, raising their weapons, surging toward the purple figure like a tide, their green eyes bloodshot. Kill this demon. Avenge our kin. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza suddenly burst into a fit of delight, his voice sharp and grating, like nails scraping against metal. Now, this is becoming interesting. What a pity, still too weak. Without even moving his feet, he merely waved his hand, unleashing an invisible shockwave that erupted from his center. The Namekian at the forefront did not even have time to scream before he was torn to shreds. Immediately after, the crystal houses of the village began to tremble violently, cracks appearing densely on the walls, and the underground layers groaned under the unbearable weight. Frieza's golden pupils danced with amusement, the purple light at his fingertips intensifying. Since he refused to speak, then let us disappear together. A family should remain whole. With a deafening roar, a purple light engulfed the entire village in an instant. The crystal houses, crystal fields, and even the water sources buried deep underground disintegrated into dust under this force. Hundreds of Namekians, along with their ancestral homes, were reduced to charred craters in the blink of an eye, with only wisps of black smoke slowly rising, scattered by the morning breeze of Nameik. Frieza smacked his lips as if savoring a tasteless morsel, his golden eyes filled with ennui. How feeble, not even worthy of a warm-up. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, tidy up. Let us venture to the next village. I hope the little insects there show a modicum of sense. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria promptly replied, his rotund belly protruding, green blood still staining the corners of his mouth. He licked his lips, his gaze glimmering with greed. Each time he accompanied Frieza in the obliteration of planets, he reaped a considerable haul of valuable treasures. Sabo, slightly bowing, adjusted his white gloves, his cold eyes sweeping over the debris at their feet. I've already detected the location of the next village. It lies merely 25 galactic units away. The spacecraft will reach it in 5 minutes. With a gentle tap on the detector, coordinates for the next target materialized on the screen, devoid of any emotion. as if the village just destroyed was no more significant than a crushed swarm of ants. At that moment, a green figure hurtled towards them from the distant crystal cliff like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages. Before Frieza's soldiers could react, several deep green energy waves shot forth with a piercing sound, detonating with a series of explosive roars. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a dozen Frieza soldiers armed with laser guns were reduced to mere dust, those nearest also suffering devastating injuries. Frieza, you butcher, I will slay you. With a thunderous roar, Naru landed squarely in the center of the wreckage, his muscles taut, green skin glistening with fury, and the ridges on his forehead bulging like grotesque scars. He gazed at the remains of his fallen brethren, at the still-burning crystal shards, his eyes reddened as if they would bleed. As an elder of Namek, he was the strongest warrior of his planet, yet he had failed to protect his kin. Frieza arched an eyebrow, leisurely lifting his wrist to press the switch on the detector. The numbers on the screen surged rapidly from 0, finally stabilizing at 42,000. A flicker of surprise crossed his crimson gaze, swiftly replaced by amusement. Oh, a battle power of 42,000, significantly superior to those little insects from before. It might just serve as a toy. He extended his hand towards Naru, palm upward, his tone dripping with condescension as if addressing a well-behaved pet. Little one, I admire your courage. Submit to me and join the Frieza army. I can elevate you to a high-ranking position, far better than guarding this wretched planet. The wealth and status you desire, I can provide. Naru trembled with rage upon hearing this, the green energy swirling around him intensifying to the brink of solidity. Submit to you? You beast who slaughters my kin. Dream on. The harrowing images of the village's annihilation and the dying gazes of his fellow Namekians were seared into his memory. He would never bow to this demon, even if it meant being reduced to ashes. Without a moment's hesitation, Naru propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. Propelling himself like an arrow towards Frieza, his right fist charged with all his might, howling through the air as it crashed towards Frieza's face. He poured his entire being into this punch, seeking vengeance for his fallen comrades. Frieza observed the charging Naru with a cruel smile, not even shifting his stance, merely extending his right index finger to meet the incoming blow. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Naru's fist collided solidly against Frieza's fingertip. Yet the ensuing scene plunged Naru's heart into despair. The full force of his strike was effortlessly caught by Frieza with a single finger. Frieza maintained his smile, applying a slight pressure forward, and Naru felt an overwhelming force ricochet through his fist, the bones in his arm creaking under the strain. Sweat pouring down his brow from the pain. Before Naru could comprehend the situation, Frieza flicked his finger, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent Naru hurtling away. Naru crashed against the distant crystal cliff, green blood spraying from the corner of his mouth as the cliff face cracked like a spider's web. He struggled to rise, but his body felt as if it were shattered, devoid of strength, forced to watch as Frieza approached him leisurely. Merely a flick of his finger had inflicted unimaginable damage upon Naru. How can this be? He murmured in disbelief. Frieza halted before him, looking down from his elevated position. His golden eyes filled with derision, his voice laced with characteristic lightheartedness. How pitiable! A battle power of 42,000 is quite commendable, but before me, you are akin to a newborn infant. I forgot to mention, my battle power is a staggering 530,000. Chapter 89. The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 2. In the sky above Namek, Bardock and his companions were racing at full speed towards this location. Namek was immense, many times larger than Earth, and even at their utmost velocity, Bardock's group could only reduce a 10-minute journey to 2.5. As several white energy columns tore through the sky, Bardock's peripheral vision caught sight of 5 unusual auras flickering through the clouds ahead. They were not the chaotic energies of Frieza's soldiers, but rather 5 concentrated and rhythmically peculiar auras, blocking their path to the main village district. Stop! Bardock suddenly raised his hand, instantly retracting his energy. Goku, Vegeta, and the others immediately halted mid-air, following his gaze. The clouds gradually parted to reveal 5 figures suspended in the air, clad in green armor that gleamed with metallic luster. The sinister tips of their helmets unmistakably identifying them as Frieza's elite fighting force, the Ginyu Force. Clearly, they had been dispatched by Frieza to scout for the Dragon Balls in another direction. The atmosphere tensed as the two sides confronted each other in midair. Due to Bardock and his allies conserving their energy during the journey to preserve strength for the impending confrontation with Frieza, they had lowered their battle power to a more manageable level, utilizing all their energy to accelerate. At this moment, the Jinyu Force's detectors registered their battle power at around 50,000. Guldo licked his lips, and the numbers dancing on the detector made him grin. Oh my. Such a number of capable little warriors. They seem to be here to cause trouble for Lord Frieza. Bardock crossed his arms, his small eyes darting around as he stealthily reached for his control device. Requiem flexed his wrists, muscles bulging beneath his armor, clearly unable to contain the urge to strike. But the next moment, a shocking spectacle erupted. Jinyu suddenly raised his hand, and the five of them instantly assumed a perfectly synchronized pose. Geese balanced on one leg, arms tracing an arc. Requiem puffed out his chest, fists pounding into his palms. Bardock spread his arms wide like a vulture taking flight. Guldo stood on his toes, hands forming an odd triangle, and Jinyu leaped to the forefront, raising his arms high, back turned to Bardock, burying his head beneath, peering at everyone through his legs. Amusing. The Jinyu Force began their bizarre dance routine directed at Bardock and his group. Geese swung his arms in rhythm, his green cape creating a blur. Requiem spun in place, fists tracing circles in front of him. Bardock leapt into the air, sending shockwaves that rippled through the clouds. Guldo bounced around like a monkey whose tail had been stepped on. And finally, Jinyu struck a gunman pose, mimicking firing at them with a loud, exaggerated voice. And I, the captain of the Jinyu Force, Jinyu. The five twisted to an eerie rhythm, the clashing of armor mixing with their deliberately shouted slogans, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bizarre theatrical score. The clouds above seemed to freeze in time, leaving Bardock and his companions utterly stunned. It was so mesmerizing that they momentarily forgot their mission. Klin's mouth hung open, his battle stance suspended midair. Piccolo's brow twitched, almost betraying his aloof demeanor. And Vegeta's eyes widened, his white aura trembling. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Jinyu Force, having caught a glimpse of them during his service in the Frieza Force. Yet, he never anticipated they would be this strikingly impressive. Suddenly, Gohan, standing behind Jin, gasped in astonishment, his little head bobbing along with Jinyu's movements, his dark blue-black hair swaying. This innocent exclamation struck Bardock like a thunderclap, jolting him back to reality. He glanced at the five still engaged in their awkward dance, irritation flashing in his eyes. Frieza was still slaughtering the Namekians, and the villagers' lives hung in the balance. They had been held captive by the foolish antics of these five for half a minute. Damn it, Bardock growled under his breath, his right hand forming a tight fist as a faint golden energy coalesced in his palm. Fools, there's no time for your madness. Before he finished speaking, he hurled the energy blast into the air, which arced in a golden trajectory, exuding the oppressive aura of his battle power, now at a staggering 4.8 million, aimed directly at the still writhing Jinyu Force. The faces of Jinyu and his comrades paled instantly, their dance interrupted as they cursed. That's not fair. We haven't finished our dance. Ji's attempted to evade quickly, but the pressure of the energy blast immobilized him. Requiem swung his fist to block, but it was instantly rendered ineffective. Bart and Gould turned to flee, yet the blast outpaced them by several times. Boom. A golden light engulfed the figures of the five, the explosion resonating through the clouds. The gusts of energy forcing Son Goku and his group to squint against the wind. As the dust settled, only fragments of shattered armor and smoldering debris remained in the air, the Jinyu Force having been utterly annihilated without even a scream. Let us move. Bardock didn't he spare another glance, grabbing the still-dazed Gohan and charging forward. His voice brimmed with urgency. It was madness to waste even a second on them. Goku quickly followed suit, his golden aura surging once more. Right. Frieza is still slaughtering the Namekians. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, but he was the fastest among them. Unwilling to let Bardock and his son seize the advantage against Frieza, Jin pulled along Baelinger, Raditz, and the others, all following closely behind. Dozens of energy columns once again streaked across the sky. This time, nothing would hinder their rush towards that purple demon. My battle power is 530,000. Neru's eyes widened in disbelief, repeatedly murmuring this figure, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, making even breathing a challenge. He had always believed his battle power of 42. 000 was the pinnacle of Namek, yet in comparison to Frieza, he found himself woefully inadequate. The disparity was akin to that between an ant and an elephant, leaving no room for resistance. Frieza, observing Neru's expression of despair, smiled even more wickedly. How does it feel? Now you understand the chasm between us, don't you? Submit to me, or perish. A faint purple glow emanated from his fingertips, and with just a slight nudge, Neru would meet the same fate as his brethren. Reduced to nothingness. Gritting his teeth, Neru struggled to lift his head, defiance still flickering in his green eyes. Even in death, I will never submit to you, demon. He summoned the last remnants of his strength, ready to self-destruct and take Frieza down with him. But just then, a sudden rush of sound broke through the distant sky, as dozens of white energy columns zoomed in at breakneck speed. The leading column carried a force that even made Frieza glance sideways in interest. Oh, more little bugs have arrived? Frieza halted his motion, his golden eyes narrowing towards the source of the energy columns, a smirk of anticipation curling his lips. I hope this time, it will be more entertaining. Meanwhile, Bardock, racing through the air, could clearly see the charred ruins below, the purple figure, and the fallen Neru. His aura turned icy cold. Clenching his fists tighter, he shouted, Frieza, you will pay for this. As the energy columns crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust that had yet to settle, Bardock shot into the center of the ruins like an arrow loosed from its bow, his white aura exploding around him as he positioned himself protectively in front of Neru. Bardock glared fiercely at Frieza. However, he knew he had to prioritize Neru's survival. Neru was their friend, and he could not turn a blind eye. At that moment, Neru lay on the scorched earth, his green skin dulled, the wound on his chest oozing green blood, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Frieza's nonchalant gesture had brought the strongest warrior of Namek to the brink of death. He clung to life by the thinnest thread, and if not for his desire to take Frieza down with him, he might have succumbed long ago. Bardock bent down to assess Neru's injuries, deeply shocked by the severity of his condition. Though Neru appeared relatively unscathed on the surface, probing his energy revealed that his veins were severed throughout his body. His internal organs seemed to have been shattered as if by a bomb, irreparably damaged, and even the Namekian healing abilities would struggle to mend this. His energy was dwindling. Neru. Piccolo rushed forward, kneeling down to gently lift Neru, a soft green healing light emanating from his palms, slowly enveloping the wounds. Yet, as the light touched Neru's body, it was repelled by an invisible force, and Piccolo's brow furrowed tighter. Frieza's aura, imbued with destructive power, had already shattered Neru's veins, rendering Piccolo's healing capabilities useless. Neru struggled to open his eyes, his hazy gaze landing on Piccolo's face, and he forced a weak smile. It's useless, Piccolo. My time is short. He paused, his breath becoming increasingly labored, seemingly mustering all his strength to finish his words. Namekians possess a unique ability called assimilation, where two of our kind can merge their strength, memories, and will into one. I wish to transfer all my power to you. Piccolo's body stiffened, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. But you must promise me. Neru's hand grasped Piccolo's arm tightly, his green eyes shining with the last flicker of light. You must defeat Frieza and protect Namek. Safeguard our kin. Piccolo met Neru's gaze, seeing the plea and determination within, and nodded solemnly, his voice raspy yet resolute. I promise you, Neru, I will kill Frieza. As soon as the words left his mouth, Neru's body began to radiate a gentle white light, growing in intensity until it enveloped him entirely. He slowly closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his lips as his form transformed into countless streams of white light, swirling like fireflies, rushing into Piccolo's body. Frieza, observing from a distance, narrowed his crimson pupils, his brow furrowing. Though he was unfamiliar with the ability of assimilation, he could see from the scouter that Neru's battle power was rapidly diminishing, while Piccolo's was soaring at an astonishing rate. Annoying insects. Frieza snorted coldly, immediately condensing a bright orange death sphere at his fingertips, the surface crackling with black lightning, exuding an aura of annihilation, and hurled it at the assimilating Piccolo. You shall not escape. Bardock had long been prepared. He suddenly pivoted, crossing his arms in front of Bike, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, the wave of energy generated by his battle power of 4.8 million erupted, colliding with the tangerine-colored energy ball with a resounding bang. The energy ball was instantly shattered, transforming into a myriad of fragmented energy particles, not even stirring the edges of Bardock's clothing. At that moment, the white light surrounding Bike abruptly converged, and he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer igniting in his green pupils. He raised his hands, feeling the surging power within him. Ever since the Elder had enhanced Bike's potential, his battle power had reached 1 million. Now, this was the terrifying aura resulting from the fusion of his own 1 million power with all of Nilou's might, causing the very air around him to tremble slightly. The detectors in the eyes of the onlookers went haywire, the figures on the screens skyrocketing, finally stabilizing at a remarkable 3.5 million. Kaleem's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. 35 million? That's on par with Wukong's current power. Wukong scratched his head, joyfully exclaiming, "Bike, you are incredible." Bike gradually straightened his posture, the green energy coalescing around him, the patterns on his forehead protruding prominently. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto Frieza in the distance. His voice was laced with uncontrollable fury and murderous intent. "Frieza, I will make you repay the vengeance of Nilou and the blood debts of all Namekians, piece by piece, double." Frieza observed the surging energy around Bike, a flicker of surprise flashing through his red pupils, quickly replaced by a wicked amusement. He clapped his hands, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Oh? 3.5 million power. Much more interesting than that little fellow with 40,000. But," he extended a finger and gently shook it. "You don't truly believe that this level of power can defeat me, do you?" A pale violet energy began to emanate from Frieza, surrounding him in a dazzling white light. "Not good. He is about to transform," Bardock exclaimed. "We must kill him quickly." In truth, Frieza's current first form had a battle power of only 530,000, an entity that could easily be obliterated by the group. However, if he were allowed to complete his final transformation, his battle power could soar to 1.2 billion. No one knew if Frieza could transition directly from his first form to his final form. If his ultimate form manifested, it would be a nightmare for all. Utilize all your strength and eliminate him. Subsequently, everyone unleashed their full power. Bardock executed the 20-fold Kaioken, elevating his normal battle power of 4.8 million to an astonishing 96 million. Jine followed suit, her base battle power of 4.2 million surged to 63 million under the 15-fold Kaioken. Wukong activated the 10-fold Kaioken, amplifying his base power of 3.5 million to 35 million. Radai's, Bailinger, and others mirrored this. Vegeta, Naba, Bike, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Tabeabai, and Suan Wufan simultaneously unleashed their energies, each summoning their utmost strength to condense their most powerful attacks. Tyrant Ray, Kamehameha Wave, Demon Flash Cannon, Energy Sphere Slash, Ki Blast, Demon Beam, Dodon Wave, Kamehameha, Final Flash. All their ultimate moves were fully charged, erupting simultaneously, 14 torrents of overwhelming energy, converging into an awe-inspiring wave of light. At this moment, the winds shifted, countless dark clouds gathered, and the sky of Namekian star, indeed the entire star system, trembled in response to this formidable force. The power of this strike could reach billions. Frieza, perish. Chapter 91. The final battle against Frieza, Part 4. 3 chapters in a row, today. Xiaozhou was busy during the day, so I took advantage of the night to release 3 chapters. As the 14 attacks converged beneath the skies of Namekian star, time within the entire star system seemed to have been pressed into slow motion. The azure of the Kamehameha, the golden green of the Demon Flash Cannon, the crimson gold of the Final Flash, and the golden hue of the Energy Sphere Slash, 14 distinctly different energy torrents collided mid-air without consuming one another. Instead, they twisted together like an invisible hand, forming a brilliant light column over 100 meters in diameter. The surface of the light column was entwined with visible space folds, golden currents flickering within. Each flash elicited a hissing lament from the surrounding air, a sign of energy density surpassing cosmic norms. The Namekian continent below had already been ravaged by Frieza's full-powered transformation. The originally verdant mountains collapsed under the pressure of energy winds, rocks cascading like waterfalls. Beneath the cracked ground, scorching magma surged forth, reflecting an eerie orange under the light column. Even the distant ocean surged with towering waves, the droplets at the crests evaporating into mist before they could descend. The clouds had been torn to shreds, revealing the deep purple vacuum of space, where distant celestial bodies appeared dim, akin to flickering candles in the wind amidst the chaos. The explosive energy of the Cosmic Emperor was extraordinary. Now, Bardock's roar pierced through the energy din. He thrust his arms forward, the Kaioken-enhanced wave crashing against the light column, causing that brilliant energy mass to swell further. The patterns on Bike's forehead rose, his green energy merging with the light column, reflecting both the light of the column and the resolute gaze of Nailu in his final moments. Ryukon's black hair fluttered without wind, the energy from the tenfold Kaioken enveloping him in a faint red glow, the power of the Kamehameha still climbing. Everyone squeezed out the last vestiges of their strength, pouring it into this beacon of hope. They had to obliterate this demon before Frieza could transform. However, just as the 14 individuals completed their attacks, a deafening roar resonated. Cleaving through the energy cacophony like thunder, all Frieza's soldiers, heed my command. Frieza's voice was no longer the usual mocking tone, but rather filled with a violent sense of authority. This voice, wrapped in his unique icy aura, reverberated through the rock layers of Namekian's star, reaching every corner, even causing the Namekians hiding in underground shelters to feel their eardrums tremble. He hovered in midair, the pale violet light coalescing around him, forming a thick, cocoon-like membrane. The tyrant was truly anxious. He was desperately transforming. I command you to hold for 3 seconds. Frieza's red pupils scanned the dense assembly of soldiers below, his voice laced with a venomous allure and threat. If you can withstand for just 1 second, I shall reward you with an entire star system. All its resources, planets, and slaves shall be yours. But if you disobey, the speed of Frieza's fury intensified. A colossal boulder in the distance was instantaneously reduced to powder, leaving no trace of dust. For those who defy me, I will annihilate their entire family. As the final words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Frieza was acutely aware that this light column, amalgamated from the full strength of 14 individuals, could easily overwhelm even his current first form's 530,000 power, let alone his second or third forms. He himself did not know if he could survive within this terrifying wave of energy. He had to transform, and he needed to do so into his final form, the pinnacle state he had deliberately suppressed for countless years. Since mastering the power of his final form, he had rarely unleashed his full battle power. After all, when one stands at the apex of cosmic power, amusement outweighs sheer strength. He relished watching his prey struggle in despair, enjoyed witnessing the euphoria of enemies believing they could win, only to personally crush that hope. Thus, he had kept his power restrained at 530,000, playing with Bardock, Ryukon, and their companions like a cat with a mouse. But now he had lost control. The might of this light column had exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had previously practiced the art of forcibly compressing transformation time, which, given sufficient buffer, could be accomplished in less than 3 seconds. He could complete the transition from his initial form to his final form within just 25 seconds, a process that required others to pay with their lives. Below, the soldiers of the Frieza army were trembling in fear, paralyzed by the awe-inspiring beam of light. Their scanners had already shattered under the terrifying energy released by the 14 warriors charging up. They were unaware of the exact power of this beam, yet merely witnessing its ability to alter the very landscape and feeling the scorching heat that threatened to sear their skin made it clear that approaching it would be akin to seeking death. Frieza's words detonated like thunder in their hearts. A whole galaxy. What does that even mean? An ordinary Frieza soldier, even after a century of service, could scarcely earn enough universal currency to purchase a barren asteroid. Yet a galaxy contains at least 1,000 planets, some rich in rare metals, others abundant in energy ores, and slaves from certain worlds could fetch astronomical prices. To possess a galaxy signifies an endless wealth, a transformation from an ant to a master. A life of luxury beyond imagination, even spanning 10 or 100 lifetimes. A galaxy, murmured a lanky soldier, his lips quivering while his gaze remained fixated on Frieza's direction, glimmering with avarice. He recalled his mother back on their home planet, tirelessly struggling for a moldy piece of bread, and the humiliation he felt when reprimanded by his superiors. If he could just endure for 1 second, everything could change. He resolved to gamble, even if it meant death. What if I am the one who survives? Another scar-faced soldier bellowed, drawing his energy gun and charging towards the beam of light. His action served as a catalyst, igniting a frenzied rush among all the soldiers. Charge! For an entire galaxy. Long live King Frieza. I shall become the lord of the galaxy. Tens of thousands of Frieza soldiers surged forward, stripped of all fear. Consumed by a madness fueled by greed. Some wielded blades, others gathered faint energy orbs, while some charged forward barehanded. All hastening towards that resplendent beam like moths drawn to a flame, fully aware of the impending incineration, yet undeterred. Boom! Tens of thousands of Frieza soldiers clamored towards that deadly wave of light. The first soldier, upon nearing 100 meters from the beam, was instantly vaporized as if thrown into a furnace. There were no screams, no struggles, only a wisp of faint smoke that dissipated into the air. Following him, the second, third, and countless explosions erupted before the beam, resembling a tragic thunderstorm. Some soldiers had their bones shattered by the energy waves. Others were reduced to charred remains by the intense heat, and some could not even leave behind a corpse, dissolving entirely into energy. Before the beam, a thick fog of blood and flesh quickly accumulated, dark red droplets mingling with shattered flesh, swept into the air by the energy currents, staining the scorched rocks a bizarre crimson. Yet, even amidst this carnage, an unending stream of soldiers continued to charge forth. They trod upon the bodies of their comrades, shouting and weeping as they rushed towards that deadly light. The charge of thousands indeed slowed the advance of the beam, not by 2 seconds, nor 1 second, but merely by a few milliseconds. Yet to these soldiers, those milliseconds represented their hope for wealth and glory. Humanity is diverse. Some are willing to sacrifice their lives for riches, while others deem life more valuable than wealth. Wealth is undeniably alluring. Yet what value does it hold if life is lost? Among the throng, a young soldier suddenly halted. He beheld his comrades vanishing before him, gazing at the beam capable of effortlessly consuming lives, and fear finally eclipsed his greed. His legs weakened, and he turned to flee towards the outskirts of the battlefield, preferring to be a coward than to become one with the blood-soaked fog. But as he took 2 steps, a purple energy wave struck him from the side, precisely hitting his back. Boom! The young soldier's body exploded into fragments, blood splattering onto the face of a nearby charging soldier. Sabo hovered in midair, arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion. The glow of the beam cast a cold light on his skin, his gaze coldly surveying the throngs below as if regarding a pile of refuse. Want to escape? The orders of King Frieza are not to be defied. Beside him, Dodoria was far more irate. His grotesque face twisted in fury as he continuously conjured orange energy orbs to hurl at those attempting to flee. A bunch of worthless fools. If you wish to live, charge forward. Those who run shall die. At that moment, Sabo and Dodoria became the most ruthless enforcers of the battlefield. The soldiers who had initially contemplated fleeing now witnessed their comrades being obliterated, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Sabo and Dodoria, plunging them into despair. They understood that fleeing meant death, not charging meant death. Only by advancing might there be a glimmer of hope. Damn it, let's do this, one soldier roared, turning back to rejoin the charge. More and more deserters halted, determination etched upon their faces as they joined the main force, wave after wave. Rushing towards that horrifying beam of light, moths to the flame, they courted their own destruction. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Yet those 2 seconds felt as interminable as a century. As the first second elapsed, all the charging Frieza soldiers met their demise beneath the beam. There were no survivors. No exceptions. The fog of blood and flesh thickened, obscuring the vision of the crowd. Yet Frieza's transformation continued unabated. The layer of pale purple cocoon-like light grew brighter. The energy fluctuations more terrifying. Within the cocoon, Frieza's power surged, escalating from 530,000 to 5 million, then to 10 million, doubling with every millisecond. However, the speed of the beam's advance also gradually quickened. Without the soldiers to impede it, that energy entity, bearing the hopes of 14 warriors, was nearing the violet cocoon. Time was running out. Sabo and Dodoria exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. They were not among the soldiers driven by greed. Their loyalty to Frieza was etched deep within their very bones. Sabo recalled his past. He had once been an orphan on the planet Bardock, weak and impoverished, enduring ostracism and oppression on a world ruled by the strong. Like a lost dog, he wandered the cosmos, starving and evading pursuers. It was Frieza who had found him. smiling as he said, "Your power is intriguing. Come with me, and I will provide you with everything you desire." From that moment, he was no longer a monster but the chief strategist of the Frieza army, possessing supreme status and wealth. It was King Frieza who bestowed upon him power, rank, riches, and a platform to enhance his combat prowess. All of this was granted by Frieza. Dodoria too recalled his past. He had once been a petty thug in the universe, pursued to the brink of despair for offending a noble on some planet. It was Frieza who casually eliminated his enemies, bringing him into his fold, providing resources to enhance his strength and transforming him from a bullied thug into Frieza's formidable right hand, instilling fear across countless planets. To many, Frieza is an irredeemable fiend, a tyrant bent on the annihilation of planets. Yet for Sabo and Dodoria, Frieza embodies their heavens, serving as their rebirth's progenitor. Without Frieza, they would not exist in their present forms. To the Golden Terrace, I pledge my intent, lifting the Jade Dragon to sacrifice for you, Sabo uttered softly. This phrase learned from ancient tomes of a distant world, now epitomizing his very essence. Dodoria grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Sabo, in our next life, we shall again serve the great King Frieza. Sabo nodded in silence as they both moved in unison. Rather than charging towards the radiant beam, they concentrated all their energy, not to attack, but to self-destruct. Sabo's form radiated a brilliant green light, while Dodoria's body swelled into an orange orb. Their energies peaked in an instant, and then they surged toward that dazzling beam. Great King Frieza, in our next life, we shall once more serve you. Two hoarse, yet resolute voices resonated across the battlefield, followed by earth-shattering explosions. The green and orange blasts illuminated the sky, resembling two resplendent fireworks. Although fleeting, the brilliance unleashed tremendous power, momentarily obstructing the terrifying beam. Just for an instant, like the ephemeral nature of fireworks, Sabo and Dodoria vanished amidst the explosions, leaving no remains, only wisps of energy dissipating into the air. They sacrificed their lives, granting Frieza a precious moment of time. As the explosions faded, the brilliant beam finally cleared all obstacles, roaring forth like an enraged dragon, wielding the might to obliterate worlds, and struck fiercely against the violet cocoon. The beam did not directly impact the ground but skimmed across, as those present consciously altered its trajectory, unwilling to let this powerful force devastate the entirety of Namekuxing. Upon collision with the earth, it carved a chasm 1,000 meters deep and stretching for tens of thousands of miles, as molten lava erupted from the fissure, creating towering columns of fire. The shockwave from the explosion flattened rocks, trees, and even distant mountains, its force akin to the simultaneous detonation of 10,000 nuclear bombs. Dust enveloped the battlefield instantaneously. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the center of the smoke. They sensed the aura of the violet cocoon gradually dissipating until all fluctuations ceased. Frieza's energy has vanished, Goku exclaimed, his hands still poised in the Kamehameha stance, his face alight with disbelief and joy. The detector has ceased to respond. Krillin observed the darkness on his wrist device, which had lost the previously flickering numbers. His voice trembled, not from fear, but exhilaration. Did we win? This question acted as a switch, igniting the emotions of all present. Piccolo suddenly fell to his knees, his green hands covering his face, tears streaming through his fingers. Memories of Nail lying on the scorched earth, green blood oozing from his wounds, surfaced, alongside Nail's serene smile when he bestowed his powers upon him, and his final plea to vanquish Frieza to protect Namekuxing. Nail, I have avenged you. Piccolo's voice was hoarse, laced with long-suppressed sobs. The fears, anger, and sorrow of recent days poured forth in a cathartic release. Bardock exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing. He gazed into the deep purple cosmos, as if beholding the shadow of Planet Vegeta and the fallen Scion brethren slain by Frieza. Frieza is finally dead. His voice bore fatigue, yet also relief. This victory belongs to all the deceased Scions. Goku leaped with excitement, embracing his son Gohan, laughing heartily. Gohan, we have triumphed. That villain Frieza has been defeated. Gohan beamed with joy, his youthful face radiant. Balinger grasped Janae's hand, bouncing with glee. Mama, we are safe. We need not fear Frieza any longer. Janae tenderly stroked her daughter's head, her face breaking into a smile of contentment. Raid Eyes grinned widely, laughing heartily, already concocting plans. with Frieza dealt with. I shall return to Earth and marry Chi-Chi. I will finally have a wife. Vegeta and Nappa stood nearby, smiles re-emerging after long absence. They had endured years of servitude under Frieza, suffering humiliation while sacrificing themselves for a single planet, yet receiving naught but oppression and contempt. Often, they had to swallow their pride in silence. Now, they had personally vanquished the scoundrel. Vegeta closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as years of repression and indignity evaporated in that moment. Yamcha and Taobai were so elated that they embraced each other, two grown men caught in joyous disbelief. The entire battlefield basked in the elation of victory. Cheers erupted, bodies leaped in celebration, and embraces were exchanged, marking this hard-won triumph. Yet, in that instant, an unexpected calamity struck. Bang, 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 bang. 14 synchronized explosions echoed across the battlefield. Bardock, Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Raditz, Janae, Balinger, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Taobai, and Nappa. Each of their detectors exploded simultaneously. Fragments scattered, some landing on the ground, others splattering on the faces of the stunned onlookers. All smiles froze in an instant. The detectors provided by Bulma were crafted with Earth's most advanced technology, boasting a maximum detection threshold of 100 million battle points. The only reason for their explosion was a singular possibility. The detected power exceeded 100 million. This implied, a maniacal laughter erupted from the center of the smoke, piercing through the elation like a cold dagger. This was not Furieza's usual mocking guffaw, but rather a near-mad, frenzied cackle. That laughter brimmed with a sense of survival and a murderous intent capable of annihilating worlds. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a familiar yet foreign silhouette. It was Frieza, but not the Frieza they had known. His stature had shrunk to a diminutive form, his gray-blue skin gleaming with a porcelain-like sheen under the sunlight, and a circular pattern emerged on his forehead, as if it housed a living star. The originally short fingers elongated like blades, their tips shimmering with the faint blue arcs characteristic of plasma. Most suffocating was the white aura enveloping him, a seemingly fragile energy barrier capable of deflecting any assault. As he opened his eyes, the vertical red pupils reflected the entirety of the shattered Namek, as if the planet's demise had been foreseen long before. Suspended in midair, the violet energy waves accentuated his form, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. Just a moment, a mere moment. Frieza's voice still carried an unvanished mirth as he extended his sharp claws, examining his palm as if relishing the recent thrill of danger. That recent attack had come perilously close to ending my life. The next moment, the entire Namek seemed to be engulfed in an extreme winter. He spoke slowly, each word piercing the hearts of those present like absolute zero ice spikes. You all hit me. It hurts. Chapter 94, The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 7. You all hit me. It hurts. The surface of Namek bore the scars left by Frieza's explosive transformation. Lava flowed slowly through the cracks in the rock, creating a white mist imbued with the scent of sulfur. Frieza hovered above, his grayish-white skin glistening with a cold sheen. Fine streaks of blood trickling down his cheek, the pale purple liquid sizzling upon contact with the scorching rocks, instantly evaporating into wisps of white smoke. His gaze lowered, the once mocking red pupils now devoid of humor, replaced by an eerie stillness. The cacophony of the earlier assault faded, leaving the battlefield in a suffocating silence, broken only by the distant rumble of erupting volcanoes and the bubbling of lava, casting an atmosphere of death upon the space. Who wishes to be the first to die? Frieza's voice was low yet resembled an icy spear, brutally penetrating the hearts of all present. There was no frenzied roar in his tone, only a strangely calm demeanor. And it was this tranquility that sent a chilling dread through the 14 individuals from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. Krillin instinctively touched his cheek, where only remnants of the exploded scouter remained. The frantically fluctuating numbers on the screen had ultimately frozen at a staggering figure, over 100 million in battle power, a magnitude he could never hope to reach. Terrifying even to contemplate. The air felt as though it had solidified as Frieza slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the struggling individuals below, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, filled with cruel amusement and disdain. His eyes lingered momentarily on Vegeta and Nappa. It seems you have quite the audacity to act as traitors. Then his gaze shifted to Bardock. What? Did you not possess courage during your ambush? Frieza's voice dripped with mockery. Are you afraid? No sooner had the words left his lips than a red energy wave surged from the crowd. It was Bardock. He abruptly leaped to his feet, his aura surging violently, enveloping him in flames of crimson light, muscles bulging under the strain of 20 times the Kaioken, enhancing his already imposing stature. A base battle power of 480,000 soared to 96 million under the 20-fold amplification. The red energy pillar dispersed the surrounding dust, even compressing the violet energy waves encircling Frieza. Frieza. Bardock's voice was hoarse yet resolute, his eyes fixed on the figure suspended in the air, flames of defiance igniting within. Frieza, today marks your demise. As his roar echoed, 13 auras erupted simultaneously, like a spectrum of vibrant beams piercing the stillness of the battlefield. Jine was the first to respond, her red energy surging forth, the 15-fold Kaioken catapulting her base power of 420,000 to 6,300,000. Her martial attire rustled in the energy waves, her brow furrowed but devoid of fear, her gaze locked resolutely on Frieza, forming a standoff with Bardock. Son Goku followed closely, his red energy shooting skyward, his base power of 350,000 skyrocketing to 35 million under the 10-fold Kaioken. Clenching his fists, knuckles widening. The energy coursing through him transformed into a torrential flow, intensifying his ferocity. Raditz and Bailing simultaneously gathered their energy, both activating the 10-fold Kaioken. Raditz's base power surged from 300,000 to 30 million, the red aura embodying the Scion's ferocity. Bailing's base power of 320,000 reached 3,200,000, her aura radiating resilience. Piccolo's red energy carried the steadiness of the Namekian, his battle power of 350,000 elevating to 3,500,000 under the 10-fold Kaioken. He formed hand seals, with natural energy subtly entwined in his aura, a testament to his integration with the land of Namek, his eyes reflecting a resolve for vengeance against Nail. Krillin, Ting, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Gohan, and Tao Pai Pai also summoned their Kaioken. Vegeta and Nappa glared at Frieza, gritting their teeth, determined to confront him in a decisive battle today. Though Vegeta and Nappa could not utilize the Kaioken, they exerted their utmost effort to unleash their auras. Vegeta's white energy radiated with the pride of a Scion prince, resolved to stand tall even if only a breath remained. Nappa, roused by the energy waves, bellowed, unleashing all 200,000 of his battle power, his massive form taking a heavy step toward Frieza, fully aware of the futility. The 13 energy pillars intertwined with Bardock's red energy column, creating a dazzling yet lethal sea of light. Charge! Bardock roared, leading the charge toward Frieza, golden energy trailing behind him like an elongated phantom, his fists condensing the entirety of 96 million battle power, the air tearing apart under the force of his punch, emitting a mournful wail. Jine, Son Goku, and the others followed closely, their 14 figures resembling arrows released from bows, simultaneously launching toward Frieza, suspended in the air. Krillin's energy sphere spun in his palm, the golden energy blade sharp enough to slice through steel. Tien unleashed 3 simultaneous Kikaho blasts, intertwining 3 colors into a net. Yamcha released a spirit ball, the blue energy expanding in the air. Kaiatsu activated his telepathy, attempting to disrupt Frieza's movements. Gohan's Masenko, though feeble, bore the innocent intent to kill. Tao Pai Pai gathered his Dodon Ray, the golden energy shooting forth like a venomous snake. Piccolo concentrated his Makenka Sappo, green energy pulsating with an overwhelming force. Raditz and Bailing combined their efforts to unleash a Tyrant Ray, the pinkish energy exponentially stronger than their individual attacks. Vegeta concentrated his ultimate flash before his chest, the golden energy compressing continuously. Nappa swung his massive fist, relying solely on his physical strength to strike at Frieza. The 14 attacks converged simultaneously, their energies intertwining to form a vast net of power, as if intending to obliterate Frieza within this tempest. Frieza gazed at the approaching assailants, a cruel smile curling on his lips. He did not evade, nor did he condense his techniques. He merely raised his hand slowly, then clenched it fiercely. Bang! A colossal sound echoed as a deluge of purple shockwaves erupted from Frieza's being. The terror of 12 billion battle power no longer held back. Erupting like a dormant volcano awakening after millennia, the purple energy waves instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The deep purple shockwaves surged like tides, crashing directly into the 14 rushing figures. The ground trembled violently, rocks disintegrating into dust under the energy waves, distant mountains collapsing with a thunderous roar. Lava forcefully repressed back into the earth. Even the sky turned a deep purple, as if the entirety of Namek trembled beneath this power. Cries of despair rang out, as the 14 figures were hurled away like kites severed from their strings. Chapter 95. The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 8. The purple shockwaves crashed upon each of them like a relentless tide. Vegeta and Nappa found themselves in a dire predicament, utterly defenseless against the overwhelming force of 1.2 billion in battle power without the aid of the Kaioken. Their bodies felt as though struck by a colossal hammer, and they coughed up a copious amount of blood, careening backward and shattering countless rocks before crashing heavily to the ground, where they succumbed into unconsciousness, their vital signs fading to the brink of extinction. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others were also swept away by the shockwave, although their Kaioken had bolstered their strength. It proved insufficient to withstand the sheer disparity of power. Krillin collided with a boulder, the sound of his bones fracturing echoing clearly. Tien Shinhan spewed blood midair, his Kikaho dissipating instantly. Yamcha's energy sphere was shattered by the gust, leaving him to crash heavily onto the ground, unable to rise for a prolonged period. Dumpling's telepathic connection was disrupted, his small form drifting like a fallen leaf. Gohan's Kamehameha was obliterated the moment it left his hands, sending him flying from the backlash. But fortunately, Raditz managed to grasp him just before losing consciousness, preventing a more severe fall. Tao Pai Pai's white robe was shredded by the wind, leaving him dazed. Raditz and Baliner were separated by the Force, with Raditz taking some of the impact on his back to shield Baliner, his ribs fractured and blood streaming from his mouth. Yet he still struggled to look towards Baliner, relieved to see her relatively unharmed before violently coughing up more blood. Piccolo and Goku collided, both spewing blood, a deep, bone-exposing gash marred Piccolo's green skin, while Goku's orange GI was completely torn apart, his back covered in abrasions. Both knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, finding it increasingly difficult to gather their energy. Genie fared slightly better, managing to withstand a portion of the impact with her 63 million battle power. Though she too was sent flying, crashing against a mountain peak, her battle suit stained with dust and blood. She slowly rose, blood trickling from her mouth. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Frieza. The others fared relatively well, but the most unfortunate were undoubtedly Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta lay on the ground, his Saiyan battle suit utterly destroyed, revealing countless fine wounds on his skin. With a mere 3 million in battle power, he struggled to maintain consciousness under the oppressive weight of 1.2 billion. Dark red blood constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. Nappa fared worse, his massive form resembling a pile of mud, eyes tightly shut, and if not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would nearly be mistaken for a corpse. Only Bardock, at the moment the shockwave erupted, managed to shield his vital points with a crimson aura, though he was still propelled backward, retaining consciousness and sustaining only minor injuries. He adjusted his posture midair and landed heavily, creating 2 deep craters in the ground and sending debris flying. Wiping the blood from his mouth, his expression grew increasingly grave. That last attack from Frieza had been executed without full effort, merely a casual strike, yet possessing such tremendous power. A battle power of 1.2 billion was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Not bad, what is your name? Frieza inquired, observing the first individual to rise, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. To stand after my shockwave, you must possess some skill. Would you care to join my Frieza force? My subordinates are all dead, and I can promptly promote you to second in command. Frieza's audacity to recruit without bearing grudges was astonishing. I am your grandfather, Bardock. Damn it, Frieza, you must die today. Bardock retorted fiercely, charging towards Frieza. Frieza's smile faltered, his brows knitting in annoyance, his teeth grinding audibly. This time, the tyrant was genuinely enraged. He extended his right hand, a tiny orange-red point of light forming at his fingertip, radiating an unsettling heat. The surrounding air began to warm, the ground's rocks turning red-hot and even starting to melt. This was the energy condensed from Frieza's battle power, each particle exuding a cataclysmic aura. This is my favorite little gadget, Frieza mused, admiring the point of light as if it were a work of art. I initially intended to use it to pass the time, but now, I shall use it to send you all on your way. With a flick of his finger, the orange-red point shot towards the group. The moment it left his fingertip, it began to expand wildly, its speed astonishing as it transformed from the size of a fingernail into a massive orb measuring dozens of meters in diameter, continuing to grow until it became a colossal entity several hundred meters wide, its orange-red brilliance illuminating the entire battlefield, rendering even the distant volcanoes dim by comparison. Not good. Quick, take cover, Bardock shouted, attempting to rush forward to protect the others, only to realize it was far too late. The orb's speed was overwhelming and its coverage too extensive, leaving nowhere to hide. He turned to check on those nearby. Genie was still struggling to rise. While Goku and Piccolo knelt on the ground, the others sprawled out, devoid of the strength to move. In that moment, aside from Bardock, no one could muster their full strength to counter the orb. He was the sole barrier. Bardock gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. He unleashed his energy, activating a 20-fold Kaioken. All 96 million of his battle power surged forth, the crimson aura shooting skyward once more. He extended his left hand, gathering a blue energy sphere. The Kamehameha, while simultaneously channeling a green energy blast with his right hand, the Mekankasapo. Tyrant Ray. He bellowed as the Kamehameha from his left hand fused with the Mekankasapo from his right, blue and purple energies intertwining to form a golden wave several meters wide. The wave, accompanied by a deafening roar, surged towards Frieza's colossal orb. This was Bardock's ultimate technique. A fusion of two attacks that held the power to challenge foes of greater strength. With his 96 million battle power, the might of this strike equated to that of 100 million. Boom. Bardock's golden wave collided fiercely with Frieza's orange-red orb, devoid of any flashy techniques. Merely a clash of raw power. The two terrifying energies intermingled, unleashing an ear-splitting explosion that sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leveling surrounding rocks, trees, and even distant mountains to the ground. The golden and orange-red lights intertwined into a blinding sea of brilliance, staining the sky in two colors. As if the entire Namek was trembling, Bardock clenched his teeth, continuously channeling energy through his hands to sustain the power of the Tyrant Ray. He could distinctly feel Frieza's orb generating an unending force. The 1.2 billion battle power loomed like an abyss, while his Tyrant Ray, though formidable, was ultimately just a release of 96 million, equivalent to merely 80 of Frieza's full strength. His arms began to tremble, pain shooting through his veins, and his energy depleting rapidly, his complexion paling. Hold on, Bardock roared, injecting every last bit of energy into the wave. The golden wave surged dramatically, holding its ground against the orange-red orb. However, at that moment, Frieza's lips curled into a mocking smile. He had not increased the orb's power, merely watching Bardock, as if awaiting the moment he would exhaust himself. Bardock's heart sank as he realized Frieza was toying with him. Once his energy was spent, he would deliver the final blow. Not good. He attempted to withdraw his strength, but it was too late. His energy had reached its limit, and the power of the Tyrant Ray began to wane, allowing the orange-red orb to press forward, gradually consuming the golden wave. Just then, a deafening boom echoed as the two forces collided, dissipating into a massive cloud of dust. Bardock was hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, nearly all his energy spent, even the strength to lift a finger eluding him. His complexion was as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fixed on the center of the dust cloud, knowing Frieza was still alive. The true nightmare was yet to come. As the dust slowly cleared, Frieza indeed floated unscathed in midair, brushing off the dust from his attire. A disdainful smirk on his lips. Heh, Bardock, is it? Your little trick is hardly impressive. Before he could finish his sentence, Frieza's figure suddenly vanished from sight. What? Bardock's pupils constricted suddenly. It was not a matter of teleportation, but rather sheer velocity. The staggering speed brought forth by his combat power of 1.2 billion was so swift that it transcended the limits of perception. In such a deadly confrontation, did Frieza not need to take a moment to steady himself? Just as he intended to gather his energy for defense, an overwhelming aura materialized before him. Frieza appeared before Bardock like a specter, a cruel smirk dancing in his vertical red eyes. He afforded Bardock no time to react, delivering a devastating punch directly to his face. The sound of impact echoed as Frieza unleashed a significant portion of his power, an astounding 96 million combat strength. This formidable force converged upon his fist, tearing through the air and producing a cacophonous crack. Bardock had no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the fist collided with his face. The excruciating pain coursed through his body, hurling him away like a projectile, carving a deep trench in the earth as he crashed through 3 mountain peaks before becoming wedged in the crevice of the 4th. The mountains trembled violently, and countless stones tumbled down from their summits, burying him from sight. Bardock! Father! Mr. Bardock! The onlookers gasped in horror. Jinoi, frantic, attempted to rush forward but was restrained by her injuries, collapsing to the ground after only a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Sun Kong struggled to stand, his eyes filled with fury and helplessness as he could only watch the mountain peak now obscured by debris, gritting his teeth in frustration. Beaker clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, green blood oozing through his fingers, yet he could not suppress the feeling of powerlessness. They could not even approach. The torrent of energy emanating from Frieza formed an invisible barrier, isolating them all. As the rubble began to settle, Bardock's figure emerged painfully from the rocks. His left cheek was grotesquely contorted, clearly fractured from that devastating blow, with blood continuously oozing from his mouth. Dark crimson mingled with the remnants of his internal organs, which had been obliterated by Frieza's strike. Coughing violently, Bardock leaned against the rock, trembling as he struggled to stand. Each movement sent waves of searing pain coursing through him. Yet he refused to fall. He understood that if he were to succumb, no one would survive. At that moment, his body began to twist in an uncanny manner. A faint golden glow enveloped Bardock, signifying his quasi-immortal state. The shattered organs, encased in golden light, began to mend rapidly, and the fractured bones emitted cracking sounds, albeit slowly, showcasing an indomitable life force. Frieza observed this spectacle with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Oh, such an ability exists, and it appears your vitality is quite resilient. He descended slowly before Bao, the surrounding purple aura retracting slightly, yet still exuding an air of intimidation. Now, if I were to unleash 90% of my power, could you withstand it? Before his words could fully dissipate, Frieza unleashed his energy. The purple aura surged explosively, an even more intense pressure enveloping the entire battlefield, causing the ground to fracture once more, with lava erupting through the fissures. His energy coalesced into a purple beam, hurtling directly towards Bardock. This time, he wielded 90% of his strength, an astonishing 10.8 billion combat power. Bardock's pupils dilated. At this moment, his quasi-immortal state had not completed its restoration. His organs were merely patched together and could not withstand such a terrifying assault, even with his current might. The recovery speed of his quasi-immortal state required time and could not achieve instantaneous healing. Yet he did not evade, nor could he. To do so would mean placing Jinoi and the children in jeopardy. If he fled, they would perish. 20 times Kaioken. With all my might. Bardock roared, surging forth with energy once more, a crimson aura soaring into the heavens as he forcibly summoned all his strength, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The power he had painstakingly gathered, bolstered by the Kaioken, unleashed the full extent of his 96 million combat strength. He fixated on the incoming purple beam, channeling all his energy into his right fist, bracing to meet the impending blow. Boom! The purple beam was obliterated by Bardock's punch. But before he could revel in his triumph, Frieza retaliated with a powerful strike. Bardock had no choice but to respond in kind. Fist met fist in a direct clash. The two waves of terrifying combat power intertwined, producing a deafening explosion. The surrounding mountains crumbled instantaneously, and the shockwave propelled the lava skyward, transforming into soaring pillars of flame. The ground was gouged, creating a pit several hundred meters deep, as if the very crust of Namek had been penetrated. The air vibrated violently as golden and purple auras collided, generating chaotic energy currents that pulverized the nearby rocks into dust. Frieza staggered slightly, pushed back by the force, while Bardock, akin to a kite severed from its string, was hurled away, his recently healed organs rupturing once more, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He exerted every ounce of strength to adjust his position midair, gathering his remaining energy to unleash a golden energy wave. Barely managing to stabilize himself and crash heavily to the ground, sliding for dozens of meters before coming to a halt, leaving a deep trench in his wake. The disparity became glaringly evident. Frieza regarded the re-established Menghe with a smirk of derision. It seems that 90% of my power suffices. Just then, several auras erupted nearby. It was G-Knife and the others. They had finally regained their composure. Though their injuries had not fully healed, they unleashed their strength with all their might. Charging towards Frieza, G-Knight's 63 million combat strength manifested as a crimson streak, her fist gathering every ounce of energy as it sped towards Frieza's back. Sun Wukong's 35 million combat strength transformed into a red afterimage, hands clasped at his waist, forming a Kamehameha wave. B. Kirk's 35 million combat strength coalesced into a red energy blast, the Mechanicsapo forming at his fingertips. La Dijir and I stirred back to consciousness, combining their efforts to unleash a dual energy wave. Kurlian, Tanjin Fan, and others also gathered their remaining energy to execute their signature techniques. They understood their powers were insignificant before Frieza, yet still, they fought. If only to buy Bardock a fleeting moment. An irritating fly. Frieza furrowed his brow, glancing back, and with a casual wave of his hand, a purple energy wave erupted from his being, sweeping away the advancing group as if they were mere insects. Jinoi was struck by the energy and crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, her 63 million combat strength instantly thrown into disarray. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was shattered by the energy, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious against the rocks. Beker's Mechanicsapo was obliterated before it could even be fired, sending him hurtling away like a broken kite. La Dijur and Balinar fell unconscious once more. Kurlin and the others were similarly incapacitated, unable to rise. The gap was insurmountable. Among the remaining fighters, the strongest, Jinite, possessed a mere 63 million combat strength, dwarfed by Frieza's 1.2 billion, akin to a mere insect, easily swatted away. Yet their attacks had indeed bought Bardock precious time. As Frieza turned to regard the defeated group, a sudden rush of wind heralded S approach. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed all of his energy, darting forth like a bolt of golden lightning, closing in on Frieza's back. Frieza, take this, Bardock bellowed, delivering a thunderous punch to Frieza's back. All 96 million of his combat strength coalesced within that fist. Infused with his rage and determination for vengeance on behalf of his scion brethren. Frieza, evidently taken aback by Bardock's swift recovery, staggered forward under the impact, momentarily losing his footing. Bardock did not relent. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a rapid series of punches. The left fist struck heavily against Frieza's cheek, the right fist aimed at his chest, and the knee thrust towards his abdomen. Each punch and every blow encapsulated Bardock's full strength, specifically targeting Frieza's vital points. Bardock understood that this was his sole opportunity, and he must seize it. The sound of fists colliding with Frieza's body was distinctly audible, and pale purple blood trickled from the corners of Frieza's mouth as his body swayed, clearly dazed by the assault. Bardock's punches accelerated, golden fists weaving around Frieza, forming an impenetrable net of attacks. With one final blow, Bardock concentrated all the energy within him and struck fiercely at Frieza's heart. The force of this punch was so immense that it sent Frieza's body hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant peak like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Bardock did not pause. He quickly gathered energy in both hands, unleashing a barrage of golden energy waves from his palms, firing hundreds in rapid succession, like raindrops pelting into the cavity created by Frieza's impact. Each energy wave was infused with his strength, though not as potent as the tyrant's laser strikes. Their sheer number compensated for it, with each wave embodying his utmost effort. Bardock panted heavily, his hands trembling slightly from the excessive energy exertion. His internal energy depleted to its limits, barely able to remain upright. He gazed at the mountain engulfed by the energy waves, a weary smile gracing his lips, thinking that such an assault should be unbearable even for Frieza. As the explosions of energy waves began to fade, dust slowly ascended, enveloping the entire peak. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the center of the dust cloud. Even Jine struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. As the dust settled, a familiar figure emerged before everyone. Frieza? Unharmed. No, not unscathed. Frieza remained suspended in midair, his grayish-white skin marred by numerous fine wounds. pale purple blood sliding down from these injuries, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet he did not falter, nor did his form waver. He merely lowered his gaze, examining the wounds on his body. These minute injuries were real, inflicted by Bardock's ultimate effort. Frieza slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes devoid of the previous mockery, replaced instead by an icy murderous intent. His voice turned somber, akin to the chilling winds of winter, piercing through everyone's hearts. For so many years, aside from my father, King Cold, you are the first to challenge me and leave me injured. He gradually clenched his fists, the purple energy surrounding him swelling once more. An even more intense pressure enveloping the battlefield, causing the ground to tremble violently, magma to erupt wildly, and the sky to be stained a deep purple, as if the apocalypse were imminent. To force me to exert 10% of my power, Bardock. Frieza's red eyes fixated on Bardock, a cruel smile curling his lips. Your death is not unjust. Chapter 97. The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 10. The moment Frieza's voice fell, the purple energy surrounding him exploded. The full power pressure of 1.2 billion combat power surged like a tsunami across the battlefield, veins bulging beneath his grayish-white skin, pale purple energy patterns crawling over his limbs. Even the air became thick under this overwhelming force, every strand of energy carrying a sound that seemed to tear space itself. The onlookers felt as though an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Krillin's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. Tianjin's 3 eyes widened in shock, afraid to exert even a breath, while Jine's fingers turned white from gripping the rocks tightly. This was a terror far exceeding Frieza's 90 power, an absolute force capable of shattering galaxies. Bardock's throat tightened as he swallowed a dry lump. The wounds on his palms still bled, and the energy he had expended had not fully returned. Yet the murderous intent emanating from Frieza was as cold as ice. He did not hesitate. His left hand plunged into the inner side of his combat suit, retrieving the bundle of senzu beans wrapped in cloth. These were the ones he had brought from the estate. Each bean was plump, radiating a faint green glow. With a crunch, he bit into one, its sweet essence sliding down his throat as the exhausted energy within him surged anew. The warmth of healing spread through his recently mended insides. Even the fractured bones began to align rapidly. He did not linger. With a flick of his wrist, the entire package of senzu beans flew towards Jine. Jine, quickly, feed everyone. You all gather energy for a spirit bomb. I will hold off Frieza. Jine reached out to catch the senzu beans, her fingertips brushing against Bardock's lingering warmth. And when she looked up, she met his resolute gaze. No further words were exchanged. Bardock simply nodded firmly, his eyes conveying a message of trust. In this moment, he embodied the essence of protection. Jine clutched the package of senzu beans tightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet she nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I won't let you down. One man standing against 1,000. This was her man, always standing at the forefront in the most desperate of times, shielding them from all storms. Bardock did not look back. The red energy surged from his feet, unleashing his full combat power of 96 million without reservation. His damaged combat suit was lifted by the energy, and he shot toward Frieza like a red comet. Frieza, your opponent is me. His fist, accompanied by the sound of howling winds, struck towards Frieza's face. Yet Frieza merely lifted his right hand slightly, effortlessly catching Bardock's fist with his 5 fingers. The force transmitted through his palm felt like a vice grip, causing Bardock's knuckles to blanch, even his energy being forcibly severed. A mocking smile curled on Frieza's lips. His crimson eyes filled with derision. Bardock, is this what it looks like when you give it your all? With a slight twist of his wrist, Bardock felt as though his arm were about to be wrenched off. You are no different from those screeching monkeys. You disappoint me. Before he could finish, Frieza's left hand swung out violently, delivering a crushing blow to Bardock's chest. The impact sent Bardock flying as if struck by a hammer, his body curling into a shrimp-like posture as a mouthful of blood erupted from him, transforming him into a kite with severed strings. Yet before Bardock could crash to the ground, Frieza's figure appeared behind him, his red pupils devoid of warmth, delivering a fierce kick to Bardock's side. Not yet finished. Bardock's body was sent spiraling sideways. Just as he attempted to regain his stance, Frieza instantaneously reappeared in front of him, delivering a left punch to his abdomen and a right knee to his ribs. Each of Frieza's movements surpassed the speed of light, each attack precise and ruthless. Bardock was like a deflated ball, tossed around by Frieza in midair, the sound of bones cracking mingling with the roar of energy waves, causing Giant to tremble uncontrollably. But Bardock did not fall. With every strike, a faint golden light emanated from within him, mending his shattered bones in the glow as his torn insides reattached. A near-immortal being sustaining him time and again from the brink of death. At last, as Frieza lifted his foot to kick him once more, Bardock abruptly twisted his body, gathering all remaining energy in his right hand and delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's cheek. The punch landed solidly, yet Frieza did not even blink, his grayish-white skin showing no signs of a bruise. He looked down at Bardock as if observing an audacious ant. "Your fist is still too soft." Another slap followed. This time, Bardock was slammed hard into the ground, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter, debris scattering and dust swirling. He lay in the pit, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs flowing from his mouth. Yet the faint golden light continued to swirl around his body, his fractured spine healing slowly, fingers beginning to twitch. Frieza gradually descended beside the pit, observing Bardock struggle to rise, the mockery on his face fading to reveal a cold impatience. "I'm done playing." He raised his right hand, and at his fingertips, a sphere of violet light began to coalesce, spinning ever faster as it drew in the surrounding energy, forming a small vortex of power. "Let this move send you on your way, Bardock. To die beneath my full strength is indeed your honor. Perish." In an instant, the purple beam shot forth from his fingertips, moving at a speed that surpassed the eye's perception, striking Bardock's body directly. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the violet radiance engulfing the entire pit, and the shockwave sent debris soaring into the sky. When the light finally dissipated, all that remained in the pit was a crimson mist of blood. Bardock's body had been obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, with not a single intact bone to be found. Frieza gazed upon the blood mist, unable to suppress a cruel, resounding laughter. "Oh, ha ha ha. Finally dead. A monkey is but a monkey, no matter how fiercely it struggles. It ultimately transforms into mere blood mist." After indulging in his laughter, he turned his attention towards Jine and the others nearby, his red eyes glinting with intensified murderous intent. "Now it is your turn." However, his words were abruptly cut short. Jine, Son Goku, and Piccolo all struggled to rise, their faces etched with fierce anger, hands raised above their heads. Above them, a massive blue energy sphere was rapidly coalescing, surrounded by golden arcs of electricity, exuding a power that caused Frieza's pupils to constrict in alarm. This force made his heart skip a beat. "What on earth is that?" Frieza furrowed his brow, feeling the terrifying energy within the blue sphere. He could not allow them to complete it. Son Goku glared at Frieza, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart screaming. "Damn it, so close. Just 20 more seconds, and the spirit bomb will be fully formed." Raditz gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he maintained the sphere's formation, sweat trickling down his cheeks. "Damn it, just a little more, just a little more." Frieza would not grant them the time. He raised his right hand sharply, a purple energy wave forming in his palm, ready to unleash it upon them. "Destroy those ants, and that strange energy sphere will naturally dissipate." Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Frieza froze, spinning around in alarm. He beheld the blood mist that should have dispersed now writhing and coalescing, the crimson flesh surging like a tide, shattered bones intertwining like silver threads. In mere seconds, Bardock's upper body was reassembled, his head still dripped with fresh blood, his tattered battle suit revealing newly formed skin that glimmered with a faint pink hue, but his eyes burned with a wrath fiercer than a star. He had returned from the brink of death. How is this possible? Frieza's voice trembled for the first time, bewildered that he had obliterated Bardock into nothingness. Yet here he stood, resurrected from death, though only his upper body remained. Still stunned, Bardock's left hand suddenly raised to shield his eyes, a white light bursting forth from his fingers, illuminating the entire battlefield like the sun. Solar Flare. Chapter 98. The Final Battle with Frieza, Part 11. As the golden brilliance of the solar flare erupted like a collapsing star, Frieza's pupils were filled with a blinding white light, not the void of cosmic silence, but a searing white that felt as though countless golden needles pierced his retina, dulling his ability to sense energy. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, his gray-white skin taut as the pale purple energy waves crashed around him. Yet he could not discern where his adversary lay. His ears buzzed with the echo of Bardock's roar, but he could not even determine the direction to strike back. Relying only on instinct to gather energy in his palm and feebly feint in the direction of Bardock's remembered position. In that fleeting moment, Jine surged forward. Her martial arts uniform still bore Bardock's blood, her fingertips white from exertion, the senza beans she held long soaked with sweat. As Bardock charged at Frieza, his red silhouette etched itself into her mind. Now was not the time for tears. She poured every ounce of energy into her throat, letting her voice break through Namek's atmosphere, like a thunderclap resonating across the cosmos. I am Jine. Her voice shattered the purple clouds above Namek, sweeping across the fractured earth, penetrating the depths of the ocean. The Namekian fish hiding among the coral abruptly halted their flight, turning their tails skyward. The children peeking from the crevices in the rocks timidly emerged, their ears catching a sound akin to their elders' resolute voices. We fight to protect Namek. The message traversed the starry sea, reaching the mining planet occupied by Frieza's forces. A dark-skinned miner, bloodied and battered, paused in his toil upon hearing her cry, clenching his rough fingers around the or beneath him. They had been enslaved by Frieza's army, their home destroyed, forced to mine for survival. The announcement of Frieza, the cosmic tyrant, still echoed through the mine, yet Jine's voice resonated within him like a key unlocking the throat locked by fear. Frieza, the demon that destroyed my homeland. Namek was under siege by the nefarious cosmic tyrant Frieza. The words reached a fleeing refugee ship, its hull riddled with bullet holes. The energy reserves dwindling to a mere 30%. The captain's trembling hands gripped the controls. 6 months prior, their home planet had been shattered by Frieza, leaving only this ship of the weak and elderly. The crew froze as Jine's voice rang in their minds. A little girl clutching a toy looked up with wide, tear-filled eyes, asking, "Mommy, is Frieza the bad guy who blew up our home?" The woman covered her mouth, tears streaming through her fingers, nodding gravely. Frieza viewed life as mere insects, casually enslaving and slaughtering. He relished in the annihilation of planets. The count of souls perished by his hand was beyond measure. The call reached the rebel fleet. The leader was a one-eyed alien, his left eye lost in the fight against Frieza a decade prior. Clenching his fist tightly, the soldiers in the bridge stood, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Commander, shall we respond?" The communications officer eagerly inquired. The captain gazed towards Namek's direction, where a faint light began to shine. "Respond. Let's channel every ounce of energy we can muster. This time, we will not flee. We shall fight to the death against Frieza. Even if we perish, we must eradicate this vile monster. If we falter, the next planet to fall to Frieza's wrath may be anyone's home." Jine's voice grew hoarse, yet more resolute. Her hair whipped in the energy waves, veins bulging on her forehead, arms raised high. She shouted to the heavens, "So please, everyone, raise your hands and lend us your energy. Together, let us vanquish Frieza." In that final plea, she exerted all her strength, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I implore you all to lend us your energy." The moment her words fell, lights suddenly flickered across the cosmos. On the mining planet, the battered miner slowly raised his hands. His palm was rough and calloused, marred by scars from mining, and a wisp of faint gray energy emanated from it, mingled with tiny particles of cold dust. This was the culmination of a lifetime spent in the depths of the mines, infused with nostalgia for his homeland and a profound hatred for Frieza. The surrounding miners followed suit, gray and brown energies rising towards the heavens like a flock of returning birds, journeying towards Namek. On the refugee ship, a little girl was the first to raise her hands, a thin stream of pink energy blossoming from her palms, reminiscent of a sweet confection. Women joined in, followed by everyone on the bridge, elders, children, and the wounded. A myriad of feeble energies converged, forming a colorful ribbon of light that pierced through the ship's windows, merging with the starry sea. Among the ranks of the rebel fleet, the captain was the first to unleash his energy, a golden aura erupting from his palm. Soldiers behind him released their own energies, weaving together red, blue, and purple hues into a magnificent light arc that spanned the galaxy, racing towards Namek. On Namek, the surviving Namek people emerged from every nook and cranny. The elders, leaning on their staffs, raised their withered hands, green energy sprouting forth. Infused with the vitality of their home, the younger Namek clenched their fists, channeling their energy into energy orbs, their essence imbued with the fragrance of flora and the dampness of the ocean. Kilin, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, Baik, Suan Wukong, and Late Eyes all felt it. A warm surge of power flowing from every corner of the universe, infiltrating the energy orbs above their heads. The once house-sized blue energy orbs expanded at a visible pace, first resembling a small hill, then a cloud, ultimately enveloping half the sky of Nameikshing. The blue energy was encased in a golden halo, countless tiny light particles swirling within the orb, each one a wish for life. The miner's fury, the little girl's innocence. The rebel's resolve, the guardianship of the Nameik people. The air surrounding the energy orb was drawn into a vortex, the clouds swirling in tandem, while debris, grass, and even droplets of water from the distant ocean were gently lifted, revolving around the orb in a slow dance. Suin Wukong's arm trembled under the weight of the energy orb, his knuckles whitening, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks and evaporating upon hitting the ground. He stared fixedly at the orb, his eyes reddening. "Father, can you see? Everyone is helping us this time. We will surely prevail." Late Eyes swayed slightly. The ribs injured by Frieza still aching, yet he dared not lower his hands. As he gazed at the swirling light particles within the orb, memories of the days under Frieza's tyranny flooded back, along with thoughts of comrades lost. 15 seconds, 14 seconds. It is almost done. We will soon eradicate Frieza. Chapter 99. The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 12. Bike's expression remained composed, yet his palm felt a subtle warmth. He could sense the power within the energy orb. It was not a force of destruction, but rather one of protection, a collective yearning for peace from all beings in the universe. He glanced at Jine, murmuring, 13 seconds. 12 seconds. Once the energy orb is fully condensed, even Frieza at full power cannot withstand it. Jine nodded, her gaze fixed intently in Frieza's direction. The brilliance of the solar fist was still dissipating, and Frieza's figure gradually became clearer within the golden light, his energy in disarray, yet growing stronger, indicating he was nearing recovery from his daze. But suddenly, Frieza moved. Without opening his eyes, still reeling from the pain, he raised his right hand sharply, condensing a purple energy cannon at his fingertips based on the position he had locked onto before his disorientation. "You annoying insect, Bardock." Frieza's voice dripped with malice. He sensed Bardock's energy just ahead, faint yet piercing like a thorn in his heart. "Even if I can't see you, I will obliterate you into dust." Before his words could fully escape, the purple energy cannon was unleashed. Its speed surpassed sound and sight, hurtling directly towards Bardock. Bardock had just exhausted his energy with the solar fist and was attempting to gather strength anew. Even his indestructible body had not fully recovered. Upon hearing Frieza's voice, he jerked his head up, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The purple energy cannon struck his chest with brutal force, engulfing his form in light without a trace of hesitation. The sound of breaking bones was drowned out by the explosion, and the faint golden light that had begun to rise from within him was crushed by the purple energy. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, debris propelled skyward by the shockwave. When the light subsided, only a crimson mist remained, thinner than at any previous instance, with not a single intact piece of flesh to be found. "No!" Jine's scream pierced the sky. She watched helplessly as Bardock was struck by the energy cannon, transforming into a cloud of blood, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating her. She yearned to rush forward, but Bike held her firmly. "Jine, remain calm. This is not the time for impulsiveness." At that moment, the brilliance of the solar fist completely faded. Frieza abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils blood-red and veined, his vision slightly blurred, yet accurately locking onto Jine and her companions. He beheld the colossal energy orb that obscured the sky, noting the anger and despair on their faces, a cruel smile curling his lips. So all this commotion was for this pathetic sphere? How laughable! Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his right hand sharply, gathering a purple energy wave even thicker than before. The pale purple energy churned in his palm, the ground beneath him cracking, debris floating in the air, pulverized by his energy. "Since you all wish for death so fervently, I shall grant it." The purple energy wave surged forth, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, hurtling directly towards Jine and her comrades. Jine's pupils dilated in shock. She felt the force contained within the energy wave, stronger than any previous attack from Frieza. Should they be struck, they would meet the same fate as Bardock, dissolving into mist. She glanced at Bike, whose expression had also changed. "No, the energy orb is not fully condensed yet. We still need 8 seconds. 8 seconds. But Felicia's energy wave could reach them in less than a second. Jin stared at the approaching purple energy wave, observing the resolute expressions of Suin Wukong, Late Eyes, Hulin, and others beside her. And the orb above them, a collective hope of the universe. In that instant, she made up her mind. Drawing a deep breath, she called out to everyone, "There's no choice left. We must fire now." Suin Wukong shot up, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. But the energy orb isn't fully condensed. Will it work? It will work. Jin's voice was firm. This is not just our power. It is the power of the entire universe. Even if it is not fully condensed, we can defeat Felicia. Bike nodded, raising his hand. Everyone, concentrate your energies and guide the energy orb. Hulin, Tianjin Fawn, Yamucha, Late Eyes, and Suin Wukong gritted their teeth, channeling their last remnants of energy into the orb, their hands thrusting forward with vigor. Felicia, perish. The collective roar of fury reverberated, shaking the very ground. That orb, which covered half the sky, surged forth, carrying the prayers of the universe, crashing down upon Felicia's purple energy wave. There was no earth-shattering collision sound, only the hissing of energy colliding. The violet energy wave shattered before the Genkidama as if it were made of paper. First, a delicate crack appeared on its surface. Then the fissures rapidly expanded, spreading across every inch of the energy wave. The destructive force contained within Frieza's energy wave proved utterly feeble against the protective power of the Genkidama. The energy drawn from the mineral planet, from the refugee ship, from the rebels, and from planet Namek transformed into countless slender blades of light, tearing the violet energy wave apart bit by bit. How is this possible? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying his incredulity. Having exerted his full strength, his energy wave could not even withstand the Genkidama for a mere second. After the Genkidama crushed the violet energy wave, it continued unabated, hurtling directly toward Frieza. Attempting to flee, Frieza found his body ensnared by the gravitational pull of the Genkidama, his feet feeling as if they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Desperately, he gathered the energy within him, a pale violet aura swelling around him, the veins beneath his grayish-white skin bulging, the faint violet energy patterns crawling over his limbs as he summoned his last reserves of strength to resist the Genkidama, to survive. I am the Emperor of the universe. I cannot die. Frieza's roar reverberated through the heavens, yet his resistance appeared pitifully futile against the Genkidama. The blue energy sphere struck fiercely against Frieza's chest, not with an explosion, but with a sensation of energy surging violently into his body. Frieza felt countless warm forces penetrating his limbs and bones, shredding his meridians, crushing his skeleton, dispersing every trace of energy within him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his grayish skin visibly shriveling and cracking, the pale violet energy patterns gradually vanishing, the arrogance and cruelty in his crimson eyes replaced by terror and despair. The earth-shattering scream echoed through the skies of planet Namek, reaching every corner of the universe. Chapter 100. The Final Battle Against Frieza, Part 13. The blue Genkidama descended like a fallen sea of stars, striking forcefully against Frieza's chest. The entire planet Namek seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, the surface layer of rock visibly sinking, cracking open like a spider's web. Hot magma surging from the fissures, only to be vaporized into sulfurous white mist upon contact with the shockwave of the Genkidama. A torrent of energy spread outward from Frieza's body, causing distant mountains to collapse with a thunderous roar. The rocks atop the peaks shattering into a rain of debris that fell like a torrential downpour. Vast Namekian trees were snapped in half by the energy waves, their emerald leaves instantly charred to black, along with the luminescent fungi beneath them, reduced to wisps of blue smoke in the wake of the energy shock. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning energy, and even the light appeared distorted. The once orange-red sky of planet Namek was now painted a translucent blue by the azure glow of the Genkidama, resembling a shattered sapphire that enveloped the entire battlefield in a chilling aura. Frieza's screams erupted from the core of the energy, no longer the haughty roars of the past, but mingled with the agonizing sounds of shattered bones and torn meridians, each syllable laced with blood, resonating through every inch of planet Namek, even penetrating the atmosphere to reach the ears of every being he had oppressed and enslaved. This evoked a sense of inexplicable satisfaction in them all. This was Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, the demon who obliterated planets at will and regarded life as insignificant. Now emitting the most desperate wails before the prayers of the universe, Frieza could distinctly feel the cold grip of death enveloping him. The warmth of the Genkidama, imbued with destructive power, pierced through his limbs and bones like countless tiny needles, racing through his meridians, gradually tearing apart the destructive energy he had amassed over decades. His once proud lineage of the frost demons felt as fragile as paper under the might of this protective force. The bones that had once enabled him to shatter planets were now cracking under strain, and the pale violet energy patterns receded from his limbs like a receding tide. Even his crimson eyes began to lose their clarity. No, this is impossible. His consciousness struggled amidst the pain. His thoughts were not of defeat, but of the countless planets he had crushed beneath his feet. He was the Emperor of the Universe, an entity born to reign at the pinnacle, capable of annihilating planets with a mere gesture, his name enough to instill fear in innumerable civilizations. How could he fall to these insignificant insects? How could he die on this remote planet Namek? I am Frieza, the ruler of the universe. His lips cracked and bled, his voice hoarse to the point of being barely audible, yet that profound unwillingness burned within him like a flame, awakening his consciousness. I will not accept this. I truly will not accept this. The final roar erupted from his throat, infused with all his pride and despair, rippling through the surrounding energy waves. Yet this scream ultimately could not halt the approach of death. The power of the Genkidama continued to surge forth, his body visibly shriveling before their eyes, his once imposing figure curling inwards like a sun-dried fruit. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble on the battlefield, an astonishing transformation was occurring within Bardock's body. A pale golden light flowed gently, the fractured ribs visibly reassembling, the obliterated organs regenerating under the power of his near-immortal body, even the scorch marks on his skin gradually fading in the radiance. First, his fingers twitched, then he slowly opened his eyes, clarity flashing within his black pupils. He raised his hand to move his wrist, the joints emitting soft cracking sounds. The energy within him was slowly recovering, but the pain from his injuries had completely vanished, leaving only the lingering heat from his near-death experience. Etched in his memory like a brand, Bardock exhaled a breath of stale air, rising from the pile of rubble, his gaze immediately directed toward Chine. He saw Chine still standing in her previous position, her hands tightly clenched, her eyes red-rimmed, fixated on Frieza at the center of the Genkidama. Oblivious to his approach. What are you standing there for? Bardock moved beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through her clothing. I'm perfectly fine. The near-immortal body is not so easily killed. Chine snapped back to reality, tears welling in her eyes upon seeing him unharmed. Yet she held them back, delivering a firm punch to his arm. You scared me to death. I thought you had turned to blood mist. Bardock chuckled, his smile reflecting a sense of relief from survival, along with a hint of satisfaction at Frieza's predicament. Don't worry, he still lacks the ability to do that. Just look at him now. This is the Genkidama, gathered from across the universe, and he has finished. Chine followed his gaze, witnessing the light of the Genkidama gradually dissipating. Frieza sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his grayish skin marred with cracks. Some even oozing pale violet droplets of blood, his once arrogant crimson eyes half open, unable to focus. Not far away, 14 figures simultaneously retrieved Senzu beans and placed them into their mouths. Krillin's fingers trembled slightly. Having nearly drained his energy to guide the Genkidama, he could barely stand. And as the Senzu bean slid down his throat, a refreshing power surged immediately through him. The once empty dantian felt as though it had been infused with pure spring water, energy flowing back at an astonishing rate, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Senzu beans are truly miraculous. Yamucha collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As the power of the Sien Do surged within him, he eagerly moved his arms and legs, a smile of survival illuminating his face. Just moments ago, when Frieza unleashed his energy wave, he had feared for his life, but thankfully, Master Roshi acted decisively and launched the Genkidama in advance. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy within him. The third eye on his forehead slowly opened, shimmering with a glimmer of brilliance. The power of the Genkidama exceeded his expectations. It was a convergence of countless beings' energy, and no wonder it could overpower Frieza. Raditz stood beside Sun Wukong, giving his shoulder a pat, his tone tinged with rare approval. Hey, kid, You didn't hold us back while guiding the Genkidama. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. It's the combined strength of everyone. Moreover, the Genkidama contains the energy of the entire universe, including everyone on Earth, so we will surely win. 14 individuals sat, stood, or stretched, all their gazes converging on Frieza. No words were spoken, yet uncontainable delight radiated from their eyes. The demon that had tormented them for so long and destroyed countless homes was finally facing its end. As time passed, the brilliance of the Genkidama faded completely, leaving only thick dust on the battlefield, which the winds of Namek gradually dispersed. Having consumed the Xiando, everyone's bodies returned to peak condition, their gazes solemnly fixed on Frieza. Sensing his energy, they immediately closed their eyes and extended their awareness. Initially, they frowned. Frieza's energy resembled a candle flame battered by a storm, so faint it was almost extinguished, barely noticeable without focused attention. However, as time went on, their brows unfurled, excitement lighting their faces. It's gone. Krillin suddenly opened his eyes, leaping with exhilaration. His energy has completely vanished. Frieza is dead. We have won. Yamcha joined in the cheers, while a faint smile graced Tianjin fans' lips. Although Raditz remained silent, the tension in his eyes relaxed. Jine let out a long sigh of relief, tears finally streaming down her face, this time tears of joy. Just as everyone prepared to cheer loudly, Bardock suddenly jolted upright. No, 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 it's not over yet. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. Ah, I will not die. I cannot die. Gula, I know you are watching. Come out. You bastard. The thunderous cry resonated like a hellish thunderclap, infused with Frieza's final madness and desperation, piercing through the dust of Namek and striking every heart with force. The joy on everyone's faces froze instantly. Krillin's smile faltered, Yamcha's cheer was caught in his throat, and even Sun Wukong's grin faded as he frowned at Frieza's body, which lay lifeless on the scorched earth, yet began to twitch in response to the roar. He was not dead. Frieza truly was not dead. If Bardock from his past life had witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly commend Frieza for his resilience. To withstand the Genkidama and still survive. Who else could claim such a feat? Though it was not a fully realized Genkidama, Bardock was too preoccupied to care, for he was currently locked in a standoff with Frieza. Beneath Frieza's grayish-white skin, the fading lavender energy patterns reignited like a lit fuse, but this time, the glow was dim and distorted, seeping blood from the cracks in his skin. Frieza's half-open red eyes widened suddenly, a horrifying red light erupting from within. As he summoned every bit of strength to lift his upper body, his emaciated chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a rasping sound, reminiscent of a tattered bellows. Frieza's energy was exceedingly weak, even less than Bardock's. Gula, get out here. His voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, yet laced with a heart-wrenching plea and threat. I know you're there, watching. Don't you want the title of Universe Emperor? I will hand it over. All the planets. All my assets. Just come out now and kill them. Help me eliminate these ants. Bardock's expression darkened in an instant, his aura tightening as he fixed his gaze on the cold presence emanating from the direction of the universe, now clearer than before. It was like a fierce beast lurking in the shadows, finally intrigued by the cries of its prey, slowly revealing its fangs. It's really there. Piccolo's eyes snapped open, veins throbbing on his forehead. That presence was far stronger than Frieza. My heavens, how is this possible? How can that energy be so terrifying? Jine gripped Bardock's hand tightly, her palm slick with cold sweat. Who is Gula? Bardock tightened his grip on Jine's hand, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, signaling to those nearby his seriousness. He surveyed the anxious faces of his companions, his voice icy and resolute, each word striking the battlefield like a hammer. Gula is Frieza's brother. His combat power is a staggering 1 per billion, 2 million higher than Frieza at full power. What is more alarming is that he possesses one final transformation. 1 per billion. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, the energy he had just regained from the Xiando faltering, causing him to stagger backward and confirm Bardock's face. Frieza only reached 1.2 billion at his last stand. We managed to suppress him with the Genkidama of the entire universe, but Gula's power is beyond description. Yamcha gulped, his voice trembling. What about his final transformation? Could it possibly double? Bardock's gaze darkened like the magma deep within Namek, slowly uttering a number that sent shivers down everyone's spine. If he completes his final transformation, His combat power will exceed 470 million. 470 million. That statement struck like a thunderclap among the crowd. Even the usually composed Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, veins pulsing on his forehead. Tianjin Fan's third eye suddenly ignited, attempting to extend his awareness toward the depths of the universe, but as soon as he brushed against a fragment of Gula's energy, he was forced to retreat by the icy pressure, his fingertips trembling. That energy is too terrifying. 2 billion already left me breathless. If it's 470 million, that's 4 times Frieza's strength. We wouldn't even qualify to approach him. Radit's expression changed drastically. He had seen Gula's name in the intelligence reports of Frieza's army, but never imagined he would be this powerful. 470 million. If he wanted to kill us, he would only need to raise a hand. What can we do against that? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his usual smile replaced by solemnity. Even if all of us attacked together, would it be enough? Jine's palms were slick with sweat, tightly clutching Bardock's arm. What should we do if Gula really descends? Before she could finish, a chilling, defiant voice reverberated from the depths of the universe, piercing through the atmosphere like an icy needle, puncturing everyone's ears. Frieza, why do you think I would come to help you? Instantly, silence fell over the group, all eyes turning to Frieza's emaciated body, which trembled violently. The once dull red in his eyes suddenly sparked with a flicker of light, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw. He strained to lift his upper body, cracked lips forcing out a hoarse howl, a mixture of pleading and defiance. I'll give you the position of Universe Emperor. I'll offer you all the planets, all my assets. Is that enough? Laughter echoed in the air, a chilling resonance that filled the hearts of all present. A melodious, yet mocking laughter resonated from the distant cosmos, its contempt cutting like a knife. Are you jesting, Frieza? Do you truly believe you can survive today? That you can willingly relinquish the title of Emperor of the Universe to me? Frieza's body froze, the brilliance in his crimson eyes dimming instantaneously. Yet, he remained undeterred, a rasping roar escaping his throat like a winded bellows. I can survive. If only you help me eliminate them, I can live. Those planets, those galaxies, they are all yours. Just lend your hand. Those planets? Gula's voice dripped with disdain, as if toying with an insignificant insect. With my strength, do I require your assistance? The resources at your command, the planets under your dominion, should I desire it, I could seize them at any moment. Do you truly think you possess any bargaining power? He paused, his tone thick with mockery. Brother, my foolish brother, your mind must be addled. From the very beginning, I never intended to assist you. I merely wished to observe how long you, the self-important emperor of the universe, could endure at the hands of these insignificant creatures. Frankly, it is quite amusing to watch you, like a dead dog, pleading for my mercy. Gula's voice gradually faded, laced with a hint of playful amusement. Do take your time. Frieza, I hope you can last longer. Do not let me lose my entertainment too soon. As the voice vanished completely, the universe fell into silence once more. Yet the atmosphere on the battlefield felt as if it had been frozen. Frieza lay prostrate on the ground, his gray-white skin devoid of color, reduced to a deathly pallor. He stared intently at the cosmos, his red eyes brimming with incredulous rage and profound despair. Gula, you bastard! He suddenly erupted in a piercing scream, faint purple blood frothing at his mouth's corner. You have long desired my position. You revel in my demise, do you not? His hatred coiled around his heart like a venomous vine. Hatred for Bardock, for Janae, for all who had driven him to this dead end, but most of all, for Gula. They were supposed to be brothers. Even if they played tricks on each other in everyday life, how could one watch the other perish? Treating his dire straits as mere amusement, Bardock and the others, their hearts finally easing a fraction, found themselves breathing heavily. Fortunately, Gula has no intentions of intervening. Had he truly descended, we would certainly perish here today, Klin remarked, patting his chest. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a battle power of 470 million. Even if we consume Suindo like candy, we would stand no chance. At that moment, Frieza abruptly lifted his head, his reddened eyes fixated on Bardock, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, so you all truly wish for my demise, do you? His voice was hoarse and icy, like something clawing its way from the depths of hell. Very well, even if I must perish, I shall drag you all down with me. At that instant, a faint purple flame suddenly ignited around Frieza's body. This flame was not warm, but rather a cold fire exuding a sense of annihilation. surging forth through the cracks in his skin, enveloping his form in an eerie halo. His aura began to rise uncontrollably, surpassing even his peak, yet accompanied by a heart-stopping madness. His once withered muscles swelled anew, faint purple energy lines glowing within the flames, warping the very air around him. This is bad. He is burning his life force. Chapter 102. The Final Battle with Frieza, 15. In that case, let us all die together. Deep purple flames danced violently around Frieza, akin to countless venomous serpents breaking free from their shackles, entwining his frail, yet suddenly powerful form. With each flicker of flame, his energy surged. He shattered the barrier of 1. 2 billion, broke through 1. 3 billion, crossed the threshold of 1. 4 billion, and ultimately stabilized at the terrifying figure of 1. 5 billion. This aura struck each heart like a tangible hammer. Klin's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his fingers turning white from the strain of gripping his fists. Even his breaths becoming shallow. Yamcha's back was drenched in cold sweat, his previously straight spine instinctively bending, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, making even a single step feel monumental. Sun Wukong's red aura swayed violently, his black pupils filled with disbelief. He could distinctly sense that this aura bore not only the power of destruction, but also a madness that consumed all, more terrifying than Frieza at his peak. Tenshinhan's third eye fixated on Frieza, blood vessels straining across his eyeball, his voice trembling. He is even more fearsome than before. This is not merely the burning of life force. He is igniting his very soul. In this state, he has lost all reason, driven solely by annihilation. We must stop him. He cannot sustain this state. Bardock roared. Piccolo was the first to react, swiftly forming hand seals. Green energy coalescing into a thick beam in his palms, hurtling towards Frieza with a howling sound. Klin and Yamcha followed suit, blue and yellow energy waves intertwining. 3 energy attacks merging midair into a dazzling beam of light, crashing towards the faint purple flames. Yet, just as the energy beam was about to make contact with the flames, a sudden surge of purple fire erupted around Frieza, forming a semicircular barrier. With a thunderous roar, the energy beam collided with the barrier, instantly tearing apart into countless tiny specks of light, dissipating into the air without even stirring a ripple upon the barrier. Frieza slowly lifted his head, his red eyes devoid of emotion. Only a deadened madness remained. He could keenly feel life force draining at a visible rate, his veins burning with pain akin to being seared by fierce flames. Yet this agony only fueled his exhilaration. He knew he could not last long, at most a day. The cost of burning his soul would render him utterly erased, forever beyond redemption. But that was sufficient. As long as he could drag Bardock, Janae, and all those who had brought him to this plight down with him, even if his soul scattered, it would be worth it. His gaze swept across the battlefield, hatred coiling around his heart like a venomous vine. Hatred for Guli's indifference, hatred for Bardock's relentless pursuit, hatred for Janae's energy sphere, hatred for Sun Wukong, Red Eyes, and their entanglement, and most of all, hatred for his own impotence. He, the Emperor of the Universe, reduced to a state of burning his very soul by those he deemed insects. Die all of you. Frieza hissed in a low growl, his voice devoid of its previous hoarseness, now imbued with a chilling coldness. He took a step forward, the faint purple flames expanding outward with his movement. The debris beneath him consumed by the fire, turning to ash in an instant. With a second step, the entire Namek star trembled violently. The magma in the fissures surged upwards, forming dark red magma columns, akin to the gates of hell. Each of these steps felt as if they were pressing down on everyone's hearts, tightening them with dread. I shall confront him, Bardock bellowed, his red aura surging to a potency greater than ever before. After multiple near-death recoveries, his base combat power had risen to 6 million, and with the 20-fold Kaioken, he could unleash a terrifying 2 billion in an instant, sufficient to rival Frieza at his peak. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a flash of red lightning. Dashing towards Frieza, his right fist gathering all the power of the 20-fold Kaioken, roaring towards Frieza's chest. This punch contained all of Bardock's strength, embodying the hopes of all. If he could repel Frieza, they would find an opportunity to interrupt his burning state. Yet Frieza remained expressionless, not even blinking. Just as Bardock's fist was on the verge of striking his chest, he slightly raised his left hand and effortlessly caught Bardock's fist. What? as Bardock's pupils abruptly constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. He grappled with the enormity of the situation. This was a punch imbued with a staggering power of 1.2 billion, even during his peak. Frieza would have needed to summon all his strength to withstand it. Yet now, Frieza appeared to effortlessly absorb the blow. Before Bardock could fully comprehend the turn of events, a searing pain radiated from his fist, permeating throughout his body. Frieza's fingers tightened slightly, producing a sharp crack as Bardock's finger bones shattered instantaneously. The force surged up his arm, accompanied by a series of sickening cracks, contorting and deforming his entire arm in a grotesque arc. A piercing scream erupted from Bardock, drenched in cold sweat, as he attempted to retract his arm, only to find Frieza's grip akin to an iron vice, unyielding to his every effort. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he slowly raised his right hand, pressing it against Bardock's chest. The pale violet flames emanating from his palm blazed brighter, while his voice, frigid as the void, resonated like a harbinger from the depths of hell. With a thunderous explosion, the pale violet energy erupted from Frieza's palm, obliterating Bardock's chest in an instant. Bardock's body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, bursting into a crimson mist upon impact, leaving no trace of flesh behind, save for a few warm droplets of blood that fell upon the scorched earth. Frieza did not even glance at the sanguine cloud. Instead, his gaze shifted slowly towards Jine, his red eyes brimming with a chilling malice. It was this woman who had nearly shattered him with her previously gathered energy ball. He would ensure that this debt was settled. Jine stood frozen, her body immobilized in shock, swiftly giving way to an all-consuming rage. The image of Bardock's violent destruction was seared into her mind, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Though she understood that Bardock possessed a quasi-mortal body, the scene still ignited an inferno of fury within her. Her hair danced in the wind, shifting between gold and black, while a gradual golden gradient enveloped her white aura. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, lightning crackled ominously. Jine's energy surged uncontrollably. This was it. A transformation was imminent. How intriguing. However, did she truly believe he would grant her the opportunity? In the moment the words left his lips, Frieza gradually raised both hands, palms directed towards the suspended Jine. His fingers curled slightly, unleashing an invisible force akin to a colossal net that ensnared Jine entirely, rendering her immobile. The energy coursing around her came to a sudden halt, the once flickering interplay of white and gold dimming rapidly. In that fleeting moment, she sensed her cells convulsing violently, a burgeoning power threatening to break free from its shackles. This was a sign of the complete evolution of a super scion. If only she were granted one more second. Even half a second, she could achieve a metamorphosis in her very essence, her power potentially soaring beyond 2 billion. Just a fraction more was needed. Yet Frieza afforded her no such chance. The invisible force gripped her with an iron will, making even the slightest movement feel insurmountable. She could distinctly feel the flicker of her evolutionary fire within being snuffed out, her energy spiraling into chaos like a small vessel amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. No. A weak protest escaped Jine's throat as she desperately summoned her energy. The white light and golden flames swirling around her in a frenzied dance, the last vestiges of her struggle. She unleashed her maximum battle power, 1 billion. Though Jine had not completed the full transformation into a super scion, this was her highest attainable level, significantly stronger than when she had previously gathered her energy ball. However, in the face of Frieza's absolute might of 1.5 billion, she was but a flickering candle in the wind, utterly defenseless. Frieza observed Jine's futile struggle, his expression thickening with derision. Struggle all you wish. The more you resist, the more I revel in it. Aren't you capable of gathering that accursed energy ball? Did you not intend to kill me? Ha ha ha. As he exerted pressure with his fingers, the invisible force surged exponentially. Jine felt her bones creak under the strain, reminiscent of ancient wood being forcibly splintered. Each crack echoed with excruciating pain, her shoulders collapsing inward, her chest pressed down as if a colossal stone weighed upon it, rendering her breath short and ragged. With each inhalation, she felt the agonizing rapture of her insides tearing apart. Crimson droplets of blood trickled from Jine's lips, cascading down her cheeks and splattering upon the charred ground, instantly vaporizing into wisps of smoke. Her consciousness began to blur, the world around her distorting. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to close her eyes. She stubbornly turned her head to gaze upon Bardock's position. She needed to see Bardock, the man who had rescued her from Vegeta, granting her a new lease on life, the one who had weathered countless storms by her side, pledging a lifetime of devotion. At that moment, in the distance, the blood mist from Bardock's explosion suddenly ignited with a pale golden light. Initially faint and sporadic, like flickering stars in the abyss. The lights multiplied and brightened, coalescing into a luminous golden orb. Countless tiny particles intertwined within the orb, gradually forming a vague silhouette, Bardock's head. His quasi-immortal body was regenerating at an astonishing pace. A low grunt emanated from the orb as Bardock's eyes flew open, his once clear gaze now a frenzied crimson. Veins of blood marbling his irises. As his gaze swept across the battlefield, landing upon Jine, suspended in Frieza's grip. Blood at her lips and the crack of her bones echoing in his ears, an unprecedented fury erupted within him, akin to a volcano ready to burst forth. "Stop! Frieza! Cease this at once!" Bardock's roar reverberated like thunder across the entirety of Namek, the shockwaves scattering debris into the air. The surge of rage invigorated his body, doubling his previously sluggish recovery rate. His energy skyrocketed, his neck and chest visibly solidifying, muscle fibers and skin texture becoming discernible in the radiant light. In a heartbeat, the majority of his upper body, save for his arms, had returned to its former state. He fixed his glare on Frieza, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. This scoundrel had not only annihilated his body, but dared to harm Jine. He must be vanquished, he must be killed. Frieza sensed the rising power behind him and slowly turned. Witnessing Bardock's rapid regeneration, a mocking smile crept across his face. What a freak! Reduced to blood droplets, and yet able to revive? The regenerative capacity of the Frost Demon clan pales in comparison to yours. He paused, his gaze returning to Jine, his eyes filled with cruelty. Alas, even if you recover, you cannot save her. Aren't you the mighty fighter? What good is your strength? You wish to protect her? Now, you shall watch her perish before your very eyes. As the last syllable fell from his lips, Frieza's arm ascended slowly, lifting Jine higher into the air. The invisible force intensified once more. As if a colossal hand sought to crush her form into oblivion. Janae's body began to swell at a visibly alarming rate, the veins beneath her skin starkly apparent, resembling serpents of deep azure coiling tightly around her limbs and core. Her cheeks contorted in agony, her once rosy lips now pallid, marred only by the crimson stains left by her clenched teeth. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips, infused with anguish and despair, as tears mingled with droplets of blood cascaded from the corners of her eyes, splattering onto the ground and stirring up fine dust. She could acutely feel her insides gradually shattering, her vitality swiftly ebbing away as the shadow of death surged forth like a relentless tide, enveloping her completely. She knew her time was running out. Janae slowly turned her head, her gaze traversing the battlefield, piercing through the billowing smoke to rest upon Bardock, who was rapidly regaining his strength. Fear and pain had vanished from her eyes, replaced by profound reluctance and love, akin to a tranquil lake reflecting Bardock's silhouette. Her lips parted slightly, summoning every ounce of strength within her to utter a few words, her voice faint as a whisper in the wind, yet laden with deep sentiment. "Bardock, darling." Each syllable seemed to be squeezed from her throat, tinged with the metallic sweetness of blood. "Ever since you rescued me from Planet Vegeta," Janae's voice faltered, her gaze shimmering with the light of memories. "Every day I have lived has been a gift." At that time, Planet Vegeta teetered on the brink of annihilation at the hands of Frieza. It was Bardock who, defying danger, brought her from that inferno, granting her a home and the hope to survive. "Every day spent with you has been my happiest." A gentle smile graced Janae's lips, radiating happiness and contentment. Those ordinary days had transformed into the most cherished memories, like brilliant stars illuminating her impending darkness. "I love you." Janae's voice grew ever fainter, the light in her eyes dimming gradually. "Please take care of the children." Her greatest concern lay with son Wukong and Raditz, those three lively and adorable children, the fruits of her and Bardock's love, the most precious gifts of her life. "In the next life, I want to be your wife again." At this moment, a powerful roar shattered the air. "Let go of my mother." The three cries pierced through the murky atmosphere of planet Namek like searing swords. At the edge of the tumultuous battlefield, three figures simultaneously leaped into the air. Their garments rustled audibly in the gusts of energy. and even the debris on the ground began to levitate. To the far left, Sun Wukong's body radiated a fierce red aura, his ebony hair defying gravity. As the blue energy wave he conjured in his palm grew increasingly luminous, the sound of his Kamehameha charging resonating like a thunderous hum. Even the surrounding air heated under this energy. In the center, Barling's hair cascaded like a waterfall as the destructive energy rapidly spun in her hands. A technique passed down from her father Bardock, now aimed at Frieza's vulnerable back. To the far right, Raditz' eyes burned crimson, the veins in his arms bulging like gnarled roots. Eschewing flashy maneuvers, he merely compressed all his energy with fervor, coalescing it into a dark orb in his palm. The space around it warping slightly, signaling his all-out assault. "Is that all you've got?" Frieza remarked without turning, his mocking tone as cutting as ice. He did not even pause in his grip on Janae, casually raising his other hand's index finger. In the next heartbeat, an invisible wave of energy erupted from his fingertip, spreading like ink in water, obliterating anything in its path. The floating debris was instantaneously reduced to dust, and even the air was crushed, emitting a groan of agony. Sun Wukong felt as if a rampaging elephant had collided with his chest, his blood surging violently, as the Kamehameha he had concentrated so fiercely detonated uncontrollably. The backlash forcing him backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily into a mound of scorched earth. In the moment the dust erupted, he struggled to lift his head, but the stabbing pain in his ribs rendered him dizzy, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, evaporating into wisps of vapor in the searing heat. Barling's fate was even more dire. As her ultimate move grazed the edge of Frieza's energy wave, the pale violet energy shattered like glass, and the residual force slammed into her shoulder. The young girl's body was tossed like a leaf caught in a tempest, somersaulting in the air before crashing into a massive boulder. With a sharp crack, the stone splintered into a web of fractures. Barling emitted a muffled groan, sliding down the rock to the ground, her once flowing black hair now tarnished with dark crimson. She attempted to rise, but her arms fell weakly, her vision beginning to blur. Before the dust could settle, a figure surged through the energy wave's barrier, resolutely charging towards Frieza. It was Raditz. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Frieza instinctively turned, a flicker of disbelief crossing his red eyes. No one noticed that at the moment the energy wave approached, Raditz had hastily pulled a cloth pouch from his bosom, the coarse fabric deforming under his grip, revealing the senzu beans that tumbled into his palm. All the senzu beans Janae had given him. In that instant, he shoved them into his mouth. 7 or 8 senzu beans dissolved instantly. A torrent of rejuvenating energy surged from his throat to his limbs, clearing the blocked meridians like molten lava. His skin cracked with fine blood vessels. His muscles trembled violently under the energy wave's onslaught. Even his teeth ground together, yet he did not falter an inch. The senzu's power surged through him, each wave of blood revitalizing his consciousness. Every creak of his bones solidified his resolve. He gazed upon the cold figure of Frieza ahead, the sight of his mother Janae suspended in midair, and the struggling forms of Wukong and Barling on the ground, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I am the elder brother," Raditz whispered, his voice tinged with emotion, yet resolute. He surged forward, his battered body propelled by the senzu beans, erupting with astonishing speed, like a dark red lightning bolt, crashing into Frieza's path. "What?" Frieza's expression shifted. He had anticipated dispatching the 3 children with ease, yet did not foresee Raditz, whom he regarded as inconsequential, exhibiting such reckless determination. He attempted to sidestep, but Raditz moved faster than he had anticipated, his powerful arms encircling Frieza's waist like iron bands, his nails nearly embedding into the scaly skin. Even as blood flowed from his palms, he did not relent. "Elder brother." Sun Wukong struggled to rise from the ground, his voice hoarse from shouting. He yearned to rush forward, but the pain in his ribs cast him into darkness, leaving him helplessly watching Raditz clutching Frieza, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. "Elder brother, let go. He will kill you." Barling, disregarding the excruciating pain in her shoulder, propped herself up, reaching out as if to grasp something, but could only watch that familiar silhouette, her voice laden with despair. In midair, Janae's pupils constricted. Her body, previously swelling under Frieza's oppressive force, now trembled violently with emotion, as a broken voice emerged from her throat, saturated with the metallic taste of blood. "Raditz, come back. Quickly flee. Mother doesn't need saving." Her body was on the brink of collapse, with veins beneath her skin protruding like azure serpents. The agony within her organs nearly caused her to lose consciousness, yet she fixed her gaze on Lottie's, her eyes filled with a mother's desperate plea. She had lost so much already. She could not bear to lose this understanding son. Lottie's, however, merely turned slowly, offering a bloodied smile to his younger siblings. Sunlight filtered through the battlefield's haze, illuminating his sweat-drenched hair, and the resolve in his youthful eyes resembled tempered steel. Protecting you is the responsibility of an elder brother. He paused, his voice softening, urging them to retreat to their father. Upon finishing his words, he abruptly turned back to face Frieza. Before the latter could react, a blinding crimson light erupted from within Lottie's. The radiance intensified, akin to a blazing star, saturating the surrounding air in a deep scarlet hue. The energy surrounding Lottie's surged violently, and his body visibly expanded. His shoulders broadened, arms thickened, muscles coiled beneath his skin, and even his bones creaked ominously. He intended to self-destruct. Are you mad? Frieza finally panicked. He sensed the increasingly ferocious energy within Lottie's, a resolve of total annihilation, even with his cosmic emperor's strength. Burning his life force at this proximity would not leave him unscathed. He cursed through gritted teeth, yanking the hand that had previously restrained Jine, and struck Lottie's back with devastating force. The impact reverberated through Lottie's body, causing him to cough up blood, which splattered upon Frieza, instantly evaporated by violet flames. Yet, he tightened his grip around Frieza's arm. The binding power abruptly vanished, and Jine fell heavily to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she struggled to rise, only to find her legs numb, helplessly watching Lottie's, tears mingling with blood streaming from her eyes. Lottie's. My child. Frieza's second punch followed swiftly, landing once more on Lottie's back. 2 consecutive blows. Yet, the force behind the punches was countered by a peculiar energy. The senzu beans still coursed within Lottie's, insufficient to completely thwart Frieza's assault, yet enough to sustain his life, preventing him from being obliterated by those blows. Lottie's consciousness began to blur, while his body continued to swell at an alarming rate, the crimson energy enveloping both him and Frieza. He gazed at Goku and Linner in the distance, his voice faint yet tender. Goku, Linner, take care of Mom and Dad. Suddenly, the image of Chi-Chi flashed in his mind, the girl who used to playfully tease him on Earth, secretly slipping him snacks. How unfortunate. I may never marry you. A man does not easily shed tears, yet at this moment, Lottie's voice quivered, and tears finally flowed from his eyes. Yet, Lottie's forced a smile. Casting one last glance at Sun Wukong and Ba Linger. When you return, please tell Chi-Chi I am sorry. Forgive me for always selfishly making decisions. Chapter 105. The final battle against Frieza. 18. The arrival of the Super Saiyan. When you return, please tell Chi-Chi I am sorry. Forgive me for always selfishly making decisions. The moment the last word fell, his body became unbearably radiant, the crimson light threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed Lottie's energy had reached its zenith. If this continued, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would undoubtedly pay a price. Useless is useless. Do you think your self-detonation can inflict even the slightest harm upon me? Stop it. For the love of all that is holy, stop. Frieza roared, his energy surging violently. Purple energy flooding his body like a tidal wave, ready to unleash a catastrophic force to shatter Lottie's. He could feel the terrifying power of Lottie's imminent self-detonation. Even though Lottie's was weak, the force of self-detonation increased exponentially. Even if he shattered Lottie's, he would still be affected by the explosion's aftershocks. Far preferable to facing the detonation directly. Just then, the winds of fate shifted. Thunderous roars echoed. The billowing dust was suddenly swept away by an invisible force. The previously dim sky turned pitch black, and countless bolts of golden lightning descended from the clouds, striking the ground of planet Namek like furious dragons. Boom, boom, boom. As the lightning struck, the earth fractured, creating unfathomable chasms, debris soaring through the air, while the unmistakable scent of ozone filled the atmosphere. Even Frieza's purple energy trembled under the pressure of the lightning. Lottie's, come here. A deep yet potent roar reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by the thunder's crash. All eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. where a once slowly coalescing light of pale gold was now contracting at an unfathomable speed, gathering. The speed of this recovery was nothing short of extraordinary. Countless tiny particles of light intertwined in the air, colliding with a sizzling sound, the once blurred outline becoming distinctly clear. First, Bardock's arms appeared, his black hair rapidly growing amidst the light particles. Next, his thighs and feet formed, the muscle definition and skin texture gradually taking shape. Muscle fibers entwined like vines, the skin transforming from translucent particles to solid bronze. In a mere 2.5 seconds, Bardock's form was fully realized. Even more astonishing, Bardock's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally pure white energy began to shimmer with golden patterns, alternating between frost-like white and flame-like gold. Each shift causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently, even the chasms in the ground contracting and expanding. Bardock's hair also transformed. The black strands first became straight, then gradually took on a golden hue, each strand standing upright and fluttering in the wind, oscillating between white and gold, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Boom! Another earth-shattering thunderclap erupted. Bardock's aura suddenly stabilized, the pure white dissipating entirely, leaving only a dazzling gold. The golden aura erupted from his body like a roaring flame, drawing the surrounding lightning towards him, entwining in a golden tempest. His hair had completely transformed into a golden hue, each strand standing like steel needles. His black pupils turned into emerald green, devoid of any fluctuation, only cold, killing intent. The burning golden aura intensified, casting his figure as if a deity had descended. Super Saiyan, the legendary transformation that only the Scions could attain at the pinnacle of their power. At this moment, it manifested in Bardock. "Lotties, come here." Bardock's voice resounded once more, no longer the deep timbre, but resonating with the thunderous roar of golden energy, crashing like thunder in Lottie's ears. "Now is not the time for you to play the hero." As soon as he spoke, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lottie's body, on the verge of self-detonation, was enveloped by an invisible golden force. The red energy, as if encountering its nemesis, struggled violently, yet was gradually pushed back into his body by the golden power. Lottie's swelling form visibly contracted, and his once fuzzy consciousness began to clear. He sensed the warmth within that power, the familiar aura of his father, Bardock. Just as Frieza prepared to shatter Lottie's hand, he too was suddenly halted by the invisible force. His arm felt as if gripped tightly by a vice. His arm lingered in midair, robust muscles and veins bulging, as a purple aura surged violently around him. Despite his immense effort, he could not advance even a single step. Frieza gazed in disbelief at Bardock, his crimson eyes filled with fear and confusion. How could this be possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Bardock had already made his move. With a deliberate step forward, seemingly slow yet transcending the distance, the ground beneath him quaked slightly, rippling through space. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Raditz and Frieza. It was as if he had teleported, his speed even surpassing that of instantaneous movement. A manifestation of ultimate control over his body in Super Saiyan form. Bardock extended his hand, fingers gripping Raditz's shoulder. The force was not overwhelming, yet it carried an irresistible power, gently pulling Raditz away from Frieza. With a resounding slap, Bardock's palm struck Raditz's face, the sharp sound echoing across the battlefield, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Raditz's cheek instantly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he offered no resistance, merely bowing his head as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. "Fool." Bardock's voice was laced with suppressed fury and a hint of barely concealed choking. "Do you truly wish to die?" He raised his hand again, but did not strike. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Raditz, his eyes slightly reddening. "Who the hell told you to play the hero? Do you think your death could end this? Do not forget that there are people waiting for you back on Earth." Raditz suddenly lifted his head, tears blurring his vision. "Dad, I cannot stand by while I protect them. It was not for you to die." Bardock's voice rose, but quickly softened. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears and blood from Raditz's face. "As long as I am here, you do not need to risk your life, you little brat." With that, he raised his hand forcefully, sending Raditz flying towards Jine. The golden aura enveloped Raditz's body, slowing his descent and ensuring a soft landing beside Jine. "Raditz!" Jine cried out, disregarding her own injuries as she struggled to crawl towards him. Her knees scraped against the ground, drawing blood, but she paid no mind, embracing Raditz tightly. Trembling, she retrieved the last few senzu beans from her pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. Do not be afraid, my child, mother is here. Eat these senzu beans quickly. Leaning against his mother, Raditz consumed the heavy senzu beans, feeling her warm embrace, and his tears flowed even more fiercely. Mother, I am sorry for worrying you. Silly child, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Jine held him close, her tears falling onto his hair, her voice filled with relief after the ordeal. Bardock observed the scene before him, letting out a slow sigh, laden with fear, heartache, and a touch of paternal pride. He turned, slowly fixing his gaze on Frieza. His once warm expression transformed into icy coldness. The golden aura around him blazed fiercely, and even the surrounding thunder grew increasingly tempestuous. Frieza, unnerved by Bardock's gaze, felt a tremor run through him. He sensed that Bardock was no longer the scion he had obliterated into a mist of blood, but a true warrior, one capable of easily ending his life. His body involuntarily recoiled, the purple aura swirling chaotically around him, bracing for battle. Bardock stood resolutely, his golden hair flowing in the energy waves, his emerald eyes locked onto Frieza, his voice calm, yet imbued with immense power. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. We must settle this score. Next chapter, the Frieza arc concludes. Chapter 106, the final battle against Frieza and 2 Super Saiyan's. A lengthy chapter of 7,000 words. The winds of Namek still carried the lingering smoke of battle, the ground marred by deep chasms bearing the scorching scars of thunder. The air thick with the acrid scent of ozone mingled with the sweet metallic tang of Saiyan blood, rendering this battlefield particularly gruesome. Yet at this moment, all eyes were fixated on that golden figure. Bardock's golden aura surged like a living entity, each pulse causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. His cold, emerald gaze fell upon Frieza, devoid of emotion, yet more chilling than the sharpest blade on the battlefield. Frieza trembled uncontrollably, the purple aura around him swirling chaotically, his signature tail stiffening and twitching at the tip. He fixated on Bardock's upright golden hair and the aura that threatened to paint the world in gold. His red eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and resentment. Impossible. This cannot be. Frieza's voice trembled, a realization dawning upon him. You were just a lowly monkey. How could you have transformed into this? Moments ago, he had obliterated Bardock into a cloud of blood with a mere energy wave. To him, these Saions were nothing more than insects he could crush at will. Yet now, this insect stood before him, exuding an aura that made even the universe's emperor feel the chill of death's approach. It was a raw, overwhelming power, like a mountain pressing upon his chest, rendering even breathing a challenge. Fear and fury intertwined, resentment and struggle coalescing within him. Frieza threw his head back, unleashing a piercing shriek as the purple aura around him surged explosively, emanating a faint blood-purple glow. This was the full force of his soul aflame. A desperate final counterattack when pushed to the brink. But Frieza had already exhausted his soul. This act would only hasten his demise. If you insist on seeking death, I shall oblige. Frieza's voice became hoarse as his body transformed into a streak of purple lightning, hurtling towards Bardock with a destructive intent. His fist clenched tightly, the purple energy coalescing into a tangible mass, resembling a burning poison fire, each inch imbued with the power to shatter mountains, striking fiercely towards Bardock's forehead. This blow encapsulated all his pride and despair as the Emperor of the Universe. Had it been the Bardock of before, he would have been reduced to mere dust. Yet now, Bardock stood firm, not even blinking. He merely tilted his chin slightly, a faint cold smile gracing his lips, as if watching a tedious farce unfold. Boom. The dull thud of impact reverberated across the battlefield as Frieza's fist struck Bardock's forehead. However, the anticipated scene of shattered bones and splattered brains did not materialize. Bardock remained immovable as an ancient boulder, the golden aura before his forehead creating a slight ripple, completely deflecting the purple energy. In contrast, Frieza felt a tremendous force rebound from his fist, a sharp crack resounding as pain surged through his entire arm. His limb trembled uncontrollably, the purple aura deflating like a punctured balloon, rapidly diminishing in intensity. How can this be? Frieza's eyes widened in horror, staring at his slightly deformed fist. Disbelief etched across his face. He had unleashed the power of a burned soul, yet before Bardock, He could not even force him to budge. Before Frieza could comprehend, Bardock finally moved. He raised his right hand, his motion slow as if brushing off dust, yet his speed was the epitome of swiftness. The golden palm, carrying a gentle aura, lightly struck Frieza's chest. There was no thunderous sound, only a faint clap. Yet Frieza's body was sent hurtling backward like a meteor struck by an asteroid. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza crashed through numerous mountains, each peak crumbling upon impact, debris flying like a torrential downpour, and dust billowing into the air, enveloping the entire area in a gray haze. It was only after piercing through the 13th mountain that he finally came to a halt, wedged in a crevice. Purple blood trickling down the rock face and pooling beneath him. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Raditz leaned against Kine, forgetting to wipe the tears from his face. Staring blankly at the golden figure, Kine tightened her embrace around her son, her eyes filled with shock and relief. The other Scions gaped, forgetting to breathe. They had never witnessed anyone capable of defeating Frieza in such a manner. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? This surpassed their wildest imaginations. Frieza struggled for a long time within the mountain crevice before finally crawling out, trembling. His chest was caved in, purple scales shattered, and blood, foamy and crimson, spilled from the corners of his mouth. He needed to support himself with his tail just to stand. Yet, in his eyes, the previous fear had vanished, replaced by a frenzied rage. I am the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. How could I possibly lose to a lowly scion like you? Frieza roared, attempting to gather his energy once more, but it felt as if the power within him had been severed, unable to coalesce. At that moment, Bardock moved. He took a deliberate step forward, causing the ground beneath him to slightly sink, while golden energy ripples emanated from his feet. This seemingly slow step transcended the bounds of space as ripples spread through the air, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, Bardock stood before Frieza, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving golden afterimages in the air. Frieza's pupils constricted, and just as he intended to retreat, Bardock's fist was already upon him. The golden fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, struck Frieza's abdomen with tremendous force. With a gasp, Frieza's body curled up like a shrimp. His mouth agape as purple blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted forth. His eyes widened in agony and disbelief as his body crashed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, creating a deep crater upon impact, stones scattering everywhere. Bardock looked down upon him, his emerald green eyes devoid of any compassion. He reached out, grasping Frieza's head and lifting him effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick. Frieza's body hung limply, lacking even the strength to struggle, his head drooping weakly. Then, Bardock raised his massive hand. Slap! The sharp sound of the strike echoed across the battlefield, piercingly harsh. Frieza's left cheek instantly swelled, purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, several teeth mingling with the blood as they fell to the ground. Slap! 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 Bardock did not relent, his palm raining down upon Frieza's face like a torrential downpour. Each slap infused with sufficient force, yet deliberately restrained to avoid shattering Frieza's skull, instead repeatedly slapping his face, trampling his dignity beneath his feet. Frieza was left disoriented, his head buzzing, the world around him becoming a blur. As the Cosmic Emperor, he had never endured such humiliation. This was not a lethal blow, but rather the most brutal degradation. He yearned to roar, to resist, yet his body felt as though all strength had been siphoned away, helplessly enduring Bardock's relentless slaps. Unable even to raise a hand in defense. The surrounding Scions, witnessing this spectacle, were initially stunned before erupting into long-suppressed cheers. Raditz clenched his fists in excitement, tears streaming down his face. These were tears of vindication, tears of retribution. Frieza had not only annihilated their home planet, Vegeta, but had also treated them like mere slaves. Even during their time in Frieza's army, they had been treated with less dignity than that of a servant. Frieza's crimes were unforgivable. He deserved to perish. Finally, Bardock delivered a series of slaps until Frieza's cheeks swelled like dumplings, his consciousness fading to the brink of unconsciousness before he ceased. He seized Frieza's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Bang! Frieza's head struck the earth, scattering fragments of stone. Then, Bardock lifted his right foot, enveloped in golden energy, and delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's chest. Boom! Frieza's body was propelled into the ground like a cannonball, the earth splitting open into a massive chasm as he sank deeper, buried beneath layers of rock. Once again, silence enveloped the battlefield. Only the sound of wind rustling through the debris could be heard. Everyone believed Frieza was dead, but shortly after, a purple energy wave erupted from deep within the chasm. "Ah, Bardock, I will kill you." Frieza's furious roar emanated from beneath the rubble, filled with murderous intent. His body slowly emerged from the pile of stones, still disheveled. Yet his energy surged even more fiercely, tinged with a peculiar darkness. He gasped for breath, laughing maniacally. "Did you think this could kill me?" Frieza's eyes were blood red. A grotesque smile etched across his face. "Let me show you my true killing move. This power can cleave planets in two. Today, I shall send you to hell with it." As he finished speaking, Frieza clasped his hands together, purple energy rapidly coalescing in his palms. The energy increased, gradually forming a colossal purple halo, its edges shimmering with sharp light, the surrounding air crackling ominously. Even the stones beneath began to disintegrate into powder. "Die, Bardock." Frieza hurled the purple halo forward, the sound of whistling wind accompanying it as it streaked towards Bardock like a bolt of purple lightning. The speed was phenomenal, carving a deep chasm in its wake, even the fabric of space showing signs of minute fractures. Everyone held their breath, Raditz clutching Kind's clothing in anxiety. The power of this halo was far more terrifying than any of Frieza's previous attacks. Yet Bardock remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of panic. Just as the purple halo was about to strike him, Bardock tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The halo grazed his shoulder and slammed into a distant mountain peak. Boom! The mountain was split in two, its upper half sliding down and crashing to the ground, triggering a minor earthquake. Witnessing this, Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter, filled with madness and triumph. "Bardock, you've fallen for my trap. Watch me cleave you in two." He abruptly raised his right hand, curling his fingers menacingly. The very halo that had just flown away suddenly reversed direction, hurtling back towards Bardock at an even greater speed. The edges of the halo glimmered with a sharper light, clearly revealing that this was Frieza's true killing move, the returning halo. "Die. This time you cannot escape." Frieza's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Everyone gasped in shock. Raditz shut his eyes in terror, while Kind anxiously stood up, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by Bardock's energy wave. Yet Bardock remained steadfast, not even turning around, merely uttering calmly, his voice clear and resonant across the battlefield, "Soru Rodokana." As soon as the words left his lips, the violet energy disc struck Bardock's back. With a swift motion, the disc pierced through Bardock's form, leaving a fine scar upon his back. Purple blood trickled down the wound, splattering onto the ground. Frieza, witnessing this, laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Ha! I knew it. You could never evade your fate." However, his laughter abruptly ceased, for he beheld the scar on Bardock's back healing at a visible pace. Golden energy surged around the wound, and in but a fleeting second, the scar capable of cleaving stone vanished without a trace. "What?" Frieza's mouth agape, his smile froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. "How could this be? You were struck by the energy disc. How are you unharmed?" It dawned upon him that Bardock, previously reduced to a mist of blood by his blast, had reformed, showcasing an almost immortal recovery capability. The sharpness of the disc was trivial against Bardock's seemingly indestructible form. Just as Frieza was engulfed in disbelief, an even more incredulous scene unfolded. Bardock slowly turned, extending his right hand toward the violet disc still hovering in the air, and gently grasped it. In an instant, the disc, powerful enough to sever planets, was firmly clutched in Bardock's hand. Golden energy enveloped the disc, securing its power as it struggled violently. Yet it could not escape Bardock's grip. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Bardock holding the violet disc, forgetting to breathe. The Scions trembled with excitement. Could this truly be the might of a Super Saiyan? Bardock, clutching the violet disc, raised his gaze to Frieza. A chilling smile crept upon his lips, his emerald green eyes brimming with murderous intent. "How about I use your own technique to send you to hell?" With that, Bardock's figure vanished from sight. His speed reached its zenith, distorting space itself in his wake. In the next moment, he stood before Frieza. With a swift motion, the world seemed to split in two, continuously shifting and dividing. No, it was not the world that fractured, but Frieza himself. Bardock swung the violet disc down upon Frieza with ferocity. The disc traced a graceful arc, its sharp light cleaving Frieza's body in twain. no blood splattered forth. For the speed of the disc had evaporated the wound's blood instantaneously. Frieza's upper and lower have slowly separated, falling to the ground. His eyes remained wide in disbelief, his face etched with profound terror, as if he could not comprehend what had just transpired. Yet Bardock did not relent. He wielded the violet disc, delivering successive strikes upon Frieza's form. With each stroke, flashes of purple light erupted as Frieza's body was reduced to countless fragments, littering the ground. Purple blood stained the earth, the air thick with the metallic scent of carnage. Finally, Bardock bent down, lifting Frieza's severed head. Frieza's eyes still wide, his crimson pupils filled with despair, yet devoid of any plea for mercy. He gazed at Bardock, his lips barely moving, his voice weak, yet laced with a regal pride. Kill me. The victor is king. The vanquished a rogue. I concede. Grant me a swift end. He was Frieza, the cosmic emperor, and even in death, he demanded dignity. An emperor deserved an emperor's finale. Bardock regarded the head in his hand with a bemused smile. He would not allow Frieza the mercy of a quick demise. Having perused the original Dragon Ball, he recalled how Cell, when cornered, self-destructed, nearly obliterating the entire Earth. He did not wish to become the second Son Gohan. Bardock raised his hand. Golden energy surged from his palm, gradually infusing Frieza's severed head. The golden energy coiled around, binding the residual power within Frieza, denying him any chance of self-destruction. Having completed this, Bardock turned to the distance, his gaze softening as he looked at Jine. The coldness on his face melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. My love, it seems you were on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan just now. Jine, momentarily taken aback, lowered her head shyly. I saw Raditz about to self-destruct. I was too anxious. My energy did fluctuate, but before I could fully gather it, Frieza interrupted. Bardock gestured toward the head in his grasp with a tone of disdain. But fret not, for the opportunity has now presented itself. Try again. I shall reserve the final blow for you. Jine's eyes widened in shock. Can I really? Of course. Bardock affirmed with a nod. You are my wife, a warrior of the Saiyans. The power within you exceeds your imagination. The surrounding Saiyans echoed their encouragement. Mother, give it a try. You can do it. Show Frieza our strength. Raditz shouted excitedly. Mom, you can become a Super Saiyan. Go for it. Jine, inspired by their eager gazes and Bardock's tender expression, took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. All right, I'll give it a try. She slowly closed her eyes, beginning to gather the energy within her. White energy surged forth, growing increasingly potent. As her power escalated, golden patterns began to emerge within the white energy, mirroring the transformation Bardock had undergone. All held their breath, fixated upon Jine, fearful of missing any detail. Raditz clenched his fists, sweat pooling in his palms. Jine's energy intensified, the golden hue becoming more pronounced, her hair beginning to tremble, showing signs of standing upright. But just as the gold was about to envelop her entirely, her energy suddenly stagnated. The white and golden energies danced around her, intertwining. The golden patterns flickered between brilliance and dimness, while her hair oscillated between white and gold. Failing to stabilize, beads of sweat formed on Jine's brow, her complexion growing pale. She sensed that she was on the cusp of breaking through the barrier. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she seemed thwarted by an invisible wall, unable to make that final leap. Those around her felt the tension mount. Raditz, nearly jumping out of his skin, urged Mom. Just a little more. You're almost there. Bardock furrowed his brow, realizing that Jine lacked not strength, but rather a catalyst, a spark to unleash her full potential. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly, yet his words reached Jine's ears clearly. Jine, do not forget, Frieza nearly killed our son. Raditz. He not only sought to slay Raditz, but intended to annihilate us all, to eradicate Goku, Liner, leaving no one alive. These words ignited a powder keg within Jine's heart. Images of Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta, of Frieza assaulting Raditz, of Frieza attempting to murder Bardock flashed before her mind. A tempest of fury and bloodlust erupted from within her, fiercer than ever before. Frieza. Jine's eyes flew open, unleashing a roar that resonated through the heavens. Boom. A golden energy wave erupted from her being, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The sky once again plunged into darkness, as countless golden bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds, crashing to the ground, reminiscent of the scene when Bardock transformed. Jine's hair slowly stood upright, transitioning from white to a dazzling gold. Her pupils morphed into a vibrant emerald green, her eyes filled with an icy, murderous intent. The white aura surrounding her transformed entirely into a golden hue, resembling blazing flames, casting her figure as if a deity had descended. Super Saiyan. GNEI had become a Super Saiyan. She succeeded. GNEI succeeded. How wonderful. We have gained another Super Saiyan. Frieza is doomed this time. The Saiyans erupted into earth-shattering cheers, and Raditz leapt up in excitement, tears streaming down his face. Tears of joy, tears of pride. His mother had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock gazed at Gne's figure, a look of gratification gracing his face. He lifted the severed head in his hand and addressed Gni. My dear, the final blow is yours. As soon as the words left his lips, Bardock hurled Frieza's head away, the head slicing through the air with a howling wind, headed straight for Gni. Gne's eyes glinted with intensified murderous intent as she watched the head approach. She slowly raised her right hand, golden energy rapidly coalescing in her palm. The energy surged, gradually forming a colossal golden energy wave, shimmering with golden lightning around it, its power surpassing any previous attack. Frieza, this is what you owe us, Saiyans. Today, I shall avenge all our fallen brethren. Gne's voice carried a chilling malice as she forcefully launched the golden energy wave. The wave surged forth with cataclysmic power, racing toward Frieza's head. Its speed was blinding, the ground was scorched, and the air ignited with a hissing sound. In the air, Frieza's consciousness was fading. Yet upon seeing the golden energy wave, he let out one last furious roar. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. But his rage was in vain. The golden energy wave struck his head in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as golden light engulfed Frieza's head, illuminating the entirety of Namek. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the battlefield, erasing all traces of debris and dust. When the light dissipated, Frieza's head had vanished without a trace, leaving no ashes behind. The once invincible cosmic tyrant Frieza was utterly dead, beyond any possibility of resurrection. He had burned his soul, only to meet a fate where not even his bones remained, forever trapped in oblivion. The battlefield fell into profound silence, with only the golden aura swirling around Gnei. A reader's request for attention was noted, but disregarded. Chapter 107, A Brief Peace. The remnants of the golden explosion faded, the dust in the sky being swept away by the wind, gradually dissipating into Namek's atmosphere. The deep grooves carved by the light and the rocks overturned by the shockwaves now lay quietly, silently narrating the monumental battle that had just transpired. We won. We truly won. It was unclear who broke the silence first, but the first cheer erupted. Soon after, the long-suppressed emotions surged forth like a flood, overwhelming the entire battlefield. The Z-fighters raised their arms, their rough shouts causing the ground to tremble slightly. Some excitedly pounded each other's shoulders, releasing the tension that had gripped them in fear, replaced now by an exuberant joy of survival. Bardock pushed through the throng of people, slowly making his way to Gnei. The golden flames surrounding her had yet to fully recede, the flickering light warming her slightly fatigued yet radiant face. The sharpness in her emerald green eyes lingered from the battle, but as she saw Bardock approach, that sharpness quietly faded, leaving behind a softness born from the aftermath of survival. You did well, my dear. You are now a Super Saiyan. Unable to contain herself any longer, Gnei rushed forward and tightly embraced Bardock's waist, burying her face deep into his chest. The battle suit still carried the scent of smoke from the fight, providing her with immense comfort. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her voice choked with suppressed emotion. We did it. We really did it. Frieza is truly dead. Yes, we did. Bardock gently ran his hand through her hair, feeling the lingering warmth of the aura. He looked down at the person in his arms, his face radiating unprecedented relief and tenderness. From now on, we need not fear anymore. Our family, all the people of the universe, are safe. Raditz stood amidst the crowd. His eyes reddened, wiping away tears with his sleeve while jumping up and down, shaking his fist. He watched his parents embrace not far away, witnessing the jubilant comrades around him. His heart raced. The demon who had destroyed Vegeta, killed countless kin, and instilled dread throughout the universe. Frieza, who had loomed like a nightmare over every Saiyan, had finally vanished. From this day forth, they would no longer live in the shadow of the cosmic tyrant. The cheers continued. And at that moment, the elders of Namek stepped forward, supporting one another. The oldest elder, leaning on a staff crafted from rare minerals, had eyes brimming with gratitude. He deeply bowed to Bardock and Gnei, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, brave warriors. You have saved Namek, rescued our people, and safeguarded the entire universe. Without you, Namek would have met the same fate as other planets, reduced to Frieza's spoils, and we would have long since turned to dust. No need for such formalities." "Elder." Bardock gently pushed Gnei aside, nodding to the elder. "Our fight against Frieza was not solely for Namek, but for all scions, for every race he has persecuted. This was our duty." Gnei composed herself, smiling at the elder. "Namek has aided us greatly. Without the Dragon Balls you provided, we would not have mustered the strength to confront Frieza. Now that the crisis has passed, you can safely rebuild your home." The elder nodded with a smile, his gaze shifting to the surrounding Namekians. The once fearful and anxious kin now gathered around, some bearing fresh fruits, others holding energy-storing crystals, all offering them to the scions. "This is a small token of gratitude from us Namekians. Please accept it. You have given us so much, and we wish to do something for you in return." Raditz, unable to contain his anticipation, reached out for a fist-sized red fruit and took a large bite. The sweet juice exploded in his mouth, and he squinted his eyes in delight. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Much sweeter than the fruits we had before." The laughter from those around him lightened the previously tense atmosphere, transforming it into one of joyous relief. The scions and Namekians gathered together, sharing food and recounting the recent battle, occasionally gasping in awe at the thrilling moments they had experienced. Sunlight filtered through the unique double-layered clouds of Namek, casting a warm and gentle glow upon the ground, as if even the heavens were rejoicing in this victory. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, a black spaceship, several times larger than Frieza's flagship, quietly hovered in the void. Its exterior was adorned with menacing patterns, the cold metallic sheen glimmering in the darkness of space, emanating an oppressive aura. This was the exclusive warship of Gula. Inside the bridge, the light was dim, with only the central screen glowing with an eerie blue illumination, displaying real-time footage from the battlefield on Namek. Gula reclined upon a throne embedded with rare gemstones, his long fingers resting on the armrests, lightly tapping the cold metal surface, producing a soft clicking sound. Dressed in a silver-white battle suit, his crimson eyes fixated on the jubilant crowd on the screen. And when he beheld the embrace of Bardock and Jine, the corners of his mouth twisted into a cold, sardonic smile. "Frieza, oh Frieza," he scoffed, his voice dripping with unabashed disdain. "Truly a worthless fool. With an army at his disposal and countless subordinates, he could not even handle a few scions, ultimately meeting a fate of utter annihilation. Had I known of your incompetence, I would have ensured your demise alongside the explosion on Vegeta. It would have spared me the embarrassment I now endure." The subordinates below dared not breathe, heads bowed, their eyes averted. They were all too familiar with Gula's temperament. This brother of the Cosmic Emperor was not only more powerful than Frieza, but also far more ruthless and cold-hearted. While Frieza might occasionally spare an opponent out of fleeting interest, Gula would unhesitatingly obliterate anyone or anything that displeased him. In light of his remarks on Frieza, none dared to speak, fearful of provoking this even more terrifying entity. Gula's gaze lingered on the screen for a moment, and upon witnessing Bardock grasping Frieza's energy sphere with his bare hands, his crimson pupils constricted slightly before returning to their indifferent state. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, "Just a group of fortunate little insects." Frieza was too arrogant and underestimated his foes. He deserved to lose. He paused, shifting his gaze from the screen to the endless cosmos outside, his voice becoming apathetic. "So be it. His death is for the best. With a brother like him, others will only perceive our race as worthless. As for these scions," his lips curled into a deeper sneer, "it would soil my hands to strike them. In any case, we shall have no further dealings. Let them amuse themselves on this remote planet." With that, he raised his hand and coldly commanded his subordinates, "Let us depart to take over Frieza's territory. His mess requires tidying. Remember, deal with anyone unwilling to comply. Eliminate all troublemakers." "Yes, Lord Gula," his subordinates respectfully replied. Swiftly turning to the control panel, the spaceship's engines gradually roared to life, producing a deep rumble as the massive vessel slowly adjusted its course towards the star region once ruled by Frieza. The black battleship gradually vanished into the darkness of space, as if it had never existed. Little did anyone know, behind this seemingly conclusive crisis loomed an even more formidable shadow, quietly rising on the other side of the universe. On Namek, the atmosphere of joy continued to prevail. As the celebration of victory unfolded, a silent transformation was occurring throughout the cosmos. Death is the end of life, while life is the cycle of death. At the moment Frieza's head was reduced to ashes in a golden energy wave, the wish Bardock had made with the Dragon Balls years ago began to manifest. The first signs of change emerged from Namek itself. The enormous crater created by Frieza's energy was now healing at a visible rate. From the once fractured earth, clear springs began to flow, and tender green shoots gradually sprouted from the arid soil. The plants destroyed in battle sprouted new branches, even more lush than before. The air was filled with the fresh scent of vegetation, and even the previously tainted atmosphere had become revitalized. The Namekians gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Many even knelt on the ground, clasping their hands together towards the sky, their eyes brimming with reverence and awe. The elder murmured with excitement, "It is the power of the Dragon Balls. The wish Bardock made long ago has finally come true." Soon after, something even more miraculous occurred. Those Namekians who had perished during Frieza's invasion began to rise from the ground, one by one. Their bodies bore no scars, as if they had merely awakened from a slumber. One young Namekian touched his chest, shock etched on his face. I was killed by Frieza's minions, wasn't I? How can this be? It is the power of the Dragon Balls. Bardock-sama has saved us," shouted a nearby clansman, helping him to his feet. More and more Namekians revived, filling the planet with the joy of rebirth. Moreover, this power was not confined to Namek alone. Across the cosmos, planets once ravaged by Frieza and his minions were gradually coming back to life. The shattered shells of destroyed planets reformed, fragmented landmasses reconnected, and desiccated oceans were replenished with water. The lives extinguished by Frieza's slaughter, be they intelligent races or ordinary creatures, began to awaken, returning to the places they once inhabited. In the distant orbit of Vegeta, an area that had been reduced to rubble was undergoing astonishing changes. The debris gradually coalesced, forming a complete planet. On its surface, the ruins of cities once obliterated by Frieza were transformed into tidy homes. Dried-up rivers began to flow anew, and withered trees regained their lush foliage. Vegeta, the former Scion homeworld, re-emerged in the cosmos after years of absence. Even more exhilarating was the revival of those Scions who had perished in the explosion of Vegeta. They awakened on familiar streets, gazing at the landscape of their home, both known and unfamiliar, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment. A middle-aged Scion looked at his hands, then at his surroundings, his voice trembling. I thought I had died in the explosion of Vegeta? Is this really Vegeta? It is true. We have returned. We are truly back on Vegeta. A nearby Scion exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. However, the Vegeta of this moment was no longer the blood-soaked realm of slaughter and conquest. For when Bardock made his wish upon the Dragon Balls, he included a stipulation: only those of good heart would be resurrected. Those whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent, who reveled in slaughter, were deemed unworthy of rebirth. In the afterlife, these virtuous Scions could witness the spectacular battle between Bardock and Frieza. To be honest, they were deeply concerned for Bardock. They all hoped he could triumph over this tyrant. They understood that Bardock and his companions were the last hope for their race. On the former Vegeta, Scions like Jine, who harbored kindness and refused to partake in senseless slaughter, were indeed few. Most were the elderly, weak, women, and children, or a handful of warriors dissatisfied with the Scions' aggressive policies. Thus, the number of resurrected Scions amounted to merely a fraction of those who had once existed. Yet, even so, for the surviving Scions, this rebirth was an invaluable treasure. The revived Scions gathered in the plaza of Vegeta, embracing one another, sharing their experiences over the years. Though few in number, each face radiated with hope. They finally had the opportunity for a fresh start. A home free from Frieza's threat and devoid of senseless bloodshed. In every corner of the universe, a profound rebirth is taking place. Planets once shrouded in the darkness of Frieza are once again illuminated. Races that were silenced by fear now resonate with laughter. Shattered homes are gradually restored to wholeness. At this moment, the entire cosmos is teeming with vitality, as if all shadows have been dispelled and light has returned. On planet Namek, Bardock and Jine stand atop a precipice, gazing at the vibrant scene before them, feeling the pulsating life force in the universe, their faces adorned with looks of contentment. At this moment, a message arrives from the king of the underworld. Bardock, Jine, the wishes from the Dragon Balls are being fulfilled. Planet Vegeta will also be revived. However, your wish was to resurrect only the virtuous. There are only 2,000 individuals on Planet Vegeta who meet this criterion. The mightiest among them is known as Onion, a mentor to your scion kin. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. They never anticipated that the wish would manifest at this juncture. Jine leaned against Bardock's shoulder, her voice gentle. Thus all who were harmed by Frieza can start anew. Bardock grasped her hand, his gaze resolute. This is merely the beginning. From now on, we must safeguard this new life and prevent anyone from tarnishing it again. Whether it be Cooler or other threats, as long as they dare to come, we shall undoubtedly vanquish them. Son Wukong rushed over, holding 2 freshly picked fruits, presenting them before them. Dad, Mom, you must try these. The elder said they are the sweetest fruits on planet Namek. Can we visit here often from now on? And when shall we return to Planet Vegeta? Bardock smiled as he accepted the fruit, ruffling son Wukong's hair. Certainly. Once we conclude our affairs here, I will take you back to Planet Vegeta to meet your fellow kin. In the future, we will have ample time to explore this rejuvenated universe. Jine observed the interaction between father and son, a tender smile gracing her lips. Sunlight poured over them, intertwining golden auras with warm radiance, crafting an extraordinarily heartwarming tableau. In the distance, the melodious songs of the Namekians erupted, echoing the joy of rebirth and the hope for the future. The cheers of the Scions, the laughter of children, and the rustling of leaves in the wind converged, creating the most enchanting symphony in the universe. This prolonged war has finally concluded with Frieza's complete downfall, marking the dawn of renewal for the Scions and all virtuous races. Chapter 109. The gift from Planet Adrat. The engine of the spacecraft emitted a steady, low hum, while the starry expanse outside the viewport resembled a cascade of shattered diamonds, unfurling an endless brilliance along its course. Bardock leaned against the metallic wall of the cockpit, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the spot on his waist where he had been wounded during the battle with Frieza, though his near-invulnerable body had completely healed. Reflecting on it now, he could still sense the peril of that grand conflict. Fortunately, he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan at the last moment. Jine approached with 2 cups of warm Namekian juice, handing him one, her gaze sweeping over the coordinates flickering on the screen. At this speed, we will reach Earth in 10 days. Wukong and Raditz have been making a ruckus in the training chamber for nearly an hour. Are you not going to check on them? Bardock accepted the cup, the juice infused with a subtle herbal fragrance, specially packed by the Namekian elder before their departure. He turned his attention toward the communicator, faintly hearing Raditz's laughter and Wukong's insistence for another round, the corners of his mouth involuntarily softening. Let them have their fun. It is rare to have such peace. Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than the control panel blared a piercing alarm. The red warning lights instantly bathing the cockpit in a scorching hue. The once stable data stream on the screen suddenly became chaotic, followed by a garbled distress signal forcefully overriding the communication channel. The image revealed a planet, cloaked in pale blue crystalline flora, now engulfed in black smoke. With an Adration individual, battered and bruised, trembling as they implored, "This is Planet Adrat requesting assistance. A squadron under Cooler has launched a surprise attack on our energy core. If this continues, the planet's protective shield will falter." Planet Adrat. Cooler? Bardock's gaze instantly turned icy as he pressed the controls to lock onto Planet Adrat's coordinates and alter their course. Jine, too, shed her earlier gentleness and swiftly adjusted the parameters at the co-pilot station. Adjustments made. Within 10 minutes, Wukong burst into the cockpit, dragging Gohan along. The fervor of battle still evident, his hair dusted with remnants from training. "Dad, is it one of Cooler's men?" "Perfect. I didn't get to confront Cooler last time. Dealing with his subordinates will suffice." Vegeta followed closely behind, arms crossed and scoffing. "Do not flatter yourself, Kakarot. That is merely a squadron leader. It is not your turn to engage." Vegeta still preferred to use Wukong's scion name. "Who says I cannot act first?" Wukong shot back defiantly. "Enough." Bardock interrupted their squabble, the screen now clearly displaying real-time footage of Planet Adrat. The protective shield was riddled with cracks, and several ships from Cooler's army were relentlessly bombarding the energy core, while a squadron leader donned in a purple helmet hovered in midair. Dark purple energy waves coalescing in his hands, each strike obliterating patches of crystalline flora, many Adration citizens collapsing amidst the ruins, devoid of the strength to resist. That individual's energy fluctuations are formidable, roughly around 500,000. Bardock spoke gravely. Vegeta, you and Raditz will engage them. Yukong. Ensure Gohan protects the Adration citizens and prevent ordinary soldiers from harming them. Jine, remain aboard the ship, ready to provide support. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. As the spacecraft pierced through Planet Vegeta's atmosphere, it encountered a surge of energy, the hull shuddering violently. Raditz was the first to burst from the hatch. A white glow tracing an arc in the air as he interposed himself before an Adration on the verge of being attacked, delivering a powerful punch that sent the assailant flying. Hey, bullying the weak is hardly a feat. The squadron leader turned slowly upon hearing the voice, his helmet obscuring most of his face, revealing only a scar along his chin, his voice grating like sandpaper against metal. A scion? Frieza is dead. Yet you dare to show your face? He raised his hand and unleashed a dark purple energy wave towards Raditz, thinking to take him down alongside his comrades. A mere trick. Raditz sidestepped, the energy wave crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. He was about to counterattack when Vegeta landed a powerful punch. The squadron leader hastily turned to block, his arm colliding with Vegeta's fist, producing a muffled thud. He felt his arm go numb, stumbling back several steps. Astonished, who are you? Such strength. Vegeta. Without further ado, Vegeta charged again, seizing the opportunity to flank the squadron leader. He gathered a purple energy wave in his palm. Let us not waste time, Cooler's lackey. It is better to eliminate you swiftly so we can continue on our path. The squadron leader smirked coldly. You think this will lead to victory? He abruptly pointed toward the energy core, exclaiming, do you see that crystalline tower? That is the energy core of Planet Vegeta. If I destroy it, this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. At that point, you will all perish here. No sooner had he spoken than he shot towards the energy core at an astonishing speed. Vegeta's expression changed. This is bad. Stop him. Raditz immediately pursued. Hands clasped together, Kamehameha. A golden energy wave surged from his palms, targeting the squadron leader's back. At that moment, Vegeta appeared suddenly above the squad leader, delivering a fierce blow to his helmet with his knee, commanding him to cease his actions. The squad leader, disoriented from the impact, found the energy chains instantly severed. Seizing the opportunity, Bardock rushed to the energy core area and effortlessly waved his hand, blocking the energy wave previously hurled by the squad leader. Infuriated, the squad leader's aura surged dramatically, a dark purple flame threatening to ignite the surrounding air. Since you insist on being a nuisance, I will eliminate you first, he declared, conjuring a massive energy sphere with both hands, drawing debris from the surroundings towards it. Die. In an instant, 3 energy waves collided with the squad leader's energy sphere, erupting in a blinding explosion that sent shockwaves hurling the surrounding rubble into the air. The Yadalat people shielded their eyes, and once the light dissipated, they beheld the squad leader's body sprawled on the ground, his purple helmet cracked, and his presence utterly extinguished. Is it over? A cautious local resident approached, gazing at the fallen squad leader in disbelief. Suin Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. I didn't expect this guy to have some skills, but it's nothing remarkable. Vegeta retracted his aura, kicked the squad leader's corpse, and scoffed, easily defeated. Just then, the Yadalat who had sent the distress signal approached with a cane, followed by several surviving kin, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Bardock and the others. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Yadalat would have been doomed. Chapter 110. Instant transmission. I am the elder of Yadalat. You may call me Kun. Bardock nodded, surveying the surrounding wreckage. Are your kin all right? Do you need assistance? Kun sighed. Most of our people are injured, and the energy core is severely damaged. It will require time to repair. However, thanks to your aid, we still have a chance. He paused, his gaze turning earnest. You have saved our planet. We truly have no way to repay you. I have heard you were the ones who battled Frieza on Namek. The Yadalat possess a unique ability that may assist you. Unique ability? Suin Wukong's eyes brightened as he inquired, what ability? Is it more powerful than the Kamehameha? Kun chuckled and shook his head. It is not an attacking ability. It is a form of movement, instant transmission. It requires no spacecraft and expends minimal energy. As long as you can sense the opponent's aura, you can instantaneously reach their side. It should prove invaluable for your travels across the cosmos. Instant transmission? Bardock paused, recalling that he had encountered this ability while watching Dragon Ball in his previous life, where it ultimately became Sun Wukong's signature skill. This ability must be challenging to learn. It indeed requires some talent and patience. But I see that your auras are all quite stable. You should be capable of mastering it, Kan observed. If you do not mind, you may stay on Yadalat for a while, and we will do our utmost to teach you. Sun Wukong immediately raised his hand. I want to learn. With this ability, I can go wherever I wish without waiting for a spacecraft. Although Vegeta remained silent, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Bardock glanced at the others and nodded. Then we must trouble Elderkin. We also need to rest, so let us stay for a month. During the ensuing month, Yadalat became a training ground for the group. Elderkin personally oversaw their instruction, beginning with an explanation of the principles behind instant transmission. It is not reliant on speed, but rather on perception. You must first learn to calm your mind, eliminating all distractions to sense the auras around you, whether those of plants, animals, or humans. As long as you can clearly capture them, you can lock onto their position and then transport your body there. On the first day of training, Sun Wukong encountered difficulties. His impulsive nature prevented him from settling down. Each time he sensed a hint of aura, he eagerly attempted to transmit, only to end up bruised and battered. Why can't I do it? He lamented, sitting on the ground and scratching his head in frustration. Elderkin approached and patted his shoulder. Don't rush, Sun Wukong. You are too eager for results. Instant transmission requires calmness, not speed. Try closing your eyes and focus on sensing the wind's aura, the essence of the earth beneath your feet. Take your time. Obediently, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Initially, he struggled to refrain from exerting force. But gradually, memories of his training days on Baozi Mountain surfaced, recalling the words of Master Kame, who had taught him that tranquility was essential for sensing nature. His mind began to settle. After an indeterminate time, he suddenly felt an abundance of subtle auras around him. Gofan's aura was warm and pure, while Vegeta's carried a hint of proud sharpness. Elderkin's presence was as steady as the earth itself. I can feel it, Sun Wukong exclaimed, eyes snapping open. With a thought directed towards Gofan, his body vanished from its location, reappearing beside him. Wow, Dad, you did it! Gofan exclaimed in delight. Sun Wukong gazed at his hands and then around, leaping with joy. Fantastic! I've mastered instant transmission. Vegeta, observing from a distance, felt a twinge of envy. Clenching his fists, he closed his eyes and focused even more intently on sensing the auras. In truth, Vegeta's talent was not lacking. He simply had too much pride, unwilling to accept that he was slower than Sun Wukong. It wasn't until the following evening that he successfully transported himself to the apex of the energy core area. Though he stumbled upon landing, he had grasped the fundamentals. Bardock's learning process was considerably smoother. Having endured numerous battles, he had long since learned to maintain composure amidst chaos. In just 3 days, he not only became proficient in instant transmission throughout Yadalat, but he could also accurately sense the auras of distant kin and even transport Janae alongside him. Janae's progress was equally swift. With her meticulous nature, she excelled at sensing auras, and within a week, she could effortlessly transmit between the training grounds and the spacecraft, often using instant transmission to bring water and food to her companions during practice. Despite his youth, Gofan exhibited extraordinary talent. Unlike Sun Wukong's impatience or Vegeta's competitiveness, he quietly followed Elderkin's teachings, mastering accurate transmission to desired locations within 10 days, even managing to transport a small Yadalat crystal beast along with his friends. In the remaining time, the group began practicing more complex applications of instant transmission, such as maneuvering during combat, evading attacks while countering, and sensing distant auras to transport to other cities. They even attempted to perceive the auras of the cosmos. While they could not yet transport to other planets, they could vaguely capture the energy fluctuations from distant celestial bodies. Initially, Vegeta was reluctant to practice alongside Sun Wukong, but upon witnessing Sun Wukong's ability to unleash energy waves while transmitting, he couldn't help but join in. The two frequently engaged in friendly competitions on the training grounds, one dodging with instant transmission while the other retaliated with energy waves. Their matches often reached a stalemate, only to be halted by Bardock's intervention. Elderkin, observing the group's progress, smiled with gratification. I did not anticipate your rapid learning, especially from Suin Wukong and Vegeta. Your comprehension exceeds my expectations. In a few days, you should fully master instant transmission. Bardock nodded, his gaze directed towards the cosmos. With instant transmission, should we encounter threats like Gula in the future, we can respond swiftly and protect more planets. Janae approached him and grasped his hand, saying, once we return to Earth, we can visit Bulma and Chi-Chi, and then head back to Vegeta Star. With instant transmission, we can go wherever we desire with ease. Bardock's gaze softened as he added, we should also take Goku and Gohan to witness the sunrise on Vegeta Star. It was my favorite sight during my childhood. A month swiftly passed. On the day of their departure, the inhabitants of Yaddalate Star gathered to bid farewell. Elder Cohen handed Bardock a crystal pendant, stating, this is the energy crystal of Yaddalate Star, which will aid you in sensing distant energy signatures. In times of danger, it can emit a distress signal, and we will do our utmost to support you. Bardock accepted the pendant, expressing his gratitude with a solemn thank you. Sun Wukong and Gohan were still saying their goodbyes to the children of Yaddalate Star. Gohan gifted one of his companions a stone from Planet Saya, promising to return and play with them again. Vegeta stood by the spaceship, gazing at the crystalline vegetation of Yaddalate Star. Though he said nothing, a hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes. It is time to depart, Bardock announced. Sun Wukong embraced his companions one last time and leaped into the spaceship. The group boarded the craft in succession, and Elder Cohen waved, saying, do visit us often. As the spaceship ascended slowly, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and cheerfully suggested to Bardock, Dad, let's try instant transmission. How about we teleport directly to Vegeta Star? Bardock paused momentarily before responding with a smile. All right, but let us first allow the spaceship to exit the atmosphere of Yaddalate Star. Vegeta scoffed. Just don't teleport to the wrong place, Kakarot. That once happened. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and entered the cosmos. Bardock inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to sense the energy of Vegeta Star, a familiar essence imbued with the sense of earth and rock. Though faint, it was distinctly clear. He held Janae's hand and addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Are you ready? We are about to teleport. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in unison. Chapter 111, The Newborn Scion. I was unwell a couple of days ago, so I wrote less. Today, I shall punish myself by adding 4 chapters. Energy ripples, akin to tranquil water waves, emanated from the energy crystal of Yaddalate Star at Bardock's fingertips, as the figures of the group steadily descended onto a patch of reddish-brown earth. Upon touching the ground, they did not feel the anticipated rubble of a post-war wasteland. Instead, they encountered a soft earth imbued with the scent of moist soil. This was land reshaped by the power of Shenlong, radiating warmth of rebirth. Bardock squinted slightly, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. The Rocky Mountains, once obliterated by Frieza's death ball, now redefined their undulating contours. Adorned with a delicate layer of green, new drought-resistant vegetation sprouted along the crevices of the rocks. The air was devoid of the familiar acrid scent of gunpowder and metallic rust that once characterized Planet Saya. Instead, it was filled with the gentle rustling of wind through the grass and the faint whispers of life echoing from afar. He took a deep breath, filling his chest with the long-lost, pure essence of this planet, and murmured softly, we are back. Wow, is this really Vegeta Star? Sun Wukong's voice shattered the brief silence as he bounced on the spot like a child, bending down to pick up a smooth reddish-brown stone. He turned it in the sunlight, revealing a faint metallic sheen, the unique mineral of Planet Saya. It's much better than I imagined. I heard Vegeta say it was blown to bits. Gohan, cradling a small crystal beast, curiously pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, Dad, look over there. There are so many people training. Following his direction, they spotted dozens of scions in simple combat attire practicing their martial arts in small groups on a nearby plain. Their movements were synchronized yet devoid of ferocity, lacking the previous scion ruthlessness in training, instead resembling a cooperative exchange, a mutual guardianship. The small crystal beast seemed to sense the unfamiliar energy, gently nudging Gohan's palm while emitting soft chirps. Janae approached Bardock, her fingertips brushing against a newly sprouted plant beside her, her eyes filled with emotion. I never expected to witness the restoration of Vegeta Star. I always dreamed of planting a field of flowers here, but back then, it was all training camps and weapon depots. Her voice faltered as memories of being forced into invasion missions flooded back, a shadow crossing her gaze before it brightened once more. Things are different now. Look. Everyone seems to be living well. Vegeta stood nearby, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. His eyes roamed the vast plain, by his recollection. This time should have seen thousands of Scion warriors engaged in gravity training, their roars and energy clashes resonating across half the planet. Yet now, the visible figures were few. And even the iconic giant training tower had been rebuilt only once, standing solitary in the center of the plain. He instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles widening, and let out a low grunt. There are too few. It feels like an abandoned planet. It is not abandoned. It is reborn. Bardock turned to face Vegeta, his tone calm yet weighty. The wish of Shenlong was to resurrect the kind-hearted Scions. Those whose hands are stained with blood and revel in aggression should not return to this planet. From the original 200,000, only 2,000 remain. Those who are willing to lay down their weapons and aspire for peace. 2,000. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he counted on his fingers. Isn't that just 1,000th of the original number? So few. It is already a significant number, Janae replied softly. When Shenlong fulfilled the wish. King Yinluo mentioned to me that when Frieza destroyed Vegeta's star, the truly good Scions were fewer than 3,000. Many either actively participated in the invasions or turned a blind eye to the atrocities. To preserve these 2,000 is already Shenlong's final act of mercy towards the Scions. At that moment, a sudden sound of synchronized footsteps approached, akin to a rhythmic drumbeat. The group turned towards the sound and beheld 2,000 Scions marching in orderly formation along the path of the plain. Their attire varied from patched-up old battle suits to simple cloth garments, yet each stood tall and resolute, their gazes firmly fixed on Bardock. At the forefront of the line walked a statuesque female Scion, her short hair neatly tied back, exposing a smooth forehead. The cuffs of her battle suit bore a small five-pointed star emblem, the insignia of the Vegeta Star Combat training camp instructors from years past. Her presence exuded a calm and gentle aura, devoid of the typical Scion aggression, yet radiating undeniable leadership with each step. That must be Onion, Janae whispered to Bardock, recalling King Yinluo's words that she was the strongest surviving Scion, with a power level of 5,000. Bardock nodded, his attention fixed on Onion. He could distinctly sense her aura, lacking malice and ambition. It was imbued with a steadfast protectiveness. Soon, the line halted 10 meters away from the group. Onion stepped forward, first casting a deep gaze at Bardock, then sweeping her eyes over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Janae. Suddenly, she knelt on one knee, her right fist pressed against her chest. Her voice strong yet tinged with uncontainable excitement. Lord Bardock, we have finally awaited your return. The 2,000 Scions behind her simultaneously knelt, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Their gazes rested upon Bardock, some filled with reverence, others with gratitude, while many had reddened eyes, lips trembling as if they wished to speak, but were too overwhelmed with emotion to utter a word. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the scene before him and hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey! Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formality. We are merely here to observe, not to assume any lofty roles." Yet, no one stood up. Onien raised her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Lord Bardock, you may not realize, but our ability to be revived and to once again stand on the soil of Planet Vegeta is entirely due to you." Her words seemed to open the floodgates. And an elderly Scion with a scarred face suddenly interjected, "My lord, on the day of our resurrection, Lord Yinluo displayed a projection in the square of the underworld, and we all witnessed it. We saw you charge at Frieza time and again, fighting desperately to protect your kin from that demon." Indeed, another young Scion chimed in. "Lord Yinluo told us that it was you who made a wish with the Dragon Balls to restore the planets destroyed by Frieza and to bring us good people back to life. You even specifically requested not to revive those who committed evil deeds, for you wished for the Scions to redeem themselves. We had all made mistakes in the past." A female Scion lowered her head, her voice laden with guilt. "I once followed the ranks to invade an agricultural planet, taking the lives of many innocents. It was only after my resurrection that I understood that fighting is not for slaughter, but for protection. Lord Bardock, you have given us the chance for atonement." The crowd's emotions gradually intensified, and more individuals began to express their gratitude. Their voices transitioned from scattered whispers to a unified shout. "Lord Bardock, Please lead us. We need you. You are our king. King? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened as he leaned towards Bardock and whispered, Dad, being a king sounds pretty cool. Look how supportive everyone is. Why not agree? When we visit Planet Vegeta, you could be a king. Upon hearing the word king, Vegeta's body stiffened. His nails dug deep into his palms as memories of his childhood surfaced. Images of his father, King Vegeta, seated upon a lofty throne, declaring that he would one day become the king of Planet Vegeta and lead the Scions to conquer the universe. Back then, he believed that the throne was an inherent glory, his lifelong pursuit. However, now, as he watched his kin calling Bardock king, he felt no trace of past jealousy, only an inexplicable sense of relief. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and murmured, King? Planet Vegeta no longer needs a king who only knows conquest. Bardock is indeed more suitable than I. Chapter 112. The king of the Scions Bardock gazed at the 2,000 kneeling Scions before him, his heart heavy. He comprehended their sincerity and their yearning for a leader. Yet he was acutely aware of his true home, Earth, where Wukong, Raditz, Linger, and Krillin awaited him. He did not wish to leave Earth, nor did he desire to be shackled by a throne. He stepped forward, reaching out to assist Onien. Everyone, please rise. I cannot be your king. I have settled on Earth, my family is there, and I cannot remain on Planet Vegeta for long. Lord Bardock. Onien did not rise, but instead lowered her head even further. We understand you have your own life, and we do not wish to disturb you. However, Planet Vegeta is too fragile at present. We need a pillar of strength, a spiritual totem in whom we can believe that the Scions can improve. You are that totem. Indeed. The crowd echoed in unison. Without you, we do not know where to turn. Even if you could just return occasionally to check on us. Bardock furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He glanced at Jine, who smiled gently and nodded, as if encouraging him to follow his heart. He then looked at Gohan, who cradled the small crystal beast, and quietly remarked, Grandpa, they seem so pitiful. If no one leads them, will they revert to their former selves? At that moment, Onien, seemingly perceiving Bardock's concerns, lifted her head and spoke with unwavering determination. Lord Bardock, I have a proposal. If you are willing to accept the title of king, I can manage the daily affairs of Planet Vegeta in your stead. I was once a combat training instructor, so I know how to train everyone and organize their lives. For minor matters, I will handle them. If significant issues arise or enemies invade, I will contact you. This way, you need not abandon your life on Earth. And we Scions will have hope. What do you think? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Onien would propose such a solution, addressing both his concerns and the needs of his kin. He gazed into Onien's eyes, seeing sincerity and reliability, devoid of ambition. He then scanned the 2,000 Scions behind her, their eyes filled with expectation, as if awaiting an answer that could alter the fate of their race. Dad, this proposal is quite good. Sun Wukong clapped Bardock on the shoulder. We can instantaneously move, right? This way you can be king without leaving Earth. How wonderful. In the future, I want to practice instant transmission and teleport to Planet Vegeta to train with everyone. Vegeta snorted softly but did not counter. Instead, he turned his face away and quietly urged, Do not hesitate, Mr. Bardock. If you continue to hesitate, these people will kneel until nightfall. Since the battle with Frieza, Bardock had truly recognized these two, thus releasing the binding contract between himself and Vegeta and Nappa. This master-servant pact had been dissolved. But Vegeta and Nappa still felt it inappropriate to call Bardock by his name, so they continued to address him as Mr. Bardock. Bardock took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He extended his hand to steadily assist Onien to her feet, then turned to face the 2,000 Scions. His voice steady and powerful, I promise you, I will be your king, but I will not interfere with the daily management of Planet Vegeta. Onien will handle everything in my stead. I assure you, as long as Planet Vegeta faces danger, as long as you need me, I will return at once. As soon as his words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The 2,000 Scions leaped to their feet, embracing one another, clapping hands, some even shedding tears. A look of relief spread across Onien's face as she deeply bowed to Bardock, saying, Thank you, King Bardock. We will not let you down. King Bardock. King Bardock. The chants rose and fell, echoing in the sky above Planet Vegeta, as if announcing to the universe that the Scions had embarked upon a new beginning. Sun Wukong leaped with excitement, wrapping his arms around Gohan. This is fantastic. Dad has become king. How cool. Gohan nodded with a smile. the small crystal beast wriggling joyfully in his arms. Jine approached Bardock, gently holding his hand, her eyes filled with warmth. I knew you would make the right choice. Bardock clasped Jine's hand in return, gazing toward the horizon where the first light of dawn began to emerge. An orange sun rose slowly from the crevices of the Rocky Mountains, casting golden rays upon the soil of Planet Vegeta, enveloping the newly sprouted vegetation, the organized ranks, and the faces of everyone in a warm glow. This was the dawn of a new day for Planet Vegeta and a rebirth for the Scion race. Onien walked beside Bardock, pointing toward the sunrise, softly saying, "King Bardock, look." Bardock nodded, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is beautiful. From now on, we will make Planet Vegeta even more beautiful." Vegeta stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the scene before him, the last remnants of his reluctance fading away. He gazed at the sunrise, murmuring, "Humph, consider yourselves lucky to have encountered Bardock. If it were me, I would not be so gentle." Nevertheless, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this version of Planet Vegeta was indeed worth protecting. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Aonian began organizing the clan members to prepare breakfast. Some Scions enthusiastically pulled Sun Wukong, inviting him to join in their training. Others gathered around Wufan, curiously observing the small crystal beast nestled in his arms. Meanwhile, a few approached Bardock and Jine, expressing their aspirations for the future, some wishing to cultivate fields, others desiring to establish a school, and some envisioning a training ground devoid of bloodshed. Listening to their words, Bardock felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that the path to redemption for the Scion race was still long, yet with the sincerity and efforts of these 2,000 individuals, the protection of Aonian, and his ability to return here through instant transmission, Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly thrive. He gazed up at the sky, where the sunlight was both blinding and warm. He recalled Elder Cohen of Planet Yardrat, his companions on Earth, and the wish of the dragon. Perhaps this was fate's finest arrangement. He had not only safeguarded his family, but had also discovered a new, hopeful path for his race. "Let us go," Bardock said to Jine, "and explore the training ground Aonian mentioned, while we chat with everyone." Jine nodded with a smile. "All right." Chapter 113, The Newborn Planet Vegeta, Part 1. Today's fourth update. I've been remiss in updating due to health reasons, so I am punishing myself by catching up. The two walked side by side toward the training ground, followed closely by an excited Sun Wukong and Wufan, while in the distance, Vegeta leisurely trailed behind. The sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows upon the soil of Planet Vegeta, inscribing a brand new beginning. As Bardock and Jine arrived at the edge of the training ground, they heard a burst of cheerful laughter, Wufan's voice mingling with the chirps of the small crystal beast, creating a lively atmosphere. Following the sound, they saw Wufan crouched on the ground, surrounded by 5 or 6 Scion children. The small crystal beast was leaping from his embrace, gently tapping its crystal atop its head against a little girl's hand, prompting her to giggle. "It's so soft. What's its name, Wufan brother?" "It hasn't been named yet." Wufan scratched his head, his eyes sparkling. "If you all like, we can name it together. How about Liang Jingjing? Look, the crystal on its head glows." A little boy exclaimed, raising his hand. No, let us call it Tuan Tuan. It's round and chubby, like a little dumpling." Another girl countered. The children began chattering excitedly, with Wufan clapping his hands in delight. "Both names are great. We can call it Tuan Tuan for now, and change it later if we think of something better." The small crystal beast seemed to understand, nuzzling Wufan's knee before rolling into the group of children, inciting waves of laughter. Jine observed this scene, her eyes filled with tenderness. Wufan is such an endearing child. He always found joy among small animals on Earth, and now he connects so well with the children here on Planet Vegeta. He has inherited kindness. Bardock softly replied, his gaze fixed on Wufan, then shifting to the training ground nearby, where Sun Wukong stood with 3 young Scions, surrounded by a circle of curious onlookers. One Scion clenched his fists, his power level reaching 2,000, and charged at Sun Wukong. "Prince Wukong, I've heard you can fight with Frieza. I wish to spar with you." Sun Wukong smiled, sidestepping effortlessly while keeping his feet planted, gently blocking the opponent's punch with his hand. "You have decent strength, but your movements are a bit hasty. If you encounter a faster opponent, you might get hit easily." As he spoke, he lightly pushed, causing the Scion to stagger back 2 steps, astonished. "Why, you didn't even use your strength?" "Sparring isn't about winning or losing. It's about learning from each other," Sun Wukong declared, suddenly light on his feet, vanishing from his position. The next moment, he appeared behind the scion, patting him on the shoulder. See? If I were faster, you wouldn't have been able to dodge just now. The surrounding scions gasped in awe, with someone unable to contain their excitement calling out, Prince Wukong. Could you demonstrate that again? We barely caught a glimpse. Of course. Sun Wukong readily agreed, his eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on Vegeta standing at the edge. He waved eagerly. Vegeta, come join us. Let us compete and teach them some combat techniques. Vegeta, who had been leaning against a rock with crossed arms, frowned upon hearing Sun Wukong's call. Humph, I have no time to waste on these weaklings. Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily fell upon the young scions. Their movements, though powerful, lacked finesse, clearly indicating they had not undergone systematic training, reminiscent of his own early days in the training camp. Just then, a tall, slender scion suddenly unleashed a punch at a companion, losing his balance and nearly tumbling to the ground. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper, unable to restrain himself. Idiot. When you punch, stabilize your stance. Keep your knees slightly bent. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, it won't count. The scion paused for a moment before quickly adjusting his posture as per Vegeta's advice, and when he threw another punch, it was indeed much steadier. He looked at Vegeta in delight. Lord Vegeta, you are right. Could you teach us more? Vegeta huffed, turning to leave, but was stopped by another young scion. Lord Vegeta, you were once the prince with exceptional combat prowess. Please teach us. We aspire to be as strong as you and King Bardock to protect Planet Vegeta. The surrounding scions echoed in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Vegeta regarded their earnest expressions, recalling his own childhood spent under his father's rigorous training once aimed at conquest. Whereas now, these individuals' desires were rooted in protection. He remained silent for a few moments, but ultimately lowered his arms and stepped into the center. Watch closely. I will only teach this once. Bardock observed Vegeta seriously instructing the clan members, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jine gently nudged his arm. Look, Vegeta is gradually changing too. He is just tough on the outside but soft-hearted within, Bardock remarked, shifting his gaze toward the distant fields where a dozen scions toiled, some bending to sow seeds, others using hoes to till the earth, while another pushed a rudimentary wooden cart laden with freshly harvested vegetables. At the forefront was an elderly scion, his hair graying, carefully scattering seeds into the soil, his motions tender as if nurturing a precious treasure. Shall we go take a look over there? Bardock suggested. Jai nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the fields. Good sir, have you farmed before? Jine softly inquired as she approached the elderly scion. The elder looked up, recognizing Bardock and Jine, and promptly set down the seeds, bowing respectfully. King Bardock, Lady Jine. I was once a warrior, never having farmed before. It was only after my revival that I realized one could provide for oneself without fighting. His voice paused, filled with reflection. You see these seeds? Once sown, they will yield grain, a much more fulfilling endeavor than slaying foes. Previously, we only thought of conquering other planets for resources. Now we understand that our own planet can also produce good things. Bardock knelt, picking up a plump seed and holding it in his palm. Did Aunian bring these? Indeed. The elderly scion smiled. Lord Aunian said these seeds can thrive in the soil of Planet Vegeta and grow exceptionally fast. In a month, we will harvest our first batch of grain. By then, we can build a large granary, and we will no longer have to worry about hunger. As they gazed upon the golden wheat fields, Bardock and Jine shared smiles of contentment. Chapter 114. The New Beginnings of Planet Vegeta, Part 2, in the near distance. A group of scions busied themselves constructing a quaint wooden cabin. The thatched roof had already been laid, and others were adorning the walls with drawings of a sun surrounded by numerous small figures, creating a scene of extraordinary warmth. This is the school we are to build. The elder scion pointed at the cabin and stated, Lord Onion has said that children should not only learn the art of combat, but also literacy and how to coexist peacefully with other planets. In the future, we will invite teachers to conduct classes here. Upon hearing the word teacher, Jine's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. I know many teachers on Earth. Once we return, I can speak to them and use instant transmission to bring them to teach on Planet Vegeta. Is that true? That would be marvelous. The elder scion exclaimed, grasping Jine's hand with fervor. If the children can acquire new knowledge, they will be better equipped to protect Planet Vegeta in the future. Bardock stood up, his gaze sweeping over the farmlands, the wooden cabin, the training grounds, and the distant construction of a reservoir. Everyone was diligently working towards the future of Planet Vegeta, devoid of quarrels or bloodshed, only imbued with abundant hope. He recalled the former state of Planet Vegeta, filled with armories and training camps, where his kin were either fighting or preparing for battle. No one had ever considered that life could be this serene and warm. Bardock King, Lady Gnei. Onion's voice called from behind as she approached swiftly, holding a small crystal communicator. I crafted this communicator using the energy crystals you brought. Simply press this button, and you will receive signals on Earth. I have tested it, no matter where you are in the universe. As long as you sense the essence of the crystal, you will immediately connect back here. Bardock accepted the communicator. Its crystal texture akin to the warm energy crystals from planet Adralat, with a small scion symbol engraved on its surface representing protection. Thank you, Onion. With this, I can rest easy. I have one more matter to discuss with you, Onion said. I wish to establish a friendly relationship with Earth, allowing for the mutual exchange of resources and knowledge. For instance, we could send minerals from Planet Vegeta to Earth, and Earth's crop seeds would thrive here. This way, both planets could prosper together. That is an excellent proposal. Bardock nodded. Upon returning to Earth, I will speak to the leaders there. We know the King of Earth. He can facilitate this connection. Wonderful. Onion's face lit up with a smile. I also wish to organize a group of our kin to visit Earth to learn advanced technologies, such as building houses and cultivating crops. Do you think that is feasible? Certainly. Gnei replied with a smile. The people of Earth are very friendly. They will surely welcome your presence. When the time comes, I can act as your guide, showing you the vast oceans, forests, and even Bulma's estate. Onion nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Lady Gnei. With your assistance, Planet Vegeta will undoubtedly thrive. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen to its zenith, casting warm rays upon everyone. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air as a scion woman called out towards the training grounds. Everyone, come and eat. Today we have prepared vegetable soup and roasted meat. The children erupted into cheers, with Gohan clutching the small crystal beast, racing alongside them towards the cafeteria. Son Goku also paused his training, patting the shoulder of the nearby scion. Let us go. Time for a meal. We can continue training afterward. Vegeta observed the lively crowd and hesitated momentarily before ultimately joining them. Bardock and Gnei followed closely behind, with Onion walking beside them, softly saying, Bardock King. Look how happy everyone is now. I used to think that scions could only fight for their entire lives. But meeting you has shown me that we can also live this way. Bardock gazed towards the cafeteria, now filled with people chatting, helping children with their meals, and sharing their morning's achievements. He reminisced about his home on Earth, where their cook prepared meals, and Gohan played with the dragon, while he sipped tea at the doorway, his little home. Here, however, was his kin, the larger family of scions. This is merely the beginning, Bardock asserted with conviction. In the future, we will ensure that more people understand that scions are no longer a warlike race. We can protect peace and create a warm life. Gnei clasped Bardock's hand gently, saying, we will strive together. Inside the cafeteria, Son Goku had already filled a large bowl with vegetable soup and began to drink. Upon noticing Bardock and Gnei enter, he waved enthusiastically, Dad. Mom, come sit. This soup is delicious. Vegeta sat in a corner with a plate of roasted meat before him. Though he remained silent, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. Gohan, nestled among the children, was feeding the small crystal beast a piece of roasted meat, which relished it wholeheartedly, its crystal shimmering with joyful light. Onion watched this scene, her heart swelling with comfort. She recognized that the path to redemption for Planet Vegeta was still long, but as long as Bardock guarded them. With the efforts of these 2,000 kin and the assistance from Earth, they would undoubtedly journey further. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the cafeteria windows, illuminating each face with warmth and brightness. In the distant training grounds, cheers occasionally echoed. In the farmland, the elder scion continued to meticulously tend to the seeds. Beside the wooden cabin, several scions persevered in constructing the school's walls. This is the daily life of Planet Vegeta, void of fierce battles and cruel invasions, merely filled with ordinary warmth and resolute growth. Bardock took a sip of the vegetable soup. Its simple flavor was imbued with the essence of the earth and the goodwill of his kin. He gazed out the window, where the orange sunlight bathed the reddish-brown soil, and the distant Rocky Mountains glimmered softly under the sun. He understood that this planet had finally reclaimed its vitality, and his kin had discovered a brand new future. Once we finish our meal, let us go see the ocean of Planet Vegeta, GNEI suggested softly. Onion mentioned that the dragon has restored the planet's oceans. And now there are many fish and beautiful corals. Very well, Bardock nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness. He wanted to take Goku and Gohan to see this place, to let them know that Planet Vegeta held not only rocks and training grounds, but also such beauty. Not far away, Son Goku was discussing with several Saiyans about going fishing at the beach that afternoon, while Gohan excitedly raised his hand, declaring he would bring the small crystal beast to see the ocean. Although Vegeta remained silent, his ears perked up, clearly intrigued by the ocean. Though he had seen it in his youth, many years had passed since then, and he felt a longing to visit. Bardock observed everything before him, a comforting smile gracing his lips. He realized that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, as long as they remained united as a family and as a united Saiyan race, nothing could hinder their steps in safeguarding peace. The winds of Planet Vegeta carried the breath of new life, gently blowing through the cafeteria windows, tousling everyone's hair, and stirring the hopeful future that belonged to the Saiyan race. Chapter 115, Crisis on Earth. Returned swiftly. As the coastline of Planet Vegeta unfolded within view, even Goku, who was accustomed to Earth's oceans, could not help but exclaim in awe. The reddish-brown sand was not the soft yellow sand of Earth, but rather a gravelly texture glistening with tiny crystal fragments. Stepping on it brought a slight warmth. Yet it was not abrasive, seemingly polished by the dragon during its restoration, preserving the rugged essence of the Saiyan planet while adding a touch of soothing gentleness. The sea is a pale ice blue, and as sunlight penetrates the water's surface, one can observe the vast coral reefs beneath, shimmering with a delicate lavender glow. Occasionally, a few fish with translucent fins glide by, their bodies adorned with silver spots, leaving behind fleeting trails of luminescence as they pass. The air carries no scent of the Earth's oceans, only a subtle briny essence mingled with the fragrant aroma of distant grasslands, creating a refreshing breeze against the face. Tuan, come down quickly. Wufan had already removed his shoes, his bare feet submerged in the shallow waters, the cool sea lapping at his ankles as he reached out towards the small crystal beast cradled in his arms. Tuan chirped happily, its round form leaping from the crook of his arm and floating atop the water like a feather, the crystal atop its head gently swaying with the waves, refracting tiny shards of light. Several young Saiyans quickly gathered around, and a little boy who had named Tuan with Wufan the day before crouched by the water's edge, gently touching Tuan's body with his finger, exclaiming in delight, so soft, like cotton. Another little girl gazed at the crystal atop Tuan's head, her eyes sparkling. Its crystal glows. It's even more beautiful than my mother's energy crystal. Wufan smiled as he lifted Tuan and placed it on his shoulder, then led the children a few steps further into the sea. Let us play and catch some little fish. When I was on Earth, I often went fishing with my dad by the river. The children cheered in excitement, splashing around in the shallow waters, reaching out to catch any small fish that swam by, the splashes cooling them, but no one minded the wetness. Not far away on the beach, Janae had laid out a light-colored cloth and was basking in the sun. A few Saiyan women approached her, holding freshly picked wild fruits, offering one to Janae. Lady Janae, this is a sweet fruit we picked from the valley to the east. Please, have a taste. Janae accepted it, taking a bite, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth as she nodded in approval. So sweet. Even better than Earth's strawberries. The women laughed, one of them pointing towards Wukong, who was swimming nearby, her tone filled with admiration. Prince Wukong is such a skilled swimmer. We Saiyans rarely interacted with water in the past, but now, learning from him, we realize how enjoyable swimming can be. Janae followed her gaze and saw Wukong gliding through the water like a fish, moving so swiftly that he left a white trail behind him, occasionally surfacing to wave at the people on the shore, his face beaming with childlike joy. Bardock sat on a rock, gently stroking a crystal he had picked up from the beach, not engaging in the water play like the others, but quietly observing the scene before him. The laughter of Wufan and the children, the chatter of Janae and the women, Wukong's calls in the water. These sounds blended together, providing him with a sense of peace greater than any victory in battle. Humph, a bunch of fools. What is the point of playing in water? Vegeta's voice suddenly interrupted from nearby, arms crossed as he stood by the rocks, his purple battle suit draped over his shoulders, obviously just removed. Yet, His gaze involuntarily fell upon Wukong, watching him joyfully swim, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. "Vegeta, come down and play," Wukong called out, having just emerged from the water, waving enthusiastically. "It's so refreshing. Let us see who can swim faster." Vegeta frowned, ready to retort, but Nabo approached, holding a surfboard crafted by Onion in the style of Earth, made from the unique lightweight wood of Vegeta's planet. "Prince, I think surfing looks quite fun. Shall we give it a try? You can float on the water just by using skill, without expending energy, which sounds interesting." Naba shook the surfboard as he spoke. "I asked Kakarot earlier, and he said it's simple, just maintain your balance." Vegeta shot Naba a glare, but did not outright refuse. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly accepted the surfboard, awkwardly walking to the water's edge. "It's just a trial. Don't think I enjoy such childish games." Seeing Vegeta genuinely approach with the surfboard, Wukong swam over excitedly, teaching him how to stand on the board and harness the power of the waves. Initially, Vegeta struggled, tumbling into the water as soon as he stood, splashing a large spray that drew laughter from the nearby Scions. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, but instead of anger, he became more earnest in his attempts to learn from Wukong. Before long, he managed to ride the surfboard over small waves, though not yet proficient. He was beginning to show promise. Bardock watched Vegeta's clumsy yet determined efforts, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He glanced down at the crystal in his hand, about to tuck it away when suddenly, the communicator in his pocket emitted a series of urgent beeps. This was the universal communicator modified by Bulma, encased in a special Earth alloy, capable of receiving signals even in the farthest reaches of space. The alarm rang sharply, discordant with the joyful atmosphere, shattering the tranquility by the sea. Bardock's expression darkened instantly as he pulled out the communicator, pressing the receive button. The others paused their activities, gathering around, each harboring an ominous premonition in their hearts. The screen displayed no images, only a line of cold text flashing repeatedly, each word striking his heart like a hammer. "Earth in crisis. Return immediately." Bardock took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for panic. They were urgently needed back on Earth. He looked up at the others, his tone resolute. "The situation is unclear, but the communicator indicates a crisis, which must be serious. We need to return at once. Instant transmission will be faster. Wukong, can you sense the energy from Earth?" Wukong immediately closed his eyes, placing his hands at his sides, concentrating on sensing the energy of Earth. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. "I can feel a powerful energy from Earth, even more sinister than Frieza's. Moreover, Bulma and Chi-Chi's energy seems unstable, as if suppressed by something." Bardock's gaze grew colder, turning to Janae and Wufan. "Gather. We depart immediately." "Understood." Wukong nodded vigorously, clenching his fists as his energy began to intensify. His fingers pressed to his forehead, locking on to Earth's energy. Raditz also tightened his fists, placing his fingers on his forehead, straining to sense the energy emanating from Earth. "Chi-Chi, please be safe." Chapter 116. The Invasion of Slug, Part 1. Crisis. The mornings in Shidu are always wrapped in a faint sweet fragrance. In the laboratory of the Capsule Corporation's main building, Bulma was on her toes, placing the final 7-star Dragon Ball into a specially designed glass display case. The previous 6 Dragon Balls lay quietly within, the orange-red 2-star ball and the indigo 3-star ball. Under the morning light, the 7 orbs shimmered with a warm glow, resembling colorful gems scattered upon black velvet. Finally complete, Bulma clapped her hands, turning to the doorway, smiling at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, look, this time, it only took half a month to gather all 7, much quicker than when I searched for them with Wukong." Chi-Chi, carrying a freshly prepared lunchbox, entered and approached the display case, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "That's amazing, Bulma." "With the Dragon Balls, we won't have to fear danger on Earth anymore." Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile, "But with Raditz and Wukong being so strong now, perhaps we won't even need them." Bulma smiled in return. "By the way, Wufan mentioned seeing a small crystal beast on Vegeta's planet, and he said he wants to bring one back for me to see." As the two conversed, the laboratory's alarm suddenly blared, the red warning light on the ceiling flashing incessantly, the piercing sound shattering the tranquility of the morning. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to the control panel, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. "What is happening? Why has the signal from the outer guards been completely severed?" The screen, once filled with a dense array of green dots, indicating operational mechas, was disappearing at an alarming rate, leaving only a few scattered dots flickering around the main building. And they too were dimming. More unsettling was the sight of a massive red dot rapidly approaching from the outskirts of Shidu, accompanied by several smaller dots, resembling a pack of voracious sharks heading towards the Capsule Corporation. What is that? Chi-Chi's voice trembled as she sensed a suffocating aura outside the window, laden with ferocity and greed, prompting her to grip her lunchbox tightly. Bulma's fingers froze on the screen, her pupils constricting as the outline of the enormous red dot appeared: green skin, a towering physique, a pair of tattered wings on its back, and eyes gleaming with malevolence. Teiz beside her was also rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene. Shiragu, the notorious Super Namekian on the Galactic Patrol's wanted list. How could he have arrived on Earth? No sooner had she spoken than the laboratory's glass suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. The two looked up to see a burly extraterrestrial standing outside the window, with gray skin and a fearsome visage, wielding an energy gun aimed directly at them. Miss Bulma, Lord Shiragu wishes to see you. The alien's voice was gravelly, laced with an undeniable authority. Please accompany us, or... He raised his weapon and fired at the adjacent wall, the green energy blast creating a large hole, sending debris and dust scattering across the floor. Bulma clenched her teeth, secretly pressing the emergency communicator she had prepared for such dangers, capable of directly contacting Wukong and Bardock. However, before the communicator could emit a signal, a scream echoed from the stairwell. Sister. Bulma turned abruptly to see Teiz being escorted by two aliens, her wrists tightly gripped, hair disheveled, yet her face radiated defiance. Let me go? My sister will not accompany you. Teiz. Bulma attempted to rush forward, but was blocked by the alien outside with the energy gun. Do not move, Miss Bulma. The extraterrestrial sneered. Lord Shiragu has stated that if you do not comply, your sister will be the first to become cosmic dust. He gestured toward Teiz, his tone dripping with menace. Now, bring the Dragon Balls you have collected and come with us. Chi-Chi, standing aside, clenched her fists. Although she lacked combat prowess like Wukong and the others, she could not simply watch as Bulma and Teiz were taken away. She began to gather her energy, preparing to launch an attack, when Bulma's gaze stopped her. Bulma looked at her sister being restrained, then glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls in the display case, her heart feeling as if it were being sliced. She understood Shiragu's desire for the Dragon Balls, but if she surrendered them, he would undoubtedly use them for nefarious wishes. Yet if she refused, Teiz would be in grave danger. I will go with you, but you must not harm my sister or Chi-Chi. Bulma inhaled deeply and slowly approached the display case. I can give you the Dragon Balls, but you must guarantee their safety. Bulma, do not give them to them. Teiz shouted. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of such villains. Silence. The alien restraining Teiz shoved her forcefully, causing her to stumble. Do not touch her. Bulma glared at the extraterrestrial as she opened the display case, carefully placing the 7 Dragon Balls into a specially designed box. Here are the Dragon Balls. Now release my sister. The alien snatched the Dragon Ball box, but showed no intention of releasing them. Lord Shiragu wishes to personally verify the authenticity of the Dragon Balls. Once confirmed, they will be released. Now come with us. Bulma was prodded from behind by the alien's energy gun, and Chi-Chi was similarly restrained by another. The three were marched out of the laboratory. The corridor bore signs of devastation, the remnants of robotic guards strewn across the floor, a nauseating mix of light blue oil and green blood wafting through the air. Upon reaching the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma finally laid eyes on Shiragu. He hovered midair, his green skin glinting coldly in the sunlight, his wings gently flapping as he toyed with a black orb in his hand. As he observed Bulma and her companions being brought forth, a cold smirk graced his lips. Miss Bulma, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Shiragu, what do you want? Bulma forced herself to suppress her fear and demanded, I have given you the Dragon Balls. Now release my sister and Chi-Chi. Release them? Shiragu scoffed, slowly descending to the ground and approaching Bulma. How can I release them when I have yet to verify the Dragon Ball's authenticity? Moreover, even if they are genuine, I still have use for you. His gaze swept over Bulma and Chi-Chi, his avarice sending chills down their spines. At that moment, Chi-Chi made a sudden move. Seizing the opportunity while the alien holding her was distracted, she swiftly kicked him in the knee, causing him to double over in pain. Chi-Chi seized the energy gun from him, aiming it at Shiragu. Do not harm them. Otherwise, I will fire. Shiragu regarded Chi-Chi with disdain. You? A mere earthling with combat power akin to an ant dares to point a gun at me? He waved his hand, unleashing a wave of green energy that sent Chi-Chi's weapon flying and knocked her back several paces, causing her to fall to the ground. Chi-Chi. Bulma attempted to rush forward to assist her, but was intercepted by Shiragu. Do not waste your efforts. He seized the Dragon Ball box from Bulma's hands and opened it, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls glowing within. His eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. They appear to be genuine. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, lock these 3 up. Once I have made my wish, I shall deal with them. Bulma, Teize, and Chi-Chi were imprisoned in the underground cells of the Capsule Corporation. The cells were constructed from a special alloy capable of blocking energy detection and preventing those inside from causing damage. Watching the aliens depart outside the cell door, Teize could not help but cry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have been captured. Do not cry, sister. Bulma wiped her tears, her tone resolute. Wukong and Bardock will surely come to rescue us. They will arrive soon. Chi-Chi joined them, patting Teize's shoulder. Yes, Raditz and the others are formidable. Shiragu cannot possibly be their match. Yet, deep down, they all understood that Shiragu's strength was far greater than they had imagined. Laughter echoed from beyond the cell, filled with Shiragu's arrogance, striking like a heavy hammer against their hearts. The skies over Shidu gradually darkened with ominous clouds, the sunlight obscured, leaving only a stifling gray. The crisis on Earth was only just beginning. Chapter 117, Invasion of Shiragu, Part 2, Desperation. The heavy, cold alloy door of the underground cell pressed against Bulma as she leaned against it, faintly hearing the footsteps and Shiragu's commands from outside. Teize leaned against the wall, her expression filled with concern, while Chi-Chi paced back and forth in the cell, occasionally attempting to attack the wall with energy, but each strike only left a shallow mark, failing to damage the alloy door. It's futile, Chi-Chi. Bulma sighed. This door is made of the hardest star iron in the universe. Unless one possesses a power greater than star iron, it cannot be opened. She retrieved a small communicator from her pocket. She had secretly hidden the emergency communicator in her sock when they were captured, and now it remained dark. The signals here have been obstructed, preventing us from contacting Wukong and the others. Just as despair enveloped the trio, a sudden, tremendous tremor resonated from outside the cell, causing the entire underground prison to shake. With dust cascading from the walls, Bulma quickly steadied herself against the wall, while Tai-Si and Chi-Chi supported each other to maintain their balance. What is happening? Tai-Si asked nervously. Is Shirlag up to something? Bulma furrowed her brow, listening intently to the sounds outside. In addition to the vibrations, there was also Shirlag's laughter, louder and more arrogant than before. He is summoning Shenlong. Shirlag is about to make a wish. No sooner had she spoken than the tremors abruptly ceased. Following this, a golden light streamed in through the cell's ventilation shaft, illuminating the dim space. The 3 hastily approached the vent, tiptoeing to peer outside, where they beheld a colossal green dragon hovering in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, its scales shimmering in the sunlight, and its golden eyes glistening like 2 enormous jewels. Fixated on Shirlag below, the dragon, Tai-Si exclaimed in disbelief. It truly is the dragon. Standing before the dragon, Shirlag clutched the Dragon Ball box. A triumphant smile plastered across his face. He gazed up at the dragon, his voice resonating. Shenlong, I, Shirlag, wish to make a request. After a brief pause, he bellowed, restore me to the physical state of my 18-year-old self. The dragon's eyes flickered momentarily before a deep voice echoed throughout West City. Your wish is known to me. And now, I shall grant it. As the dragon finished speaking, a golden beam erupted from its mouth, enveloping Shirlag's form. His body began to transform. His previously stooped back straightened, wrinkles faded from his face, his green skin became smooth and lustrous, and his physique grew more robust, even emitting a faint green glow. Minutes later, the golden light dissipated. Shirlag glanced down at his hands, moving his body and erupting into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. I have finally regained my youth. This power is overwhelming. Bulma, observing from the vent, turned pale. After regaining his youth, Shirlag's aura had significantly intensified, his already formidable presence now transformed into something terrifying, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, ready to engulf everything. His power seems to have magnified. Chi-Chi's voice trembled as she sensed Shirlag's aura rapidly expanding, surpassing even Wukong's normal state by several folds. Seemingly unsatisfied, Sherlag raised his hand towards one of his subordinates. Bring out those Namekian captives. The subordinate hurriedly produced the captured Namekians from the spacecraft, each face marked by panic and fury. These were the Namekians Sherlag had captured some time ago, intended for assimilation to enhance his own combat prowess. Cackling ominously, Sherlag lunged towards the Namekians, intent on assimilating them. Indeed, it was the Namekians' unique ability, assimilation, absorbing kin to significantly enhance battle strength. Sherlag approached them, seizing their arms. In an instant, a white light erupted. His aura surged again, green flames erupting around him in tumultuous waves, causing surrounding structures to tremble and the ground to crack. Next, one by one, the Namekians fell victim to Sherlag's sinister grasp. This is the energy of the Namekians. Bulma gasped. He has assimilated the Namekians, absorbing their energy. His combat power must have surpassed its limits. Relishing the surge of strength within, Sherlag's face contorted into a menacing grin. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. My normal combat power has now reached 300 million. If I unleash my full potential, I could reach 400 million. This power. Ha 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 ha. Frieza is but an insect before me. Earth, no? The entire universe shall belong to me. He turned his gaze toward the underground cell, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Now, it's time to deal with those pesky individuals. The three in the cell felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. Bulma quickly pulled Tai Si and Chi Chi into a corner of the cell, silently praying for Wukong and Bardock to arrive swiftly. Bulma, what should we do? Tai Si clutched Bulma's hand tightly, her voice quivering. Can Vegeta and the others really defeat him? They will come. I just sent a message to Mr. Bardock amidst the chaos, Bulma reassured, attempting to maintain her composure. Though uncertainty gnawed at her, Sherlag's monstrous combat power surpassed many formidable warriors she knew. Even Mr. Bardock likely stood no chance against him. Moreover, Bardock and the others were far in the cosmos. Who knows how long it would take for them to arrive? Are we truly destined to perish? How could this happen? Just then, the metallic door of the cell was suddenly blown apart, green energy waves crashing in, accompanied by debris and dust. He stepped into the cell, green flames swirling around him, an oppressive aura rendering the trio nearly breathless. Bulma stood protectively in front of Tai Si and Chi Chi, summoning her courage despite her fear. Sherlag, don't get too cocky. My husband, son Wukong, and my father, Bardock, will be here soon, and they will defeat you. Wukong? Bardock? Sherlag scoffed dismissively, merely two insects. Even if they arrive, they are no match for me. Today, I shall demonstrate the fate of those who dare to resist. He raised his hand, conjuring a green energy wave aimed at Bulma. Farewell, Miss Bulma. A cruel smile stretched across Sherlag's face. Miss Bulma, are you and your sister, along with this Earth lady, ready to greet death? As the energy blast coalesced, it was launched towards Bulma and her companions. Die. Chapter 118. Sherlag's Invasion, Part 3. Confrontation. Just as the energy wave was about to be unleashed, a golden light suddenly shot in from outside the cell, striking Sherlag's wrist. Sherlag winced in pain, causing the energy wave to veer off course and collide with the cell wall, creating a large hole. Who? Sherlag spun around, glaring toward the entrance. Standing outside the cell were several familiar figures: Bardock, Wukong, Jine, Gohan, Raditz, Baelinger, and Vegeta. Each exuded distinct auras, yet all bore resolute gazes. Golden teleportation light flickering around them. Sherlag, dare to move against them and see what happens. Bardock's voice was icy. Having survived countless life and death trials, his aura, though 7 million in normal combat power, commanded an air of undeniable authority, even if it did not match Sherlag's. Wukong stepped forward as well, his aura, at 4 million in normal combat power, coalescing around him. You scoundrel, bullying Bulma and the others. Just watch how I will thrash you. Sherlag looked at the suddenly appearing group, his initial surprise quickly morphing into disdain. Science? And a little brat? You think you can stop me? His green aura surged once more, the pressure of his 300 million combat power bearing down on them. Today, I shall eliminate you all. The golden teleportation light had not yet fully dissipated when Bardock took the lead, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma and the others. His gaze locked onto Sherlag like a hawk. The 7 million combat power of his aura, though not fully unleashed, formed an invisible net that slightly mitigated Sherlag's oppressive presence. This was an aura forged through countless battles for survival. Even when facing a foe of 300 million combat power, he displayed no semblance of fear. Father, Yukong, Bulma, upon spotting a familiar silhouette, felt her anxiety ease by half. She grasped onto Tai Si and Chi-Chi, stepping out from the shadows with a voice that trembled slightly. Shiragu had regained his youth and absorbed the energy of the Namekians, rendering his combat power terrifyingly formidable. 300 million? Raditz raised an eyebrow, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his crimson pupils. He instinctively clenched his fists as the energy of his 3.5 million standard power began to circulate around him. I wish to ascertain what a combat power of 300 million truly entails. In an instant, he activated the 20-fold Kaioken, enhancing his combat power to 70 million. Do not act impulsively, Raditz. Jine gently pressed her hand upon his shoulder. Though her energy was not as potent as the others, it carried a calming force. Let us first assess the situation. Shiraji's strength exceeds our expectations, and we must not act recklessly. Gohan hid behind Jine, his dark blue hair slightly raised. The aura of 1 million standard power allowed him to vaguely sense Shiraji's terror, yet he clenched his tiny fists and whispered, Grandpa, Dad, I can help. I can use the 10-fold Kaioken. Shiragu regarded the Scion squad before him, his disdain intensifying. He scanned Bardock, glanced at Goku, and finally settled on Raditz. Subsequently, he activated his scouter, which had been enhanced to detect power levels below 200 million. A derisive laugh escaped him. 7 million, for million, 350,000. And a little brat of 1 million? With such meager power, you dare to boast before me? He waved his hand dismissively, and a surge of green energy carved a deep trench in the ground, stones flying. I advise you to recognize your situation and vacate Earth swiftly, or I shall reduce you to cosmic dust. You shall not. Goku charged forward, placing his hands at his sides as red energy began to coalesce. Earth is our home, and I will not allow a villain like you to destroy it. I will flatten you right now. Goku, wait. Bardock called out, his gaze fixed on Shiragu. His energy was unstable, resembling a forcibly fused power. Let us first observe his trump card. He discerned that while Shiraji's energy was strong, it possessed a certain disjointedness. Lacking the solidity of primordial strength, this might be their opportunity. Vegeta stood at the back, arms crossed, his purple battle suit glinting coldly in the sunlight. He remained silent, yet he keenly sensed Shiraji's 300 million standard combat power, which was indeed formidable, enough to make him feel a slight tremor, not of fear, but of exhilaration. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk, his thoughts already formulating how to seize the initiative in this battle and demonstrate his prowess as a Scion Prince. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Shiraji's two subordinates suddenly marched forward, dragging Chi-Chi along. During the previous instant transmission, they had seized the opportunity to capture her, now aiming energy guns at her head. Let go of me. Chi-Chi struggled, but was firmly restrained. Chi-Chi. Raditz's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene. The red energy erupted around him as he unleashed the force of the 20-fold Kaioken, propelling his combat power to 70 million. Dare you lay a finger on her? Seeing this, Shiraji's face broke into a smirk of satisfaction. Oh, it seems this Earth woman is quite important to you. He signaled to his subordinates, who tightened their grip, the energy gun's barrel pressed against Chi-Chi's temple. Scion, if you wish for her to live, then drop your weapon and kneel before me to beg for mercy. In your dreams. Raditz roared, his figure flashing as he darted towards Chi-Chi's captors. Raditz, do not act rashly, return. Bardock shouted, but Raditz had already surged forward like the wind. His astonishing speed, coupled with his 70 million combat power, left the two subordinates unable to react. With two resounding thuds, Raditz punched them away, sending them crashing into the wall, blood spewing from their mouths as they could no longer rise. Raditz hurriedly supported Chi-Chi, inspecting her body. Chi-Chi, are you all right? Are you hurt? She shook her head, gripping Raditz's arm tightly. I'm fine, Raditz. Do not be reckless. Shiragu is very strong. Shiragu observed his defeated subordinates, his smile fading and replaced by a glimmer of anger. It seems you remain oblivious to your own weakness. In a flash, he appeared before Raditz, his fist, imbued with 300 million combat power, struck Raditz's chest with a forceful blow. Ugh! Raditz coughed up blood, his body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the Capsule Corporation's main building, the wall collapsing and sending dust swirling into the air. Raditz! Chi-Chi screamed, rushing forward, only to be intercepted by Shiragu. Chapter 119. The Invasion of Shiragu, Part 4. Super Saiyan Raditz. With a sickening thud, Raditz's body was embedded into the ground. How many bones had he broken? Shiragu had not unleashed his full strength. He had only utilized about 30% of his power, approximately 90 million. To his astonishment, Raditz proved so feeble. Even at full power, he barely reached 70 million combat strength. Too weak, akin to an ant, Shiragu scoffed. Before anyone could react, he unleashed another energy wave targeting Raditz and Chi-Chi. This attack harnessed 50% of his strength. A 150 million energy wave hurtling towards them, its might comparable to Frieza's death ray. This is bad. Bardock could no longer remain passive. His earlier restraint had been to find Shiragu's weakness, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Now was not the time for inaction. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed an energy wave in retaliation. Boom. The two energy waves collided, their destructive force nearly overwhelming Raditz. As the golden light in the courtyard gradually dissipated, Bardock, Goku, and the others steadied themselves, only to be gripped by the sight before them. Raditz lay bloodied on the ground, his purple battle suit torn with several gashes, golden blood soaking through the fabric, leaving dark stains on the earth. Chi-Chi knelt beside him, her hands tightly cradling his back, her eyes red-rimmed as she glared fiercely at Shiragu, embodying the ferocity of a protective lioness. Chi-Chi's glare at Shiragu was filled not with fear, but with unbridled hatred and murderous intent. Raditz was the one she cherished most, and now he lay in such a state at Shiragu's hands. Even if it meant death, she would stand by Raditz's side. This was Chi-Chi, suspended in midair. Shiragu's green energy swirled ominously. The oppressive aura of his 300 million standard combat power weighed heavily upon all present, constricting their breaths. He gazed down at Chi-Chi shielding Raditz, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips, devoid of malice but brimming with mockery, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Together in life and death are we? Shiragu's voice dripped with condescension, his green pupils reflecting Chi-Chi's defiant visage. Earthwoman, do you believe what you are doing holds any meaning? Or do you think this Scion can rise to protect you? Raditz weakly opened his eyes, attempting to reach for Chi-Chi's clothing, yet he lacked even the strength to lift a finger. He could distinctly feel Chi-Chi trembling, not from fear, but from anger and worry. This pain surpassed even his own wounds. He was a Scion, a warrior capable of wielding the 20-fold Kaioken, yet he could not even safeguard the one he wished to protect. Shirlag, you dare to challenge me, but do not lay a finger on Chi-Chi. The voice of Leitais was as hoarse as the rasp of sandpaper, each word tugging at the wound in his chest, causing darkness to cloud his vision. Upon hearing this, Shirlag only laughed more heartily. He gradually descended, halting less than 3 meters before Chi-Chi, a green aura lightly sweeping across the ground, stirring up small stones. Challenge you? How tedious. He extended his right hand, palm facing Chi-Chi, as a green energy began to coalesce in his palm. I am eager to witness your expression, worthless Scion. As this woman is crushed before you, piece by piece. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Shilag's energy surged abruptly, an invisible green energy wall instantly locking onto Chi-Chi. She hardly had time to react as her body felt as though it were gripped by a colossal, unseen hand. Her limbs tensed, and bones creaked under the strain, as if they would shatter at any moment. Bardock, sensing the dire situation, immediately attempted to rush forward to attack Shirlag. Wait, take one step closer, and I shall instantly choke the life out of her, Shirlag uttered with a chilling smile. Ugh! Chi-Chi emitted a pained groan, her complexion turning as pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She instinctively attempted to protect her abdomen, only to realize she could not move at all. The energy bound her like iron chains, making each breath a struggle, her lungs feeling as if they were being crushed, every inhalation laced with a tearing agony. Chi-Chi, Leitais, in a frenzied attempt to rise, found himself pinned to the ground by Shilag's energy wave, powerless to do anything except watch as Chi-Chi's face grew paler, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. His heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by a hand, the pain almost suffocating, a tumult of anger, guilt, and helplessness roiling like magma within his chest, threatening to consume him. Shirlag, release her. I will fight you to the end. Leitais roared, blood spilling from his throat. His battle power of 3.5 million fluctuating wildly. Yet under Shalag's suppression, he could not muster even a fraction of his energy. Observing Leitai's struggles, Shalag's mockery deepened. He deliberately slowed the pressure he was exerting, relishing in Leitai's despair. What's wrong? Are you in a hurry? Just a moment ago, you seemed so formidable. When you attacked me, you were so impressive, yet now you cannot even protect a woman. A scion, after all, is nothing remarkable. Chi-Chi's consciousness began to blur. Her awareness of Leitai's roars fading as the pain intensified, yet she summoned her final reserves of strength to offer Leitai's a faint smile. Leitai's, don't mind me. You must survive. This statement acted as a fuse, igniting the magma within Leitai's chest. Leitai's emitted a deafening roar. His voice filled with unprecedented fury and despair. His body suddenly began to glow, golden light erupting from within, instantly breaking through Shalag's energy wave suppression. His purple battle suit tore apart under the golden radiance, and his black hair transformed into gold at a visible rate. The energy around him oscillated between white and gold before finally stabilizing in its golden form. Golden hair stood erect, and his black pupils morphed into the deep green of a super scion. The green eyes radiated coldness and murderous intent. The golden aura around Leitai's surged violently, erupting like a volcano into the skies, the ground beneath him cracking open, debris and dust swirling, forming a tempest of gold around him. With a battle power of 5 million multiplied by the 50-fold increase of a super scion, Leitai's power soared to an astonishing 170 million. Shalag's mockery froze in place. As he distinctly felt the surge of Leitai's energy, a golden force with destructive potential that even he found somewhat oppressive. Shalag had only recently assimilated several Namekians and was yet to fully acclimate to his own strength. Typically, if the assimilated Namekians were cooperative, he could quickly adapt to his battle power. The problem was that those he had assimilated were now desperately resisting him, preventing him from fully harnessing their strength. Thus, he prepared to gradually release his power. Yet, at 5/10 of his strength, he felt an unexpected pressure from this overwhelming energy. How could this be possible? This is a battle power of 150 million. An ordinary scion can transform and become this formidable? Shalag was momentarily dumbfounded as he truly felt the weight of this immense pressure. The energy binding Chi-Chi instinctively receded. Chi-Chi fell heavily from the air, caught securely by Jai nearby. Leitai's slowly rose, his golden hair shimmering under the sunlight, his green pupils devoid of warmth, only filled with a deadly intent toward Shalag. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden aura surging once more, and in a flash, he appeared before Shalag, moving faster than Shalag could react. Bang! Leitai's fist, powered by 170 million battle strength, struck Shalag's chest with tremendous force. Shalag had no time to defend. His body propelled backward as if struck by a speeding spacecraft, crashing heavily into the wall of the Capsule Corporation's main building. With a crack, the load-bearing wall shattered, the entire structure beginning to tremble violently, dust and debris raining down. Shalag, for the injury you inflicted on Chi-Chi, I shall make you pay double. Leitai's voice was frigid as he vanished once more, pursuing the flying Shalag, his foot landing brutally on Shalag's abdomen. Shalag spat out another mouthful of green blood, his body creating a massive dent in the wall, bricks scattering. Chi-Chi lay on the ground, gazing up at the golden figure above, her previously vacant eyes gradually regaining their sparkle. She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe, yet a smile crept onto her lips. She had known all along that Leitai's would protect her. Shalag crawled out of the wall's crater, his green skin bruised and blood still oozing from his chest wound. He glared at Leitai's, his astonishment morphing into rage. Is that all you have? Do you think you can kill me? He raised his hand, condensing a green energy wave aimed at Leitai's. The energy wave howled as it shot forth at incredible speed. However, Leitai's was faster still. He flickered, effortlessly dodging the energy wave, simultaneously conjuring a golden energy wave of his own to retaliate. Tyrant Ray. The golden light wave, akin to a miniature sun, sliced through the air towards Shalag with a sharp intensity. Shalag quickly sidestepped, the Tyrant Ray grazing his shoulder and obliterating the main building behind him into dust, sending clouds of debris into the air. How could this be? How could his speed and strength be so formidable? I am utilizing 50% of my power. A battle power of 150 million cannot possibly be outmatched by him. Shalag's shock deepened as he realized his current 5/10 of strength was faltering against Leitai's 170 million battle power. Each of Leitai's strikes carried immense explosive force. Moving with such speed that Sherlag could barely track him, forced into a position of passive defense. Leitai's offered no respite, his form constantly flickering, leaving behind golden afterimages around Sherlag, his fists and kicks raining down like a torrential storm upon Sherlag. Bang, bang, bang. Every collision reverberated with a tremendous sound. As Sherlag's body was relentlessly struck, green blood splattering everywhere, and the wounds on him multiplying. Sherlag was forced to retreat repeatedly. He yearned to gather energy for a counterattack, but realized that Raditz's assaults left him no opportunity. The golden aura surrounding Raditz intensified. The aura of his battle power at 170 million enveloping Sherlag like a colossal net, leaving him devoid of any chance to unleash his fury. How infuriating! I am being subdued by an ordinary scion. Sherlag bellowed in rage, forcibly channeling all his strength, thrusting forth a massive green energy wave towards Raditz. This energy wave embodied 60% of his power, an alarming 180 million battle power, sufficient to obliterate an entire planet. Raditz, facing the incoming energy wave, displayed no sign of fear. He inhaled deeply, allowing his golden aura to swell once more, placing his hands in front of him to condense an even larger golden energy wave. Tyrant Ray, the golden light wave, accompanied by a howling wind, collided with Sherlag's green energy wave. The two energy waves clashed in midair, a stalemate ensued, with golden and green radiance intertwining to form a colossal beam of light that shot into the heavens. The surrounding air crackled with heat, creating a hissing sound, while the ground caved in, forming a vast pit, forcing even Goku and others in the distance to stagger back from the shockwave. Huh! Raditz roared, amplifying his energy output once more. The golden energy wave swiftly overwhelmed the green energy wave, advancing towards Sherlag. Sherlag's expression darkened as he sensed his energy rapidly depleting, the green energy wave weakening by the second. This is impossible. Clenching his teeth, Sherlag attempted to enhance his energy output again, but found that his internal energy could not be summoned at this moment. It was too brief. The assimilation of the Namekians was far too swift. It seemed he was unable to harness his full potential. 60% power appeared to be the maximum he could muster. Just as the golden energy wave was about to strike him, panic surged within Sherlag, the instinct for survival compelling him to retaliate desperately. But in the next instant, Sherlag suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Raditz's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Scion, you do possess some ability. Sherlag's voice dripped with mockery as he abruptly retracted all his energy, instantaneously teleporting backward to evade the golden Kamehameha wave. The golden energy wave missed its target, crashing into a distant mountain with a thunderous roar, leveling it to the ground, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Raditz momentarily stood in shock, unable to believe Sherlag had such speed. Before he could react, Sherlag's figure reappeared behind him. A smirk curled at the corner of Sherlag's mouth, his gaze icy. However, I have had my fill of this game. At the moment the tyrant Ray was locked onto him, Sherlag keenly sensed that he was marked for death. And in that life or death moment, he unleashed his full potential, completely assimilating the power within him. Now, Sherlag could genuinely tap into his full strength. Battle power at 300 million. In that instant, Sherlag's aura surged dramatically, the full force of his 300 million battle power erupting without reservation. The green aura surged like a colossal wave, swiftly overpowering Raditz's golden aura. Sherlag raised his hand and struck Raditz back with a resounding clap. Thud! The full force impact of 300 million battle power crashed onto Raditz's back like a hammer on tofu. Raditz coughed a mouthful of golden blood, his golden aura dissipating instantly, and his Super Saiyan form reverting to its normal state. He flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. He struggled to rise but found that every bone in his body felt shattered. He couldn't even move a finger, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his gaze gradually dulling. Raditz! Kiki screamed, disregarding her own injuries, stumbling towards him, kneeling beside him, gently lifting his head. Raditz, how are you? Don't scare me. Wake up. Raditz weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Kiki's tear-streaked face, forcing a faint smile. Kiki, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. With that, his head drooped, completely losing consciousness, only a faint breath indicating he was still alive. Sherlag hovered in midair, observing the nearly lifeless Raditz, and the weeping Kiki. A look of disdain crossing his face. Humph, merely a scion with a tad bit of potential dares to challenge me. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted Sherlag's arrogance. Sherlag. Startled, Sherlag turned sharply to see Bardock approaching slowly. His golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, his green pupils turning a deep blue. The golden aura around him swirling steadily. Super Scion. With a normal battle power of 7 million multiplied by a 50-fold increase, his battle power soared to 350 million. The aura of 350 million battle power loomed like a towering mountain, swiftly suppressing Sherlag's 300 million normal battle power. Bardock's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he fixed his glare on Sherlag. You have harmed Raditz and seek to harm Kiki. Today, I shall make you pay the ultimate price for your actions. The reason he had not struck immediately was that he was astonished that Raditz had transformed into a Super Scion at that moment. He wanted to see Raditz's current strength. Could this boy truly take on Sherlag alone? It seemed overly ambitious. Raditz's power still fell far short of Sherlag at full strength. Now was the time for him, as the father, to take action. Sherlag's disdain vanished, replaced by seriousness as he regarded Bardock. He could distinctly feel Bardock's aura was far more potent than Raditz's. That golden power exuding a calm and resolute demeanor forged through countless battles, instilling in him a sense of fear for the first time. Goku, Jine, and Ballinger gathered around. Goku's battle power of 4 million began to fluctuate, clearly ready to spring into action. Jine supported Kiki, her eyes filled with worry. Ballinger vigilantly watched Sherlag, prepared to assist Bardock at any moment. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense, the golden and green auras clashing once more, heralding the commencement of a peak confrontation that would determine the fate of Earth. Sherlag regarded Bardock with a hint of trepidation. He sensed that Bardock's aura surpassed his own. His battle power likely exceeded his by at least 50 million. A battle power of 350 million? It was significantly stronger than his current state, making Bardock the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Yet, his pride would not allow him to retreat. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Bardock turned to Goku and the others. Take care of Raditz and Kiki. Do not intervene in my battle with him. His tone brooked no argument. Years of combat experience had taught him that this battle could only be fought by him alone. The gap in battle power was far too great. If anyone were to get caught up in this fight and Sherlag landed a blow, not even the Senzu beans would suffice for salvation. Goku wanted to say more, but was held back by Jine. She shook her head, signaling him to trust Bardock. Goku looked at Bardock's back, nodding in agreement, quickly joining Raditz and Ballinger to carry Raditz to safety, with Kiki closely following, continuously wiping the blood from Raditz's lips. Bardock and Sherlag locked eyes, the tension in the air thickening. A battle that would determine the fate of Earth was about to begin. The winds of Shidu suddenly grew fierce, and the air between Bardock and Shilage seemed frozen in time. The golden aura surrounding Bardock flickered like flames, and his battle power of 350 million loomed like a towering mountain, firmly suppressing the green energy radiating from Shilage. Shilage, with a steely gaze fixed on Bardock, felt the tension in his muscles beneath his green skin, clearly preparing for a full-force strike. I never anticipated such a scion existed on Earth, Shilage remarked gravely, sensing not only Bardock's immense strength, but also a calmness forged through countless battles, far surpassing the explosive power exhibited by Reitais previously. However, even with your 350 million battle power, you cannot defeat me. Before his words faded, Shilage surged into motion. His 300 million base battle power propelled him with astonishing speed, resembling a green lightning bolt as he appeared before Bardock in an instant, his fist howling through the air towards Bardock's face. This punch was the culmination of his strength. If it connected, even Bardock in his Super Saiyan form would sustain severe injuries. Yet Bardock was well prepared. He sidestepped Shilage's punch and seized his wrist, using the momentum to hurl Shilage away. In midair, Shilage adjusted his stance, his feet creating deep ruts in the ground upon landing. He looked up at Bardock, astonished at his reaction speed, which was even faster than his own. It seems I underestimated you. Taking a deep breath, Shilage's green aura surged, his battle power escalating rapidly. 310 million, 350 million, 380 million, and finally reaching 400 million. At this moment, Shilage unleashed his full potential, straining to maximize his power to that staggering height. His green aura roared like a colossal wave, causing surrounding buildings to tremble violently. the ground to fissure with deep chasms, and even the clouds in the sky to scatter. This energy, it surpasses even my father's, at least at 400 million. Baelinger, who had been watching the spectacle, was left in awe. From a distance, Yukong observed clearly, unable to suppress a gasp, questioning if his father could prevail against this might. Reitais, leaning against Chi-Chi, the weakened, kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Our father has faced battles more perilous than this. He will surely triumph. Upon hearing Reitais' words, Yukong and Baelinger turned their attention to their elder brother, who had nearly been forgotten in the heat of the battle. They hurriedly retrieved senzu beans to feed Reitais. Bardock felt Shilajah's overwhelming power, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. As he regulated his breathing, his golden aura flared once more, clashing with Shilajah's 400 million aura, producing a sizzling sound as the surrounding air warped from the heat. Do you still believe you can defeat me? Shilajah's voice dripped with arrogance, the pressure of his 400 million battle power restoring his confidence. Bardock did not respond. Instead, he vanished and reappeared before Shilajah, his fist infused with golden energy, aimed squarely at Shilajah's chest. Shilajah quickly raised his hand to block, and with a resounding crash, their fists collided, the immense force causing the ground to collapse, creating a massive crater several dozen meters wide. What incredible strength! Shilajah was taken aback, feeling the tremendous force resonating through his arm. He hastily kicked towards Bardock's abdomen, but Bardock sidestepped and retaliated with a punch to Shilajah's back. Staggering forward from the blow, Shilajah turned and unleashed a green energy wave towards Bardock. Bardock crossed his arms to shield himself, the energy wave detonating upon impact, forcing him back several steps and dimming his golden aura. Clearly, in terms of battle experience, Bardock held an advantage over Shilajah, able to engage evenly despite the latter's 400 million power. However, Shilajah was rapidly mastering his combat techniques, his command over his power improving swiftly. After their powerful exchange, Shilajah retreated 2 steps, while Bardock slid back 10 meters. It appears your strength falls short of mine. A smirk crept onto Shilajah's face as he began to take the offensive, his form flickering as punches and kicks rained down on Bardock. Though Bardock fought valiantly to defend himself, Shilajah's 400 million battle power proved overwhelmingly strong. New wounds quickly appeared on Bardock's body, golden blood trickling down his arms and splattering onto the ground. Bah! Yukong could no longer restrain himself from rushing to help, but was held back by Vegeta. Do not interfere, Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, his tone icy. This is their fight. We cannot intervene. Furthermore, Mr. Bardock has yet to unleash his true abilities. Vegeta's assertion held merit. Though Bardock was being pressed, his resolve remained unshaken as he sought for Shilajah's weaknesses. Shilajah's ferocious attacks were indeed rampant, yet his energy was becoming erratic, clearly indicating that maintaining his 400 million battle power exacted a heavy toll on his body. This was Bardock's opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Bardock accelerated suddenly. He no longer merely defended, but began evading Shilajah's strikes with agility while searching for a counterattack. Shilajah's frustration grew as he sensed Bardock's increasing speed, making it difficult for his attacks to connect. Damn it! Is dodging all you can do? Shilajah roared, gathering a massive green energy wave aimed at Bardock. This wave dwarfed all previous ones. It contained power capable of obliterating half a solar system. As Bardock observed the approaching energy wave, a resolute expression crossed his face. He understood that he could no longer evade. He must strike back head-on. Positioning his hands before him, golden energy began to coalesce in his palms, forming an immense golden energy wave, the Tyrant Ray. This was his signature move, embodying all his strength. Huh! Bardock shouted as the golden energy wave surged forth towards Shilajah's green energy wave. The two energy waves collided midair, creating a colossal beam of light that soared towards the heavens. The intertwining golden and green radiance engulfed all of Shidu, instantaneously reducing surrounding structures to ashes. How is it possible that your energy wave can compete with mine? Disbelief etched on Shilajah's face as he intensified his energy output, gradually overpowering the golden wave, forcing it back towards Bardock. Bardock gritted his teeth, pouring more energy into his attack, his golden aura burning even brighter. He could feel his stamina rapidly depleting. His Super Saiyan form was becoming unstable, but he could not afford to yield. If he surrendered, Shilajah would annihilate Earth, and his family and friends would perish. Shilajah, do you think you have won? Bardock's voice, though hoarse, resonated with strength. Ha ha ha. I have faced countless life and death struggles, finding hope in despair each time. Your power is insufficient to defeat me. Suddenly, Bardock made an astonishing move, abandoning his defense against Shilaj's energy wave. In an instant, he appeared before Shilaj. His fist charged with golden energy, aimed directly at Shilaj's chest. Shilaj did not anticipate Bardock's boldness. He hastily attempted to retract his energy wave, but it was too late. Bardock's fist struck fiercely against his chest, green blood gushing forth as he simultaneously unleashed a wave of verdant energy upon Bardock. The tremendous sound of an explosion erupted, with golden and green luminescence engulfing the entire battlefield. When the brilliance faded, all present were astonished to find both Bardock and Bardock standing their ground. Their left arms completely severed, golden and green blood cascading from the severed limbs, pooling on the ground in a strange amalgamation of colors. Dad! Wukong charged forward in a frenzy, only to be halted by Bardock. It was evident that in his desperation, Sun Wukong had forgotten Bardock's ability to regenerate. I am fine. Bardock's voice was somewhat frail, yet his gaze remained resolute. Stay back. This is my battle with him. Glancing at his severed arm, Shun revealed a sinister grin. I never expected you to be so ruthless, to engage in a trade of injuries. But do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? I am a super Namekian, endowed with extraordinary regenerative powers. A faint green glow began to emanate from his severed limb as a new arm rapidly grew in its place. Shalaga tested the newly formed arm, a smug smile spreading across his face. How do you like that? You possess no regenerative ability, and now you are left with but one arm. Let us see how you intend to fight. However, Bardock regarded Shala's new arm with no hint of surprise. His own severed limb began to emanate a soft golden light, a new arm swiftly materializing. This was his quasi-immortal body, capable of rapid regeneration as long as a single cell remained. You possess regenerative abilities as well. A flicker of disbelief crossed Srilaga's face. He had not anticipated Bardock's formidable combat prowess to be accompanied by such an extraordinary recovery capacity. Bardock flexed his newly formed arm, golden flames igniting around him once more. Now, we are back on equal footing. From this moment forth, you shall learn who the true warrior is. Chapter 123, Srilaga's Invasion. End. Defeating Srilaga. Srilaga's expression grew solemn, realizing he was confronted with genuine peril. Yet, his pride forbade him from retreating. He once again summoned the green flames, the aura of his 400 million battle power surging forth anew. Very well. Since you possess regenerative abilities, let us see whose recovery is swifter. Today, either you perish or I shall. Bardock also amassed his golden flames, his 350 million battle power colliding with Srilaga's energy. An even fiercer battle was about to unfold. Amidst the ruins of Shidu, golden and green flames clashed once more, the figures of Bardock and darting through the dust, each clash accompanied by tremendous explosions. Sh's 400 million battle power maintained the upper hand, his attacks ferociously relentless, green energy blades continuously coalescing in his hands, striking toward Bardock. Yet, Bardock, leveraging his superior regeneration speed and extensive combat experience, deftly evaded Sh's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. A resounding impact echoed as Sh's fist slammed into Bardock's chest, causing him to stagger back, golden blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. However, a faint golden light soon emanated from his chest, the wound visibly mending, restored within mere seconds. Damn it! How can your recovery be so rapid? A flicker of anxiety crossed Sh's face. Although his severed arm could regenerate, it did so at a significantly slower pace, each regeneration consuming a substantial amount of energy. He sensed his stamina depleting rapidly, and the state of his 400 million battle power began to waver. Bardock remained silent, seizing the moment of Sh's distraction to appear before him in an instant, his fist imbued with golden energy striking forcefully against Sh's abdomen. The blow forced Sh to double over, green blood erupting from him, yet his abdomen soon glowed with a faint green light as it began to heal, albeit at half the speed of Bardock's recovery. Shalaga, your defeat is inevitable. Bardock's voice was icy, sensing Sh's energy waning. Your regenerative capabilities demand vast amounts of energy, while my quasi-immortal body expends virtually none. If this continues, you will only grow weaker. Gritting his teeth, Sherlaga acknowledged the truth in Bardock's words. Yet his pride forbade him from conceding. He took a deep breath, suddenly condensing a colossal wave of green energy, launching it toward Bardock. This energy wave was larger than any prior, its power sufficient to deplete half of his stamina in an instant. Bardock regarded the incoming energy wave with disdain. Crossing his arms to shield himself, the energy wave detonated before him, the resulting shockwave forcing him back several steps. Yet he sustained no harm as his quasi-immortal body restored him instantaneously. Impossible. How can this be? Despair flickered across Sherlaga's face. He felt his stamina had dwindled to less than half, unable to maintain the 400 million battle power state, reverting to his 300 million standard. Meanwhile, Bardock's energy remained steady, even stronger than before. Bardock looked at Sherlaga, a resolute expression gracing his features. Sherlaga, the game is over. Today, I shall avenge those you have harmed. He placed his hands before him, golden energy coalescing in his palms, forming a colossal wave of golden energy. This tyrant's ray encapsulating all his strength. As Sherlaga gazed at the golden energy wave in Bardock's hands, fear crept into his expression. He knew he could no longer withstand such an assault. Should he be struck, even with his regenerative abilities, he would be utterly annihilated. No, I cannot perish like this. A flicker of madness sparkled in Sherlaga's eyes as he abruptly turned, spotting Naisu standing nearby, anxiously observing the battlefield beside Buma. Scion, look over there, Sherlaga shouted, simultaneously raising his hand to condense a green energy wave aimed at Naisu. He understood that by taking Naisu hostage, he could force Bardock to abandon his attack. Not good. Bardock's expression changed. He had not anticipated Sherlaga's treachery in targeting the innocent. He swiftly directed his newly formed attack toward the energy wave launched by But it was too late. The green energy wave was already hurtling toward Naisu at an astonishing speed. Naisu, Bulma cried out, attempting to pull Naisu away. Yet it was too late. Naisu gazed at the approaching energy wave, despair etched across her face. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. In that critical moment, a purple figure suddenly surged forth, positioning itself before Naisu. It was Vegeta. He quickly consumed a Shandog, the energy exploding within him. His 350,000 standard battle power surging dramatically. Vegeta. Naisu opened her eyes, astonished and worried as she beheld Vegeta shielding her. Without glancing back, Vegeta crossed his arms defensively, a purple aura erupting around him as he formed a protective barrier of energy. The green energy wave collided violently with his shield, the immense force causing him to spew forth blood, the overwhelming power seemingly on the verge of tearing Vegeta apart. Just as the shield appeared to shatter, Bardock's ultimate technique arrived, the two formidable energies colliding and unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Vegeta quickly shielded himself against the shockwave. He acted without hesitation, knowing that if Naisu bore the brunt of this impact, she would be utterly obliterated. Yet, the intensity of the shockwave far exceeded Bardock's expectations. He felt as though his very organs had been pulverized, lying on the ground, continuously spewing blood, his vision growing increasingly dim. It seemed as if death was truly imminent. The recently consumed Xiando appeared insufficient to restore him. Vegeta. Tai-Si rushed over like a tempest, kneeling beside Vegeta, cradling him in her arms. Vegeta, how are you? Don't scare me. Vegeta, weakly opening his eyes to gaze at Tai-Si, managed a feeble smirk of defiance. Leave me be. I'm fine. One cannot deny the extraordinary power of the Xiando. Even after enduring such a horrifying assault, it had miraculously salvaged Vegeta's life. His body bore the brunt of the shockwave, sustaining grievous injuries, with his insides subjected to a cataclysmic impact. Fortunately, he had consumed a Xiando before the onslaught. Otherwise, he would surely have been consigned to the underworld. Sherlake, observing Vegeta shielding Tai-Si, revealed a hint of astonishment on his face. I never imagined you would protect a woman from Earth, Prince of the Saiyans. How sentimental. Bardock, witnessing Vegeta's critical condition, felt his anger reach a boiling point. His golden aura surged violently, the 350 million battle power emanating an even more terrifying presence, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to engulf everything in its path. Sherlake, you have thoroughly enraged me. Bardock's voice was frigid, laced with a murderous intent. Today, you shall pay for your transgressions. He placed his hands before him, golden energy coalescing in his palms, forming a massive golden energy wave, his signature move, Tyrant Ray. Yet this time, the intensity of the attack was far more formidable, imbued with profound wrath and a desire for annihilation. Bardock infused all his strength into this energy wave, intent on erasing Shirlake from existence. No. Fear flickered across Shylake's face. He attempted to flee, only to discover that his body was ensnared by Bardock's overwhelming aura, rendering him immobile. Tyrant Ray, Bardock bellowed, unleashing the golden energy wave towards Shirlake. The wave, accompanied by a howling wind, struck Shirlake's body with devastating force. Shirlake emitted a despairing scream as his form disintegrated within the golden energy wave, reduced to ashes scattered by the wind, leaving no trace behind. The battle was concluded. Victory had been determined. Bardock watched the place where Shirlake had vanished, his fury gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of relief and exhaustion. He relinquished his Super Saiyan form, his 7 million standard battle power stabilizing. Jinai hurriedly approached to support Bardock. Their eyes met, and they shared a moment of mutual understanding, smiles gracing their faces. Chapter 124. The prince's date. The threat posed by Shirlake seemed merely a minor interlude. As the sun rose, it appeared to dispel all gloom. The commercial streets of Shidu thrived with an unceasing vibrancy, as if infused with a vitality capsule. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between hovering vehicles, casting fragmented reflections on the colorful glass of shop windows. Tai Si, carrying a half-filled shopping bag, walked ahead, her light brown hair gently swaying with each step, occasionally stopping to smile at the displays in the windows. Unbeknownst to her, Vegeta trailed behind, arms crossed, exuding a reluctant demeanor, an aura of discontent that starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere. Vegeta, come look at this. Tai Si suddenly halted before a shop adorned with pink satin ribbons, pointing at a pair of silver couple figurines in the window, two cartoon figures, the male sporting the iconic black, spiky hair of a scion, while the female had a ponytail akin to her own. The base of the figurine was inscribed with the words "Forever Together." Vegeta ambled over, casting a glance at the figurine before furrowing his brow. What is so special about this useless trinket? Raditz would never fancy such gaudy items. Yet, despite his words, his gaze lingered, subconsciously comparing the figurine to Tai Si, finding an uncanny resemblance. What do you know? Tai Si poked his arm playfully. Chi-Chi would definitely love this. It's a wedding keepsake for them, not for Raditz. Besides, at the last wedding you attended with Uncle Bardock, didn't you say the decorations were not too bothersome? The tips of Vegeta's ears turned imperceptibly red as he quickly turned away. Who remembers that nonsense? Let us hurry up and get this done. I can't waste my afternoon training. Tai Si had been attuned to his mood throughout their outing, noting his initial reluctance and his feigned insistence on rushing. She had long since deciphered the temperament of the Scion Prince. With a smile, she took the figurine and handed it to the shopkeeper, then turned to Vegeta, shaking the shopping bag. Don't worry, once we finish this, we'll go enjoy that. She pointed toward the amusement park at the end of the commercial street, where a colossal roller coaster loomed like a silver dragon spiraling through the air, the sounds of screams and cheers echoing from afar. Vegeta followed her gaze, his frown deepening. That contraption that straps people to a metal frame and spins around? What a sheer waste of time. Not a waste of time at all. It's the most popular attraction among Earthlings, incredibly thrilling. Tai Si tugged at his wrist, pulling him toward the amusement park. Vegeta instinctively tried to break free, but upon feeling the warmth of her palm, his movement faltered, ultimately yielding to her pull, his steps reluctant, resembling a child being dragged to class. While waiting in line, a child in front pointed at Vegeta's battle suit with curiosity and asked, "Uncle, are you wearing Superman's outfit?" Just as Vegeta opened his mouth to explain that this was a Scion battle suit, Tai Si interjected with a smile, "Yes. He is Earth's superhero." The child's eyes lit up, and as Vegeta observed the admiration in the boy's gaze, the retort he had prepared evaporated, leaving him to merely grunt in response. Not disputing the claim, during the roller coaster ride, Tai Si clutched the safety bar, squealing with excitement, while Vegeta leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, not even blinking. To a Scion capable of soaring at high speeds through the cosmos, this was akin to a leisurely stroll. However, as the roller coaster reached its zenith and plummeted downward, Tai Si suddenly turned to him with a smile, sunlight illuminating her face, casting delicate shadows beneath her eyelashes. As Vegeta gazed into her sparkling eyes, An unfamiliar sensation surged within him, quickening his heartbeat more than the drop had. What is this feeling? How peculiar. Upon disembarking, Tai-Si was still relishing the thrill, tugging at Vegeta's arm, exclaiming, "What do you think? Wasn't it fun?" Vegeta adjusted his wind-tousled hair, retorting stiffly, "It was merely adequate. It's far slower than my training." Yet, the softness flickering in his eyes did not escape Tai-Si's notice. Next, they ventured to watch a film, selecting a romantic movie favored by Earthlings. The cinema was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering screen. Tai-Si was completely engrossed, stifling tears during the poignant moments. Vegeta, seated beside her, initially scoffed at the melodrama, but as he caught sight of Tai-Si occasionally sniffling, he inexplicably retrieved a tissue from his pocket, the one the shopkeeper had given him when he purchased the figurine, initially deemed useless. Tai-Si accepted the tissue, casting him a surprised glance before softly smiling. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate." The tips of Vegeta's ears flushed once more, and he quickly turned his attention to the screen, gruffly insisting, "Don't misunderstand. I merely didn't want to hear you sniffle distracting me from the movie." Tai-Si chose not to expose him, merely smiling to herself, feeling warmth within. After the film concluded, Tai-Si eagerly pulled Vegeta toward the haunted house. Upon entering, a staff member dressed as a ghost suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, causing Tai-Si to instinctively draw closer to Vegeta. With a protective gesture, Vegeta shielded her behind him, casting a cold, oppressive glance at the apparition that made the staff member nearly stumble, forgetting their lines in fright. Throughout their journey, no matter the ghostly encounter, Vegeta stood resolutely in front of Tai-Si, his formidable presence intimidating the actors into cautious movements. Tai-Si leaned against him, inhaling the faint scent of gunpowder that lingered on him, an unusual comfort enveloping her. As they exited the haunted house, Tai-Si chuckled, remarking, "Vegeta, you were far more frightening than the haunted house itself." Those staff members were so intimidated they could hardly move. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, dismissing, "A bunch of pretenders. Who are they to instill fear?" Despite his words, he refrained from lamenting the dullness of the haunted house, and even agreed with Tai-Si when she noted the amusing design of a particular ghost, adding that the skull was rather well executed. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun its descent, elongating their shadows. Tai-Si, burdened with shopping bags filled with wedding supplies for Raditz and Chi-Chi, also carried a blue leisure outfit she had chosen for Vegeta, believing he was too often clad in combat attire. Today had been exceedingly enjoyable. Tai-Si stretched with a satisfied smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for accompanying me, Vegeta." Vegeta gazed at her beaming face, the feelings he had been suppressing surfacing with greater clarity than before. He recalled how Tai-Si had insisted earlier that it was their first date, a notion he had found absurd at the time. However, reflecting on their day, riding roller coasters, watching films, and navigating the haunted house, he could not help but acknowledge that it resembled what Earthlings termed a date. Turning away awkwardly, he muttered in a softer voice than usual, "Who said I wanted to date you? I merely wished to avoid your incessant chatter while I trained." His gaze fell upon the shopping bags in Tai-Si's hands, prompting him to add, "If you plan to purchase such an abundance next time, do inform me in advance. I can use instant transmission to bring you, saving us the time of walking." Tai-Si's eyes sparkled. "So you would be willing to accompany me again?" Vegeta cleared his throat, sidestepping a direct answer, but stepping beside her to naturally take the heaviest shopping bag from her grasp, stating, "Let us go. It is getting dark. I shall escort you home." Tai-Si could not suppress her laughter as she watched him carry the shopping bag. She hurried to match his pace, walking alongside him. The setting sun cast their shadows together, stretching long as if reaching far beyond. Vegeta, feeling Tai-Si's presence beside him, realized for the first time that an afternoon devoid of training was not so unbearable. He reminisced about his days on Vegeta, where life revolved solely around combat and the pursuit of power. However, since arriving on Earth and living alongside Bardock and the others, now strolling with Tai-Si, enjoying mundane yet warm moments, these simple days brought him unexpected comfort. He glanced at the shopping bag, which contained a wedding tie for Raditz. Recalling Tai-Si's delighted smile at a trinket earlier, a thought emerged unbidden. If he could continue to accompany her like this in the future, it might not be so bad. As soon as the thought emerged, Vegeta shook his head, scolding himself for entertaining such frivolous notions. Yet, the involuntary smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. Arriving at Tai-Si's building, she retrieved the blue leisure outfit from the shopping bag and handed it to him, saying, "Vegeta, this is for you. I believe it suits you well. Perhaps you could wear it next time instead of your usual battle attire." Vegeta stared at the garment. The soft blue fabric adorned with simple white stripes, a stark contrast to his customary attire. He hesitated before accepting it, warmth flooding his chest upon the brief touch of the fabric. "Understood," he replied, neatly folding the clothing to tuck it away. "You may go upstairs now. I shall return tomorrow to help deliver the items to Raditz and Chi-Chi." "All right." Taisai nodded with a smile. "I shall head up now. Good night, Vegeta." Good night." Watching her disappear into the building, Vegeta turned to leave. As he walked home, cradling the blue leisure outfit, his steps felt lighter than before. The evening breeze carried the scents of the bustling commercial street, and as he glanced up at the stars, he found the Earth's night sky to be brighter and warmer than that of Vegeta. He caressed the garment, silently contemplating that perhaps living like an Earthling every so often was not so bad after all. At the very least, in such moments, there was Taisai's smile, the warmth of the bustling life around them, and an unfamiliar sense of peace he had never experienced before. The once proud Scion Prince, too disdainful to concern himself with trivial matters, was gradually being softened by the warmth of Earth, a transformation he remained unaware of, one not of compromise, but of true happiness he had never known. The outskirts of Shidu were adorned as if a jar of candy had been spilled, with red satin designed by Chi-Chi entwining the vibrant green branches, extending from the entrance to the wedding stage. White balloons along the way bore the small print of Lucky, an ingenious design by Taisai and Bulma that intertwined Raditz's La and Chi-Chi's Chi. The sunshine was perfect, the air fragrant with the scent of grass and cake, and even the atmosphere was filled with joy. Vegeta stood among the groomsmen, donned in the blue leisure outfit gifted by Taisai, the collar meticulously arranged, though he still habitually kept his hands in his pockets, brow furrowed, yet devoid of his usual impatience. To his left stood Goku, clad in an orange shirt selected by Bulma, his collar unbuttoned, furtively reaching into his pocket for senza beans, fearful of missing out on wedding favors. Beside him was Krillin, dressed in a fitted black suit, his shiny bald head occasionally whispering to Dozy, who wore a small white suit, floating nervously with a miniature bouquet, his cheeks flushed. Further down the line was Tianjin, who had neatly styled his hair, his three-eyed gaze softened from its usual sharpness. At the far end, Piccolo appeared somewhat out of place, still in his signature green battle attire, yet unusually uncrossed arms, hands resting naturally at his sides, observing the lively scene with a subtle smile. After all, this was his first time attending a friend's wedding. Previously, during Goku's wedding, they had been fierce rivals, so technically, this was his first experience at a banquet. Despite not needing to consume food, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and dear friends, the MC was none other than Yamcha, and one must admit, if he were not a fighter, he would make an excellent host. Yamcha took the stage holding a microphone, dressed sharply in a black tuxedo, hair impeccably styled, a confident smile gracing his face. "Today, we gather here to witness the joyous moment of Mr. Raditz and Miss Chi-Chi." His voice resonated through the speakers, immediately eliciting a round of applause from the audience. Bulma, seated in the front row, cheered him on with a gesture, causing Yamcha's eyes to gleam even brighter. Unconsciously, Vegeta's gaze drifted toward the bridesmaids lineup, quickly landing on Taisai. Taisi donned a delicate pink bridesmaid dress, her long hair fashioned into an elegant bun, adorned with a small white flower nestled among her locks. She was engaged in a soft, joyous exchange with Mrs. Burifu beside her, the sunlight cascading upon her face, bestowing an exquisite warmth. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Taisi turned her head, and, upon locking eyes with Vegeta, smiled and waved at him. Vegeta's ears flushed with a sudden crimson hue, and he hastily averted his gaze, feigning interest in the stage where Yamcha was performing, yet unbeknownst to him, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted in a smile. At that moment, the music shifted unexpectedly from a lively tune to a serene piano melody. All eyes turned towards the entrance as Leitais, clad in a black suit with a red flower pinned to his chest, approached hand in hand with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked resplendent in her white wedding gown, her hair gently cascading over her shoulders, her face radiating a bashful smile, the corners of her lips curving slightly upward. Behind them, Numa Wang, dressed in a red tang suit, followed, his once stalwart visage now laden with tears, a handkerchief in hand, dabbing at his eyes intermittently while unable to suppress a smile. His expression of simultaneous joy and sorrow evoked tears in the eyes of many guests. Leitai's steps were somewhat awkward as he faced a myriad of battles in his lifetime, confronting foes more fearsome than Frieza. Yet at this moment, he felt a nervous sweat trickling from his palms. He glanced at Chi-Chi, who, sensing his tension, gently squeezed his hand and whispered, "Do not be anxious. I am here with you." The warmth of her smile alleviated much of Leitai's anxiety, and his steps grew steadier. Bardock stood at the side of the stage, pride swelling within him as he observed his son in a suit. Memories of Leitais as a small boy on Vegeta Star flooded his mind. Back then, Leitais was frail, yet had already learned to clench his fists and declare his aspiration to become the mightiest scion. Now, his son not only found his place, but also forged numerous friendships on Earth. Unconsciously, a gentle smile crept onto Bardock's face, a tender expression devoid of all defenses. Janae stood beside him, lightly grasping his hand. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, they found a shared happiness. Chapter 126, Leitais' Wedding, Part 2. Leitais carefully took the ring, delicately sliding it onto Chi-Chi's finger, his movements as gentle as if handling a rare gem. Chi-Chi reciprocated with another ring, placing it onto Leitais' finger, their hands entwined, the rings shimmering in the sunlight. Applause erupted from the audience once more as Suin Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leaned towards Vegeta and whispered, "Vegeta, look how blissful they are. When Taisai has her wedding, it should be just as lively." Vegeta shot him a glance. "Kakaluot, your chatter knows no bounds." However, despite his words, his gaze drifted once more towards Taisi, an unfamiliar thought emerging in his mind. Perhaps he did not entirely reject such scenes for the future. After the rings were exchanged, Yamcha cheerfully proclaimed, "Next, let us hear the heartfelt words from the newlyweds. First, may I invite Mr. Leitais." Leitais took the microphone. Gazing at Chi-Chi with eyes brimming with tenderness, "I once believed that a scion's mission was solely to battle and grow stronger. It was only upon arriving on Earth and meeting Chi-Chi that I realized there are matters far more significant than fighting, namely, protecting those dear to us. Chi-Chi, thank you for choosing to stand by my side. From now on, I vow to shield you and our family for all my days." Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's cheeks as she took the microphone, her voice slightly choked. "Leitais, I know you can be foolish at times, but I understand your sincere affection for me. Regardless of whether you go off to battle or train, I will always await your return at home. Let us live our lives together, shall we?" "Absolutely." Leitais nodded vigorously, enveloping Chi-Chi in his embrace as the audience erupted in applause and cheers. Numawang wept like a child, exclaiming, "My daughter has grown up. Finally, someone cares for her." After the ceremony concluded, a jubilant banquet ensued. Suin Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. As soon as the food was served, he seized his chopsticks and began devouring the dishes, occasionally serving food to Kellen and Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan and Pike sat together, exchanging few words, yet clinking their cups together to sip juice occasionally. Vegeta found himself seated beside Taisi, who offered him a piece of cake, smiling, "Try this. It's a recipe I made with Bulma. It's delicious." Vegeta did not decline, taking a bite of the cake. Its sweetness blossomed in his mouth, surpassing any flavor he had savored before. Bardock approached Leitais, patting his shoulder. "Well done, my boy. You Haven Tea disappointed me. Treat Chi-Chi well, should you dare harm her. I will be the first to confront you." Leitais smiled and nodded. "Father, rest assured, I will." Janae then approached, presenting Chi-Chi with a bracelet. "Chi-Chi, this is a bracelet I wore on Vegeta Star. I now gift it to you as our scion betrothal token. From this day forth, you are part of our family." Chi-Chi accepted the bracelet, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate her gratitude. She simply nodded emphatically. Numawang grasped Leitais' hand, presenting him with a red box. "Leitais, this is our family heirloom, now entrusted to you. Remember, Chi-Chi is my only daughter. If you dare mistreat her, I will not hesitate to confront you, even if you are a scion." Leitais accepted the box, solemnly affirming, "Father-in-law, you need not worry. I will protect Chi-Chi with my life and ensure she suffers no harm." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the banquet neared its conclusion. Guests began to depart, and Leitais and Chi-Chi stood at the entrance, bidding farewell. Vegeta and Taisi were the last to leave. As Taisi watched Leitais and Chi-Chi's retreating figures, she remarked, "They are truly happy." Vegeta responded with an mm, pausing for a moment before suddenly stating, "If such events arise again, I can accompany you." Taisi gazed at him in surprise, then laughed, her eyes sparkling. Really? That would be splendid. Vegeta turned his head away, his ears turning crimson once more. Do not read too much into it. I merely think it's dull to remain in the gravity chamber all the time. Nevertheless, within his heart, he felt an unprecedented tranquility and warmth. The evening breeze wafted gently, carrying the sweet aroma of the wedding, as Latai's and Chi-Chi's laughter echoed. Vegeta looked at the joyous Taisi beside him, for the first time sensing that life on Earth was not only pleasant but brimming with a promising future. This once proud Scion Prince, unbeknownst to himself, had already begun to regard this place as home, and the people around him as precious treasures he yearned to protect. This wedding not only witnessed the happiness of Latai's and Chi-Chi, but also quietly heralded a warmer future for Vegeta, Taisi, and all their companions on Earth. Chapter 127, Mechanical Dailies, Part 1. In the depths of space, a damaged Scion reconnaissance ship struggled forward, trailing a plume of smoke and sparks through the inky void. Inside the cockpit, Dailies slumped against his seat, bloodied and broken, his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the gaping wound deep enough to expose bone, continuously seeping blood that stained his dark purple combat suit. With each breath, he felt a searing pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were being mercilessly crushed. And even the slightest movement could provoke violent spasms. Latai's clenched his teeth, forcing the name through his gritted jaws, his crimson eyes ablaze with overwhelming rage and humiliation. Vivid images of the battlefield on Earth replayed in his mind, his most trusted subordinate, charging towards him with a roar to cover his retreat, ultimately self-destructing in a blinding flash of light, leaving only swirling clouds of dust, and his loyal soldiers, one after another, shielding him with their bodies, enduring the onslaught until the last one fell, still shouting for him to flee. Yet he, once a formidable Scion warrior who instilled fear across countless planets, was reduced to a beaten dog, powerless to retaliate. The final blast from Latai's, a culmination of all his strength, shattered not only his defenses but also his pride as a Scion. How could I have lost to such an inferior warrior, one that even King Vegeta scorned? Dodoria pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, blood seeping through his fingers, despair and hatred entwining around his heart like creeping vines. Suddenly, the ship's alarms blared sharply, and red warning lights flickered madly in the cockpit. Warning! Warning! Life signs are critically low, remaining oxygen at 30, medical supplies depleted. Power system malfunctioning, imminent course deviation. The cold electronic voice pierced through Dodoria's dwindling hope like a dagger. Struggling to rise, he scanned the starry expanse outside the viewport, desperately searching for a planet on which he could land. If he did not receive treatment soon, he would not survive for 3 hours. Just then, the ship's sensors detected a faint signal, a planet nearby, designation unknown, its surface covered in vast metallic structures. Big Star. Dodoria gazed at the gray-silver planet displayed on the screen, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. He had never heard of this world, but at that moment, it represented his sole chance of survival. Summoning his remaining strength, he maneuvered the ship, adjusting its course toward Big Star. As the vessel entered the atmosphere, the hull scraped violently against the air, generating heat intense enough to threaten to melt the entire cabin. The damaged tail fin broke completely, and the ship plummeted like a kite with severed strings, ultimately crashing down onto a vast metallic plain, sending debris flying in every direction. Dodoria was thrown from the ship by the force of the impact, crashing heavily onto the cold metal ground, a spray of blood staining the silvery surface beneath him. He struggled to rise, but found his right leg devoid of sensation. Looking down, he saw that the skin along his pant leg had been torn, revealing bone beneath. Damn it, am I to die here? He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. I have yet to avenge myself. I cannot die. A fierce will to survive surged within him as he propped himself up with his remaining right arm and limped forward. Big Star was even more desolate than he had imagined. All around him, there was no green vegetation, no sounds of life, only an expanse of metallic structures and ground, with a gray sky permeated by a chilling mechanical atmosphere. He walked for an entire hour, the unyielding metallic surface beneath his feet remaining flat and hard, while the surrounding buildings stood in a seemingly orderly arrangement, devoid of windows or entrances. Just as his consciousness began to blur and his body threatened to give way, a cold electronic voice resonated throughout the planet. as if emanating from all directions. Detection of foreign life signals. Life signs weak. Conditions for binding met. Initiating main computer binding procedure. Core energy of the planet commencing transmission. Dodora's head snapped up, his eyes filled with caution. He did not know the source of the voice, but instinct warned him of imminent danger. He attempted to channel the last remnants of his energy to form a protective shield, but his weakened body could barely muster enough power to create a thin film of energy around him. In the next moment, Big Star trembled violently. The metallic plates of the ground slowly cracked open, revealing glimmering liquid metal below. This liquid metal surged forth as if alive, flowing through the fissures and coalescing into golden streams rushing toward Dodoria. The speed of these streams quickened, soon forming a golden tide that enveloped him. What is this? Dodoria gasped in shock, desperately trying to retreat, but his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground. The golden liquid metal surged over his body, its cold touch seeping through his skin, bringing excruciating pain. He could distinctly feel the metal ravenously consuming his form, reshaping every inch from skin to muscle to bone. The intense agony forced a heart-wrenching scream from Dodoria's lips. He felt his organs being crushed and remolded. His once warm blood seemed to be replaced by a cold, mechanical energy coursing through his veins. He yearned to resist, to escape, but the golden metal held him fast, rendering even a single finger immobile. The dread of death loomed over him once more, and he could vividly imagine being entirely consumed, reduced to a heap of lifeless metallic remnants. No, I cannot be devoured like this. A fierce desire for vengeance erupted within him as Dodoria gritted his teeth, channeling the last vestige of his scion spirit to fight against the golden liquid metal. At that moment, he sensed an inexplicable resonance between his consciousness and the destructive metal. He could perceive the structure of the metal, feel the energy flow of the entire Big Star, and even control the direction of the metal. This was an unprecedented sensation, as though he had merged with the planet itself. The golden liquid metal continued to pour into his body, yet the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sense of empowerment. Metal began to coalesce at the site of his severed arm, gradually forming a new limb. With visible gears at the joints and flexible fingertips, his shattered leg bones were encased and repaired by metal. The muscle beneath transformed into resilient mechanical fibers. His heart ceased its beating, replaced by a glowing blue energy core, each pulse providing him with an inexhaustible source of strength. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the golden liquid metal finally ceased its flow, retreating back into the ground's fissures, disappearing from sight. The tremors of Big Star gradually subsided, restoring the previous calm. Dodoria slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold blue light reflecting in them. He raised his new metallic arm, observing the gleaming alloy shell, and gently clenched his fist, the gears at his knuckles producing a crisp clicking sound. He could distinctly feel an unprecedented power coursing through him, far surpassing his peak strength. What a tremendous power! It was simply unimaginable. Chapter 128, Mechanical Dodoria, Part 2. What manner of power is this? Dodoria attempted to harness his energy, and in an instant, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from within him, fracturing the metallic ground around him with a multitude of cracks, even causing the distant structures to sway slightly. Is this the power of Big Star? Dodoria murmured, disbelief mingling with uncontainable excitement in his voice. He glanced down at his body. His skin had transformed into a metallic gray hue, and the energy core in his chest emitted a steady blue glow, absorbing energy from the surrounding air with each breath, repairing his body's damage. At that moment, the previously cold electronic voice echoed once more in his mind. Main computer binding successful. Host, Dodoria. The exclusive abilities of the mechanical body have been unlocked for the host: energy absorption, self-repair, and clone replication. Current host body status: 8. Energy reserve: 70. A strong desire for vengeance has been detected in the host. Target information has been automatically recorded. Would you like to initiate the Ability Familiarization Guidance program? Ability Familiarization Guidance? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Dodoria's eyes, as his prior anger and humiliation were temporarily suppressed, replaced by curiosity and a desire for mastery over this newfound power. He understood well that although he had acquired formidable strength, his control over this mechanical body was still quite unfamiliar. Should he recklessly pursue revenge against Dodoria, he risked failure due to improper use of his abilities. He took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience, and replied in a low voice, "Initiate the guidance program." The guidance program commenced, first demonstrating the energy absorption ability for the host. As the electronic voice concluded, Deli felt a faint pull emanating from the palm of his hand. Instinctively, he aimed his hand towards a nearby fragment of a damaged spacecraft. In the next instant, a pale blue energy detached from the wreckage, flowing into his body through his palm, causing the energy core in his chest to glow more brightly. The energy reserve increased to 72, and the host could actively absorb any form of energy, including mechanical energy, biological breath, and natural energy. Deli's eyes brightened as he directed his hand towards the metallic ground beside him. Indeed, the energy from the metal beneath the surface was gradually absorbed, albeit at a slower pace, yet his energy reserves steadily rose. He attempted to halt the absorption, and the pulling sensation in his palm instantly vanished, allowing him to control the process with ease. Next, the electronic voice continued to introduce the self-repair ability, which would swiftly heal physical injuries. After a moment's hesitation, Deli slowly nodded, and he soon felt a warm current coursing through him. The alloy shell at his severely injured wound cracked open, revealing the energy circuitry within. However, before he could examine it closely, golden liquid metal surged from the wound, instantly filling the gaps, and his arm quickly returned to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Regardless of the severity of the damage, as long as the energy reserve remained above 1, the body could automatically repair itself, with greater damage requiring more energy. Finally, the electronic voice pointed to a distant open area. The clone replication ability requires an energy cost of 20. The clone possesses 80 of the host's strength and the same thought patterns, capable of independent combat or cooperating with the host. Upon the clone's dissolution, any absorbed energy will return to the host. Would the host like to attempt generating a clone? Generate. Deli responded without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than the glow of the energy core in his chest dimmed slightly, and a mechanical figure identical to him emerged from his body. Landing on the ground nearby, the clone moved its limbs and, with a similar glimmer in its eyes, nodded slightly at Deli, mirroring his actions and demeanor perfectly. Incredible. Deli gazed at the clone, unable to resist stepping forward to meet its gaze. He could distinctly sense the clone's thoughts and even perceive the surrounding environment through its eyes, as if he existed simultaneously in two places. He commanded the clone to throw a punch, and it immediately complied, the force of the punch creating a shallow dent in the metallic ground, confirming that its strength indeed matched 80 of his own. Recall the clone, Deli ordered, and the clone transformed into a stream of golden light, reintegrating into his body, restoring the glow of his energy core to its previous brightness. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him and the initial mastery over his two abilities, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. What manner of power is this? It is entirely of a different dimension compared to the strength he had previously known. This power could easily crush even Fulisha. Latizi, now is not the time to settle the score with you. He raised his gaze to the starry sky outside the viewport, the red glow in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by calmness and restraint. I need time to thoroughly master the power of this body, to utilize every ability to its utmost potential. When the day comes that I am truly prepared, it will be you and everyone you hold dear who will pay the price. He turned and walked toward the fully repaired spacecraft, his mechanical legs making no sound as they tread upon the ground, yet each step was remarkably steady. Upon boarding the ship, he refrained from activating the navigation system, instead sitting in the cockpit to begin meditative contemplation. He needed to organize the flow of energy within this mechanical body, familiarize himself with the operation of every joint, and perfectly integrate the Scion's combat instincts with the capabilities of the mechanical form. On the metallic plains of Bai Kusi de Xing, the spacecraft rested quietly, shrouded beneath a gray sky, with only the stable blue glow of Deli's energy core flickering within the cockpit. He resembled a lurking beast, silently honing his claws on an unknown planet, awaiting the day of vengeance. Meanwhile, the main computer of Bai Kusi de Xing continued to transmit knowledge of mechanical technology to his mind, instructing him on how to optimize energy absorption efficiency, enhance the endurance of clones, and utilize the planet's metallic resources to fortify his body. As Deli absorbed this knowledge, he meticulously planned his future. First, to utilize the resources of Bai Kusi de Xing to further modify his body. Next, to venture to the abandoned planets on the edge of the galaxy in search of clues regarding his former subordinates, and finally, to return to Earth with greater strength and allies to exact his revenge. The flames of vengeance had not been extinguished. They were merely suppressed within his heart, transforming into the driving force propelling him to grow stronger. Dalizi knew full well that true strength never recklessly manifests before it is fully matured. He required patience, the need to consolidate, to forge himself into an indomitable blade, ready to strike fiercely at the heart of his enemies. The wind of Bai Kusi de Xing swept across the vast metallic plains, carrying with it the cold breath of machinery. On this planet, Dalizi's mechanical body embarked on a new chapter of rebirth and concealment, planting a seed imbued with a sense of destruction for the future of the cosmos. Chapter 129, The Evil Alliance, Part 1. The news of Fu Lisha's demise reverberated through the universe like a thunderclap for 3 entire months. The star regions once shrouded in that cold purple shadow experienced a true power vacuum for the first time. Those planetary lords who had relied on Fu Lisha's army were in a state of perpetual anxiety. Some sought to carve out their own territories, while others covertly contacted other forces in the universe, hoping to seize a portion of the chaos. The Galactic Patrol, a military force dedicated to maintaining order in the star regions, seized the opportunity to attempt to bring Fu Lisha's remaining influence under control. Yet, everyone forgot that Fu Lisha was not alone. When a flagship, larger and more fearsome than Fu Lisha's death ship, the Extreme Cold Purgatory, sliced through the nebula of Pluto's domain, the entire universe realized that the true storm was just beginning. On the bridge of the flagship, a white figure stood before the observation window, its elongated eyes devoid of Fu Lisha's malice, yet exuding a more oppressive arrogance. This was Gula, Fu Lisha's elder brother, who had long lurked on the fringes of the universe, possessing strength that had long surpassed that of his younger sibling. Report, Lord Gula. We have arrived at the former Fu Lisha's domain, Ka Luanxing. The planetary lord refuses to relinquish control, and the Galactic Patrol's 3rd Squadron has deployed defenses in the planet's orbit. The communicator crackled with the respectful voice of a subordinate, tinged with an unmistakable tension. No one dared to exhibit even a hint of laxity before Gula. This new leader's methods were more direct and ruthless than those of Frieza. Gula slowly turned, his fingertips lightly tapping against the metal railing of the bridge, the sound mundane yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Refusal? Let them comprehend the amount of blood required to inscribe that word. Half an hour later, the atmosphere of Kalangsing was torn asunder. The warriors of the Gula Legion surged forth like a tidal wave, clad in uniform black armor and wielding high-energy particle guns, each shot precisely dismantling the defenses of the Guard. However, the resistance put forth by the Cosmic Guard proved far more tenacious than anticipated. The captain of the 3rd Squad, a seasoned warrior, adeptly utilized the complex mountainous terrain of Kalangsing to repeatedly impede the Gula Legion's advance, resulting in a stalemate. Commander, our frontline assault is hindered. The reinforcements from the Cosmic Guard are fortified in the Blackstone Gorge, and our casualties have exceeded 300. The frontline commander's voice was laced with urgency, fully aware of the dire consequences should Gula lose his patience. On the bridge, Gula's brow furrowed slightly. He detested delays, and even more so, those who fancied themselves capable of obstructing him. There was no time to waste. He stepped forward, his metal boots echoing dully against the bridge's floor. I shall handle this. No one dared to intervene. When Gula appeared above Blackstone Gorge, both the warriors of the Gula Legion and the members of the Cosmic Guard ceased their actions. He bore no weapons, merely hovering in midair, an aura of chilling cold radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it crystallized into ice. You are the captain of the Guard? Gula's gaze fixed upon the captain stationed atop the gorge, his tone devoid of warmth. The captain gripped his energy sword tightly, suppressing the fear within, and shouted, Gula, you have no authority to seize Kalangsing. This is the jurisdiction of the Cosmic Guard. Depart at once. Jurisdiction? Gula scoffed, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, the captain felt a searing pain in his chest, unable to discern Gula's movement. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the gorge's rocky wall. The energy sword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the ground with a resonant thrum. He coughed up blood, raising his gaze to find Gula standing before him, the tip of his boot lightly pressing against the captain's chest. Now whose domain is this? Despair filled the captain's eyes as he attempted to struggle, only to find every ounce of strength suppressed by Gula's presence, rendering even his fingers immobile. Surrounding members of the guard raised their weapons towards Gula, yet none dared to pull the trigger, acutely aware that any action would lead to their own demise. Since no one wishes to respond, let none respond at all. Gula's gaze turned frigid. A faint blue energy wave erupted from his palm, swiftly engulfing the entirety of Blackstone Gorge. There were no screams, no struggles. The members of the guard, along with their defensive structures, were reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. At the gorge's summit, the Lord of Kalingsing witnessed this scene, his legs trembling as he knelt, repeatedly bowing and proclaiming his willingness to submit. Gula did not spare him a glance, turning to ascend, leaving behind a chilling command. Take control of the planet, eliminate the remaining forces, and prepare to depart for the next planet in 10 minutes. This was Gula's style of governance, iron-fisted, efficient, leaving no potential threat behind. In the ensuing 6 months, Gula's fleet swept through every planet left in Frieza's wake. Whether warlords attempting to assert their independence or cosmic forces seeking to obstruct him, those who dared stand in his way ultimately met with death. Unlike Frieza, who relished in the torment of his prey, Gula opted to crush all obstacles with absolute power, compelling a greater fear among the denizens of the universe with his swift and brutal resolutions. Gradually, the name Gula replaced that of Frieza, emerging as the new nightmare within the cosmos. Whispers circulated that his strength surpassed Frieza's tenfold. Others claimed he had mastered power beyond the final form. Yet some believed his ambitions extended beyond merely seizing Frieza's dominion, aiming to conquer the entire galaxy. At this moment, Gula stood upon the bridge of the extreme cold purgatory, surveying the star map before him. "Commander, the X-73 planet has come into view. We are expected to enter the atmosphere in 5 minutes, the navigator reported. Gula nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Let us hope this planet offers me some amusement. 5 minutes later, the massive hull of the extreme cold purgatory breached the atmosphere of X-73, hovering in midair. The planet's surface was characterized by dark red rocky terrain, with a few abandoned mines dotting the landscape, presenting a desolate visage. As the ship's hatch opened, thousands of Gula Legion warriors filed out in formation, their rigorous training evident in their synchronized steps and the cold gleam of their black armor reflecting the dim crimson sunlight, swiftly securing the landing site. On the star map, a planet marked as X-73 pulsed with a red glow. It was the next target in his conquest plan, rumored to harbor rich star core energy sufficient to facilitate a large-scale upgrade of his fleet. Chapter 130, The Evil Alliance, Part 2, Mechanical Dailies versus Cosmic Emperor Gula. The pinnacle confrontation of two formidable antagonists. Shortly thereafter, a series of heavy footsteps echoed. Surrounded by his subordinates, Gula descended from the spacecraft. His white figure stood out starkly against the barren planet, his silver-gray cloak billowing in the wind, narrow eyes scanning the environment, though his brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss. According to intelligence, while the population of X-73 was not extensive, there should be at least 100,000 miners and residents. Yet now, as far as the eye could see, apart from the sounds of the wind and falling rocks, there was not a single trace of life. The ground bore no blood, no signs of battle, as if all existence had vanished into thin air. Commander, the surrounding area has been thoroughly searched. No signs of life have been detected. Not even the miners' encampment, which is entirely deserted, and the supplies have also disappeared. A scout returned to report, confusion evident in his tone. Gula's expression darkened. He had traversed the cosmos for years, yet had never encountered such a situation. A planet that should have teemed with life had transformed into a dead world, with resources plundered. Had another force acted first? Or was there an unknown danger lurking? Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted, shaking the ground. 3 soldiers behind Gula had no time to react before a silvery energy pierced through them, instantly turning them to ash. The sudden assault heightened the tension among all Gula Legion warriors, who quickly raised their weapons, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Gula's gaze sharpened, tracking the direction of the energy explosion. There, atop an abandoned mine, stood a figure. This individual possessed silver-white skin, exuding a texture akin to the most refined metal. Surrounded by crackling currents of terrifying electricity, a faint blue energy core pulsating in his chest. He slightly lowered his head, mechanical bangs obscuring part of his forehead. But when he lifted his gaze, his cold eyes met Gula's, devoid of fear, radiating an indifference as if gazing upon inconsequential prey. Interesting, a cold smile creased Gula's lips. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from this individual. While not as potent as his own, it certainly surpassed any of his subordinates. Interesting, echoed the thoughts of dailies atop the mine, observing the stirred Gula legion below. He arrived on the X-73 planet, initially intending to test the combat capabilities of his mechanical body. After mastering the 3 core abilities on Vegeta Star, he further optimized his energy absorption efficiency through knowledge transmitted by the main computer, enhancing the defensive strength of his body. Now, he desperately required a genuine battle to assess his prowess. Simultaneously, the planet's star core energy was also his objective, prompting him to eliminate all life forms on the planet in advance, collecting all the energy into his spacecraft. Just as he prepared to depart, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. Gazing at the figure below, clad in a silver-white cloak, emanating a formidable aura, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Daily's eyes. This individual possessed an overwhelming presence, surpassing any adversary he had previously encountered, providing the perfect opportunity for him to stretch his muscles. Without further ado, Daily's figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared before Gula, his right fist crackling with silver-white electricity, forcefully striking towards Gula's chest. A flash of surprise crossed Gula's eyes. Such speed. However, as a seasoned warrior who had endured countless battles, his reaction time was exceptional. He effortlessly raised his left hand, a layer of pale blue energy forming a protective shield in his palm, firmly intercepting Daily's punch. The collision of their immense powers generated a shockwave that spread like a hurricane. Even the warriors behind Gula, positioned dozens of meters away, were swept off their feet, crashing heavily to the ground, many losing consciousness. Only a few of the stronger warriors managed to maintain their footing, albeit with pale faces, too intimidated to approach. The rocks surrounding the mining site shattered under the impact of the shockwave, falling debris thudding against the ground, producing a dull sound. Both Gula and Daily's retreated 2 steps, their expressions shifting. This opponent is formidable, they simultaneously pondered. Gula had initially perceived Daily's as a slightly larger ant, yet the force behind that punch had exceeded his expectations. The current coursing through that fist had even penetrated his shield, causing a tingling sensation in his arm. Daily's, too, was taken aback. He had utilized 70% of his strength in that punch, expecting it to at least force his opponent back a few steps. Yet the ease with which Gula had countered astonished him, allowing for a counterattack. It appeared that this battle would not be mundane. A smile curled at the corners of Daily's mouth, and the energy core in his chest shimmered more brightly. Gula also retracted his initial disdain, flexing his wrist as the pale blue energy flowed gently around him. It has been a long time since I encountered someone bold enough to strike first. You have successfully piqued my interest. No sooner had he spoken than Gula's figure vanished. In the next moment, the two were entangled in mid-air combat. Daily's fists moved as swiftly as lightning, each punch crackling with silver-white electricity, aimed at Gula's vital points. Meanwhile, Gula's movements were even more agile, evading Daily's attacks while countering with palm strikes, pale blue energy continuously erupting from his palms and bombarding Daily's. Boom! Daily's fist connected with Gula's left cheek, the immense force causing Gula's head to turn, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet Gula refused to cower. Seizing the moment Daily's threw a punch, he delivered a kick to Daily's chest, sending him flying. Daily's body collided with an abandoned mining tower, the metallic structure collapsing instantaneously. A cloud of dust billowing into the air. Coughing amidst the dust, Daily's gradually stood upright. A crack had formed in the metallic shell of his chest, pale blue energy leaking from the fissure, but just seconds later, golden liquid metal surged forth, instantly sealing the gap, stabilizing the energy core in his chest. Self-repairing ability? Gula raised an eyebrow, his interest intensifying. A mechanical body, the essence of a scion. Who exactly are you? Daily's brushed off the dust from his body, his silver-white skin shimmering under the sunlight. You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is that today you have encountered someone capable of defeating you. Chapter 131, The Evil Alliance, Part 3, Defeat Me? Gula erupted into laughter, his voice imbued with profound confidence. Since becoming the Cosmic Emperor, no one had dared to utter such words. Very well. If you refuse to disclose your identity, then I shall beat it out of you. With that, Gula's aura surged dramatically, pale blue energy forming a colossal field around him, lifting the surrounding rocks into the air. His speed escalated once more, leaving a multitude of afterimages as he relentlessly attacked Dailies. Unyielding, Dailies maximized his energy absorption ability, drawing in the stray energy from the air around him, causing the energy core in his chest to glow brilliantly. His speed also accelerated, leading to an even faster and more intense battle in the skies. Each of their clashes reverberated with explosive sounds. The surface of X-73 planet was left unrecognizable by the aftermath of their combat, deep crimson rock fragments scattering everywhere, while the once flat ground bore gaping chasms. On the bridge of the extreme cold purgatory ship, the navigator and commander observed the battle on the planet's surface, their faces turning pale. Who is that person? How can he match Lord Gula? The navigator's voice trembled. The commander shook his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. I do not know, but it is certain that he is indeed among the top-tier warriors in the universe. The chief has not fought with such seriousness in a long time. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, Gula and Dailies had exchanged hundreds of blows, both panting slightly. Dailies bore several new wounds, yet they were healing rapidly. Gula's body also showed signs of damage, blood on his face still uncleaned, yet his eyes grew ever brighter. This is exhilarating. Gula laughed heartily. It had been ages since anyone had provided him with such a thrilling fight. Now, tell me your name. Dailies ceased his assault, looking at Gula as the energy core in his chest gradually calmed. Dailies. Dailies. Gula murmured the name, nodding in approval. A good name. I can sense the essence of a scion within you, yet your body is mechanical. What is the meaning of this? That is not important. Dailies shook his head. What matters is that you are strong. I have heard that you are the new cosmic emperor, even more powerful than Frieza. Frieza? At the mention of that name, a flicker of disdain crossed Gula's eyes. He is but a cowardly brother, incapable of defending his own territory. However, you are correct. My strength certainly surpasses his. That is good. A glint of determination flashed in Dailies' eyes. I have been searching for strong warriors. Since you possess such strength, let me witness your full power. I will also unleash my complete strength and engage you in a proper battle. Gula's eyes sparkled. He could sense that Dailies had yet to unleash his full potential. It seemed there was even greater power hidden within him. Very well. I shall satisfy your request. Prepare to witness the true might of the Cosmic Emperor. The moment his words fell, Gula's aura surged once again, becoming several times more powerful than before. The pale blue energy transformed into a deep purple. Numerous purple lightning bolts swirling around him, crackling with sound. His body began to undergo a transformation. His muscles grew more robust, sharp bone spikes protruded from his form. A layer of white armor enveloped his face, and his originally slender eyes sharpened, with violet light flickering in his pupils. This is Gula's ultimate form. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from Gula, causing the surface of X-73 planet to tremble violently, with distant mountains even showing signs of collapse. His combat power soared to 4.7 billion at that moment. This is my ultimate form. Gula gazed at Dailies with an unwavering confidence, declaring, Now, let me witness your utmost strength, Dailies. Dailies took a deep breath, sensing the terrifying pressure of Gula's final form. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He closed his eyes, delving his consciousness deep within, synchronizing completely with the main computer of Vegeta Star. Main computer, activate maximum power output, energy core fully engaged, all defense systems on standby. Acknowledged. Host, energy core power elevated to 100, mechanical joint strength reinforced, current output maximized, combat power projected to reach 4.5 billion. As the cold electronic voice resonated in Dailies' mind, his body began to transform. The silvery currents surrounding him intensified, forming a colossal vortex of electricity. The energy core in his chest erupted with a blinding blue light, tinting the nearby dark red rocks with a pale blue hue. In that moment, his speed, strength, and defense peaked. This is my full power. Dailies opened his eyes, which shimmered with blue light. Gula, prepare yourself. As soon as the words left his lips, both figures vanished from their original positions. Dailies and Gula left behind countless afterimages in midair, their speed surpassing sound, even exceeding light itself. Ordinary onlookers could hardly perceive their movements, only hearing the continuous explosions and the thunderous clashes of energy. Bang! Gula's fist, charged with purple lightning, struck fiercely towards Daly's chest. The force of this punch was several times stronger than before. A typical warrior would likely be pulverized. However, Daly's was well prepared, maximizing the defensive capabilities of his mechanical body while simultaneously channeling energy from his core, forming a faint blue energy shield on his surface. Boom! The fist collided with the shield, erupting in a burst of purple lightning and pale blue energy, generating a massive shockwave that dispersed the surrounding clouds. Daly's was propelled backward by the force, sliding several meters while leaving deep grooves in the ground, the rocks crumbling to dust beneath his feet. Impressive defense. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Gula's eyes, yet his movements did not cease. In a flash, he reappeared before Daly's, his right leg enveloped in purple energy, sweeping toward Daly's waist. Daly's quickly bent down to evade, simultaneously conjuring a silvery energy blade in his right hand, aiming it at Gula's leg. Upon seeing this, Gula swiftly withdrew his right leg while gathering a purple energy wave in his left palm, launching it towards Daly's. There's no dodging this. Daly's heart raced. He sensed the overwhelming power of the energy wave. If struck directly, even with his self-repair capabilities, he would sustain severe damage. Instantly, he channeled energy throughout his body, thickening the energy shield in front of him. Boom! The purple energy wave crashed against the pale blue shield, causing it to shatter with numerous cracks, energy leaking profusely. Gritting his teeth, Daly's persevered as the energy core in his chest flickered rapidly, continuously replenishing the shield. Just as the shield was on the verge of breaking, Daly's suddenly exerted force, pushing the shield aside and rolling to the side, avoiding the residual force of the energy wave. He exhaled a breath of relief, feeling the rapid depletion of energy within him from withstanding that wave, nearly exhausting 10% of his energy reserves. Yet Gula offered no respite. Upon seeing Daly's evade the energy wave, he launched another assault, conjuring purple energy orbs with both hands, raining them down upon Daly's like a torrential storm. Damn it! Daly's cursed under his breath, forced to evade continuously. However, the sheer number of energy orbs made it impossible to avoid them all. Bang! An energy orb grazed Daly's left arm, creating a gaping hole in his mechanical limb, silvery metal fragments scattering. Yet, merely a second later, golden liquid metal surged from the breach, swiftly repairing the damage to his arm. This self-repair ability is truly troublesome. Gula frowned slightly, but his attacks grew even fiercer. He understood that Daly's self-repair consumed energy. As long as he maintained his assault, he could deplete Daly's reserves and ultimately claim victory. Daly's realized this too. He could no longer afford to be on the defensive. He had to strike back. Main computer, analyze Gula's attack patterns and identify weaknesses. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Gula's attacks primarily focus on the front. His side defenses are relatively weak, and there is a 0.5-second energy gap after releasing large-scale energy skills. The electronic voices report ignited a spark of hope in Daly's mind. He inhaled deeply, maximizing his energy absorption capability, fervently drawing in the ambient energy around him. Even the residual energy from the star core beneath the ground, causing the energy core in his chest to glow once more. Now's the time. As Gula prepared to unleash another massive purple energy wave, Daly's seized the 0.5-second window, his figure suddenly vanishing. In the next moment, he materialized at Gula's side, channeling all his energy into his right hand, crackling with silvery electricity, and struck fiercely at Gula's waist, the very weak point in his defenses. What? Gula's expression changed. He never expected Daly's could exploit his weakness with such speed. He attempted to turn and defend, but it was too late. Bang! Daly's fist slammed into Gula's waist, the silvery current surging into Gula's body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The immense force bent Gula's body into an arc, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably leaning forward. Success! Daly's felt a surge of joy in his heart, refusing to halt his assault. He gathered another energy blade in his left hand, aiming for Gula's back. However, Gula, a seasoned cosmic emperor, despite being gravely injured, reacted with lightning speed, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his waist. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding Daly's energy blade, while simultaneously conjuring a purple energy blast in his right hand, aimed at Daly's chest. Daly's was caught off guard by Gula's counterattack. It was too late to evade. Boom! The purple energy struck Daly's chest, instantly blasting a gaping hole in his mechanical form, exposing the flickering blue energy core, silvery metal fragments, and currents scattering everywhere. Host. Core damage detected. Energy reserves reduced to 50. Self-repair system activated. The main computer's voice was urgent. Golden liquid metal surged from the gaping hole in Daly's chest, hastily filling the damaged area. However, Gula offered no chance for complete repair. Rising from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the surrounding purple lightning intensified. Daly's, you are indeed formidable, but do you believe this is enough to defeat me? Gula's voice dripped with cold malice. Next, you will learn the consequences of offending a cosmic emperor. He crossed his hands before him, then slowly spread them apart, a colossal purple energy sphere gathering in his palms, warping the surrounding space and exuding a terrifying pressure. This is my ultimate skill, Extreme Cold Obliteration Bomb. Gula glared at Daly's, his tone imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he hurled the purple energy sphere towards Daly's. As it soared through the air, the energy sphere absorbed the surrounding energy, swelling larger and faster, melting the ground beneath and igniting the air, leaving a massive trail of flames in its wake. Daly's expression turned grave. He could sense that the power of this extreme cold destruction bomb was stronger than any previous attack. If struck directly, even with his self-repair capabilities, his energy core would be utterly annihilated. There was no way he could withstand it head-on. Daly's immediately reached a conclusion. He took a deep breath, mobilizing all the remaining energy within him. The energy core in his chest erupted with blinding blue light, and silver-white currents of electricity swirled around him, forming a massive whirlpool. Main computer, activate the doppelganger replication ability, consuming 20 energy. The doppelganger will fully cooperate with the main body to unleash a combined skill. Understood. Doppelganger replication initiated. Energy reserves reduced to 30. Combined skill, dual electric cannon, ready for deployment. As the main computer's prompt sounded, a mechanical figure identical to Daly's separated from his body and landed beside him. The doppelganger likewise concentrated all its energy, enveloped in silver-white currents. Huh! Both Daly's and his doppelganger shouted in unison, thrusting their hands forward. Two enormous silver-white electric cannons erupted from their palms, converging in the air into a thicker, more powerful electric cannon, aimed directly at Gula's extreme cold destruction bomb. Boom! The silver-white electric cannon collided with the purple extreme cold destruction bomb, creating a colossal energy storm. The two contrasting energies crushed and consumed each other, producing a deafening roar. The surface of planet X-73 began to tremble violently, and deep within the crust, a muffled sound echoed, as if the entire planet were shaking. Gula and Daly's gritted their teeth, continuously infusing energy into their respective skills, striving to overwhelm one another. Gula's complexion grew increasingly pale. He could feel the energy within him rapidly depleting. The extreme cold destruction bomb was his most formidable skill, requiring immense energy, and he was nearing his limit. Daly's was also in a precarious situation. After his doppelganger consumed 20 energy, he now had to sustain the dual electric cannon, and his energy reserves had dwindled to 20. The energy core in his chest flickered ever dimmer, and his self-repair system had temporarily ceased due to insufficient energy. What a formidable opponent! I will not yield. A hint of madness flashed in Gula's eyes as he injected his last remaining energy into the extreme cold destruction bomb. Its power surging instantly, the purple energy overpowering the silver-white electric cannon, inching closer to Daly's. A cold sweat beaded on Daly's forehead, though he was a mechanical body. The main computer simulated physiological responses. He could sense that Gula's energy was surpassing his own. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be struck by the extreme cold destruction bomb. Was he really going to lose like this? A tinge of unwillingness flickered in Daly's heart. He had yet to conquer Vegeta's star and had not avenged Raditz. How could he fall here? At that moment, the main computer's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Host, a substantial amount of star core energy remnants has been detected underground. Emergency energy absorption can be initiated, forcibly drawing energy from beneath the surface to enhance skill power. But this may lead to instability in the planet's core, potentially triggering a planetary explosion. A planetary explosion? Daly's was momentarily taken aback, but then a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. What do I care about a planetary explosion? Initiate emergency energy absorption. Understood. Emergency energy absorption activated. Following the main computer's directive, Dailies and his doppelganger simultaneously pressed their palms against the ground, forcibly absorbing the star core energy remnants from beneath. A torrent of immense energy surged into their bodies, causing the energy core in Daly's chest to burst forth with blinding brilliance, amplifying the power of the dual electric cannon as the silver-white currents overpowered the purple energy, once again locking in a stalemate with the extreme cold destruction bomb. What? Gula's expression drastically changed. He had never anticipated that Dailies could still enhance his energy. This was impossible, yet he had no surplus energy to inject. Boom. Ultimately, the silver-white dual electric cannon thoroughly overpowered the purple extreme cold destruction bomb, triggering its detonation. A colossal energy storm engulfed the entire area, sending Gula hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Gasping for breath as the purple lightning enveloping him dissipated, and his final form was released, returning to his original state. Dailies and his doppelganger were also caught in the shockwave. The doppelganger vanished instantly, and the energy returned to the main body. Dailies' form slammed onto the ground, the energy core in his chest glowing faintly blue, with energy reserves reduced to 15. Meanwhile, Planet X-73, under the dual impact of emergency energy absorption and the energy storm, experienced catastrophic crustal fragmentation. The planet's core became unstable, collapsing inward, poised for imminent explosion. Cough, cough, cough. Gula lay on the ground, watching the rocks raining from the sky, and bitterly smiled. After so many years, this was the first time he had been so severely defeated in a one-on-one battle. Dailies also rose from the ground, his mechanical body riddled with cracks, the golden liquid metal slowly repairing itself, though at a significantly reduced pace due to energy insufficiency. He gazed at Gula, devoid of prior hostility, now filled with a sense of respect for a worthy adversary. "You are quite formidable, Gula," Dailies remarked. "Had I not forcibly absorbed the underground energy, I would have been the one to lose." Gula lifted his head, looking at Dailies, a smile curving his lips. "You are also quite strong, Dailies. After so many years, you are the first person who can match me and even surpass me in terms of recovery ability. Perhaps we could become friends." He took a deep breath, struggling to rise from the ground. "This planet is about to explode. We should leave immediately." Dailies nodded. He too could sense that the planet's core was entirely unstable, with at most 1 minute remaining before detonation. Without further ado, the two ascended into the air, swiftly heading towards the extreme cold purgatory. Just as they boarded the spacecraft, a deafening roar erupted behind them as Planet X-73 exploded completely, transforming into a massive fireball that flickered momentarily in the cosmos before vanishing. On the bridge of the extreme cold purgatory, Gula's subordinates breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the safe return of Gula and Dailies. However, when they observed Gula's injuries and Dailies' damaged mechanical form, shock washed over their faces. They had never seen Gula in such a disheveled state. "Everyone, please leave. I wish to speak with Mr. Dailies privately," Gula instructed his subordinates. "Yes, leader." The subordinates dared not ask further questions and exited the bridge in succession. Only Gula and Dailies remained on the bridge. Gula walked over to a nearby resting area, picking up a bottle of light green beverage. This was a specialty pilfered from Yadila Star, sweet in flavor and capable of swiftly restoring stamina. He offered a bottle to Dailies, who shook his head in refusal. "I am a mechanical body and do not require food or drink. Energy alone sustains my operation," Dailies explained, simultaneously producing a small silver-white ball from his pocket. This was his charging orb, containing stored energy. He placed his palm on the charging orb, slowly absorbing energy, as the glow of his energy core gradually stabilized. Gula chuckled, not pressing the matter further. He opened the beverage and took a sip, then settled onto the sofa, observing Dailies. "Dailies, who exactly are you? How did you become a mechanical scion?" Dailies fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I was originally a scion warrior from Vegeta Star. Later, I was defeated in battle by Raditz from Earth, gravely injured and on the brink of death. By a stroke of luck, I washed ashore on Vegeta Star, where the main computer of that planet saved me, transplanting my consciousness into a mechanical body, thus becoming who I am now." "Raditz?" Gula raised an eyebrow. "I have heard of him. He is the son of Bardock, isn't he? Later, he defected to Frieza, but he and his father ultimately annihilated Frieza." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Dailies' eyes. "I shall undoubtedly find him and avenge my fallen comrades." Gula nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He could sense the deep-seated hatred within Dailies, a profound animosity that resonated within him, reminiscent of the feelings he once harbored towards Frieza in his quest for succession. Dailies. Gula set down his drink, gazing intently at Dailies as his tone grew earnest. Your strength is formidable, nearly on par with my own. I hereby extend an olive branch to you. How about joining my cosmic army? Should you accept, I can elevate you to my equal, enabling us to jointly govern the universe. Everything you desire, including the opportunity to locate Raditz and exact your vengeance, I can assist you in obtaining. This was Gula's first overture of equality to another. In his estimation, Dailies was a powerful ally worth courting with Dailies' aid. His ambitions of ruling the galaxy would be significantly more attainable. Chapter 134, The Evil Alliance. Final, Dailies fell silent. Gula's invitation was indeed alluring. Joining Gula's forces would not only provide a robust backing, but also facilitate the search for Raditz, making revenge more feasible. However, he quickly shook his head. Apologies, Gula, but I harbor no interest in joining your army or in ruling the universe. My sole aspiration is to return to Planet Vegeta, reclaim my homeland, and then exact my revenge on Raditz. Gula paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Well, I anticipated you would respond thus. With your capabilities, it is understandable that you would not wish for additional burdens. Very well, I shall not press you. He found himself appreciating Dailies' character all the more. One who is not swayed by power, possessing a resolute goal, epitomizes what it means to be a true warrior. Since you are unwilling to join my forces, shall we forge a friendship instead? Gula extended his hand. I greatly admire your strength. It is rare to find an equally matched companion in this vast cosmos. Dailies regarded Gula's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before clasping it firmly in agreement. Very well, my friend. Their hands clasped together symbolized the burgeoning friendship between two of the universe's most formidable fiends, sowing the seeds of an unknown future filled with ominous potential. What kind of turmoil would these two malevolent titans unleash upon the cosmos? The ship, Extreme Cold Hell, glided through the universe. As Gula and Dailies sat across from each other in the ship's lounge, the atmosphere relaxed and amicable, a stark contrast to the tension that had prevailed during their earlier confrontation. Sipping on a beverage from Planet Yardrat, Gula gazed out at the passing nebulae and remarked, Dailies. To be candid, I initially thought you were merely an arrogant young fool, but your strength has genuinely surprised me. You even compelled me to utilize my ultimate form. Dailies reclined on the couch, his palm resting on an energy sphere, absorbing power, his energy core having stabilized, and the fissures in his mechanical body largely repaired. He smiled. You are formidable as well, Gula. Were it not for the advantages of my mechanical body and the support of my main computer, I would not stand a chance against you. The advantages of a mechanical body. Gula inquired with curiosity. What exactly is this main computer that bestows upon you such remarkable abilities, including self-repair, energy absorption, and duplication? My main computer is the core intelligence system of Planet Vegeta. Dailies explained. Vegeta is a mechanical planet whose civilization has evolved to perfection. The main computer houses all the technological knowledge of Vegeta, synchronizes with my consciousness, assists me in battle, analyzes opponents, and optimizes my capabilities. Vegeta? Gula furrowed his brow. I believe I have heard of that planet. It is said to reside on the fringes of the universe, where few life forms can reach. Your survival there, coupled with the recognition of the main computer, is indeed fortunate. Kind of. Dailies' gaze grew complex. Had I not been nearly slain by Raditz, I would not have found myself on Planet Vegeta, nor would I have transformed into the mechanical scion I am today. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Without this ordeal, I would not possess my current strength. Gula nodded, comprehending Dailies' sentiments. Every warrior's growth is accompanied by suffering and setbacks. He shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, Dailies, you mentioned you plan to head to Planet Vegeta next? Indeed. The mention of Planet Vegeta ignited a glimmer of longing in Dailies' eyes, for it is the Scion homeworld, once destroyed by Frieza. Recently, however, I received news that Planet Vegeta has been revived. While the Scions there are few, I still wish to return and re-establish my dominion over Planet Vegeta. I am its rightful ruler. Re-establish your rule over Planet Vegeta? Gula raised an eyebrow. Do you aspire to become the new king of Vegeta? Indeed, Dailies proclaimed with conviction. I am a Scion. This has been my lifelong ambition, to rule Planet Vegeta. Gula regarded the resolute determination in Dailies' eyes and smiled. Splendid. I shall extend my early congratulations to you, the new king of Vegeta. Should you encounter any challenges on Planet Vegeta or require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. We are friends, are we not? A warmth spread through Daly's heart as he nodded. Thank you, Gula. In times of trouble, I shall also come to your aid. That is the spirit. Gula took a sip of his drink. Daly's casually inquired, and what about you, Gula? What are your plans moving forward? Upon mentioning his intentions, Gula's eyes sharpened, and he downed his drink with fervor, his tone laced with a hint of ferocity. I intend to travel to Namek. Namek? Daly's blinked in surprise. That planet houses the Dragon Balls, correct? I have heard that the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant any wish. Are you heading there for the Dragon Balls? Precisely. Gula did not conceal his motives. Frieza sought the Dragon Balls of Namek, only to meet his demise there. Now, with the Dragon Balls still intact, I aim to acquire them to fulfill my desires. What is your desire? Daly's inquired with curiosity. A glimmer of greed flashed in Gula's eyes. I seek eternal life, and I wish to grow stronger. With eternal life, I could dominate the universe forever, and no one could usurp my throne. Furthermore, by becoming more powerful, I could crush all my adversaries, including those ancient entities lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Daly's fell silent. He understood Gula's ambitions. It was only natural for a cosmic sovereign to yearn for eternal life and greater strength. Everyone possesses their own choices. He would not interfere with his friend's decisions. I wish you the best of luck, Gula, Daly stated. I hope you achieve your desires. Thank you, Gula smiled. Once I return from Namek, I shall visit Planet Vegeta. I hope by then, you will have ascended to the throne of the true king of Vegeta. I shall, Daly's affirmed resolutely. The two continued their conversation, discussing various forces within the universe, recounting their battle experiences, and sharing future plans. Unbeknownst to them, the extreme cold hell had already reached a nearby space station, the docking point for Daly's ship. Very well, Gula, I must take my leave now. Daly's rose, extending his hand towards Gula. Thank you for your hospitality and for being a friend. Gula also stood, shaking Daly's hand. Safe travels, Daly's. I look forward to our next meeting, when you shall be the king of Vegeta, and I have attained eternal life. Indeed, Daly's released his grip and turned towards the bridge's exit. As he approached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning back to say, Gula, should you encounter any troubles on Namek, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Gula was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, All right, I shall remember that. Dallas smiled faintly before turning away and departing the bridge. Observing Dallas' silhouette fade at the entrance, Gula's grin gradually diminished. He moved to the viewing window, watching as Dallas' spacecraft ascended from the space station, heading towards Vegeta. Dallas, Gula murmured, what an intriguing fellow. I hope you remain alive, and I also aspire for you to become my rival. After all, there are few who can pique my interest in this vast universe. He turned, addressing the communicator, Navigator, set the course for Namek. Received, Captain. The course has been established, with an estimated arrival at Namek in 3 days. The ship, named the Extreme Cold Hell, slowly adjusted its trajectory, veering towards Namek. Meanwhile, aboard Dallas' vessel, he stood by the viewing window, watching the silhouette of the Extreme Cold Hell gradually vanish into the cosmos, a smile gracing his lips. Gula is indeed a fascinating individual. He turned to the main computer. Commanding, main computer, set the course for Vegeta. Acknowledged, host. The course has been established, with an estimated arrival at Vegeta in 5 days. Current energy reserves have been restored to 80, mechanical body status is optimal, and all capabilities are functioning normally. Dallas nodded, taking his seat at the helm, gazing ahead at the starlit expanse. Vegeta, Raditz, vengeance, dominance. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. He understood that the path ahead would not be smooth. There might be factions opposing him on Vegeta, and Raditz could be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Yet, he felt no fear. He glanced at his mechanical hand, sensing the surging energy within him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Raditz, I shall soon return to Vegeta. Wait for me to ascend as the king of Vegeta. I will ensure you pay for what you have done. A new storm brews within the cosmos. The malevolent alliance has officially formed. Chapter 135, Raditz's daughter. Rapini, the morning light in the West City, always carries a delightful warmth, gently streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Bulma's estate and illuminating the small bed. Chi-Chi was tenderly dressing the little one in her arms, adorned in a pink onesie embroidered with petite broccoli patterns, accentuating the child's rosy complexion. This is the first child of Raditz and Chi-Chi, named Rapini. The name, derived from the vegetable broccolini, resonates with Chi-Chi's gentleness while subtly aligning with the Scion tradition of naming. Nini, be still, dear. We will be finished shortly, Chi-Chi spoke softly, her fingers brushing against the child's slender black tail, unable to resist giving it a gentle pinch. This was a unique trait of the Scions. Even though Rapini had just turned 1, her tail had already grown agile, sometimes curling around Chi-Chi's wrist as if to seek affection. Rapini blinked her large, round eyes, the corners slightly upturned, reminiscent of Chi-Chi's features, yet her thick, dark hair clearly inherited from Raditz. She developed at an extraordinary pace, learning to walk by 2 months and calling out for her parents in her tender voice. Now, at the age of 1, she could confidently scamper around the room on her little legs, even mimicking Raditz's training stances, throwing her chubby fists into the air, much to the amusement of the entire family. Daddy. Just as she finished getting dressed, Rapini wriggled free from Chi-Chi's grasp and stumbled out towards the yard. In the courtyard, Raditz had just exited the gravity chamber, his bronzed muscles taut with each punch, sweat cascading down his neck, glistening in the sunlight. Hearing his daughter's call, he immediately turned, catching the little one as she leaped towards him, lifting her high above his head. Oh, Nini, you're awake. Do you miss Daddy? Rapini giggled, her small hands clutching Raditz's hair, her tail wrapping around his wrist. Raditz playfully shook his arm, eliciting even more laughter from the child, and even Chi-Chi, within the house, couldn't help but smile at the delightful noise. Not far away, Bardock and Jine walked side by side towards the gravity chamber. Upon witnessing this scene, a rare softness appeared on Bardock's usually stern face, while Jine waved cheerfully. Raditz, don't just play around. Take a break. We have training soon. Bardock's daily routine felt as if it had been meticulously programmed. Morning meetings at 8 o'clock to discuss training progress with Earth's warriors and defense arrangements. Entering the gravity chamber promptly at 10, starting with 500 times gravity, training relentlessly until 10:30 at night, with only half an hour breaks for meals. Followed by evening walks with Jine to discuss the latest news from Vegeta, and retiring by 11. He enforced a 12-hour training regimen daily, never once slacking. Even with a constant battle power of 8 million, which soared to 4 billion in Super Saiyan form. Understood, Mom. Raditz replied, placing Rapini on the ground as he watched her chase after the birds in the yard before he turned to head towards the gravity chamber. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Son Goku and Bra, who were also preparing to enter. Goku, clad in his signature orange GI, appeared a bit disheveled, yet full of energy. Big brother. How many times are we training in the gravity chamber today? I tried 350 times yesterday and feel ready for more. Bra, in her purple GI, holding a water bottle, frowned at his enthusiasm. Second brother, don't rush it. You nearly got injured under 300 times last week. A gradual approach is wiser. Her regular battle power was 4 million, slightly lower than Goku's 5 million, yet she maintained a steadier pace in her training. Raditz chuckled, patting their shoulders. All right, enough chatter, let us discuss inside. I plan to push for 400 times today. You two are free to choose. He was the first among the second generation of Scions to surpass Super Saiyan, gaining not only a 50-fold increase in battle power, but also a significant boost in training speed, which was vital in maintaining his lead over Goku and Bra. As they stepped into the gravity chamber area, they heard dull thuds from next door. It was evident that Vegeta was inside. For the past 2 years, Vegeta's expression had rarely shown any positivity. Bardock and Jine had both transformed into Super Saiyan, and even Raditz, whom he once looked down upon, had attained the form. While he, the Prince of Vegeta, with noble Saiyan blood, had yet to grasp the threshold of Super Saiyan. Each time he saw Raditz effortlessly maintaining his Super Saiyan form, his inner fury ignited. At that moment, Vegeta stood within the 400 times gravity training pod, his black training suit soaked with sweat, clinging to his body, accentuating his top muscles. He struck the training target with a resounding thud, the display screen indicating his battle power at 4 million, matching Goku's normal state. This was the culmination of his relentless efforts, 24 hours a day, with only 4 hours for sleep, spending the remaining time in the gravity chamber, relying on nutrient solutions for sustenance, all in pursuit of catching up to, or even surpassing those who had surpassed him. Damn it, why can't I break through? Vegeta growled, swinging his fist once more. Just last week, on the brink of death, he had suddenly felt a surge of golden energy, his power skyrocketing momentarily, shattering the training target. Yet that surge had vanished in mere seconds. It was only later that he realized it was the state of the hypothetical Super Saiyan. Fleeting yet revealing a glimmer of hope. One day, I will truly become a Super Saiyan and make everyone recognize the power of Prince Vegeta. The door of the training chamber was rapped upon, and Taisai's voice drifted in. Vegeta, you have been training for 6 hours. Why not take a break? I heard a new dessert shop has opened in Shidu, and their strawberry cake is particularly delightful. Shall we go together? Vegeta furrowed his brow. His tone impatient. I won't go. I still have training to do. He had turned down Taisai numerous times, yet each time he heard her hopeful tone, his heart inexplicably softened. Indeed, Taisai lingered outside the door, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. But you didn't eat yesterday either. If this continues, it will harm your health. I have already bought the cake and am waiting for you outside. Vegeta fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately shutting down the gravity device. He opened the door to find Taisai holding a cake box, her eyes sparkling like a small creature awaiting nourishment. Vegeta turned his face away, maintaining a stiff demeanor. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, I need to return to my training. Taisai's face lit up with a smile as she led him to the nearby lounge, opening the cake box. Look, I had the baker add extra strawberries just for you. Would you like to try? Vegeta picked up a fork, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised to find the sweet strawberry flavor delightful. When he glanced up, he caught Taisai smiling at him, her eyes brimming with joy. A flicker of warmth stirred within Vegeta, and he quickly lowered his head, feigning concentration on the cake. Perhaps, he mused, this occasional respite was not a waste of time after all. Meanwhile, at the other end of the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong was training alongside Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. Wukong's combat power had surged to 2 million, making him a formidable member of the younger generation, even if he fell short of the elders. Klin's regular combat power was 1 million, Tianjin Fan's was 1.2 million, and Jiaozi's was 800,000. The group gathered around a training target, engaging in spirited practice and occasionally discussing tactics, the atmosphere lively and fulfilling. At noon, everyone congregated in the manor's dining room. Rappi and I was cradled in Jine's arms, holding a small piece of fruit that she occasionally fed to Bardock. Chi-Chi and Taisai busied themselves in the kitchen, laughter occasionally ringing out. The men shared amusing anecdotes from their training, sometimes competing to see whose combat power had increased more rapidly. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warming each face, creating a serene and harmonious ambience that none had previously dared to imagine. However, no one anticipated that this tranquility would be shattered on this very day. As evening approached, the courtyard of Bulma's manor remained bustling. Rithi Z played ball on the lawn with Raditz, the little one chasing a colorful ball, occasionally tumbling yet rising without a whimper to continue her pursuit, her tenacity reminiscent of a scion. Chi-Chi sat on a nearby bench, knitting a small sweater while advising Raditz to keep a close watch on the child. Bardock and Jine stood at the entrance of the gravity room, discussing the training plans for the following day. Bardock aimed to adjust the gravity to 550 times, while Jine intended to solidify her control over the Super Saiyan transformation. Wukong and Baelinger emerged from the gravity chamber, both drenched in sweat, yet radiating excitement. Wukong took a swig from a bottle of water, exclaiming, "Bailing, I finally managed to stabilize the instant transmission Kamehameha under 350 times gravity. Next, I want to try it in Super Saiyan form. I think I've grasped the essence." Baelinger nodded, smiling. "That's impressive, but remember what Dad said about energy consumption in Super Saiyan form. Don't push yourself too hard." Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi approached, with Klin wiping his sweat, saying, "Today's training was exhilarating. My Qianzhen has improved a bit. Next time, I might actually beat Tianjin Fan in a spar." Tianjin Fan chuckled, waving his hand. "Bring it on. I'm ready anytime." Just then, Bardock's crystal communicator at his waist began to tremble violently, emitting a blinding red light. This was a communication crystal specifically designed for the warriors stationed on Vegeta's planet, activated only in dire situations threatening the planet's existence. Bardock had exchanged this crystal with Onion 2 years prior, ensuring that in times of peril, he could quickly reach out for assistance. Jine was the first to notice. Her expression shifted instantly. "Bardock, what is happening? Is there trouble on Vegeta?" Bardock's face darkened as he grasped the crystal, closing his eyes to channel his energy into it. The energy fluctuations within the crystal transmitted into his mind, the fragmented messages gradually assembling into coherent words. Dorizi is invading. He is quite powerful. Please, King, save us. Dorizi? Bardock's eyes flew open, his voice grave. Everyone assemble. Immediately. Including Piccolo, who is training outside. How dare he? In Bardock's recollection of the original Dragon Ball storyline, this Dorizi was merely a novice. Prior to the Namek saga, Sun Wukong could easily defeat him with just a few times of Kaioken. The previously light-hearted atmosphere instantly froze. Raditz swiftly scooped up Rithizi, handing her to Chi-Chi. Take care of Nini. Chi-Chi nodded, holding the child close, worry etched on her face. Wukong, Balinger, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi quickly gathered around Bardock, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting further information. Soon, Piccolo rushed back from the training grounds outside the manor. Having just concluded his meditation, he sensed the unusual atmosphere and approached Bardock. What has happened? Vegeta's planet is under invasion, and the intruder is a scion named Dorizi. Bardock raised the trembling crystal, his tone serious. According to the signal, this Dorizi is formidable, and the station warriors can no longer hold their ground. They are requesting support. Dorizi? Upon hearing the name, Raditz spat out the cola he had just taken a sip of, disbelief plastered across his face. That loser? How dare he invade Vegeta? He vividly recalled the scene from years ago. He had just begun to grasp the threshold of the Super Saiyan transformation, while Dorizi's combat power was merely 80,000. Completely unable to retaliate against him, like a stray dog. Had it not been for Dorizi's subordinates sacrificing themselves to buy time, he would have perished at Raditz's hands. In Raditz's eyes, Dorizi was not even worth considering. How could he possibly have the audacity to invade Vegeta? What an unfortunate turn of events. It was this fool again. Raditz silently cursed, stepping forward to thump his chest, declaring to Bardock, Dad, let me take care of him. I can handle it alone. The last time I fought him, he couldn't even find his teeth. This time, if he lasts a single move against me, I will concede he is impressive. Bardock nodded, feeling that Dorizi was indeed not a threat. Based on his recollection of the original story, Dorizi's combat power was at most 20 to 30,000. Now, not only Raditz, but even Klin could easily dispatch him. His concern lay with the potential casualties among the warriors stationed on Vegeta, most of whom were the elderly, weak, or women and children with insufficient combat power. All right, let us go, Bardock decided. Everyone should accompany you. The more, the better. Resolve this quickly so Rithizi isn't kept waiting too long. Raditz's current combat power stood at 3.5 million, though not as high as Bardock's. It was more than sufficient to deal with Dorizi's subordinates. Raditz stepped forward, clenching his fists. Rest assured, Lord Bardock. I will definitely help Lord Raditz deal with that presumptuous fool. Raditz nodded in agreement and turned to prepare the spaceship, only to be halted by Vegeta's voice. Emerging from the gravity chamber, Vegeta bore a complex expression. Wait, I will go too. Everyone was taken aback. Raditz raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? I can handle Dorizi on my own. I don't need your assistance. Vegeta clenched his fists, his tone rigid. Vegeta Star is my home planet. If it is under invasion, I have no reason to stand idly by. Moreover, I wish to see what kind of prowess the individual is capable of that could compel you to take action. What he did not articulate was the intense desire within him to prove himself. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could confront formidable foes. He remained Prince Vegeta. Bardock glanced at Vegeta, understanding his thoughts, and ultimately nodded. Very well, you all may go together, but exercise caution. As everyone prepared to arrange the spacecraft for Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa to depart, the usually silent Piccolo suddenly groaned, his complexion paling. He clutched his chest, furrowing his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Piccolo, what is wrong? Krillin asked urgently, reaching out to support him. Piccolo waved his hand dismissively, taking a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes with a grave tone. I have received a message from Namek. It is from my kin, transmitted through telepathy. All eyes turned to Piccolo, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Just as Vegeta Star encountered trouble, news from Namek arrived. Could it mean further danger? Lord Piccolo. Namek has been invaded by Cooler. Requesting assistance. Chapter 137. Divided Paths. Piccolo closed his eyes, concentrating once more to clarify the chaotic and fragmented information relayed by his Namekian kin before speaking slowly. The message is disjointed, but I can confirm a few critical points. First, Namek has been invaded by an extraterrestrial named Cooler, who proclaims himself the new emperor of the universe. My kin report that Cooler's power is immense, far exceeding that of Namek's guardians, and many villages have already been destroyed. They implore me to return immediately for support. Cooler? The new emperor of the universe? Goku furrowed his brow, the name sounding vaguely familiar. It had been too long. He had almost forgotten. Piccolo, do you know who this Cooler is? I feel I have heard that name before. Piccolo shook his head, his expression still grim. He appears to be Frieza's brother, with terrifying battle prowess. We have indeed encountered him before. During our fight with Frieza, I heard his voice from afar. Do you remember? Goku's eyes widened in realization. Ah, now I recall. He is the demon even stronger than Frieza. Piccolo nodded slowly. From the emotions of my kin, I can sense a profound fear. It is even more intense than when we faced Frieza. They say Cooler's ship is vast, his power far surpassing Frieza's, and he has many formidable subordinates. Namek is on the brink of collapse. Cooler? Bardock's expression turned grave. He was no stranger to that name. Not only had he read the original Dragon Ball countless times, making him well acquainted with Cooler, but he also recalled hearing Cooler's voice during the encounter with Frieza. Cooler, Frieza's brother, was indeed stronger than Frieza and could transform into a form even more advanced than Frieza's final transformation. It was said that Cooler's final form possessed a battle strength of 4.7 billion. In the original storyline, after Frieza was defeated by Goku, Cooler sought revenge on Goku, only to be defeated as well. However, in the current timeline, Frieza had long since perished, yet Cooler had suddenly emerged, declaring himself the new emperor of the universe and invading Namek, a stark deviation from the original plot. Was it their presence that caused this timeline to diverge? Cooler's strength far exceeded that of Frieza. Bardock spoke solemnly. Frieza's final form had a battle power of 1.2 billion, whereas Cooler's third form possesses at least 1.5 billion, not to mention his additional transformation. His final form should reach 4.7 billion. Here, our only chance of contending with him lies with me and Kain's Super Saiyan forms. Bardock at 400 million, Kain at 300 million. The others would likely not stand a chance. Everyone was taken aback. They had all heard of Frieza, the demon who annihilated Vegeta's star, with a battle power of 1.2 billion, and now they learned that Cooler was even stronger? This portended a truly terrifying circumstance. What about Namek? Krillin exclaimed anxiously. Piccolo's kin are still there. We cannot abandon them. Piccolo clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. I must return. Namek is my homeland, and my kin are waiting for me. No matter how powerful Cooler may be, I must try. Bardock regarded Piccolo and then looked at the others, quickly calculating in his mind. Vegeta's star needed support from others, while Namek required a stronger force. He and Piccolo would suffice. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he possessed a battle power of 400 million, along with his near-immortal body. And with Piccolo's assistance, it should be enough. Thus, Bardock declared, the others will immediately depart for Vegeta's star, resolve the matter with Dodoria swiftly, and remain there to protect the inhabitants. Piccolo and I will head to Namek to assist his kin against Cooler. Dad, let me go to Namek. Raditz interjected instantly. Cooler is too strong. It is too dangerous for just you and Piccolo to go. I should accompany you. As for Vegeta's star, sending anyone would suffice. Any one of us could handle Dodoria easily. Bardock shook his head, his tone resolute. No, while Dodoria may not match Cooler's strength, the majority of the inhabitants of Vegeta's star are the elderly, women, and children. The highest battle power among the remaining warriors is merely 5,000. If we delay, there will likely be more casualties. Furthermore, I have a foreboding feeling. How could he, with such weak battle power, dare to invade Vegeta's star alone? There must be something unusual at play. For safety's sake, all of you should head to the Arctic Tower. You are a Super Saiyan. You can deal with Dodoria most swiftly, minimizing casualties among our kin. Follow my orders. My instincts should not be wrong. Kain stepped forward, gently patting Raditz's shoulder. Do not worry about us. Once we resolve the situation with Dodoria, we can contact you if Namek requires assistance. Raditz looked into Bardock's determined eyes, then at Chi-Chi, who held Rapini, her face filled with concern, before finally nodding. All right, but you must be careful. If any danger arises, immediately use the communication crystal to contact us. We will swiftly handle Dodoria and come to assist. Vegeta scoffed, interjecting, stop dawdling. If we delay any longer, the inhabitants of Vegeta's star may not endure. Prepare the spacecraft and depart quickly. I do not wish for your indecision to allow Dodoria to wreak havoc on my home planet. though his tone remained brusque. None could miss the urgency in his words. Vegeta Star represented not only his home, but also the symbol of his noble heritage, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish it. At that moment, Rapini bounced over, presenting Raditz with a doll. "Daddy, are you going to fight the bad guys? I'll wait for you to come home." The little girl smiled brightly, and one must admit that human children were utterly adorable. Raditz tightened his grip on the doll, warmth spreading through him as he reached out to ruffle Rapini's hair. "Do not worry, I will return soon. Be good and listen to your mother. When I come back, I will bring you sweet fruits from Vegeta Star." Rapini nodded, her small hand grasping Raditz's finger, her innocent voice chiming. "Daddy, come back soon." No one spoke further, each placing their fingers on their foreheads. Bardock and Piccolo concentrated fully on detecting Cooler's presence on Namek, while the rest sought the energy signatures emanating from Vegeta Star. In an instant, Bardock and Piccolo located Cooler's energy, exchanged glances with the others, and vanished in a flash. Under the leadership of GNEI, everyone nodded and diligently searched for the energy signature of Vegeta. How peculiar it was. Why could they only detect O and I and S energy? Logically, Delai Z's energy should be even more powerful. Why was Delai Z's presence eluding them? GNEI remained puzzled. There was no time to dwell on such thoughts. They needed to swiftly move to O and Ion's side. Sun Wukong, filled with impatience, instantly teleported there. The others followed suit without further contemplation, teleporting in unison. Chapter 138, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 1. The pale green sky was tainted a murky grayish-purple by the smoke of battle, and the scorching waves of heat carried the acrid scent of charred remains and blood. Bardock and Baiku had just landed from their teleportation when they heard the sound of shattered debris beneath their feet. Looking down, they saw half of a slime-covered Namekian limb, while a nearby circular dwelling lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of rubble. Several still-burning vines emitted black smoke, leaving dark brown stains on the ground. From a distance, anguished cries echoed, piercing Baiku's heart. This was his homeland, his mother planet, now transformed into a hellish nightmare. "Move quickly, gather the survivors." Nearby, a group of soldiers clad in silver armor was herding a cluster of Namekians. The black emblem of the Gula Legion on their chest plates stood out starkly against the grayish-purple light. One burly soldier had his foot planted on the back of an old Namekian, with the barrel of an energy gun pressed against the elder's head, its surface shimmering with a cold blue light. "Speak. Where is the 7th Dragon Ball hidden? Do not think that feigning death will spare you." The old Namekian, battered and bleeding green from the corner of his mouth, his back mangled beneath the soldier's boot, shook his head with great effort. "The Dragon Balls are the hope that protects Namek. I shall never reveal their location to you invaders, not even in death. Refusing to comply will lead to your demise." The burly soldier roared, ready to pull the trigger, when suddenly a chilling voice cut through the air. "Wait, Locke." The crowd turned to see a lean commander in dark red armor approaching, taller than the average soldier. A silver badge, signifying his rank as a squad leader in the Gula Legion, adorned his armor. The commander scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Dondi, who cowered in the corner. The child's pale green skin still bore the innocence of youth, his ears trembling in fear as he clutched a broken vine tightly in his arms. "It's you," the commander exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he strode towards Dondi, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. "I've checked the records. You are the Grand Elder's apprentice. You must know where the Dragon Balls are hidden, correct?" Dondi's feet dangled in the air, his face flushed red. Despite his fear, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. "I do not know. I will not tell you. You wicked men. Do not know?" The commander sneered, gathering a pulsating sphere of purple energy in his palm. The ball grew brighter, its malevolence causing the surrounding Namekians to instinctively retreat. "I have ways to make you speak." But before that he turned to the approaching Namekians, shaking the purple energy sphere threateningly. "Anyone who dares to move, I will kill this child first." The crowd fell silent, the only sounds being the old Namekian's whimpers and Dondi's labored breaths. The commander, satisfied, focused back on Dondi, the purple energy sphere now large enough to obscure half his face. "I will ask you one last time. Where are the Dragon Balls hidden?" Dondi closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he remained resolute in his silence. The commander's gaze hardened, and he thrust his arm forward with force. "Since you refuse to speak, then perish." "Stop!" A thunderous shout rang out like a clap of thunder. Baiku vanished from sight. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a green blur. And in the next moment, Baiku had positioned himself in front of Dondi. With a swift motion, he thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a green energy wave that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, too fast for the commander to react. Boom! The moment the energy wave collided, a violent explosion of energy engulfed the commander. Fragments of armor, flesh, and green energy erupted in a chaotic display, splattering across the debris-strewn ground. The commander could not even utter a scream before being reduced to ashes. Dondi collapsed to the ground, gazing at Baiku's back, his eyes welling with tears. "Lord Baiku, you have finally come." Baiku did not turn back, his eyes bloodshot, and the green energy around him surged wildly. He looked down at the corpses of his kin scattered across the ground, some pierced through the chest by energy guns, others contorted into grotesque shapes, and some entirely unrecognizable. An uncontrollable fury erupted from the depths of his being. "You dare harm my kin? You dare destroy my mother planet? You scoundrels shall all perish." No sooner had he spoken than Baiku was in motion. His speed left afterimages in his wake as he swung his arms rapidly, unleashing countless small yellow energy waves that rained down upon the Gula soldiers like a torrential storm. The soldiers had no time to respond, their screams echoing as some were pierced through the chest, green blood spraying forth. Others attempted to counterattack with energy guns, but Baiku's afterimages evaded their shots, retaliating with energy slashes that cleaved them in two. A few tried to flee, only to be locked onto by Baiku's energy. A wave struck them in the back, and they collapsed, lifeless. Bardock stood still, vigilant, observing the turmoil around him. He could sense Baiku's rage, a deep-seated protection of his homeland, and concern for his kin. This emotion elevated Baiku's combat prowess beyond his usual capabilities. Within a mere 2 minutes, the dozens of soldiers surrounding the Namekians lay defeated on the ground, some already lifeless, while others struggled but were swiftly silenced by Baiku's energy waves. Standing amid the ruins, Baiku's green cape billowed in the wind. He gazed down at the bodies of his kin, his fists clenched tightly, the green blood in his veins boiling with wrath. It was only when Dondi gently tugged at his cloak that he gradually returned to his senses. He crouched down, carefully wiping the tears from Dondi's face. His tone softened significantly. "Do not fear, I have arrived, and I will not allow anyone to harm you." Bardock approached and gently lifted Dondi, trying to keep his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. "Dondi, where is Gula? Where has his main force gone? The evil energy we sensed earlier, it must have been his, right?" At the mention of Gula, Dondi stiffened, gripping Bardock's arm tightly, his nails nearly digging into his skin. "Why yes, Gula took many soldiers to the Grand Elder's palace. He said he wanted to find the Grand Elder to obtain the Dragon Balls and eliminate all who resist." Dondi's urgency escalated, fresh tears spilling forth. "When I escaped, I saw the Grand Elder's guards trying to resist, but they were no match for Gula's forces. Lord Bardock, Lord Baiku, you must go save the Grand Elder. If you delay any longer, it will truly be too late. The Grand Elder is old. He cannot withstand Gula's might." Bardock and Baiku exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The Grand Elder was the core of Namek. Not only did he possess the secrets of the Dragon Balls, but he was also the spiritual pillar for all Namekians. If anything were to happen to him, Namek would lose all hope. Moreover, if Gula were to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life or enhanced power, the consequences would be catastrophic, potentially plunging the entire universe into crisis. "Let us move at once," Bardock declared without hesitation, placing his fingers on his forehead to concentrate and sense the energy of the Grand Elder's palace. The energy in that area was chaotic, overshadowed by an overwhelmingly powerful evil presence, like storm clouds enveloping everything, along with the Grand Elder's faint energy, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Bikura also closed his eyes, connecting his aura with that of Bardock, assisting him in pinpointing the location. Moments later, Bikura opened his eyes, urgency lacing his tone. "Found it. Near the holy mountain in the eastern part of Namek. The Grand Elder's aura is fading rapidly. Let us go." The two simultaneously placed their fingers on their foreheads, their figures instantly becoming indistinct. Dandy and the surviving Namekians gazed in the direction they vanished, kneeling on the ground, hands clasped in prayer. Beneath the pale green sky, amidst the ruins, only their faint prayers and the distant echoes of explosions remained. Chapter 139, Z Warriors vs. The Evil Alliance, Part 2. The disorienting sensation of instant transmission had yet to dissipate when Bardock and Bro were overwhelmed by a pungent scent of blood, causing them to frown. They landed in the plaza of the Grand Elder's palace, once pristine and alabaster, now reduced to ruins, with massive stone pillars shattered on the ground. Their surfaces marred by energy impacts, and green blood staining every inch of the plaza, resembling a grotesque web. Dozens of Namekian guards lay scattered, some lifeless with their green eyes dimmed, others still gasped weakly, their chests rising and falling, yet lacking the strength to move a finger. Some had severed arms or legs. Green blood oozing from their wounds, pooling on the ground. At the center of the plaza, the Grand Elder curled on the ground, his body appearing diminished compared to usual. His once proud back now hunched, a ghastly wound marring his chest, green blood soaking his robe, his breath faint and barely perceptible. Before him stood Gula, clad in a white cloak that draped over his shoulders, the brim of his hood obscuring part of his forehead, but failing to conceal the cold indifference in his eyes. His stature surpassed that of Frieza, exuding an almost palpable black aura with each breath, instilling a sense of oppression. He looked down at the curled form of the Grand Elder, a hint of nonchalance in his smile, as if the surrounding devastation was merely trivial. Grand Elder, I shall ask you once more. Gula stepped forward, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet resonating with an air of undeniable authority. Where are the Dragon Balls? Surrender them, and I may grant you a swift demise, as well as spare the lives of those guards who remain. The Grand Elder struggled to lift his head. Bloodshot green eyes filled with anguish, coughing forth a stream of green blood, his voice hoarse yet resolute. You have slaughtered so many of our kin, destroyed our home, and now seek to seize the Dragon Balls? Utterly deluded. The Dragon Balls represent the hope of Namek. They are meant to safeguard peace and must not fall into the hands of a butcher like you. I will not allow you to succeed, even in death. Gula paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the air, sending tremors through the rubble of the plaza. Well, such spirit. I did not expect this old frame to possess such tenacity. As suddenly as it began, the laughter ceased, Gula's gaze turning icy. He raised a hand, pointing towards the sky where a massive spaceship loomed, its dark exterior emblazoned with the insignia of the Gula army, resembling a beast lurking in the heavens. But that is of no consequence, for I did not say I would kill you immediately. My ship is equipped with a memory scanner. Should I reduce you to the brink of death, I can retrieve your memories and ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. He crouched down, his fingers delicately brushing against the Grand Elder's wound, observing as the Elder trembled in pain. A cruel smile curling his lips. Did you think you could stop me? Do not be naive. In the face of absolute power, your resistance is utterly inconsequential. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gula's right hand shot up, black energy coalescing in his palm, growing increasingly larger, the surrounding air distorting, emitting a terrifying pressure that made the Grand Elder shiver uncontrollably. He knew he could not withstand this attack, yet he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and braced himself for his fate. Stop! Just as the black energy sphere was about to be unleashed, a golden figure suddenly appeared before the Grand Elder, Bardock. His right hand shot up, palm facing the golden energy sphere, and golden energy swiftly coalesced in his palm, forming a formidable barrier. Boom! The clash of the black energy sphere and the golden aura erupted, a violent shockwave radiating outward. The debris in the plaza was sent soaring, the broken pillars collapsing further, and the ground fissured under the strain. Bardock's feet slid back over 2 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. A sharp pain coursing through his palm as he realized Gula's power exceeded his expectations. Gula narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bardock's silhouette. A frown forming before a sudden realization washed over him. Oh, I see it's you, Bardock, the scion who killed Frieza. There was no anger in his tone, only a hint of impatience at being interrupted, as if Frieza's death was a trivial matter. I did not expect you to have the audacity to come before me. Do you think you can slay me as you did Frieza? Bardock turned, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight, his gaze icy, locking onto Gula with fierce determination. Gula, you have butchered the Namekians, ravaged their homeland, your hands stained with the blood of innocents. Today, you shall pay for your crimes. And I. The voice of Beaker rang out as he instantaneously teleported beside Bardock, his green aura surging with intensity, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gula, you have harmed my kin and destroyed my homeland. I shall exact vengeance with your life. You are doomed today." Gula regarded the two standing shoulder to shoulder and erupted into mocking laughter. "Just the two of you? A scion who killed my worthless brother, and a Namekian who couldn't even defeat Frieza? You dare claim you will kill me?" He stepped forward, the black aura surrounding him suddenly swelling. Buzz. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura exploded from Gula, magnitude stronger than before. The already collapsed palace was utterly obliterated by the force. Massive stones hurtling into the sky, crashing back down with deafening roars. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, and distant mountains crumbled in response, the pale green sky darkening to black. The Namekian guards lying on the ground were swept away by the energy wave, crashing against distant rock walls, falling silent. Bardock and Barbie felt as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon them, their breaths becoming labored, muscles involuntarily tightening, their balance faltering. Gula gradually ceased his display of power, his aura no longer concealed, enveloping the entire plaza like an invisible net. He gazed at Bardock and Barbie, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "Do you feel it? This is my strength 4.7 billion battle power. The two of you combined are not even worth my effort. 4.7 billion. This number detonated like thunder in the minds of Bardock and Barbie. Bardock's expression grew grave. He recognized Gula's superiority, but the direct pressure of 4.7 billion instilled a sense of impending danger. Are you afraid?" Gula observed their expressions, relishing his triumph. "It's not too late to beg for mercy. Perhaps I could spare your lives and take you as my subordinates. In your dreams." Bardock roared, the white aura surrounding him intensifying violently. He took a deep breath, his hair standing on end, golden light erupting from within him as the blood of the scions ignited. The white aura transformed into gold, a fiery golden energy swirling around him in a blazing inferno. With a furious roar, Bardock's energy surged rapidly, his power reaching an astounding 400 million thanks to the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan. Golden, flame-like waves of energy enveloped him, partially deflecting the oppressive aura of Gula. His eyes transformed into a vibrant emerald green, and his golden hair radiated a dazzling brilliance, bestowing upon him an entirely different demeanor. This was the mightiest form of a scion, Super Saiyan. Piccolo, not to be outdone, closed his eyes and summoned all the energy within him. The green waves intensified, tinged with a hint of golden green, as his muscles slightly swelled. Though his base power was merely 3 million, he could still employ the Kaioken technique at a 20-fold multiplier. Abruptly, Piccolo opened his eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The green energy surged explosively, elevating his power to 60 million. Although it paled in comparison to Gula and Bardock, this was the pinnacle of his current strength. The green waves surrounded him, intertwining with Bardock's golden energy to form a robust barrier against Gula's black waves. Gula, observing the formidable power emanating from both warriors, saw the smirk on his face vanish, replaced by a semblance of seriousness. "This is intriguing. I did not expect you to unleash such formidable strength. It seems today will not be dull." Bardock clenched his fists, the golden light flickering upon them, his gaze filled with determination. "Gula, are you ready? Soon. You will understand the consequences of slaughtering the innocent." Piccolo assumed a fighting stance, green energy coalescing in his palms. "Today, here, and now, we will put an end to your crimes." The ground in the plaza began to crack, debris floating in midair, as the pale green sky became entwined with the three powerful auras. Gula's black energy, Bardock's golden aura, and Piccolo's green energy clashed, producing a resonating hum, as if the very air were on the verge of being torn apart. Thus commenced a battle that could shake the very foundations of Planet Namek. Simultaneously, on Vegeta's star, a mechanical arm tightly gripped Onion's throat. Black electricity crackled around Dale's mechanical form, the cold metallic shell marred by scars from previous battles. These marks were remnants of the rebellion led by Onion and the Scion warriors, now mockingly scorched by the currents coursing through Dale's. His right hand tightened around Onion's neck, the alloy knuckles creaking under the pressure. Onion's cheeks transformed from crimson to a deep violet, her legs flailing uselessly in the air, unable to produce more than faint whimpers. Yet her gaze remained unyielding, akin to tempered steel, fixated on Dale's with no hint of plea. The soil of Vegeta's star lay ravaged beneath them. 2 years prior, when Bardock had returned with the surviving scions from the ruins wrought by Frieza, everyone believed they had glimpsed hope. They constructed wooden shelters for their community, pieced together energy converters for training facilities from discarded spaceship parts, and even planted a sapling brought back from Namek in the central plaza, wishing for it to thrive alongside Vegeta's star. But now, the roofs of those wooden houses had been blown away by energy waves, splintered boards scattered across the ground. The energy converter of the training facility belched black smoke, with wires coiling around rubble like dying serpents, and the sapling, just beginning to sprout, was now crushed beneath a broken metal plate, its tender leaves long wilted. Scattered across the ground lay the remaining Scion warriors. Closest to Dale's was the former scout captain, Leo, whose armor was split from chest to waist, revealing a blood-soaked wound within. Clutching a polished badge, a token bestowed by Bardock, his fingers still exerted a faint pressure, as if attempting to embed the badge into his palm. Not far off, the young warrior Lena lay with her leg bent at an unnatural angle, striving to rise but collapsing heavily as she attempted to push herself up, blood trickling from her mouth as she hoarsely called towards Onion. "Lady Onion, do not concede." More warriors curled on the ground, some barely breathing, others with arms hanging limply, yet none had succumbed to death. When Dale's crimson mechanical eye scanned them, it bore no malice, only the indifference of a monarch towards rebellious subjects. What he desired was not annihilation, but absolute subjugation. He sought to witness these insurgents watch their leader submit, then kneel before him. "Onion, I am the true king of the Scions." Dale's voice was devoid of warmth, akin to the frigid winds of an Arctic wasteland, penetrating Onion's ears. "Do you believe Bardock's vision of peaceful reconstruction can save the Scions?" He was weak, allowing Frieza to annihilate our kin. His mechanical arm suddenly exerted more force, lifting Onion higher, black electricity coursing down his fingertips to her neck, sending a shiver through her. "I am different. I possess a mechanical body capable of absorbing planetary energy, leading the Scions to conquer surrounding worlds, freeing us from the need to bow to anyone. Only I can restore prosperity to the Scions." Onion finally managed to utter fragmented syllables, each word akin to a nail driven into the hearts of all present. "Prosperity." A bloodied smile graced her lips. "You only wield fists and instill fear. This is not prosperity. It is enslavement." Dale's red mechanical eye narrowed sharply, the electrical currents around him crackling louder. "Enslavement? I offer you a chance to survive, a path to strength. Is this enslavement?" He gazed down at Onion, irritation seeping into his tone. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit or face death." Onion's eyes widened, and despite the suffocating sensation darkening her vision, her defiance remained unyielding. "In your dreams." Though her voice was faint, it penetrated the hearts of all present like a piercing nail. "Our king has but one, Bardock. He would never force us to obey with fists. He builds homes with us, trains alongside us, and awaits the return of our kin." Tears mingled with blood from her eyes as she declared, "We will never submit to the likes of you. Today, there shall be only Scions who fall in battle, not cowardly surrenderers. Yes, no cowardly surrenderers." Suddenly, a hoarse yet resolute roar erupted from the ground. It was Leo, who, unbeknownst to them, had opened his eyes, using every ounce of strength to prop himself up, despite the agony coursing through him. He shouted to the surrounding warriors, "Brothers, do you remember what King Bardock said? Scion pride is not earned through the oppression of our own. Even in death, we shall stand tall. Only Scions who fall in battle, no cowardly surrenderers. We shall never submit." The warriors on the ground felt their spirits ignited, even though their bodies were battered, and lifting their arms seemed impossible. They echoed the rallying cry with hoarse voices. Some pressed their foreheads against the ground, repeatedly chanting the words. Others spat blood in Dale's direction, their eyes filled with contempt. Dale's mechanical body trembled violently, black electricity surging, and the surrounding debris was sent flying. He observed the struggling warriors below and suddenly erupted into laughter, filled with furious rage and a hint of offended madness. "Good. Very good." His laughter abruptly ceased, the light in his red mechanical eye turning frigid. "Since you wish to die so fervently, I shall oblige. However, before that," his gaze returned to Onion, and the joints of his mechanical arm tightened once more. "I shall let your leader taste the price of betrayal." Onion closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. Just then, a radiant wave of white light suddenly shot in from afar, accompanied by a howling wind, rushing directly towards Daly's face. "What?" Daly's instinctively released Onion, crossing his mechanical arm in front of him. With a thunderous boom, The light wave collided with his arm, exploding into a burst of white air, scattering fragments and dust in an instant. Dailies was jolted back 2 steps by the force, a shallow dent appearing in the metallic exterior of his arm. Surprise flashing in his crimson mechanical eye. Who? In that moment, a faint purple figure suddenly appeared beside Onion. It was Janae. Her hair was tied back with a headband, and she wore a simple combat suit. With her right hand, she swiftly grasped Onion's wrist, while her left hand gently pressed against her back. A soothing energy flowing from her palm into Onion's body, alleviating her sense of suffocation. Hold on to me. Janae's voice was calm, yet resolute. In the next instant, a soft purple glow enveloped the two, and they vanished from their location, reappearing steadily several dozen meters away on an open ground. Leaning against a broken wall, Onion gasped for breath, the burning sensation in her throat still present. Yet, upon seeing Janae's face, her tears suddenly burst forth. Janae, how did you come here? Bardock. Bardock is dealing with Gula on Namek and cannot return for the time being, but he has always been concerned about Vegeta Star. Janae pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from the corner of Onion's mouth. I sensed something was amiss here and immediately brought everyone along. As her words fell, 11 distinctly different presences suddenly descended from the sky, merging with Janae's aura, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire ruins. Dailies looked up to see 12 figures standing side by side on a nearby rooftop, each presence emanating an undeniable sense of oppression. On the far left stood Raditz, clad in armor resembling Bardock's, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on Dailies, his aura radiating the unique pride of a scion. Beside Raditz was Son Goku, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, his black hair falling over his forehead. Beneath his seemingly calm demeanor lay a keen vigilance, his hands resting naturally at his sides, fingertips already gathering a faint energy as he sensed that Dailies' condition was peculiar. There was neither mechanical coldness nor scion fury emanating from him. Next to Goku stood Son Gohan, the young warrior clad in a white training suit, his dark blue hair contrasting sharply. Though young, he clenched his fists tightly, determination shining in his eyes as he subtly moved closer to Goku without a hint of retreat. To the right was Bra, her hair cascading like waves behind her, her beautiful eyes reflecting a stubbornness similar to Onion's, unwavering in resolve. Next to Bra was Tianjin Han, his 3 eyes fixed on Dailies, hands forming martial seals, his aura stable and weighty. Floating beside Tianjin Han was Chaos, his face somewhat pale, yet resolutely following his companion, clutching a small energy ball, ready to strike at any moment. Krillin stood beside Chaos, his short stature upright, fists clenched, white energy swirling in his palms. Next to Krillin was Yamcha, his hair somewhat disheveled, but maintaining a battle-ready stance. Right leg slightly bent, poised to kick at any moment. Beside Yamcha was Tao Pai Pai, donned in his signature white martial arts attire, casually holding a cane. Yet the coldness in his gaze was not to be underestimated. Finally, on the far right stood Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta was clad in a deep blue battle suit, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his black hair glistening in the sunlight. He had just arrived from Earth and had yet to adjust, but he could already sense Daily's threat. Nappa loomed behind Vegeta, his massive form resembling a wall, fists cracking as his eyes burned with fury, recalling the devastation of his homeland at Frieza's hands. The anger within him nearly boiling over. 12 figures, 12 auras intertwined, forming an invisible net that ensnared Dailies in the center. The Scion warriors on the ground beheld them, hope igniting in their eyes. Leo struggled to shout, "It's Prince Goku. It's Lady Janae. We are saved." Dailies' crimson mechanical eye swept over the 12, finally settling on Janae. His mechanical body trembled slightly, the rhythm of the black currents suddenly disrupted. "You are Janae, Bardock's wife." His voice carried astonishment, laced with a trace of apprehension. Bardock's capability to defeat Frieza had been significantly aided by Janae, and he had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle woman would dare challenge him with a group. Janae stepped forward, her aura growing more resolute. "Dailies, you have unlawfully occupied Vegeta Star, harmed our kin, and sought to crown yourself king. Have you sought the opinions of a science? Your opinions?" Dailies suddenly chuckled coldly, black currents surging once more. "Janae, do not think you can intimidate me simply by bringing a few outsiders. Son Goku is Bardock's son, but he has grown up on Earth, hardly a true scion. And Vegeta? He is merely a prince terrified by Frieza, lingering under his command for so long. He cannot even protect his own kin. His gaze swept over Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, his tone dripping with mockery. And you Earthlings? What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of Vegeta Star? You are mistaken. Goku stepped forward, his aura beginning to rise steadily, his black hair slightly swaying. Vegeta Star is not only the home of the Scions, but also a place my father cares deeply about. To harm its people is to oppose me. Vegeta also advanced a step, purple energy swirling around him as he regarded dailies with pride. I admit, I was indeed weak in the past, but now, I will not allow anyone to destroy Vegeta Star again. You wish to be king? First, you must pass through me. Daily's crimson mechanical eye narrowed sharply. Black currents coalescing into a dark energy blade on his mechanical arm. Very well. Since you all wish for death, I shall dispose of you together. His mechanical arm swung violently, the black energy blade slicing through the air, charging directly at Goku and Vegeta. Goku's eyes sharpened as he activated 20 times the Kaioken. His hands swiftly formed a seal. Kamehameha? A white wave of energy erupted from his palms, colliding with the black energy blade. Vegeta simultaneously unleashed his own attack, hands overlapping at his side, channeling a formidable purple energy. This was his unique technique, the final flash. Janae transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing her ultimate move. Bardock's signature technique, the Tyrant Laser, which she had naturally mastered. All the others also launched their attacks, invoking their own ultimate techniques while activating the highest Kaioken multiplier they could control. The explosions erupted simultaneously, white, purple, and black energy waves detonating in midair. Shock waves shattering the surrounding ruins, fragments of stones soaring into the sky. Dailies was staggered back by the force of the blast, the energy blade dissipating into thin air. He looked at Janae, Goku, and Vegeta, surprise flashing in his crimson mechanical eye. I did not expect you to possess such strength. However, this is still insufficient. Daily's voice grew colder. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of defying a king. His speed became ghostly, his body resembling a streak of black lightning, charging towards Goku. How is this possible? How can someone possess such terrifying speed? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 141, Z-Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 4, simultaneously. In the crimson expanse of Planet Namek, a fierce battle raged on. Bardock was enveloped in a blazing golden aura, his hair standing on end, and his pupils gleaming with a sharp golden light. He had fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, awakening the warrior bloodline within him. Each breath he took resonated with the force to shake the very air around him. In stark contrast, Piccolo was surrounded by deep green waves of energy, rippling with intricate black patterns at the edges, indicating the overexertion of his 20 times Kaioken technique. The veins beneath his green skin were prominently visible due to the surge of energy, and even the wrinkles on his forehead were taut. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding needing no words. In the next moment, Bardock transformed into a golden comet, with Piccolo closely trailing him. The intertwining golden and green lights resembled two bolts of lightning tearing through the sky as they charged toward Cooler in the distance. The energy coalescing in their fists threatened to manifest physically. The golden wind from Bardock's punch sent debris soaring, while the green energy caused the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. Their target was clear, a direct strike at Cooler's vital points. Despite the ferocity of their assault, Cooler remained unperturbed. He stood firm, his white robe billowing gently in the breeze, a faint, disdainful smile gracing his lips. Just as the golden and green lights were about to make contact with his body, a deep purple aura erupted around him, rising like a sudden wall and scattering the surrounding debris and dust. He raised both hands casually, as if merely lifting them, effortlessly intercepting Bardock's punch with his left hand and absorbing Piccolo's attack with his right. The tremendous force of their strikes was easily neutralized by him. Bardock's pupils contracted. He felt as if his fist had collided with an immovable wall of steel. The power emanating from Cooler's palm was akin to a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to advance even slightly. Piccolo was similarly shaken. The strength afforded by the 20 times Kaioken seemed feeble before Cooler, failing to even budge his arm. Before either warrior could react, Cooler's movements suddenly accelerated. He transformed his palm into a fist, driving his left fist forcefully into Bardock's abdomen, while simultaneously delivering a blow to Piccolo's lower abdomen with his right fist, infused with deep purple energy. With a thunderous impact, the sounds of their strikes resonated almost simultaneously. Bardock felt a dull pain in his abdomen, his body uncontrollably stumbling backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5, until he finally managed to steady himself. The golden aura flickered slightly but quickly regained its solidity, thanks to his formidable Super Saiyan physique. While the punch caused his blood to surge, it did not inflict mortal harm. He glanced down at his battle attire, finding only a faint impression left by the punch. Yet a sense of vigilance grew within him. Cooler's power was beyond his expectations. Piccolo's fate, however, was far more tragic. The force of Cooler's punch surged through his defenses like a torrent of lava, the deep purple energy flooding into his body and wreaking havoc upon his insides. Piccolo's form was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering 3 crimson peaks in succession, each collapsing under the impact, sending debris and dust flying. It was only upon crashing into the base of the 4th peak that he managed to stabilize himself, kneeling with one knee on the ground. His right hand pressed against the earth as he gasped for breath. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and evaporating into white mist upon contact with the red soil. Looking up, Piccolo's green visage was painted with disbelief, a blend of fury and an undeniable sense of helplessness in his gaze. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. In his mind, he repeatedly questioned, what kind of terrifying power is this? The 20 times Kaioken was the limit of his current capabilities, yet before Cooler, he felt as fragile as paper. Meanwhile, Bardock's expression grew more serious as he regarded Cooler. He set aside his initial disdain. The golden aura around him condensed, signaling his readiness for battle. Every muscle in his body tightened, poised to confront Cooler's next assault. Cooler clapped his hands together as if he had merely completed a trivial task, flashing Bardock a provocative smile, his voice dripping with undisguised mockery. Is this all you've got? Bardock, Super Saiyan? It seems you are not as impressive as I thought. Barely had the words left his lips when Cooler's expression turned icy. The deep purple aura around him surged violently, causing the red earth beneath to crack with intricate fissures radiating from his center. Since you have nothing new to offer, allow me to show you, he declared. Bending slightly at the knees and leaning forward, the deep purple energy swirling violently around his right fist, distorting the very air around it. Even the distant clouds began to swirl, forming a small vortex. With a fierce shout, Cooler unleashed his right fist with all his might. The deep purple energy surged forth, bearing the weight of a cataclysmic storm aimed directly at Bardock, expanding the cracks in the earth and whipping up debris into a small tornado. Bardock's fighting spirit ignited. He would not show weakness before Cooler. If you want to fight, I shall oblige, he declared, launching himself forward like an arrow. The golden aura coalesced around his right fist to its utmost limit, embodying the unyielding spirit of a Saiyan as he met Cooler's attack head-on. Boom! The two fists collided without reservation. In an instant, the world shifted. The once clear sky was split in two by the golden and deep purple auras, the heavy clouds being swept away as the 2 stars of planet Namek dimmed under the tumultuous energy. The violent force emanating from the point of their collision surged outward, creating a circular shockwave that cracked the red earth, revealing deep chasms where molten lava roiled beneath. The distant mountains crumbled under the pressure of the shockwave, thundering like a tidal wave, causing the entirety of planet Namek to tremble. Bardock and Cooler found themselves locked in place, their fists firmly pressed together, the golden and deep purple energies colliding fiercely between them, forming a visible barrier of energy. The surrounding space appeared as if it might be torn apart by this overwhelming force. At the moment their fists met, time seemed to freeze over the red soil of planet Namek. The next second, the golden and deep purple energies struck like 2 uncontrollable hammers, crashing into every corner of existence. Bardock's Super Saiyan aura, once as radiant as a burning sun, now shrank slightly under the pressure of Cooler's deep purple energy, the golden light rippling as if caught in a tempest. How is this possible? Bardock felt a flicker of panic rising within him. Chapter 142, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 5. How can this be? Bardock was indeed gripped by a sense of unease. Cooler's lips curled into a casual smile. Yet the deep purple aura behind him swirled ominously. Even the 2 stars above planet Namek were distorted by this energy, the once clear sky rapidly darkening to a deep purple. The heavy clouds seemed to be clutched by an unseen hand, and the thunderous roars erupted from within, not a natural rumble, but the result of energy colliding and causing air disturbances. The deafening sound reverberated along the ground, causing Bardock's feet to sink half a meter into the red soil. The earth beneath him fractured like a spider web, with cracks rapidly expanding outward. In the deepest fissures, one could faintly see the orange-red lava churning, while scorching waves of heat burst forth from below, singeing the hem of his battle attire. He felt an overwhelming force surging through his fist into his arm, every muscle screaming in protest. Even his bones resonated with a tingling pain. This power was several times greater than what he had faced against Frieza's final form. How? Can't you hold on any longer? The voice of Gula, enveloped in a deep purple aura, came forth, dripping with unabashed mockery. Bardock, your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan indeed surpasses that of my worthless brother, but that is where the advantage ends. As his words faded, the strength within Gula's fist surged suddenly, the deep purple aura instantly engulfing Bardock's golden flame. Bardock's arm bent backward violently, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, yet he resolutely refused to take a single step back. The pride of a Saiyan would not allow him to show weakness at this moment. He fiercely summoned all the energy within him. The golden aura erupted again, forcing a gap through the suppression of the deep purple wave, his fist nudging slightly forward. Do not get too complacent, Gula. Bardock's roar was heavy with breathlessness, yet filled with resilience. The strength of a Saiyan is far more than this. But Gula seemed to have heard a joke. His other hand suddenly raised, gathering a deep purple energy sphere at his fingertips and unhesitatingly launching it towards Bardock's abdomen. Bardock's pupils constricted. He attempted to evade but was firmly restrained by Gula's fist, leaving him with no choice but to tense his abdominal muscles. Bang! The energy sphere struck his battlesuit, exploding into a deep purple mist. Bardock let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably sliding back several meters, his feet carving long grooves into the red soil. With shattered stones churning in each groove, he clutched his abdomen, a trickle of golden blood escaping the corner of his mouth, a sign of the chaotic energy within him during his Super Saiyan state. As he looked up at Gula, Bardock's gaze bore a weightier seriousness, along with a scarcely noticeable vigilance. This guy not only possessed great strength, but also exceeded expectations in speed and combat skills. That energy sphere had offered no time for reaction. Not far away, Piccolo was barely standing, propped against the remnants of a shattered mountain peak. His green skin was riddled with cracks, blood trickling down from his wounds, evaporating into white mist upon hitting the red earth. The residual shockwave from Gula's previous punch still wreaked havoc within his insides, and each breath felt as if countless needles were piercing his lungs. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, he clenched his fists, the green aura beginning to pulse weakly in his palms. He understood that he could not contribute much at this moment, but as long as he drew breath, he would not stand idly by while Bardock faced Gula alone. Piccolo, do not push yourself. Bardock sensed Piccolo's movements and shouted urgently. You can barely stand. Charging in will only lead to your demise. Better to die than to watch you get crushed by him. Piccolo's voice was hoarse, the green aura intensifying in his palms. I am a warrior of Namek, not a coward who hides behind others. He took a deep breath, attempting to tap into the 20 times Kaioken once more, but as he channeled his energy, a sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to stagger back 2 steps and cough up blood, the green aura dissipating significantly. Observing Piccolo's pitiful state, Gula scoffed disdainfully. You foolish Namekian, the fact that my last punch didn't kill you was merely my mercy. Now you wish to come closer? Truly troublesome. As he spoke, he raised his other hand again, conjuring 3 deep purple energy spheres, evidently intent on eliminating Piccolo, this burden, first. Do not lay a finger on him. Bardock roared, charging fiercely towards Gula, the golden aura trailing behind him like a long comet's tail. He knew he was already struggling against Gula. If anything happened to Piccolo, the situation would worsen. He lifted his hand and hurled a wave of golden energy towards Gula, attempting to disrupt his attack. However, Gula did not even turn his head, merely shifting slightly to the side to evade Bardock's energy wave, the 3 deep purple spheres still hurtling towards Piccolo. Piccolo closed his eyes, bracing for impact. But just as the energy spheres were about to strike him, a golden figure suddenly shielded him. It was Bardock. Bardock extended his hands, the golden energy coalescing into a barrier at his palms. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 energy spheres struck the barrier one after another, causing it to tremble violently, numerous cracks appearing upon its surface. Bardock spat out a mouthful of blood, and the barrier shattered instantly, the residual force sending both him and Piccolo crashing into another mountain peak. The mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the two beneath a pile of rubble. Gula leisurely approached the debris, the deep purple aura swirling around him, as if savoring the impending end of his prey. He kicked aside a rock and watched as Bardock struggled to crawl out from the rubble, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Bardock, you just claimed that the strength of a scion is more than this. It seems you are mistaken. Bardock propped himself against the rubble, his golden aura now faint, his battle suit in tatters, and his body littered with wounds. Yet his gaze remained resolute, even shining brighter than before. The more dire the situation for a scion, the more their instinct to fight would be ignited. He slowly raised his fist, the golden energy once again gathering upon it. Though weak, it carried an undeniable resilience. Gula, you are indeed formidable. Bardock's voice, though breathless, was filled with fighting spirit. But you have forgotten that a scion possesses another kind of strength, one that you will never comprehend, the willingness to sacrifice everything to protect comrades. Before his words could fully settle, Bardock's golden aura erupted once more. This time not a faint hue, but a dazzling, resplendent gold. Bardock's battle power had surged slightly at this moment. He charged fiercely towards Gula, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aiming directly at Gula's face. Gula's expression finally shifted. He was no longer indifferent, but now bore a hint of seriousness. He raised his fist, the deep purple aura coalescing once again to meet Bardock's strike. Another violent collision occurred. The golden and deep purple waves exploded once more, the tremors more intense than before, causing the surface of Namek to collapse into a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter, molten lava erupting from the center, forming a small volcanic eruption. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, the light of two stars showering down upon the ground, yet failing to illuminate the energy storm capable of devouring everything between the two fighters. Bardock's arm bent again, but he managed to hold on longer than before. He gazed at Gula's face, now mere inches away, and suddenly smiled. Gula, do you believe this is our limit? Gula frowned, about to respond, when he suddenly sensed a familiar green figure behind Bardock, seemingly up to something. It was Piccolo, having been buried under the rubble. Piccolo had seized the moment of their clash to quietly gather the last remnants of his energy. Now, with his hands crossed before his chest, the green energy concentrated at his fingertips, forming a slender beam of light, the signature technique, the Mekankasapo. Gula, meet your end. Piccolo's voice, hoarse and strained, carried the weight of all his remaining strength as the green beam shot forth like an arrow aimed at Gula's back. Mekankasapo, perish. The tower, forged from a formidable alloy and once capable of withstanding small energy cannons, collapsed with a thunderous crash upon impact, sending shards of stone and metal flying and raising a cloud of red dust that obscured half the sky. Sun Wukong lay embedded in the rubble, his chest heaving violently. The crimson aura of his Kaioken dimmed significantly. He could distinctly feel that the force behind Daly's recent punch was not only brutal, but also carried an uncanny tearing sensation, as if myriad minuscule energy blades had penetrated his meridians upon impact. His arm throbbed with pain, and even channeling his energy had become sluggish. The speed of this foe was astonishing. He gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, his fingers digging into the red earth, only to discover his palms stained with his own blood. He realized this adversary was several times faster than Frieza's most potent form he had previously encountered on Namek. The red soil of Vegeta had never felt so searing. Once a land that bore the glory and battles of the Science, it now lay desolate, marked by fractured cliffs and charred ravines, remnants of Daly's rampage days prior. Today, this soil was about to witness an even more suffocating display of dominance. The sky bore a somber orange hue, reminiscent of satin tainted by the fires of war, while the occasional wreckage of shattered spaceships plummeted from the atmosphere, trailing long tails of flame into distant canyons, yet failing to stir even a ripple of attention. All eyes remained fixated on the gray-haired figure at the heart of the battlefield. At that moment, Raditz had just begun to regain his composure from the shock. He stood frozen, his feet seemingly nailed to the red soil, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks and darkening the fabric of his battle suit. He had witnessed the entire process of Daly's punch that sent Sun Wukong flying, yet it had appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. It wasn't that he failed to see clearly, but rather he had no time to react. Years ago, when facing dailies on Earth, the latter had resembled a wounded beast, barely able to muster his energy, relying solely on his subordinate self-detonations to survive. But now, how could this be? Raditz murmured unconsciously, his voice trembling without his own realization. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedded in his palms, the warrior instinct inherent in every scion finally overpowered his fear, no matter how powerful the opponent became. He could not stand idly by and watch his brother be beaten. With a fierce shout, golden light erupted from Raditz's body, sending waves of energy that stirred the red earth into a small whirlwind. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, his eyebrows lost their black hue, and his pupils turned into a clear emerald green. The Super Saiyan form, one of the ultimate transformations that Saiyan warriors took pride in, represented his strongest card. Without hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, the red soil yielding beneath his feet as he charged at dailies like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist enveloped in a furious golden aura, aimed squarely at the side of his adversary's face. He had envisioned dailies being sent flying by this punch, which contained 9/10 of his power. Even if his opponent was swift, there was no way he could evade it entirely. Yet reality dealt him a more brutal blow. Daily stood unmoving, not even lifting an eyelid. Just as Raditz's fist was about to connect with his cheek, he slightly turned his body. The movement so subtle it seemed he was merely sidestepping a drifting speck of dust. In the next instant, his metallic right leg lifted at an inconceivable angle, bending slightly at the knee before snapping straight. The dull sound of impact resounded again, this time the force directed at Raditz's abdomen. Raditz felt as if a tremendous power had shattered the muscles in his belly. His internal organs clenched violently, and excruciating pain coursed through his nerves, radiating throughout his body. His golden aura flickered, his body uncontrollably arching as if he were a shrimp, his eyes bulging wide, yet he could not even emit a muffled groan. The next moment, he soared backward like a broken kite, shattering 3 thick stone pillars in his path before crashing heavily onto a charred patch of earth. The dust cloud mixed with the blood he coughed up. Raditz. In the distance, Krillin's pupils constricted upon witnessing this scene, unable to contain his outcry. He had been observing Daily's movements, seeking a flaw in his rapid speed, but Raditz's tragic defeat instantaneously revealed that this was not a matter of finding a weakness, but rather a sheer, crushing disparity in strength. No more time to waste. Attack together. Vegeta's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an imperceptible weight. He stood at the edge of the battlefield, his blue battle suit drenched in sweat, hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. As the prince of the Scions, he had never contemplated joining forces with earthlings like Krillin and Yamcha, yet now he clearly understood that facing dailies alone would only lead to death. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta sprang into action. A purple aura erupted from his body, somewhat weaker than Raditz, yet equally relentless. Simultaneously, a deeper energy surged from within him, causing the edges of his purple aura to shimmer with a faint red, the air distorting under the weight of this energy. 20 times Kaioken. Indeed, he had learned the Kaioken technique from Bardock while on Earth. Through sheer determination, he could now harness it at 20 times. With a fierce roar, his speed surged several-fold as he charged towards Daily's left side, his hands overlapping to form a purple energy sphere, one of his signature moves, the Gallic Gun. I'm joining in. Yamcha followed closely behind. Though he lacked the foundational battle power of Vegeta, his years of combat experience taught him how to coordinate effectively. He propelled himself off the ground, tracing an arc in the air to evade potential counterattacks from dailies, swiftly gathering energy in his palms. Triple energy blast. 3 blue energy spheres coalesced in his hands, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh as they hurtled towards Daily's back. At the same time, he activated the tenfold Kaioken, the crimson waves of energy causing his hair to sweep back, his gaze filled with determination. Tien Shinhan opted for a direct confrontation. Veins bulged on his forehead as all 3 of his eyes locked onto Daily's figure, his hands forming the initial stance of the 4-way fist, instantly creating 4 clones. White energy coalesced within the palms of the 4 duplicates. Kamehameha, he shouted, thrusting his hands forward as a massive green energy wave formed instantaneously, bearing an earth-shattering momentum as it surged towards Daily's. To amplify its power, he even resorted to activating the 12-fold Kaioken, his body trembling under the strain, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained unwavering. I'm joining in too. Gohan's voice was youthful, yet filled with strength. At merely 9 years old, he had already endured countless life-and-death battles. In that moment, his black and blue hair stood on end as if stirred by an invisible wind. Kaioken, Kamehameha. He clasped his hands together and then thrust them forward, unleashing a tremendous blue wave of light from his palms, thicker than Krillin's Kamehameha by more than threefold, racing towards Daily's right side. Simultaneously, he activated the 20-fold Kaioken, unleashing astonishing power from his small frame. Kaiatsu refrained from direct assault, choosing instead to provide support. He floated in midair, hands forming seals as blue telekinetic waves emanated from him, attempting to disrupt Daily's movements. Though he was aware that with Daily's prowess, such interference might last only a fleeting moment, he believed that even a single second gained for his comrades would be invaluable. To enhance the effectiveness of his telekinesis, he activated the 10-fold Kaioken, his body becoming slightly translucent under the dual burden of energy and Kaioken, his complexion pale as paper. Tao Pai Pai was the most enigmatic of them all. Clad in his signature white martial arts robe, staff in hand, he exhibited no signs of aging. His body glided through the battlefield like a specter, the tip of his cane coalescing a slender yet remarkably refined golden energy wave. He whispered forcefully, directing the cane sharply towards Daily's nape, the golden energy wave carrying a silent intent to kill, swiftly and silently soaring forth. He did not engage in a high multiplier of the Kaioken, opting for a mere 9 times, for he understood that his advantage lay in precision and stealth, rather than brute force. That Ba was purely an embodiment of power. His physique was more massive than anyone present, muscles bulging, the green combat attire stretched taut. Though he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, his aura was exceptionally violent, the crimson flames surrounding him almost materializing into substance. Kikoha, he bellowed, conjuring a colossal red energy sphere between his hands, the air surrounding the sphere igniting, even the red earth beneath beginning to melt. He activated the 9-fold Kaioken, his body trembling slightly from the explosive force, his feet embedding deep craters in the ground, before hurling the energy sphere towards Daily's with ferocity. Baelinger was the last to strike. As Bardock's daughter and the sole female scion present, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, softer than that of her male counterparts. Yet her aura bore a chilling killer instinct. She chose not to attack from afar, instead forging an energy sword enveloped in red ki, aiming at Daily's lower body. A technique imparted to her by Bardock on harnessing ki to form a blade. She discerned that Daily's speed concentrated primarily in his upper body, leaving his lower half potentially vulnerable. Activating the 20-fold Kaioken, her speed, while not on par with Vegeta, excelled in agility, the sword slicing through the air, leaving trails of crimson afterimages. 9 figures, from 9 distinct angles, simultaneously launched their assault on Daily's. 9 different colors of energy waves, energy spheres, and energy swords, empowered by the Kaioken, intertwined above the skies of Vegeta, weaving a colossal net of attack that sealed off all of Daily's escape routes. The air crackled with the collisions of energy, the ground's red soil began to collapse extensively, and distant peaks crumbled under the shock waves, as if the entire Vegeta trembled beneath the onslaught of these 9 warriors. "Grandma, quickly!" Gohan called out to Jin, knowing their collective strikes, though formidable, might still fall short of injuring Daily's. Only Jin's ultimate technique could provide the necessary final suppression. Jin stood at the battlefield's edge, her hands already gathering ki. As the mother of Son Goku and a battle-hardened Saiyan warrior, she exuded gentleness in her demeanor, yet possessed a resolute spirit that rivaled any male combatant. Hearing Gohan's call, she took a deep breath, closing her eyes tightly. When they opened again, her pupils glimmered with a vibrant green light. Waves of golden flames surged around her. "Super Saiyan." "Tyrant Ray." Jin's voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with unwavering determination. She gathered Kamehameha in her left hand, while her right hand's fingers pressed against her forehead to conjure the Makenka Sappo, swiftly merging the 2 energies into one. She propelled it forward, a massive purple ray erupting from her palm, its diameter far exceeding Gohan's Kamehameha. The air around was instantaneously vaporized. Even light was drawn into this ray, forming a dark trajectory. This was her ultimate technique, honed over a decade. After Bardock conceived it, she had spent another 10 years perfecting it. Even Frieza's final form would be obliterated if struck directly by this ray. The purple ray surged towards Daily's merging with the 9 attacks to create a torrent of energy that spanned the heavens and the earth. Boom! The 9 energies and the Tyrant Ray simultaneously struck Daily's position, a colossal explosion resonating throughout Vegeta. The light from the explosion outshone 2 suns, forcing even Raditz, in his Super Saiyan form, and Goku, under the 20-fold Kaioken, to squint to discern the scene at the epicenter of the blast. The shockwave radiated outward like a tsunami, lifting the red earth, rocks, and debris into the air, forming a vast mushroom cloud that pierced through Vegeta's atmosphere, visible even in space. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien retreated, leaning against fractured rock walls, gasping for breath. The strain of the Kaioken left their bodies aching, sweat streaming down their foreheads, evaporating upon contact with the ground. Their gazes were fixated on the massive cloud of dust. Expressions grave. This was the strongest assault they could muster. If it did not harm Daily's, their chances of victory would be utterly extinguished. Was it successful? Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, uncertainty lacing his voice. It should be, Krillin replied, his hands still trembling, having expended nearly half his ki in the earlier attack. The power of that Tyrant Ray was simply terrifying. Vegeta remained silent, his focus locked on the dust cloud. His instincts warned him that matters were not so simple. Daily's was too enigmatic. It could not be this easy to defeat him. As time passed, the dust began to dissipate. The first sight revealed the once flat red earth transformed into a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. Orange-red lava continuously bubbling at its center, hissing as it met the air, releasing plumes of white steam. The surrounding rock walls and pillars had been vaporized into oblivion, leaving only charred earth. Then, a figure emerged at the center of the crater, clad in a gray metallic battle suit, with skin and hair of a metallic sheen. It was Daily's. He stood at the lava's edge, unscathed, his battle attire still intact. He raised his right hand, gently brushing off the dust from his shoulder, his movements elegant as if he had just attended a grand banquet, rather than having been struck head-on by the ultimate techniques of 10 warriors. He even frowned slightly, as if discontent with the dust upon him, a faint smirk gracing his lips, one of disdain and mockery. How is this possible? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet Daily's remained there, dusting himself off, showing no signs of injury. Yamcha's mouth hung agape, voice trembling. Did our attacks merely tickle him? Tien's 3 eyes narrowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Impossible. Even Frieza would have perished from such an assault. Gohan's complexion turned pale, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. What manner of monster is this? Vegeta's body shook violently, shock and indignation flooding his expression. He had never imagined that despite pouring every ounce of his strength, even casting aside his pride as a prince to ally with Earthlings, their combined strike would fail to even graze the opponent's attire. Damn it. Chapter 144, Z Warriors vs. The Evil Alliance, 7. Gaze firmly locked onto the heart of the battlefield, the scene before him threatened to shatter his sanity. Bix's arm remained poised in the stance of launching the magical energy cannon, the green energy residue slowly dissipating from his fingertips. His muscles trembled from the exertion of a recent full-force surge, sweat mingling with the distinctive purple dust of Planet Namek, trickling down his sharply defined cheek, pooling at his chin before splattering onto the ground, sending up fine particles of dust. Meanwhile, Gula, struck by the concentrated power of Bix's magical energy cannon, now lowered his head to inspect his abdomen, his gray-purple pupils devoid of any panic. The green energy beam, which had torn through the air with a sharp crack, had indeed collided solidly against his silver-gray combat uniform, even penetrating the outer metallic armor. At this moment, a charred mark, the size of a fist, marred Gula's abdomen. Fragments of the combat suit clinging to his scorched skin, emitting wisps of smoke, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of melting metal. One cannot say that the attack was entirely ineffective. Bix's combat power, bolstered by the Kaioken, was precisely capped at 60 million, while Gula's normal combat power had long surpassed 4.7 billion. To penetrate a defense of 4.7 billion with a power of 60 million and leave such a charred mark speaks volumes of the horrific penetrating power of the magical energy cannon. Yet it was insufficient, far from enough. Gula raised his hand, lightly poking the charred area of his abdomen with his gray-white fingertips, producing a subtle cracking sound, as if touching an inconsequential stain. The mockery that had previously adorned his face vanished abruptly, his red-purple pupils narrowing slightly. And a trace of imperceptible coldness infiltrated his gaze towards Bick, no longer bearing the indifference of one looking down upon an insect. To his surprise, this Namekian insect possesses some prowess. Gula's voice was accompanied by a sound akin to fabric scraping, devoid of human vocal resonance, resembling a fingernail against a chalkboard. This truly causes me pain. At the instant the last word escaped his lips, Gula's figure abruptly vanished from sight, not through slow movement, but as if erased from existence, leaving behind only a faint gray-purple afterimage. The air split apart with his speed, issuing a sharp sound akin to an invisible blade slicing through the atmosphere. Bick's pupils contracted sharply, his heart sinking. The earlier discharge of the magical energy cannon had drained nearly 90% of his energy, and the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken left his insides aching, rendering his body unable to respond in time. He could distinctly sense a chilling intent to kill rushing towards his face, a pressure far more terrifying than when he faced Frieza's final form. Caution! Bardock's roar coincided almost perfectly with Gula's assault. There was no time for further thought. He propelled himself off the ground with all his might. The power of a Super Saiyan surging to its zenith, golden energy waves stirring up surrounding debris, forming a small vortex beneath his feet. His body shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, his right leg's muscles bulging with intensity, his skin glimmering gold from the infusion of energy. Delivering a devastating kick towards Gula's side. He was acutely aware that his power fell short of Gula's. This kick could not possibly harm him. His sole intention was to slow Gula down, to buy Bick even a second to evade, for there still lay a chance. The dull sound of impact erupted at the center of the battlefield. Bardock's toes made solid contact with the charred mark on Gula's abdomen, and he could even feel the hard bones beneath Gula's skin. However, the anticipated scenario of Gula being sent flying did not unfold. Gula's body merely hesitated slightly, a thin crack appearing in the charred area under the force, releasing more wisps of smoke. But his forward momentum barely slowed by half a second. Yet that half second was enough for Gula to land a blow on Bick's face. Gula's fist struck with the velocity of a cannonball, crashing directly into Bick's face. Bick could even discern the intricate metallic patterns on Gula's fist, glimmering with a cold light. He attempted to turn his head to evade, but his body felt as heavy as lead, leaving him helplessly watching the fist grow larger before him. Bam! Bick felt an overwhelming force shatter his cheekbone. Excruciating pain coursing through his nerves, plunging him into darkness. The metallic taste of blood and the sharp sound of broken teeth filled his senses. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through 3 thick purple stone pillars before finally slamming into the ground, kicking up a storm of dust. The ground trembled violently with the impact, a massive pit several meters in diameter forming instantly, the edges collapsing as loose stones tumbled into the abyss. Bick lay embedded in the purple soil at the bottom of the pit, his chest rising and falling weakly, his face a bloody mess, his left eye sealed shut, and his mouth continuously oozing blood mixed with fragments of teeth, staining the earth beneath him. Bick! Bardock was utterly alarmed. The previous kick had exhausted his last reserves of strength, the strain of being a Super Saiyan causing his leg bones to ache. Yet he paid no heed to this pain as he scrambled to the edge of the pit, heedless of the sharp rocks that scraped his palms. Gripping Bick's arm tightly to pull him from the sticky mud. Bick's consciousness had begun to blur, his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. Managing to open his right eye just enough to see Bardock's figure swaying, the world spinning around him, as he mumbled something. His voice so faint it resembled a mosquito's buzz, barely audible even to himself. Hold on. Bick, you must hold on. Bardock's voice trembled, a quiver he was unaware of, as he freed one hand to grasp Bick's arm, keenly sensing the energy within him. Thankfully, though faint, the energy still lingered. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Gula's mocking laughter pierced the air, sharp as needles in his ears. Bardock, you truly resemble a mother monkey guarding her young at this moment. Bardock turned abruptly to see Gula strolling towards him. His silver-gray combat uniform glinting coldly under Namek's purple sky, the charred mark on his abdomen still prominent, yet it did not hinder his movement in the slightest. Each step he took caused the surrounding rubble to tremble, as if the very gravity of planet Namek shifted with his stride. Gula must not approach Bick. The thought barely formed when Bardock sprang into action. He gently set Bick upon a relatively flat rock, turning to face Gula. his hands already gathering energy at a rapid pace. A golden sphere of energy expanded in his palms, radiating a scorching temperature that nearly ignited the surrounding air. This was a technique known to all, the prince's combat style, forming a barrage of energy blasts to suppress the foe. Although each individual blast lacked immense power, they could buy time to the utmost extent. "Hiya!" Bardock shouted, thrusting his hands forward as a torrent of golden energy blasts erupted from his palms, pouring forth like a golden deluge towards Gula. Each energy blast sliced through the air with a sharp crackling sound, exploding into half-meter-high sparks upon striking the ground, sending debris and dust soaring into the atmosphere, swiftly enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of smoke, completely obscuring Gula's form. He knew well that such an assault was trivial to Gula. With 7 billion in combat power, he could withstand these energy blasts unscathed. Yet Bardock had no other choice but to employ this method to buy even 10 seconds. For a plan that could reverse the tide of battle had already flickered through his mind. Before the smoke could dissipate, Bardock turned back towards the rock, retrieving a small green bean from his pocket, one of the magical beans he had brought from Earth. He cautiously placed the Xiando into Baiku's mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and a warm, gentle energy flowed down Baiku's throat, gradually mending his injured body. Baiku's chest began to rise and fall steadily, the color returning to his face, and his once foggy consciousness gradually sharpened. He blinked his right eye and gazed at Bardock, who was squatting in front of him, his voice still hoarse. "Mr. Bardock, don't speak, listen to me." Bardock's expression was more serious than ever. He gripped Baiku's shoulders, his eyes filled with determination. "I have a plan that can surely defeat Gula." This statement left Baiku's head buzzing, his pupils constricted slightly in surprise, clearly unprepared for Bardock's assertion. After all, the disparity in their combat powers was colossal. 7 billion versus 60 million, an almost insurmountable difference. "You must immediately use instant transmission to return to Earth and go to the Kami's temple." Bardock spoke rapidly, fearing any delay. "Find a Kami. He is from your Namekian lineage. If you merge with him, the combined strength and wisdom of both of you will amplify your powers several times over. Once the fusion is complete, return immediately. I will hold Gula here. When you unleash the Mekanka Sapo with your newly acquired power, you will surely penetrate his defenses and eliminate him." Baiku's mind was still a bit foggy. Fusion? He was aware that the Namekian Dragon clan possessed the innate ability to fuse, yet he and the Kami had been separate for many years. The Kami had stripped away his evil to become Earth's guardian, thus giving birth to the Demon King Baiku. He had inherited the Demon King's power, and they were now two distinct entities. Would the Kami even agree to fuse with me? Baiku asked hesitantly, uncertainty lacing his voice. "We have been separated for too long. Just go? Enough with the nonsense." Bardock, exasperated, raised his hand and slapped Baiku's forehead. The force was not heavy, but it left Baiku, who was already somewhat dizzy, even more confused. The Kami understands Gu-La's threat. He will not sit idly by while Earth and Namek are destroyed. There is no time for hesitation. Hurry. Baiku shook his head, feeling somewhat unreal. Yet upon seeing Bardock's urgent and resolute expression, he slowly nodded. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, he gradually sat up. The energy from the Xiando had healed most of his injuries. Though his stamina had not fully returned, he was ready to initiate instant transmission. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a faint blue energy aura began to envelop him, the signature glow of instant transmission. Debris on the ground gently floated upwards under the energy's influence, and Baiku's form began to blur, as if blending into the air. "Mr. Bardock." He opened his eyes and glanced at him, a hint of complexity in his gaze. "I will return as soon as possible." As his words faded, the blue light surged dramatically, and Baiku's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a shallow energy imprint on the ground, which soon dissipated with the flow of air. Almost simultaneously, the smoke in the center of the battlefield began to clear. Gu-La's figure re-emerged into view. He stood in the same spot, his silver-gray battle suit unscathed, save for a charred mark on his abdomen that still emitted wisps of smoke. He brushed off the dust from his shoulders, his movements elegant, as if he were adjusting formal attire rather than having just endured a barrage of energy blasts. Spotting only Bardock behind the rocks, a mocking smile crept across Gu-La's face, his gray-purple pupils filled with disdain. "Oh, did that little Namekian insect flee?" He walked slowly toward Bardock, each step feeling as if he were treading on Bardock's heart. "It seems you intend to face your demise alone, Bardock." Bardock slowly straightened his body, the golden aura of a Super Saiyan igniting around him once more, this time with even greater intensity. The fierce energy wave caused his hair to whip back, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a resolute determination. He watched as Gula drew nearer, a cold smirk forming on his lips, his voice clear and unwavering. "Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined." Beneath the purple sky of Namek, the wind suddenly picked up, whipping up debris and dust from the ground, gathering toward the center of the battlefield. Bardock understood that he was about to confront the absolute pressure of Gula's 4.7 billion combat power. Every second teetered on the brink of death. Yet he was confident he would survive due to his extraordinary regenerative abilities. He needed to wait for Barbie Q to return with the power of fusion and for the Mekanka Sapo that could turn the tide of battle to once again tear through the skies of Namek. Gula halted 10 meters away from Bardock, the murderous intent in his gray-purple pupils intensifying. "Interesting. Let me see how long you can endure." Before his words could fully register, Gula's figure surged forward once more. This time, his speed was even greater, his gray-purple silhouette merging into a blur, almost forming a barrier that descended upon Bardock. Bardock's pupils constricted sharply, crossing his arms in front of his chest as the golden energy coalesced into a protective shield. He knew that the true battle of delay was only just beginning. "Hurry, Barbie Q. Hurry." In Chapter 145, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 8. The battlefield of Namek was ablaze with Bardock's golden aura clashing violently against Gula's gray-purple energy, debris and dust swirling in the tumult of their powers. Bardock fought desperately, trading blows with Gula, often landing a punch, only to have Gula retaliate with a more powerful strike to Bardock's face. However, Bardock's near-immortal resilience allowed him to recover swiftly. The battle raged on fiercely. "Hurry faster, Barbie Q. Hurry." Suddenly, Chi-Chi's voice rang out amidst the ruins, her long hair lifted by the wind. Despite the scratches on her deep blue battle suit, the determination in her eyes remained unwavering. As Bardock's wife and a seasoned Scion warrior who had faced countless battlefields, her calmness served as an anchor, stabilizing those around her in their panic. She clenched her fists, her gaze sweeping over Krillin, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, finally resting on Bailing Air with an undeniable tone. "Hurry. Bailing Air, you gather everyone to form the Spirit Bomb. Goku Raditz, come with me to confront Dodoria." On Planet Vegeta, once regarded as the Scion's glorious homeland, a heavier shadow now loomed. Dodoria hovered above the ruins, his metallic body stained with still-drying blood, his cold, gleaming eyes scanning the ground. Each time his gaze lingered, it sent chills down the spines of the surviving warriors. Bailing Air suddenly lifted her head, a flash of resolve crossing her eyes. She knew all too well that given their current power, defeating Dodoria head-on was nearly impossible. Earlier, when they had all unleashed their ultimate attacks against Dodoria, he had easily repelled them, the overwhelming force leaving everyone disheartened. The Spirit Bomb, a technique that required the gathering of energy from all living things, might be their only hope. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling yet clear. "I understand, Mom." Krillin rubbed his hands together, tension evident on his face, but he quickly stepped forward. "Bailing Air, don't worry, we will definitely do our utmost to help." Having trained on King Kai's planet alongside them, he might just possess the Spirit Bomb technique with his kind heart. Now, being able to contribute to defeating a formidable foe, he clenched his fists, a faint aura beginning to shimmer from his palms. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his 3 eyes were filled with gravity. The guidance of the Yuanchi Dan requires stable energy. Linger, focus on your guidance, and we will assist you in stabilizing the flow of your energy to prevent it from dissipating. As he spoke, he raised his hands, positioning himself in a triangular formation with Ballinger. The energy within him gradually radiated outward, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped Ballinger. Yamcha moved to the edge, vigilantly watching the direction of dailies, while simultaneously dispersing his energy. "I will also contribute to the gathering. I will observe from the side, and if there is any movement from dailies, I will notify you immediately." His hands were raised, condensing energy into the Yuanchi Dan. Yet his gaze remained fixed on dailies, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Ballinger took a deep breath and slowly raised her hands. A faint golden thread of energy began to rise from her palms, flickering like a newborn flame, gently swaying in the air. She closed her eyes, her mind echoing with the image of her father, Bardock, the scion who always stood in front of everyone, the man who became the new king of scions. At this moment, he was fighting fiercely on Namek against Gula, and she had to defend Vegeta's star, safeguarding this hope. Oh heavens, earth and oceans! Ballinger's voice suddenly rose, no longer trembling, but filled with strength, like a thunderbolt that pierced through the clouds of Vegeta's star, resonating in every corner of the planet. The energy within her surged wildly, and the golden thread in her palms instantly expanded into a robust pillar of energy. Soaring into the sky, to all warriors of Vegeta's star, to all those oppressed and enslaved by Gula across the universe. Her voice, carried by the vibrations of energy, transcended the boundaries of the planet, spreading to every corner of the cosmos. On a planet occupied by Gula's army, an elderly alien, hiding behind the ruins, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in his murky eyes upon hearing this call. He trembled as he extended his frail hands, using every ounce of strength he had, despite his unhealed wounds, to lift a faint trace of energy upward. On another enslaved planet, a group of young aliens, driven by Gula's soldiers to transport supplies, exchanged determined glances upon hearing Ballinger's voice. One youth suddenly broke free from the soldier's grasp and raised his hands. I refuse to be enslaved. I want to help them. As he spoke, his companions also raised their hands, undeterred by the soldier's angry shouts and beatings. I am Balling, the daughter of the new Scion King, Bardock. The energy pillar in Ballinger's palms grew thicker, illuminating half of the sky over Vegeta's star. The originally dark red sky began to shimmer with a gentle blue hue as the energy coalesced, enveloping the scarred land in a soft veil. On the ground, the surviving warriors of Vegeta's star ignited with flames of hope at the mention of Bardock's name, trust in their king and a thirst for freedom. They emerged from the ruins, regardless of their injuries, and collectively raised their hands, channeling their remaining energy toward Ballinger. We are engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the merciless cosmic tyrant Gula. If we are defeated, the entire universe will face Gula's massacre. Ballinger's voice, tinged with emotion, grew even more resolute. She could distinctly feel the waves of energy surging toward her from all directions, from the peaks of Vegeta's star, from the depths of the ocean, from the ruins of cities, and even from distant corners of the universe. Countless threads of faint energy converged, forming a magnificent power that gradually coalesced into a small orb of light above her hands. Initially the size of a fist, the orb emitted a soft golden glow. As more energy flowed in, it began to enlarge at a visible rate, soon reaching the size of a basketball, then a round table. Its brilliance intensified, dyeing the clouds above in gold, while debris on the ground began to levitate slightly, as if infused with life. In this battle, we have no choice but to achieve victory. I implore everyone to share some energy with me. Let us rise together, raise our hands, and eliminate Gula. As her final words resonated, Ballinger abruptly opened her eyes. The Yuanchi Dan in her palms had grown as large as a small mountain, its golden radiance nearly blinding. And the air around it began to vibrate with a humming sound, causing the distant ruins to tremble. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamu Cha, with tense expressions, released all their energy, forming 3 invisible ropes to firmly stabilize the shape of the Yuanchi Dan, preventing it from collapsing under the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, GNEI, Goku, and La TZ had readied themselves for combat. Jinae's body suddenly erupted with golden energy waves, her hair transforming into a dazzling gold, her pupils shimmering with a golden sheen. She had entered the Super Saiyan form. Her energy soared, lifting the debris around her, creating a small vortex at her side. She flexed her wrists, the bones cracking, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Dailies. Do not think of approaching Linger and the others. La TZ followed closely, a similar golden energy wave exploding from within him. His muscles swelled with energy, revealing sharp teeth as he grinned, his tone filled with Scion pride. You caught me off guard before, but this time you will not succeed. He propelled himself off the ground, his right leg bent behind him, ready to attack at any moment. Goku took a deep breath, crossing his hands before him. The energy waves around him shifted from gold to deep crimson, radiating a searing heat that seemed to ignite the surrounding air. 20 times Kaioken. Veins bulged on his forehead. clearly indicating the immense physical strain required to maintain this state, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Dailies, your opponents are us. 3 figures, adorned in gold and deep red, charged toward Dailies from 3 different directions. Dailies hovered in place, a smirk of disdain curling his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. Trivial techniques. Before he finished speaking, Jinei's fist, aglow with golden light, struck fiercely at Dailies' face. Dailies did not flinch. Instead, he casually raised his right hand, his fist meeting Jinei's blow. A thunderous shockwave erupted as their fists collided, tearing the ground apart with a fissure several meters wide, debris flying like shrapnel. Jinei felt a tremendous force radiating from the impact. Her arm went numb, and her body uncontrollably slid backward, struggling to regain her footing after sliding 10 meters. Blood trickling from her mouth. She stared in shock at Dailies, who remained utterly unfazed, as if her punch had merely brushed against cotton. Is this all you've got? Dailies scoffed, his gaze shifting to La Tz in midair. Seizing the opportunity, La Tz's right leg, enveloped in energy, struck out like a golden iron rod. Aimed at Dailies' side, he sensed that this kick contained 70% of his strength. Even the hardest rock in the universe would shatter under its force. Yet, Dailies merely tilted his body slightly, blocking it effortlessly with his arm. With a resonant clang of metal colliding, La Tz felt as if he had kicked red-hot steel. Excruciating pain coursed through him, and he could hear the creaking of his bones. Before he could react, Dailies' left hand shot out like lightning, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. La Tz coughed up blood, the front of his battle suit caving in as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the ruins of a dilapidated tower. Chapter 146, Z Fighters vs. Evil Alliance, Part 9. Super Vegeta Dalizi was propelled backward like a cannonball, causing the tower to collapse instantly, burying him beneath the rubble, with only a faint energy signature indicating that he still drew breath. Brother, Goku roared, rapidly bringing his hands together in front of him, gathering a pale blue energy in his palms. Kamehameha, as the final syllable left his lips. A robust beam of pale blue energy erupted from his hands, tearing through the air with a deafening roar as it hurtled toward Dalizi. Enhanced by the 20-fold Kaioken, this Kamehameha was several times thicker than usual, illuminating half the battlefield, while the ground itself became scorched from the residual energy wave. Yet, Dalizi maintained his dismissive demeanor, showing no inclination to move as he simply raised his right hand and casually swatted at the Kamehameha. A resounding crack echoed as Dalizi's palm pierced through the pale blue energy wave, as if shattering a fragile piece of glass. The once ferocious Kamehameha crumbled under his hand, dispersing into countless diminutive blue light particles, dissolving into the air. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Maintaining the 20-fold Kaioken was already an immense drain on his energy, and this Kamehameha had consumed nearly all of his remaining strength. How could Dalizi have so effortlessly neutralized it? Is this all you've got? Dalizi slowly lowered his hand, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his right hand, conjuring a small black energy sphere at his fingertips, which he casually tossed toward Goku, though seemingly inconspicuous. The energy sphere was propelled with astonishing velocity, leaving Goku with no time to evade as he barely managed to raise his arms to shield his chest. Boom. The instant the energy sphere struck Goku, a tremendous explosion resonated, sending him hurtling away and carving a deep trench into the ground. As the smoke cleared, Goku lay at the end of the trench, his martial arts uniform tattered and his body riddled with wounds, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. He trembled as he attempted to rise, but his body refused to obey, the scene before him beginning to blur and sway. Goku! John exclaimed, rushing forward to aid him. Yet she found herself ensnared by Dalizi's chilling gaze. That icy stare rendered her immobile, preventing her from taking another step. From a distance, Vegeta's intense focus was fixated on the center of the battlefield. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, blood trickling from beneath his nails. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He witnessed Jin being repelled, Raditz being struck away, and Goku being blasted by the energy sphere, all of whom he had long considered inferior warriors, now valiantly defending Planet Vegeta with their lives. And here he was, the former prince of the Science, merely a spectator? Why? Vegeta's voice was low and hoarse, laced with uncontainable fury. Why can you lower-class warriors charge into battle while I, the prince, cower like a turtle? He recalled his childhood, his father, King Vegeta's expectations for him to become the strongest scion and lead their race to glory. Yet now, he could not even transform into a super scion, lacking the strength to protect his own planet. I am Vegeta, the prince of the Scions. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. How can I lose to you lower-class warriors? How can I watch as Planet Vegeta is annihilated? A volcanic rage erupted within him, an unprecedented energy surging forth from his being. Initially, it manifested as a white energy wave, exuding a violent aura that sent debris swirling around him. Then, golden patterns began to intertwine with the white energy, resembling golden snakes slithering through the turbulent waves. The sky darkened abruptly, as the golden clouds above converged into ominous black storm clouds, flickering with violet lightning, the thunderous roars echoing through the cosmos. As if even the heavens trembled in response to Vegeta's wrath. Vegeta's body quaked violently. He sensed a power awakening within him, both searing and ferocious. As if it sought to tear him apart, his hair began to transform, golden light emerging from the black strands, first at the tips, then at the roots. The gold and black continuously shifting in a fierce struggle. Ah! Vegeta threw his head back, unleashing a thunderous roar that encapsulated his defiance, anger, and pride, piercing through the storm clouds and resonating throughout Planet Vegeta. With that roar, the energy within him erupted. The white energy wave was instantaneously engulfed by the gold, morphing into a colossal golden energy pillar that shot skyward, cleaving through the dense storm clouds and creating a vast opening. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating Vegeta's golden hair, which now radiated brilliance. His pupils transformed into dazzling gold, the golden energy waves surrounding him swirling like raging flames, expanding exponentially. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading from beneath his feet as debris from the ruins was swept into the air, disintegrating into dust. Super Saiyan. Vegeta lowered his head slowly, gazing at his hands. Those hands, once powerless to do anything but clench into fists, now emanated a golden glow, the surging power within him instilling a sense of unparalleled strength. This power was exponentially greater than all he had possessed before, as if he could effortlessly obliterate anything should he choose. He clenched his fist slowly, feeling the energy coursing through his fingertips, a confident and arrogant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This power, this astonishing power. The golden energy waves surged once more, uprooting the surrounding debris entirely, as even Krillin and the others, who were gathering energy in the distance, felt the terrifying aura and turned their gazes. Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment, muttering, Vegeta has also transformed into a Super Saiyan? Tyanjanhan's third eye narrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this proud Saiyan prince would break through his limits in such dire circumstances. Veiling Air sensed the golden energy behind her, glancing back to see Vegeta's golden silhouette, her eyes flashing with surprise. With another formidable warrior on their side, the hope of defeating Delisi had grown significantly. Delisi finally retracted the smirk from his face, directing his gaze toward Vegeta with a slight furrow of his brow. Oh, another Super Saiyan? His tone bore a hint of surprise, yet he remained unperturbed, believing that even with the transformation, this would merely provide another offering to his victory. Vegeta lifted his head, his golden pupils scanning Delisi at the battlefield's center, his gaze filled with disdain and provocation. I am invincible. I am a Super Saiyan. I am tired, Vegeta. Transform. Chapter 147. Z Fighters vs. Evil Alliance. Part 10. The battlefield's winds carried the lingering pale blue remnants of the Kamehameha's dissipating energy. As the golden pillar cleaved through the storm clouds, Vegeta's proclamation, I am tired, Vegeta. Transform, struck like thunder in everyone's ears. Krillin's mouth gaped. His intended shout of joy caught in his throat. He struggled to comprehend Vegeta's meaning, yet seeing him enveloped in golden flames, his pupils shining with an almost frightening intensity, he surmised this must be some Saiyan declaration of strength, swallowing his confusion and tightening his fists as he focused on the battlefield. Tyanjanhan's third eye narrowed slightly, his gaze locking onto Vegeta's hair, now entirely transformed into a golden spectacle. The image of Wukong being blasted away by the black energy sphere lingered in his mind. And at this moment, the energy emanating from Vegeta surpassed even Wukong at his peak. He couldn't help but clench his fists, if only this power could indeed overpower Dale's. Before he could finish his thought, Dale slowly turned, his metallic glinting eyes sweeping over Vegeta, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Dales tilted his head, a faint clicking sound emanating from his mechanical neck. He gazed at the swirling golden aura around Vegeta, recalling the similar golden-haired, golden-eyed transformations of Jine and Raditz moments ago, both accompanied by a surge of energy. But what was this strange term Vegeta had uttered? Speedy Vegeta? He repeated it slowly, filled with confusion. Was this a new transformation? Or did this fellow's mind malfunction during the transformation? He opened his right hand, still retaining the faint blue light from shattering the Kamehameha. And with a gentle flick of his fingertip, the light dissipated into the wind. It was merely a transformation into a Super Saiyan. Dale scoffed, his gaze drifting to Jine, who was still struggling to rise, and then to the barely conscious Raditz. Look, those two Super Saiyans were reduced to that state by me. How much stronger do you think you are than them? Jine's heart tightened. She remained poised to rush to Raditz's aid, but Dale's words pierced her heart like an icy spear. She was acutely aware of both her and Raditz's strengths, and while Vegeta was a prince, he had previously been unable to even touch the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now, with this sudden breakthrough, could he truly defeat Dales? Unable to suppress her concern, she glanced at Vegeta, her eyes filled with worry, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, fearing her words might discourage him. Ignoring Dale's taunts, Vegeta slowly raised his right hand, thumb firmly upright, palm facing himself, and elbow slightly bent. This classic gesture, often seen in the Dragon Ball world as a sign of impending defeat, was executed with unbridled arrogance. The golden aura danced around his fingertips like flickering flames. He locked his gaze on Dale's, his voice dripping with undeniable pride. Dales, your life ends here. Next, I shall send you to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. It was not merely a swift movement. It was an explosive burst of energy characteristic of a Super Saiyan, covering dozens of meters in an instant, appearing right before Dale's. His right fist was enveloped in a thick golden aura, the force of his punch tearing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at Dale's chest. He concentrated half of his transformed energy into this strike, intent on shattering Dale's seemingly solid mechanical body with a single blow. How fast? Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the battlefield's center, faster than Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken moments ago. Vegeta had truly grown stronger. Tien's third eye lit up simultaneously. He could distinctly capture the intensity of the energy surrounding Vegeta's fist. That power was terrifying. Perhaps there was indeed hope. He murmured, his hands instinctively clenching tighter, his breath quickening. Balin had also breathed a sigh of relief. She had previously feared that Vegeta might meet the same fate as Wukong, easily defeated. But now it seemed that his Super Saiyan form was even stronger than Jine and Raditz's. She glanced at Raditz amidst the rubble, who was gritting his teeth, propping himself up with an expectant look in his eyes, and softly said, "Wait a moment, brother, perhaps Vegeta can win." Raditz remained silent, his eyes fixed firmly on Vegeta's fist, his nails digging deeply into the shards of stone beneath him. He felt unwillingness, yet also hoped for Vegeta's victory, for they were all Saiyans, guardians of Vegeta Say. However, just as Vegeta's fist was about to connect with Dale's chest, Dales moved. His motion was as leisurely as a stroll, barely turning his body, simply raising his left hand and gently extending his palm forward. Then, smack. The crisp sound of his palm striking resonated loudly across the desolate battlefield. One slap shattered the dream of speed. Vegeta felt an immense force surge from his fist. It was not a hard collision, but rather as if an invisible wall had intercepted him. Instantly, the power from Dale's palm nullified all of his offensive momentum and, with a counterforce, struck brutally against his face. He could barely register Dale's actions, feeling a flash before his eyes, a sharp pain in his cheek, and his body was uncontrollably propelled backward as if struck by a speeding spaceship. Crash! Vegeta's back slammed against the stone pillar of a nearby crumbling tower, shattering it instantly. Debris cascading upon him. He let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Krillin's smile froze, his mouth agape, unable to utter the words he had just exclaimed about Vegeta's speed, now lodged in his throat. While his cheeks flushed as if that slap had landed not on Vegeta's face, but on all of theirs. Tien's three eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly seen Vegeta's speed reach its zenith, yet to Dale's, it appeared as slow as an elderly lady taking a stroll. The disparity was staggering. Instinctively, he touched his own face, feeling a phantom sting, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Awkwardness, sheer awkwardness. Balan's lips twitched. The hope that had risen moments ago was now utterly shattered, replaced by an indescribable embarrassment. She glanced at Raditz beside her, who was equally slack-jawed, lost in a daze, and turned her face away to avoid the humiliation. Jine covered her mouth, her concern morphing into shock. She had been anticipating a miracle from Vegeta, yet now she could barely bear to look at his expression, her hands clenched white-knuckled. Dales regarded his left hand, then glanced at Vegeta, who had been driven into the stone pillar, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He had assumed Vegeta possessed some hidden trump card, given the loud proclamation during his transformation and that peculiar gesture. Thus, he had instinctively struck out, only to find it so effortlessly effective. It was merely a bluff. Dales suddenly understood, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips as he raised an eyebrow towards Vegeta. I thought Prince Vegeta was formidable, yet even as a Super Saiyan, he remained so weak. Emerging from the rubble, Vegeta bore the clear imprint of the slap on his cheek, the red mark stark against his pale face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was indifferent to the pain on his face or the injuries on his body. What troubled him was the question, why? Why, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, with speed and power multiplied several times, was he still as slow as a snail before Dales? Why had his all-out punch failed to even graze Dales' clothes, only to be swatted away with a single slap? No, this is impossible. Vegeta growled in a low voice, a tremor lacing his tone. This must be a coincidence. It must be an accident. You were merely fortunate. Suddenly unleashing his energy, the golden aura surged once more, lifting the surrounding rubble into the air, swirling around him. He pushed off the ground, charging once more towards Dales. This time with greater speed, his fist enveloped in an even thicker layer of golden energy. He was determined to prove that the previous incident was merely an accident. He was the Prince of the Saiyans. He could not be this weak. Chapter 148, Z Warriors vs. The Evil Alliance, Part 11. Dales observed as Vegeta charged at him once more, the mockery in his eyes growing even more pronounced. Since you are so eager to be struck, I shall indulge you, he remarked, as the intensity of his aura began to gradually diminish. The dark energy that had enveloped him receded, leaving behind a faint black halo, its strength comparable to that of Vegeta. Vegeta darted forward, launching a powerful right punch. This time, Dales did not deflect it with an open hand, but instead extended his right hand to gently block the blow. The impact resonated, as golden flames and the black halo collided, resulting in a small explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. Dales had successfully intercepted his strike. This indicated that Dales' power was indeed on par with his own. The previous incident had truly been a fluke. He quickly retracted his right fist and executed a swift and fierce kick aimed at Dales' abdomen, enveloped in golden flames. Dales slightly shifted his body to evade Vegeta's kick, while simultaneously sweeping his left foot towards Vegeta's calf. Vegeta leapt into the air, performing a somersault, and brought his hands together to strike down towards Dales' head. The battlefield erupted with a flurry of collision sounds as Vegeta and Dales exchanged blows with fervor. The golden flames and black halo continued to clash, sending debris flying and leaving the ground beneath them riddled with craters. Kellen watched in astonishment, the earlier awkwardness vanishing, replaced by exhilaration. This is fantastic. Vegeta is truly holding his own against him. It was indeed an accident. Tianjin Fan also sighed in relief, closely observing the duel. Although he felt that Dales' movements appeared somewhat casual, witnessing Vegeta withstand Dales' attacks prompted him to nod approvingly. It seems Vegeta's Super Saiyan form is indeed formidable. Perhaps he can truly claim victory. Janae beamed with pride, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched Vegeta. She understood how proud he was. Now that he could compete evenly with Dales, it must be a tremendous source of encouragement for him. She quietly approached Ryukong, crouching beside him to gently caress his cheek. Whispering, Ryukong, look, Vegeta is giving it his all. We cannot afford to give up. Reitai struggled to rise. Leaning against a shattered stone pillar as he gazed at Vegeta on the battlefield, a smile gracing his lips. Although he still held a grudge against Vegeta, he could not deny that Vegeta was indeed stronger now. However, only Baelinger furrowed her brow slightly. Her perception was sharper than Kellen's and Tianjin Fan's. allowing her to keenly sense the fluctuations in Vegeta and Daily's energies. Although Vegeta's aura remained explosive, it weakened with each collision, and she noted the numerous small wounds appearing on Vegeta's arms and legs, blood oozing slowly from them, concealed by the golden flames. In contrast, Daily's energy remained stable, showing no signs of fluctuation, and he wore a relaxed smile, his movements casual, as if he were merely playing a game. His metallic body bore only a few superficial scratches, remnants of Vegeta's punches and kicks, but for his mechanical form, such damage was insignificant. Something is amiss, Balinger murmured, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Vegeta was exhausting his stamina, while Daily's was not taking the fight seriously. Yet, her concerns went unheard. As Kellen and Tianjin Fan continued to cheer for Vegeta's prowess, while Janae focused on caring for Wukong, and Reitais applauded Vegeta's every attack. On the battlefield, Vegeta's breathing had become noticeably labored. He could feel his energy rapidly depleting. Each punch and kick grew increasingly strenuous. His arms began to ache, and his legs felt weak. But he dared not cease. To stop now would mean defeat. He gazed at Daily's perpetually mocking expression, his rage igniting further. Is dodging all you can do? Vegeta roared, demanding a direct confrontation. Daily's raised an eyebrow, deliberately slowing his movements, allowing Vegeta's fist to graze his shoulder, leaving a deeper scratch on his metallic form. Am I not indulging you? He chuckled. If I were to take this seriously, you would be sent flying just as before. Curse you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, retreating several steps to create distance between them. He realized he could no longer afford to prolong the fight. If he did, his strength would be entirely depleted. He needed to unleash his ultimate attack for a decisive blow. Vegeta took a deep breath, interlocking his hands at his waist, palms facing each other, and slowly positioned them there. A tumultuous surge of energy began to coalesce in his hands, gradually transforming into a vibrant purple hue. His ultimate technique, the Kylie Pow. The purple energy intensified, swirling like tumultuous waves in his palms, compressing relentlessly, warping the air around him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Kellen's eyes widened, recognizing that Vegeta was preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Tianjin Fan grew tense, sensing the formidable power embedded within that purple energy, stronger than Wukong's earlier Kamehameha. This attack would surely defeat Daily's. Daily's observed the purple energy in Vegeta's palms, a glimmer of seriousness surfacing in his gaze. He could perceive the potency of that energy. Although it did not yet pose a threat to him, he could not afford to underestimate it. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering black energy in his palm, preparing to counter Vegeta's Kylie Pow with a Ki Gongbwa. Vegeta, noticing the black energy in Daily's hand, smirked. Now was the moment. He shouted with fervor, "Die, Kylie Pow!" Yet, in the instant he prepared to unleash his attack, his figure suddenly vanished. Not through high-speed movement, but instantaneously. Daily's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Vegeta's ability to teleport. He had assumed Vegeta would directly fire the Kylie Pow, his focus entirely on Vegeta's hands, and was unprepared for the surprise attack. Vegeta reappeared behind Daily's, still in the pose of gathering the Kylie Pow, the purple energy swirling wildly in his palms. As he gazed at Daily's back, a triumphant smile crept upon his lips. Daily's, this time you are finished. Daily's, perish. Vegeta bellowed once more, thrusting his hands forward. Kylie Pow? Boom. The purple energy wave surged forth like a roaring dragon from Vegeta's palms, wielding the power to rend the very fabric of the heavens, and struck Daily's back with tremendous force. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the entirety of Vegeta's star, as the purple energy shockwave radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding ruins, and cleaving the ground to create a massive fissure dozens of meters long, with black smoke billowing skyward, obscuring the entire battlefield. Kellen leaped with excitement. Fists clenched as he shouted, "It hit." Vegeta landed a blow. Tianjin Fan exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Wonderful. Now Daily's is surely finished. Janae looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at the dense black smoke. She gently patted Wukong's cheek, whispering, "Wukong, look, we have triumphed." Reitais also smiled, leaning against the pillar as he surveyed the smoke-shrouded battlefield, his earlier discontent gradually dissipating. Regardless of the outcome, they had succeeded. Vegeta's star was preserved. However, Balinger remained tense, her gaze fixed on the smoke, her brow furrowing further. She could sense that although the purple energy wave was powerful, it seemed not to have inflicted a fatal blow on Dailies. Just then, a faint chuckle echoed from within the smoke. The sound of laughter resonated clearly in everyone's ears, tinged with a hint of mockery, disdain, and a sense of ease. The smile on Klin's face froze, while Tianjin Fan's grin vanished. Jine's anticipation morphed into worry, and the smile on Raditz' face also became rigid. As the haze gradually dissipated, the figure of Dailies emerged before them. He remained in the same position, his back turned. Yet his right hand was enveloped in a thick black energy shield. The violet energy blast was firmly blocked by his dark barrier, which was relentlessly struck by the purple energy but failed to break through. Dailies slowly turned around, gazing at Vegeta, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Did you truly believe that such trivial tricks could harm me? The pride on Vegeta's face evaporated instantly, replaced by disbelief. He looked at the black energy shield on Dailies' hand, then glanced at his own empty hands. How could his energy blast be so easily thwarted by Dailies? Impossible. Vegeta took a step back, his body trembling slightly. This technique had gathered all my energy. Why are you unharmed? Dailies dissipated the black energy shield on his hand, approached Vegeta, and gently patted him on the shoulder. Leaning close to Vegeta's ear, he whispered in a tone audible only to them, "You are far too weak. Whether as a Super Saiyan or as the Prince of the Saiyans, you are simply too weak." Vegeta erupted with fury, golden energy once again surging around him as he swung his fist towards Dailies' face. Yet this time, Dailies did not evade. He merely extended his hand and gently grasped Vegeta's fist. A sharp crack echoed as Vegeta's fist was firmly held, his bones snapping instantly. He let out a pained scream, cold sweat soaking his back as his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Dailies regarded the kneeling Vegeta, his expression laden with mockery. So this is what Super means. He released Vegeta's fist and delivered a gentle kick to his chest. Vegeta flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, the golden aura gradually faded, his hair returning to black, though the marks on his face and the wounds on his body rendered him particularly disheveled. The battlefield fell silent once more as all eyes turned to the fallen Vegeta, filled with despair. Klin sat slumped on the ground, murmuring, "How could this happen?" Tianjin Fan's three eyes reflected helplessness. He understood that hope was lost. Jine held Goku tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Dailies. Raditz looked at Vegeta's form, slowly bowing his head. Balin's lips were tightly clenched, her mind racing with a single thought. Is Planet Vegeta truly doomed? Dailies surveyed the fallen Vegeta and the despair etched on the faces of those present, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, who else wishes to stand in my way? His voice echoed across the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable pressure. If not, then. At that moment, a faint energy suddenly emanated from Goku. Jine was the first to sense it. She looked down at Goku in her arms, astonished to see his fingers twitching. "Goku, you're awake?" Jine exclaimed in excitement. All eyes turned to Goku, and even Dailies furrowed his brow, glancing in Goku's direction. Goku slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat blurred. He looked at Jine, then surveyed the battlefield before finally settling on Dailies. He struggled to rise, but was restrained by Jine. "Goku, don't move. You're severely injured," she urged. Goku shook his head, his voice hoarse. "I cannot allow him to harm everyone." He gradually lifted his right hand, a faint blue energy beginning to coalesce in his palm. Though weak, it radiated a resolute determination. Dailies observed the energy forming in Goku's hand and scoffed. "In such a state, you still wish to resist? How utterly foolish." He raised his right hand, a black energy sphere forming at his fingertip, aimed at Goku. Just as the black sphere was about to strike Goku, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged from the distance. Bang! The golden light collided with the black energy sphere, shattering it instantly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing Raditz, who had risen without anyone noticing. His hair had turned golden once more, and a golden aura swirled around him. Though not as potent as Vegeta's, it emanated an indomitable spirit. "If you wish to harm my brother, you will have to go through me first," Raditz roared, charging towards Dailies. Dailies regarded the incoming Raditz with a flicker of impatience. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." He swung his fist toward Raditz, igniting a new battle. Yet this time, did they still have hope? Chapter 150, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 13. Suddenly, the space rippled with distortion, and a pale green figure, enveloped in the remnants of the battlefield smoke, abruptly appeared on the pristine steps of the Temple of the Gods. As Piccolo's feet touched the ground, hurried breaths escaped his throat, and beads of sweat trickled down his green skin, a lingering pain from the wound on his chest. A mark from his recent encounter with Gula. Lord Piccolo? Mr. Popo's voice rang out, his previously calm expression now filled with concern upon seeing Piccolo's disheveled state. Weren't you on Namek assisting Mr. Bardock against Gula? How did you suddenly return to Earth? No time for questions, Piccolo exclaimed, raising his head, urgency filling his green eyes. He stepped forward, grasping Mr. Popo's arm, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Summon the god at once. The situation is critical. If we delay, it may be too late. His tone lacked the usual calmness, replaced by a rare sense of desperation. Seeing his demeanor, Mr. Popo understood the gravity of the situation and promptly turned to rush deeper into the temple. After a brief moment, the elderly god, draped in white robes, emerged. As he approached the entrance, his gaze landed on Piccolo, immediately sensing something was amiss. Piccolo's aura was chaotic, laden with the remnants of a cosmic-level battle, clearly indicating he had endured a fierce conflict. Piccolo, what has happened? The god asked gravely as he stood before him. Has the situation on Namek taken a turn for the worse? Not a mere turn. Gula's strength exceeds our estimates. Piccolo inhaled deeply, striving to steady his rapid breathing, and quickly relayed the battlefield's circumstances. Mr. Bardock is still holding Gula at bay, but we are struggling immensely. Gula's combat power surpasses that of Mr. Bardock. Our attacks cannot inflict any significant damage. The only solution is for you and me to fuse. Only then can my power surge in a short time, giving us a chance to assist Bardock in defeating him. His words fell like a stone into a still pond, and the god's expression grew serious. Fusion was a unique ability of the Namekians. Once fused, the two entities' powers, memories, and wills would merge completely, resulting in the loss of consciousness for the assimilated party. As the guardian of Earth, the god had to prioritize the safety of the planet. I understand. The celestial being fell into a moment of silence, slowly nodding, yet immediately posed a pivotal question. After I assimilate with you, Earth will lose its guardian, and the Dragon Balls will cease to function. Have you considered who will take on the role of the celestial being? Do you intend to shoulder both the responsibilities of combat and the protection of Earth after the assimilation? Mr. Bardock has long had plans, and there is no time to dwell on these matters. Baiku waved his hand dismissively, his tone leaving no room for debate. His gaze fixed intently on the celestial being, whose palm began to emanate a faint sheen of energy. The urgent priority was to assimilate quickly. Any delay could spell disaster. He left unspoken words hanging in the air, but the urgency in his tone conveyed everything. The celestial being, recognizing Baiku's resolute expression, understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. If Gula truly defeated Bardock and Baiku, with the adversary's ambitions, he would inevitably turn his sights on Earth. At that point, even with the celestial being and the Dragon Balls, it might not suffice to withstand the threat. Very well. The celestial being ceased further discourse, slowly extending his left hand, palm facing upward, as white energy swirled within it. Come, Baiku, let our powers unite. A glimmer of determination flickered in Baiku's eyes. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, firmly clasping the celestial being's palm. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from their joined hands. Initially, it was but a faint point of light, which in the blink of an eye spread forth, enveloping the entire celestial hall like a tide, even piercing through the dome. Soaring skyward, the world seemed to have been muted, the previously gentle breeze abruptly halting, and the distant clouds scattered by the force of this energy. A soft white glow now bathed the entire sky of Earth. Within this white energy, Baiku and the celestial being's forms gradually blurred as their energies began to intertwine rapidly. The celestial being's steady energy merged with Baiku's combative spirit, akin to two rushing rivers converging into the sea, unleashing a power far exceeding 11. The ground began to tremble slightly, fine cracks appearing in the jade steps of the celestial hall, and the concentration of energy in the air surged, prompting Mr. Bo, observing from afar, to take several steps back while clutching his chest. This assimilative force persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually waning. When the last vestiges of white light dissipated, only one figure remained. Baiku still maintained his original form, yet his green skin appeared more taut, the definition of his muscles more pronounced than before. The furrows on his forehead deepened, and his gaze exuded a steadiness reminiscent of the celestial being, while still retaining its original sharpness. He slowly raised his hands, gazing at his palms, feeling the torrent of power within him, his pupils reflecting astonishment. Previously, his normal combat power was merely 3 million, but now, the energy within him surged like an endless ocean. With each breath, he could summon terrifying strength. He could distinctly sense that his current normal combat power had reached 7.5 million, 25 times. If I utilized the 20-fold Kaioken, Baiku murmured, instinctively drawing upon the energy within him, a golden aura bursting forth from his being, the surrounding air sizzling as it was scorched, and the cracks in the ground widening instantly. 15 billion. This power rivals that of a Super Saiyan. What thrilled him further was the realization that his mastery over energy had increased several-fold. If he were to charge up fully now and unleash a Maguangquang energy blast, its might could undoubtedly pierce through Gu La's defenses, potentially delivering a fatal blow. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in Baiku's eyes as he placed his hands on his forehead, instantly teleporting. His perception transcended the cosmic distances, locking onto Bardock's energy signature on the Namekian battlefield. With a whoosh, another distortion of space occurred, and Baiku's figure vanished from the celestial hall, reappearing on the soil of Namek. As he landed, a potent wave of bloodshed and the impact of colliding energies assaulted him. Baiku looked up to see two figures embroiled in a chaotic battle at the center of the battlefield. Bardock, bloodied and weary, his golden scion hair soaked with sweat and blood, had a twisted left arm, clearly broken, yet he gritted his teeth and swung his right fist towards Gula. Gula, suspended in midair, muscles bulging beneath his pale skin, wore a cold smirk as he gripped Bardock's right leg, hurling him towards the ground like refuse. With a thunderous crash, Bardock's body slammed into the green rock, shattering it into shards, and the ground opened up into a chasm several meters deep. Yet he barely paused, his golden aura surging once more as he executed a mid-air flip, stabilizing himself, his left arm visibly healing at an astonishing rate, demonstrating the prowess of his near-immortal state. What a tenacious cockroach, Gulam muttered, visibly irritated, as he bore several deep wounds on his chest from Bardock's previous counterattacks. Bardock, you can't hold out much longer. Why struggle? Surrender, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Surrender? Bardock wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharp as a blade. The word surrender do not exist in the dictionary of Bardock. No sooner had he spoken, he propelled himself off the ground, his body darting towards Gula like a golden lightning bolt, his right fist gathering all his strength aimed at Gu La's heart. This was his signature move. Even if it could not strike at Gu La's vital points, it would certainly inflict some pain. Gu La's eyes flashed with disdain as he sidestepped Bardock's punch, while simultaneously sweeping his right leg, the wind slicing through the air as it aimed for Bardock's waist. Anticipating this, Bardock crossed his arms in front of him. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending him sliding backwards several dozen meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground. At that moment, Bardock's gaze suddenly fell upon Baiku in the distance, and a smile broke through his previously tense expression. He could sense that Baiku's energy had multiplied several times over. That power was sufficient to pose a threat to Gula. Gula also sensed Bardock's gaze and turned to see Baiku. A flicker of surprise crossed his violet pupils, quickly replaced by arrogance. Oh, the little insect from Namek has returned? Unfortunately, even with an extra waist, it won't change your fate. Snorting dismissively, he charged at Bardock, his right fist coalescing with black energy, clearly intending to eliminate Bardock before dealing with Baiku. The speed of this punch was astonishing, capable of shattering rock layers. Arriving before Bardock in an instant, a spark of brilliance flashed in Bardock's eyes. He chose not to evade, instead embracing the blow, his golden aura flaring brilliantly. Solar flare. A blinding white light erupted from Bardock, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Baiku, standing at a distance, felt a sharp sting and quickly shut his eyes. Regaining his sight moments later, however, Gula was in a different predicament. With less than 10 meters separating them, the white light pierced his eyes, overwhelming his retinas and plunging his vision into darkness. Damn it! Gula cursed, instinctively halting his movements, his hands shielding his eyes. For a being of his caliber, the solar flare would only cause temporary blindness for 1 second, but for Bardock, that 1 second was more than sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Bardock's golden aura surged once again, a tempest of energy erupting from within him, causing the ground to fissure and green rock fragments to scatter. He charged towards Gula like a golden shooting star, enveloping Gula's body in a tight embrace. Gula, you shall not escape. Bardock's voice resonated with a fierce roar, his arms straining to their utmost as he firmly restrained Gula's body. Bike, quickly gather your energy. Use the Mogwan Guangsha Pao. He had intended to say Mogwan Guangsha Pao. In a moment of urgency, he nearly misspoke, but now he hastily corrected himself. Upon hearing the words Mogwan Guangsha Pao, Gula, who had been agitated due to his blindness, was suddenly overwhelmed by shock. He was acutely aware of the devastating power of the Mogwan Guangsha Pao, which had previously managed to breach his defenses when Bike unleashed it with a battle power of 60 million. Now, this Namekian's strength had evidently increased. This was dire. Bardock, release me. Gula bellowed, a surge of black energy erupting from within as he struggled to break free from Bardock's grasp. The black energy surged like a tidal wave against Bardock's body, scorching his skin and causing it to smoke, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he did not loosen his grip by even a fraction. He understood that this was their sole opportunity to swiftly defeat Gula, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He must buy time for Bike. As Bardock's roar echoed, Bike began to gather his energy. He positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, slightly crouching, with his hands crossed before his chest as green energy began to coalesce at his fingertips. As the energy intensified, the air around him began to whirl, forming a spiraling vortex of green energy. The ground cracked further, the distant lake rippling violently due to the energy fluctuations. And even the clouds in the sky were drawn into this force, swirling rapidly. Buzz. The green energy grew ever denser, gradually condensing into a slender beam of energy that trembled at Bike's fingertips, emitting a piercing hum. Bike's gaze sharpened with unwavering focus as he fixed his eyes on Gula. Ensnared by Bardock, calculating the angle of his attack, he knew he must strike Gula's vital point. Otherwise, if Gula broke free, they might never have another chance. Bardock, are you insane? We will both perish. Gula's voice was laced with fury as his tail lashed out from behind, striking Bardock's back like a black whip. Crash. Bardock's back was instantly mangled, the sound of breaking bones resounding clearly. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat drenching him. Yet the strength in his arms only intensified. Ha ha. I possess an indestructible body. Do you? Bike, hurry. His voice grew hoarse, the energy within him rapidly depleting from continued exertion. The wound on his left arm split open again, blood trickling down and staining Gula's purple skin. Nevertheless, he did not relent. His golden eyes radiated determination. For Namekian, for Earth, for all those persecuted by Gula, he had to persevere. Bike could clearly see Bardock's pitiful state, a warm surge filling his heart. Having known Bardock for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such desperation. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy once more, the green beam at his fingertips becoming even more refined, its power surging in tandem. Gula, this is of your own making. Bike's voice was icy, imbued with unyielding resolve. Mogwan Guangsha Pao fire. Whoosh. The violet energy beam shot forth from Bike's fingertips like a bolt of lightning, carrying the force to rend the heavens and earth as it sped toward Gula's chest. The beam traveled with astonishing speed, reaching Gula in the blink of an eye. He felt the breath of death emanating from it, his pupils dilating in terror. This was the first time he had felt the threat of mortality in battle. No. Gula unleashed a despairing roar, energy erupting within him in a frantic attempt to escape Bardock's hold at the last moment. But Bardock had already exerted all his strength, his arms tightly locking Gula in place, showing no signs of yielding even as his body began to exhibit signs of collapse. Splurt. The Mogwan Guangsha Pao pierced through both Gula and Bardock's chests, emerging from Gula's back, accompanied by a spray of black blood as it soared toward the distant mountains. With a deafening boom, the mountains were obliterated by the beam, a cloud of dust rising into the air. Gula's body stiffened abruptly, the black energy dissipating instantaneously as he gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He could feel the energy within him draining rapidly, his life force waning. Bardock, too, had been pierced through the chest, a large hole visible. Yet, in the next moment, the wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate, restoring him to perfect form in mere seconds. Ha ha ha. Bardock could not help but laugh heartily, realizing that victory was assured. How can this be? Gula's voice faltered, His gaze lifted to meet Bardock's, filled with bitterness. I cannot believe I am losing to you. Observing Goulia's expression, Bardock finally released his grip, staggering backward and collapsing heavily onto the ground. Although Bardock was exhausted, a smile graced his face. Gula, you have lost. Goulia's body swayed before ultimately collapsing, devoid of life. Black blood oozed from his chest, staining the surrounding green rocks. As Gula fell, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Bike slowly withdrew his energy. Approaching Bardock and kneeling beside him, his eyes filled with admiration as he surveyed Bardock's numerous wounds. Mr. Bardock, we have won. Bardock nodded, his smile growing wider as he raised a hand to pat Bike's shoulder. Bike, this victory is thanks to you. Had it not been for your fusion with the deity, we would have struggled to defeat him. Bike smiled in response, choosing not to speak. He understood that their triumph was not solely due to the power from the fusion. Rather, it was Bardock's relentless determination that had made the difference. Had Bardock not fought with all his might to restrain Gula, even with immense power, Bike might not have been able to strike true. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance. Bike and Bardock looked up to see the elder of Namek approaching with a group of Namekians, gratitude etched across their faces. Mr. Bardock, Mr. Bike, thank you. The elder bowed deeply before them. Once again, you have saved Namek. Bardock smiled, struggling to rise, but was steadied by Bike. No need for thanks. Bardock replied. Protecting Namek is our responsibility. Bike surveyed the surrounding Namekians and glanced at Goulia's lifeless body, a sigh of relief escaping him. This arduous battle had finally come to an end. Mr. Bardock, Bike said earnestly, the position of the new deity on Earth still needs to be arranged. The old deity has fused with me, leaving Earth without a deity. Furthermore, we may need to assist on Vegeta. Bardock nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He had sensed a troubling energy from Jine and the others on Vegeta. Without delay, Bardock consumed a sendu, placing his fingers on his forehead to search for their energy signatures. Bike, I believe Dondi would be a suitable candidate for the new deity on Earth. Please bring him back. I will go support Vegeta. Bike nodded, and in the next instant, Bardock's figure vanished from sight. At this moment, the mechanical dailies surged forward. Leitai summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch, colliding fiercely with Daily's metallic fist. The force of the impact created a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, causing molten magma to erupt like a fountain from the depths below. However, it was evident that Daily's power far surpassed that of Leitai's. The instant Leitai's fist collided with Daily's metallic surface, a searing pain coursed through his arm, radiating throughout his body, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Yet he did not retreat. The golden aura surrounding him surged violently as he twisted in midair, his left leg slicing through the air with a sharp sound aimed at Daily's neck. He knew this strike would be futile, but he had to delay for even a fraction of a second. Useless, Daily scoffed, casually raising his left arm to block the kick. His metallic hand grasping Leitai's ankle with force, hurling him down to the ground. With a resounding crash, Leitai slammed into the wreckage, clouds of dust rising, mingled with droplets of golden blood. Struggling to prop himself up, the excruciating pain from his broken ribs forced him to cough, yet his gaze remained locked on Daily's. His right hand hurriedly reached for his waist, realizing too late that he had not brought an excess of senzu beans. These two remaining beans were his only hope for the direst of moments. Daily's figure loomed larger in the dust, his massive black foot descending towards Leitai's chest. In a desperate roll, Leitai's evaded, fingers deftly grasping a senzu bean and popping it into his mouth. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath him was crushed into a deep pit, stones flying as warm energy surged from his throat, enveloping his body. The sound of cracking bones echoed as they began to heal. Lacerated skin rapidly scabbed over and fell away. His waning energy surged dramatically, the golden aura erupting around him like a volcano, lifting the surrounding debris into the air. Leitai spread his arms wide, a long-suppressed roar erupting from his chest. His hair stood on end, golden strands crackling in the turbulent energy, his pupils glowing with a brilliant gold. As the first warrior among the second-generation Scions to awaken the Super Saiyan state, he now pushed his power to its utmost limit. The golden aura solidifying like flames, scorching the air with a crackling sound. Krillin stared in astonishment from a distance, noting that this energy was even greater than that of Vegeta moments ago. Tien clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope flashing in his three eyes. Was this truly Leitai's real strength? Yet Leitai was acutely aware of his limits. He felt the overwhelming power within him, but also sensed the oppressive force emanating from Dailies, akin to the abyss. The disparity in strength was like that of a cub facing a dragon. He took a deep breath, his mind fixated on a singular thought: to buy time. To grant Linger the opportunity to gather the Genki Dama. The Genki Dama, harnessing the energy of the entire universe, was their only hope at this moment. How intriguing. Dailies mused, amusement flickering in his mechanical eyes. But this amusement was quickly replaced by a profound hatred. His gaze fixed on Leitai's as if he were gazing at a corpse. Leitai, do you know how much I despise you? Leitai's pupils constricted, memories flooding back of the past when he had transformed into a super scion on Earth. At that time, Dailies had attempted to harm Chi-Chi, and Leitai had beaten him mercilessly. Not only had he destroyed Dailies' spirit tree, but he had also forced Dailies to flee on hands and knees. Ultimately, Dailies' 5 subordinates sacrificed themselves to cover his retreat, self-destructing in the process, leaving Leitai unharmed. Have you forgotten, Leitai? Dailies' voice rose sharply, tinged with unbearable humiliation and rage, his mechanical body emitting unsettling clicks in response to his agitation. Back on Earth, you transformed into that damned super scion, beating me to a bloody pulp. I was like a stray dog, crawling on the ground to escape, with you relentlessly pursuing me with your energy blasts. My subordinates, Karu and Ryan, fought alongside me for 10 years. To buy me time to escape, they detonated themselves while dragging you down with them. I watched them explode into pieces, unable to utter a final word. This grudge has festered for 5 years. Today, I shall repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. As his words hung in the air, the black aura surrounding Dailies coalesced into tangible armor, tightly adhering to his mechanical form. The air began to distort violently, the surrounding debris crushed under an invisible pressure. An overwhelming aura far beyond before engulfing the battlefield, 450 million in battle power, like a slumbering giant awakening, twisting even the clouds in the sky. Leitai's expression changed drastically. He could distinctly feel the suffocating pressure of this power, as if even breathing had become arduous. He knew he could not withstand Dailies' full-on assault. Hesitation would only squander his chance. Just as Dailies' energy peaked, Leitai's surged forward once more, his body leaving a golden afterimage in the air as he unleashed a flurry of punches, the rapid strikes descending upon Dailies like a torrential downpour. He dared not dwell on the past, channeling his turmoil into his attacks, buying time with every second. Too slow. Dailies' voice dripped with impatience as his mechanical body vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint black afterimage. Not good. Leitai's instinct screamed as he realized he had fallen into a trap the moment his fists met empty air. He instinctively turned to defend himself. But it was already too late. A powerful gust of wind struck from behind, smashing into his back. Ugh! Leitai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling forward like a kite with a severed string, the golden aura around him dimming significantly with the force of the blow. He barely had time to register the pain before he crashed into a distant mountain, the entire peak collapsing as he was buried beneath the rubble, leaving only a faint breath rising amidst the dust. Ha ha ha! Useless trash is ultimately useless. Dailies hovered in the air, laughing heartily at the crumbling mountain, his laughter brimming with vindictive pleasure. You could defeat me back then, but now? You're nothing more than a dog, beaten by my fist. Leitai, did you think you could survive? Today, I will tear you apart with my own hands, avenging Karu and the others. As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the pile of rubble that had buried Leitai. He knew the Scion's resilience too well. This strike alone would not end Leitai's life. He desired to deliver the final blow himself, to witness Leitai die in despair, allowing him to finally quell the hatred that had accumulated over 5 years. This strike would ensure Leitai's demise. Stay away from my brother. A furious roar suddenly shattered the battlefield's despair. Chapter 154. Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, 17. Everyone turned toward the voice, witnessing Goku, cradled in Jin's arms, having somehow freed himself from his restraints, struggling to kneel on the ground, his face pale as a ghost, his body covered in wounds still seeping blood. Yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed on Dailies, who charged towards the mountain. This was his only elder brother, the person he cherished most. Years of companionship had made Sun Wukong regard his brother as an integral part of his life. He could not bear to watch Leitai perish before his eyes. Wukong, don't be impulsive. You're too injured. Jine rushed forward in an attempt to restrain him, only to be repelled by the sudden surge of energy emanating from Wukong. Surrounded by a white aura, Wukong's energy began to fluctuate wildly, the previously faint presence surging upward. Amidst the white energy, golden ripples emerged as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. In the next moment, Wukong threw his head back and unleashed a deafening roar. Ah! The roar reverberated like thunder across the heavens, and the clouds in the sky thickened instantaneously, with dark, ominous formations crackling with violet lightning, illuminating the battlefield as if by divine retribution. Clin and Tianjin Fan were taken aback, retreating a few steps, while Janae gasped in astonishment. Covering her mouth, could this aura be? Dalai Zi also halted, turning to gaze at Wukong, his mechanical brow furrowing slightly. The shift in this aura struck him with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the energy wave when Raditz awakened his mimetic Super Saiyan form years ago. On the battlefield, Wukong's body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His ebony hair began to rise, each strand gradually tinged with gold, oscillating between the two hues as if two forces were clashing violently within him. His muscles bulged slightly, veins beneath his skin pulsating, a faint golden glow coursing through them. The white aura surrounding him intensified, with golden ripples expanding, tinting the white flames a delicate gold. Another bellow erupted from Wukong, and his body trembled violently as his black hair was completely replaced by gold, standing erect like flames. The golden aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, forming a towering pillar of light that soared into the sky. His pupils transformed into a clear emerald green, and the scars on his face gradually healed under the influence of the energy wave, emanating an aura that was both sacred and filled with power. Another Super Saiyan was born. Clin trembled with excitement, pointing at Wukong and shouting, "Super Saiyan! Wukong has become a Super Saiyan!" The light flickered in Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes, his tense body finally relaxing slightly. "This is fantastic. We still have hope." However, Dalai Zi looked at the golden aura surrounding Wukong and suddenly burst into laughter, his voice dripping with disdain. "A Super Saiyan? Is that truly remarkable?" He pointed at the motionless Vegeta on the ground, and then turned his gaze toward the rubble where Raditz lay. His icy stare revealed contempt. The Vegeta I sent flying with a mere slap was a Super Saiyan, and so was the Raditz I dispatched with a single punch. Do you believe that transforming into such a thing will make you my adversary? Before his words could fade, Dalai Zi vanished from sight, his mechanical body morphing into a black shadow, rushing towards the newly transformed Wukong with a fierce wind. He dismissed the newly minted Super Saiyan as inconsequential, viewing him merely as another ant destined to be crushed. First, he would eliminate Wukong, then deal with Raditz, and finally ensure that everyone else perished alongside Kakarot and the others. "Wukong, be careful." Janae's alarm rang out almost simultaneously with Dalai Zi's attack. In that critical moment, Janae sprang into action. She swiftly retrieved a Senza bean from her bosom and unhesitatingly consumed it. The golden aura exploded forth from her, for as Bardock's wife, she understood that she must step forward to protect the children. Ruthless laser. Janae unleashed the Kamehameha with her left hand while conjuring the magic attack with her right, merging the two energies into a dazzling golden beam that tore through the air with a piercing sound, shooting towards Dalai Zi's back. This was a secret technique taught to her by Bardock, embodying her utmost strength. Wherever the beam passed, the air sizzled, and the ground was carved into a deep ravine. Wukong, too, reacted. Though still adjusting to the surge of power within him from his recent transformation, he instinctively assumed a familiar stance, placing his hands at his waist. As golden energy coalesced in his palms, forming a swirling sphere of energy. With a thrust of his arm, the energy sphere transformed into a robust golden beam. Hurtling towards Dalai Zi, Kamehameha, the two golden beams surged forth like roaring dragons, flanking Dalai Zi from either side. However, Dalai Zi casually raised his right hand, condensing a black energy sphere at his fingertips, and flicked it forward. Boom! The black energy sphere collided with the two golden beams, erupting in a deafening explosion, with dense smoke rising like a mushroom cloud, enveloping the entire battlefield. The shockwave from the energy clash radiated outward, uprooting debris from the distant ruins, as the ground cracked open with gaping chasms. Even Clin and Tianjin Fan were compelled to erect their strongest energy shields to barely withstand the aftermath. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Everyone gazed anxiously, only to find that the 3 attacks had been rendered null, with Dali still suspended in place, his mechanical body unscathed. Not even a ripple of energy emanating from him. Is this all you've got? Dali sneered at Janae and Wukong, a mocking smile crossing his face. 2 super scions working in tandem barely equates to a casual strike from me. Are you truly resisting, or merely tickling me? At that moment, a clattering sound emerged from the distant rubble. All eyes turned towards the noise, where a golden figure soared up from the debris. It was Raditz, rising once more. Though his golden aura remained faint, it was denser than before, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze was resolute. He trembled as he pulled out a Senzu bean, his last remaining one, knowing that he must not use it unless faced with life or death. But now, he had no choice. With the Senzu bean consumed, warm energy flooded his body, healing his wounds in an instant, as his aura rapidly surged, reigniting with fervor. He glanced towards the battlefield, spotting Wukong and Janae, and witnessing Dali's derision. His eyes sharpened with determination. Wukong, Mom, I'm here to help you. Before he could finish, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the fallen Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Observing the scene before him, he sensed the Super Saiyan auras emanating from Raditz and Wukong, igniting a flicker of defiance within his previously dim gaze. He struggled to reach for his backpack, where he had stashed a Senzu bean in preparation for emergencies. Damn it, how can I lose to someone like Dali? Vegeta gritted his teeth, placing the Senzu bean in his mouth, as golden energy erupted from him, mending his fractured bones at a rapid pace. He sprang to his feet, his hair standing on end in golden glory, his eyes ablaze with pride and fury. Dali, I was careless just now. Now, witness the true power of the Scion Prince. With that declaration, he soared into the air, heading towards the battlefield. At this moment, Wukong, Vegeta, Raditz, and Janae's golden auras converged, resembling 4 rushing golden waterfalls, interweaving into a radiant golden spectacle beneath the skies of Vegeta Star. The 4 spread out in a fan shape, encircling Dali, each gaze filled with unwavering resolve. This time, they were not fighting alone. They stood united to protect their home and safeguard their loved ones against a formidable foe. Dali twisted his mechanical neck, producing a series of metallic clicks. As black energy swirled around him, he surveyed the 4 super scions approaching him, and instead of fear, an excited smile graced his face. Now, this is more like it. This is what makes it interesting. The previous battles were far too dull. Come on. In the next moment, Dali's figure abruptly vanished, the black energy surging like a lightning bolt, charging directly at the forefront Wukong. Here it comes, Wukong shouted, advancing first. His golden fist cutting through the air with a sharp crack, aimed squarely at Dali's face. Vegeta, not to be outdone, launched an attack from the side. His right leg infused with golden energy, sweeping towards Dali's waist. Dali, take this. Raditz and Jine worked in perfect harmony, one attacking from above, the other from below, golden energy gathering in their palms, ready to unleash their ultimate attacks at any moment. Boom. The attacks of the 4 super scions simultaneously struck Deres. Golden and black shockwaves colliding violently, the resulting energy nearly tearing apart the crust of Planet Vegeta. Magma erupted from the ground. The dark clouds in the sky were shattered by the energy impact, and even Krillin and Tien Shinhan in the distance were speechless, stunned by the terrifying power. The 5 figures were now locked in fierce combat, like a battle of gods. Chapter 155 Z Fighters vs. Evil Alliance, 18. The sky above Planet Vegeta had long lost its original azure blue, stained a murky dark purple by the rising smoke of the battlefield, like a tattered rag soaked in ink. Several bottomless ravines split open on the ground, from which reddish-brown magma gushed forth, converging into winding rivers of fire on the charred rocks. Each flow was accompanied by the sizzling sound of melting rock, and billowing heat mixed with dust assaulted the senses, causing the Scion warriors watching from afar to cough incessantly. In the center of the battlefield, 5 figures clashed at supersonic speeds. The golden auras of Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Jine were like 4 burning stars, dazzlingly bright in the gray sky and earth, while the mechanical figure shrouded in a thick black aura, Deres, remained unyielding, like an unshakable abyss. No matter how fiercely the 4 attacked, Darius maintained a firm grip on the battle. Raditz charged first, leaving a golden afterimage in his wake. His right hand clenched into a fist, orange-gold energy condensing into a sharp blade on his knuckles, a technique he'd learned from his father, Bardock, which had proven quite powerful in the fight against Frieza. He aimed for the gap between Darius' mechanical neck and torso, the only potential weak point he'd observed for so long. But just as his fist was about to touch Darius' neck, Darius' mechanical head suddenly twisted to the side at an angle beyond human limits. While his left hand shot up with lightning speed, precisely gripping Raditz's wrist. A sharp crack echoed, and Raditz felt a piercing pain in his wrist, as if his bones were being crushed. He tried to pull his arm away, but Darius held it firmly, rendering him immobile. With this little strength, he dares to call himself a scion? Turez's mechanical voice carried a chilling sneer as his right hand lashed out, slamming heavily into Raditz's ribs. Puffed. Raditz spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his body flying sideways like a sack struck by a hammer. His golden aura dimmed slightly as he crashed into a massive, charred rock, shattering it into pieces. Big brother. Seeing this, Goku's pupils constricted. He immediately abandoned his original attack route, rushing towards Raditz like a golden lightning bolt, intending to help him up. But Turez wouldn't give them a chance to breathe. A black aura suddenly surged around him, and his mechanical right leg swept across like a cannonball, aiming straight for Goku's lower back. Goku heard the strange wind behind him and instinctively dodged to the side, but was still struck by the residual force of the aura. He felt a searing pain in his back, and his body staggered forward a few steps uncontrollably. When he finally regained his balance, a long gash had burned through his battle suit, revealing a bleeding wound beneath. Goku, watch out. Jine's voice came from the side. She had already circled around to Darius' left, her hands rapidly forming hand seals in front of her chest. Pale golden energy gathered in her palms, forming two thin beams of light, her Tyrant Laser, a modified version of the Kamehameha and Special Beam Cannon. While not as powerful as the full-fledged Tyrant Laser, it was faster and had better penetrating power. The two beams, like two golden slender swords, aimed directly at the bearings of Darius' mechanical joints. Darius didn't even lift an eyelid. The black aura around him automatically condensed into a thin barrier. Clang, clang. The two beams struck the barrier, instantly scattering tiny sparks before being completely dissolved by the barrier. Jine's heart sank as she watched. She had thought this move would at least disrupt Tull's movements, but she hadn't expected him to not even need to consciously activate his defense. Just then, Vegeta's roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Tulls. Take this. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Vegeta hovering in midair, his golden aura suddenly intensifying, even more intense than Goku's and Raditz's. He crossed his arms in front of him, countless golden energy particles gathering in his palms to form a long, narrow blade of light. The blade shimmered with a blinding light, as if it could cleave the air itself. Taste this. Vegeta swung the blade of light fiercely, the golden blade tearing through the air with a sharp screech, aiming straight for Tull's head. This was a technique he had developed after months of research, combining Scion traditional martial arts with Krillin's Destructo Disc. Its sharpness was enough to cut through the hardest metal on Earth. He didn't believe Tull's mechanical body could withstand it. Tull's finally made a move. He slightly tilted his head, and the golden blade grazed his mechanical neck, slicing a small mountain tens of meters high in half with a deafening boom. Amidst the flying debris, Tull slowly turned his head, his crimson optical lenses fixed on Vegeta, his tone full of disdain. Scion Prince? Is that all you've got? Before the words were finished, Tull's figure vanished from the spot. Vegeta's internal alarm bells rang. Years of fighting instinct made him instinctively raise his golden energy shield, but the next second, a tremendous force came from his back. Tull's mechanical fist pierced through the shield and slammed heavily into his spine. Ugh! Vegeta groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His golden aura instantly weakened, and he plummeted downwards like a kite with a broken string. Jine, seeing this, immediately flew after him, catching Vegeta in her arms. Simultaneously, her aura surged, propelling Vegeta backwards to avoid Tull's relentless attacks. The four of you combined are nothing more than ants I can crush with a flick of my wrist. Tull's hovered in midair, black aura slowly swirling around him. His gaze swept over the four disheveled figures, filled with mockery. That coward Bardock didn't dare show himself. So he sent you trash to your deaths? Goku got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes still resolute. He took a deep breath, his golden aura stabilizing again. His mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. Tulsa's speed was too fast, and his strength far surpassed any of theirs. A direct confrontation was hopeless. He had to find his weakness. Just then, Dayla's moved again, a black afterimage arcing through the air as he charged towards Goku. I'll finish you off first. The mechanical fist, carrying a devastating force, slammed towards Goku's abdomen. Goku's heart tightened, and he instantly activated the afterimage fist, a basic technique he had learned during his adventures. Seemingly simple, it had saved him from countless dangers in battle. Goku's figure left a faint golden afterimage in place, while his main body teleported to the side at incredible speed, barely dodging Dayla's fist. Success! Dayla's fell for the trap. Chapter 156 Z Fighters vs. Evil Alliance 19. Goku was overjoyed. Before Dayla's could retract his fist, Goku whirled around, his hands gathering golden energy at his waist. The energy ball in his palm grew larger and larger, the surrounding air slightly distorting due to the gathering energy. Kamehameha. A golden beam of light roared as it hurtled towards Dayla's back. But just as the beam was about to strike, Dayla suddenly swung his hand backward with unbelievable speed. Wukong barely registered the opponent's movements before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, as though he had been struck by a speeding battleship. A crisp sound reverberated through the battlefield as Wukong was uncontrollably sent flying, tracing a golden arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How could this be? Lying on the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his mind was filled with shock. Although the speed of the Zhanxiang punch was not the pinnacle, it was sufficient to confound the vast majority of powerful warriors. Even the formidable Frieza had needed a moment to discern it, yet Dallas had managed to see through it instantaneously and counterattack. This reaction speed was simply beyond his comprehension. Before Wukong could regain his composure, the attacks from Vegeta, Raditz, and Jine followed in quick succession. Vegeta, enduring the pain in his back, gathered 2 golden energy spheres in his hands and hurled them forward. The spheres exploded in midair, creating a rain of golden energy, attempting to restrict Dala's evasive maneuvers. Raditz sprang up from the ground, leaping into the air with his legs enveloped in orange golden energy, resembling 2 gigantic axes as they swung down towards Dala's head. Meanwhile, Jine formed seals with her hands, conjuring a faint golden energy barrier that sealed off Dala's escape route, while simultaneously concentrating a slender, yet potent beam of light aimed at the joints of Dala's mechanical body. Boom! The 3 attacks struck simultaneously, unleashing a burst of golden energy that erupted into a thick cloud of dust, enveloping Dala's figure entirely. In the distance, Krillin and Tianjin Fan watched with their hearts in their throats. Krillin clenched his fists in excitement, believing they had succeeded in delivering a crippling blow. Tianjin Fan nodded slightly, his 3 eyes fixed on the center of the dust cloud, convinced that no matter how strong Dallas was, he could not withstand the full force of their combined assault. Yet, in the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. As the dust began to settle, the spot where Dallas had been was utterly empty. He had vanished. How could this happen? Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief. He could clearly feel the impact of the attack. Yet why was Dallas absent when the dust cleared? How could his speed be so extraordinary? He had just locked onto his energy signature. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his golden aura flickering restlessly. He could sense Dallas' energy nearby, but could not pinpoint his exact location. This invisible threat gnawed at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm. He must still be nearby. Everyone, be on guard. Just as uncertainty lingered among them, Jine's expression suddenly changed dramatically. She whirled around to Raditz's back and shouted urgently, "Raditz, watch out behind you." Raditz's heart raced, and just as he turned, he felt an immense force strike his back. The power arrived with such swiftness and ferocity that he could not discern the source of the attack before he was sent crashing to the ground as though struck by a meteor. With a tremendous crash, the ground was gouged out into a massive crater, debris and dust flying in all directions. Raditz lay at the bottom of the pit, his golden aura extinguished in an instant. It felt as though most of his bones had shattered. Moving even a finger was a Herculean task, and blood pooled beneath him. "Big brother!" Wukong screamed, attempting to rush forward to help, only to be halted by a dark shadow. Dallas hovered before Wukong. A cruel smile etched on his mechanical face. "Do not rush, son Wukong. You are next. But first, I must take my time with your dear brother, after all. He is the one who ruined my plans." Dallas had never intended to engage in a fair fight. He had deliberately exposed a weakness to lure Vegeta and the others into attacking, seizing the opportunity to swiftly maneuver behind Raditz. In his eyes, Raditz was the most troublesome presence among them. Had it not been for Raditz awakening the mimetic Super Saiyan and defeating him like a cornered dog, he would have already conquered Earth, transforming it into the garden of the spirit tree. The one he most wanted to kill was Raditz. Dallas, if you dare lay a hand on my brother, I will kill you. Wukong's golden aura surged dramatically, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, gathering energy into a sphere larger than before. However, Dallas offered him no respite. He vanished again, reappearing before Wukong, his mechanical fist crashing down towards Wukong's face. Wukong hurriedly raised his hands to block, crossing his arms in front of him as golden energy coalesced into a barrier on his forearms. Bang! The fist collided with the barrier, and Wukong felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms, rendering them numb. He slid backward for several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground until he crashed against a massive rock, panting heavily. He leaned against the rock, feeling a tingling numbness in his arms, making it difficult to even clench his fists. At that moment, Vegeta's furious roar echoed once more. Dallas, take this. Everyone turned towards the sound to see Vegeta suspended in midair, his hands outstretched before him, palms facing each other, as countless golden energies visibly surged towards his palms. The energy intensified, forming a colossal golden orb that distorted the surrounding space, emanating a terrifying power that caused the very planet to tremble. The magma on the surface rippled, and distant mountains began to shed rocks. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. He could sense that this energy surpassed any of Vegeta's previous attacks, and was even more formidable than his own Kamehameha. Vegeta's face contorted in a fierce expression, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted himself to the utmost. His body trembled slightly from the energy drain, and his golden aura flickered. Yet his gaze remained resolute. This is the new finishing move I developed after 2.5 years of research. Final Flash. Perish, Dallas. Chapter 157, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, 20, Final Flash. Vegeta roared, his voice hoarse from exertion. In the past, I could not transform into a Super Saiyan and lacked the strength to unleash it. Now, let you experience the true power of the Prince of Saiyans. The golden orb swelled larger, ultimately morphing into a colossal golden beam, its surface shimmering with blinding light, as if it could tear the very sky apart. The air surrounding the beam crackled as it heated up, instantly melting the rocks beneath it into magma. Even Krillin and Tianjin Fan in the distance had to conjure their strongest energy shields to withstand the heat wave emanating from the beam. Dallas finally retracted the mockery from his face, narrowing his eyes as his crimson optical lenses fixed on the approaching golden beam, his mechanical fingers twitching slightly. He could feel that the energy contained within this beam was greater than all previous attacks combined. If struck directly, even his mechanical body could sustain damage. Yet, despite this, he chose not to evade. At the moment the beam was about to hit him, Dallas slowly extended his right hand, palm facing the beam, as a black energy wave coalesced into a small barrier in his palm. The barrier was no larger than a hand, yet it was exceptionally dense, the black aura resembling solidified ink, devoid of any fluctuation. He intended to withstand such a terrifying attack with just one hand. Raditz lay at the bottom of the pit, struggling to lift his head, disbelief etched in his eyes. This was impossible. Even Frieza in his final form would undoubtedly perish from a blow like this. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. He hoped that Vegeta's attack would deal a devastating blow to Dallas, yet he was acutely aware of how terrifying Dallas' strength truly was. He held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the battlefield, not daring to exhale even a whisper. In the next moment, a golden energy cannon collided forcefully with Dallas' palm. The deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. As the golden radiance swiftly engulfed Dallas' figure, a potent shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. Distant mountain peaks were cleaved in two, molten rocks soaring into the sky, only to descend like a torrential downpour, transforming the entire battlefield into a veritable hellscape. Vegeta panted heavily, his hands trembling slightly as he fixated on the heart of the brilliance, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It must have succeeded. His yearning for victory was palpable. Ever since his birth, he had been bestowed with the title of Prince of the Saiyans, Yet time and again he had met with crushing defeat against formidable foes. This time, he longed to prove his strength with Dalla's blood. As the light gradually faded, Dalla's form reemerged before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. However, when they finally discerned his appearance, all were left in stunned silence. Dalla's remained suspended in midair, his mechanical body unscathed, save for a few metallic fragments from his right hand, revealing the black mechanical structure within, his steel frame devoid of even the slightest crack. How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened, the hope in his expression swiftly replaced by despair as he stumbled back a few steps, murmuring to himself, "It can't be. Absolutely impossible. My final flash. How could it have only this level of power?" He could scarcely believe the scene before him. This was his ultimate technique, honed over 2.5 years. A culmination of all his Super Saiyan energy, yet it had failed to breach his opponent's defenses. Dallas surveyed his palm, then turned his gaze to Vegeta, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not bad, Prince. The power of your move is significantly stronger than before." He casually flexed the mechanical joints of his right hand, producing a series of clicks. Unfortunately, in that instant, his figure vanished from sight. Alarm bells rang in Vegeta's mind as he attempted to evade, but his body, exhausted from the exertion of the final flash, felt stiff and unresponsive, leaving him no time to react. In the next heartbeat, Dallas appeared before Vegeta, his mechanical fist crashing forcefully into his abdomen. Vegeta expelled a mouthful of blood, the golden aura around him dimming to the brink of extinction, his form plummeting to the ground like a severed kite. Dallas dusted off his hands as if he had merely performed a trivial task, gazing coldly at the fallen Vegeta, still an ant. With Vegeta dealt with, Dallas' attention shifted to Jine. The golden aura surrounding Jine flickered slightly as she regarded Dallas, her expression rife with vigilance. With Goku injured, and both Vegeta and Raditz incapacitated, she was the only one left capable of putting up a fight. Drawing in a deep breath, she summoned the last remnants of her energy. Though her golden aura was less vigorous than before, it had become exceptionally concentrated. "It's your turn, madam." Dallas glided toward Jine, black energy swirling around him, exuding a pressure that nearly rendered her breathless. A hint of a smile graced Dallas' lips, his tone dripping with mockery. "Madam, you wouldn't want Planet Vegeta to be torn to shreds, would you?" His voice was laced with malice, as if the fate of Planet Vegeta rested solely in his hands. "Damn it," Jine seethed, her anger flaring at Dallas' threatening tone, clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She hadn't felt such fury in a long time. Planet Vegeta was her home, the sanctuary of all Saiyans. She would not allow anyone to destroy it. Memories of Bardock surged within her, recalling his parting words, "Protect the children, safeguard Planet Vegeta." Now was the time to fulfill that promise. "Submit to me, acknowledge me as your king." Dallas grinned arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. "I could spare your lives and allow Planet Vegeta to continue to exist. This would be your best choice." "In your dreams," Jine roared, her golden aura erupting into a fierce blaze, even more intense than before. She could feel her Saiyan blood boiling, her combat power surging rapidly, a desperate eruption, ignited by the need to defend her home. Her hair fluttered slightly, golden light coursing beneath her skin, radiating an indomitable spirit. "Oh, you can actually enhance your power?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dallas' eyes, swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor. It seemed he would need to adopt a more earnest approach. He sensed that Jine's current power was nearing and perhaps even surpassing her previous peak. Though still not a match for him, it piqued his interest. Without further ado, Jine vanished from sight, reappearing before Dallas in an instant, her fist enveloped in golden energy, striking fiercely toward Dallas' face. Her speed had notably increased, the force behind her punch far more terrifying. This was the culmination of her lifelong training, a strike born of her desire to protect. Dallas was not to be outdone. His mechanical fist, imbued with black energy, met her assault head-on. He held nothing back, the black energy harboring enough power to obliterate mountains, intent on shattering Jine's resistance and plunging her into utter despair. Boom! Their fists collided, golden and black energies erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling outward like a tsunami, hurling nearby Saiyan warriors into the air, even toppling Krillin and Tien from afar, interrupting their attempts to gather energy blasts. Only Bailinger remained, struggling to maintain her focus. Witnessing the chaos, Balinger felt a surge of anger, yet she had no choice but to concentrate fully on gathering energy. This blue energy blast was their last hope. Jine felt a searing pain in her arm, as if her bones might shatter. Sliding backward for dozens of meters before barely stabilizing herself. She glanced at her fist, her battle suit torn to shreds, blood seeping from her palm. Her golden aura growing unstable. Dallas stood firm, his form unyielding. He regarded Jine with a flat tone. Your power is indeed commendable, but alas, still insufficient. With that, he moved once more, appearing before Jine in an instant, his mechanical right leg, infused with black energy, delivering a crushing kick to her abdomen. Jine attempted to evade, but her speed faltered, and she was struck. She coughed up blood, her body plummeting to the ground like a broken kite, carving a long trench through the earth. Shattering rocks along her path. Crumpled on the ground, she writhed in agony, her golden aura dwindling. She tried to prop herself up, but found she lacked the strength even to raise her hand. She understood that even with her enhanced combat power, she was no match for Dallas. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave. Was Planet Vegeta truly to be destroyed by Dallas? Would she really have to watch as her children fell one by one? But just as she prepared to surrender, a flicker in her peripheral vision caught her eye. In the sky, a massive energy cloud was rapidly coalescing, shimmering with a soft white hue, surrounded by countless golden energy particles, blotting out the sun and nearly engulfing the entire sky of Planet Vegeta. The energy, though gentle, radiated an undeniable pressure, as if it could purify all evil in the world. With each moment the energy cloud amassed, the air around it grew heavier. Even Dallas' black energy rippled in response. Was that an energy blast? Jine paused for a moment. Then a smile crept across her lips as hope rekindled in her eyes. In those days, she employed this very technique to confront Frieza on Namek. Yet at that time, the Genkidama was far smaller and less refined than it is now. Dallas seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow as he gazed skyward. Upon witnessing the colossal Genkidama eclipsing the sun, his mechanical body stiffened momentarily, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Although the energy felt gentle, it emanated an unprecedented threat, as if a mere impact would obliterate his mechanical form entirely. Dallas, your time is up. Jine struggled to rise from the ground, still weak, yet resolute. That is Linger's Genkidama, a lethal technique forged from the energy of the entire universe. This time, you cannot evade it. Dallas's expression finally shifted. He could sense that the energy contained within the Genkidama was far more formidable than any attack he had encountered thus far, instilling a sense of dread within him. He turned sharply to Barlinger, who was suspended in midair, her hands raised as she exerted every ounce of effort to power the Genkidama, her face resolute. Damn it! Dallas roared, vanishing from his position and charging directly at Barlinger. He had to eliminate her before the Genkidama reached its completion. If he could kill Barling, the Genkidama would dissipate effortlessly. You shall not approach Linger. Jine immediately flew to intercept him, positioning herself before Dallas despite her weakened state. She spread her arms wide, golden energy coalescing into a barrier before her. Even though she knew it might not hold, she was determined to buy even a moment for Wukong. Simultaneously, Radtiz was struggling to climb from the depths of the pit, his golden aura reassembling around him. Though still feeble, it radiated an indomitable spirit. Dallas, if you wish to harm my sister, you must first get past me. He stumbled towards Dallas, each step a monumental effort, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Vegeta also rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with defiance and fury. I will not allow you to easily thwart our plans, Dallas. He gathered the last remnants of his energy, forming a small golden energy sphere with his hands, possessing little power but enough to cause a distraction. The three of them stood resolutely before Dallas, battered yet unyielding. They understood that this was the final hope for Planet Vegeta, and they had to defend it. Dallas glared at the trio before him, then at the ever-expanding Genkidama in the sky, his eyes filled with malice. Do you believe that the three of you, mere remnants of warriors, can stop me? With that, the black energy surrounding him surged violently, the metallic components of his mechanical body clattering ominously, clearly preparing to unleash a greater force. Just as Dallas was about to strike, Wukong and Radtiz exchanged a brief, knowing glance. They inhaled deeply in unison, their hands swiftly raised, aimed directly at Dallas's eyes. Here it comes. Solar flare, they shouted in unison. their golden auras erupting as two dazzling beams of white light shot forth from their palms, illuminating the entirety of Planet Vegeta. The blinding radiance compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Even Krillin and Tianjin in the distance had to shield themselves. The solar flare, though a fundamental technique in Dragon Ball, lacked direct lethality but could disrupt an enemy's vision at a critical moment. Raditz had learned this technique during Wukong's training, and now, their simultaneous execution magnified its power. Despite Dallas's mechanical eye being capable of withstanding bright lights, he was momentarily blinded, his movements stalling. He instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, causing the black energy to falter briefly, disrupting his visual processing. Wukong and Raditz exchanged a glance filled with determination. This was their chance. They had to seize this moment to buy more time for the Genkidama's formation and stake the final hope for the survival of Planet Vegeta. Together, subdue Dallas. Chapter 159, Z-Warriors vs. Evil Alliance. Part 22. The brilliance of the solar flare continued to pervade the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, leaving the world shrouded in a hazy glow. Jin, Sun Wukong, Raditz, and Vegeta propelled themselves towards Dallas, relying on muscle memory and an instinctive bond forged in life-or-death moments before the light faded. They understood this was their only opportunity to delay the enemy. If they failed, Planet Vegeta would plunge into despair. Jin's right arm ached intensely, her bones rattling from the clash with Dallas, the pain akin to countless needles piercing her. Yet, she did not flinch as she lunged towards Dallas's left side, her remaining golden aura forming a quivering yet resilient energy lock that ensnared his mechanical left arm. Do not even think about moving. Her voice was raspy, like sandpaper, her nails digging into the edges of the energy lock, her knuckles turning white. Memories of Bardock rescuing her on Planet Vegeta, of Kakarot's cries in his youth, and of every familiar inch of the land surged in her mind like sparks, fueling her resolve to hold on, even if her arm felt as if it might snap. Her singular thought was, just hold on a little longer. As long as she could endure until Linger's Genkidama was complete, hope would remain. Wukong's figure carved a golden streak through the white light. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his knees buckled slightly from overexertion. During their earlier confrontation, Dallas's black energy had knocked his ribs, and now every breath was accompanied by a dull ache. Yet he dared not pause, using the momentum to leap fiercely, his knees pressing against Dallas's mechanical abdomen, his arms wrapping around Dallas's right arm like a steel vise, funneling every last ounce of energy into his muscles. Brother, Vegeta, quick! His shout pierced through the brilliance. His arm muscles straining from exertion, sweat dripping from his jawline onto Dallas's cold metallic shell, instantly evaporating into wisps of steam. He could distinctly feel the black energy surging within Dallas, a force that threatened to shatter his bones. Yet his mind was solely focused on one thought: the timing for the Genkidama's attack. They had to create an opportunity for Linger. Gritting his teeth, he buried his face against Dallas's shoulder guard. Even as his arms began to tingle, he refused to relent. Raditz stumbled up from the rubble, having been hurled away by the shockwave, his back slamming against a massive boulder. Each movement sent sharp pain through his ribs, as though they might puncture his insides. He seized a sharp rock at his feet and struck at Dallas's mechanical right knee joint. The impact shattered the stone into dust, yet he propelled himself forward, desperately wrapping his arms around Dallas's right leg, pressing his face against the cold metal, his teeth chattering from the effort. You want to touch Linga? You'll have to step over my dead body. His voice was breathless yet filled with fierce determination, his weak golden aura flickering like a candle in the wind but refusing to extinguish. He recalled the scarf Chi-Chi had knitted for him on Earth, the image of his daughter Nini calling out Daddy in her sweet voice, which brought warmth to his eyes. I cannot lose. I must return to see them. He poured every ounce of his strength into Dallas's leg, indifferent to the chill of metal seeping through his battle suit into his skin. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden pupils ablaze with an unwilling fire. As the Prince of the Science, he had never imagined he would find himself relying on the help of 3 others to restrain a single foe. However, he did not hesitate, gathering the last remnants of his energy. With a graceful motion, his hands traced an arc in front of him, and a slender yet concentrated golden energy cord shot forth from his palms, deftly ensnaring one of Darla's mechanical legs. He then lunged forward, bracing his knee against Darla's knee, securing the other end of the energy cord to a massive rock nearby. Do not struggle, Darles. His voice carried a familiar mockery, though it could not conceal the exhaustion he felt, and he began to experience a slight dizziness. Memories of his vow to become the strongest scion flooded his mind, recalling the glorious past of Planet Vegeta, igniting an unwavering determination within him. I cannot allow Planet Vegeta to be destroyed on my watch, even if it costs me my last breath. He fixed his gaze intensely on Darles, his fingers turning pale from gripping so tightly. The energy cord warming slightly in his palm, a testament to his dwindling strength. The four stood like statues anchored to the ground, golden flames intertwining around them, forming a fragile yet resilient web. Chapter 160, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 23. The four Super Saiyan were sacrificing their lives to buy time for the Genkidama. Darles' mechanical body began to tremble violently, black energy waves erupting from his joints in a desperate attempt to break free. The screech of metal on metal echoed through the air as sparks flew from his mechanical arm, his roar piercing through the blinding light. You insects, release me. His power surged, causing the energy shackles binding Giant to crack, while Goku's arms trembled more violently. Raditz' face flushed red, and Vegeta's energy cord began to loosen slightly. Yet no one relented. They all understood that to release their grip would render their efforts futile. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened to an unbearable intensity. Their gazes instinctively shifted to the enormous Genkidama, coalescing in the high heavens, finally complete. The colossal Genkidama hovered above Planet Vegeta, its diameter exceeding 100 meters. A soft white energy cloud resembling fluffy clouds, yet swirling with countless golden energy particles, each emitting a gentle yet formidable pressure. Beneath the energy cloud, blue energy patterns flowed like water, distorting the surrounding air into ripples. The winds of Planet Vegeta ceased, leaving only the slowly rotating Genkidama, emitting a faint humming sound that, while quiet, seemed capable of penetrating souls, warming the benevolent while chilling the wicked to the bone. Baliner floated beneath the Genkidama, her hands firmly supporting its base, her complexion pale as paper, sweat soaking her battle attire, each droplet evaporating into mist before touching the ground. She could vividly sense the power contained within the Genkidama, a culmination of the life force from countless planets, the hopes of Kuririn, Tianjin Fan, and her distant friends on Earth, potent enough to obliterate all evil. However, as her gaze fell upon the ensnared Darles and the entwined figures of Jin, Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. No, they are too close. Baliner's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. She could clearly see the wounds on Jin's arms, Goku's tense back, Raditz's face buried in metal, and Vegeta's pale lips. They had pushed themselves to the brink. If the Genkidama fell now, what would happen if it harmed them? Memories of her mother, elder brother, and second brother flooded her mind. Each seemed tugging painfully at her heart. I cannot harm them. Absolutely not. Her hands began to retract, causing the Genkidama to wobble slightly, the golden particles in the air scattering as if resonating with her hesitation. Linger. Do not hesitate. Tianjin Fan's voice suddenly pierced through, struggling to rise from the ground. Blood trickling down his cheek, yet his gaze remained fixed on Baliner. The Genkidama only eradicates evil. Have you forgotten? Jin used it against Frieza on Namek and never harmed the innocent. His tone was urgent and resolute, each word striking Baliner's heart like a hammer. He recalled the immense effort he had expended to gather the Genkidama, while Kuririn coughed beside him, both waiting for this strike, this final hope. Baliner froze momentarily, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had forgotten the most crucial characteristic of the Genkidama. It was the embodiment of righteous energy, targeting only malevolent beings and never harming the innocent. A wave of regret surged within her, her palm once again exerting strength to support the Genkidama. I'm sorry. Everyone, I almost overlooked the most important thing. Taking a deep breath, her resolve solidified, energy coalescing around her as she shouted below, Darles, prepare to receive. In that fleeting moment of Baliner's hesitation, Darles suddenly sensed the impending threat of death. The pressure emanating from the Genkidama surged toward him like a tidal wave, causing his mechanical body to heat up. He could feel that the power within was enough to completely shatter him. Damn it, he roared. As the black energy around him surged violently, denser than ever before, the metallic components of his body making ominous clattering sounds as if they were about to explode. Get away from me. He exerted his strength, black energy erupting from his limbs like countless dark blades, crashing violently into Jin, Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. The four coughed blood in unison, their bodies hurtling through the air like kites with severed strings. Jin's energy shackles shattered instantly, crashing heavily to the ground. Sliding far into the rubble, the pain in her arm nearly rendering her unconscious. Goku collided with a massive rock, which shattered upon impact. Clutching his chest and coughing blood as darkness clouded his vision, Raditz slammed against the rock again, feeling as if his ribs truly broke, unable to breathe deeply. Vegeta's energy cord snapped completely, crashing to the ground, his golden aura dimmed to near invisibility, struggling to keep his eyes open to watch Darles. Darles ignored them, his figure vanishing from sight as he darted sideways, seeking to evade the Genkidama. But it was already too late. Baliner had propelled the Genkidama forward. The colossal Genkidama, resembling a white sun adorned with golden particles, hurtled toward Darles at breakneck speed. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed, leaving only that dazzling white light in the heavens. Darles desperately twisted his body, trying to evade completely, but the expanse of the Genkidama was simply too vast. With a thunderous impact, the Genkidama struck his right leg. In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The white light instantaneously engulfed Darles' figure. A terrifying shockwave radiating outward like a tsunami, the ground trembling violently as countless boulders tumbled from the mountains, fissures spiderwebbing across the surface of Planet Vegeta. The air became searing hot. Even Kuririn in the distance was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. The entirety of Planet Vegeta was enveloped in white light, as if millions of nuclear bombs had detonated simultaneously, leaving only a deafening roar that distorted even sound itself. After a long while, the blinding light gradually receded. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Jin struggled to rise from the ground, clutching her arm, anxiously gazing toward the site of the explosion. Goku supported himself on the ground, coughing, his golden pupils filled with anticipation. Raditz gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he fixed his gaze on the center of the smoke. Vegeta, Kuririn, and Tianjin Fan also raised their heads, eyes brimming with hope, all waiting to witness the moment of Darles' destruction. Yet they did not see Darles reduced to ashes. Ha ha! A sudden, raucous laughter erupted from the swirling dust, piercing the hearts of all present like a needle. Chapter 161. Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance. 24. The dust gradually cleared, revealing De Li's silhouette. He had not perished. His mechanical right arm and two mechanical legs had been shattered into fragments, leaving only the upper half of his body suspended in the air, sparks still flying from the metallic stumps, with black oil dripping down. The spirit bomb had not struck him directly, it merely impacted his thigh, the violent explosion obliterating his remaining upper body. Yet, his face bore an arrogant grin, his crimson mechanical eye gleaming with madness. Did you think this could kill me? Truly naive. He laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with derision. You ants, struggling until the end, yet all for naught. The hearts of the onlookers sank. At that moment, De Li suddenly bellowed, "Main computer, absorb the energy from the core of Vegeta's star. Reconstruct my body." As his voice faded, a dark red light illuminated the surface of Vegeta's star, a terrifying energy surging from the depths, flowing through the cracks in the ground towards De Li's. Countless black mechanical tendrils emerged from De Li's severed limbs, swirling through the air like vines, ravenously absorbing the core energy. The tendrils multiplied and thickened, weaving into the shapes of arms and legs, the dark red energy coursing between them, quickly solidifying into a metallic texture. In merely 25 seconds, De Li's body was restored to its former state. The new mechanical arms and legs glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, more robust than before, with black energy swirling around the joints. He rotated his neck with a crack, flexed his wrist, dark energy spilling from his palm. I must admit, the spirit bomb's power is indeed impressive. Gazing at his new form, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Had I taken that blow head-on, I might have truly perished. Alas, you possess a hesitating fool. His gaze swept over Ballinger, filled with murderous intent. Everyone stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, their faces etched with shock and despair. They had calculated every possibility, yet failed to foresee Ballinger's moment of hesitation at the crucial juncture. That very second had granted De Li's the chance for resurrection. The smile on De Li's face gradually faded, his red mechanical eye now cold and cruel. You almost succeeded in annihilating me. His voice was frigid as ice, utterly unforgiving. He slowly raised his hand, dark energy coalescing in his palm. It is time for you to depart. At this moment, all hope drained from the group. Sun Wukong struggled to push himself up, only to discover his legs felt as limp as noodles, his energy nearly depleted, unable even to muster a flicker of ki. Vegeta clenched his teeth, attempting to gather energy for an attack, but only a faint glimmer appeared in his palm before dissipating. For the first time, this proud prince felt an overwhelming sense of despair and impotence. Raditz lay on the ground, the pain in his ribs rendering movement nearly impossible. His gaze fixed on Delise, understanding that all hope was lost. Gei could no longer raise her arms, helplessly watching Delise. Ba Klin and Tianjin Fan were equally drained from gathering energy for the spirit bomb, unable to even stand. They had become lambs to the slaughter. Ba covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers, her voice filled with anguish. It's all my fault. All my fault. If I hadn't hesitated, we could have won. Her shoulders trembled violently, despair engulfing her like a tidal wave. She had single-handedly obliterated the hopes of everyone, doomed the future of Vegeta's star. Gei looked at Ba, her heart heavy with compassion, yet she lacked even the strength to comfort her. Wukong opened his mouth, wanting to assure Ba it wasn't her fault, but only a faint sound emerged from his throat. Raditz shut his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. Were they truly destined to lose? Dali's gaze swept across the group, ultimately landing on Raditz, the very scion who had clung to his leg moments ago, so oblivious to his impending doom. Dali's figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Raditz in an instant, his mechanical fist, imbued with dark energy, aimed directly at Raditz's heart. Raditz opened his eyes, watching the approaching fist without fear, only a hint of regret. He thought of Chi-Chi waiting for him at their doorstep on Earth, of Nini with her brush painting their family portrait, of his promise to protect them. I'm sorry. Chi-Chi, Nini, he silently lamented, I have lost and cannot be with you any longer. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. No. Gei, Wukong, and Ba shouted in unison, their voices filled with despair and helplessness. They wished to intervene, yet lacked the strength to even raise a hand. Helplessly watching as the fist drew closer. Just as Dali's fist was about to strike Raditz's heart, a pair of strong hands suddenly reached out from the side, gripping his fist tightly. These hands, calloused yet powerful, emanated a steady yet formidable aura, the sleeves of the black battle suit slightly swaying. Dali's was taken aback, his red mechanical eye focusing on the newcomer. It was Bardock. Bardock's hair fluttered slightly, his face bearing the marks of dust and fatigue, yet his gaze remained sharp. He had just collaborated with Piccolo to eliminate Cooler on Namek, allowing Piccolo to escort Dandy back to Earth, while he had utilized instant transmission to return to Vegeta's star just in time for this life and death moment. He stood like a solitary beacon of hope amid the darkness, shielding Raditz and all others from despair. Husband. Gina's voice trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face. Father. Wukong and Ba shouted simultaneously, their voices filled with joy and hope. Mr. Bardock. Klin and Tianjin Fan could not help but exclaim, their previously pale faces regaining some color. Everyone trembled with excitement. Bardock had arrived. The scion who had once foreseen the destruction of Vegeta's star, yet never relinquished hope, had come. Dali's mechanical arm was firmly grasped by Bardock, unyielding despite Dali's frantic attempts to escape. His red mechanical eye seethed with murderous intent. Glaring at Bardock, are you here to meet your demise as well? Bardock's lips curled into a relaxed smile, his tone laced with mockery. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 162. Z-Warriors vs. Evil Alliance. 25. Dali's mechanical fist halted midair. The dark energy firmly confined by Bardock's calloused hands, as if a raging river had suddenly collided with an imposing mountain. His red mechanical eye contracted sharply, the metallic sheen of his pupils reflecting Bardock's weary, yet upright figure. The black battle suit bore remnants of Namek's dust, with scorch marks visible where Cooler had struck. Yet the sharpness in his eyes outshone even the stars of Vegeta. How is this possible? Dali's voice quivered slightly, his mechanical arm thrashing wildly. Dark energy surging through the joints in a desperate attempt to break free from Bardock's grip. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, Bardock's hand remained steadfast. like an iron vice, unyielding. The creaks of Dali's mechanical joints echoed, straining under the excessive force. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the silhouette standing protectively in front of him, his eyes misting with emotion. That was his father, the scion warrior who had taught him to clench his fists in his youth, the hero who had never ceased to fight even in the face of Vegeta's impending doom. Just moments ago, the despair that had engulfed his heart was completely dispelled by a surge of warmth. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse yet brimming with excitement. "Dad." Gnei collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks unabashedly. Her once weak arms trembled slightly, yearning to reach out to Bardock. Yet she feared disrupting the tense standoff before her. Gazing at the familiar figure she had longed for, her heart raced uncontrollably, repeating in disbelief, "Husband, you have finally returned. How wonderful, how wonderful." Wukong propped himself against the ground, his legs still feeling weak, yet his face radiated a joy he had never experienced before. He observed the steady yet overwhelming aura emanating from Bardock, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "Dad is so strong. Even more powerful than when I transformed into a Super Saiyan." Beside him, Ba Ling nodded vigorously, tears still clinging to her cheeks, yet a smile graced her lips. She wiped her tears away, her voice trembling yet full of hope. "Dad will surely defeat Dali. We are saved." Vegeta gritted his teeth, watching Bardock's back, a complex expression flickering in his proud gaze. He could not deny the oppressive aura radiating from Bardock, a level of power he had never approached. However, his inherent pride would not allow him to concede easily. Clenching his fists, a faint light flickered in his palms as he resolved silently, "Bardock, do not lose. I acknowledge that you are stronger than I." Krillin and Tianjin Fan supported each other as they stood up, their faces still pale, yet their eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield. Tianjin Fan squinted his third eye, speaking gravely. "Mr. Bardock's aura is astonishing, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment." Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring, "Now there is finally hope. I thought we were truly doomed just moments ago." As the emotions surged among the crowd, Bardock suddenly exerted a slight force, unleashing an astounding power that wrenched Dali's mechanical arm backward. Dali cried out in pain, a metallic screech echoing as he staggered backward, seeking to create distance. Yet Bardock's movements were swifter. He released his grip, vanishing from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Dali's pupils constricted as his mechanical eye scanned frantically, yet he could not capture Bardock's whereabouts. In the next instant, he felt a gust of wind behind him and instinctively dodged to the side, but Bardock's elbow still grazed his shoulder. With a thunderous impact, Dali was propelled forward, stumbling several steps, his metallic shoulder caving in, black oil seeping from the cracks. By the time Dali steadied himself and turned around, Bardock stood on an open patch of land several dozen meters away, hands resting on his hips, a composed smile gracing his face. A long fissure marred the ground between them, a remnant of their high-speed clash, and surrounding debris trembled slightly, the air thick with the heat of their energy collision. Bardock turned his gaze to Gnei, Wukong, and Ba Ling, his smile softening. He waved gently at the three, his movements casual, as if Dali were merely an inconsequential figure. "Leave this to me," his voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a reassuring strength. "You have expended too much energy. Rest well and regain your strength." Gnei gazed into his gentle eyes, tears once again welling up, yet she nodded resolutely. She understood that now was not the time to burden Bardock. She could only sit quietly, silently praying for him. Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Though his heart yearned to assist, he realized he could barely stand and obediently sat down, channeling what little energy he had left to recover. Ba Ling wiped her tears and nodded earnestly at Bardock. "Dad, go for it. We believe in you." Bardock withdrew his gaze, finally settling on Dali, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a piercing intensity. A golden wave of energy began to rise from within him, initially a mere flicker, akin to a dancing flame. Yet in the next moment, the energy erupted. Golden flames soaring skyward, painting the entire sky with their brilliance. The ground trembled violently, countless stones rising from the earth, suspended in midair, swirling with the energy's flow. The surface of Vegeta's star cracked wider, the dark red core energy faintly surfacing, yet it was firmly suppressed by Bardock's golden aura. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Is this Dad's Super Saiyan form? It is so much more powerful than mine. Vegeta's expression grew even more complex as he gazed at the golden flames enveloping Bardock, his fists tightening, knuckles turning white. He had always believed himself to be a genius among Saiyans, yet Bardock's strength made him acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. Why is Bardock so strong? He gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of reluctance and awe at that overwhelming power. Dalizi fixated on Bardock, the red glow in his mechanical eye reflecting gravity. He could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from Bardock, a force that nearly equaled his own, perhaps even hinting at exceeding it. Instinctively, he raised his mechanical arm and addressed the air. Main computer, analyze Bardock's combat power immediately. A chilling mechanical voice reverberated through the skies of Vegeta's star. Command received. Beginning analysis. Target combat power analysis complete. Detected enemy combat power, 420 million. Energy fluctuation stable. On the rise. 420 million, Dalizi murmured, furrowing his brow. His own combat power stood at 450 million, a mere 30 million difference, almost negligible. Indeed, since his last battle with Gula, Bardock's combat power had experienced a slight increase. This revelation compelled Dalizi to heighten his vigilance. I didn't expect you to become this strong, Bardock. Dalizi's voice turned icy. It seems I indeed underestimated you. The golden aura surrounding Bardock continued to blaze fiercely as he flexed his wrists, producing a sharp crack. His eyes brimmed with the spirit of battle. The feeling is mutual, Dalizi. Do you think that with a body reshaped by core energy, victory is assured? Today, I shall show you who the true warrior of Vegeta Star is. Chapter 163, Z Fighters vs. Evil Alliance. 26. As his words fell, Dalizi's figure abruptly vanished, leaving only a shadow behind. His speed reached an extreme, the air tearing apart with a piercing howl. In the next moment, he materialized before Bardock. His mechanical fist enveloped in a black energy wave, ruthlessly aimed at Bardock's face. The energy roared violently, as if intent on shattering the very fabric of space around them. Bardock's gaze sharpened. Without a hint of hesitation, he retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist, encased in golden energy, collided fiercely with Dalizi's black iron fist. The ground shook with a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic shockwave radiating outward from their clash. The earth collapsed into a vast pit, surrounding mountains swaying precariously, and countless boulders tumbled down, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Both combatants, refusing to hold back, unleashed their full power, targeting each other's vital points. Dalizi's mechanical fist struck like lightning, each blow carrying the force to obliterate. The black energy swirling around his fists morphing into claws or spikes, aiming for Bardock's chest, throat, and temples. Bardock, with his agile movements, faced his opponent with composure. Each swing of his golden fists exuded tremendous strength, colliding with Dalizi's mechanical fists, producing a resonant clang and showering sparks in all directions. Each blow struck with precision, each move lethal. The entirety of Vegeta Star trembled under the intensity of their battle, the thunderous roars echoing as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapse. Sugong, Vegeta, and the others sat at a distance, observing the two combatants in the center of the battlefield, their hearts racing with trepidation. They could distinctly sense the terrifying energy radiating from the clash, a realm they had yet to touch. So that is how it is, Vegeta murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. Dalizi had not even unleashed his full potential. He had been concealing his strength. Bardock was similarly extraordinary. Was this truly the extent of their power? It was utterly fearsome. Sugong nodded vigorously, his face alight with admiration. Dad is amazing. I must become as strong as him. Reitais, seated on the ground, felt his rib pain lessen considerably. He gazed at Bardock's figure, filled with reverence. In his youth, he had perceived his father as stern and aloof. But now he understood that Bardock had always protected them in his own way, safeguarding Vegeta Star. Go, Dad, he silently urged, clenching his fists tightly. The battle between Bardock and Dalizi raged on. Suddenly, Dalizi executed a sweeping kick, his mechanical leg sending forth a dark wave targeting Bardock's knee. Bardock leaped gracefully, evading the strike while simultaneously gathering energy in the air. With his right hand open, he unleashed a golden energy wave towards Dalizi. Observing this, Dalizi quickly sidestepped. the energy wave grazing his shoulder and crashing into a distant peak, which exploded into fragments. Seizing the moment while Bardock was mid-air, Dailies pressed his palms together. Dark energy swirling within, forming a massive black energy sphere. "Taste my dark death ball," Dailies roared, hurling the sphere fiercely at Bardock. The sphere traced an arc through the air, carrying a terrifying energy that distorted the surrounding space. Bardock's gaze sharpened. He swiftly adjusted his posture in midair, crossing his arms before his chest as golden energy coalesced in his palms, forming a radiant golden shield. Clang! The black energy sphere collided violently with the golden shield, resulting in a tremendous roar. Bardock was jolted backward, sliding several meters before regaining his stance. A crack appeared on the golden shield, but it quickly mended itself with golden energy. Interesting. Bardock's lips curled into a smile, his fighting spirit intensifying. He spread his arms wide, golden energy swirling around him, forming a colossal golden vortex. "Receive this, Kamehameha," Bardock shouted, thrusting his hands forward as a massive golden energy wave erupted from his palms, racing towards Dailies. The wave scorched the ground, leaving a long trench in its wake, the air thick with heat. Dailies' expression turned grave, knowing he could not afford to be careless. He raised his hands high above his head, dark energy swirling furiously in his palms, forming an even larger black energy wave. "Dark shockwave," Dailies bellowed, meeting Bardock's golden energy wave head-on. The two colossal energy waves collided in midair, gold and black, clashing with a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly. Sugong, Vegeta, and the others were violently thrown back by the shockwave. Krillin and Tianjin Fan tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Bailinger was also sent reeling by the force, but fortunately, Jine managed to extend her hand with all her might, pulling her into an embrace, barely stabilizing themselves. Only Jine, with some residual strength, managed to withstand the shockwave without being sent flying. Clutching Bailinger tightly, she watched the explosion at the center of the battlefield, her heart in her throat, whispering, "Darling, you must be all right." As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, the scene in the center of the battlefield came into view. Dailies was surrounded by scattered mechanical debris, his left arm completely severed, and a gaping fissure in his chest armor from which black oil and dark red energy continuously oozed. His red mechanical eye flickered with a faint light, clearly injured. Bardock, too, was in dire straits. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, golden blood gushing from the wound and sizzling as it hit the ground. His battle suit was torn and tattered, his body riddled with wounds, and the golden aura around him had weakened significantly. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his left hand on the ground, gasping heavily, his complexion pale. Dailies, witnessing Bardock's severed arm, suddenly erupted into laughter, filled with arrogance and mockery. "Ha ha, Bardock, you've lost," Dailies proclaimed, pointing at Bardock. "Though I am also gravely wounded. You've lost an arm. How can you continue to fight? You must be struggling to gather energy at this point." The expressions of Sugong and the others turned ashen upon seeing Bardock's severed arm. Bailinger's tears fell anew, her voice tinged with a sob. "Dad, your arm." Jine clenched her fists tightly, her heart heavy with worry, yet feeling powerless. A flicker of regret crossed Vegeta's face. He had not anticipated Bardock would be so severely injured. Dailies reveled in his triumph, dragging his wounded form step by step towards Bardock, his red mechanical eye filled with arrogance. "Bardock, concede. The outcome is clear. You possess considerable strength. I can overlook past grievances and allow you to become my second-in-command among the Scions. What do you say? Is that not a generous offer?" Bardock slowly lifted his head, gazing at Dailies' smug expression, and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was soft, yet carried an air of inexplicable mockery, freezing Dailies' smile in place. "You don't truly believe you've won, do you, Dailies?" Although Bardock's voice was weak, it resonated with undeniable confidence. Dailies furrowed his brow, his red mechanical eye fixed intently on Bardock. "Is that not the case? You've lost an arm. How can you possibly turn the tide? Do not deceive yourself." At that moment, an extraordinary energy erupted from Bardock. Golden light surged from his severed arm, the muscles at the wound began to stir, and the golden blood ceased its flow. Shortly thereafter, a new arm began to grow from the stump, muscle, bone, and skin gradually taking shape, quickly restoring to its original form, even more robust than before. The golden aura surged anew around him, more vigorous than ever. Daly's red mechanical eye widened in shock, the expression of triumph vanishing without a trace, replaced by deep astonishment and disbelief. He stumbled backward a few steps, pointing at Bardock's arm, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Your arm. How can it? What kind of monster are you? Chapter 164, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, 27. A golden radiance flowed around Bardock's newly formed arm, the muscular contours becoming increasingly defined, each inch of skin emanating the unique vigor of a scion. He moved his new arm, the joints cracking crisply, raising his gaze to the astonished Dailies, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ha! If we are to speak of monsters, you are the true monster. As the words fell, Bardock's gaze swept over the frigid metallic components of Dailies, from the glimmering mechanical cranium to the circuitry-laden chest cavity. His eyes filled with disdain. A warrior, undeniably coursing with the fiery blood of a scion, had chosen to transform himself into this grotesque iron lump, forsaking his flesh and blood. Did he believe that such a transformation could conceal his cowardice in the face of power? You seek your own demise. Dailies was thoroughly incensed by this remark, his crimson mechanical eye erupting with a scarlet brilliance, while the fissure in his chest gushed black oil with increasing fervor. Initially, he had contemplated recruiting Bardock as his subordinate, but now all patience had been consumed by rage. His voice, grating like rusted gears, proclaimed, "Humph! I had intended to spare your lives and allow you to serve me in ruling Vegeta's star, but it seems there is no longer any need. You foolish creatures deserve to perish." Before his furious roar had faded, Daly's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Unlike the fleeting shadows of the past, this time he concentrated all his remaining energy into his mechanical legs, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, and in the next instant, he materialized before Bardock. His mechanical right fist coalesced with a dense black energy vortex, directly aiming for Bardock's vulnerable heart. This strike left no room for mercy. He vowed to shatter Bardock's heart within his chest. Bardock's expression sharpened, and the Scion warrior's instincts surged to their zenith. He made no attempt to evade. As golden energy surged wildly through his arm towards his left fist, the brilliance of his punch shining like a miniature sun. In response to Daly's lethal blow, he opted for the most straightforward and perilous counterattack, delivering a fist aimed squarely at Daly's mechanical chest, the very core of his energy. The two figures briefly intersected in a clash, devoid of earth-shattering sounds. Only the muffled thud of flesh meeting metal echoed. In the next moment, they were propelled away from each other like meteors struck by a cosmic vessel. Daly's body carved a black arc through the air before crashing heavily into a distant mountainside, causing a tremendous roar as the entire peak crumbled. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, he struggled to emerge from the wreckage, his chest's metallic shell punctured with a gaping hole the size of a bowl, exposing the energy circuits within, which fizzled with electric sparks. Thick black oil mixed with dark red energy dripped from the opening, corroding the ground into small craters. Main computer, immediately channel energy to repair me. Daly's howled, clutching his wounded chest, urgency ablaze in his crimson eye. A cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Command received. Initiating damage repair for the host. Estimated consumption, 3 core energy. Repair duration, 3 seconds. As the mechanical voice concluded, a black halo emanated from the gaping wound on Daly's chest. Metallic fragments began to slowly reassemble, striving to mend the damaged exterior. In stark contrast, Bardock's situation was drastically different. He had crash-landed heavily on the ground, his own chest similarly pierced by Daly's mechanical fist, golden blood gushing forth and sizzling against the rocks. Yet, at the very moment the blood touched the earth, a dazzling golden light erupted from the wound on Bardock's chest. His muscles writhed visibly, growing and restructuring, with the bones emitting faint sounds of reorganization. In a mere second, the potentially fatal gash was entirely healed, leaving not even a scar. Bardock gradually rose from the ground, golden energy swirling around him, more tumultuous than before. He moved his shoulders, relishing the ceaseless power coursing within, his battle spirit intensifying. Come again. I refuse to believe you can recover infinitely. Witnessing Bardock's instantaneous recovery, a flicker of disbelief crossed Daly's crimson eye, swiftly replaced by madness. Ignoring the incomplete repair of his chest wound, he charged once more at Bardock, his mechanical fists striking like lightning, each aimed at Bardock's head, throat, and temples, vital targets. The black energy coalesced into claws and spikes upon his fists, each strike vicious, intent on tearing Bardock asunder. Bardock met Daily's charge head-on, golden fist colliding with black mechanical fist once again. This time, both abandoned all defense, relying solely on instinct and battle fervor to unleash a frenzied assault. The relentless sound of flesh meeting metal filled the air as golden brilliance intertwined with black energy, enveloping the entire battlefield in a tempest of terrifying power. Bardock's fist struck Daily's mechanical form, producing a cacophony of metallic shattering. Daily's strikes against Bardock, however, left only fleeting marks upon his surface, which were instantaneously mended by golden energy. In the distance, Wukong, Vegeta, and the others watched in astonishment. Klin, clutching his chest, wounded by the shockwave, stammered, "This combat style is excessively brutal. They rely solely on raw power and recovery ability. Aren't they afraid of truly being killed?" Tianjin frowned, his gaze fixed gravely on the battlefield. Daily's mechanical body requires energy for repairs, yet Mr. Bardock's recovery ability defies logic. Trading injuries like this, Daily's cannot sustain it for long, but this approach is perilous. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a mix of excitement and admiration on his face. His wide eyes fixated on Bardock's figure, internally exclaiming, "Father is incredible. This is true Saiyan combat. I must become as strong as Father, or even surpass him." His aura involuntarily surged, igniting the Saiyan blood within him. Vegeta, meanwhile, clenched his fists in frustration, his nails digging into his palms. Observing Bardock's continual recovery and growing ferocity in battle, he was beset by a tumult of emotions: jealousy, resentment, and an unacknowledged sense of recognition. Can I truly surpass Bardock? This thought crystallized in his mind for the first time, as past pride prevented him from admitting it. Yet the spectacle before him forced him to confront reality. Bardock's recovery ability and battle resilience far exceeded his comprehension. Janae held Ballinger tightly, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Bardock at the center of the battlefield, hands clasped in prayer, her voice trembling. "Husband, you must return safely. We are all waiting for you. And Vegeta Star needs you." Ballinger leaned against her mother, her small face etched with worry, holding back tears, murmuring, "Daddy is the strongest. He will surely defeat that monster." Rititsu stood nearby, watching his father's figure with swelling admiration. In his youth, he had always perceived his father as strict and cold, never relenting in his training with him and Wukong. Yet, in this moment, he comprehended that behind his father's severity lay a guardian's love for his family and a sense of duty towards Vegeta Star. "Father, give it your all," Rititsu silently urged, the pain in his ribs seemingly vanishing in that instant. At the center of the battlefield, a thunderous roar erupted once more. Bardock and Daily struck each other's chests simultaneously, their bodies flying backward, the wounds on their chests even more terrifying than before. Daily's mechanical chest was nearly punctured through, exposing his energy core, which flickered feebly. Bardock also bore a massive hole in his chest, golden blood gushing forth. Yet, in the next moment, Bardock's wound began to heal at a visible rate, as golden light coursed through, rapidly closing the injury. In the crimson mechanical eye of Daily's, a weary expression finally emerged. The main computer's alert echoed incessantly in his mind. Host energy remaining 181512. He could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of energy within him. This strategy of trading injuries was consuming his energy far beyond his expectations. Was Bardock truly a monster? As Daily's gazed at Bardock, who stood before him unscathed once more, a sense of dread surged within him for the first time. It was inconceivable for a Saiyan to possess such an ability for infinite recovery. What exactly was Bardock? Before Daily's could ponder further, Bardock's fist came roaring toward him again. The golden fist, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon Daily's face like a meteor. Struggling to rise from the ground, Daily's mechanical body creaked ominously, threatening to disassemble at any moment. His red mechanical eye remained fixated on Bardock, while the energy core in his chest flickered with a faint red glow, its reserves dwindling to below 10. Yet, as a Saiyan yearning to dominate Planet Vegeta, his inherent pride forbade him from retreating. "Bardock, do you think this will defeat me?" Daily's roared, as dark waves of energy once again swirled around him. Although thinner than before, they still radiated an aura of destruction. The Saiyan's battle would never conclude easily. With that declaration, Daily's charged at Bardock once more. This time, His attacks were even more frenzied, disregarding his own injuries as his mechanical fists rained down upon Bardock's vital points like a torrential storm. The dark energy coalesced into various forms upon his fists, transforming into sharp blades and piercing drills, each strike imbued with a resolve for mutual destruction. Bardock, with keen eyes, calmly countered Daly's frenzied onslaught. Each swing of his golden fists carried unmatched might, precisely blocking Daly's strikes while simultaneously retaliating. Golden light clashed with dark waves, creating a cacophony of sparks, the shattering of metal, and the thuds of flesh colliding, weaving a fierce symphony of battle. With a resounding thud, Bardock's fist struck Daly's mechanical head, tilting it to one side and extinguishing half of the crimson light in his eye. In pain, Daly's retaliated with a punch aimed at Bardock's abdomen, the dark energy piercing through Bardock's battle attire and leaving a wound that bled profusely. Yet, in the next moment, the wound began to heal rapidly, the golden light shimmering as it vanished without a trace. Damn it! Daly's watched in despair as hope slipped further away. He felt his strength and energy depleting swiftly. Each attack became increasingly arduous, while Bardock remained invigorated, showing no signs of diminished recovery. In the distance, Wukong and the others had recognized the peril of the battle. Vegeta, with a grave expression, said, "Kellen, Tianjin fan, Daly's has gone mad. His attacks are becoming increasingly erratic, and his energy fluctuations are unstable. We must evacuate the surviving scions further away. Otherwise, if Daly's employs forbidden techniques, the consequences would be unimaginable." Understood. Kellen and Tianjin fan nodded immediately. Wukong, regaining his senses, realized that although he yearned to witness his father's battle, safeguarding the surviving scions was equally vital. "Raditz, let us escort everyone to safety," Wukong called out to Raditz. Raditz nodded in agreement, leading the surviving scions away from the battlefield alongside Wukong and Vegeta. Jine, holding Baliner, closely followed the group, frequently glancing back at the battlefield with worry etched on her face. In the heart of the battlefield, the combat raged on. Daly's mechanical body was severely damaged, his left arm was entirely immobile, and the mechanical joint of his right leg had deformed drastically. His energy had sunk below 5, with the main computer's alerts incessantly ringing in his mind. Warning: host energy critically low, immediate cessation of combat recommended, or face system collapse risk. Silence, Daly's roared, forcibly suppressing the internal alarms, channeling the last remnants of his energy into his right fist. "Bardock, this is my final attack. Prepare yourself." A small black energy sphere coalesced on Daly's right fist, emanating a terrifying energy wave despite its size. With all his might, he hurled the black sphere towards Bardock. The black sphere traced a dark trajectory through the air, distorting the space around it. Bardock's gaze sharpened as he sensed the lethal energy within the sphere. He remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, gathering golden energy into a massive golden shield in his palms. Clang! The black sphere collided violently with the golden shield, producing a thunderous sound. Bardock was jolted backward, leaving deep impressions on the ground. A crack appeared on the golden shield, yet it was swiftly mended by golden energy. Bardock steadied himself, observing Daly's weakened state, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Daly's, you possess no strength left to continue this fight. You have lost." In a desperate attempt, Daly's could only raise his mechanical arm to defend himself. With a thunderous sound, his arm bent and deformed under the impact, sending him flying once again, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "I have not lost," Daly screamed in madness, unwilling to accept defeat. He struggled to gather energy once more, yet his reserves were utterly depleted. No matter how hard he tried, he could not summon even a modicum of power. His body began to sway, and the light in his red mechanical eye dimmed further. As Daly's beheld Bardock's approaching figure, despair flickered in his crimson eye. Bardock approached slowly, golden energy swirling around him. Each step felt like a weight upon Daly's heart. Looking at Daly's disheveled form, Bardock felt no joy, only a complex mix of emotions. "Daly's, you could have become a formidable scion warrior, yet you chose the wrong path." Daly's knew all too well that he lacked the strength to resist. However, as a scion, his pride would not allow him to perish in such humiliation. Chapter 166, Z Warriors vs. Evil Alliance, Part 29. Daly certainly would not resign himself to defeat so easily. Once again, he summoned his final strength to engage Bardock in a fierce battle. The clash of fists was as cataclysmic as ever. Suddenly, Bardock felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. The golden energy intensified, and his combat power soared rapidly. He could distinctly sense that with each collision with Dailies and every injury healed, he was consistently surpassing his limits. Meanwhile, the main computer within Dailies' body blared a frantic alert. Warning: enemy combat power is rapidly increasing. 42 billion, 43 billion, 43, 5 billion, 46 billion. Combat power stabilizing at 46 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Dailies' red mechanical eye was filled with disbelief and despair. He never anticipated that Bardock not only possessed the ability for infinite recovery, but could also continually enhance his combat power during battle. A combat power of 46 billion exceeded his own. This is impossible. It cannot be. Dailies howled, his body swelling at an alarming rate. Bardock, even if your power is unmatched, you cannot stop my self-destruction. We shall descend into hell together. Bardock, even in defeat, you will not find solace. Dailies suddenly flashed a strange smile, as the energy core within him began to flicker violently. Bardock furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition taking root in his heart. He sensed a terrifying transformation occurring within Dailies. A cataclysmic energy was rapidly gathering. What do you intend to do? Bardock inquired. Dailies offered no answer, only a maniacal laugh. His body began to swell, and dark energy surged wildly from within, enveloping him entirely. Bardock, the planet Vegeta that I cannot possess, you shall not claim either. Let us perish together. Subsequently, Dailies began to frantically gather energy, a dark energy sphere coalescing in his palm, a terrifying destructive force more fearsome than any strike prior. Bardock's gaze sharpened. He realized Dailies had completely lost his mind. If he evaded this attack, the entire planet Vegeta would be obliterated. He had to stop Dailies while also protecting Goku and the others in the distance. Dailies, you shall not succeed. Bardock roared, golden energy surging violently within him. He spread his arms wide, the golden energy coalescing in his palms into two formidable energy waves. The left hand wielded Kamehameha, while the right held the Demon Flash Cannon. At this moment, he intended to fuse these two powerful techniques together, unleashing his ultimate offensive. The golden Kamehameha and the violet Demon Flash Cannon gradually merged in Bardock's palms, forming a dazzling golden energy wave. This energy wave was mightier than any previous attack, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. Dailies, receive my Tyrant Ray. Bardock bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as the golden Tyrant Ray surged forth like a colossal golden dragon, roaring towards Dailies. Wherever the golden energy wave passed, the ground was scorched, creating a long trench, the air thick with scorching heat, even the very fabric of space warped by this terrifying energy. Dailies gazed at the approaching golden Tyrant Ray. Fear reflected in his crimson mechanical eye. He sensed the dreadful power of the attack, realizing he could not contend with it. Yet he had no path of retreat, and with gritted teeth, he poured the last vestiges of his energy into his own attack. The horrific energy waves collided, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound. This strike was Dailies' most potent attack, having exhausted all his energy. As the brilliance of the energy collision gradually waned, the scene in the center of the battlefield came into view. Dailies' body had depleted all its energy, crashing heavily to the ground, his mechanical body riddled with cracks. His crimson mechanical eye extinguished, save for the faint flicker of the energy core in his chest. He knelt on one knee, trembling, yet a strange smile crept across his face. Ha ha ha, Bardock, you have lost. Dailies' voice was hoarse and weak. I can feel my energy suppressing you. You must have been utterly annihilated by now. Just as a smile was about to break upon his lips, a golden figure slowly emerged from the dust. Bardock stood there, his battle armor tattered but unscathed, golden energy still burning around him, his gaze serene. Dailies' smile froze instantly. His crimson mechanical eye, though unable to move, could clearly sense Bardock's aura. How is this possible? Dailies stammered, his voice trembling. My energy clearly suppressed you. Why are you unscathed? Bardock observed Dailies' shock with a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It seems you truly do not comprehend what it means to possess an immortal body. My recovery ability far exceeds your imagination. While your self-destructive energy is formidable, it is insufficient to annihilate me completely. No, it can't be. Dailies shrieked in madness. A scion cannot possibly possess such a power. What manner of monster are you? I am no monster. Bardock slowly approached Dailies. gathering golden energy into a small energy sphere in his palm. I am merely a scion warrior who protects my family and Planet Vegeta. Dailies, the outcome is clear. Accept your demise. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. Daily's body trembled violently, the energy core in his chest flashing red once more. I refuse to accept this. I possessed such immense power. Why did I lose to you? I merely wished to be the king of the Scions, to rule my homeland. What sin have I committed? Bardock halted, observing Daily's despair, a flicker of sympathy crossing his heart. Dailies, you have done no wrong, nor have I. It is merely the paths we chose that differ. The king of the Scions does not conquer through brute force, but through guardianship and responsibility. What you desire is dominion, while I seek to protect. Protect? Daily scoffed. Only the weak require protection. A true warrior should rule over all. Bardock, do you think you have triumphed? Even in death, I shall drag your family down with me. With those words, Daily suddenly commanded the main computer, initiate emergency protocol. Expend all remaining energy and activate self-destruct mode. Target, Janae and Bailinger. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Command received. Self-destruct mode activated. The host's body is about to disintegrate. Estimated explosion power sufficient to annihilate 90 of the star system. As the mechanical voice faded, Daily's body ignited with red flames, black energy intertwining with the crimson fire, forming a terrifying energy storm. His speed surged to its zenith, soaring like a phantom toward Janae and Bailinger. He intended to reach them during his self-destruction, taking them down with him. Dailies, you dare! Bardock roared, fury blazing in his eyes. He could hardly believe Dailies would be so reckless, willing to sacrifice his own life for revenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Bardock activated instant transmission. In a flash of golden light, he vanished from his location, reappearing before Dailies. Dailies, your opponent is me. You shall not harm my family. Dailies looked at the suddenly appearing Bardock, a manic grin spreading across his face. Bardock, you cannot stop me. The self-destruct sequence is already initiated. Even if you kill me, the explosion will occur as scheduled. Your family and all of Planet Vegeta shall pay for this. Then I shall first send you out of Planet Vegeta. Bardock roared, once more channeling golden energy into his hands. This time, the golden energy contained the will of protection, more radiant and powerful than the previous Tyrant Ray. Dailies, descend into hell. Bardock thrust his hands forward, unleashing the golden Tyrant Ray once again. The energy wave, imbued with the power of protection, struck Dailies with tremendous force. Boom. Dailies' body was hit by the golden energy wave, soaring towards the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta like a tethered kite. The golden Tyrant Ray propelled Dailies' body, breaking through the atmosphere and into the expanse of space. The explosion's light in the cosmos had yet to fully dissipate, and the golden protective shield over Planet Vegeta had only just stabilized. Dailies' battered form drifted amidst the cosmic dust, yet the energy core in his chest flickered with a faint red glow as the main computer's emergency backup power activated. Detecting weak life signs in the host, initiating emergency repair protocol. Repair failed, energy core damage at 98. Detecting enemy targets, Bardock and associated individuals, activating final revenge protocol. The cold mechanical voice resonated within the fractured body. Dailies' crimson mechanical eye barely opening a slit, his lingering consciousness ignited by the flames of vengeance. Bardock, I am not dead yet, and you shall not have peace. Dailies croaked, his damaged mechanical arm laboriously lifting, pointing towards Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, Bardock felt the energy within him recovering and suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the cosmos. Something's not right. Dailies' aura has not completely faded. Before he could finish his thought, a streak of black light shot through the universe, heading directly for the core of Planet Vegeta. It is indeed the remnants of Dailies, who, fueled by the last vestiges of energy, maneuvers his body to launch a final assault on Vegeta Shing. The tyrannical laser had interrupted his self-detonation. Now, he intends to completely detonate himself, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that would obliterate Vegeta Shing and the entire star system, ensuring that all would perish alongside him. This is dire. He has initiated self-detonation. Bardock roars, instantaneously teleporting to position himself in the path of Dailies' remnants. Dailies, you have already lost. Why do you cling to such delusions? The remnants of Dailies hover mid-air, his crimson mechanical eye glinting with madness. Lost? I have not lost. No one in this world can force me to lose. not even the heavens. The black energy waves surrounding Daly's remnants intensify, his speed surging once more as he hurtles toward Bardock like a dark meteor. Bardock's gaze sharpens, golden energy coalescing in his hands as he delivers a powerful punch to Daly's remnants. Bam! The collision of the golden fist and the black remnants sends Daly's hurtling backward, his mechanical shell shattering once again, revealing the already damaged circuitry within. Yet, Daly's refuses to yield. He guides his remnants around Bardock, continuing his descent toward the surface of Vegeta Shing. Bardock, you cannot stop me. I have nothing left to lose. Bardock closely pursues Daly's, launching relentless attacks. Waves of golden energy repeatedly strike Daly's remnants, yet they fail to annihilate him completely. Daly's remnants have fused with the backup energy source. As long as the energy persists, he will not cease his assault. Father, I am here to help you. Goku's voice resounds as his golden form appears beside Daly's. He gathers the Kamehameha wave, unleashing a fierce golden energy wave toward Daly's remnants. And I too. Vegeta charges in, black energy swirling in his palms. A formidable energy wave crashing toward Daly's. Daly's, you worthless wretch. You are unworthy of destroying Vegeta Shing. Raditz and Jine also join the fray. Golden energy waves pelting Daly's remnants like a torrential downpour. Under the assault of countless energy waves, Daly's remnants grow increasingly battered. Black oil and dark red energy dripping continuously, yet he persists, unyielding in his trajectory toward the planet's core. You cannot kill me. I will ensure Vegeta Shing's destruction. Daly's cackles madly, his voice laced with despair and insanity. His remnants approach the edge of Vegeta Shing's atmosphere, mere moments from crashing to the ground. Bardock watches in anxious dread. If Daly's remnants collide with the surface, the consequences would be catastrophic. Drawing a deep breath, golden energy surges within him, the golden aura surrounding him intensifying to unprecedented levels. Daly's, you have forced my hand. Bardock spreads his arms wide, golden energy coalescing into a colossal golden energy sphere in his palms. This sphere dwarfs the earlier tyrannical laser, radiating a cataclysmic aura. Daly's, accept your final judgment. Bardock bellows, hurling the golden energy sphere with ferocity toward Daly's remnants. The sphere traces a brilliant golden arc through the air, as radiant as the sun, striking Daly's remnants with explosive force. Boom! A thunderous roar echoes, enveloping the sky above Vegeta Shing in golden light. Daly's remnants are utterly disintegrated by the assault of the golden energy sphere, reduced to cosmic dust, with not a fragment remaining. The black energy waves and crimson flames dissipate in the golden radiance. Bardock slowly lowers his hands, gasping for breath. His face pales, the golden aura around him diminishing significantly. Clearly drained of all energy, it is finally over. Goku, Vegeta, and the others exhale in relief, gathering around Bardock. Father, are you alright? Goku inquires, worry etched on his face. Bardock shakes his head, offering a weak smile. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Daly's has been completely annihilated. Vegeta Shing is safe. But the next moment, a deafening explosion surges toward them. At the instant Daly's remnants turn to dust. The terrifying shockwave of his self-detonation finally reaches the surface of Vegeta Shing. Chapter 168. Z-Warriors vs. Evil Alliance. Finale. Before the words fade, Bardock leaps into the air, concentrating energy in front of his chest. Golden energy erupts from within him, coalescing into a massive protective dome of light, spanning a diameter of 10,000 meters above Vegeta Shing. This dome resembles a golden firmament, encompassing the entire battlefield and all surviving Saiyans. Everyone, quickly channel your energy. I cannot withstand this shockwave alone. Goku is the first to react, his golden hair standing on end as his Super Saiyan energy surges forth without reservation. He leaps to the edge of the dome, pressing his hands against the golden barrier, continuously pouring his energy into it. Father, I am here. The golden energy flows like a stream into the ocean, brightening the dome's radiance. Vegeta grits his teeth, though reluctant to admit it. He recognizes that only unity can save Vegeta Shing. His black energy swirls, and he leaps forward, placing his hands on the dome, coldly stating, "Humph. I simply refuse to allow Vegeta Shing to perish in such a pitiful explosion." Purple energy flows into the dome, intertwining with the golden energy, doubling its thickness in an instant. Raditz and Jine swiftly follow suit. Radi's golden energy, though not as potent as Goku's or Vegeta's, carries resolute determination. He presses his hands against the dome, shouting, "Father, let us hold it together." Jine's golden energy is gentle yet resilient. She gazes at Bardock's back, her eyes filled with trust. "Darling, we shall protect Vegeta Xing together." Kuririn, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others do not shy away either, though Kuririn trembles in fear. He grits his teeth, channeling his energy into the dome. "Mr. Bardock, we can help too." Tianjin Fan forms a stance, simultaneously injecting 3 energy waves into the dome. "Everyone, hold on. We can surely withstand this." Yamcha also pours his energy without reservation, a look of steadfastness on his face. Onion, leaning on a cane, slowly approaches the dome's edge. Though her energy is nearly depleted, she still offers her remaining strength. "King Bardock, though I am powerless, I wish to contribute to Vegeta Xing's defense." The surviving scions also spring into action. Whether injured warriors, elderly, or even young children, all extend their hands, channeling their faint energy into the golden dome. Weak beams of light converge from all directions, akin to countless tiny stars merging into the golden shield. With the collective effort of all, the golden dome grows ever more radiant and resilient. Yet the shockwave from the cosmos draws ever closer. The black energy waves looming like a beast, ready to devour the golden dome. Boom! The first wave of shock collides with the golden dome, producing a deafening roar. The golden dome shakes violently, its surface riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Bardock's body is jolted backward by the shockwave, a trickle of golden blood escaping his lips. He grits his teeth, persevering, pouring the last of his energy into the dome. "Everyone, give it your all. We must not give up." Goku feels the tremors of the dome, his energy surging once more. I cannot disappoint my father. I will become stronger." The golden energy erupts like a volcano into the dome, slowly mending the cracks. Vegeta's forehead veins pulse, the black energy swirling more intensely. Darn it. This level of shockwave could never destroy Vegeta Xing. He pushed his combat power to the utmost, as dark energy surged continuously into the protective barrier. Lotties and Janae exerted every ounce of their strength, golden waves of energy engulfing them, their hands trembling slightly from the exertion. "Hold on. We will surely prevail," Lottie shouted, his voice brimming with determination. The faces of Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others were pale, their energy nearly depleted, yet they refused to yield. With indomitable will, they infused the final remnants of their energy into the barrier. "Keep going. We are almost there." The surviving scions gritted their teeth, their bodies shaking from energy exhaustion. Yet they extended their hands, sending their last breaths into the barrier. "Long live King Bardock! Long live Vegeta Star!" they shouted in unison, their voices resonating with love for their homeland and a yearning for victory. Cracks continuously appeared and healed on the golden barrier. Waves of black energy surged relentlessly, each impact violently shaking their bodies and draining their energy rapidly. Yet none chose to surrender. All were exerting their full strength to protect their soul home. It was uncertain how long it took, but the cosmic shockwaves gradually diminished. When the final shockwave struck the golden barrier, the cracks reached their limit but still did not shatter. As the shockwave dissipated, the cracks on the golden barrier slowly vanished, and the brilliance began to fade. Bardock gently lowered his hands, staggering slightly, and fell heavily to the ground. His complexion was as pale as parchment, the golden energy completely vanished, his energy utterly exhausted. We finally held them off. Goku, Vegeta, and the others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha fainted, while only Orin and a few other scions managed to stand. The surviving scions, witnessing the shockwave being repelled, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. They embraced one another, celebrating this arduous victory. "We won. We finally held them off. Vegeta Star is safe." Janae struggled to rise, rushing to Bardock's side, embracing him tightly, tears flooding her eyes. "My love, are you all right? You scared me." Bardock weakly smiled, stroking Janae's hair. "I am fine, do not cry. We won, Vegeta Star is safe." Goku and Lotties also struggled to rise, joining Bardock. Goku gazed at his father's pale face, filled with heartache. "Dad, you have worked hard. From now on, I will become stronger to help you protect Vegeta Star." Vegeta slowly stood, approaching Bardock, a rare expression of respect on his face. Mr. Bardock, you are indeed formidable. But I will not always be second to you. One day, I will surpass you and become the strongest scion. Bardock looked at Vegeta and smiled. I look forward to that day. Vegeta Star and Earth need more powerful warriors to guard them. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the land of Vegeta Star. The surviving scions supported each other as they began to clear the battlefield and rebuild their home. Bardock, with Janae's assistance, slowly stood, gazing at the scene before him, his heart filled with warmth and hope. He understood that although this battle was brutal, it had taught the scions the significance of unity and protection. From this moment on, Vegeta Star would no longer be a warlike planet, but a home filled with peace and hope. And he would lead his people, as the king of the scions, toward a brighter future. Chapter 169, The Coronation Ceremony, end of Volume 5. As the golden barrier completely dissipated, the sky above Vegeta Star gradually cleared. The once ravaged battlefield was now merely a desolate expanse of rubble and solidified magma. The surviving scions helped each other to their feet, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived and their hopes for the future. This war had claimed a third of the remaining scion population, leaving only about 2,000. Bardock, with Janae's support, slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. Although his body remained weak, his gaze was resolute. Golden light flowed gently around him, the effects of his near immortality slowly restoring his exhausted body. Goku, Vegeta, Lotties, and others gathered around Bardock, their faces weary yet radiant with victory. Is everyone all right? Bardock inquired gently, surveying the group. We are fine, Mr. Bardock, just a bit tired, Krillin replied with a smile, his pallor still evident, but his eyes brimming with vitality. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha nodded in agreement, acknowledging their lingering aches but assuring there were no significant injuries. Bardock nodded, his eyes sweeping over all the scions present as his voice gradually rose. Today, we have endured a fierce battle. Dodoria sought to annihilate Vegeta Star and enslave all of us scions, yet we did not yield. United in purpose and exerting our utmost efforts, we have finally defeated Dodoria and safeguarded our homeland. We have won. The crowd erupted in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. Indeed, we have won. Bardock's voice carried a hint of excitement, yet we must not forget that this victory came at the cost of countless lives of our brethren. We have lost many kin, friends, and comrades. They safeguarded Vegeta Star with their lives, and they are the heroes of our scion race. At this, Bardock slowly bowed his head in solemn tribute to the fallen. The assembled scions followed suit, their expressions heavy with grief. The battlefield fell silent, save for the gentle breeze rustling through the debris. After a moment, Bardock lifted his head, his eyes filled with resolve. But I promise you all, I will use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect every fallen scion warrior. Yes, King Bardock, they replied in unison, their voices filled with gratitude and reverence. Bardock looked at them, a look of contentment gracing his face. From this day forth, we scions will no longer take pride in conquest. We will take pride in guardianship. We must unite and collaboratively rebuild Vegeta Star, transforming it into a haven of happiness for all scions. Whether strong warriors, elderly, or young children, each is an indispensable part of Vegeta Star. Besides wishing upon the Dragon Balls to revive our fallen brethren, I will also wish to relocate Vegeta Star to the solar system. This will facilitate communication and connection between Vegeta Star and Earth, allowing for swifter development of our home. We must support and care for one another, preserving this hard-won peace. Long live King Bardock. Long live Vegeta Star. The crowd shouted once more, their voices echoing with admiration for Bardock and love for Vegeta Star. Suddenly, an elder scion stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully addressed Bardock. King Bardock, you have led us to defeat Dodoria and protected Vegeta Star. Your strength, wisdom, courage, and sense of responsibility command our utmost respect. Yet you have not undergone a true coronation ceremony. This has long been a regret for all scions. With the elder's words, more and more scions knelt, respectfully calling out to Bardock. Please, King Bardock, officially crown yourself. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. The continuous chorus of calls reverberated through the skies of Vegeta Star, akin to thunder that stirred the soul. All surviving scions regarded Bardock as the hero who saved Vegeta Star, the one true king in their hearts. Bardock surveyed the scene before him, filled with emotion. In truth, he had never aspired to be a king. He merely wished to protect his family and homeland. At this moment, he comprehended that the weight of responsibility had firmly settled upon his shoulders. He could neither refuse nor reject it. Bardock slowly extended his hand, signaling the crowd to rise. "Everyone, please stand." Bardock's voice was gentle, yet imbued with authority. "I, Bardock, am willing to embrace this responsibility and officially commence the coronation ceremony. However, I wish to convey to all that I am not a distant ruler. I am your companion, your kin. Together, we shall rebuild Vegeta Star and safeguard our home. I shall devote my life to protect every scion in our shared sanctuary. Long live King Bardock. Long live Vegeta Star." The crowd once again shouted in unison, their voices louder and more resolute than before. Bardock stepped down from the battlefield, approaching Jine and Bulma. He tenderly cradled Bulma in his arms, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, then gazed at Jine, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Jine, thank you for your unwavering support." Jine smiled and shook her head, her eyes filled with affection. "Darling, whatever decision you make, I will stand by you. I will join you in protecting our family and Vegeta Star." Goku and Raditz also approached Bardock, their faces radiant with excitement. "Dad, that's fantastic," Goku exclaimed. "From now on, I will strive to become stronger and help you protect Vegeta Star and Earth." Raditz nodded in agreement. "Dad, I too will train diligently, becoming a formidable warrior to contribute to Vegeta Star." Vegeta observed this scene, a faint smile curving his lips. He walked up to Bardock, extending his hand. "Bardock, congratulations. But I will not concede. One day, I shall surpass you and become the strongest scion." Bardock chuckled as he grasped Vegeta's hand. "I eagerly await that day. Vegeta, you are a powerful warrior, and both Vegeta Star and Earth require your strength. Let us together lead the Scions towards a brighter future." Vegeta nodded, still proud yet acknowledging Bardock's position. Previously, he had harbored resentment towards Bardock's ascension to kingship, but at this moment, he willingly recognized Bardock as the rightful king of the Scions. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the land of Vegeta Star. Bardock stood among his people, surrounded by family and comrades, with the surviving Scions behind him. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, filled with aspirations for the future. He was the guardian of Vegeta Star. He would lead the Scions to rebuild their homeland, safeguard peace, and let Vegeta Star shine brilliantly in the cosmos. A fierce battle had concluded, and a new era had commenced. The rebirth of Vegeta Star began at this moment. Furthermore, Bardock's legend would continue to be inscribed across the universe. "Long live King Bardock! Long live Vegeta Star!" The shouts reverberated through the skies, echoing in every corner of Vegeta Star, lingering long after. End of Volume 5. The Broly arc follows. Chapter 170. Revival upon the battlefield of Vegeta Star. Enveloped in golden twilight, the cries of "Long live King Bardock! Long live Vegeta Star!" surged like a mighty tide, resonating across the desolate land. Bardock held his daughter Bulma close, flanked by the gentle Jine, while Goku and Raditz excitedly gathered around. Vegeta stood a short distance away, a subtle smile of acknowledgement gracing his lips. Following this brutal victory, the monumental task of rebuilding their home and reviving their kin weighed heavily upon Bardock's shoulders. It was time to head to Earth. Bardock glanced down at his daughter, whose large eyes blinked with curiosity, and then looked at the others, his voice steady and resolute. "The power of the Dragon Balls is essential for resurrecting our fallen kin and relocating our home. Everyone, let us use instant transmission to return to Earth." Goku immediately straightened, eagerness radiating from his dark features. "No problem, Dad." He extended his hand to his forehead. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, though he said little. His feet instinctively moved closer to Bardock, his hands likewise resting on his forehead, eager to witness this pivotal moment in the Scion's fate. Raditz supported the slightly weary Jine, while Bulma curiously peered around her father's embrace. Bardock took a deep breath, closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing Bulma's energy on Earth, which bore the distinct technological essence of Capsule Corporation, clear and stable. "Are you all ready?" he asked softly, and upon seeing nods from everyone, he and Goku activated instant transmission simultaneously. A golden light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, the scene before them transformed dramatically. The barren rocks and solidified lava vanished, replaced by lush greenery, with a futuristic white castle rising in the distance. Capsule Corporation located in West City. The fresh air, fragrant with the scent of flowers and grass, filled their nostrils, a stark contrast to the acrid smell of battle that lingered on Vegeta's star. Vegeta frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Though reluctant to admit it, Earth's vitality indeed surpassed that of Vegeta's star. Bardock, cradling Bulma, walked alongside Jine and Vegeta. As they approached the castle entrance, a girl clad in a pink dress with short blue hair darted out, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Goku and Bardock. Goku, Dad, what brings you to Earth all of a sudden? Has the situation on Vegeta star been resolved? Following closely behind was the gray-haired, bespectacled Dr. Brief, leaning on a cane, his face adorned with a warm smile. Bardock, it's been a long time. I've heard about the fierce battle on Vegeta's star. I'm so glad you were safe. Bardock stepped forward, nodding slightly to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, Bulma, thank you for your concern. We did indeed triumph over Dorez, but at a grave cost. We have come to Earth with an urgent request. We need to utilize the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? Bulma blinked, then suddenly understood. I see. You wish to resurrect your fellow Scions who perished in battle, right? Her business acumen kicked in, her gaze shifting to Vegeta behind Bardock, and then to Bulma in her father's arms, a clever smile gracing her lips. However, aside from resurrecting your kin, you must have other wishes as well? Perhaps to relocate Vegeta's star? A glint of appreciation flickered in Bardock's eyes. Bulma's cleverness indeed lived up to her reputation. He nodded, speaking earnestly. Precisely. First, I wish for all the Scions who fell in the battle against Dorez to be resurrected. Secondly, I hope to relocate Vegeta's star to the solar system, placing it in an orbit between Earth and Mars, in close proximity to Earth. This way, both planets can support each other and swiftly form an alliance in times of crisis. That is wonderful. Bulma clapped her hands in excitement. If Vegeta's star can move to the solar system, Capsule Corporation's business can expand to Vegeta's star. We can establish a branch there, develop resources, and promote interstellar tourism. The market potential is immense. She turned to Dr. Brief. Didn't we just gather all 7 Dragon Balls? We can use them right away. Dr. Brief nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are stored in the Laboratory-S vault. Since this is your request, Bardock, and it benefits both Earth and Vegeta's star, we are more than willing to assist. He called out to the castle assistant, bring out the Dragon Balls and take them to the reception room. The group followed Bulma and Dr. Brief into the castle. The interior of Capsule Corporation was filled with a sense of technological advancement, with walls of transparent bulletproof glass allowing views of the garden and the distant city. The reception room was spacious and bright, with a circular white conference table at its center. Before long, 2 assistants clad in white uniforms entered, cradling a golden box. Upon opening it, 7 shimmering Dragon Balls lay quietly within, their brilliant hues intermingling and emanating an enigmatic energy. Bardock stepped forward, gazing intently at the Dragon Balls, his eyes filled with solemnity. He took a deep breath and called out to the Dragon Balls, "Arise, Shenlong. Grant my wish." As his voice echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling brilliance. Golden beams shooting skyward, enveloping the entire Capsule Corporation in radiant light. The sky darkened instantly, storm clouds amassed, and thunder rumbled ominously. A colossal green dragon gradually emerged from the light, its serpentine form coiling through the air, commanding a significant portion of the sky, its golden eyes resembling twin suns, both majestic and mysterious. "Who calls upon me?" The dragon's voice resonated, deep and thunderous, causing the very air to tremble. Bardock stood tall, gazing steadfastly at the dragon. "Shenlong, I am Bardock of Planet Vegeta. I have 3 wishes to bestow upon you. My first wish is to resurrect all Scions who perished in the battle against Frieza on Planet Vegeta, restoring them to their former state." The dragon's golden eyes flickered momentarily, and its deep voice responded, "A simple wish. The souls of the fallen Scions have been located. They shall be resurrected immediately." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a green beam shot forth from the dragon's eyes, soaring through the cosmos toward Planet Vegeta. On the battlefield far away, the fallen Scion warriors began to glow, their bodies gradually becoming translucent before reforming, wounds vanishing, vitality flooding back into their forms. They opened their eyes in bewilderment, taking in the familiar battlefield and their unharmed bodies, astonished joy illuminating their expressions. Bardock sensed the surge of life emanating from Planet Vegeta, warmth blossoming in his heart. He addressed Shenlong once more. "For my second wish, I desire to relocate Planet Vegeta to the solar system, placing it in an orbit between Earth and Mars. so that it may be a close neighbor to Earth. The dragon's body swayed slightly, as if attuning itself to the position of the solar system. After a brief pause, it spoke. Relocating a planet requires immense cosmic energy, yet it is not a formidable task for me. The migration of Planet Vegeta shall commence and will soon reach its designated orbit. Once again, a green beam shot forth, heading directly for Planet Vegeta. In the vastness of space, a green energy shield enveloped Planet Vegeta as it began to rotate, making its way toward the solar system. The planet's velocity increased, easily pushing aside asteroids and meteors that dared to obstruct its path. For the third wish, Bardock hesitated. Initially, he intended to leave it unspoken, but his daughter, Balinger, suddenly pointed at the dragon with her tiny finger and exclaimed, "Shenlong, there are so few people on Planet Vegeta. Even if everyone is resurrected, there will only be a little over 2,000. Can you make the population larger?" Bardock looked down at his daughter, his gaze filled with tenderness. He indeed had overlooked the issue of population. The scarcity of inhabitants on Planet Vegeta would hinder not only the reconstruction of their home, but also their future development. The dragon glanced at Balinger, a glimmer of softness in its golden eyes. After a moment of contemplation, it stated, "To directly increase the population contravenes the laws of life. Yet I can enhance the natural fertility rate of Planet Vegeta's inhabitants, thereby elevating their willingness and capability to procreate. Consequently, the population shall gradually increase through natural growth. Based on the current population, I can ensure that the population of Planet Vegeta reaches eightfold within 10 years, from a little over 2,000 to 16,000. Bardock felt a surge of joy. This proposal resonated perfectly with his intentions. He nodded to the dragon. "Very well. Let it be as you say. For my third wish, enhance the natural fertility rate of the inhabitants of Planet Vegeta, allowing their population to reach eightfold within 10 years. The wish has been recorded." The dragon's voice echoed again. "All three wishes have been fulfilled. I shall now fall into a temporary slumber until the Dragon Balls scatter across the universe once more. Only when they are gathered again may I be summoned." With that, the dragon's form gradually became translucent, transforming into countless golden specks of light that dissipated into the sky. The 7 Dragon Balls lost their luster, turning into ordinary stones, before shooting off in various directions toward Earth, scattering anew. The storm clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and sunlight once more bathed the Earth. Bulma stepped forward, patting Bardock on the shoulder. "Father, congratulations on the fulfillment of your wishes. Planet Vegeta will now be a neighbor to Earth, and our Capsule Corporation will wholeheartedly support its development." Dr. Brief added with a smile. "Planet Vegeta possesses unique resources and culture. Cooperation with Earth will surely be a delightful venture." Bardock bowed deeply to them. "Thank you, Bulma. Thank you, Dr. Brief. Without your assistance, I could not have realized these wishes. Planet Vegeta and the Scions shall forever remember your kindness." He then turned to the gathered crowd. "Now, it is time to return to Planet Vegeta. The coronation ceremony awaits us, and the resurrected kin require our comfort." The sky above Planet Vegeta was a brilliant blue, sunlight illuminating the rejuvenated land, while distant mountains rolled in waves. The once ravaged battlefield had been cleared by the resurrected Scion warriors. Upon Bardock's return to Planet Vegeta, countless Scions gathered in the center of the battlefield. Upon seeing Bardock's return, their eyes brimmed with reverence and gratitude. The recently resurrected warriors eagerly approached, bowing deeply to Bardock. "Thank you, King Bardock, for our resurrection. We are ready to brave any peril for Planet Vegeta, for you." Bardock stepped forward, helping an elder Scion to his feet, his voice gentle yet powerful. "There is no need for such formalities. You are all heroes of Planet Vegeta, valiant guardians of our home. Resurrecting you is my duty as a fellow Scion. Today, in addition to welcoming you back, there is an important matter to attend to, the coronation ceremony." The crowd fell silent, all Scions holding their breath, gazing intently at Bardock. The elder Scion who had previously suggested the coronation stepped forward once more, kneeling on one knee. "King Bardock, the royal palace of Planet Vegeta has been restored. All Scions await your presence to formally crown you." Bardock nodded, and with the support of Jine, he made his way toward the nearby royal palace. The palace, situated at the heart of Planet Vegeta, was a magnificent structure built of black rock, now more imposing and grand after its restoration. Before the palace stood a high coronation platform, adorned with a red carpet, flanked by neatly arranged Scion warriors holding spears, their expressions solemn. Bardock, cradling Bailing, ascended the coronation platform amidst the crowd. Giant stood to his left, while Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta stood to his right. The elder scion approached the platform, holding a golden battle suit and a red cape, and respectfully presented them to Bardock. King Bardock, this is the exclusive battle attire passed down through the kings of Planet Vegeta, crafted from the universe's toughest alloys. It not only offers formidable defense, but also enhances a warrior's combat prowess. The cape symbolizes the king's dignity and responsibility. Bardock accepted the battle suit and cape, donning them slowly. The golden battle suit fit snugly, emanating a faint glow, while the red cape billowed behind him, accentuating his noble presence. He handed Baelinger to Jine and turned to face all the gathered scions. Long live King Bardock! The scions below erupted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing across the skies of Planet Vegeta. Bardock extended his hand, signaling for silence. His gaze swept across every face in the audience, his voice steady and resolute. Today, I, Bardock, am officially crowned as the king of Vegeta Xing. However, I wish to convey to you all that I am not a distant ruler, but rather your companion, your kin. From this day forth, I shall work alongside you to reconstruct Vegeta Xing and safeguard our shared homeland. He paused momentarily before continuing. Now, I have a delightful announcement to make. I have journeyed to Earth and, with the aid of the Dragon Balls, fulfilled 3 wishes. The first wish is to resurrect all our Scion comrades who perished in the battle against Dailies. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, the resurrected warriors overwhelmed with emotion, embracing one another and celebrating their newfound lives. The second wish, Bardock's voice resonated once more, imbued with a sense of satisfaction, is that I have relocated Vegeta Xing to the solar system, placing it in an orbit between Earth and Mars. Now, Vegeta Xing lies in close proximity to Earth, granting us a powerful neighbor, a partner with whom we can mutually support. The cheers resounded once again, the scions' eyes brimming with anticipation. They understood that Earth, the place where King Bardock had long resided, was renowned for its prosperity and warmth. With Vegeta Xing now a neighboring planet, the future promised to be filled with hope. The third wish, Bardock gazed lovingly at his daughter Baelinger, was proposed by my daughter. To address the issue of Vegeta Xing's sparse population, I wish to enhance the natural fertility rate of its residents. Over the next decade, the population of Vegeta Xing will increase 8-fold, growing from just over 2,000 to 16,000. This means that every scion couple will have the opportunity to welcome 8 children within 10 years. Chapter 172. Cooperation. It has been several days without an update. Today, I am posting a chapter because I, Xiaozhou, have fallen ill, and my condition is quite severe. So updates may be infrequent for now. Nonetheless, I have managed to publish this chapter. Once I recover, I will resume updates. The scions below were completely exhilarated, their faces radiant with excitement and anticipation. The issue of a dwindling population had long plagued Vegeta Xing, and now, with this problem resolved, the future of their planet was destined for prosperity. Young scion couples animatedly discussed their future lives, their eyes filled with dreams of family. As the cheers gradually subsided, Bardock's expression turned solemn. Although we have become neighbors with Earth, it is crucial to remember that the fighting capacity of Earthlings is rather feeble, and their vitality is quite fragile. Therefore, I hereby declare an ironclad rule. During interactions with Earthlings, the use of force must never be initiated by us. We must respect the Earthlings and coexist peacefully, fostering mutual development. All the scions nodded solemnly, affirming, "We shall heed King Bardock's command." They understood his intentions well. Peace was hard-won, and only through friendly cooperation with Earth could Vegeta Xing truly flourish. The coronation ceremony concluded amidst a spirited atmosphere. Bardock descended from the crowning platform, shaking hands with the scions, comforting the recently resurrected warriors, and inquiring about their well-being. Jine led Baelinger by the hand, wearing a blissful smile. Wukong and Late Eyes excitedly engaged with the surrounding scions, sharing amusing tales from Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood aside, observing the scene with a subtle smile. He recognized that under Bardock's leadership, Vegeta Xing was destined to enter a new era. After a brief respite, Bardock summoned Wukong, Vegeta, Late Eyes, and several elders of the Scion community, stating, "Now that the affairs of Vegeta Xing are in order, I must journey to Earth for discussions with the King of Earth to formally establish a friendly cooperative relationship between Vegeta Xing and Earth. Wukong, you shall accompany me, Vegeta." You will remain to oversee the reconstruction of Vegeta Xing and ensure that all matters proceed smoothly. Late Eyes, assist Vegeta, and also help to reassure the populace. Maintaining order on the planet. Vegeta nodded. Rest assured, Bardock. I will restore Vegeta Xing to its former vitality swiftly. However, remember, one day I shall surpass you and become the strongest scion. Bardock chuckled, patting his shoulder. I look forward to that day. Vegeta? The future of Vegeta Xing will also require your strength. Late Eyes firmly added. Father, you can confidently go to Earth. We will manage everything here without issue. Once all arrangements were made, Bardock and Wukong utilized instant transmission to travel to Earth. This time, they arrived directly in the bustling heart of the capital city. The city was vibrant and lively, with towering buildings standing in succession, streets bustling with traffic, and pedestrians flowing in every direction, teeming with life and energy. As soon as Bardock and Wukong appeared in the central square, they caught the attention of patrolling police officers. Upon recognizing Wukong and Bardock, the officers approached respectfully. Mr. Wukong. Mr. Bardock, are you here to meet His Majesty the King? We have received notification that His Majesty is awaiting you at the palace. It turned out that Burma had already contacted the King of Earth in advance, informing him of Bardock's impending visit. Bardock nodded. Please, lead the way. Guided by the officers, Bardock and Wukong arrived at the Royal Palace of Earth. The palace was an elegant white edifice, surrounded by beautiful gardens. The King of Earth had been waiting at the palace entrance, dressed in a blue ceremonial suit, and greeted them with a warm smile. Upon seeing Bardock, he stepped forward enthusiastically, extending his hand. King Bardock, welcome to Earth. I am the King of Earth, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Bardock clasped the king's hand, responding courteously, Your Majesty, thank you for your warm welcome. I have come to establish a long-term, amicable cooperative relationship with Earth. With Vegeta Xing now relocated to the solar system, becoming a neighbor to Earth, I believe our collaboration will yield mutual benefits. The King of Earth nodded with a smile. I wholeheartedly agree with your vision. King Bardock, not only are you the sovereign of Vegeta Xing, but you are also the second largest shareholder of the Capsule Corporation, enjoying significant prestige here on Earth. Earth has always strived to cultivate friendly relations with planets across the universe, and the arrival of Vegeta Xing brings us great joy. The two proceeded into the reception hall of the palace, taking their respective seats. The king's aides were also present, equipped with documents to record the discussions. Bardock addressed the king directly. Your Majesty, I hope that Vegeta Xing and Earth can engage in comprehensive cooperation across economic, cultural, and technological domains. Vegeta Xing is rich in mineral resources and possesses a unique scion culture, while Earth boasts a mature system in technology and economy. I propose that Earth can extract resources from Vegeta Xing, and in return, Earth will assist in the reconstruction and economic recovery of Vegeta Xing, providing necessary technical and financial support. The King of Earth and his aides conferred quietly for a moment before raising their heads. Satisfaction evident on their faces. King Bardock's proposal is exceedingly reasonable. This will not only promote resource development on Earth, but also expedite the growth of Vegeta Xing. We agree to your proposal and are willing to sign a treaty of friendly mutual assistance with Vegeta Xing. Subsequently, the representatives from both sides produced the prepared treaty text, meticulously verifying each clause. The treaty explicitly stated, Earth shall have the right to extract certain resources from Vegeta Xing and must provide technical, financial, and personnel support to Vegeta Xing. Vegeta Xing shall open cultural exchange channels to Earth, allowing Earthlings to travel to and conduct business on Vegeta Xing. And both parties shall mutually support each other in the face of external threats, standing united against adversaries. Once everything was confirmed to be accurate, Bardock and the King of Earth each affixed their signatures to the treaty. As the two individuals clasped hands once more, reporters both inside and outside the palace immediately pressed their shutters, the flashes illuminating the scene incessantly. These photographs soon graced the front pages of major media outlets across Earth, emblazoned with headlines proclaiming, King Bardock of Planet Vegeta engages in cordial discussions with King of Earth, signing a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance. A new neighbor for Earth, heralding a new era of interstellar cooperation. The news swiftly spread throughout the globe, filling the hearts of Earth's inhabitants with joy and elation. They had long been aware of Bardock's heroic deeds as the protector of Earth, and now, with his ascension as the king of Planet Vegeta and the signing of a friendship treaty, curiosity and anticipation towards Planet Vegeta surged among Earth's populace. Many began to plan voyages to Planet Vegeta, eager to experience the allure of this enigmatic world firsthand. The Capsule Corporation seized the opportunity, launching an interstellar travel line to Planet Vegeta, with reservations vanishing in an instant. Bardock surveyed the bustling scene before him with a heart full of contentment. He comprehended that the development of Planet Vegeta had firmly set on its path, and the future of the Science was destined to be imbued with hope. He exchanged another handshake with the King of Earth before returning to Planet Vegeta alongside Goku. Upon their return, the sun was gently descending, casting its golden rays upon the palace, enveloping everything in a warm hue. Inside, Jine, Baelinger, Vegeta, Raditz, and numerous Scions had long awaited their arrival at the palace gates. Upon seeing Bardock's return, they swiftly surrounded him. "How did it go, father? Was the meeting with the King of Earth successful?" Raditz inquired eagerly. Bardock nodded with a smile. "It went exceedingly well. We have signed a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance with Earth, which will fully support us in rebuilding our homeland. In the future, Planet Vegeta and Earth will advance hand in hand, developing together." The Scions erupted into exuberant cheers once more, encircling Bardock as they shared the progress of Planet Vegeta's reconstruction. Some warriors had already begun clearing debris and constructing new homes. Others were tilling the land and planting crops, while yet others were absorbing Earth's technological knowledge in preparation for Planet Vegeta's development. Standing atop the palace, Bardock gazed upon the vibrant life of Planet Vegeta and then towards the distant azure of Earth. He recognized that a brutal war had come to an end, and a new era had commenced. The rebirth of Planet Vegeta began at this moment. The saga of the Scions would continue to be inscribed across the cosmos. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to safeguard this hard-won peace and to lead the Scions toward a more resplendent future. Long live King Bardock! Long live Planet Vegeta! The cheers resonated once more across the skies of Planet Vegeta, intertwining with the blessings from Earth, echoing throughout the solar system for an enduring time.